I write crime investigation novels. A gorgeous policewoman actually showed up at my doorstep. Still my die-hard fan. I thought it was just a discussion about the case. I never expected her to drag me straight into the police station. I was involved in cracking a horrifying dismemberment case. The veteran cops even mocked me, asking what a writer like me could possibly know about solving cases? Ridiculous. With my ultimate insight into criminal psychology and logical deduction, it instantly overturned the direction of their investigation. The culprit is directly implicated to be hiding within the very residential compound where the crime occurred. When my deduction perfectly matched the injuries on the recently discovered victim's skull, the entire police station fell silent. But I know, this is only the beginning. The demon hidden among the crowd. He is looking at us with a jesting gaze. And my next deduction will completely turn this cat and mouse game around. Chapter 1, The beautiful policewoman is actually my fan? In the city of Qingteng, inside a certain suite, Lin Dong took a sip of cola, his fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard. Now let's flip back to the beginning of the book and witness the killer's first-person perspective. The end. After writing the final paragraph, Lin Dong let out a long sigh of relief. A novel written from the killer's first-person perspective is bound to generate quite the buzz upon publication. Who knows, it might even catapult the author into the top tier of writers. Just thinking about it gets me excited. As a crime fiction writer, updating his drafts daily is part of Lin Dong's work routine. He currently has 2 serialized novels in progress. Just now, he finished one. The next period of time will be much more relaxed. Just as he was about to rest, a friend request notification suddenly popped up on WeChat. Clicking on the profile picture reveals a beautiful woman, her eyes unusually radiating a bold and heroic charm. The upper body was clad only in a black camisole, revealing half of a chest as pale and soft as steamed buns. The lower half wore athletic shark pants, tightly contouring slender thighs. Lin Dong's gaze lingered a few seconds longer on the crotch area. Wearing pants like these always made that triangular region particularly conspicuous. This ain't some internet photo. I'll straight up eat my damn computer if it is. Lin Dong still accepted the friend request. What if it turned out to be an editor from the publishing house? Just as I added him, a message immediately came through from the other side. Are you home? Who are you? Police, we'd like to ask you some questions. Lin Dong sneered and quickly typed his reply. Uncle Hat would use this kind of profile picture? I don't usually dress like this, but to make it easier for you to add me quickly, I had to. See, you accepted in just a few seconds. The words may be crude, but the logic isn't. If it were a police officer in uniform adding me, I might not have agreed. From her tone, is that photo really her? Or is it a female police officer? At that moment, a knock was heard at the door. Lin Dong stood up and walked to the door, picking up the baseball bat placed there with his right hand as he went. It's perfectly reasonable for a handsome single man at home to prepare some self-defense tools, right? Bang, bang, bang. The knocking sound struck again, making one's heart inevitably tremble faster. A few days ago, a vicious murder occurred in Qingteng City. The victim was female, but her head and lower body have yet to be found. The rest of the body had been dismembered. The scene was absolutely gruesome. To this day, the police still have no leads. It has thrown the entire city into panic, with people too afraid to go out at night. Who's there? The person who just added you on WeChat. Lin Dong peered through the peephole and saw a woman in casual clothes standing outside, her hair tied up in a high ponytail. She held up her police ID, blocking her face, while under her other arm was a leather document folder. Lin Dong opened the door and looked at the woman warily. Hello, I'm Ding Wei, from the Criminal Investigation Division of the City Police Department. Is Mr. Yellow P your ID on the Qingteng City forum? Lin Dong suddenly realized what was going on. This policewoman must have seen my analysis of the case under the post, which is why she came looking for me. Adding me on WeChat first was to confirm my location. The police station can locate someone through certain methods, but the prerequisite is that the person being tracked must be actively using their phone. As for the ID, it was just randomly chosen back then. Reading it out loud in front of others is so embarrassing. Though reluctant to admit it. Correct, it was me. Lin Dong nodded earnestly. May I come in to talk? Seeing that the other party's attitude was fairly decent, Lin Dong agreed. After sitting down, Ding Wei got straight to the point with an icy tone. The case from a few days ago, I believe you're already familiar with it. The nature of the crime is extremely vile, and our police force still hasn't uncovered any breakthrough leads. So we deliberately released information related to the case online, to see if public speculation could be of any help in solving it. I saw your online reasoning this afternoon and found it quite convincing, which is why I came to see you after work. I wanted to hear your perspective. Lin Dong's thoughts instantly drifted to the case details circulating online. May 17, 2023, late at night. A male neighbor living next to the deceased couldn't tolerate the noise from the music playing in the victim's home, as it disrupted his rest. After knocking proved futile, the enraged neighbor then broke the door down. The sight that greeted him scared him witless. The walls were splattered with blood everywhere, reeking of a strong metallic stench. The television was playing music, but in such an eerie atmosphere, the melodious tunes only made it even more bone-chilling. The neighbor mustered up the courage to enter the bedroom but saw no trace of the deceased. As if vanished into thin air. When the police arrived at the crime scene, in the storage cabinet inside the room, the dismembered victim was found. However, the victim's head and lower body were never found. I've already analyzed it clearly in the post. No skin tissue from the perpetrator was extracted from the victim's fingernails. They likely knew each other, and the victim was probably ambushed. The 36-size shoe prints found at the crime scene showed heavy pressure on the heel area, with the big toe's heavy imprint positioned about 3 centimeters from the front edge of the print. This is a classic case of large feet wearing small shoes. If the shoe print is size 36, the initial assumption would point to a female suspect. However, based on online speculation, the perpetrator was actually wearing shoes too small for their feet. Their true shoe size should be around 39. This means the killer was deliberately misleading the police investigation. The primary crime scene was on the bed, with blood clots found on the pillow. Logically, since the pillowcase is made of pure cotton with excellent absorbency, any blood on it should have been absorbed quickly. But there were blood clots on the pillow, indicating the victim suffered 2 separate blows. After the first strike, the blood from the wound began to coagulate, and a second blow then left these clots most likely on the head. Ding Wei's breathing grew slightly rapid as she abruptly cut in. The police haven't even found the victim's head yet, and you've already determined it suffered a second blow? Were you at the crime scene? After speaking, Ding Wei fixed Lin Dong with a suspicious stare. This policewoman wouldn't suspect me as the perpetrator, would she? Lin Dong remained composed and was about to respond when suddenly, the phone in Ding Wei's pocket rang. Hey, Chuanga. Are you sure? Alright, I got it. Ding Wei looked up in disbelief, her gaze softening considerably. The team just informed me that the victim's skull has been found, with 2 distinct wounds on the back of the head exactly as he had deduced. Ding Wei was about to say something when she suddenly noticed the books on the shelf behind Lin Dong. You also like Heimu's works? I absolutely love them. I've read his 8 Deadly Sins trilogy several times. And his currently serialized mystery case files. Every case is so thought-provoking. Lin Dong rubbed his nose. You might not believe it, but... I am Heimu. I wrote those books. Ah. Ding Wei's beautiful eyes blinked, her cherry lips parting in surprise, revealing a pink tongue. Lin Dong hadn't taken a close look just now. Now that I took a closer look, this policewoman was truly breathtakingly beautiful. She could easily be crowned the Louis Fay of the police force. Her delicate, petite face featured arched willow leaf eyebrows beneath which a pair of bright, clear, star-like eyes shimmered. Her complexion wasn't the fair porcelain-like skin of internet-famous beauties, but rather a healthy wheat-toned hue. Her lips were naturally rosy without makeup, and with her signature oval-shaped face, she looked stunning even bare-faced. The only issue is this chest. So big. Won't it really affect physical tests? Chapter 2, The Cat and Mouse Game. So you're Heimu. You're actually so young. No wonder if it's you, it makes sense how you could analyze so much with just that little information. You flatter me, Officer Ding. No. Not at all excessive praise. I really like you. I really like your books. Seeing how agitated she was, Lin Dong thought to himself, this policewoman's contrast is just too strong. Not only is there a physical contrast, but also an appearance reminiscent of a lowly combined with the body of a mature woman. There's a contrast in personality. One moment she's an ice-cold police officer, the next she turns into my fangirl? Heimu-sensei, I still have a few questions I'd like to ask you. She's even using honorifics. She really is my fangirl. Lin Dong said in a restrained voice, politely, feel free to ask anything. It just so happens I've finished my work for today. Based on your deduction, the perpetrator is male, knew the victim, and was extremely familiar with the surroundings of the crime scene, which is why he avoided all surveillance cameras. Why did you conclude that the perpetrator and the victim only had a superficial relationship, rather than being close friends or relatives? I feel this somewhat contradicts the fact that the perpetrator was highly familiar with the crime scene's environment. Lin Dong analyzed in a calm tone. The killer might very well live in that vicinity. While the police were investigating, he could have been blending into the crowd, observing your movements. That's why he's so familiar with the surroundings of the crime scene. It doesn't contradict at all. These words sent a chill down Ding Wei's spine. Some criminals return to the crime scene to admire their own masterpiece. For them, this is an achievement. Watching the police investigate the case but fail to catch me feels like a game of cat and mouse. Mr. Heimu, can you come back with me? Lin Dong was startled, so suddenly? It's not really appropriate to go to your place this late at night. No, I mean back to the police station. Ding Wei's brows furrowed slightly. The victim was dismembered into pieces, suffering injustice in the underworld. With the murderer still at large, as police officers, we must catch the killer to give the deceased closure. The evidence we currently have makes it difficult to pinpoint the killer's identity. We can only approach this from other angles to break the case. That's why, we're counting on you. Eminent Heimu. What is this inexplicable sense of mission? Lin Dong straightened his sitting posture, putting down the leg he had previously crossed. Considering that handling cases at the police station could aid his novel writing inspiration. Moreover, the attractive policewoman's attitude was so sincere. And he's also my fan. Lin Dong had no reason to refuse. Alright then. How can I say no to a fan? Ding Wei breathed a sigh of relief, her little face breaking into adorable dimples. Great. My car is right at the neighborhood entrance. 10 minutes later. When Lin Dong saw the motorcycle, he realized Ding Wei's car wasn't a four-wheeled vehicle, but a two-wheeled one. Hoda, get on. With that, Ding Wei swung her long legs and hopped onto the seat. With such an hourglass figure, who could tell she's a police officer? And what's more, a criminal investigator. Where to? This bike only has one seat. Ding Wei slightly shifted her hips and moved forward a bit. Squeeze in, it's not far anyway. As Lin Dong approached and caught sight of Ding Wei's slender figure, he couldn't help swallowing hard. Having been single since birth for over 20 years, he'd never been this close to a girl before. When he awkwardly took his seat, though both were thin, the space remained cramped, their bodies pressed together. Ding Wei seemed unaccustomed to having two people on the motorcycle, adjusting her sitting posture slightly, which only made them press even closer together. This is really terrible. Lin Dong's heart raced, but he couldn't show it. What's even more critical is that he felt something within him awakening. Is this position comfortable for you? If not, I can move forward a bit more. Does it feel comfortable? I don't dare to say a word. I've been single since birth for so long that I haven't even held a girl's hand. Now he was pressed close to a girl. It's quite comfortable sitting here. Hold on to me tight then, otherwise when I accelerate, you might accidentally fall off. Landing on your butt would probably hurt a bit. My balance is pretty good. Whoa, damn it. The motorcycle suddenly accelerated, and Lin Dong instinctively wrapped his arms around Ding Wei's waist. Soft, with a faint trace of body scent. Chief we need to hurry. The victim's head has been found at a scrap recycling station about 5 kilometers from the crime scene. Hearing this, Lin Dong immediately became serious. Based on scattered online clues, the victim's head and lower body were not found at the crime scene. Now finding it would certainly help with the direction of the entire case. Upon arriving at the police station, Lin Dong followed Ding Wei, and the two of them made their way to the office area of the Criminal Investigation Division. Lin Dong had been writing novels for many years and had described countless police station scenes, but this was the first time he had ever seen the inside of a station with his own eyes. Just as Ding Wei was about to take out the case file to show Lin Dong, the officer from the neighboring second unit on night duty returned from having a late-night snack and saw Ding Wei standing with someone not in police uniform. He instinctively asked, "Xiao Ding, who is this? Don't you know that unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in the Criminal Investigation Division's work area? With so much important material here, what if it gets leaked?" Ding Wei looked up to see Wu Mingrui and Wang Tao, officers from the 2nd Brigade, approaching. Usually their 3rd Squad and 2nd Squad never got along. And Ding Wei was the youngest in the 3rd team, so she often got teased by members of the 2nd team. He's not an irrelevant party, he's here to help us analyze the case. Ding Wei gave a slight snort through her nose, showing no goodwill toward the 2nd Division members. It's been 3 whole days, and you still haven't found the crucial lead? If you ask me, the Bureau should have assigned major cases like this to our 2nd Division from the start. The killer might have been caught already. Wu Mingrui leaned against the desk with a chuckle before turning his gaze toward Lin Dong. So young, what could he possibly be doing? Please come and review the case file? Could it be Xiao Ding's boyfriend? Bring the family members to the police station, and even show such important case files to outsiders. This is absolutely unacceptable. You said he's here to analyze the case? Who exactly is he? The one who writes detective novels, goes by the pen name Heimu. You must have heard of him. When mentioning Lin Dong, Ding Wei couldn't hide her excited expression. The recent hit, The Case Files of Strange Crimes, was written by him, and so was the 8 Deadly Sins trilogy. Wu Mingrui heard this and opened his mouth in shock. He had indeed read the book Mystery Case Investigation Files, and found it quite interesting. Although it differed significantly from real-life crime solving, the author's creativity, logical prowess, and storytelling ability were utterly captivating. He just never expected the author to be so young. She looks no older than 25. Chapter 3, Can a novelist solve a case? Having a novelist solve a case? That's ridiculous. Novels are all fiction, how could they possibly match real cases? What's wrong with you, 3rd Squad? Running out of ideas? Then have your captain hand the case over to us at the 2nd Squadron to handle. Hearing these remarks, Lin Dong felt uneasy and immediately retorted. According to the case files, the 3rd Squad is the lead investigator, with the 2nd Squad assisting. You're supposed to be working together on this. At least 3rd Squad found some clues at the crime scene. But you guys in second squad haven't uncovered a single lead during your interviews and investigation of the victim's network. After saying this, Lin Dong slowly raised his head, his gaze sharp. Setting aside other cases, in this one alone, the leads gathered by your second squad pale in comparison to those of the third squad. Otherwise, you could have at least brought several suspects into the interrogation room for questioning. If this case were handed over to your second squad, it wouldn't necessarily be handled better than the third squad's work. Instead of making a fuss here, why not focus your energy on solving the case? A faint blush spread across Ding Wei's face. Most people get nervous around cops, but he actually stood up for me. He truly is my idol. After being snapped at, Wu Mingrui's expression darkened instantly. This kid? Just some stinking writer. Thinks he's something special? First, let me tell you this, there are no surveillance cameras in the neighborhood where the crime occurred. The victim was from another province, and her network in this city was extremely limited. Her closest contacts were all clients. We've already investigated all the clients she'd been in contact with recently. They all have alibis for the day of the incident. The killer likely had no connection to the victim whatsoever. This was a random killing, not premeditated murder or a crime of passion. Second, you're an outsider trying to tell us cops how to do our job. Who do you think you are? Ding, get him out of here now. Watch out, I'll have the captain make you write a self-criticism. Lin Dong gave a cold laugh, completely unfazed by the outburst, and continued his reasoning. No biological DNA or fabric material was found under the victim's fingernails, indicating she didn't resist before dying. She was either ambushed or knocked unconscious. The forensic examiner conducted an autopsy on the reconstructed body and found no traces of sedatives in the victim's system. That leaves only one conclusion. If it was a stranger, the victim, being a woman, wouldn't have casually brought an unknown man into her home. Clearly, they knew each other, and it wasn't a transactional relationship. Ding Wei stared at Lin Dong with admiration. After hearing the analysis, she began to suspect their initial investigative approach might have been flawed. That was why, after 3 days, they hadn't even identified a single suspect. Lin Dong closed the case file calmly and continued. The fact that fingerprints were collected at the scene indicates the killer didn't erase evidence but wore gloves during the crime. Otherwise, no prints would have been found after the others were wiped away. If the killer wore gloves from the moment they entered the house, the victim would have found it odd and developed some level of guardedness. Your second squadron should thoroughly re-examine the victim's social network to see if we can narrow down a group of suspects for questioning. Wu Mingrui and Wang Tao almost nodded in agreement, convinced by the logic of his reasoning. But then they snapped back to reality. Wait a minute. We're the cops. What are you, a writer, doing here acting all high and mighty? Criminal investigation experience is forged through one bloody case after another. Not from armchair theorizing. So you're saying the killer and the victim weren't in a transactional relationship, but actually knew each other. But we've investigated the victim's social network. She had few friends. Her regular contacts were all sex workers, and they all have alibis for that day. Not a client, not a friend, yet acquainted with the victim. So tell me, who else could the killer be? Lin Dong shrugged, his tone seemingly casual yet utterly confident. My hypothesis is that the killer most likely resides in the same residential complex as the crime scene. Wang Tao raised his eyebrows impatiently. We've already canvassed the neighborhood and found no suspicious individuals. Lin Dong locked eyes with him, his voice deep and resonant. Without evidence, everyone looks innocent. But with evidence, the guilty party is definitely hiding among those innocent faces. The killer is very familiar with the neighborhood. They knew the surveillance cameras were down on the day of the crime, which is why they chose to act during that window. After dismembering the body, he took the victim's head and lower torso, likely because the head bore fatal injuries and the lower torso contained his DNA. This strongly suggests the killer lives in the complex, maybe even in the same building as the victim. Wu Mingrui and Wang Tao sucked in a sharp breath. After hearing Lin Dong's complete analysis, they found it increasingly plausible. Previously, our investigation had focused on the victim's social network. This included her friends and family, as well as her clients. But we overlooked the adage that a distant relative is no match for a close neighbor. Neighbors are the most easily overlooked suspects. After committing the crime, they don't need to leave the neighborhood immediately and have places to hide. Therefore, surveillance cameras in the vicinity couldn't capture footage of the suspect leaving. Moreover, they are unlikely to be suspected. Unless there had been prior arguments or unpleasant incidents. Otherwise, neighbors' contact information is rarely found in the victim's phone. Because they don't need communication devices for their daily interactions. Wu Mingrui felt a bit awkward. Just moments ago, he dismissed the author as clueless, yet here the writer was offering such detailed, logical analysis without a shred of evidence. Though merely a line of reasoning, it shattered the impasse the police currently faced. Still, his police officer's instinct kicked in, and he offered a reminder. Xiao Ding, be mindful of police regulations. Certain materials shouldn't be shown to outsiders. I bought 2 coffees here, have some. The Bureau has given your third squad 2 more days to crack this case. If you haven't caught the killer by then, don't blame us in the second squad for snatching the credit. Though his tone was sharp, Ding Wei could detect Wu Mingrue's unease. After setting down the coffee, Wu Mingrue and Wang Tao quickly left the third squad's office area. Looks like our initial interviews were too superficial. We need to dig deeper tomorrow, especially targeting residents in the crime scene neighborhood. Could that guy actually crack the case? No way. If a writer cracks the case, where would our reputation be? Wu Mingrue continued, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Analysis alone is useless. Arresting suspects requires evidence. Without proof, even if we catch them, we can't secure a conviction. Chapter 4, Better a good neighbor than a distant relative. After watching the second squad leave, Ding Wei could no longer contain herself. Her face glowing with admiration, she approached Lin Dong. As Lin Dong turned, his arm brushed against Ding Wei's ample bosom. The soft, supple sensation was incredibly springy. This wasn't just bumping into her chest, it felt like bumping into his heart. For someone like Lin Dong, who had never even held a girl's hand before, this was undoubtedly a game changer. Ding Wei seemed oblivious, or perhaps the padding was too thick for her to feel it. Hey, you're amazing. You actually shut down the second squad. You have no idea how much they tease me all the time, it's way too much. Lin Dong rubbed his arm, where a faint lingering scent still clung. I was just stating the facts. Investigations require evidence. I want to check the crime scene, maybe some details have been overlooked. I could take you, but it's so late. And since you suspect the killer is in the neighborhood where it happened, wouldn't that be dangerous? Aren't police academy grads supposed to be able to disarm knives with their bare hands? You're not scared, are you? Lin Dong joked. I'm worried about you. What if you get hurt? How would I continue my novel? This policewoman's thought process. Her first thought was that my novel would stop updating if I got hurt. Looks like she really is my loyal fan. Soon after, the two arrived at the crime scene. Lin Dong glanced at the security booth as he passed by. The guards inside, likely in their 50s or 60s, were asleep in their chairs. These security guards are utterly irresponsible. They're supposed to be on duty at night, yet they're all asleep. If they hadn't been sleeping on the day of the incident, they might have spotted someone suspicious. Ding Wei implied that the killer had taken the murder weapon, the victim's head, and the lower half of the body. They certainly didn't leave empty-handed. With few people coming and going in the dead of night, even without surveillance, anyone seeing such a suspicious figure would surely remember them. Then the police could create a profile based on the security guards' descriptions of the suspect's appearance. By analyzing surveillance footage from roads surrounding the residential complex, we can determine the suspect's escape route. Even if no suspicious individuals were found, it strongly suggests the killer likely resides in the neighborhood. But on the day of the incident, both security guards at the gate were asleep. The witness lead was completely useless. This complex has 3 buildings, all low-rise structures without elevators, with the tallest being only 6 stories. The complex is close to the subway station, just a few minutes walk, so many working-class folks who aren't exactly rolling in cash prefer renting here because it's cheap. Lin Dong nodded, his gaze scanning the neighborhood's surroundings. The perimeter wall wasn't very high, making it relatively easy to climb over. That way, one could bypass the security booth without being seen. Ding Wei casually glanced at Lin Dong, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Have any fans ever told you that you look just like the main character in your novels? Good looks don't put food on the table. Lin Dong's sudden remark startled Ding Wei, who then burst into laughter. If you help us crack this case, I'll treat you to dinner. It's a deal. Lin Dong wasn't particularly interested in meals. But when it came to his beautiful female fan, he had to indulge her. After all, she was a rare gem. In the fan group, a few troublemakers always teased me about writing cases too terrifying, surely no girl would want to read them. When the time comes, I'll invite those troublemaking haters from the group out. Let them see that besides you troublemakers, I've got quality female fans. The crime scene was on the 4th floor. The 2 young men were fit and quickly climbed the stairs. A lot of people moved out of this complex because of this case. Ding Wei pulled out her keys and continued. If it were me, knowing such a horrific murder happened in my own complex and the killer still hasn't been caught, I'd definitely move out too. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. They passed the door to apartment 42. On the day of the incident, it was the residents of this very apartment who forced open the victim's door. It was also the person who called the police. The doors of 42 and 43, the crime scene, were separated by just one wall. Good luck with soundproofing. Without music playing, the frequent moans and groans would indeed disturb others' rest. All the physical evidence from the original room is at the police station. Not much information remains here, so feel free to take a look around. The 2 slipped on shoe covers and stepped inside. The pungent, fishy stench that hit them made them involuntarily wrinkle their noses. Though Lin Dong had written about numerous murder cases, this was his first time at an actual crime scene. A terrifying aura of death permeated the air, sending shivers down one's spine. The evening breeze whistled through the air, carrying something else. Lin Dong walked around the interior of the house. Entering through the front door led directly into the living room. Opposite it were two doors, one to the master bedroom and the other to the guest bedroom. To the right were two more doors, one to the kitchen and the other to the bathroom. The two-bedroom, one living room layout covered about 80 square meters. The area with extensive bloodstains was in the living room. This must have been where the dismemberment took place. Inside the bedrooms, only the pillows on the beds showed traces of blood. The scene matched the case file description. But Lin Dong is a stickler for details. In this world, absolutely perfect crimes or rare clues are always left behind at the scene. They just go unnoticed by most people. After inspecting the living room and bedroom, Lin Dong made his way to the kitchen. Ding Wei followed behind him, tiptoeing like a kitten. We've thoroughly checked the kitchen, only the victim's fingerprints were found. We also checked that window over there and found no footprints or similar traces. The kitchen likely has nothing to do with the case. Seeing that Lin Dong hadn't found any clues in the living room or bedroom, Ding Wei had already given up hope. Perhaps the killer was truly meticulous, leaving no trace at the crime scene. The places that seem most unproblematic are often the easiest to overlook. Lin Dong slipped on gloves and turned on the faucet, noticing the weak water flow, a sign of low water pressure. He then opened the cabinet below, where a musty odor hit him. Grime covered the area beneath the sink basin. We already sprayed this area with luminol reagent and found no bloodstains, Ding Wei said, shining her phone flashlight closer. It probably wasn't blood. Lin Dong reached for the valve, a faint smile curling his lips. There are signs of recent repairs here, but clearly it wasn't fixed properly. The water pressure is still weak. Either the workmanship was poor, or there simply wasn't enough time for him to adjust the pressure properly. Ding Wei gaped in astonishment, goosebumps rising on her arms. So you mean, the killer might have gained access to the victim's room posing as a repairman? That's why the victim wasn't overly guarded. Holy crap! If that were true, the victim really couldn't have guarded against a repairman entering her home. Because the repairman was someone she invited in herself. Chapter 5, that's a different price. Following this line of reasoning, focusing the investigation on the maintenance crew would eliminate a large number of irrelevant suspects. Plus, he had previously speculated that the killer might be within this residential complex. That narrows the scope considerably. The forensic team had examined the kitchen area multiple times and found no signs of tampering with the valve. That level of meticulousness. Thankfully he writes fiction. If he put that mind to criminal purposes, he could likely pull off the perfect crime. Though it's just speculation, there are clear signs of recent repairs here. Unless the victim did it themselves, someone else must have been in the kitchen. Lin Dong removed his gloves and stood up. We've been investigating for 3 days and checked this area too, yet we completely missed any signs of repairs. You're incredibly thorough. He noticed the beautiful policewoman's gaze was practically dripping with admiration. Ahem. Lin Dong cleared his throat twice for effect. I just analyzed the clues. It doesn't necessarily pinpoint a suspect. Now that the victim's head has been found, we should be able to capture the perpetrator's physical features along the route. If we can locate the repairman in the neighborhood and compare his appearance with the body dumper's features, any similarity should pinpoint the killer. Have the forensic team come here tomorrow. If we can extract non-victim fingerprints, it'll be hugely beneficial for solving the case, including securing evidence once we apprehend the suspect. Ding Wei nodded emphatically. Got it. After inspecting the crime scene, Lin Dong double-checked for any overlooked details. Only then did he leave with Ding Wei. As soon as they stepped into the hallway outside, a man approached them. He appeared to be in his 30s, with short hair and an unremarkable appearance. Spotting Lin Dong and Ding Wei emerging from room 43, the man halted in surprise. Oh my, officer, you really are working hard, investigating cases this late at night. How did you know I'm a police officer? Ding Wei instinctively frowned. I saw you in uniform the day before yesterday when I was leaving work at the community gate. I haven't seen this officer before, but since you two came together, you must be colleagues. The man sighed. Poor Xiao Luo. She came from the county to work in the city, with an ailing mother back home. If she hadn't needed money so badly, she wouldn't have ended up in that line of work. You seem to know her quite well, Lin Dong remarked. Well, we're neighbors. She moved in over a year ago. We see each other all the time and have chatted a few times. She's truly pitiful. Officer, you must catch the killer. We will. Ding Wei replied firmly. Lin Dong remembered something. On the day of the incident, did you hear any unusual noises from your home? The man shook his head. She always played loud music when she had clients. You couldn't hear anything else over it. What kind of music? Not really sure. I'm not much of a music person, so even if I heard it, I wouldn't know the title. All I remember is that she usually turned off the music before 11 o'clock. But that night, the music was still playing at dawn. Old Zhang from 42 couldn't take it anymore. He knocked on the door but got no answer, so he stormed in and kicked it open. Lin Dong said with a half smile. Thanks for your cooperation. Remember to lock your door at night and stay safe. The man nodded with a smile and turned back to his own apartment. Lin Dong watched him go, lost in thought. Someone died next door, and he's still this calm. This guy's got some serious mental fortitude. The victim was dismembered. The killer must have equally formidable mental fortitude. Though he had no evidence, this man seemed to know the victim well, indicating they had a decent relationship, not just the typical no-contact neighbors. If he's involved, pressing him further might reveal a slip-up. But it could also tip off the killer. Better to wait until the police investigate tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Dong was roused from a daze by the ringing phone. Hello, who is this? Hey, it's me, Ding Wei. Lin Dong rubbed his eyes and slowly sat up in bed. He glanced at the time. It was already 10 in the morning. How's the investigation going? It's a bit complicated. We went to the property management office first to ask if they knew any construction workers, but they didn't know anything. So we had to start the second round of interviews. Ding Wei changed the subject. However, our colleagues from the trace evidence lab did collect a fingerprint under the sink that doesn't belong to the deceased. Strangely, it's only half a fingerprint. Not surprising. The suspect probably suddenly realized he'd left fingerprints without gloves, so he put them back on and wiped down the areas he'd touched before but didn't get them all clean. Lin Dong had already guessed as much. The complete absence of the suspect's fingerprints at the crime scene indicated meticulous planning. Too bad they made one slip up. And there it was, half a fingerprint left behind. Ding Wei sighed on the other end of the line. There are two opinions at headquarters now. Since the fingerprint didn't match any in the system database, the second squad thinks it must be old and unrelated to the case. They want to focus the investigation on the theory that the killer discarded the victim's head at the scrapyard. But our third squad intends to thoroughly re-examine the residents of the crime scene neighborhood. Lin Dongzheng picked up a cup from his nightstand and took a sip of water. Divergent investigative approaches within the police department were nothing unusual. But it didn't really concern me. I only agreed to review the case files, not to help them catch the killer outright. That's a different price. The next second, Ding Wei's timid voice came through again. Ide, could you come to the police station again? If you have time. But I still have to write my article today. If you help us crack this case, I'll find you inspiration. You want to show me files from other cases? That's against protocol, isn't it? No. Ding Wei pursed her lips, her voice tinged with shyness. I saw in your chapter comments that you mentioned how awkward the romantic scenes between the main characters always feel. I guessed you probably haven't been in a relationship. Lin Dong choked on his drink at this remark. Cough cough. Are you asking me out? Not exactly, but I know girls really well, so I can definitely give you experience and inspiration. If all else fails, I can even be your date for a day just to help spark your creativity. Speaking of which, I've been stuck on my writing lately. How can I write convincing romantic scenes when I've never even held a girl's hand? For an ordinary author, the book would just flop and be forgotten. But I'm a well-known author, after all. If I write a stinker, my reputation will take a hit. Hold on, I'm heading to the station right now. Lin Dong swore he wasn't lusting after the policewoman's 36D figure. It's all about writing better works. Damn it, I almost believed that myself. Chapter 6, Debating the Scholars. 20 minutes later, Lin Dong arrived at the police station entrance by taxi. Ding Wei had been waiting there for several minutes. Spotting Lin Dong, she hurriedly led him to the Criminal Investigation Division's conference room. As soon as they entered, they saw over 40 uniformed police officers seated inside. Every pair of eyes turned to him in unison. Lin Dong, with nothing to hide, showed no sign of nervousness. Anyone else would have been scared out of their wits by now. You're the one who wrote the book. The question came from Feng Xiaojun, captain of the 2nd Squadron of the Criminal Investigation Division at Qingteng City Police Bureau. Seated beside him was Teng Chao, captain of the 3rd Squadron. Hey, old Teng, your 3rd squad might have been slow on the case before, but at least you stuck with it. Why are you suddenly grasping at straws now? Having a book writer guide your investigation? That's just nonsense. As a police officer, Teng Chao harbored prejudice toward Lin Dong, an outsider. But the analysis Ding Wei shared upon returning at dawn had opened his eyes. That's why he asked Ding Wei to bring the man in. A mere author spotted suspicious fingerprints we missed. Is it that we cops lack professionalism, or has our investigative approach truly grown stale? Old Feng, what do you think? With the two captains speaking, the others dared not interject. Feng Xiaojun slammed his hand on the table and declared loudly. That fingerprint could have been left there ages ago. If we divert all our resources to combing the residential complex just because of that partial print, what about the scrapyard lead? Why can't we be certain? Lin Dong retorted sharply. What did you say? Feng Xiaojun frowned. We're holding an internal police meeting, and you, an outsider, not only don't keep quiet but actually dare to interrupt? Lin Dong calmly walked to the center of the conference room, ignoring Feng Xiaojun's murderous glare, and began speaking with composure. As fingerprints remain exposed longer, ozone in the surrounding air reacts with the unsaturated triacylglycerols deposited on fingertips. Which means, the time interval when the fingerprint was left can be determined. Once we establish that time interval, we can verify what I'm saying. That fingerprint was definitely left recently. If you focus your investigation on the decapitation angle, you'll only widen the scope of your search, effectively giving the killer more time to dispose of the victim's lower body. After hearing Lin Dong's words, the conference room fell into a brief silence. The police officers present all furrowed their brows in thought. After a long moment, Feng Xiaojun tilted his neck and turned to ask another officer. Wang Tao, you're the forensic specialist. Can that unsaturated triglyceride he mentioned really determine the time window for the fingerprint? It seems possible, but that's foreign forensic technology. We don't use it much domestically. If we were to pursue it, we could manage. Wang Tao knew he was in for a scolding and braced himself with a grimace. Some book writing guy knows more than you do. What the hell have you been doing all this time? Once we crack this case, you're writing a 2,000-word self-criticism. Feng Xiaojun, his face burning with embarrassment, stood up and continued his standoff with Lin Dong. Even if half a fingerprint was newly discovered at the crime scene, how did you deduce the killer lives in the neighborhood? I'm not picking on you, but I'm worried the killer has already fled far away, turning this case into a cold one. You can't afford that responsibility. Solving cases isn't like writing books, it's not just theoretical. Even if half a fingerprint appears at the scene, any possibility could be significant. It might not even be the killer's. Lin Dong's expression suddenly turned colder. I was willing to discuss this calmly, but since you're questioning my judgment, I won't play the helpless lamb anymore. No biological tissue was found under the victim's fingernails, indicating she had no time to react during the attack. For her guard to be completely down, the killer must have known her. Furthermore, the victim's head and lower body were not at the crime scene, clearly removed by the killer. The section from the knees up to the waist isn't small, and then there's the head to consider. Whether carrying a bag or a suitcase, it's more likely to draw the security guard's attention than someone walking empty-handed. Unless the killer knew the security guards would be asleep at dawn and dared to walk out openly, there's always a chance they'd be remembered. The case file mentions you've already checked the perimeter walls of the residential complex and found no signs of someone scaling them. If the killer didn't climb over the wall, then regardless of whether they took the victim's head and lower body out of the complex, it's highly likely they lived in the neighborhood where the crime occurred. Everyone processed Lin Dong's words in their minds, their shock beyond measure. It turned out their initial line of reasoning had been flawed from the start. They had assumed the killer must have carried the victim's head and lower body out of the complex, so their focus was entirely on searching outside the compound. But they'd overlooked the possibility that if the killer lived right in the complex, it would be far more convenient for them to commit the crime and hide the body. This writer seems to have some real insight. All personnel of the third squad, attention. Today we must collect fingerprints from every resident in this entire complex. For those not at home, document their details thoroughly for follow-up. Yes, sir. Feng Xiaojun from the second squad let out a soft hiss. Though he was utterly reluctant, there was no better plan at the moment. He quickly gave his orders. Second squad, all present. Fully cooperate with third squad's investigation. In these final 2 days, you must apprehend the suspect. Time waits for no one. Second and third squads launched a joint operation, swiftly conducting a thorough investigation in the residential complex where the crime occurred. Officer, didn't you come here the day before yesterday? Why are you back again today? Our previous investigation wasn't thorough enough. Just cooperate with us, it won't take much of your time. Who do you usually call for repairs when you have issues with water, electricity, or gas? My husband handles minor issues himself. For major problems, we have to hire someone from outside. While the police investigated, Lin Dong followed along. He believed in seeing things through to the end. Having gotten involved in this case, how could he possibly quit halfway? There was another reason. Officer Ding seems to admire me a bit. If I help the police crack this case, Officer Ding's admiration for me will surely flow like the Yellow River, endless and unstoppable. Men, after all crave admiration from women. Lin Dong was no exception. Has the property manager arrived yet? Ding Wei nodded obediently. Yes, they're here. With their assistance, our door-to-door inquiries will be much more efficient. The maintenance workers listed for the complex's brother Chuan from our team has already collected their fingerprints. But many are at work and not home right now. We might be here all day. Solving cases is like that most of the time is tedious. But when the breakthrough comes and the killer is caught, everything becomes worth it. Chapter 7, Mental Fortitude. Following Deputy Director Tung Chao's instructions, Ding Wei stayed close to Lin Dong. If Lin Dong suddenly had any new insights, she was to relay them immediately. With all this commotion we're making, if the killer really lives in the complex, he must have noticed by now. Could he be trying to escape? Only someone with something to hide would flee. If the key person we're investigating tonight doesn't return, there's an 80–90% chance they're the suspect. With nationwide networked surveillance now, disappearing within the country is nearly impossible. Lin Dong studied the list Ding Wei had brought. It only listed a portion of residents anyone with repair skills was included. This complex isn't that big. If someone's water, electricity, or gas goes out, they'll call a repairman. A simple inquiry would reveal who they called. The person living in 4-4 is also a repairman? When Lin Dong saw 4-4 on the list, his mind flashed back to the man he'd seen last night. He seemed mentally tough, working late hours. This guy is highly suspicious. Really? Then he's a major suspect, isn't he? He certainly is. Ding Wei leaned closer, studying the list alongside Lin Dong. The man's name was Huang Xiaowei, 31 years old. According to property registration records, that apartment belonged to him. Previously, the property deed was under his parents' names. For reasons unknown, it had been transferred to him. The property management provided limited information. Further details would require police investigation. We don't have to wait for the owner to return to collect fingerprints. We can take them directly from the door handle. It'll only take a few minutes. Then we can compare them with that partial print back at the station to confirm if it's him. Lin Dong's words made Ding Wei realize. Waiting for the owner to return meant waiting until evening. Time was their most precious resource now. So Ding Wei called in colleagues from the third squad responsible for trace evidence examination. They went to room 4-4 and collected fingerprints from the door handle. The results matched perfectly. Fingerprints don't lie. The print you collected from the door handle perfectly matches the partial print found on the water pipe at the crime scene. Inside the forensic examination division. Upon hearing this news, Lin Dong and Ding Wei felt as though they'd won 500 yuan on a scratch-off lottery ticket. It wasn't the jackpot. They still lacked concrete evidence against the suspect, but at least they had a clear direction. Who would have thought the killer brushed past us last night? I foolishly replied to him when he insisted we catch the murderer. Looking back now, it was pure provocation. Ding Wei's nose wrinkled in anger, her fists clenched tightly. Hope we didn't tip him off. If he realized the police had key evidence, he might have already fled last night. I'll report this to the captain immediately and have them locate the suspect first. If he's already fled, issue a wanted notice right away. By normal logic, after committing the crime, the killer would naturally think about escaping. No matter where they go, they won't stay put waiting for the police to arrest them. Even if the odds of getting away clean were slim, it was better than no chance at all. If Huang Xiaowei really was the killer, why didn't he run? Was he really that confident he left no evidence behind? Lin Dong rubbed his chin. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt someone grab his hand. Before he could react, he was yanked away in the next instant. Whoa, you've got some strength. Where are you dragging me? Ding Wei turned back, her voice cold and firm. I just told the captain about the fingerprints and asked him to issue a warrant for the suspect. He was about to send someone to find him when Huang Xiaowei happened to return. He came back on his own? Lin Dong furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling something. A faint smile touched his lips. Things are starting to get interesting. This guy's mental fortitude is off the charts. If he runs away, it proves he committed the crime. But if he doesn't run, and the police can't find key evidence, he can insist he had nothing to do with it. Lin Dong had once crafted a supervillain in his novels. Each time after killing someone, he remained utterly composed, even going so far as to mail clues to the police himself. Compared to the mastermind in my book, this guy has way too many flaws. Half an hour later, suspect Huang Xiaowei was brought to the police station's interrogation room. A one-way glass partition separated the two sides. Those inside couldn't see out, but those outside could observe everything within. Tang Chao and Wang Jinchuan were conducting the interrogation. Given the heinous nature of the crime, the captain of the third squad personally led the interrogation, determined to get to the bottom of it. Name: Huang Xiaowei. Place of origin: local resident of Qingteng City. Know why we're here for you. Tang Chao's tone carried a sharp edge. Wang Jinchuan, the officer seated beside him, was responsible for taking the interrogation notes. It must be about the death next door, right? I'm really puzzled. Instead of catching the killer, why did you drag me here? You wouldn't be planning to beat a confession out of me, would you? I hear you cops have standardized procedures for interrogations now, with cameras in the room. If you try to beat a confession out of me, I'll have my lawyer sue you. Huang Xiaowei looked utterly innocent. This infuriated Ding Wei, watching from behind the glass. If he really is the killer, his acting is way too convincing. He might even win an Oscar. Second squad has started comparing the man who threw the head at the scrapyard. Does his silhouette match? No results yet. Lin Dong looked at Ding Wei. If he is the killer, it'll be tough to get results. Since he wore women's shoes at the crime scene to disguise himself as a female perpetrator, he'd definitely disguise himself when dumping the body too. The person caught on surveillance could easily be a large, overweight individual. Road cameras are far away, so the pixel quality isn't very clear. Wearing extra layers to appear heavier would make it difficult for you to detect. Ding Wei exclaimed in surprise. Wow! You're amazing, Hide. How did you know the body dumping suspect on the road surveillance was fat? Lin Dong paused. Earlier it was deduction, but this time I'm just guessing. Either way, the killer definitely won't leave us much evidence. I want to go to Huang Xiaowei's place and see if there's anything we can do. Ding Wei grinned mischievously. Technically, we can't enter a citizen's home without a search warrant. But I can pick locks. You can pick locks? Lin Dong exclaimed in surprise. Your skill tree is pretty wild. Are you training to be both a cop and a crook? Ding Wei chuckled and quickly explained. Back in police academy, our instructor said that to catch criminals, you have to learn to think like one. Not to commit crimes, but to understand the criminal mind. I figured I'd mostly handle petty theft cases, so I learned lockpicking. That way I could tell if a thief was a repeat offender. Lin Dong was utterly stunned, thinking. The contrast between this beauty and her police officer persona just keeps getting more intriguing. Chapter 8, Mastering both cop and criminal, right? The battle in the interrogation room raged on. You guys called me back saying you needed my fingerprints. I've got nothing to hide, so I came right back, didn't even finish my shift. And what do? Just arrest me outright. Huang Xiaowei sneered coldly. Cops these days are useless. Can't catch the real criminals, so they take it out on us ordinary folks. What kind of ability is that? Watch your language. Wang Jinchuan, known for his hot temper, flared up instantly. What's wrong with what I said? Is there a problem? If you think there is, go ahead and hit me. Beat me into submission, and I'll confess under duress. Seeing this man was a tough nut to crack, Tung Chao lit a cigarette and slowed the interrogation pace. Answer me this, have you been to the victim's home recently? Yes. When? What for? About 5 or 6 days ago. Luo Fanglu said the water pressure was weak when she took a shower, so she asked me to take a look. I figured it was a water pressure issue, so I helped fix it. Then why didn't you fix it? I'm just a mechanic, not a plumber. If I can't fix it, it means my skills aren't up to par. What else could it be? I told her to call the water company to take a look, then I left. Tung Chao pressed further. If you were just fixing a pipe, why did you wipe away your fingerprints? I don't understand what you're talking about. There's only half a fingerprint on the pipe. If you were really just fixing the pipe, your fingerprints should be all over it. I don't understand what you're talking about. Huang Xiaowei's expression was utterly defiant. As if to say, I love seeing you guys look at me like you can't stand me, but you can't touch me. Let's go. Head to his place. Lin Dong knew pressing further wouldn't yield anything. Only those with weak mental fortitude would break down and confess everything once they got to the police station. Someone with this kind of mental fortitude was completely useless. The two quickly arrived at the crime scene apartment complex. Seeing Ding Wei nervously pull out lockpicking tools, Lin Dong couldn't resist teasing her. First time? Of course it is. I haven't picked a lock since graduating from the police academy. I wonder if my technique is rusty. Ding Wei knew this wasn't by the book, so she remained quite nervous. Less than half a minute later, a sharp click sounded and the door swung open. Damn. You must have some side hustle with those skills. Hey, stop teasing me, Hida. You're making me nervous. Ding Wei looked like a child who'd done something wrong, biting her lip in confusion. It was kind of cute. Let's go inside and take a look. See if this guy's innocent or a master criminal. Lin Dong slipped on shoe covers and entered the room. The interior layout was largely similar to the crime scene, differing only in the furnishings. Given the victim's occupation in a specialized industry, the home was decorated with a certain flair. In the suspect's residence, however, the living room featured an entire wall of bookshelves stacked high with various volumes. Strange. Huang Xiaowei worked in auto repair. Why would he have so many books at home? Ever seen a sanitation worker paint oil paintings? Or a scavenger practice calligraphy? Lin Dong raised his voice. As they say, masters exist among the common folk. Truthfully, he was also trying to praise himself. Dante Wei's attention was clearly focused on the investigation. The victim's lower body was still missing. The killer had either dumped it elsewhere or was still hiding it somewhere, unable to dispose of it yet. More importantly, the third squad had little time left to solve the case. The two split up to work more efficiently. Lin Dong primarily searched the bedroom and living room, leaving the rest of the house to Ding Wei. Upon arrival, Ding Wei had brought luminol reagent from the police station. This reagent is primarily used for blood testing. Even if bloodstains on the floor have been cleaned to the point of being invisible to the naked eye, spraying them with luminol reagent will still trigger a chemical reaction, producing a blue-purple fluorescence. However, the reagent had certain limitations. For instance, bleach could also trigger luminol's glow. Therefore, even if fluorescence appeared at the scene, it couldn't definitively prove the suspect was the killer. It could only serve as a reference point for further investigation. Yet after thoroughly examining the entire room, the luminol reagent showed no reaction whatsoever. Lin Dong also meticulously examined the suspect's bedroom and living room. Nothing out of the ordinary. It was as if everything had been meticulously cleaned. This observation stemmed from the suspect's occupation as a mechanic, which typically involves handling greasy materials. Yet his home was spotless, almost obsessively clean, with everything arranged in perfect order. The most vivid description would be that it resembled a model home, albeit an old, run-down, small version. That's so weird. Ding Wei murmured. You think it's strange too, right? This guy must be love between men. You girls don't need to worry about that. Ding Wei nodded as if she understood. You mean men? Why do you think that? The room's tidy and odorless. He's either a crossdresser or a guy. Since you don't know about men, what you find strange probably isn't the same as what I find strange. Ding Wei stood at attention, as if she were back in police academy undergoing her instructor's final evaluation. What strikes me as odd is seeing briefs hanging on the clothesline in the utility balcony. Don't men usually wear boxers? True, boxers dig into your balls. Lin Dong suddenly realized. He hurried to the utility balcony and saw what was hanging on the clothesline. It wasn't men's briefs at all. They were clearly women's briefs. This is women's clothing, can't you tell? No way, I don't usually wear stuff like this either. Lin Dong? Holy crap. This kind of women's underwear is actually pretty common. Officer Ding doesn't usually wear this style. She either goes for lace or athletic types. Though she probably wears the athletic kind most often. Imagining Officer Ding in lace, the contrast is pretty striking. Ahem. Lin Dong quickly snapped out of his thoughts. If he kept imagining that, he'd get a nosebleed. Huang Xiaowei's place clearly only has one occupant, yet we found women's underwear and it's been washed. Could it be he has a particular fetish? Ding Wei asked, her face flushing. Are you implying cross-dressing? Exactly. Some men seek stimulation by wearing women's underwear or clothing to reach their so-called thrill point. The utility balcony is right next to the bedroom where the crime occurred. Even if the victim played music during client encounters, the sounds from the bedroom would still be quite audible. Perhaps every time the victim had clients, Huang Xiaowei would put on women's underwear and then. Lin Dong stopped himself. Suddenly, the place felt utterly filthy. Ding Wei listened with a furrowed brow throughout. When she looked up and saw that pair of panties hanging to dry, she felt utterly disgusted. Chapter 9. Do you believe in light? So Huang Xiaowei isn't the killer, just a simple pervert? Ding Wei felt deflated. She'd finally found a suspect, only to have it dismissed so quickly. Not necessarily. This pair of panties was likely deliberately left here by Huang Xiaowei to lead us into thinking he's just a simple pervert. Think about it, this place is so meticulously tidy, yet this pair of women's underwear is hanging here so conspicuously. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Ding Wei said in her soft, delicate voice. Hearing you analyze it like that, it does seem strange. Anyone who's thoroughly studied the art of war is a clever person. That copy on the bookshelf has been read to shreds. Too bad, he ran into someone even smarter. Lin Dong wasn't bragging, but Huang Xiaowei's tricks were like confessions in his eyes. Now he suspected even more strongly that Huang Xiaowei was the murderer. People with unusual fetishes often have difficulties in that area. They might not be able to perform normally, so they resort to other ways to satisfy themselves. The suspect is trying to steer our investigation down this path because the victim was likely raped and then dismembered. That way, he can wash his hands of the crime. After hearing Lin Dong's analysis, Ding Wei's expression froze. So cunning. We almost fell for his trap. Given this, his suspicion is indeed very high. But we still haven't found the crucial evidence to convict him. Just then, Lin Dong suddenly noticed a worn patch on the living balcony near the deceased's bedroom. In these older neighborhoods, especially where the exterior walls were particularly dirty, a thick layer of dust had accumulated. Yet at that specific spot, there was a distinct mark left by friction. It stood in stark contrast to the surrounding layers of dust. Judging by its size, it appeared to be the width of a rope. A rope? Lin Dong's eyes suddenly widened as if struck by a thought. Bring the luminol reagent and follow me. Where are we going? You'll see soon enough. The two descended the stairs and headed to the rear of the building. This area. Apply the luminol reagent. Here? Ding Wei didn't quite understand, but she complied and sprayed the luminol reagent. However, since luminol only produces a fluorescent reaction in darkness, after spraying the reagent, they had to sew an opaque curtain onto the black sunshade umbrella. Fortunately, Ding Wei had brought all the necessary tools with her when she left the police station. Just as she was unfolding the umbrella, Lin Dong suddenly asked, "Do you believe in light? When I was little, I didn't watch Ultraman. I watched Little Fairies. If all goes according to plan, you'll believe in light very soon." Ding Wei opened the umbrella fully, and the two squeezed underneath it together. With the fabric sewn together, the inside was pitch black. They could smell each other's breath. Sure enough, pretty girls really do smell like perfume. Light. There's light. Ding Wei suddenly cried out. No wonder she was so excited. Lin Dong was equally thrilled, though his composure kept it hidden. The luminescent reaction after spraying the luminol reagent confirmed the presence of bloodstains. And judging by the intensity of the glow, there was a significant amount of blood. How could there be bloodstains here? If I'm not mistaken, after dismembering the body at the crime scene, the killer didn't carry the head and lower torso out. Instead, they chose a more discreet method to avoid being seen outside. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes, using his profiling skills to reconstruct the sequence of events. He likely preemptively lowered a rope from the top floor. After killing the victim, he used the rope to lower the head and lower body from the crime scene into his own home. The reason we found no bloodstains in the killer's home might be that he wrapped the body parts in waterproof cloth, leaving no traces. After completing these tasks, he left the crime scene empty-handed. With music playing in the victim's home, his actions including dismemberment were unlikely to be heard by neighbors. Ding Wei hesitated before asking. If he used a waterproof tarp, shouldn't there be no bloodstains on it? Exactly. The fact that blood was found here indicates the killer moved the victims remains a second time. Lin Dong moved the umbrella aside. A pair of delicate, rosy lips appeared right before his eyes. Close enough to kiss with just a slight pout. Holy! It was too dark under the umbrella earlier, I couldn't see a thing. No wonder I kept catching Officer Ding's breath, we were this close. Ding Wei trembled with embarrassment too, her ears suddenly flushing red. It's a nice day today. Perfect for checking out the rooftop. Lin Dong awkwardly changed the subject. He really wasn't good at being around girls. The rooftop? Ding Wei asked, puzzled. Do you believe in light? Lin Dong asked again. I didn't believe in it before, but I do now. Then I'll make you believe again. Lin Dong and Ding Wei made their way to the rooftop of the building. Up there were a few small vegetable patches and some areas piled with odds and ends. Some people, after moving from the countryside to the city, still couldn't shake their farming habits. They'd use any available space to grow things, even rooftops were no exception. The moment they stepped onto the roof, a foul stench hit them. This stinks. They're actually using urine as fertilizer. It's not urine. Lin Dong recognized the smell immediately. He had once done something truly disgusting. To describe the smell of decomposing corpses, he caught a rat with a mousetrap in his neighborhood and placed it in a glass jar to rot. When the time was right, he opened it and took a whiff. That's sourness. It was like mixing rotten eggs with half a month's worth of constipated feces, then dousing it with the aroma of canned herring soup. Though the stench here wasn't quite that intense, Lin Dong still sensed that the missing lower half of the victim's body might very well be buried right here. The two searched the vegetable plots separately. Soon, Ding Wei discovered one plot with obvious signs of disturbance. Moreover, the plants in the disturbed area were growing much better than the others. Hey, look over here. Lin Dong ran over, took a look, and immediately exclaimed. Dead man's fertilizer. Dig. Shovels were stored among the clutter on the rooftop. To avoid disturbing the evidence, the two carefully dug away the top layer of soil. The stench grew increasingly pungent. When Lin Dong felt the shovel strike something with a different texture than the soil, he immediately stopped digging. Before his eyes lay a rotting thigh bone. The flesh had turned into a viscous, nauseating mass, while the exposed white bone in the center looked eerily terrifying. Had Lin Dong not previously conducted experiments on animal carcasses, he likely would have vomited at the sight. Get the forensic team and evidence collection unit here immediately. If we can extract the killer's DNA, this case will be solved. Chapter 10, Not even $5. The initial investigation was still ongoing, so when Ding Wei contacted the squad, all the officers patrolling the neighborhood rushed to the rooftop. The forensic and evidence collection teams arrived at the scene within half an hour. Using professional techniques, they excavated the victim's lower body from the ground. The killer is utterly depraved. How could he bring himself to do this? Trying to understand the killer with normal logic will only lead to gibberish. Lin Dong shrugged. Now, there's good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Let's hear the bad news first. I have a bad feeling about this. Ding Wei felt a bit tense. If the killer still couldn't be identified based on the victim's lower body, then all the investigation over the past few days would have been for nothing. The bad news comes in 3 scenarios. The killer did not assault the victim. The killer violated the victim but took precautions. The killer took no precautions, leaving DNA inside the victim. However, due to decomposition, the DNA may have degraded, making it impossible to determine whose it is. Ding Wei blinked her beautiful eyes, a hint of despair flickering in her gaze. Don't worry, there's still good news. The victim was wearing underwear on the lower body, which might retain the killer's DNA. Though it could be affected by bacteria and other microorganisms, we should still hold on to a sliver of hope. Lin Dong patted Ding Wei's shoulder. You've done everything you could. As for the rest, it's up to Lady Luck to see if she'll smile on us. Back at the police station, the interrogation of Huang Xiaowei continued. With more evidence now in hand, Tung Chao and Wang Jinchuan intensified their interrogation tactics. A real man takes responsibility for his actions. We found the victim's lower body on the rooftop and discovered rope friction marks on your living balcony. You used that rope to hoist the victim's lower body up to the rooftop, didn't you? Wang Jinchuan barked angrily. Confess immediately. Officer, I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. I may not have gone to college, but I'm no fool. Without evidence, you can't convict me. Huang Xiaowei tilted his head, staring straight ahead with a smirk that wasn't quite a smile. His expression was as arrogant as could be. Lin Dong couldn't stand it anymore. Can I go inside? Technically speaking, it's not really possible. Before Ding Wei could finish her sentence, Tung Chao, seated inside, overheard the observation room's exchange through his Bluetooth earpiece. He immediately stood up and walked over. Xiao Ding, go get a police uniform for Himu and have him try it on. That bastard's got some nerves of steel. After half a day of interrogation, he's still so calm. Tong Chao genuinely admired Lin Dong now. But he didn't know Lin Dong's real name, only his pen name, Himu. The suspect lived in the same residential complex as the crime scene, and the discovery of the victim's lower body was all thanks to Lin Dong's deductions. This book writer really has something. Ding Wei smiled with inexplicable excitement and hurried off to find a police uniform. For some reason, seeing her favorite author receive recognition made her feel genuinely happy. After slipping into the uniform, Lin Dong entered the interrogation room. Wang Jinxuan, unaware of the situation, assumed the captain had returned. Captain Tung, he turned his head and saw it was Lin Dong. The expletive on the tip of his tongue nearly slipped out. Cough. Play along. Lin Dong quickly whispered the reminder before taking Teng Chao's original seat. He quickly got into character. You love reading so much. If you'd gotten into college or vocational school back then, your life would have been completely different, right? Who says I didn't get in? It's just that I had useless parents who couldn't afford to send me to school. Thankfully they died early and left me the house. Otherwise, living with them would have been unbearable. Huang Xiaowei's eyes filled with disgust as he recalled his parents. You love reading and think you're pretty smart. Isn't that true? Of course not. Lin Dong smiled, his gaze sharpening. You think you pulled off the perfect crime this time? To me, it's nothing special. I didn't commit any crime. Don't try to trick me. You deliberately left a pair of women's underwear at home to steer us toward thinking about cross-dressing, making us believe you're impotent and incapable of such acts. Lin Dong chuckled. Honestly, if you hadn't tried to cover your tracks so blatantly, I might not have noticed the rope marks on the exterior wall of the living room balcony. Huang Xiaowei's expression began to crack. It was clear he was forcing himself to stay calm. On the day of the incident, the victim had just finished with a client when she encountered you arriving to fix her water pressure issue. During the repair, you developed sinister intentions toward her and decided to act. Suddenly remembering you hadn't worn gloves while fixing the pipes, you put them on and wiped away your fingerprints from the pipes. The victim had no reason to be wary of you. In her mind, you were someone she could trust. But she was wrong. Taking advantage of her lack of guard, you struck her head with an object, knocking her unconscious. I've thought this through carefully. The victim was clearly a sex worker. You could have paid for her services. Why kill her? Was it to save money? I don't think so. You're not a crossdresser, you're impotent. A life controlled by your parents since childhood warped your psyche. Perhaps you've never been in a relationship, nor do you know how to interact with women. You couldn't perform normally with a woman conscious, so you had to knock her out first to carry out the assault. During this process, the victim suddenly woke up and began to fight back. You struck her head again, but this time, you killed her outright. Huang Xiaowei clenched his fists, his face contorting into a hideous grimace. You say that, but do you have any evidence? Believe it or not, I'll sue you for defamation. Lin Dong suddenly raised his voice. Of course I have evidence. The victim had just finished with a client and might have been dressed provocatively. Your lustful thoughts weren't premeditated, they were a loss of rationality. You weren't wearing. You severed her head because of the wound on it. You feared investigators would trace the weapon used. And you cut off her lower body because it contained DNA evidence that would pinpoint you. As for dismembering the body, I saw a foreign crime novel at your place called Tragedy of the Curtain. It details a killer who murders, dismembers, and disguises the body as a fat man's corpse. Also, I found my own books at your place. The 8 Sins trilogy. I really owe you one, at least you contributed a bit to my royalties. Huang Xiaowei replied coldly, I bought a pirated copy. Lin Dong. Damn it. Not even giving me $5. You're hilarious. You're clearly a cop pretending to be a writer. And don't try to trick me, I'm educated. After all this time, the body would have decomposed. Even if there was DNA inside, it'd be long gone by now. Lin Dong's face hardened with arrogance. True, nothing can be extracted from the body. But the victim wasn't wearing underwear when you assaulted her. The DNA residue on those can last a very long time. Hearing this, Huang Xiaowei's scalp tingled, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Seeing the suspect's expression, Tong Chao, standing in the observation room, grinned. Gotcha. Chapter 11, A Man Should Own His Actions. Huang Xiaowei's emotions suddenly collapsed. Seated on the tiger bench, he bellowed at the top of his lungs. I could have had a better life. It's all because of my useless parents. If they'd had the money to send me to school back then, I'd never be a damn mechanic now. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow slightly. You know what? You're nothing but a coward. Huang Xiaowei lifted his head coldly, his gaze fixed intently on him. Just like how you're running away from your responsibilities now. Back then, if you really wanted to study, you had plenty of ways to raise the money. You could have worked during summer break or applied for student loans. You were afraid you wouldn't succeed, so you gave up on your life without a fight. The person you should blame isn't your parents, it's yourself. Wang Jinchuan, standing nearby, saw the suspect's emotions beginning to collapse while Lin Dong continued to press him. He quietly reminded him. Should we take a break? I'm afraid he's about to break down. We want him to break down. Otherwise, he won't confess. Isn't there DNA on the underwear? We haven't gotten the results yet. Maybe the bacteria from the decomposing body destroyed the DNA. Lin Dong whispered. Whoa. Holy. Wang Jinchuan finally understood why Lin Dong had been relentlessly pressing the suspect. There was still no concrete evidence. Seizing the moment, he pressed on. If you're a man, you should own up to your actions. She trusted you so deeply you killed her. How can you live with that betrayal? I truly let her down. Huang Xiaowei hung his head, his mental defenses crumbling. If she hadn't made that joke that day, maybe I wouldn't have done this. I was fixing the pipes in the kitchen. She just finished with a client and was dressed provocatively. I found her attractive, but I managed to control myself. But then she suddenly said, seeing how hard you're working, I'll give you a discount if you want to play with me. I have this mental aversion to that kind of work, so I refused. But she just laughed and asked if I was inadequate down there. I knew she was probably joking, but my insecurity in that fire just ignited for no reason. When she wasn't looking, I hit her over the head with a wrench from the repair kit. Seeing her lying motionless on the floor, her pale thighs exposed, her underwear visible beneath her nightgown, I couldn't control myself and raped her like a beast. I'd completely lost my mind. During it, she suddenly woke up. Her screams terrified me, so I struck her head again with the tool. This time, I hit her too hard. I killed her. Huang Xiaowei's expression twisted into a savage grimace. It was as if he had returned to the day of the crime. I continued to violate her, ravaging her body, finding an unprecedented sense of pleasure. But after it was over, I suddenly calmed down. Realizing she was dead, I knew living next door would make me a prime suspect. Then I remembered that book I'd read earlier and mimicked the methods described to dispose of her body. Huang Xiaowei confessed to the details of the crime, including some overlooked aspects that might hold evidence. Tung Chao immediately dispatched people to search for them. By the time the interrogation concluded, it was already afternoon. Lin Dong emerged from the interrogation room to find Ding Wei smiling at him. You're amazing. It was your discovery of the living room balcony that led us to the victim's lower body. If not, we might never have found it. Once the body decomposed and the DNA evidence on her underwear vanished, he might have gotten away with it. He actually complimented me. Ding Wei's eyes twinkled. Emu, what's your real name? Calling you by your pen name always feels a bit awkward. Tung Chao, carrying a file folder, paused when he passed by Lin Dong and Ding Wei. His name is Lin Dong. Before Lin Dong could answer, Ding Wei spoke up for him. Tung Chao stared at Ding Wei, an involuntary smile spreading across his face. Based on my years of investigative instincts, this girl probably doesn't just admire him, it's more complicated than that. Well, the police department doesn't interfere with officers' personal matters. If little Ding could get along with him, then whenever the station encountered a troublesome case in the future, they could always call on him for help. Tung Chao's mindset was far more open than that of Feng Xiaojun, the captain of the second squad. It was his idea to search for clues online. That's why Ding Wei reached out to Lin Dong. Moreover, with the internet so advanced nowadays, the killer is well aware of our police investigation procedures. This includes wiping fingerprints, avoiding leaving DNA traces, and so on. Lin Dong isn't part of our police department, so his thinking is more detached. This actually makes it easier for him to see things from the killer's perspective. Sticking to old ways and resting on past achievements is unacceptable. We need to upgrade our thinking. Ding, you've been working hard on this case these past few days. I'm giving you a day off. Go treat Lin Dong to a meal, consider it on me. Just submit the receipt to me later. Huh? Ding Wei gasped in surprise. Also, since Lin Dong helped us solve this case, the department's reward won't be small. It'll be deposited into your bank account. If you want a commendation banner, our team can make one for you. Lin Dong waved his hands repeatedly. The reward money is enough. As for the commendation banner, I'm just a writer. What use would a banner be to me? Alright, I've got work to do. There's still a lot to handle with this case. Ding, you should head home early and take care of what you need to do. Tung Chao finished speaking and gave Ding Wei a meaningful smile. That look seemed to say, I get it. I totally get it. Not the captain. What do you know? Ding Wei was utterly confused, but getting time off felt pretty nice. She had already agreed to treat He to dinner. After Tung Chao left, Ding Wei turned to look at Lin Dong. He, what do you feel like eating tonight? I'm treating. Captain picks up the tab. No need to be polite, heh. Lin Dong was actually feeling a bit hungry. He'd arrived at the police station early that morning and had been helping them with the case ever since. He hadn't even had breakfast, let alone lunch. Let's go for a hot pot. We should take advantage of the cooler weather while it lasts. Once June hits, the heat will really kick in. We're truly on the same wavelength. How did you know I wanted hot pot? Ding Wei looked thrilled. Wait here for me. I'll go change clothes. Watching Ding Wei jog off, she radiated pure energy. Lin Dong suddenly remembered Ding Wei's offer to help him find inspiration. A day-long date, couldn't they do anything? Lately, he'd been stuck writing his novel, and whenever it came to the female lead scenes, it gave him a headache. A beautiful policewoman, this role was quite similar to the female lead in his novel. Could this be heaven sending me a muse for inspiration? 10 minutes later, Lin Dong spotted Ding Wei in plain clothes outside the police station. Her white t-shirt and jeans accentuated her long legs, seemingly endless. She was still riding her beloved little motorcycle, flashing Lin Dong a sweet smile. Hop on, Hida. Chapter 12, A Shattering Dream. Ding Wei was a foodie who had collected quite a few hidden gem restaurants. When Lin Dong craved hot pot, she immediately thought of the perfect spot. Nestled in an alley of the old town, she says this kind of neighborhood hot pot offers the most authentic flavors. We got here early today, so no need to wait in line. If we'd come at 6 o'clock, we'd probably have to queue for over an hour. Ding Wei walked into the restaurant with practiced ease and handed the menu to Lin Dong. Hida, order whatever you want. Go ahead and get extra meat. I usually can't bring myself to order much because it's pretty pricey here. Lin Dong understood the implication. Since the captain was picking up the tab, he could go all out. No need to hold back then. Beef tripe, duck gizzards, double pepper beef. Make that 2 servings of duck gizzards. Ding Wei pursed her lips, looking every bit the foodie. After ordering, the two sat across from each other, and the atmosphere suddenly grew awkward. Mainly because Lin Dong had never dined alone with a girl before. He had no idea what to talk about. He couldn't exactly discuss crimes or autopsies over dinner, could he? Though it wasn't exactly impossible. Hida, have you really never dated anyone? Ding Wei propped her chin on one hand, leaning her chest against the edge of the table, her cleavage faintly visible. What a waste on the table. After graduating from college, I've been writing novels non-stop. I rarely went out, so naturally I didn't meet many people. Lin Dong shrugged. So? I really haven't dated anyone. What about in college? I spent 4 years gaming with my roommates every day. No wonder. You're quite handsome, Hida, and you've got literary talent too. I was wondering why you couldn't find a girlfriend in college. Turns out it was because gaming got in the way. Ding Wei paused before continuing. My university schedule was incredibly demanding, leaving little free time. After graduation, I got a job at a police station and transferred to the police bureau last year. So you never dated either? Lin Dong asked. Yeah, no time for that. Lin Dong scratched his nose, finding the next words a bit hard to get out. You mentioned helping me find inspiration earlier. Is that still on? Of course it is. Chinese people don't cheat Chinese people. After we finish eating, I'll take you shopping. Did Officer Ding really think a date meant just shopping? Wouldn't that mean going to see a movie? The movie itself didn't matter. In the dark, intimacy between men and women tends to heat up. Since I'm about to write a cinema murder scene anyway, I might as well treat this as inspiration. The dishes they ordered arrived one after another, and soon they began dipping them in hot pot. Lin Dong picked up a piece of braised beef and placed it on Ding Wei's plate. This piece has the best texture. Try it. Ding Wei reached for her bowl to accept it, but then remembered her promise to Lin Dong about their one-day date. She parted her rosy lips, eyes half closed, and caught the beef directly with her mouth before chewing it slowly. In that instant, Lin Dong's heart skipped a beat. What is this feeling called love? This damn thing is the feeling of love. Especially when he saw Ding Wei open her mouth to catch it for some reason, his breathing quickened. It really is. So tender and flavorful. How did you know this piece of beef was the tastiest? Ding Wei looked at Lin Dong, her expression utterly incredulous. When braised beef absorbs the marinade, the chunks become saturated with broth, making them reflect light distinctly. You can tell just by looking closely. Seriously, Hida, your knowledge is way too broad. Ding Wei's admiration for Lin Dong grew even stronger. Handsome, a great writer, and a skilled detective. In her eyes, he was the perfect man. A writer of detective fiction must broaden their knowledge to craft compelling cases. Lin Dong suddenly took on a mysterious air. Would you believe I could get the owner to waive the bill for us? Ding Wei stared at him blankly. Is the owner of this place also your fan? Not at all. The problem is with this beef tendon. They're charging over 30 yuan per serving, clearly the price for genuine beef tendon. But they're passing off synthetic tendon as the real thing. Once we call the owner over, they'll want to settle this quietly and give us a free meal. Synthetic? Ding Wei fished a piece of tendon out of the hot pot broth but couldn't tell the difference after staring at it for ages. I'm very particular about food. The first bite just tasted off. Verifying it is simple. Beef tendon is high in protein, so when burned, it gives off a burnt feather smell. Basic junior high chemistry. Lin Dong used chopsticks to push the tendon to the bottom of the pot, held it over the flame for a moment, then brought it close to Ding Wei's nose. There's no smell at all. See? So the boss will be covering our meal later. Hee, I'll thank our captain for you. As they neared the end of their meal, Lin Dong asked the waiter to summon the owner. Upon learning they were police officers, the owner didn't argue but apologetically waived the bill. Afterward, the two went shopping in a nearby commercial district, picked a 10 p.m. movie, and went home separately after the screening. He couldn't tell how long he'd slept, but Lin Dong felt he might be dreaming. Yet the dream felt so vividly real that he couldn't be certain if it was real or not. In the dream, he and Ding Wei were still in the cinema, but all the other moviegoers had vanished. Suddenly, Ding Wei tilted her head back and pressed her lips against his. Blushing shyly, she closed her eyes and sucked deeply on the taste of his mouth. Dreams defied logic. Just as Lin Dong couldn't fathom why he, a lifelong virgin, would dare act so boldly in public. The flickering lights from the screen cast a soft glow, and Lin Dong saw a seductive glint in Ding Wei's eyes, making her double eyelids appear even more alluring. Just as the dream version of himself lost control and reached out to touch Ding Wei's thigh. Suddenly, Ding Wei pulled handcuffs from under her skirt and cuffed him. Damn it! A sting operation. No. This dream was a complete mess. What the hell is going on? When Lin Dong woke up in the morning, his clothes were soaked through with sweat. Luckily, he woke up just as he touched Ding Wei's thigh in the dream. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just his clothes getting wet, it would have been his underwear. He glanced at the time, it was barely past 8 in the morning. Lin Dong got up, took a shower, and prepared to start writing after breakfast. Meanwhile, as usual, Ding Wei rode her motorcycle to work at the police station. As soon as she entered the 3rd Squadron office area, she spotted Wang Jingchuan drinking soy milk with dark circles under his eyes. Brother Chuan, you weren't on duty last night, were you? You look like you've been drained. Did your wife give you a hard time? Wang Jingchuan yawned. Don't even ask. I was called to a crime scene last night and didn't get any sleep. Another case? What happened? A homicide near the Wadong 2nd Machine Tool Factory. Originally, the 2nd Squad was assigned to lead it, but they're still verifying evidence from the previous case. As the supporting squad, they couldn't spare the manpower, so it got handed over to us. Chapter 13, I didn't kill anyone. Wang Jingchuan suddenly changed the subject, a playful smile playing on his lips. Heard you went on a date with He Mu yesterday? Yes. No. It wasn't a date, just a simple meal. Ding Wei didn't catch on at first, until she saw Wang Jingchuan's meaningful smile and suddenly realized something was off. She recalled last night when she and Lin Dong had gone to see a movie together. To help the single writer find inspiration for romance and make his writing more vivid, she had even taken the initiative to hold hands with Lin Dong during the movie. Xiao Ding? Xiao Ding. Ha? What is it? Wang Jingchuan's call snapped Ding Wei back to reality, completely unaware that her cheeks had flushed crimson. Not in the zone first thing in the morning? Grab a Red Bull, then help me organize these case files. The captain will need them for the interrogation later. I need to nap at my desk, getting too old for this hustle. Got it, leave it all to me. Ding Wei took the files. Did they catch the suspect in last night's case already? That was fast. Half an hour ago, old Luo called to say the suspect had been apprehended. Skin tissue from the killer was found under the victim's fingernails, and fingerprints were also recovered at the crime scene. This case isn't complicated. Once the interrogation wraps up, it should be closed. Half an hour later. A man with a large head, thick ears, and a round belly sat in the interrogation room. Tong Chao and Ding Wei were in charge of the interrogation. Name: Peng Fei. Do you know why we arrested you? The man named Peng Fei kept his head down, avoiding the officer's gaze. He clearly knew he'd done something wrong and felt guilty. Not going to tell us, huh? No problem. I'll ask, you answer. What was your relationship with the deceased? Peng Fei suddenly looked up. The deceased? You killed someone. Don't you realize it? Officer, I didn't kill anyone. I just had a relationship with her and I paid her afterward. At most, it's prostitution. How could it be murder? Tong Chao's expression darkened as he snapped. We extracted your tissue cells from beneath the victim's fingernails, your fingerprints from her chest, and even your bodily fluids from inside her body. You dare call this prostitution? Ding Wei had gained a general understanding of the case while organizing the files. Around 11 p.m. last night, the local police station in Yinlong Town's industrial park received an emergency call. Upon arriving at the scene, they discovered it was a homicide and immediately notified the municipal bureau. Typically, homicide scenes require forensic pathologists and specialized evidence technicians. Local police stations typically don't have such personnel on staff. Therefore, homicide cases are almost always handled by the Criminal Investigation Division of the Municipal Bureau. Upon arriving at the scene, officers observed no obvious external injuries or bleeding wounds on the victim. The face exhibited a purplish-blue discoloration. The eyes were protruding and the eyelids were bloodshot, consistent with signs of asphyxiation. It was highly likely the victim had been strangled to death. Photographs from the scene showed the victim wearing a white long-sleeved shirt that had been pulled up to the neck, with visible signs of tearing on the garment. The black underwear and pants were both found on the floor. All signs pointed to a rape-murder case. Fortunately, suspicious fingerprints were recovered from the victim's body, and bodily fluids matching the suspect were also found inside her. After screening suspects through road surveillance footage, police quickly located the suspect and brought him to the station. Under Tang Chao's relentless interrogation, Peng Fei's nerves quickly snapped. I admit it. We weren't paying for sex. I raped her. Why did you kill her? I swear on my family's lives, I didn't kill her. Peng Fei hastily explained. After raping her, I left 1,500 yuan hush money. She said she wouldn't cause trouble, so I left. If I really wanted to kill her, wouldn't I have used protection? Why would I leave bodily fluids behind, letting you track me down so quickly? Tang Chao roared, you're pretty proud of yourself, aren't you? No. I just meant she was just a factory girl. If I wanted to play around, I could find plenty in the factory. No need to kill her. This time I just wanted to experience the thrill of forcing myself on someone. Otherwise, for 1,500 yuan, I could have gone downtown to find a schoolgirl fresher and cleaner than these factory girls. Watch your language. Ding Wei couldn't help but snap. What kind of beast treats women like this? A vessel for his urges. Just then, another officer from the 3rd Squad, Luo Hung, entered the interrogation room and whispered in Tang Chao's ear. Captain Tang, a group of workers has gathered outside the station, demanding we release the suspect. Who's got the nerve to demand we release someone? Has the law completely broken down? In nearly 20 years as a cop, Tang Chao had never heard of anyone daring to cause a disturbance at the police station and demand the release of a suspect. They're apparently from Wadong's second machine tool factory. Word is this suspect is the factory director's brother-in-law. Even if he were the factory director's father, we wouldn't release him. Tang Chao cursed under his breath as he stood up. Xiao Ding, you and old Luo keep interrogating him. I'll go check it out. Got it. At that moment, in the police station compound, over 40 workers were causing a commotion, holding handwritten banners. A crowd of onlookers had gathered outside the station to watch the commotion. This created a very negative image for the police station. The police are making arbitrary arrests. What kind of justice is this? Confessions extracted through torture? Release them! Release them! The man leading the crowd was Zhou Qiangming, a workshop director at Wadong's second machine tool factory. Peng Fei was the brother-in-law of their factory director, and his purpose in causing trouble was obvious. Is this lawlessness or what? When Tang Chao arrived at the police station compound, numerous officers were already stationed outside. Among them was Gan Jian, deputy chief of the Qingteng City Police Bureau. Tang Chao, what's going on here? They claim the Criminal Investigation Division made a wrongful arrest and extracted a confession through torture? Tang Chao hurriedly explained, Deputy Chief, here's the situation. Early this morning, a homicide occurred in Yilong Town. We identified a suspect through fingerprints and DNA evidence. He's still being interrogated when these people started causing trouble. Another detective added, these people are workers from Wadong's second machine tool factory. The suspect is the factory director's brother-in-law. We suspect the director sent them to cause trouble. After grasping the basic facts, Gan Jian didn't press further. He only instructed Tang Chao to ensure the workers' protest didn't escalate. Many workers have limited legal awareness and are easily manipulated. The factory might offer them a small sum, and they'd all come to cause trouble. If the police were to crack down too harshly and the incident escalated to the municipal committee, the police bureau would face disciplinary action. This put invisible pressure on Tang Chao, so he could only bring the ringleaders back to the station first. Chapter 14, Manslaughter. I don't want tea. I just want you to release them. I know Peng Fei best, we drank together often. He lives in a penthouse, drives a Mercedes. How could he kill a factory girl? Zhou Qiangming waved his hand dismissively, his tone brimming with arrogance. He refused to believe the police's account under any circumstances. So rape isn't a crime? Tang Chao shot back, silencing Zhou Qiangming. He paused, then continued after a long moment. Rape has its own punishment, murder has its own punishment. I heard that factory girl was killed. You haven't found anyone else, so of course you'd assume Peng Fei did it. I've got an education. I know causing trouble at the station will get me arrested, but I don't give a damn. A few days in jail is better than you guys framing an innocent man. Once I'm out, I'll be back to make trouble. Tang Chao was so furious he laughed. Wrongfully accusing innocent people. There really are plenty of unreasonable people in this world. Sometimes even cops want to file a report themselves. You're the workshop director? Yes. Did you know the deceased, He Huan? Yes, she worked in our workshop. She'd been here for half a year, not very talkative. A guy from another workshop often came to see her, probably her boyfriend. Tang Chao pressed on, did she ever cross anyone at the factory? Or get into any disputes with others? How should I know if she offended anyone? As for disputes, nothing happened in the workshop. If there had been, I would have known since I oversee safety. But? Zhou Qiangming chuckled, his smile tinged with cunning. Young people like them have messy private lives, it's all about casual hookups. It's normal for a woman to juggle multiple boyfriends. Women want money dinners or movie dates. Men want physical intimacy, hooking up in hotel rooms. Sometimes two guys fight over a factory girl. That happens all the time. Maybe this girl was messing around with multiple boyfriends, got caught, and ended up dead. Anyway, Peng Fei wouldn't kill over a factory girl. Those cheap goods aren't worth the trouble even if they offered themselves for free. Why would anyone spend money on factory girls when they could pay for fresh girls in the university district? Smack! Tang Chao raised his eyebrows and slammed his palm hard on the table. Only then did Zhou Qiangming shut his mouth. Lock these guys up first. I'll deal with them after I finish handling the other matters. Got it, Team Leader Tang. Qingteng City, Diamond Star Community. Lin Dong had been stuck all morning, managing only a little over 2,000 words. All because of that erotic dream last night. No! That wasn't even a proper wet dream. Just as things were about to get real, someone suddenly cuffed me. As Professor Luo Xiang would say, that's called preparatory stage behavioral cessation. After brewing himself another cup of tea, Lin Dong quickly jotted down the inspiration from yesterday's date. Surprisingly, it worked. After experiencing a day as a girlfriend, writing the male and female lead scenes in the novel felt noticeably more vivid, and the writer's block vanished. Too bad the girlfriend experience card was only for one day, and it was just holding hands. He kept typing until noon. Just as Lin Dong was about to order takeout, he saw a message from Ding Wei. Lilac, hey, did you update the novel yet? Moo, wow, you sure know how to rush updates, just sending a WeChat nudge. Yesterday, Lin Dong felt his old online name sounded a bit sleazy, so he changed it to a pen name. Lilac, I just wanted to see if your writing of the male and female leads improved after last night. Moo, I think so. And I have to thank you for your sacrifice yesterday. Lilac, how could that be a sacrifice? Helping the author craft a great novel is every die-hard fan's sacred duty. Moo, I finished writing this morning. I'll post it later, you can take a look then. Lilac flower, so you're free now, right? Lin Dong? I have this ominous feeling. Moo, I guess so. Lilac, come to the station and help me investigate a case. The last one isn't fully closed yet, everyone's swamped, and now there's a new case. I'm so annoyed. Ding Wei sent a voice message. I need you. Hearing Ding Wei's energetic voice, Lin Dong swallowed hard. Is this how they test veteran officers? I'm genuinely afraid that when we meet, she'll pull out handcuffs from under her skirt and cuff me. Just like in my dream. Moo, speaking of which, I just saw the news about someone causing trouble at the police station this morning. Is that related to the case you mentioned? Lilac, yep, this case shouldn't be too complicated. With He on it, it'll be cracked in no time. This backhanded compliment hits the spot. Moo, order me some takeout, I'll be right over. Lilac, Moo, you're so kind. I'll order takeout for you for the rest of my life. Even though I know Ding Wei is just joking. For some reason, it still tickled his heart. Lin Dong couldn't help but smile. He changed clothes and headed out, rushing toward the police station. Half an hour later, Lin Dong and Ding Wei sat in the conference room eating takeout while discussing the case. The situation is roughly this: the suspect we arrested only confessed to rape, not murder. Based on the evidence we have, it's indeed insufficient to prove he committed murder. What about the autopsy results? Lin Dong asked. The results just came in. The victim died from asphyxiation. He was strangled to death. However, we didn't find any fingerprints on the victim's neck. The killer must have wiped them off. Skin tissue from suspect Peng Fei was found under the victim's fingernails. Fingerprints on the victim's chest and bodily fluids inside the body also match Peng Fei. According to the suspect's confession, the victim did resist violently during the forced sexual assault and even scratched him. After he succeeded, Peng Fei offered the victim 1,500 yuan as compensation. The victim agreed not to press charges, so Peng Fei even considered having his lawyer argue for an acquittal. This guy has no shame. Of course, this is merely his version of events. Based on the evidence we currently possess, Peng Fei is at least implicated in the charge of rape. Lin Dong swallowed his food, wiped his mouth, and analyzed. From the records, Peng Fei comes from a fairly well-off family. His fixed assets, property, vehicles, and so on are worth at least 2 or 3 million yuan. He really had no motive to kill the victim, unless it was manslaughter. Negligent homicide? Ding Wei questioned doubtfully. Different people have different preferences during sex. Some get more aroused the more pain they feel, while others become aggressive like animals. You know otters, right? They look pretty cute, but during mating, male otters can become aggressive, often pinning the female underwater and drowning her. Humans are the same. Some men choke women during sex. If things go wrong, it can easily lead to manslaughter. Chapter 15, I Have a Friend. Ding Wei wrinkled her nose, repeatedly poking the potatoes in her bowl with her chopsticks as her expression grew stern. How disgusting. Why can't they just mate normally? All that fancy stuff just risks hurting each other. I just don't get it. It's not just males, some females have unusual preferences too. That's why sexology is such a complex field. You cops need to understand it better, or you'll never grasp a killer's mindset. Ding Wei muttered, but I don't have a boyfriend. How am I supposed to understand? Her cheeks flushed as she finished speaking. Ahem. I have a friend who collects quite a few websites. Domestic materials, Western materials, Japanese and Korean materials, even some Southeast Asian materials. Ding Wei understood immediately. But I'm a cop, isn't it inappropriate for me to study that kind of material? Legally, it's fine as long as you watch it yourself and don't distribute it. Think of it as research. Understanding a killer's psychology can only help. That makes sense. Send me the links later, or maybe we can watch together. Watch together? No watching together might tempt us to act on it. I'll just send you the links. Lin Dong couldn't imagine the scene of a man and a woman studying Japanese materials together. If nothing happened, the guy would definitely be impotent. After finishing his meal, Lin Dong had pretty much grasped the details of the case. After reviewing the morning interrogation footage, he analyzed the suspect's speech patterns and micro-expressions but found no clues for now. He then requested to meet the 3 individuals who had reported the incident. They rode on Ding Wei's motorcycle. This trip was longer, taking over 40 minutes to reach Wadong's second machine tool factory but went numb from sitting so long. After identifying themselves to the security guard at the factory gate, the two smoothly entered the premises. Upon learning the police had arrived, the factory director's wife personally escorted them to meet the 3 individuals who had reported the incident. Officer, my brother could never have committed murder. He's always been timid. He faints at the sight of blood, let alone killing someone. I admit his personal life was a bit messy, but soliciting prostitutes isn't a crime, just illegal, right? Ding Wei replied sternly. We can't disclose too many details about the case. But the police can assure you, whatever crime was committed is what it is. We absolutely won't make false accusations. The woman nodded. That's good. If there's anything you need our help with, just ask. We'll cooperate fully. I've already had those guys who reported it brought in. They're not in the same workshop, so it would be a hassle for you to find them. Before long, Lin Dong saw 3 young men approaching. So young? Are they even adults? They're all adults. We wouldn't dare take minors. The woman paused before continuing. Young people these days have such messy private lives. I think that girl who died probably had too many boyfriends on the side. Someone got jealous and beat her to death. My brother just had bad luck. He happened to witness it. What kind of mess is that? Lin Dong didn't want to listen to the woman's incessant chatter, so he found an excuse to send her away. The 3 young people remained standing there, looking timid. From the case files and police interrogation records, Lin Dong pieced together the scene before and after the incident. Last night, near the second machine tool factory in Wadong, at the Flying Dance Internet Cafe. 4 young adults, barely out of their teens, sat at a table with instant noodles before them, fingers dancing across keyboards as they played an intense game. Damn it! There are 3 of them. I can't take them on. Hurry up and download the package, you idiot. One of them blended in with the smoke. Next round we stack up like a human pyramid. Nobody's getting through. My aim sucks. Don't blame me if I can't kill them. You idiot. You've been practicing forever and still suck? Are you mentally challenged? Inside the internet cafe, 4 young people, 2 men and 2 women, 2 couples. They all worked at the nearby Wadong second machine tool factory. Working 10 hours a day for a wage of 17 yuan per hour, he earns around 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month. After expenses, he doesn't have much left over each month. Zhang Xiong and Jiang Shilei are close friends from the same village. They both started working after dropping out of junior high school, taking on any job they could find. Finally reaching adulthood, they fulfilled their wish to work in a factory. To them, the factory was nothing short of paradise. They weren't surrounded by the flashy nightlife, so the sense of class inequality wasn't as intense. Prices were cheap, and most importantly, they could find factory girls to date. Sure enough, within half a year of arriving at the factory, both had found girlfriends. In the factory, this was called a temporary marriage. Male workers would treat female workers to meals, and sometimes they'd go see a movie during holidays. The female workers focused on companionship, which naturally included physical intimacy. Once they left the factory, these relationships would inevitably fall apart, hence the term temporary couples. I'm getting sleepy. I have an early shift tomorrow, so I'm heading back to bed. He Huan yawned and stood up. Bring me a pack of cigarettes on your way out, Old Dragon brand, Zhang Xiong called back without turning his head. All you ever do is smoke. Smoke yourself to death. None of your damn business. Keep nagging, and I'll beat you senseless tonight. Zhang Xiong turned impatiently and snapped at his girlfriend to get lost. Then he went back to playing his game. Not long after he Huan left, Jiang Shilei finished his last minigame and said he was going to the bathroom. Half an hour passed and he still hadn't returned. Did he fall into the toilet? Xia Rong, go check. How am I supposed to go into the men's room? If you want to check, you go yourself. Damn. What a waste of time. Just as Zhang Xiong stood up, Jiang Shilei came running over, drenched in sweat. What the hell took you so long? Just taking a? Jiang Shilei's face was twisted with terror, his eyes wide as saucers, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. After gasping for air for a while, he finally cried out in terror. He Huan is dead. Thoughts returned to the present. Ding Wei began her questioning. Which one of you was the first to discover the body? A man with sallow skin, looking somewhat malnourished, wearing a black long-sleeved shirt, raised his hand. Lin Dong took over, fixing his gaze on the man as he pressed further. The four of you were playing games at the internet cafe before the incident. Why did you leave in the middle? Zhang Shilei answered with his hands in his pockets. I needed to take a. The internet cafe's bathroom was occupied, so I went back to use mine. It's not far anyway, just a few minutes run. Did you go after you got back? Ding Wei looked at Lin Dong with some confusion. Why is Professor He so interested in bathroom matters? Of course I did. When you have diarrhea, you gotta go. Last night, you told the police officer at the station that you discovered the victim because you saw the door to her room wasn't fully closed. That means you didn't find He Huan dead the moment you got back, you only discovered it after you finished. Yeah, is there a problem with that? He Huan wasn't your girlfriend. What were you doing in her room? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. This question caught Zhang Shilei off guard. He was clearly starting to get nervous. Chapter 16, Relationship Explodes. I said hi to her, but she didn't answer. So I went in to see what she was doing. What's wrong with that? Don't get nervous. I'm just asking casually. Lin Dong noticed the unease in his expression. Though he didn't know what exactly was making him nervous, this reaction was clearly a bit over the top. What was even stranger was that as He Huan's boyfriend, Zhang Shun's expression now showed no obvious sadness, only the same unease. Has He Huan mentioned offending anyone recently? Actually, yes. Zhang Xiong suddenly remembered something and continued. She mentioned her ex-boyfriend had recently come to Qingteng City looking for factory work assembling screws and asked Huan to help connect him. Huan didn't want him at our factory, worried it would be awkward if they met, so she told him to find work elsewhere. The guy figured out she was seeing someone else, confronted her, and they got into a huge fight. About 2 weeks ago, he ambushed us on our way home. Old Zhang and I beat him off pretty badly. Could this be why he killed Huan? Ding Wei stood nearby, taking notes with a notebook and pen. The victim's ex-boyfriend. This was a new lead. What was your relationship with He Huan? Lin Dong suddenly turned his gaze to the girl who had remained silent. Xia Rong appeared petite, under 5 feet tall, but she had curves in all the right places. She wore low-quality clothing so thin you could see her black underwear underneath. To Lin Dong, her outfit seemed a bit tacky, but factory work only required comfortable clothes, no need for fancy details. Just normal friends. The four of us hung out together often. Huan was a pretty honest person. Now that she's dead, rumors are flying around the factory about her having a messy private life. I think it's complete bull. She sent her entire monthly allowance home, keeping only a small portion for herself. She was filial and had a gentle temperament. I don't think she'd have made enemies. Her ex-boyfriend is definitely suspicious. You should bring him in for questioning. A gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother in school, and her own shattered life. Many migrant girls come from families with this standard setup. Seeing they'd asked enough, Lin Dong told the three to get back to tightening screws, then led Ding Wei to a tree. Shouldn't our focus now be on the victim's ex-boyfriend? See if he has an alibi. Lin Dong didn't answer directly. I feel like the relationships between these four people are really strange. Aren't they two couples? According to the records, Zhang Xiong and the deceased He Huan were a couple, while Zhang Shilei and Xia Rong were another. But from their positions earlier, Zhang Xiong and Xia Rong were clearly standing much closer together. Ding Wei pursed her lips. Coincidence, positioning can be highly coincidental. If it were just coincidence, then why did Xia Rong instinctively stare at Zhang Xiong when he spoke? Yet when her own boyfriend spoke, she kept her head down, looking almost resistant. That doesn't add up. So what are you saying, Ida? Lin Dong chuckled. The dynamics between these four might be far more explosive than we imagined. And during their earlier conversation, all three of them were clearly hiding something. This world was far crazier than anyone imagined, though most remained oblivious due to information barriers. Lin Dong had graduated with a degree in computer science. Besides writing articles at home, he often browsed the dark web for bizarre and explosive websites to spark his creativity. Through these activities, he'd connected with several domestic hackers. This time, he planned to leverage his connections and ask his hacker friends to investigate the social media accounts of these four individuals, looking for any suspicious activity in their private chats. After leaving the factory, the two stepped outside. Once we get back, you guys follow the lead of the deceased's ex-boyfriend. I'll look into the relationships between those four. Understood. I'll have Brother Chuan and the others look into the deceased's ex-boyfriend. We'll investigate the connections between those four individuals. Ding Wei nodded solemnly. Her hair swayed elegantly with her movements. Lin Dong? Us? Yes, thus. The captain told me to learn your unofficial investigative approach from you. It might help with future cases. Ding Wei raised an eyebrow slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. Hey, you held my hand yesterday and now you're annoyed with me? Of course not. How could I find you annoying? Lin Dong thought of last night's dream and instinctively glanced at Ding Wei's legs. Thankfully, she wasn't wearing a skirt today, otherwise, he'd genuinely worry she'd pull out handcuffs from under it. Damn it, that scene in the dream was too intense, impossible to forget. I just need to go home to use my computer to look up the relationships between those 4 people. Are you seriously going to follow me home? Not that I mind. I've always been curious what a writer's office looks like. As he gazed into Ding Wei's seductive eyes, Lin Dong suddenly felt, damn it! This plot is starting to feel more and more like last night's dream. They hopped on the motorcycle and headed toward Lin Dong's house. But halfway there, they got caught in the rain. By the time they got home, both of them were soaked through. Help yourself to any slippers. I'll go get you a towel to dry off. After changing into slippers, Lin Dong hurried to the bathroom to fetch a towel. When he saw Ding Wei's dripping wet hair, her lashes glistening with water, the fabric clinging to her skin, and the faint outline of her cleavage, he froze in place. A wet cop. Who could resist that? Thanks, Hida. You should dry off too. This weather is crazy. How did it suddenly start raining? Ding Wei took the towel and began drying her hair. Do you need me to get you a change of clothes? I can toss your wet ones in the dryer, they'll be dry in an hour. Sure. Ding Wei nodded obediently. Lin Dong went to the bedroom to change first, then brought Ding Wei a brand new outfit he'd bought earlier but hadn't worn yet. When Officer Ding emerged from the bathroom after changing, the size L clothes were noticeably long on her, covering her shorts and making it seem like she wasn't wearing anything underneath, revealing her long, fair legs. Legs that long? That's not right. She's clearly shorter than me, so how come her legs seem longer than mine? Lin Dong stared at Ding Wei's legs, making her feel a bit self-conscious. Duh. I'm wearing pants. It's just that your shirt is too long. I was just wondering if your body proportions are off. How come your legs are so long? It's genetic. My family has good genes. My dad has long legs too. Lin Dong pulled his gaze away. Staring at someone's legs like that was just rude. I just messaged my hacker friends in the car and sent them the info on those 4 people. They should have replied by now. That fast? They're faster than our cyber surveillance department. They're the top-tier hackers. They don't even give the CIA or FBI a second glance. Ding Wei followed Lin Dong into his study. As they entered, she kept observing her surroundings. Hida's apartment was cleaner and tidier than she'd imagined. Its rustic wood design gave the entire space a warm, cozy feel. Houseplants adorned the space and a coffee machine sat ready, clear signs that he did cherished life's simple pleasures. Once inside the study, Lin Dong powered up his computer and logged into a social media app. Daker, based on the info you sent, I've sent phishing links to the mobile numbers of Zhang Xiong, Zhang Shilei, and Xia Rong. Daker sent the guys porn sites, and the girl will leave a good review for cashback link. For young folks, it's a surefire catch. Daker, they use low-end phones with weak security. I gained back-end access, opened their QQ, and checked their chat logs. Guess what I found? Heimu, I bet their relationships are pretty explosive. Daker, not exactly explosive, I've seen worse, but their drama is pretty soap opera level. That Zhang Xiong guy? He's been sleeping with his buddy's girlfriend, Xia Rong. Daker, and they even record videos to sell online. I checked them out for you, nothing special. Kid-sized bodies, not your type. Ding Wei's eyebrow twitched. Brother you're such a troublemaker behind closed doors? I'm a model citizen. Don't try to explain, explanations are just excuses. But I get it. Men being lustful is perfectly normal. Lin Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead. These days, well-educated girls like her were few and far between. You're pretty good at reading people at the factory. This Zhang Xiong really did have an affair with Xia Rong. No wonder he didn't seem too upset when his girlfriend died. It's not that simple. I suspect Zhang Xiong didn't just sleep with his best friend's girlfriend. His best friend probably had a complicated relationship with Zhang Xiong's girlfriend too. Chapter 17, he lied. Heimu, what about the other 2? Daker, that Zhang Shilei joked around with He Huanhuan on QQ about swapping wives, saying Zhang Xiong would definitely agree. Daker, He Huanhuan called him a lunatic and warned Zhang Shilei not to corrupt Zhang Xiong. What's wife swapping? Ding Wei stood behind Lin Dong, staring at the computer screen as she asked. The civilized explanation is exchanging spouses for intercourse. In ancient times, it was called ine. Hey, you know a lot, huh? Even the ancient terminology. Isn't it normal for me to know a lot? I'm a writer. After synthesizing this information, Lin Dong quickly pieced together the relationships among the 4 individuals. Zhang Xiong and He Huanhuan were a couple, but Zhang Xiong was having an affair with Xia Rong. Zhang Shilei and Xia Rong were a couple, yet he desired to sleep with He Huanhuan. On the day of the incident, Zhang Shilei happened to be the first to discover the victim. It was entirely possible that upon seeing He Huanhuan returning home alone, he saw it as a golden opportunity. So after she arrived, he followed her home, hoping to try his luck with his buddy's woman. What he didn't expect was that when he returned, he found Huan lying disheveled on the bed, likely just moments after whoever had assaulted her had left. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Shilei lost control and forcibly had sex with Huan, accidentally strangling her to death in the process. After Lin Dong finished explaining his analysis, Ding Wei was completely dumbfounded. Based on the surveillance footage, Peng Fei assaulted Huan before leaving. Zhang Shilei did indeed rush back home afterward. It wasn't until over 20 minutes later that he ran back to the internet cafe. That time frame is ample for a series of assaults and injuries. But their relationship is just too explosive. Lin Dong leaned back in his swivel chair, his voice deep and resonant. The three of them were working together. Either all three were participants, or all three were complicit. But we found no evidence linking Zhang Shilei to the crime on the victim's body, Ding Wei stated calmly. Lin Dong held up 3 fingers. First, the victim died from asphyxiation. The autopsy confirmed strangulation, yet no viable fingerprints were found on the neck indicating they were wiped clean. Zhang Shilei left his mark everywhere on the victim. If those fingerprints were his, he would have taken every precaution. Second, no bodily fluids matching Zhang Shilei were detected in the victim. He likely took precautions. At the crime scene, police found used condoms in the trash bin of Zhang Shilei and Xiaorong's room. Ding Wei nodded. Correct. Both Zhang Shilei and Xiaorong claimed it was theirs. At the time, we didn't consider it relevant to the case, so we didn't pay much attention to this piece of evidence. If the three of them were covering for each other, Zhang Shilei and Xiaorong claiming it was theirs only proves something's fishy. Thirdly, Zhang Shilei's chat logs with Zhang Xiong reveal he discovered his childhood friend was having an affair with his girlfriend, yet their subsequent conversations continued as if nothing had happened. A flash of realization crossed Ding Wei's eyes. That might explain why Zhang Xiong was willing to cover for Zhang Shilei. Lin Dong smiled. Exactly. But we need evidence now. Otherwise, we can't prove whether Zhang Shilei is involved in the murder. Zhang Shilei and Zhang Xiong are childhood friends with a strong bond. Even after his girlfriend was slept with, Zhang Shilei didn't sever ties with Zhang Xiong. So using Zhang Xiong as a breakthrough point clearly won't work. We should go after Xiaorong. If we break through her psychological defenses, she'll definitely spill a lot. That evening, Lin Dong and Ding Wei deliberately waited until the factory's night shift ended before approaching Xiaorong. Since the death at the rental house, the three of them had moved back into the factory dormitory. Plus, Xiaorong worked in a different workshop and hadn't been with the other two. Lin Dong focused on catching her off guard to prevent any prior communication between them. When Xiaorong spotted Lin Dong and Ding Wei, she instinctively lowered her head, hoping to blend into the crowd of co-workers. But the two had come specifically for her, there was no way she could slip away so easily. Xiaorong, wait. We need to talk to you about some details. Lin Dong approached her at a measured pace. If Xiaorong fled, it would prove she had something to hide. So Lin Dong felt no urgency whatsoever. Didn't we already get the details during the day? Why are you back now? Xiaorong seemed a bit flustered by the police's sudden arrival. Until the killer is caught, we'll be making regular visits. But I've already told you everything I know. Go ask Zhang Xiong, he's Huan's boyfriend. He must know more. Since you know Zhang Xiong is Huan's boyfriend, why do you still maintain that kind of relationship with him? Upon hearing Lin Dong say this, it was clear she knew about her affair with Zhang Xiong. Xiaorong, flustered and embarrassed, snapped back immediately. You people really do have the nerve to meddle. What business is it of yours who I sleep with? Lin Dong shrugged. It really isn't your business. But if any of you three are involved in the case, or if you know something about it, that's a different story. Ding Wei stood nearby, watching Lin Dong. Every time he engaged in deduction and interrogation, he seemed like a completely different person. At home, he was clearly a slashy who loved tending to his plants, brewing his own coffee, and cooking. But when it came to criminal investigations, he transformed into a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. Which made her wonder. Was she supposed to be Watson? At this thought, Ding Wei's posture stiffened slightly as she quickly prepared to assist. Exactly. Under criminal law, failing to report known crimes or even concealing them carries a sentence of up to 3 years. For severe cases, the punishment is 3 to 10 years. Xiaorong's face drained of color instantly, her eyelids trembling. A girl who had just come of age though from a poor family, with little education, and no clear path forward had no one to guide her at life's crossroads. But at least she was free. But the thought of being locked in a cage 4 years on end. Their emotions would easily collapse. What exactly did you see that night? Lin Dong raised his voice, truly startling Xiaorong. Her lips trembled slightly as she stammered out her response. Well, that night we were surfing the web at the internet cafe. Not long after Huan left, Zhang Shilei said he needed to use the restroom. He didn't come back for ages, so we knew he must have gone back to find Huan. We? Ding Wei voiced her confusion. Yes. Zhang Xiong actually knew too, but he deliberately didn't expose it. Because Zhang Shilei had figured out about my relationship with Zhang Xiong, but he pretended not to know. Zhang Xiong thought Jiang Shilei was a true brother, so he often created opportunities for him to be alone with Huan Huan. He hoped they could develop feelings for each other too, so the four of us could get along even better in the future. This is insane. Are young people these days really this wild? Lin Dong pressed his hand to his forehead, his lips twitching. About half an hour later, Jiang Shilei suddenly ran back saying Huan Huan was dead. We all went back to check and found her lifeless on the bed. Her clothes were torn, her pants were off, and she had injuries. Obviously she'd been raped. We were all terrified, not knowing what to do. Jiang Shilei admitted he had sex with Huan Huan, but claimed it was consensual. Afterwards, he went to sleep. He vaguely heard noises in the house, woke up, and found Huan Huan dead. Hearing this, Ding Wei suddenly became agitated. That's wrong, the timing doesn't add up. Road surveillance clearly showed Peng Fei arriving at the scene first, followed by Jiang Shilei returning later. But according to Xia Rong's account, Jiang Shilei claimed he had sex with He Huan Huan first, followed by the subsequent events. The timeline is completely reversed. This Jiang Shilei is lying. Chapter 18, Unexpected Turn. Shortly after questioning Xia Rong, Lin Dong returned home and received a call from Ding Wei. I just got to the police station. A colleague told me they traced He Huan Huan's ex-boyfriend's phone number through her phone and identified him via real name verification. Guess what? Lin Dong asked, one of the fingerprints collected at the crime scene belongs to the victim's ex-boyfriend? Wow, you're amazing. How did you guess that? Young people tend to act impulsively. Since he was stalking He Huan Huan, he must have found her home. But I don't think he's directly connected to this case. Ding Wei was confused. Why not? If he were the impulsive type, he would have killed He Huan Huan's current boyfriend too. Since he's facing the death penalty anyway, he'd want to take out everyone close to the person he wanted revenge on. Many domestic massacres in China happen this way. The killer had only one enemy, but in a fit of rage, he wanted to wipe out the enemy's entire family. Sometimes, they wouldn't even spare children just a few years old. You guessed right. On the day of the crime, the victim's ex-boyfriend hired a locksmith to break into her home. He originally intended to teach He Huan Huan and her boyfriend a lesson, but he never saw them return. He assumed He Huan Huan might be working the night shift, so he left her residence at 9:31 p.m. just missing her. This girl had it so rough. On the day of the incident, at least 2 or more people wanted to harm her. And her own boyfriend? He'd been creating opportunities for her to be alone with other men, all to assault her. Did the victim's family come? Yes, they're at the funeral home. He Huan Huan's family is from the countryside. Her parents are simple farmers. She has an older brother with intellectual disabilities, and her father is disabled. It's a pretty tragic situation. Ding Wei sighed. He Huan Huan sent money home every month, keeping only a small allowance for herself. Now that she's gone, her mother is the only one left to earn a living. I don't know how they'll manage. Remember that reward the police promised me for solving the last case? Don't transfer it to me. Donate it to them instead. I just sold the rights to my work, so I'm not short on cash right now. Good heavens. Mister, he is just too kind. A man this perfect, and he doesn't even have a girlfriend? That's just not right. Ding Wei was deeply moved. She had been considering organizing a fundraiser at the station after the case was solved, but then Lin Dong offered to donate the 50,000 yuan reward he received from the police department. But more important than donating money is giving the victim's family closure. Summon those 3 individuals to the station tomorrow. Barring any surprises, the truth will come to light. The next day, Lin Dong arrived at the station on his own initiative. The 3 young men had already been brought back from the factory by the police. Lin Dong anticipated that this interrogation would be straightforward. Based on Xia Rong's testimony, Jiang Shilei had lied. These young people lacked psychological resilience. Any inconsistencies in their statements would be exposed once questioned. But when Lin Dong saw Ding Wei, he noticed no sign of relief on her face. Instead, her brows were furrowed. Has something changed? Lin Dong asked. Xia Rong changed her statement. She's not admitting to what she said last night. Ding Wei was breathing heavily with anger, though her expression was strangely cute. Lin Dong wasn't surprised. Logically, Xia Rong knows covering up a crime means jail time, so she shouldn't be helping Jiang Shilei anymore. Their relationship isn't that deep, otherwise Xia Rong wouldn't have been playing both sides. Probably when we talked to Xia Rong yesterday, Jiang Shilei or Zhang Xiong saw us. They must have threatened her with something. Xia Rong is the turning point in this case. If we can talk to her properly and get her to testify, things will be much easier. Ding Wei looked at Lin Dong. Professor He, you're remarkably calm. I was actually feeling optimistic this morning, thinking we were close to solving the case. But when I heard Xia Rong deny what happened last night, I nearly choked on my own blood. Solving a case can't be rushed. Come on, let's go take a look. Lin Dong patted her shoulder. The 2 entered the interrogation room. The 2 officers seated inside automatically made room for them, leaving Lin Dong momentarily bewildered. What's this about? The captain said this case is under our jurisdiction. It might be easier for us to break through, so they're letting us handle the interrogation. Ding Wei took her seat at the recorder's station. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds comfort. Lin Dong was no stranger to the interrogation room either. But he couldn't help but feel uneasy. I'm just a writer, how did I end up becoming a regular at the police station? When Xiaorong saw Lin Dong and Ding Wei, she immediately lowered her head guiltily. We meet again. Once you're brought into the interrogation room, it means you're connected to this case. Lin Dong slammed his hand on the table unexpectedly, startling Ding Wei beside him. Of course, the one who was even more startled was the completely unprepared Xiaorong. She nearly jumped out of her seat. Why did you suddenly change your statement? Did Jiang Shilei threaten you? With cops around, why the hell would you be scared of him? Ahem. Ding Wei quickly covered her mouth and whispered, Hida, watch what you say, it's being recorded. I didn't change my statement. I didn't tell you anything last night. You must have misheard me. Xiao Ding, turn off the surveillance. Lin Dong's hand gently patted Ding Wei's leg under the table. Ding Wei froze. This must be brother, he's signaling me, right? The surveillance can only be turned off for half a minute at most. Otherwise, it wouldn't be proper. Half a minute is enough. I just need to say a few words to her. Ding Wei stood up and picked up a remote control from the table. It was actually an air conditioner remote, but she pretended to press it a few times toward the monitor, making it look quite convincing. In the adjacent observation room, Tong Chao and Wang Jinchuan were eating breakfast, watching the two young people's actions. What the hell is this? Turning off the monitor. What's that kid up to? Probably trying to bluff us. Tong Chao chuckled through his nose. He's pretty sharp, good at solving cases and not bad at interrogations either. He'd make a great cop. Wang Jinchuan mumbled with his mouth full. Being a detective is exhausting, the pay's low, and it's dangerous sometimes. He makes way more money writing books than we do. Why would he want to be a cop? I heard from Xiao Ding that Lin Dong donated the entire police reward to the victim's family this time, keeping nothing for himself. He doesn't place much value on money. I actually like him quite a bit. Wang Jinchuan reminded him. Captain, liking him doesn't mean you can overlook his mistakes. Having non-staff personnel enter the interrogation room is already against protocol. If the chief finds out, you'll probably have to write a self-criticism. If solving cases this quickly meant writing 10,000 words of self-criticism every time, so be it. Just watch, Lin Dong will get that fraudster to spill the beans in no time. Chapter 19, The Case-Solving Saint. Now that the surveillance is off, I'll say a few more things. You're still young. Don't gamble with your future. When we questioned you last night, did you think cops don't carry recording devices? Lin Dong pulled something from his pocket and placed it on the table. Ding Wei glanced at it. Holy crap! Xian my gum. But the packaging looked pretty square from a distance, hard to tell what it was. In 30 seconds, the surveillance cameras will reactivate. Once I play this recording, it proves you're deceiving the police. You'll be treated as an accomplice. Is that worth it? Xiaorong was so nervous she felt like crying, her hands and feet trembling uncontrollably as if making the most crucial decision of her life. 5 seconds left. Lin Dong kept the pressure on, weighing heavily on Xiaorong's mind. 3, 2, 1. Seeing Xiaorong's emotions teetering on the brink of collapse, Lin Dong delivered the final blow. Xiao Ding, pull up the surveillance footage. Since she refuses to atone for her crimes, we still have the recorded confession to close this case. Got it. As Ding Wei stood up, Xiaorong finally broke down. Tears streamed down her face, her voice trembling with sobs. I'll talk. Jiang Shilei lied. He told us he had sex with Huan Huan and then went to sleep. He only woke up when he heard a noise and found Huan Huan already dead. That used condom in our room's trash can wasn't from him and me, it was from him and Huan Huan. And, after he got home, he changed his clothes. Lin Dong frowned, his mind racing. Jiang Shilei changing clothes meant he probably tore his clothes while trying to force himself on Huan Huan, so he changed into something else. From the surveillance footage, he had been wearing a long-sleeved shirt. Because the colors were similar, the police didn't notice this detail when reviewing the footage. Since a struggle had occurred, if they could extract skin tissue from rapist Peng Fei on that torn shirt, it would prove that Huan Huan hadn't died after Peng Fei raped her. Huan Huan had resisted, leaving traces of Peng Fei's skin tissue under her fingernails. The subsequent struggle with Jiang Shilei occurred later in sequence. After leaving the interrogation room, Lin Dong and Ding Wei went to the adjacent observation room. He voiced his theory. So you're saying that if we find that torn garment, we can prove Jiang Shilei committed murder? Tong Chao asked. But the key is that we need to extract Peng Fei's skin tissue from it. That would prove the sequence of events. Jiang Shilei probably didn't have time to dispose of the shirt after committing the crime. We should search his bedroom thoroughly, the cabinets, under the bed, places like that. With Xiaorong's testimony now, we can pressure Jiang Shilei. But compared to Xiaorong, who knows the facts, I suspect Zhang Xiong is hiding more to protect his childhood friend. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he noticed all the other officers staring at him with complex expressions. Is this guy some kind of crime-solving genius? His logical reasoning and investigative approach are sharper than even us professionals. Is there any way to get him to work at the police station? With him around, our workload would lighten considerably. We could clock out early and spend more time with our families. Any issues? No problem. Then I'll leave it to you and Xiao Ding to handle. Tung Chao smiled sheepishly. We're just one final step away from closing the previous case, so I really appreciate your help. Regarding the search for clothing at the crime scene, I'll immediately dispatch several officers from the police station to handle it. Alright, when your next book comes out, I'll lead the charge and buy 20 copies to show my support. I'll add 10 copies. I'll add 10 copies too. What the hell? They're suddenly supporting me? You guys buying a few dozen copies won't net me much money. Where'd you find such cheap labor? Lin Dong turned to look at Ding Wei, thinking about asking Officer Ding to put in a good word for him. But then he saw the girl grinning from ear to ear. Hey! Officer Ding, why are you grinning so brightly? Don't worry, Captain, we'll get the job done. Right, he-da. Lin Dong felt someone wrap an arm around his own. He looked down to see Ding Wei leaning close. I finally understood. This beauty tactic was aimed at me. Lin Dong pursed his lips helplessly. Who could blame him for spoiling his fans? He could only nod and say, yes, yes, yes. Zhang Shilei and Zhang Xiong were being held separately. Since his arrest, no one had bothered to acknowledge Zhang Shilei, leaving him alone in the interrogation room. This was a form of psychological pressure. He had no idea what was happening outside or what evidence the police had uncovered. In the process of self-doubt, once his defenses crumbled, he might just confess. So Lin Dong continued to leave him alone, leading Ding Wei to the room where Zhang Xiong was being held. Hearing someone enter, Zhang Xiong immediately looked up, his voice urgent. I'm innocent. Why did you arrest me too? I didn't do anything. Are you going to confess on your own, or shall we ask you? Lin Dong's expression was haughty, his gaze clear and unwavering. Let me remind you, confessing voluntarily counts as atoning for your crimes. If we ask, you won't get that chance. Let me remind you again, Xia Rong has confessed everything, including your relationship and how you deliberately created opportunities for Zhang Shilei to be alone with He Huanhuan. Hearing this, Zhang Xiong's face drained of color. You should be arresting Huanhuan's ex-boyfriend. He must be the one who killed her. Since we've brought you to the police station, it naturally means we've ruled out everyone else as suspects. Helping the murderer conceal the crime while also assisting in disposing of the body constitutes multiple offenses. Lin Dong stared intently into his eyes. The fingerprints on He Huanhuan's neck, cleaning those off was your idea, right? Zhang Xiong's legs trembled uncontrollably, his face contorted as if he'd mistaken a bitter melon for a cucumber and taken a bite. It was unbearably bitter. Zhang Shilei isn't as sharp as you. He might not have thought through these details. Xia Rong suddenly changed her testimony today because you threatened her last night, using the fact that you were accomplices to scare her. It doesn't matter if you don't talk. Once you're rotting in prison, you'll regret your fake loyalty. When you see Huanhuan's parents, let's see if you have the guts to face them. Zhang Shilei is a ing asshole. Zhang Xiong slumped in his seat, exhausted. I never imagined he'd be so reckless. Continue. Ding Wei picked up her pen and began taking notes. The officer is right. I've always been smarter than Zhang Shilei. That night when I came home and saw Huanhuan dead in bed, then saw his panicked expression, I knew immediately it was him. I made him wipe away the fingerprints, toss the used condom in their room's trash can, and change into clothes of a similar color. Only after doing all that did we call the police. Ding Wei asked curiously, why did you help him? Just because you were childhood friends? Actually, he'd known about my affair with Xia Rong for a long time. But he told me, brothers are like limbs, women are like clothing. You can always find another woman, but you only have one brother. So he didn't blame me. I was deeply moved and always felt indebted to him. Lin Dong shook his head. He was still too young, untouched by society's harsh realities. Was it really worth it to become an accomplice for the sake of loyalty? Chapter 20, Media Interview. Based on Zhang Xiong's confession, the police found the hidden garment in Zhang Shilei's room. It bore obvious signs of being torn. While the forensic science department was examining the garment, Zhang Shilei, unable to withstand the pressure in the interrogation room, voluntarily confessed to accidentally strangling He Huanhuan to death. Subsequently, the physical and chemical testing department confirmed that a small amount of skin tissue cells belonging to the rapist, Peng Fei, were found on the garment. This proved that Peng Fei was not the murderer of He Huanhuan and also demonstrated that Zhang Shilei's previous confession was problematic. With the combination of physical evidence and testimony, the case was finally resolved. Uncle, Auntie. The killer has confessed to his crimes. Huanhuan can finally rest in peace. At the funeral home, Ding Wei came to provide the deceased's family with a body disposal certificate. Per regulations, bodies involved in homicide cases cannot be processed until the case is solved, and cremation requires a certificate issued by the police department. Oh my daughter, you were so young. Heaven above, open your eyes. My daughter. Wails echoed through the funeral home, piercing the heart. Ding Wei discreetly wiped away her tears, then suddenly turned and bowed to Lin Dong. Whoa, this is a funeral home. You bowing to me makes it feel like I'm dead. Lin Dong took a few startled steps back. Thank you, Hida. Without you, this girl would have had to stay in the funeral home for days longer before finding peace. Ding Wei expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Lin Dong. This case wasn't complicated. If it weren't for your recent staffing shortage, we probably could have solved it in a few days. Lin Dong smiled wryly. Seeing Ding Wei cry for the victim felt quite rare. Many officers, having seen death too often, had grown numb to it. But Ding Wei, fresh out of the Criminal Investigation Division, still carried this respect for the dead, something truly precious. As Lin Dong and Ding Wei stepped out of the funeral home, they were met head-on by several media reporters. One carried a camera, another held a microphone, and a bespectacled assistant-like man clutched a script. The Qingteng Satellite TV logo was visible on the camera. Hello, are you Mr. Himu, author of the Strange Case Files? We're from the Qingteng Satellite TV production team. We'd like to conduct a brief interview with you. Would that be possible? Lin Dong pointed at himself. Me? These people actually came straight to the funeral home. Clearly they knew my schedule. My new book hasn't been released yet, so it probably isn't about my work. If they were after my work, wouldn't they have contacted me to schedule a meeting? Oh. Probably leaked by the police department. Whenever a major case is solved, TV crews usually come for interviews. If the third squad didn't want to take credit, they probably just pinned all the glory on me. Thinking this, Lin Dong cleared his throat and adopted a solemn expression. That's right. We learned from the police that in the recent dismemberment murder case in our city, you helped them find crucial clues that led to identifying the suspect. And just today, you assisted the police in solving another homicide case. How did you manage to uncover such crucial clues in such a short time? Lin Dong found it hard to respond to these reporters' questions. How did I find them? I just saw them with my own eyes. Every case is different. When they ask how I found them, what else can I say? But in front of the cameras, Lin Dong still had to put on a show. After all, his new book was about to be published. Boosting his profile would undoubtedly help sales. So he pursed his lips, feigned deep thought, and then declared. As a detective novelist, I've studied numerous real-life cases both domestically and internationally, which has given me a unique insight into the psychology of criminals. To solve a case, you have to think from the criminal's perspective why they did it, why they committed the crime. That makes it easier to find the crucial clues. The reporter fired off several questions in succession, and Lin Dong answered each one patiently. Suddenly, the reporter turned his gaze toward Ding Wei. Is this your girlfriend? Cough. Lin Dong choked on his words. I wish it were. Officer Ding is stunningly beautiful, has an amazing figure, and even admires me. She'd be the perfect girlfriend. No, she's a detective with the Criminal Investigation Division. Oh, I heard from the Criminal Investigation Division that you solved a case with a female officer. I bet that's this police beauty. The reporter's eyes sparkled with gossipy curiosity. So you're actually a reporter for Entertainment Weekly, right? Lin Dong didn't want to embarrass Ding Wei. She'd never dated before, and if these media outlets ran wild reports causing trouble, he'd be responsible if she couldn't get married. Though it wouldn't be impossible. But as a man of honor, how could I take advantage of someone in a vulnerable position? So Lin Dong stepped in to speak for Ding Wei, telling the reporter to tone down the gossip. But then Ding Wei, that big girl, cheerfully leaned in and stood in the classic Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson pose. And today, of all days, Lin Dong was actually wearing a hat. The day after the interview, the television station aired its series of reports on the neighborhood dismemberment case. The media's time-sensitive nature dictated whether they could grab the headline. Unsurprisingly, the story exploded across Qingteng City the very day it aired. In the days that followed, the story began circulating online. The term Detective Hamu even made it to the trending topics. In the fan group. Iceco Clover, he's got some serious skills, he da. This really made us book fans proud. Formerly refined, he actually has a female fan? And she's a police officer. Damn, suddenly my chicken drumstick doesn't taste so good anymore. Dumb dog, no wonder updates have been so sparse lately. He must be out on dates with the police officer. Gentlemanly style, no time for lovey-dovey stuff, a man's got work to do. Himu, 10 chapters tonight? 10 chapters? I'll update you a rotten banana and stinky guava. Lin Dong saw these messages in the group chat and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. The good news is, those jerks in the group chat kept saying I had no female fans and would definitely be single forever before turning 30. They even said we'd all be single nobles together. But then this news report came out featuring Officer Ding, and our photo together went viral online. People in the comments were raving about how we had such great chemistry. Now the haters in the group can't sit still. They don't even talk about love dogs. You're the one flaunting your relationship in the group chat every single day, you bastard. The constant mentions of Officer Ding in the group suddenly made Lin Dong think of her. They hadn't seen each other in a few days, yet for some reason, the image of Ding Wei changing clothes at his place kept flashing through his mind, those long, white legs gleaming in the light. Lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Ding Wei. Holy, my wish just came true. Chapter 21, Temporary Cohabitation. Officer Ding, what's up? Lin Dong suppressed his inner excitement and asked in a steady tone. Ida, could I ask you a favor? Ding Wei's voice on the other end sounded both anxious and slightly aggrieved. What's wrong? Lin Dong sensed something was off and quickened his pace. My landlord kicked me out. I have nowhere to stay tonight. Ding Wei paused, then added sheepishly. Can I crash at your place for now? I'll start looking for a new place tomorrow. They kicked you out after signing the lease? What a shady landlord. Lin Dong felt angry. After getting the address, he hailed a cab and rushed over. From a distance, he spotted Ding Wei standing pitifully at the entrance of the residential complex, her luggage scattered at her feet. Come on. Let's go confront the landlord. Seeing this scene made Lin Dong even angrier. He grabbed Ding Wei's wrist and pulled her toward the residential complex. Forget it. He already paid me the penalty for breaking the contract. I'm a cop myself. If I argue with him and he calls the police, other officers will have to handle it. That'd be so awkward for me. Ding Wei explained the whole situation to Lin Dong. It turned out the landlord had seen the news report featuring her on TV and assumed the station must have paid her a hefty sum. He then tried to take advantage of the situation by demanding a rent increase or else he wouldn't renew the lease. Ding Wei had just been made a full-time officer, she didn't have that kind of money. So she haggled with the landlord. In the end, the landlord compensated her with 1 month's rent and told her to move out the next day. The more Ding Wei thought about it, the angrier she became. That night, she couldn't bear to stay any longer. She packed her belongings and tossed the keys back at the landlord. Only when she reached the entrance of the residential complex did she realize she had nowhere to go. She contacted Lin Dong. You're a cop, for crying out loud. How could you let yourself get pushed around like that? It's their property. They want it back, and no amount of arguing will change that. Anyway, they compensated me for the breach of contract. Let's just forget about it. Ding Wei suddenly turned to face Lin Dong. This scene felt strangely familiar. Sure enough, Ding Wei suddenly bowed to him. Again? Thanks for tonight, Hida. The room's empty anyway, as long as you don't snore while sleeping. I don't snore, and we're not even sharing a bed, you wouldn't hear it anyway. Lin Dong chuckled at her teasing and helped Ding Wei carry her luggage back to his place. This being her second visit, Ding Wei was already quite familiar with Lin Dong's place. Without waiting for Lin Dong to show her around, she carried her bags straight to the guest room. Lin Dong? The way she moved so confidently around the place made it feel like my place was a hotel and she was a regular guest. Hey, did you know you're the talk of the police station right now? Ding Wei was drenched in sweat, yet no unpleasant odor lingered instead, a faint, youthful fragrance filled the air. Her clothes clung to her damp skin. The sheer white t-shirt revealed the darker undergarments beneath, making them quite noticeable. Lin Dong tore his gaze away from Ding Wei and hurriedly replied. Me, a hot commodity? Yes, you solved 2 homicide cases in a week. If you were a police officer, you'd definitely receive a medal and honors. Because of you, our 3rd squadron earned commendation from the city. This time the 2nd squadron is green with envy. A smile spread across Ding Wei's rosy cheeks, making her look utterly adorable. Being alone together in a room like this really made one's mind wander. Lin Dong pinched his thigh. Ding Wei is such a pure soul, yet my mind keeps wandering to inappropriate thoughts. She's a police officer. A police officer. I can't mess around. Why don't you go take a shower and get some rest? You have work tomorrow, right? You're right. I need to organize the case files tomorrow and coordinate with the court. Barring any surprises, the killers in these 2 murder cases should be sentenced soon. Ding Wei fetched her pajamas from the bedroom and stepped into the bathroom. Hearing the water gushing inside, Lin Dong couldn't help but imagine the trickles of water cascading down Ding Wei's entire body. No, I need to find her a place to stay as soon as possible. If she stays here, her mind will be filled with nothing but movies instead of cases. Soon after, Ding Wei emerged from the shower. She wore a black pajama set adorned with cartoon patterns. Her lower half was covered by shorts, revealing her long legs. Her small feet slipped into slippers, her slender nails as white as jade. Lin Dong knew that anything jade-like would only lead to trouble. But he couldn't help but stare. Hey, I'm going to bed now. Good night. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. Good night. He then headed to the bathroom to shower, only to spot the clothes Ding Wei had taken off earlier. Her panties and bra were laid out on the bathroom rack. Lin Dong quickly looked away, feeling his primal urges surge to the brink of control. Just as he stripped off his clothes, intending to take a cold shower to cool down, a sudden knock at the door nearly scared the crap out of him. Could it be Officer Ding discovered me peeking at her underwear? What is it? Lin Dong asked nervously. There's an urgent mission at the police station. I need to head out immediately. Want to come along? Let's go. When the Criminal Investigation Division heads out, it's usually for a homicide. Right now, the burning desire inside him was impossible to suppress. Seeing a corpse would surely clear his head a bit. Lin Dong dressed again and opened the bathroom door to find Ding Wei already in her police uniform. Her hair was tied back and with her cap on, she looked a bit like a rabbit police officer. The two arrived at the community gate, waiting for the police car to pick them up. Ding Wei's motorcycle was still parked at her old residence. Since moving made it inconvenient to bring luggage, she hadn't ridden it over. Before long, a police car pulled up at the entrance. Wang Jingchuan spotted Ding Wei and Lin Dong standing together. He leaned out of the patrol car, a puzzled look on his face. "You two are living together?" "Put." Lin Dong nearly choked on his own blood. "She got kicked out by her landlord and is staying with me for the night." Lin Dong quickly explained before Ding Wei could blurt out something strange. Officer Ding was great in every way, but sometimes her words were downright shocking. She was too innocent, speaking without a second thought, which easily led to misunderstandings. "What kind of unscrupulous landlord is that? Give me the address later and I'll have my friend at the tax bureau check his rental tax records. We'll get to the bottom of it. Get in the car first. We'll talk about it on the way." A police officer was already seated in the front passenger seat, so Lin Dong and Ding Wei took the back seats. Compared to when he first met Lin Dong, Wang Jingchuan's attitude toward him had completely changed. To be precise, the entire 3rd Brigade now viewed Lin Dong in a completely different light. This time, they received commendation from the city and were honored as an outstanding collective, thanks largely to Lin Dong's efforts. Captain Tang Chao even declared that at the celebratory banquet later, no one was to start eating until Lin Dong had taken his first bite. "Brother Chuan, what's the situation now?" Wang Jingchuan explained. The Guanzi Town Police Station received a report about a newlywed couple who returned home after attending a banquet in the village. That night, their family couldn't reach them, so they went to check on them. No one answered the door. When they entered, they found the room covered in blood, but the couple wasn't home. Lin Dong instinctively furrowed his brow. Highly likely they were murdered. Chapter 22, Outrageous. Guanzhizhen lay far from the city center, at the very edge of Qingteng City Police Department's jurisdiction. Over an hour later, the police car arrived at Guanzi Town, where the crime scene had already been cordoned off. Brother Chuan, the captain, and the others have already gone in. "What's the situation?" Wang Jianchuan asked, his brow furrowed. The missing couple were newlyweds. Based on the scene, it appears to be a burglary gone wrong that escalated into a violent assault. Ding Wei quickly asked, "Have they found the couple?" "Not yet. This area is too remote, with no streetlights, making the search difficult. We've borrowed personnel from several nearby district police stations to assist." On the way here, Lin Dong had seen on the map that the new house was located on the edge of the village, extremely remote. There were almost no other houses nearby. In front of it was a highway, and all around were forests. A river flowed nearby. In such a location, once targeted by criminals, there was no defense. "Who are you?" The police officer, seeing someone not in uniform, assumed he was a local villager and stopped him. "Let him in. He's one of us. He cracked that dismemberment case in the city a few days ago," Wang Jingchuan said. He hadn't particularly liked Lin Dong before, always feeling that Lin Dong stole the spotlight from the police. But the captain kept harping on about how Lin Dong's investigative approach differed from traditional methods, urging us to learn from him. It felt like brainwashing. This rural self-built house, though remote, had a spacious courtyard, tall walls, ceramic tile cladding, and surveillance cameras inside the compound. "The wires have been cut," Lin Dong pointed at the camera. "Shouldn't we be able to access the recordings?" Ding Wei asked hopefully. "Hard to say. The monitoring equipment might have been taken or destroyed." Lin Dong and Ding Wei entered the room together. "Captain, what's the situation now?" Ding Wei asked. Tang Chao turned around, saw Lin Dong had arrived, nodded, and walked over to him. "The caller lives over 100 meters away. She couldn't reach her son, so she came here to check and found the little dog in the yard beaten to death. She immediately suspected something was wrong. Upon entering the room, she saw bloodstains in the living room and kitchen, and her son and daughter-in-law were nowhere to be found." Lin Dong was a bit surprised. "The deputy chief of the Criminal Investigation Division was personally briefing me on the case. Does this mean they're now treating me as an unofficial investigator for the police department? Why aren't they paying me? Have you located the device connected to the security cameras?" They used a computer host to connect to the two cameras in the courtyard. Now the host is gone, likely taken by the suspect. Tang Chao's expression grew colder. Years of investigative experience told him the newlyweds were likely in grave danger. Why is there still food on the table? Didn't the complainant say her son and daughter-in-law had just returned from a banquet in the village? Lin Dong went to the kitchen to take a look. There were signs of cooking, and even the rice cooker was still warm. The victim's home was occupied only by the couple, yet there were 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table. A bold thought emerged in Lin Dong's mind. It's possible the suspects forced the victims to cook for them. If that's the case, there must have been at least 4 suspects. How despicable. Robbing people and then making them cook for you? Ding Wei snorted through her nose. They're incredibly brazen. Tung Chao said, the question now is whether the suspects were solely after money, or if they combined robbery with assault. The woman of the house was likely assaulted. Lin Dong pointed at the photo frame on the table. She was quite beautiful and very young. This photo shows signs of having been moved recently. The suspects likely entered the room intending to steal first, but they moved the frame. Ding Wei sucked in a sharp breath. Imagine that young couple returning home to find at least 4 burly men lying in wait. The moment they stepped through the door, their fate was sealed. Your deduction is correct. We found significant bodily fluids on the bed in the master bedroom. The homeowner was likely assaulted by multiple perpetrators. Tung Chao trailed off. The caller was still outside, completely distraught. Lin Dong entered the master bedroom and saw a pair of flesh-colored stockings on the floor. The apricot-colored panties were still inside the stockings, likely torn off in one swift motion. The room itself wasn't disordered, even the bedding lay neatly arranged on the mattress. The homeowner didn't resist. Her husband was likely held hostage by that group. For her husband's safety, she dared not fight back and was forced to submit to their assault. What's even more sickening is that while the woman was forced to have sex with those men, her husband might have been watching it all unfold right there in the room. Ding Wei clenched her fists, seething with anger. They took 2 people with them. They can't have gone far. If we search the woods behind us, we should find them. But we can't be sure if the 2 they took are alive or already dead. If they're dead, the most likely dumping spot is the river up ahead. If they're still alive, they're probably already several kilometers away. Wang Jinchuan said. Judging by the amount of blood at the scene, it wasn't excessive. That couple was most likely still alive when they left this house. Lin Dong's words instantly boosted the confidence of the other officers. More officers joined the outdoor search operation. Any thoughts? Those killers probably weren't very old and hadn't received much education. They acted impulsively, which is why they left clues everywhere at the scene. Lin Dong voiced his concern. I'm afraid that when we catch the killers, they'll all turn out to be minors. China's legal system imposes entirely different sentencing standards for adults and minors. Even if they commit murder, minors cannot be sentenced to death. Currently, they're suspected of robbery, intentional assault, and rape. The sentencing for minors is sufficient punishment for these crimes. What if it's murder? Ding Wei lowered her voice. Didn't you just say that couple was still alive when they left? Who knows what those people took them away for? Maybe they planned to kill them somewhere outdoors to make disposing of the bodies easier? Just then, the woman in the courtyard began wailing even more intensely. He was my only son. Shou was carrying a child. Damn it, that woman was pregnant? Lin Dong felt a sharp pang in his heart and hurried over to confirm. Your daughter-in-law is pregnant? The old woman grabbed Lin Dong's shoulders and burst into tears. Yes, Shou is pregnant 4 months alone. Damn it! Those bastards. They don't even spare pregnant women. Lin Dong had never been this furious before. Compared to the previous 2 cases, the nature of this crime was utterly outrageous. Chapter 23, The victim has been found. Officer Ding, come with me to check outside the courtyard wall. To look for traces of how they climbed over? No, to look for their exit traces. Lin Dong's face darkened as he thought of those beasts violating his pregnant wife in front of her husband, undoubtedly making countless outrageous demands throughout the ordeal. The rage boiling within him threatened to erupt uncontrollably. Didn't they leave through the main gate? Since the first police officers who arrived here couldn't find any trace of that group, it's highly likely that after leaving through the main gate, they didn't retreat along the main road. The 2 men reached the outer wall of the courtyard, using their phone flashlights to illuminate their path as they walked along it. There are footprints here. These footprints aren't scattered. They must have been left when they climbed over the wall during the theft. Lin Dong let out a cold laugh. Those guys aren't very educated. Simple minds, strong bodies. There are signs of a quick cleanup inside the house. Probably someone in the gang had some basic counter-surveillance awareness, but not much. When they left, the slightly smarter one might have thought to exit through the front gate. Their route would be easy to trace, so they probably made a simple cover-up. Lin Dong kept his head down as he continued searching, quickly locating a cluster of messy footprints behind the courtyard wall. There really are! Ding Wei exclaimed. Searching such a large area, even 100 cops might not find them quickly. If we can pinpoint the direction, our chances of locating them increase significantly. That couple might still be alive. We have to hurry. Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the footprints. Clearly, there were only 2 types of footprints, yet someone had deliberately disguised them to look like many people had passed through. Tracking the footprints backward, Lin Dong quickly found their origin. The 2 looked up to hear howling echoing from the pitch-black forest, seemingly mixed with desperate cries. Based on Lin Dong's clues, Tung Chao dispatched officers into the woods to search. Since the suspect might be armed, the Bureau also dispatched SWAT officers with firearms for backup. The operation dragged on until dawn, around 6 in the morning. Lin Dong was sleeping in the police car when he heard the door open. Opening his eyes, he saw Officer Ding's pretty little face leaning close. "Did you sleep well last night?" Lin Dong was clearly still groggy from sleep, thinking he was at home. "Huh?" Ding Wei paused for a second before flashing a smile that revealed her pearly white teeth. "You must be exhausted, officer he. You probably didn't get much rest in the police car." "Police car?" Lin Dong rubbed his eyes. Seeing his surroundings, his mind snapped into focus. "I slept through everything. What's the situation now?" "After dawn broke, we conducted a second search of the forest area and found some bloodstains on the muddy ground. We intended to follow the trail, but after only a few dozen meters, the blood trail abruptly ended." "Damn it!" Lin Dong hurriedly got out of the car. Ding Wei led him to the spot where the bloodstains had been found. "Someone get the luminol reagent. Spray it around here. The blood we found earlier wasn't from a massive loss, and it hasn't dried up completely. How could the trail just vanish?" Wang Jinchuan shouted at the top of his lungs. "Don't spray the reagent. The person might already be dead." Lin Dong's voice made all the officers in the woods turn to look at him. "What's that guy talking about? How could someone die from such a small amount of blood? There are no signs of a struggle nearby either. Clearly, the person isn't here." Many of the officers here were on temporary assignment from district police stations and didn't recognize Lin Dong. Most dismissed his words without a second thought. But those familiar with Lin Dong felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing his words. Up to this point, Lin Dong's deductions had never been wrong. If he said the person had been killed, it was almost certainly true. "Old Luo, take your men and check the surrounding area for any new graves." "Got it." A dozen police officers began searching near the blood trail's endpoint for any freshly dug mud pits. Even if buried, a fresh pit would show distinct differences in the surrounding soil layers. It would be immediately obvious. After searching for an hour, they found no new pits in the vicinity. "I told you he wasn't dead. At least he wasn't buried here." How could the city bureau believe him? What's his background? No clue. He looks so young, could be some official's son here to build his political resume. This is utter nonsense. Using such a major case for political points? That couple might still be alive. If we waste any more time, who's going to take responsibility? Just as the police officers at the station were seething with indignation, convinced Lin Dong had wasted their time. Suddenly, Ding Wei's shout came from the other side. "Captain! Brother Chuan! We found a body!" "What?" Tong Chao and the other officers followed the sound to find Ding Wei. It was an abandoned farm field, overgrown with weeds. Beside it lay an abandoned water pit, containing a piece of plastic tarpaulin. In some rural areas, farmers dig a few meter square pit around their fields to collect rainwater. This way, they wouldn't have to fetch water from the well for irrigation, making things much more convenient. Lin Dong crouched beside the pit, his eyes fixed on the half-exposed shoe visible in the water. He found it. Judging by the shoe, it should be a male body. The pit has standing water, so it's unclear if there's one body or two down there. Ding Wei felt an immense weight in her heart, remembering the unborn child inside the female victim. Retrieve the body first, then notify Old Hu to conduct a preliminary autopsy. Tong Chao approached Lin Dong. "How did you find it?" The killer never treated the victim's wounds. The blood trail was intermittent. There's no reason to stop midway to tend to the wounds, so I deduced the killer disposed of the victim along the way. You guys couldn't find any new pits nearby, so it wasn't a burial. I spotted a pit on Google satellite maps and came to check, and sure enough. Lin Dong sighed. Those bastards were dumb thieves. Stupid thieves always handle things in the simplest, most brutal way. Door locked? Then break it down. No money? Then rob someone. Don't know how to deal with witnesses? Then kill them. By that logic, the female victim was probably already dead. Soon, the body was recovered. The caller came to identify the body and, upon recognizing his son, collapsed on the spot. According to the forensic pathologist's preliminary assessment, the victim was strangled to death, with marks on the neck from an iron chain. There were puncture wounds on the lower legs and abdomen, but the cuts were shallow, resulting in minimal blood loss. The iron chain later found in the pit corroborated the coroner's findings. The victim had been strangled to death and then discarded in this pit. Meanwhile, officers monitoring the victim's bank accounts uncovered crucial evidence. The victim's bank card had been used multiple times at an ATM around 11 p.m. the previous night to withdraw over 40,000 yuan. The ATM's surveillance camera captured the suspect's appearance. Upon seeing the balance in the bank card, the suspect actually broke into a bright smile. Chapter 24, Scope of Speculation. Lin Dong and Ding Wei were stunned after watching the surveillance footage. What kind of monster is this guy? His smug expression and raised corners of his mouth while withdrawing the money were infuriating. To identify the killer as quickly as possible, Lin Dong and Ding Wei went to the village to conduct interviews and investigations. First, to see if the deceased had recently offended anyone. Second, to have the villagers identify whether they recognized the person who withdrew the money. Zhang Shilin was a pretty easygoing guy. He ran a small shop in town. If someone forgot their money, he'd let them buy on credit and pay later. I don't think he'd have made any enemies. How should I know? I didn't interact with him much. But I heard his wife was gorgeous, a city girl. On their wedding day, I saw Jia-san staring at the bride's legs the whole time. Looking at legs isn't illegal, is it? That bride really was beautiful. She liked wearing flesh-colored stockings. Once when it rained and she didn't bring an umbrella, her stockings looked so smooth and shiny. I just looked, I didn't do anything. After conducting interviews throughout the village, Lin Dong and Ding Wei reached several conclusions. The deceased, Zhang Shilin, had a good reputation in the village. Everyone felt he wouldn't offend anyone. Even if he argued, it was only a minor quarrel, not something that would lead to his death. Additionally, Zhang Shilin's wife, Huang Xiuxiu, was quite famous in the village for her beauty. Many old bachelors mentioned her with clearly unsettled expressions. Their lecherous glances held a hint of longing, and they seemed particularly fixated on the memory of her legs clad in sheer stockings. A woman being coveted by other men was never a good thing. Especially in a remote place like this, once targeted, it was almost an inescapable situation. Right now, I feel like Huang Xiuxiu is in serious trouble too. On the way back to the crime scene, Ding Wei hung her head, looking utterly despondent. We must hold on to a shred of hope until the body is found. But even if Huang Xiuxiu is still alive, the torment she endured and the psychological scars it left will likely haunt her for the rest of her life. Lin Dong had intended to offer words of comfort, urging her not to give up hope. But his mouth got ahead of his brain, and he voiced the grim premonition weighing on his mind. Ding Wei's already unhappy little face drooped even lower. She looked as if she might cry at any moment. Just then, Ding Wei received a call and suddenly perked up. Brother Chuan and the others fished something out of the river. The two quickly arrived at the riverbank, where they saw the forensic photographer documenting the evidence. The police had retrieved a black bag from the river, filled with women's belongings. Clothes, pants, underwear, and several torn pairs of stockings. These are Huang Xiuxiu's clothes. I've seen her wearing this outfit in photos. Ding Wei recognized it instantly. Huang Xiuxiu liked wearing stockings, but not a single pair was found in the master bedroom at the crime scene. The suspect must have taken all the stockings from the wardrobe when they were removed. Lin Dong analyzed. Why take so many stockings? They're perverts. Ding Wei couldn't understand. They really are perverts. Probably wanted Huang Xiuxiu to wear them for them. Don't forget what those bachelors in the village said during our earlier interviews. Wang Jinchuan asked curiously. What did they say? They said Huang Xiuxiu had beautiful legs and loved wearing stockings. Her family runs a small shop, and many people went there just to catch a glimpse of her. Wang Jinchuan scratched his head. That reminds me, the victim's mother mentioned that before they installed security cameras, Huang Xiuxiu's underwear and stockings were frequently stolen. Ah, those men are so perverted. What's so appealing about stealing women's underwear? Ding Wei expressed her confusion. Seeing Lin Dong and Wang Jinchuan staring at her, she waved her hands repeatedly. I didn't mean all men, just those old bachelors. Wang Jinchuan chuckled. Lin Dong, Ding's teasing you, old bachelor. I'm a married man, not part of that category. I'm just a minor bachelor at most, Lin Dong chuckled back. Ah, that's not what I meant either. Ding Wei feared Lin Dong might overthink it and was about to explain. But then she saw Lin Dong had already walked to the riverbank, staring at the flowing water, lost in thought. Then he pulled out his phone and stared at the screen for a long while. Any thoughts? I should be able to roughly calculate where the killer dumped this bag of clothes. Searching that area should turn up clues. What? Really? Ding Wei looked at Lin Dong, who seemed utterly confident, and asked in disbelief. Figure out where the clothes were dumped? How do you even calculate that? Wang Jinchuan approached as well. To him, this kind of deduction went beyond scientific understanding, it was practically mysticism. Not far away, the police officers from the local station who had come to assist overheard Lin Dong's words and couldn't help but mutter to themselves. Here we go again, acting all mysterious. Just whose son is that guy? Not sure, but I saw the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Criminal Investigation Division treat him with respect. He must be pretty high up. Let's just keep working. Now that one suspect's appearance has been exposed, finding that person should lead us to the rest. I'd love to see how that guy deduces it. If he can't figure it out, that'll be interesting. Lin Dong couldn't hear their conversation. He began his own deductions. Our country's terrain slopes from west to east. This river flows almost in a straight line from its source to this point. I looked it up online, the river's average flow rate is 2 kilometers per hour. Based on that, the victim would have finished the banquet in the village and returned home. Then about 2 hours later, the suspect committed the assault at home. It's noon now, so by this calculation, when they threw that bag of clothes into the water, the distance from here should be around 22 kilometers. Wang Jinchuan frowned. So the killer is likely located 22 kilometers from Guanzi town? No, we also need to factor in walking time. Lin Dong continued. An adult takes 12 minutes to walk 1 kilometer. Walking through mountainous terrain adds about 1/3 to that time, so roughly 20 minutes. Add the time they spent disposing of the body Zhang Shilin, and the location where they dumped the bag should be between 11 and 14 kilometers from here. That narrows it down to the area between Yatong Town and Shuanglu Town. Ding Wei's eyes lit up. Though she'd been shocked by he countless times before. But, he really is incredibly strong. Wang Jinchuan rubbed his nose, thinking. This guy is absolutely a monster. Not only is his deductive reasoning sharp, but he's also quite skilled in mathematics. Once this case is closed, I must have him put on file. Otherwise, if he suddenly turns to crime in the future, pinpointing him would be incredibly difficult. The surrounding police officers from the local station were all stunned. They listened to every word he said. How did he suddenly deduce the suspect was between Yatong Town and Shuanglu Town? Is this for real? If it's true, that's just too damn brilliant. Chapter 25, Captain, I need a favor. Based on the deduction range provided by Lin Dong, Tong Chao immediately dispatched men to search the riverbanks of Yatong Town and Shuanglu Town. Let's go too. Get in the car. You're driving? Seeing Ding Wei seated in the driver's seat of the police car, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel nervous. I got my license when I was 18. I drive regularly, so I'm pretty much an old hand at it now. Ding Wei pouted. He actually doesn't believe I can drive. Looks like he doesn't know me well enough. I'll reluctantly believe you this once. Lin Dong nervously got into the car and watched as Ding Wei stared at the gearshift for a long time. You don't usually drive an automatic, do you? Ding Wei scratched her head sheepishly. Hey, you figured it out. Trust me, I'll get the hang of it soon enough. After a few minutes of fumbling, she finally got the police car started. Their first destination was Yatong Town. Since it wasn't far, the patrol car arrived at its destination in just over 20 minutes. Tong Chao and his team had already arrived ahead of them. They began conducting door-to-door inquiries along the riverside area. Hey, have you seen this guy? No, I haven't seen him. Take another look. I really haven't seen him before. The police showed the photo of the suspect who withdrew the money to the local sub-district office and neighborhood committee for assistance. Half an hour later, they finally found a lead. I've seen him before. This kid came early this morning to steal my plums. When I caught him, I chased him a mile with a stick. How many of them were there? 4 of them. They looked like street thugs. I was afraid they'd steal my chickens, so I didn't dare let them out this morning. Didn't you see any women? No women. All men. Which way did they go when you last saw them? Toward Wangjiakio, that way. Based on clues provided by local villagers, the police and neighborhood committee began searching along Wangjiakio. Upon hearing about the incident, many residents from Guanzi town rushed over on motorcycles and tricycles to join the search. At 2 p.m., a villager discovered the naked body of a woman inside an abandoned house on Huashan Mountain. Police arrived upon hearing the news and quickly cordoned off the scene. When Lin Dong saw the body, his jaw clenched and the veins in his neck bulged. Ding Wei, standing beside him, felt tears welling up in her eyes. It was tragic, utterly tragic. The medical examiner crouched down to examine the body. The victim died no more than 4 hours ago. She was completely naked, with injuries concentrated on her chest and lower body. There are over a dozen cigarette burn marks on her body. 6 smoked cigarette butts were stuffed in the victim's mouth. There are over a dozen puncture marks on her thighs, likely caused by something like toothpicks. The victim's pelvis is severely dislocated, likely caused by prolonged, repeated impact. The child inside. The forensic pathologist trailed off. In all his years as a forensic pathologist, the brutality inflicted on this body ranked among the worst he had ever seen. Though the body remained intact, one could only imagine the physical and psychological torment the victim endured while conscious. Especially after witnessing her husband's murder at the hands of these demons, only to be violated by them afterward. Those bastards, not a single one of them will get away. Tong Chao, rarely losing his composure, clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. Hand over the evidence bag containing the cigarette butt. Lin Dong stepped forward. Wang Tao, the evidence technician from the second squad, handed over the evidence bag with a skeptical look. What the hell is going on with the third squad? Lately, they've been dragging this guy along on every case. Could it be they're considering hiring him as an unofficial consultant for the Criminal Investigation Division? Lin Dong examined each cigarette butt and soon made a discovery. Hawkai cigarettes, a brand unique to Myanmar, famous for its blue filters, hence also called Blue Myanmar. Unless someone spent extended time in that region and got accustomed to local cigarettes, they wouldn't go out of their way to pull strings for foreign brands back home. Tong Chao's brow furrowed slightly at this. So you're suggesting one of the suspects might have spent extended time in Myanmar? Exactly. Since he's been abroad, the Immigration Bureau should have his fingerprint records. Didn't they collect several fingerprints at the crime scene? A comparison would reveal the suspect's identity. Tong Chao steadied his rapid breathing. He picked up his phone to contact his friend at the Immigration Bureau, requesting assistance with fingerprint matching. The coroner placed the body into a body bag. The exact cause of death would require an autopsy to confirm. Last night, something utterly tragic had unfolded in this dilapidated room. Standing inside, one could almost still hear the woman's desperate wails. Mixed in were the laughter of beasts, greedily venting their emotions. In their minds, they were emperors at that moment, free to toy with the woman before them. But crime cannot allow them to live freely. Soon, the Immigration Bureau matched fingerprints provided by the Criminal Investigation Division against their database, pinpointing one suspect. This man is named Duan, from Qingteng Town. He began committing crimes at age 15 and was released just last year. He is now 26. He has a history of frequent thefts involving substantial sums and is highly skilled at committing crimes while on the run. He's managed to escape capture on multiple occasions. After hearing the report, Lin Dong responded without hesitation. This gang just pulled out tens of thousands of yuan. Given their idle habits, they'll definitely go spend it right away. Internet cafes? Ding Wei asked. Lin Dong shook his head. How much could they spend at an internet cafe? They'll likely head to bars, nightclubs, or similar venues downtown. Or those unlicensed hair salons. We should investigate those too. This Duan from the photo, he looks overweight. With 4 of them moving together, they'll be quite conspicuous. Expand the search radius. If Duan's ID shows up in any internet cafes, hotels, or similar establishments, launch an immediate arrest operation. After working around the clock, everyone was exhausted. Especially Lin Dong, whose daily routine at home was usually very regular. So during the police investigation, he sat in the patrol car with his eyes closed. Captain Tang, assign me a task. There are still a few streets left to check. I can handle them. We have enough personnel for the search. Local neighborhood committees and villagers heard about this and have spontaneously organized themselves to look for those 4 suspects. You should stay with Lin Dong instead. Once he wakes up, he might have some new ideas. Tung Chao replied with a wry smile. I hate to admit it, but Lin Dong really is a genius at solving cases. Many of his insights make me wonder if he orchestrated the crime himself. How else could he make such precise judgments? You must have learned a lot from him these past few days. If he cracks this case too, the Bureau will probably hire him as an external criminal consultant. You'll be the one handling the liaison. Ding Wei pointed at herself. Me? Who else? Let the 1st and 2nd divisions get the upper hand by assigning someone to partner with him? Then whenever we need Lin Dong's analysis on a case, it won't be so easy to get him. The thought of losing the man she'd worked so hard to recruit to another squad made her bristle. Ding Wei immediately grew displeased. No way. Hida is mine. Ha? I mean, I invited Hida here. How could I let other squads snatch him away? Tung Chao looked at her and smiled. When you joined the Criminal Investigation Division, the other 2 squads didn't want you. They thought you were too young, and besides, you're a girl. There were actually objections within our 3rd squad too. I pushed through the opposition to bring you in. Ding Wei nodded. She knew this history, which is why she worked relentlessly since joining the 3rd squad, determined to prove worthy of their trust. Captain, I've never asked you for anything. This time, you absolutely must keep Lin Dong here. That guy's case-solving skills are downright uncanny. Whether our 3rd squadron wins the Provincial Bureau's annual Outstanding Collective Award depends entirely on him. Ding Wei's ears split. She heard it as, the captain wants me to take down Hida? How am I supposed to win him over? Could it be I have to date him? Chapter 26, The suspect is dead. The captain and his team went to investigate the case, so Ding Wei had no choice but to head to the police car. Watching Lin Dong asleep, doubts began to creep into her mind. If I have to partner with Hida, what if he thinks I'm clumsy? Lost in thought, Ding Wei began to feel drowsy herself and soon drifted into a deep sleep in the car. She had no idea how long she'd slept when Lin Dong woke up first. He saw Ding Wei asleep against him, half her face buried in his chest, her lips slightly parted and pouting, looking inexplicably adorable. Her clothes had slipped off her shoulders, revealing her fair collarbone. In the light streaming in from outside, the curve of her chest was faintly visible. A Lolita face, a mature woman's body. Lin Dong dared not move, afraid the slightest shift would wake Ding Wei. Less than a minute later, Ding Wei's phone rang. Like a startled bird, she jolted upright, nearly kissing Lin Dong in the process. Hey, Team Leader Tang. Got it, we'll be right over. Ding Wei wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth before realizing she'd fallen asleep. Her gaze shifted to Lin Dong, who was squeezed into a corner, curled up. It suddenly dawned on her. Had I just fallen asleep leaning against Hida? Oh my god. How embarrassing. I was just resting my eyes for a moment. I didn't fall asleep. Ding Wei explained nervously. Yeah, right. Lin Dong pursed his lips, then asked, any updates over there? Yes. Duan is dead. Ding Wei's expression turned serious. What? Duan is dead? Holy crap, we haven't even found the killer yet, and now the killer's the victim? This turn of events left Lin Dong completely dumbfounded. They must have had a falling out over dividing the loot. Such situations aren't uncommon within criminal gangs. No one would back down, each believing they were the boss and deserved a bigger share. Then they get taken out by the others. Where did it happen? Lin Dong asked. A hotel next to the bus terminal. Someone called the police about a dead body. Patrol officers went over and found the victim's appearance closely resembled the suspect in our wanted notice. So team leader Tang took his men there. Ding Wei looked at Lin Dong, waiting for his decision. Let's go check it out. Soon, the two arrived at the Xinxin Hotel next to the county bus terminal. Motel rooms were generally inexpensive, costing only a few dozen yuan per night. Generally, only two types of people stay at motels. The first are migrant workers who choose to stay here to save money. The other are those with criminal records, hoping to get lucky. Some motels don't require ID for check-in. The owners knew these guests were problematic, but they turned a blind eye to make extra money. When Lin Dong and Ding Wei arrived at the motel, they happened to see two police officers carrying a body bag downstairs, with the grim-faced coroner Hu Wanmin following behind. The recent spate of murders had kept him working day and night, the pressure mounting. Uncle Hu, what's the situation? Ding Wei approached and asked. We're fairly certain the deceased is Duan, one of the suspects. The cause of death appears to be poisoning, but we'll need to conduct an autopsy back at the station to confirm the details. We just identified a suspect, and now that suspect is dead? That's too coincidental. Ding Wei sighed. Not coincidence, it's called victim bias. We only perceive it as coincidental because we knew this suspect existed. His death makes it seem so. You must be Lin Dong. Hu Wanmin smiled and extended his hand. I'm Hu Wanmin. Everyone likes to call me Old Hu. I'm the forensic pathologist at headquarters, primarily responsible for liaising with the third squad on cases. Lin Dong shook his hand without hesitation. Though he imagined Old Hu's hand must have dissected countless corpses. Those fatty deposits, rotting flesh, and squishy organs had all passed through his hands to reveal the truth. But forensic medicine was a profession worthy of respect. They gave voice to the silent dead, vindicating the wronged souls. That's why Lin Dong didn't hesitate to shake it. Hello, Uncle Hu. You must have been incredibly busy these past few days. 3 homicides in a month, it has been hectic. But thanks to you, these cases ultimately headed in the right direction. I read your book, it's quite well written. Actually, I suggest you spend more time at the police station. Exposure to real cases will benefit your fiction writing. Lin Dong shrugged. I'm just an ordinary citizen. How could I treat the police station like my own home, coming and going as I please? That would be too irregular. Not at all. You could serve as our unofficial consultant. Other provincial police departments have hired external advisors before and they even get paid. Ding Wei extended an olive branch to Lin Dong. An unofficial consultant? Lin Dong had actually considered this before. Ever since he'd been exposed to real criminal cases, his efficiency and inspiration for writing novels had completely changed. Before, crafting a new case required extensive research, meticulously piecing together the killer's psychology, and reconstructing crime scenes. But after experiencing real cases, inspiration flowed like a spring. Reader feedback reflected this too. The later chapters were clearly more compelling. We'll see about that later. Let's handle the case at hand first. Lin Dong feigned composure and steered the conversation away, leaving Ding Wei anxious. Unable to voice her concerns, she could only trail behind him, her mind consumed by the captain's orders. Her mind was filled with the captain's words, we absolutely must take Lin Dong down. Entering the hotel, Tong Chao was reviewing surveillance footage from behind the counter. You're just in time. We captured footage of all 4 suspects. Aside from the victim, Duan, the other 3 left after 3 p.m. It's been over 4 hours now, they can't have gone far. Lin Dong sneered coldly, issue the wanted notices immediately. These thugs stand out on the streets. They'd kick a roadblock just for the hell of it. I've already had the police station issue it. My concern now is that they tend to operate in villages and small towns. Surveillance coverage is sparse in those areas, and most residents are elderly. Even if we issue a warrant, they likely won't see it. With the warrant out, at least they can't use public transportation and won't get far. What worries me is that they've even killed their own comrades. Clearly, they're bloodthirsty. Tonight, they might. Lin Dong's words weighed heavily on Tong Chao's heart. Counting the unborn child in the victim's womb, 3 innocent lives had already been taken. If more innocent people were killed, he didn't know how he could face the victims' families. So he vented his anger on the hotel owner. What kind of establishment is this? Why aren't guests required to register with ID? It's written in big, bold letters right there, ID registration required for check-in. Is that just for show? The hotel owner hung his head, too terrified to utter a word. With such a major incident occurring, the establishment would undoubtedly face rectification measures, perhaps even fines. Silence was the only sound on the bridge tonight. Fearing the 3 killers might strike again, the police dared not rest, continuing their search through the night. Neighboring counties issued notices urging residents to lock their doors and windows at night and avoid wandering outside after dark. But even so, that night, tragedy struck again. Chapter 27, Social Security Card. Upon receiving the report from Jinshan village, police arrived at the scene to find 2 bodies, a middle-aged couple. The caller reported that a young woman, a freshman in college, was missing from the household. 2 cases, 4 lives lost, 1 missing. And 1 suspect was dead. Tong Chao surveyed the crime scene and noticed its striking similarity to the first location, both isolated areas with no neighbors nearby, situated in remote parts of the village. When Lin Dong arrived at the scene, he didn't have time to curse the killer's ancestors. He immediately entered the crime scene to begin his investigation. Could this be their doing? The modus operandi matches kidnapping and murder, torturing the victims before death. There are uneaten dishes and beer left on the table. The female victim had her hands and feet bound, while the male victim had knife wounds. Both appear to have died from asphyxiation. Lin Dong clenched his jaw. This matches the first case's modus operandi. They chose strangulation to kill both victims. There was also a college student on vacation at home, and she's gone now too, Tong Chao reminded them. This room must have been the girl's bedroom. The door lock shows signs of forced entry. She was likely home alone when the couple returned. Ding Wei asked, what's your analysis? All 3 have prior theft convictions but no record of intentional assault. If someone was home and aware the police were searching for them, they'd likely hesitate to break in directly. The interior layout also shows no signs of struggle. This suggests the suspects entered the home first, then ambushed the unsuspecting couple, hence the circumstances. Ding Wei nodded and continued listening. After entering, the suspects discovered someone was still inside and the door was locked from the inside. They then resorted to violently breaking the lock. This type of wooden door lock isn't sturdy, it broke after just a few blows. Lin Dong glanced toward the bedroom area. Evidence at the scene indicated a struggle had taken place here. 3 ruthless criminals versus a barely legal teenager, the outcome was predictable. Could that girl be? Ding Wei trailed off. Lin Dong rubbed his aching forehead. Just look at the bloodstains on the bed. Normal blood is usually bright red and doesn't contain clots. Menstrual blood is typically dark red or brown, sometimes with clots, and has a distinct odor. So that means the girl was menstruating when she was assaulted and likely had never experienced intercourse before. Those bastards took her away. Given their modus operandi, she's probably in grave danger. The room fell into an eerie silence. Search! Tong Chao suddenly roared in fury. It hasn't been long since the crime occurred. They couldn't have gone far. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, we must find that girl. Alive or dead, we must see her. Lin Dong urged, focus on the abandoned old houses around the village. They wouldn't have tools to dig a grave. Every derelict building, even collapsed ones, needs thorough investigation. Though the police had been burning the midnight oil for several nights straight with little rest, each officer remained fiercely determined. This killer was utterly despicable, utterly hateful. They committed acts utterly devoid of humanity, acts that extinguished all sense of decency. Soon, the police began searching the village perimeter with police dogs. Over an hour later, near the village's base at the mountain's foot, the dogs picked up a scent and located the abducted girl. Fortunately, the girl was still alive. But she had suffered both physical and mental torment. Captain Tang, we found her. She's alive. Hearing the news, Tong Chao breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Dong, come with me. We found her, and she's alive. That's wonderful. Ding Wei exclaimed with delight. But Lin Dong couldn't feel happy. Sometimes, the living suffer more. The loss of a loved one isn't a sudden downpour, but a long, damp drizzle. And witnessing a loved one murdered before your eyes? The psychological shadow cast by such a trauma was unimaginable. Arriving at the entrance of the abandoned house, many police officers were stationed outside. Why aren't you going in? Tong Chao asked. The girl wasn't wearing any clothes. 2 female officers are inside helping her get dressed. No sooner had Wang Jingchuan finished speaking than the female officer inside signaled they could enter. The room was covered in moss. The girl sat on the floor, her tears long dried, her eyes red and swollen as she sobbed quietly. A quilt lay spread on the floor. The crime scene was missing one quilt, likely taken by the perpetrator. You? Wang Jingchuan stepped forward to question the girl about what had happened, but Lin Dong stopped him. Give her some time. No one wants to revisit such painful memories. But we have to catch the killer quickly. Otherwise, more people will get hurt. Lin Dong shone his flashlight into another corner of the room, where several pieces of clothing and pants lay, stained with blood. After they killed my parents, they took some clothes from the house. Their clothes were bloody, so they changed into my father's clothes. Her eyes reddened, yet the strength she displayed moved everyone present. She wanted the killer brought to justice more than anyone else. Lin Dong slipped on latex gloves and began searching through the clothes, quickly discovering several bank cards and a social security card. Xiao Ding, check if these bank cards match the ones Zhang Shilin and Huang Xiuxiu reported missing. Ding Wei pulled out her phone and opened her notes app. After comparing them one by one, she nodded. Yes, these are the ones. Lin Dong crouched down in front of the girl and picked up the social security card. Do you recognize the person on this? The social security card had a photo on it. The girl glanced up and shook her head. These are clothes the suspects took off. They wouldn't steal useless social security cards during a robbery. This must belong to a relative of one of the suspects. Tong Chao immediately called the police station, instructing them to verify the identity of the cardholder, including their family background. Soon, the police station responded. The man's name is Qin Pu, 69 years old, from Dao village. He has a son who died 13 years ago and had his household registration revoked. He has a grandson named Qin Shangi, who bears a striking resemblance to one of the suspects in the fugitive database. Is this one of the 4 suspects we recently released? That's correct. Police immediately set up a preemptive surveillance operation at Qin Shangi's hometown. Many suspects returned to their hometowns after committing crimes, believing rural areas to be safer. Sure enough, around 4 a.m., police successfully apprehended him on the road leading to his hometown. County Police Station Interrogation Room. As the bright light shone on Qin Shangi's face, the man trembled in fear, cold sweat soaking his back. Several police officers stood before him, each with piercing stares that could cut through steel. Are you going to confess on your own, or should I help you out? Tong Chao gritted his teeth, his words thick with fury. Chapter 28, The Killer's Confession. Not only Tang Chao, but Lin Dong and Ding Wei in the observation room were equally furious. That little is only 18 years old. So young, yet capable of such heartless, insane acts. Evil knows no age. Lin Dong pointed at Qin Shangi as he continued. Look at his micro-expressions. He keeps glancing at the police, still clinging to a sliver of hope. With all this overwhelming evidence, he won't get away with it. Thankfully he's an adult, otherwise we couldn't even sentence him to death. In the interrogation room, Tan Shangi trembled as he asked. Can I have a cigarette? Damn it, you want a cigarette? How about I slap you across the face instead? Wang Jinchuan's hot temper nearly made him lunge forward to punch him. Tong Chao reached out and stopped him. Think smoking will make you talk? Qin Shangi nodded. You should know how serious your crime is. If you try to play us, the consequences will be severe. No, I won't. I'm scared. I need a few puffs to calm down. Qin Shangi's trembling hand took the cigarette Tong Chao offered. He lowered his head, placed it between his lips, and let Tong Chao light it for him. After a few puffs cleared his lungs, Qin Shangi finally began to compose himself. Duan, Sun Juanhao, Pang Mingjiang, and we met in detention. Sun Juanhao and Pang Mingjiang are from the same village. They'd been stealing for a while. Duan and I used to pickpocket on the streets. Back in the day, mobile payments weren't as common, so it was easier to steal cash. Nowadays, no one carries cash anymore, so we just steal phones to sell. We usually hang out in internet cafes, and when we run out of money, we go steal. After the 4 of us met, we teamed up for burglaries. I handled reconnaissance, and Pang Mingjiang picked locks. Before the murder, we robbed 7 or 8 homes together, selling the gold and silver jewelry for over 40,000 yuan. We blew through that money fast in bars and internet cafes. They hired prostitutes at bars, while I spent mine on gaming gear. I don't know what got into us that day, but all 4 of us were acting reckless. We figured people nowadays don't keep cash or valuables at home, so we decided to just kidnap them and withdraw money from their bank cards much faster than stealing. About 2 weeks ago, I passed through a village near Guanzi town and noticed one house stood apart from the others. It looked newer, freshly renovated, obviously owned by someone wealthy. That night, we snuck into their place. We made sure no one was home before entering. There was a dog barking in the yard, and Duan shot it dead. We saw 2 security cameras in the yard. Pang Mingjiang went to unplug their power cables, then the 4 of us went inside. Inside, we saw the homeowner's wedding photo in the living room. Duan remarked that the bride was beautiful and asked if we could have our way with her later. I went to the bedroom and saw a computer. I turned it on to watch some TV, but then noticed the camera had caught all 4 of us. Sun Juanhao reminded me to take the main unit with us when we left and smash it somewhere. Around 6 p.m., we heard noises outside, so we hid in the bedroom. The female homeowner entered first. Duan and I immediately pinned her down. Meanwhile, Pang Mingjiang and Sun Juanhao rushed out, grabbed knives, and subdued the male homeowner. Sun Juanhao then tied up the male homeowner's hands and feet with rope. I searched him and found several bank cards. When I asked for the PIN, the homeowner rattled off a string of numbers. I suspected he was lying. When I tried logging into his mobile banking app, it wouldn't work. Furious, I smashed the ashtray on the table over his head. I didn't hit him hard, but he passed out instantly. Duan scolded me, worried I'd killed him and we'd never get the password. Pang Mingjiang said it was fine, then walked into the female homeowner's room. Soon after, her screams came from inside. We all knew what he was doing in there. He was definitely assaulting that woman. When the noise stopped, Pang Mingjiang came out pulling up his pants, saying he'd gotten the password. Then Duan went back in, and the screams started again. They told me to ride the motorcycle in the yard to get the money, but I said it was too early and I'd go later. Everyone was a bit hungry at the time, and since Duan could cook, he went to the kitchen and stir-fried a few dishes. After Duan finished cooking, Sun Juanhao finally emerged from the mistress's room, and then I went in. The mistress asked me when I'd be leaving. I said I'd leave after getting the money. I told her to keep me company for a while and I wouldn't harm her husband. She agreed. It took about half an hour back and forth. By then, they'd finished eating and started discussing how to deal with the two of us. I'm a coward, I said we should just take the money and run. Duan didn't dare kill either. But Pang Mingjiang and Sun Juanhao insisted that if we didn't kill them, we'd get caught. Duan and I listened to them and agreed to kill. When we left the house, we split up. I went to town to get the money while they took the hostages into the woods. By the time I got the money and met up with them, they had already killed the husband. We counted the money in an abandoned house, each getting over 10,000 yuan. I asked what to do with the female homeowner, maybe blind her and let her live. Pang Mingjiang said no, he wanted to do something perverted. When I went to get the money, they had me buy a bunch of drugs from the pharmacy. After taking them, they played with the female owner for a while. Hearing this demonic account, every police officer present seethed with rage. Tong Chao fought the urge to punch him, asking in a low voice. The cigarette burns on the victim's body, the cigarette but in her mouth, and the needle marks on her thigh, who did those? All Pang Mingjiang. We couldn't handle it anymore, so he did everything in the end. We all thought he went too far, but he just cursed me for being useless. How did Duan die? At this question, Qin Shangyi grew tense again. We knew killing someone would get us arrested, so we went to the bus station to split up the next day and wait for the heat to die down. We found a nearby hotel that didn't require ID registration and bought a lot of alcohol to drink together. Duan was the oldest among us and had even been to Myanmar. After drinking too much, he felt as the boss he deserved a bigger share of the money, but Pang Mingjiang refused to accept it. That's when the conflict started. Their shouting was so loud that Sun Juanhao and I feared it would attract the police, so we tried to calm them down. Pang Mingjiang eventually settled, but Duan was too drunk to calm down. In the end, Sun Juanhao pulled out the dog poison, saying a small dose would only knock someone out. So we mixed it into his drink to calm him down. But we misjudged the dosage and ended up poisoning Duan to death. Chapter 29, Long Live Being Single. Alright. Tell me about Jinshan Village. Weren't you planning to escape? Why did you end up killing someone? Tong Chao practically gritted his teeth as he asked. Duan's death threw off our whole plan. We were supposed to go home separately, but now the hotel has surveillance that must have caught our faces. So we decided to flee to another province. With Duan's over 10,000 yuan, we each only had about 10,000 left. So we planned to pull off one more job before fleeing. That house in Jinshan Village was one I scouted earlier. It's similar to the first one, isolated from the rest of the village, making it hard to spot. We planned to use the same method, sneak in ahead of time and wait for the owner to return. But this time, something unexpected happened. After we got inside, we found someone in the bedroom. Pang Mingjiang found something to smash the door. That wooden door lock broke easily. Inside, we found a girl, probably around my age. Sun Juanhao went to tie her hands and feet. She fought back fiercely during the process, so Pang Mingjiang said he had a way to make her cooperate. The girl was on her period at the time. Pang Mingjiang found it disgusting, but he wanted to subdue her, so he assaulted her. Afterward, he tied her up and stuffed a piece of clothing into her mouth. When the couple returned, Pang Mingjiang worried we didn't have enough people. Duan was there before, big and strong, he could control them. So as soon as the homeowners entered, Pang Mingjiang feared things would spiral out of control and stabbed the husband. We got the bank card and the pin. I went to withdraw the money myself. After getting it, I met up at the pre-arranged spot and saw they'd brought the girl along too. I saw them change clothes, so I changed too, that way you wouldn't recognize me. Pang Mingjiang said this escape might last a long time, that we wouldn't see women for ages, so we kept taking drugs and tortured that girl terribly. After dividing the money, I split from them. They told me to go to another province, which I considered, but I had no connections there and felt it would be pointless. Hoping for a lucky break, I decided to hide out in my hometown for a while, and that's when you caught me. At this point, Tong Chao connected all the previous clues and confirmed they all matched before ending the interrogation. This Lin Dong is really something, huh? His analysis was spot on. Wang Jinchuan was genuinely impressed. I told you before, this kid's got real talent. Have Xiaoding shadow him, he'll learn a lot. Why not just recruit him? Writing detective novels can't compare to the satisfaction of solving real cases. Tong Chao shot him a glare. We make a few thousand a month. He probably earns tens of thousands, maybe even more, writing fiction. Besides, where would he find enough cases to solve? There's been a lot of cases lately though. Damn it, I'm puzzled too, why so many homicides this month, and all major cases. Summer's coming, people are getting more irritable. We need to step up patrols from now on. The two men emerged from the interrogation room and walked to the adjacent observation room. Lin Dong, you heard everything Qin Shangyi confessed to earlier, right? It's my fault. If we'd caught them sooner, the second case wouldn't have happened. Lin Dong lowered his head. Hearing the killer's description, it felt like being there. You could imagine how utterly hopeless the victims must have felt. Returning home, the moment you opened the door, it was a death trap. This isn't your fault. The killer's escape routes were all in rural areas or deep mountain forests. Your deductions were spot on, and we moved fast. It's just that the killer is utterly despicable. Right. This really isn't your fault. On the contrary, we should thank you. If it weren't for you, we might not have caught Tan Shangi yet. Why is Wang Jingchuan being so polite to me today? He used to love picking on me, looking down on writers. Why the sudden change in attitude? Could it be he's realized how valuable a free outside consultant really is? Lin Dong knew this wasn't the time for pleasantries. I just thought of a method that might reveal the other two's locations. Ding Wei flinched and asked, what method? They haven't heard about Tan Shangi's arrest yet, so their guard probably isn't up. We could pretend to be female netizens and add them on QQ. Maybe we can lure one of them out. Wang Jingchuan asked, then why not just use Qin Shangi's QQ to lure them out? They've already split up. If Tan Shangi suddenly wants to meet them now, they might suspect the police have caught him. That would alert them. I just reviewed Qin Shangi's phone. From his chat history with Sun Juanhao, I discovered Sun Juanhao is really into an online game. I can borrow a female account and set up a phishing trap. It couldn't hurt to try. Lin Dong quickly rented a female character online and logged into the game. From game screenshots Sun Juanhao had previously sent Tan Shangi, he identified Sun's in-game ID and added him as a friend using that ID. 2 a.m. Lin Dong and Ding Wei waited at the internet cafe for the bait to take effect. If you're tired, go ahead and take a nap. It's fine, I can stay awake. Ding Wei had barely finished speaking when she couldn't help but yawn again. She quickly slapped her cheeks, turning her face red. You're like wolves and so brutal on yourself. Lin Dong was stunned. I'm afraid if I fall asleep, I'll dream about Huang Xiuxiu. I'll definitely have nightmares. Ding Wei suddenly burst into tears. Perhaps it was the overwhelming work pressure lately. Or perhaps it was the two remaining killers still at large. She felt she couldn't face the victims. Holy crap. As someone who's never dated, how am I supposed to comfort a girl? I have absolutely no clue. I really want to open Jihu and ask netizens for help online. Lin Dong reached for tissues to offer Ding Wei, only to realize he hadn't brought any. He just went for it, one hand cradling Ding Wei's delicate face, the other gently wiping her tear-stained cheeks. I promise you, within 2 days at most, we'll catch those two beasts worse than animals. Ding Wei took a deep breath and wiped away her tears. We can't rely solely on you. Solving crimes is supposed to be our job as the police. Hide, why don't you take a break? I'll keep watch. As soon as he logs on, I'll let you know. Lin Dong smiled. Alright, I'll work on my article for a bit. If I don't post soon, those haters in the group chat will start bashing me again. Hide, you have haters? They actually like my books, that's why they're demanding updates. It's all my fault for acting like such a beggar in the group chat. Plus, they know I've been single since birth, so they constantly tease me and even post pictures of their girlfriends. That's just heartless. Lin Dong was utterly outraged. Super duper outraged. Holy crap. So what if I'm single? Long live being single, okay? Chapter 30, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. Give me your phone, Ding Wei suddenly said sternly. What's wrong? Lin Dong handed over his phone. Unlock it and open your book fan group. Lin Dong had no idea what she was up to, but he immediately unlocked his phone and opened the fan group. Ding Wei took the phone and held it high, flashing an adorable smile while making a yeah gesture with her other hand. Hey, what are you doing? I'll shut Blackie up for you. Lin Dong snatched the phone back, only to see Ding Wei's selfie already posted in the group chat, accompanied by a caption below, my girlfriend. Back in the day was so refined, holy crap, isn't that the police officer? Are you two dating now? Dumb dog, I'm not jealous that he has a girlfriend, but I'm seriously jealous it's such a gorgeous police officer. Gentlemanly style, a man should prioritize his career, he did. How many updates today? It was already past midnight. Did these people never sleep? Lin Dong was puzzled when suddenly, a friend request notification popped up on his game interface. Hide, the fish is hooked. Ding Wei exclaimed excitedly. Try acting cute for me, Lin Dong suddenly requested. Huh? Right now? Ding Wei was a bit puzzled. Though she didn't know why, Hide must have his reasons for asking. So she extended her slender fingers, gently grasping Lin Dong's sleeve. A sweet curve formed at the corners of her mouth, her eyes as languid as a kitten's. This girl, could she actually be good at acting cute? That shouldn't be possible. Lin Dong was puzzled. Suddenly, she spoke. Brother, could you take me back to the police station later? The police station. Forget it, I'll handle it. If I let you go after Sun Juanhao, you'd probably scare him into fleeing overnight. In the game, Sun Juanhao had already taken the bait, sending Lin Dong several question marks. Meaning, who are you? Why add me? Big Nanyan, CPDD? First Wanhao, bro doesn't date dinosaurs. Last time someone asked me to be their CP, it was a 200-pound tank. Big Nanyan, I'm no dinosaur. Add me on QQ, I'll send you pics. First Wanhao, think I'm stupid? All those photos are fake. Ever heard of Asian magic? With makeup and beauty filters, even a dog could look like a model. This guy's pretty cautious. Looks like he got scammed in an online romance before. Lin Dong chuckled. We could video chat. Let me talk to him. Sure. With your looks, you'll definitely have him head over heels. But take it easy, don't mention the police station again. This was purely baiting the hook with fine brand to lure the fish. Sun Tzu and how? If he could see a beauty chatting with him before getting executed, it'd be worth it. Hearing Lin Dong compliment her looks, Ding Wei smiled slightly, pursing her lips. What girl doesn't love being told she's pretty? Dana, if the photos are fake, let's just video chat then. First one, how, really? First one, how, let me make this clear, if you turn out to be a dinosaur, I'll hang up on you right then and there. Sun Tzu and Hao then sent over his QQ number. Lin Dong added him using a secondary account and quickly sat beside him. Now it was time for Xiao Ding to make his move. Before long, Sun Tzu and Hao eagerly took the bait and initiated a video call. The moment the video connected and he saw Ding Wei, Sun Tzu and Hao's sleazy face broke into an even sleazier grin. Holy! You're really this gorgeous? Your figure is amazing, just like your gaming ID, it's huge. Ding Wei forced a smile, suppressing her disgust. I saw how amazing your gaming skills are. Can you carry me through some dungeons later? Hell yeah! My skills rank among the best in the entire server. Where are you from? See if you're close to me? Zhuzhong Hangzhou. Ding Wei made up an identity on the spot. That's pretty far. I'm in Qingteng City, but I'm planning to head to Northeast China soon. Ha! Northeast China is so far away. If you go there, won't we never get to meet? You want to meet me? Sun Tzu and Hao's face practically split open with a grin. A stunning beauty offering herself up, could such good fortune truly exist? If it's inconvenient for you, big brother, then let's just wait until you return from the Northeast. Ding Wei deliberately feigned disappointment. This look had not only Sun Tzu and Hao across from her completely flustered, but even Lin Dong sitting beside him was utterly bewildered. Damn, Ding Wei's acting skills were impressive. Earlier, when she was told to act coy, she was stiff as a board. Now she's pulling off the act like a pro. Her progress was nothing short of lightning fast. It's fine, I can stay a couple more days. Great. Then we can hit the internet cafe and play together. No problem at all. My Shadow Mage's movement skills are top-notch, I can easily take you through the level 80 dungeon. But it's not convenient for me to come find you. Could you come to me instead? Ding Wei didn't agree right away, that would be too obvious. Instead, she feigned hesitation. Sun Tzu and Hao caught on and immediately offered, here's the deal, I'll cover your flight ticket and any gear drop during the dungeon runs is all yours. Alright. Send me your address and I'll come find you tomorrow. See you then, girl. After ending the video call, Ding Wei nearly threw up. This is absolutely the most disgusting thing I've ever done in my life. Then you haven't seen enough yet. Cops witness all the evil in this society. There's always worse, nothing is truly the worst. Lin Dong still gave Ding Wei a thumbs up. You handled that well. Once Sun Tzu and Hao sends the address, we can send undercover officers to check it out. If Pang Mingjiang is with him, we can take them all down at once. Hee, I told you I'm a decent actor. I was just shy around you earlier, so I didn't perform at my best. Shy? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow in confusion. We were face to face, so I felt a little shy. He noticed Ding Wei's eyes darting away, unable to meet his gaze. Could it be? Officer Ding has feelings for me? Nah, that can't be. Maybe it's just simple admiration? But I've seen her face flush several times, could she just have a naturally excitable sympathetic nervous system? The address has been sent. I'll forward it to team leader Tang first. Got it. After Ding Wei sent Sun Tzu and Hao's location to Teng Chao and explained the entire situation, Teng Chao smugly remarked to Wang Jinchuan beside him. See? I told you little Ding would learn a lot from Lin Dong. Look how fast she's improving. And you, as her senior, I told you to properly mentor her, but all you did was drag her along on anti-prostitution raids. What were you thinking? Wang Jinchuan was left red-faced and muttered helplessly. Team leader Tang, it's not entirely my fault. There were no cases back then, either patrol duty or raids. Patrols were so boring, that's why I took Xiao Ding on raids. Enough with the excuses. First, notify the station brothers to check that internet cafe. Don't rush to arrest him, keep surveillance tight. He might have escaped with Peng Mingjiang. Got it. That's called encircle the point and intercept reinforcements. That's luring the snake out of its hole. Chapter 31, do you believe it? The addresses provided by Lin Dong and Ding Wei were not far from either crime scene, only a few dozen kilometers away. After receiving the joint investigation notice, the local police station dispatched plainclothes officers to the internet cafe. Sure enough, they spotted Sun Tzu and Hao surfing the web. But they didn't see the other suspect, Peng Mingjiang. The police intended to use Sun Tzu and Hao to lure Peng Mingjiang out, so the plainclothes officers did not rush to make an arrest. By the time Lin Dong and his team arrived in Luochuan County, Sun Tzu and Hao had already returned to his hotel from the internet cafe. Captain Tang, this is Niu Xiangang from the Criminal Investigation Division of Luochuan County Police Station. The individual you instructed us to monitor has returned to the hotel. This hotel has only one exit, and my officers have maintained a constant watch. Anyone leaving would be visible. After getting out of the car, Tang Chao offered Niu Xiangang a cigarette. You've worked hard. Oh, come on, you're the ones who've been working hard. This case has made national headlines, so I imagine the pressure on you guys is immense too. Tang Chao sighed. You're right. In all my years on the force, I've never encountered such a heinous crime. The perpetrators are so young, yet they committed such a heartless act. At least we're closing in. You'll get some breathing room soon. So far, we've only found Sun Juanhao. Peng Mingjiang is still missing. If he's at the hotel, that's ideal. If not, we'll be busy for a while longer. Niu Xiangang grinned. Here's some good news, I know the owner of this hotel. He's been fined twice before for renting rooms without proper registration. This time we caught him again. To make amends, he voluntarily revealed that a young man in his 20s, who looks very much like Peng Mingjiang, checked in with Sun Juanhao. Sitting in the police car, Ding Wei broke into a delighted smile upon hearing the news. Great! Finally, we can catch these two monsters. Don't pop the champagne just yet. Nothing's certain until we've got them in custody. Lin Dong's face showed no sign of joy. He really doesn't smile much. In her memory, she'd only seen him smile once. It was on our date, when he'd held my hand and a smile slipped onto his face. Does that mean the only way to see he to smile is to go on dates with him often? What are you thinking about? Nothing. Ding Wei's eyes flickered. You're right. We really shouldn't get too excited just yet. Xiao Ding, let's go, we're moving in. Wang Jinchuan checked his magazine. For an apprehension mission of this scale, considering the suspect was armed with knives, they were authorized to carry firearms during the operation. Coming. Ding Wei hurriedly got out of the car. After running a few steps, she turned back to Lin Dong. Wait here for a moment. We'll definitely catch both of those killers. Good luck. Lin Dong watched as Ding Wei donned her police cap and strode resolutely toward the hotel. Her back view was quite dashing. What a girl full of contrasts. Led by Tang Chao and assisted by officers from the county police station, the group arrived at the front desk. The owner, seeing this, quickly pulled out the universal room key card. Officer Niu, does this count as atoning for my sins? Could you maybe waive the fine? You dare bargain with me? Niu Xiangong's stern rebuke silenced the hotel owner, who obediently led the way. They booked 2 rooms, 304 and 306, right across from each other. They specifically requested the end of the hallway when they checked in. Beyond that, I don't recall much else. Did that Peng Mingjiang guy ever leave the room after checking in? Tang Chao asked. He went out once to buy drinks and cigarettes, but hasn't left since. The hotel owner suddenly remembered. Oh, right. After that tall, skinny guy came back, I heard him arguing with someone else in the room. It was pretty intense. After that, he went back to his room and hasn't come out since. After gathering the information, Tang Chao decided to launch the arrest operation immediately. The group arrived at the doors of both rooms. As soon as rooms 304 and 306 were opened simultaneously, the officers stormed inside. Freeze! Police! Hands up! In room 304, a figure lay motionless on the bed. He remained motionless despite the commotion. Ding Wei sensed something was wrong and rushed forward to check. Sun Juanhao's lips had turned purple, clear signs of poisoning. He's still breathing. Call an ambulance. Meanwhile, as Tang Chao burst into room 306, he caught sight of a figure tumbling out the window. Don't run! He rushed to the window and saw Peng Mingjiang using bedsheets and curtains to make a makeshift rope, sliding down from the 3rd floor to the roadside. Good lad, quick on your feet. Just as Wang Jinchuan turned to give chase, he saw Peng Mingjiang pull open a police car parked by the roadside and drive off in it. Damn it, I didn't take the keys. Wait, is Lin Dong in the car? Tang Chao and Wang Jinchuan exchanged a glance. 1,000 curses raced through their minds. Save him. Quick, save him. Ding Wei still didn't know that Lin Dong had been driven away by Peng Mingjiang. She arrived at room 306. Captain Tang, Sun Juanhao's been poisoned. I've called 120, the ambulance is on its way. Forget that for now, our police car has been driven away. Hearing this, Ding Wei merely frowned. She wondered how the police car could have been driven away. Then Wang Jinchuan added, Lin Dong is still in the car. Ah. My he-da. Ding Wei bolted out the door in a single stride, moving faster than Wang Jinchuan. By the time Tang Chao and Wang Jinchuan reached the entrance, Ding Wei had already taken another police car to give chase. Hey! That girl sure can run. Wang Jinchuan stood with his hands on his hips, seeing Ding Wei act this frantic for the first time. Contact the county police station immediately. Explain the situation and have them send patrol cars for backup. Meanwhile, Lin Dong sat in the police car, completely bewildered. He had been waiting patiently inside when someone suddenly got in and drove off without a word. He noticed the person wasn't wearing a uniform and their clothes were filthy, looking like a thief. He was stunned. Holy crap, now they're even stealing police cars? This world really has gone mad. Then he took a closer look. Holy! Isn't that Pang Mingjiang? This guy already had 5 lives on his hands. He could easily be called a ruthless bandit. After driving 2 or 3 kilometers, Pang Mingjiang glanced in the rearview mirror to see if any police cars were following. He shouldn't have looked. The sight nearly scared the hell out of him. Seated in the back was a man wearing an awkward grin. Damn it! Pang Mingjiang whipped his head around, eyes bloodshot, glaring viciously at Lin Dong. Who are you? Me? Just a writer. A writer? Don't bull me. Writers don't get to ride in police cars. Lin Dong scratched his head. If I said I got caught soliciting and ended up in a police car, would you believe me? Chapter 32, just a genius detective. Like hell I would. You're pulling my leg. Exactly. I don't even believe myself. Lin Dong's gaze suddenly sharpened. Let me clarify one thing, I'm not trying to scare ghosts. I'm trying to scare the scum of the earth. That's right, I'm talking about you. Pang Mingjiang pulled a folding knife from his pocket and brandished it at Lin Dong. Who the hell are you calling names? Say it again. You, I'm talking about you, you piece of. Lin Dong was deliberately provoking him. If he let him drive normally, who knows where the hell he'd end up. If he pulled over in a deserted spot, I'd be in serious trouble. By provoking him now, he'd crash into another car and stop. Then team leader Tang and the others should be able to catch up. Pang Mingjiang was hot-headed and young. After being cursed at, his face flushed red. One hand gripped the steering wheel while the other held a folding knife, lunging toward Lin Dong. Lin Dong reacted swiftly, sidestepping the blow before grabbing Pang Mingjiang's arm. Kneeling against the passenger seat cushion, he yanked Pang's arm with all his might. The police car rounded in south curve on the road. Ding Wei, who was chasing behind, instantly realized that Lin Dong and Pang Mingjiang must have gotten into a fight. She slammed the accelerator to the floor, rapidly closing the gap. Damn it! Didn't you eat today? Or did you take too much medicine, so your body's not cooperating? Are you Yang Wei, Yin Wei's brother? Ever heard of the Stork Hospital? Specializing in men's health, maybe they can fix you up. Pang Mingjiang had probably never heard such vicious words in his life. Now he believed Lin Dong was a writer. His insults flowed like a sow wearing a bra smooth as silk. Is your mouth poisoned? Yang Wei, shut up. Pang Mingjiang was driven mad. His hands left the steering wheel, determined to stab Lin Dong several times. The moment he let go, the police car careened out of control and slammed into a tree. Neither man was wearing a seatbelt. Inertia sent Pang Mingjiang crashing through the windshield, his entire body hurled forward. Lin Dong slammed hard into the passenger seat cushion, nearly vomiting up his dinner. Ding Wei's heart skipped a beat when she saw the police car ahead crash into the tree. She slammed on the brakes and rushed to the scene. As she approached the wrecked vehicle, she saw Lin Dong clutching his arm as he climbed out. Are you okay? Lin Dong frowned at Pang Mingjiang. Go check on that guy first. Make sure he's not dead. Letting him off that easily would be too good for him. No, I need to check on you first. Ding Wei carefully examined Lin Dong's body, even lifting his shirt to check for external injuries. Pang Mingjiang, lying on the ground nearby, witnessed this scene. It felt like a double blow to both his body and spirit. His expression of utter despair seemed to scream, I think I might still be salvageable. Soon, Tong Chao and the others arrived and rushed Pang Mingjiang to the hospital. 2 days later, after receiving treatment at the county hospital, Pang Mingjiang was transferred to the Qingteng City Police Department. Sun Tzu remained hospitalized for poisoning but was no longer in critical condition. Thus, of the 4 perpetrators in the May 27 major criminal case, 1 had died while the remaining 3 were apprehended. Qingteng City Police Department. Tong Chao had just emerged from the chief's office and was heading toward the interrogation room. On the way, he encountered Feng Xiaojun, captain of the 2nd Squadron, and Officer Wu Mingrui. Not bad, old Tang. Solving major cases left and right lately. Heard the provincial bureau wants to transfer you up there. Enough. Stop being so jealous. Look at that sourpuss face of yours. Tong Chao was genuinely pleased. Earlier in the chief's office, the chief had commended him for solving the case swiftly, restoring the police force's reputation and earning recognition from higher-ups. The 3rd Squadron had been awarded a collective 2nd-class merit. But he knew full well that Lin Dong had been indispensable to solving the case so quickly. If it weren't for him and Ding Wei luring Sun Tzu out of hiding, and allowed the 2 suspects to flee to northeast China, apprehending them later would have been quite difficult. Honestly, you really did an outstanding job this time. The nature of the May 27th case was so heinous that if the killer hadn't been caught promptly, it would have severely damaged the image of our police force. You should thank Lin Dong. He deserves all the credit for solving this case so quickly. Who is Lin Dong? Feng Xiaojun asked. Wu Mingrui chimed in from the side, the guy who wrote the book. Is this guy some kind of genius detective? How did he crack 3 cases in a row? Tang Chao patted Feng Xiaojun on the shoulder. You'll figure it out eventually. I told you, this kid's no ordinary guy. Tang Chao then entered the interrogation room. Peng Mingjiang's head was wrapped in gauze, his right arm in a cast, and visible abrasions marred his face. He looked pretty miserable. But compared to those who died and those he assaulted, not being torn limb from limb was a mercy. Captain Tang, he won't say a word. He keeps demanding to see the person who called him Yang Wei. Who cursed him? Seems like it was Lin Dong. Tang Chao couldn't help but laugh. It was hard to picture Lin Dong cursing someone out clearly. He was genuinely furious this time. Have you contacted Lin Dong? I had Xiao Ding go pick him up. They're living together now. Wang Jinchuan spoke as if sharing gossip, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Ha? They're living together? That's fast. Tang Chao was taken aback. I sent Xiao Ding to learn from Lin Dong, but how did she end up learning about home life? Xiao Ding explained she got kicked out by her landlord. But I think she's got feelings for Lin Dong. Well, that's good. Tang Chao smiled. If Xiao Ding likes Lin Dong, and Lin Dong likes Xiao Ding too, wouldn't that mean free labor? Not long after, Lin Dong arrived at the police station. Following Peng Mingjiang's request, he wanted to speak with Lin Dong alone. What? Didn't I scold you enough last time? Now you want another round? I'm telling you, I'm not Yang Wei. It doesn't matter. It's all the same after death. You've done so many bad things, you should know you won't escape getting shot. Peng Mingjiang gritted his teeth. I'm not afraid of death. Then why are you shaking? I'm cold. I think you're scared. Since you're afraid of death too, you should know how utterly hopeless it feels before dying. All those people you killed went through it, now it's your turn. I trade my one life for 4 of theirs any day. That's why I say you're worse than a beast utterly devoid of humanity. What a pitiful existence. I bet you've never known the taste of love, huh? TSK, how pathetic. Peng Mingjiang glared at him with a look of fury, as if he wanted to devour Lin Dong. Why did you poison Sun Tzu? I'm going to die anyway. Why should I tell you? True death isn't the end of the body. It's when no one in this world remembers you anymore. I told you I'm a writer. Maybe I could write you into my novel. At least then, many people would know you instead of just dying from a bullet and leaving nothing behind. Lin Dong's lips curved into a faint smile. Think about it. So many people begged me to write them into my novels, but I never gave them the chance. Peng Mingjiang pondered Lin Dong's words carefully. True death is when no one in this world remembers you anymore. That stung like hell. Can you promise me that? Of course. I promise you this, in my novel, I'll make you utterly repulsive, despised by everyone in the end. Lin Dong sneered inwardly. Fine. I can tell you what happens next. Chapter 33, Off to the Date. After parting ways with Qin Shanyi, Sun Juanhao and I decided to head to northeast China to lie low. Knowing the police were hunting us, we arranged for an unlicensed taxi driver to pick us up at 5 in the morning. When I went out to buy cigarettes that night, I realized Sun Juanhao wasn't in the room. We hadn't brought our phones, afraid they'd be tracked by the police, so I couldn't reach him. I waited in the hotel for hours before Sun Juanhao finally returned. When I asked where he'd been, he said he'd gone to an internet cafe. I cursed at him, calling him a complete idiot for wasting time online at a time like this. Since we're brothers in adversity, I stopped scolding him. Then he told me he met a girl in a game really pretty and she said she'd come find him. He asked if we could delay our departure by a couple days. I was furious. What kind of loser does she think he is? Some pretty girl falling for a bum like him? It was obviously a police sting. We got into a huge fight. He said he was staying behind to wait for her and would come find me later, telling me to go ahead without him. Sun Juanhao knew my plans after heading to northeast China. I feared he'd expose me if arrested, so I suggested one last farewell drink. That's when I slipped something into his drink. I couldn't sleep that night. Standing by the window smoking, I saw the police car suddenly pull up. I grabbed the sheets and curtains, tied them into a knot, and made a rope to climb down. You know what happened next: hijacking that police car and finding you sitting inside. What a nightmare. And then you started cursing at me for no reason, you son of a... With Peng Mingjiang's confession of his criminal actions, the May 27th case was essentially closed. All that remained was to wait for Sun Juanhao to wake up for interrogation. Though the case was closed, Lin Dong felt no relief. If anything, he grew busier. The first thing he did upon returning home was sit down to write. 3 consecutive cases had unleashed an unstoppable torrent of inspiration, gushing forth like a spring. The phrase "forgetting to eat and sleep" couldn't have been more fitting for him. Because he genuinely forgot to eat. Around 10 p.m., a knock sounded at the door. Lin Dong guessed it was Ding Wei returning and hurried to open the door. Ding Wei walked in, looking exhausted. Good evening, he. You don't look like you're having a very good evening. Ugh, I'm so exhausted. Why are there so many murderers lately? It's killing me. Ding Wei bumped her head against Lin Dong's chest, not hard, probably just a way to express her utter exhaustion. Working? Who doesn't go a little crazy? Why not take a few days off? I can only take one day off. I have to be back at work the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm sleeping all day to catch up on sleep. Ding Wei looked at Lin Dong apologetically. So I probably won't be able to look for a place tomorrow. I'll have to stay here. Sorry, Hida. No problem. You could actually stay here permanently, the room's just sitting empty anyway. Really? Ding Wei's eyes lit up instantly. It's close to the police station, the complex has parking, and the living conditions are way better than my old place. Plus, I can online. Is this really a common reader trait? No matter where you are, you can't escape the pressure to update. Hida, I'm not staying for free, I'm paying rent. No need. It's empty anyway. Just clean the place on weekends. Oh, I can't let you do that, then I'll cook for you on weekends. Ding Wei flashed two adorable dimples and smiled sweetly. Cook for me? Why does this feel like we're living like a married couple? Lin Dong cleared his throat tactically. Ahem, I'll go ask Captain Tang for your leave. Take a couple extra days off. You've just moved in and there are things to organize. Use these days to get everything sorted. You're going to ask team leader Tang for leave? Will that even work? Ding Wei asked doubtfully. We'll see when we try. Lin Dong picked up his phone and dialed Tung Chao's number. Hello, Captain Tang. I'd like to request 2 days off for Officer Ding. She's feeling a bit under the weather, probably from not getting enough rest lately. Right, 2 days of leave plus her regular day off, 3 days total. Got it. Thanks, Captain Tang. Lin Dong hung up and shrugged at Ding Wei. See? I told you, just one call and the holiday was sorted. Weird. Team leader Tang never used to approve our leave requests before. Who knows? Maybe your boss just likes me. Upon hearing about the 3-day break, Ding Wei's fatigue vanished instantly. She even stayed up late that night reading the book Lin Dong had written. It was nothing short of a medical miracle. The next morning, Lin Dong woke up to find breakfast waiting on the table. Congee, steamed buns, mantou, pickles, and tea eggs. Ding Wei wore a set of loungewear, her long, white legs peeking out from the shorts, dazzling to behold. Looking up further, the top was a bit too small, wasn't it? These steamed buns are huge. Bought them downstairs. Super cheap too, only 1 yuan each. Lin Dong finished washing up and joined Ding Wei at the table. How did you sleep last night? Slept like a baby. Your bed is so soft, Hida. Way more comfortable than the one in my old rental. Glad you're settling in. I usually order takeout for lunch, have fruit for dinner, and spend most of my time writing novels. Feel free to do whatever you want, don't worry about me. Staying cooped up at home all day? That sounds so boring. Let's go on a date tomorrow. But Lin Dong nearly spit out the rice porridge he'd just taken a sip of. Date? Since you're letting me stay here, I can't just be a freeloader. You need inspiration for your novel, right? So let's continue with our date project. Ding Wei took a bite of her steamed bun and said in a soft voice. But the date is limited to holding hands and hugging, no progressing any further. Holy crap. Just holding hands and hugging? I'm already killing it, right? After being single my whole life and writing crime novels for so many years, the heroines in my stories have always been gorgeous policewomen. And now one actually shows up at my doorstep? The heavens haven't been unkind to me. While youthful hormones were running wild in a certain apartment at Diamond Star Mansion, the Qingteng City Police Department in Zhejiang Province received a report. The caller reported their daughter hadn't returned home overnight. Since police require 48 hours before filing a missing person case, the Qingteng officers dispatched 2 nearby patrol officers to assist in the search. By dawn the next day, railway police received a report from a train driver stating that around 6 a.m., a girl had lain on the tracks to commit suicide. He hadn't had time to brake and suspected he had crushed her to pieces. Upon arriving at the scene, the railway police indeed discovered a mangled, bloodied body. That same day, on Qingteng City subway line 2. It was rush hour, and many people were waiting for the subway. After a full day of work, exhaustion was written all over everyone's faces. Out of place among them was a girl dressed in a beautiful skirt. Her expressionless face slowly turned toward the subway platform barrier. A sharp-eyed subway attendant noticed something was wrong and was about to intervene when, just as the train pulled into the station, the girl climbed over the barrier and jumped down. Chapter 34, Are We Partners? On the same day, 2 young women took their own lives. Initially, the police did not link the 2 suicides, dismissing it as mere coincidence. 2 days later, rumors spread at a school that both girls were students there and best friends. Various conspiracy theories began circulating online. Those girls must have offended some big shot, forcing them to take their own lives. Could it be some kind of dangerous game? Where they had to complete tasks? They knew each other and committed suicide together. How could the police not investigate? They were adults, they should take responsibility for their own actions. The nursing school girls, aren't they still minors? The Qingteng City Cyber Police quickly spotted these comments online. Officers were dispatched to Qingteng Nursing and Health School to verify the situation, confirming that both deceased girls were indeed students there. According to teachers, the 2 girls had been very close, practically inseparable. The Shaping City Police Department decided to consolidate the two suicide cases for investigation, seeking any potential underlying circumstances. However, no leads were uncovered over the following days. In the age of social media, online rumors grew increasingly sensational. Some claimed the girls were mistresses who were murdered by the boss's wife who hired hitmen. Others claimed the girls were prostitutes who had reported being bullied, only to find corrupt police officers acting as their protectors, who then turned around and threatened them. In short, the incident damaged the reputation of the Shaping City Police. That morning, an emergency meeting convened at the bureau. The chief slammed his fist on the table. "What the hell have you been doing? Is it that difficult to prove whether these two girls died by suicide or homicide? Look at the online comments, what do they think we are? A den of snakes and rats?" Feng Yongfeng, captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade in Shaping City, protested his innocence. "We've issued a rumor debunking notice and arrested several key rumor mongers, yet the online discourse keeps escalating. Then produce concrete evidence. The city is currently competing for the national top 100 most beautiful cities ranking. Because of this incident, city leaders have summoned me to private meetings." The bureau chief continued pounding the table. "If you can't crack this case, I'll bring in outside investigators. I have good relations with the chief of Qingteng City Police Bureau. Their Criminal Investigation Division 3 has recently solved several major cases and even received a collective second-class merit award. How can we hand over our Shaping City case to them? If word gets out, what will our sister units think? What face do you care about? Right now, the entire city of Shaping is being disgraced because of this case. The online backlash won't stop, which means we don't have enough solid evidence. You can arrest a few scapegoats to silence a few voices, but can you shut up every single netizen?" The chief had made up his mind. After the meeting, he contacted the Qingteng City Police Department. "They want us to handle a case in Shaping City?" Tong Chao looked utterly bewildered. "Yes. Qingteng's third squad has gained provincial recognition. This case is unique. Local police ruled the girls' deaths suicides, but the evidence failed to convince citizens, sparking online rumors. This comes at a critical time as Shaping City is vying for a spot among the top 100 most beautiful cities. This case threatens to undermine all the municipal leadership's hard work, so you can imagine the pressure on the police department. That's why I agreed to send our team to assist with the investigation." Commissioner Subin smiled as he retrieved a box of tea from his desk drawer. "Thank you, Chief. Not for you. For Lin Dong." "Oh. I thought it was for me." Tong Chao accepted the tea with a sheepish look. "I know your third squad has been swamped lately. These cases all require coordination with the Procuratorate. If you can convince Lin Dong to go, your squad won't have to. Of course, we'll still need to send one of our officers along." Tong Chao flashed a faint smile. "I already have a suitable candidate for the accompanying officer." He then pulled out his phone and made a call. Before long, Ding Wei arrived at the bureau chief's office with a dazed expression. "Director Su, Team Leader Tang, you wanted to see me?" "Nothing serious, just chatting." Tong Chao forced a smile. Team Leader Tang really isn't good at lying." That expression clearly screamed something's up. Ding Wei sat down across from them. "Is it about He University?" Tong Chao nodded. "You're sharp." "Yes, it's about Lin Dong. 2 student suicides have occurred recently in Shaping City. They're investigating both cases together. The local police concluded they were suicides, but netizens don't believe it, and the public opinion has spiraled out of control. The Shaping City Police Department has invited us to assist with the investigation. But as you know, we're swamped lately, so could you convince Lin Dong to go with you, representing our third squad, to Shaping City?" Ding Wei's eyes widened in surprise. "But he has his own work to do. Wouldn't it be a bit much to ask him to work for free? How could it be unpaid labor? Helping the police solve a case will boost Lin Dong's reputation, and his books will sell better in the future. Plus, once the case is solved, there'll be a reward, big or small. Think of it as a business trip. If they can get to the bottom of things, the Shaping City Police are willing to offer a reward of tens of thousands of yuan. Lin Dong probably couldn't earn that much writing articles for a few days." Ding Wei pursed her lips, finding the reasoning quite sound. Helping his sister unit solve a case, earning money for He University, boosting its reputation, and lightening the workload for the team members. It seemed like a win-win-win situation. After work, Ding Wei headed back to Lin Dong's place. She slipped off her socks, changed into slippers, and tiptoed into Lin Dong's study. Seeing Lin Dong still intently writing his manuscript, Ding Wei decided to startle him. She slipped off her slippers, barefoot, and tiptoed up behind him. Just as she was about to startle him, Lin Dong seemed to awaken some kind of perceptive aura. A chill ran down his spine, and he whipped his head around. He caught sight of Ding Wei standing there awkwardly, clutching a pair of pink slippers in her hand. "Were you planning to knock me out with that slipper?" No, Dave, I just wanted to scare you a little. Walking barefoot makes no sound, you know." Lin Dong instinctively glanced down. Those bare feet, smooth as jade, made him want to wrap his fingers around them. "Why did you get off work so late today?" You're usually back by 7 or 8. Handing over a case. I transferred the Jiang Shirlei case from Silver Dragon Town to the Procuratorate today, so it took a bit longer. Seeing Ding Wei's coy expression, a thought flashed through Lin Dong's mind. Something was off. Little Ding only ever wore that look when she needed something from me. Even her voice was deliberately hushed. Something was definitely up. Another homicide? Is Qingteng City some kind of lawless wasteland? How can there be so many murders? Ding Wei swayed slightly. Not our city, it's Shaping City. What does a case in Shaping City have to do with you? Aren't we a great team? Ding Wei suddenly placed her hand on Lin Dong's shoulder. I suppose so. Lin Dong nodded. Good. Now your partner's been called into action. Are you gonna step up? Seeing the eager look on Ding Wei's face, Lin Dong couldn't resist teasing her a bit. I'll support you in spirit. Go for it. No. Aren't we supposed to be good partners? Ding Wei tugged at his arm, shaking it gently as she gazed at him with adoring eyes. Her big, sparkling eyes took on a pitiful expression. You can't just leave me hanging. I'm a girl going to investigate alone in a strange place. How pitiful is that? Seeing Ding Wei pout her lips and make an adorable expression, Lin Dong couldn't tease her anymore. Fine. Since you accompanied me on that date a few days ago to help spark my inspiration, I'll go with you. Got the case files? Let me take a look first. Chapter 35, Investigating on a Business Trip. The chief only told me last night, so I don't have all the details yet. But there are plenty of rumors online, some true, some false, though they should still offer some clues. Lin Dong turned around and typed teenage suicide pact into the search bar. The top results from Baidu were all recent news articles, all set in Shaping City. Keep an eye on this while I take a shower. I'm sweaty and stinky. Smelly? I thought you smelled pretty good. Lin Dong watched Ding Wei slip on her slippers and leave before carefully scanning the news articles. 2 nursing school students, both minors, committed suicide within a single day. Police investigations confirmed both cases as suicides. Lin Dong trusted the police investigation. The train driver saw the girl walk onto the tracks alone. If someone had pushed her, he would have noticed. The girl who jumped onto the subway tracks was clearly captured on surveillance footage. It was a voluntary act, impossible to fake. As for the online claims about mind control, Lin Dong didn't buy into that nonsense. If such powerful mind control methods truly existed, those capable of wielding them would have already taken control of all humanity. However, there was a difference between suicide and forced suicide. If these 2 girls were driven to suicide by bullying, then the individuals implicated by the shadow would be the concrete evidence the citizens of Shaping sought, not mere official documents. A moment passed. Lin Dong was engrossed in his reading, completely unaware that Ding Wei had finished her shower and entered the study, now standing right beside him. Just as Lin Dong was about to get up to pour himself a glass of water, he lifted his head and felt himself bump into something soft and fluffy, accompanied by a faint floral scent. Ding Wei lost her balance from the collision and instinctively took a step back, only to trip over her own feet and stumble backward. Seeing this, Lin Dong immediately lunged forward to catch her, twisting mid-air to cushion her fall beneath him. Thud! A dull thud echoed as both of them crashed to the floor. Ouch, my back. Hey, are you okay? Lin Dong opened his eyes to find Ding Wei's face mere inches from his own, close enough to kiss with just a pout. She was wrapped in a bath towel that had come loose during the commotion. The back part was draped over her, but the front was exposed. Now they were pressed together, separated only by the fabric of Lin Dong's clothes. Holy crap! Ding Wei, she's got some serious curves. How come you walk so quietly? I didn't even notice you were beside me. Lin Dong quickly changed the subject. If he kept feeling this, he wouldn't be able to hold back. You must have been too engrossed in what you were watching to hear me. Ding Wei hadn't noticed her towel had come undone, and she sat up abruptly. Hey, don't! Lin Dong didn't have time to warn her before catching a glimpse he shouldn't have. The next second, a shrill female scream pierced the air. A middle-aged couple downstairs heard the commotion. The woman shot her husband a disgusted look. Look at those young folks over there, then look at you, you're as flabby as a catfish. A few minutes later, the two sat facing each other in the living room, the atmosphere more or less awkward. Lin Dong dared not close his eyes. The moment he did, the image of Ding Wei naked would flood his mind. Sometimes having too good a memory wasn't such a blessing. Professor you saw those posts online earlier. You should have a pretty good grasp of this case now, right? 2 girls committing suicide, classmates at the same school, inseparable best friends, suicide happening one after the other is definitely unusual. This case is probably going to be quite interesting. Lin Dong chuckled, rubbing his chin. Your smile is creepy. My idol gets excited when he encounters interesting cases too. Who's your idol? Sherlock. The next morning, Lin Dong and Ding Wei boarded the high-speed train bound for Shaping City. Since the high-speed rail opened, the journey that used to take 3 hours now only took about an hour. Feng Yongfeng, captain of the Qingteng City Criminal Investigation Brigade, and his apprentice Liao Xiaohu were waiting at the high-speed rail station ahead of time. When Lin Dong and Ding Wei emerged, Liao Xiaohu set down his hamburger and hurriedly asked, "Chief, is it them?" Feng Yongfeng sat in the passenger seat, his expression impassive as he glanced over. Qingteng police station sending two such young people over is practically an insult to us. Solving cases requires experience. What experience could these greenhorns possibly have? Master, I heard that guy solved the dismemberment case in Qingteng City. And he's a writer, too. A writer? He's no detective. How could he possibly solve a case? It's obvious Qingteng City wants to create some political achievement. They're pushing someone forward to take the credit. The greater the contrast in status, the higher the attention. Feng Yongfeng and Liao Xiaohu stepped off the vehicle together and waited by the roadside. Trouble's brewing, Lin Dong remarked with a chuckle upon seeing them. We're the ones who came. Ding Wei corrected. Lin Dong. Exactly. I meant us. Trouble's coming. Look at their expressions, they clearly aren't welcoming us. Don't give them any friendly looks later either. Got it, your call. Only when Lin Dong and Ding Wei approached did Liao Xiaohu manage to force a smile. Welcome, brothers from the sister unit. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Why don't we grab a bite first? Just order us some KFC and have it delivered to the station. Time's ticking. We can discuss the case over food. Lin Dong bypassed the two and opened the back door to get in. Damn it! What's with the act? Feng Yongfeng let out a frustrated sigh. Once in the car, he slammed his foot on the gas pedal and the police car sped off, spewing exhaust fumes. Half an hour later, the four sat in the reception room of Qingteng City Police Station. Lin Dong and Ding Wei ate their burgers while listening to Liao Xiaohu's report. The girl who lay on the train tracks is Lin Xiaoya, 17 years old, a student at Qingteng Nursing and Health School. The girl who jumped onto the subway tracks and was struck and killed is Zhou Jie, 18 years old, also a student at Qingteng Nursing and Health School. According to our investigation, the two were close friends at school, both cheerful personalities and well regarded by their teachers. Lin Dong interrupted, teachers had good things to say about them? So does that mean their classmates had different opinions? Correct. We interviewed classmates and learned these two girls were known for spending money freely. They even bought the latest iPhone models, yet their families weren't well off. Logically, they shouldn't have had that much money. Plus, they often left campus at night and didn't return until dawn, smelling of alcohol each time. Rumors spread among classmates that they were working as hostesses in bars to afford their extravagant spending. Ding Wei frowned. Leaving campus at night and returning at dawn? How lax is this school's management? Shouldn't students be required to return on time? Well, it's a private school. It's more like a training institution than a traditional school, so the rules aren't strict. Lin Dong pressed further, I saw online that luxury cars often park outside this school. Middle-aged men in their 30s and 40s get into the cars with teenage girls. Is that true? Chapter 36, not that simple. You've done your research. Feng Yongfeng, who had been sitting nearby smoking, perked up at Lin Dong's words, suddenly intrigued by the man. Well, since your chief personally requested my presence, I figured I should take it seriously. What do you think, Officer Feng? Did you really solve the May 17th dismemberment case? Feng Yongfeng didn't answer directly, but asked instead. What does that have to do with this case? Of course it matters. We're busy enough with our own homicide squad. I need to know whether the person sent by our sister unit is a genuine elite or just here to go through the motions. Ding Wei's delicate brows furrowed slightly. This guy is way too much. We're here to assist them, yet he doesn't trust us? You're a single dad? Lin Dong smiled at Feng Yongfeng. What? Lin Dong took a deep breath, clearly preparing for a lengthy explanation. There's a clear ring mark on your ring finger and calluses at the second knuckle, proof you frequently take it on and off. It's inconvenient to wear it during the day at work, but you have to put it back on when you get home at night. I have to say, you're very thoughtful. I believe you must love your daughter very much. On weekends, you always send your daughter to her grandmother's house. As for why it's her grandmother, I saw you take out your wallet in the police car, and there was a photo of an elderly woman inside. It's common for men to keep photos of their children in their wallets, but photos of parents are rare unless they're deceased. People tend to cherish what they've lost. As for why you don't take her to your father's place, your arm bears an injury, not a recent one, but an old scar. Either you were a fighter as a kid, getting beaten with sticks in the same spot over and over, or you suffered domestic violence. Officer Feng looked so upright and righteous, didn't he like fighting much as a kid? The other three in the reception room were completely dumbfounded. Feng Yongfeng took a moment to recover. This guy, he's a bit sinister. We've received reports about luxury cars parked outside the school gates. Our investigation confirmed that some individuals from outside the school are indeed maintaining relationships with students. However, such arrangements do not constitute a crime. We can only urge the school to strengthen student education. We lack the authority to regulate such behavior. Noticing Feng Yongfeng's evident shift in attitude, a faint smile finally touched Lin Dong's face. I'd like to visit the families of the two deceased students and speak with their parents. Sure. I'll have Xiaohu take you there. I have another case to handle right now. If I find anything, I'll come over immediately. Soon, the three arrived at Lin Xiaoya's home. Lin Xiaoya was from Qingteng City and lived in an old apartment. Her parents held ordinary jobs. Her mother worked as a cashier at a supermarket, and her father was a taxi driver. Their family circumstances were modest. Liao Xiaohu had contacted Lin Xiaoya's mother in advance, so she had taken leave from the supermarket to return home for this conversation. Officers, please have a seat. Please try to cope with your grief. These two officers are newly assigned from the police station to investigate your daughter's suicide. We ask for your full cooperation. My daughter, she wouldn't have committed suicide. Before Lin Dong could ask, Mrs. Lin lifted her tear-filled eyes, her gaze unwavering. Why do you believe that? My daughter was so thoughtful. She knew my health was poor and often bought me supplements. She even said that once she graduated and started working, she would save up to buy me a big house. She didn't have depression. How could she have committed suicide? Ding Wei sighed. Kids these days can't handle setbacks or stress. Could something have happened? Think carefully. Has Lin Xiaoya shown any unusual behavior lately? Unusual behavior. Mrs. Lin pondered. I only noticed she's become less talkative these past few months. Whenever she comes home on weekends, she locks herself in her room. When did this start? Since February, around the time before the new year. My co-workers at the supermarket said kids go through rebellious phases like this and it'll pass. So I didn't ask much. I'm busy with work and her dad is too. Lin Dong noted the dates before asking another question. Do you know Zhou Jia, the girl who died with her? Of course. They were very close. Xia Jie often came over to our place to hang out with her. Come to think of it, Xiaoya often didn't sleep at home on weekends. She probably stayed at Xia Jie's house. Lin's mother suddenly broke down, covering her face and wailing. Both of them had such kind hearts. How could they possibly have taken their own lives? Officer, you must investigate thoroughly. If someone harmed my daughter, I'll risk my life to make sure they don't get away with it. Rest assured, if there's any hidden truth, we won't let a single criminal slip away. Before leaving, Lin Dong took the phone Lin Xiaoya had used before her death. Soon they arrived at Zhou Jie's residence. I heard from Lin Xiaoya's mother that she often didn't stay at home on weekends. Was she staying with you? Zhou Jie's father shook his head. No, Jie also often stayed away from home on weekends. I thought she was at Xiaoya's place. This was strange. Both girls were away from home on weekends. Could it be true, as the rumors among classmates suggested, that they worked as hostesses in bars and had other side gigs on weekends? As Lin Dong pondered this, Zhou Jie's father suddenly shared some information. Around February this year, Xiao Jie started staying home after school every week and never went out. I wondered if she had a falling out with Xiaoya. I asked her about it, but she said no. February again? Ding Wei set down her notebook and pen, turning to Lin Dong. Earlier at Lin Xiaoya's house, her mother also mentioned that after February, Xiaoya became less talkative and started locking herself in her room. Exactly. My daughter too. Around the time before the new year, her personality suddenly changed. I didn't think much of it at the time. After all, she's older now, and it's normal for kids to have their own emotions. Liao Xiaohu analyzed, so around February, Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie must have experienced something that caused their personalities to change. Now it's June, and their emotions haven't improved. They've become more extreme. This shows the issue is ongoing, keeping them persistently depressed until they broke down. Lin Dong stated. Just as I suspected. This case is far from a simple suicide by two girls. There must be hidden circumstances behind it. How much allowance did you usually give Zhou Jie? A student doesn't cost much. 150 yuan a week was enough for her. Sometimes I'd give her extra spending money on weekends. Then you know she had significant expenses? The latest iPhone costs over 7,000 yuan. You didn't buy that for her, did you? Zhou Jie's father shook his head. I asked her about it. She said it was a knockoff iPhone that only cost over 1,000 yuan. I don't know much about electronics, so I didn't press her further. May we examine Zhou Jie's phone? Of course. I'll go get it right now. Chapter 37, The Hacker Girl. Leaving Zhou Jie's home, Lin Dong walked with two latest model iPhones in hand, deep in thought. Dad, what are you thinking about? I don't know the passcodes for either phone, and neither do their parents. We need a way to unlock them without damaging the data inside. True. Without the passcode, the only option is to factory reset them. But that can't guarantee all the data will be preserved. If crucial data were lost due to a factory reset, the impact on this case would be devastating. So Lin Dong decided to reach out to his hacker friend again. Dacre, again? I'm not your free labor. Heimu, this is related to the recent teenage suicide cases. I don't think they were simple suicides. Dacre, since when did you start helping the police solve cases? Were you hired as a consultant, or did you just get your eye on that police officer? Heimu, you can mess around with your food, but watch what you say. I'm a golden bachelor, okay? Dacre, yeah, right. All you guys are the same. Spot a pretty girl, and your brain switches from the big head to the little one. Hey Moo, I know you're not short on cash. Name your price, and help me out one more time. Dacre, I'll have to think it over. Now that you're helping the police, I bet you'll need me more often. I'll have to squeeze every last drop of value out of you. Hey Moo, then put it on credit. Let me know when you've figured it out. Dacre, fine. I'll buy a ticket and come find you. Wait for me. That afternoon, Lin Dong and Ding Wei arrived at the airport to pick him up. Hey, this hacker friend of yours sure is loyal, flying all the way here just to help you. Are you two really that close? She's actually a woman and she has a bit of a quirky temperament. You'll see when you meet her. Around 3 p.m., a flight from Qingteng City landed in Qingteng City. From a distance, Lin Dong spotted a girl with twin ponytails. The left ponytail was blue, the right one green. She had a lollipop in her mouth, wore black knee-high socks, and the section of thigh exposed between the skirt hem and the top of the socks was known as the absolute territory. Her face had a doll-like appearance, yet she walked with a stride that seemed to push everyone aside. It was a striking contrast, but she was undeniably cute. Is that your hacker friend? Last time I saw her, her ponytails were pink and purple. Is she planning to dye them every color in the rainbow? Lin Dong's mouth twitched as he smiled and walked over to greet her. Cut the chit-chat, sis. I'm busy. Hand over your phone, I'll fix it right here. I've got a flight to catch back home. Oh, and reimburse me for the ticket I splurged on first class. Damn it. Lin Dong's heart ached, but he forced a gentlemanly smile. Let me introduce you. This is my friend, He-Yuju. And this is Officer Ding, right? I've seen her on TV. She seems like a good match for you. Without looking up, He-Yuju pulled out her laptop, connected her phone via USB cable, and plugged it in. Really? Ding Wei gave a mysterious smile. Wait. Ding, what's with all this excitement? Lin Dong covered his face. Of course it's fake. That Lin Dong guy's type, isn't you? He likes big-chested, long-legged. He-Yuju looked up and studied Ding Wei closely. Alright, you do have a pretty big butt and long legs, you fit his type. Well then, I hope you two have 10 kids. Lin Dong? Hey, hurry up and get it done. The FBI is investigating here. It must be said, the outside help Lin Dong brought in was seriously impressive. She quickly unlocked both iPhones without erasing any data. Damn, you're awesome, Sisyu. He-Yuju was only 22 this year, 2 years younger than Lin Dong, but she liked being called sister. When Lin Dong was in a good mood, he'd call her Sister Yu. When he was feeling average, he'd call her Little Zhu. When he was in a bad mood, he'd call her Peacemaker. This kind of thing is child's play for me. Hurry up and check it out. If there's nothing else, I've got a flight to catch. Lin Dong and Ding Wei each grabbed a phone and began scrolling through the girls' social media chats, photo albums, and other content. Judging from their chat logs, the two girls seemed very lively and cheerful, not at all like people who would commit suicide. Moreover, the photos showed numerous scenes from bars and nightclubs, strongly suggesting they worked as hostesses. Did you notice something odd? Lin Dong asked. After February 18th, they stopped chatting and took very few photos. This matches what Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie's families reported. Something must have happened to them that day. There's another detail, not sure if you noticed it, Lin Dong continued. They must have had a mutual friend, this girl. I've seen her in many group photos. Ding Wei pulled up a photo. It was taken at a bar. Lin Xiaoya wore a mature black dress, her legs encased in black stockings, her face heavily made up. Zhou Jie wore a schoolgirl uniform with white stockings, the outfit cut low to reveal cleavage. The other girl wore a tank top and yoga pants, appearing quite tall. Though her makeup gave her a mature look, her facial features suggested she wasn't very old. Not bad. You're paying close attention. Lin Dong nodded approvingly. Since the 3rd Squadron wanted me to mentor Xiao Ding, I figured I should test her every now and then. You two are disgusting. I can smell something sour and rancid. Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. He-Yuju shot them a disapproving look and closed her laptop. Take care, Sisyu. We'll call you if we need anything. I'll transfer the flight money to you later. Sis doesn't need the money. When you're free, remember to play with me. But now that you've got someone by your side, I guess you'll have even less time to hang out with me. So they were gaming buddies. Judging by their tone, they must have known each other for a long time. No wonder she was willing to help. Ding Wei breathed a sigh of relief. After watching He-Yuju leave, she followed Lin Dong to the Shaping Nursing and Health School. Should we go straight to the teachers? No. To avoid damaging the school's reputation, many teachers won't discuss certain matters. We need to speak with the students to uncover the truth. Lin Dong looked Ding Wei up and down, checking out her outfit for the day, making her feel a bit shy. What's wrong? I'm just seeing if your outfit today could attract male students. Even though you're just wearing jeans, your legs really do look great. Ding Wei suddenly recalled He-Yuju's words. Could it be that He University really is a leg-obsessed place? No wonder he's always staring at my legs. You go ask the guys in her class later, and I'll ask the girls. We'll meet back here to share our leads. Ding Wei quickly removed the hair tie, letting her silky hair cascade down her shoulders. Looks like I'll have to turn on the charm today. Just watch me reel these little guys in like fish. Lin Dong patted her cheeks to make her skin feel tighter. Wonder if middle school girls even go for my type. Chapter 38, Three's Company. You're asking about Lin Xiaoya? She's always showing off her iPhone and new watch in class. Everyone knows she gets her money by selling herself. Lin Dong approached a few female classmates, using his good looks. Okay, truth be told, he wasn't exactly confident in his looks. He wasn't as handsome as Daniel Wu or as dashing as Eddie Pang. While he wasn't bad looking, today's young girls had different tastes. To play it safe, he bought a few cups of bubble tea to break the ice with his classmates. Has anyone seen them at the bar? Me. I saw them. That weekend, my boyfriend and I went to a bar and saw Lin Xiaoya and the others sitting in a booth drinking with some guys. Those guys were touching their thighs, kissing them, even pouring drinks down their cleavage. They were all giggling like S. Lin Dong pressed further. Do you think Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie would have enemies? Did anyone bully them? It's a blessing they didn't bully us. They constantly mocked our clothes and makeup for being tacky, and made fun of our old model phones. At least our money was clean, theirs was dirty cash earned by selling their bodies. Fights are common in places like bars. When several women compete for attention from rich men, arguments, even fights happen all the time. The bar security plays favorites too. With Lin Xiaoya and her gang's mouths, the guards probably don't like them either. Lin Dong pulled out his phone and flicked through photos. Take a look. Have you seen this girl before? Isn't that Zhang Qiao? That's her. I recognized her instantly from the yoga pants. She always wears those to make her legs look longer. She's in our class too. She's always hanging out with Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie. They even go to the bar together to work as hostesses. She's actually a classmate. How did the police investigation miss this person before? Lin Dong frowned. Is Zhang Qiao at school? No, she hasn't been attending classes for quite some time. Compared to Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie, Zhang Qiao was much better. She had higher emotional intelligence, and no one in the class disliked her. Meanwhile, Ding Wei also learned about Zhang Qiao, this key figure. After finishing her questioning, she hurried over to find Lin Dong. I've made a major discovery. Zhang Qiao, right? She might be the only one who knows what happened. Exactly. Now I'm worried she might attempt suicide too, just like Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie. We need to get to her home immediately. Using the municipal police database, Lin Dong obtained Zhang Qiao's exact address and rushed over. Knock knock knock. A series of knocks sounded, followed shortly by a man's voice from inside. Who is it? Police. We're here to ask you some questions. Police? Moments later, the door opened. A middle-aged man frowned as he glanced at Lin Dong. After Ding Wei produced her police ID, the man finally let them in. Is Zhang Qiao home? She is. Are you here to see me, or my daughter? Lin Dong noticed the man looked somewhat nervous, sweat beading on his forehead. He looked guilty as sin. While he might not be directly connected to this case, he had definitely done something wrong. We're here for your daughter. Could you bring her out? We need to speak with her about Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie. Xiao Xiao has autism. She keeps herself locked inside the house. Her mother brings her meals. If you want to question her, you might not get much out of her. Lin Dong glanced inside the house. A middle-aged woman sat in the living room peeling an apple. She looked frail, and her arms bore old scars. Noticing Lin Dong watching her, the woman quickly pulled down her sleeves to cover her arms. This family, it's a bit strange. A father with a guilty conscience, a fearful mother, and an autistic daughter. But according to her classmates, Zhang Qiao was an outgoing girl with high emotional intelligence who often treated her friends to snacks. How could she be autistic? When did Zhang Qiao's autism begin? Ding Wei pulled out her notebook and continued questioning. Just within the last month or so. This child's temperament suddenly changed. She used to be very talkative, but now she doesn't say a word. I usually have to run the store and don't have the energy to look after her. I decided to take her out of school and let her rest at home for a while. Didn't Xiaoya and Jie commit suicide a few days ago? The three of them were the closest friends. I'm worried Xiao Xiao can't handle the shock and might do something foolish too. Look, I even closed the shop to stay home and watch over her. Lin Dong's eyelids twitched. Were you close with Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie? Not particularly. But on weekends, they often stayed over at our place and didn't go home at night. So they were staying at your place. Ding Wei realized with a click. Lin's mother mentioned Xiaoya often slept away from home on weekends, and Zhou Jie's father said the same about her. Turns out they were both staying at Zhang Xiao's place. Lin Dong pulled Ding Wei aside and whispered. Try talking to Zhang Xiao yourself. I won't go in. These three girls may have been abused before, and they might react negatively to men. Got it. Ding Wei went to Zhang Xiao's room while Lin Dong looked around the house. Officer, would you like some tea? No need to be so formal. I'll just sit for a moment. You should get back to work, don't mind me. Lin Dong walked straight over and sat down opposite the woman. He noticed her eyes darting nervously, as if she feared the police. Lin Dong thought, something's off. Something's definitely wrong. Inside the room, Ding Wei had already spotted Zhang Xiao, who sat on the bed clutching her phone, watching her warily. Hello, I'm Officer Ding Wei. I'm here to ask you a few questions. I hope you'll cooperate. Zhang Xiao kept her head down, appearing genuinely withdrawn. We visited your school earlier and gathered information from classmates. You were close with Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jia. Do you know any hidden details about their suicides? Zhang Xiao shook her head. Right. So you know something. If you truly knew nothing, you wouldn't be locking yourself in your room out of guilt, would you? Ding Wei sat beside her, staring intently at her face as she continued questioning. What exactly happened on February 18th? At the mention of that date, Zhang Xiao shuddered violently and looked up in disbelief. You already know? So it really was that day when the incident occurred. Ding Wei kept her composure, mimicking Lin Dong's approach to interrogation. Since we've come to see you, we've naturally uncovered a great deal. But I want to hear it from you. If you're connected to this case, providing more clues could work in your favor. Zhang Xiao glanced toward the doorway and timidly asked, could you close the door? Bang! As the bedroom door closed, Lin Dong smiled at the sight. It seemed little Ding had already breached the other party's psychological defenses. Chapter 39, Influence. Xiaoya and Zhoujia's family situations are similar to mine. Our family circumstances aren't great. If we hadn't known about the outside world before, we probably wouldn't have developed this competitive mindset. But with the rise of short videos, we've seen the world of the wealthy and started yearning to buy iPhones, watches, and designer bags. Our monthly living expenses are under 1,000 yuan. While that's enough for food, it's simply not enough to buy anything else. So starting last year, we began working night shifts at a bar near our school. We can make over 1,000 yuan per night, and if we take an extra shift, we might even pull in 3,000 or 4,000 on a good night. The three of us are quite young, so we all claim to be 18. Older men really like younger girls, so we've done pretty well at that bar. Once, two groups even got into a fight over us because the bosses wanted us to serve drinks to their tables. We only served drinks to boost sales, never sold ourselves. Still, we couldn't avoid men groping our legs or kissing our faces. But for the money, we endured it. It didn't cross our boundaries. On the night of February 18th this year, with the new year approaching, I didn't want to work and preferred to rest at home. But Xiaoya and Zhou Jia wanted to earn extra money for their families, so during that period, we basically worked 2 night shifts every day. On the 18th, the bar got a party booking. Some rich kid was throwing a bash at his villa, bought tons of booze, and hired a bunch of hostesses to entertain. Xiaoya and Zhou Jia were among them. Those rich kid parties are even wilder than the middle-aged men's gatherings. I'd heard that rich kids love group orgies, so I was really worried about Xiaoya and Zhou Jia. That's why I called them the next day and couldn't get through. 2 days later, Xiaoya reached out to me, saying she and Zhou Jia had been assaulted. Those rich kids not only violated them but also humiliated them like dogs and beat them up. Ding Wei listened with a furrowed brow, her anger rising as she imagined the scene. But since the rich kids paid them a sum of money, Xiaoya and Zhou Jia figured they weren't exactly clean in this line of work anyway. They thought, well, we got paid, so let's just let it go. After the new year, the three of us even went to Sanya for a few days together. We thought that was the end of it, but it was only the beginning. Later, those rich kids came looking for them, demanding Xiaoya and Zhou Jia continue serving them. When they refused, the rich kids pulled out the video to threaten them, saying they'd expose everything to their families. Xiaoya had always been a dutiful daughter. Fearing her parents would find out, she had no choice but to agree. Zhou Jia, driven by pride and dreading the shame of living with her reputation ruined, also gave in. But those rich kids were utterly depraved in their behavior, and they never used protection. Before long, Xiaoya discovered she had contracted HIV. Zhou Jia got tested and found she had HIV too. After that, I couldn't bring myself to work at the bar anymore. I was terrified of getting infected too. My contact with Xiaoya and Zhou Jia gradually faded until I heard the news of their suicides. After listening to Zhang Xiao's account, Ding Wei had a rough idea of the whole story. Stepping out of the bedroom, she saw Lin Dong standing in front of the liquor cabinet, staring at something. The woman on the sofa quietly munched on an apple, while Zhang Xiao's father stood by the window smoking. Are you done asking questions? Yes, I'm done. We can go now. Then I won't see you out, officer. Lin Dong glanced at the man. Why the rush to send us off? What exactly is this man afraid of? The two left the residential compound and stepped onto the street outside. Ding Wei pulled out her voice recorder and played the conversation she'd just had with Zhang Xiao for Lin Dong. I think those rich kids are the ones who drove Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jia to their deaths. If their rape charges hold up, the police might not be able to charge them with murder, but they can definitely arrest them for rape. Lin Dong nodded. The only leads we have right now do point to those rich kids, but Zhang Xiao's parents are also suspicious. Did you notice that woman had signs of domestic violence? Huh? Really? I didn't notice. Ding Wei pursed her lips. I was so focused on Zhang Qiao that I didn't pay attention to anything else. Also, I found half a midazolam tablet in the liquor cabinet. Midazolam? Isn't that a state-controlled psychotropic drug? Exactly. Midazolam induces excitement, hallucinations, and anesthesia, and it's highly addictive. When used properly for patients, it's a medicine. When used without regulation, it's a drug. Ding Wei pondered, could it be that Zhang Qiao's father or mother suffers from insomnia? It's probably not that simple. The two returned to the Criminal Investigation Division of Qingteng City Police Bureau. Zhang Qiao? Who's that? Feng Yongfeng listened to their report, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. We decrypted the victims' phones and discovered through their photo albums that they shared a mutual friend, another hostess working at the same bar. Ding Wei stood before the whiteboard, arranging the photos of the three women before mapping out their relationships. According to Zhang Xiao's account, on the evening of February 18, Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie were sexually assaulted by two or more suspects during an in-home escort service. Afterwards, the suspects paid them a sum of money. However, the suspects later threatened them with the recorded videos, demanding Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie continue providing services for them. This led to both women contracting HIV. This may have been an indirect factor in the girls' suicides. There must be other events that served as the direct cause of their deaths. We need to locate those involved first, interrogate them, and then make a judgment. Xu Shansong, chief of the Qingteng City Police Bureau, nodded with satisfaction after hearing the report. Look at him, he uncovered all this in just one day. That girl Zhang Qiao, you hadn't identified her before, right? And those rich kids, you hadn't heard of them either, had you? Well, Feng Yongfeng explained. The main issue was that both phones were iPhones. Their parents didn't know the passcodes, and if we tried brute force cracking, the data inside might get lost. Then how did they manage to unlock them? Well, we didn't actually crack them ourselves. I hired a specialist. He flew in during the day, did the job, and flew right back out. Lin Dong was about to speak up for Feng Yongfeng. But what he said next blew everyone's minds. Holy crap! Such niche writing, flying someone in just to crack it, then flying them back out again. Is his influence really that strong? This guy can write books, he's young, charismatic, and can even crack cases. Feng Yongfeng recalled Lin Dong's analysis earlier that day about him being a single dad. Suddenly, he realized this guy was seriously freaking bizarre. Chapter 40, Glittering Illusions. Then let's head straight to the bar and ask the owner about those rich kids. Absolutely not. Lin Dong interrupted. Which bar owner would admit to running a gray market operation? Without evidence, he'll never confess. We should infiltrate first, gather solid proof, then force him to cooperate. Makes sense. I'll send a few plainclothes officers in to scout the place. I need to go. Otherwise, you guys look too much like cops, too proper. People will notice something's off. Undercover agents working with me will be fine. Feng Yongfeng glanced at him. You don't exactly look like a prostitute either. My life has no rehearsals, every second is live broadcast. Lin Dong flicked his hair back and undid the top two buttons of his shirt. When you're out in the world, your identity is what you make it. Trust me. Soon after, a Porsche Cayenne pulled up outside the bar named Spring Sky. The bartender at the entrance knew how to read the room and immediately stepped forward. Hello, would you like help parking? After getting out, Lin Dong handed him the keys and slipped a bill as a tip. The car was rented from the police station, and the clothes Lin Dong and his group wore were all borrowed. The bartenders might not recognize designer labels, but the hostesses were sharp. They knew who wore the pricier watches and whose outfits cost thousands. Hello, do you have a reservation? No. Without a reservation, we only have one luxury private room left tonight. The minimum charge is 8,888 yuan. Would that work for you? Lin Dong patted the manager on the shoulder and sneered. Who do you think you're looking down on? Is 8,000 even money? Several plainclothes officers beside them pinched their thighs until they turned purple, trying to suppress their laughter. Even if they tried to play the part of rich kids, they couldn't pull off this kind of effect. Certain qualities are ingrained in one's very bones, they simply can't be faked. As for why Lin Dong could pull it off so convincingly? He wasn't a rich kid either. It's because in novels, the author is God. Kill off whoever they want, make characters as wealthy as they please. Over time, that confidence seeps into your very bones. Sorry, that's not what I meant. This must be your first time here, right? Let me show you around first. Soon, the bar manager led Lin Dong and his three companions into a luxurious private room. The space was surprisingly vast, with booth seating along three walls and even a small DJ booth at the front big enough to comfortably accommodate 40 or 50 people dancing. Old Juan, where are the girls you promised? Damn it, this place is huge, you can't seriously expect us guys to drink alone? It's hard enough to even talk in here. Hold on, I'll step out and call to check. Lin Dong deliberately said this in front of the bar manager. Before long, the plainclothes guy named Huang returned, cursing under his breath. Damn it! Those ES aren't coming. Said they got booked by Lu Junting's crew. What the hell are you talking about? You don't have as much clout as Lu Junting? Who the hell is Lu Junting? Probably just some made-up name. Lin Dong was quick-witted and went along with the plainclothes officer's line of questioning. Lu Junting has a private jet at home. How can I compete with that? What are we gonna do now? Just drink dry? Might as well buy some booze to take home. You guys want some hostesses to drink with? We've got just the thing here. The bar manager jumped in eagerly. Our girls know how to handle themselves, can hold their liquor, and will definitely keep the mood lively. No heavy drinkers. What's the point if I get wasted and the girls aren't even tipsy? Lin Dong said with a cocky grin. Ha, I get it. I totally get it. Then I'll arrange some girls who can't hold their liquor. If you don't like them, we can swap them out. Lin Dong grinned. Looks like we came to the right place tonight. A friend recommended this place, and it's totally legit. As the bar manager walked away, Lin Dong quickly warned the undercover agent. You gotta stay strong against the sugar-coated bullets. Those girls are definitely skilled at their game. Holy cow, I've got a wife. What am I supposed to do? It's part of the job. Your wife will understand. Before long, the bar manager returned with the hostesses. It was like an emperor selecting concubines. A dozen hostesses lined up in a row, each offering a different style. Number 001 wore a white blouse, a bodycon skirt, black stockings hugging her thighs, and high heels. Number 004 wore a low-cut halter top paired with an ultra-short skirt. Her long legs were encased in blood-pumping fishnet stockings, topped off with a pair of pink stiletto heels. Then there was number 006 in a form-fitting red cheapao, perfectly accentuating her voluptuous curves. Her serpentine waist swayed with a tantalizing curve. A slit ran straight up the Chongsam's hem to her thigh, revealing dazzling white skin and a tantalizing glimpse of skin that stirred the soul. Lastly, a pair of twins, one in a black dress, the other in white, both sporting plump thighs encased in sheer stockings that revealed the tattoos on their legs. Quite a variety of styles, Lin Dong remarked, leaning back on the sofa with the air of a spoiled rich kid. We pride ourselves on having every style imaginable. Look here, this one has a student vibe, and she's actually a college student, just 20 years old this year. And these twins, their birthmarks are in the exact same spot on their chests. You can take a closer look later, boss. Lin Dong casually remarked, keep 001, 006, and the twins. Replace the rest. Got it, I'll handle it right away. You lot, keep the boss entertained. If you piss him off, you know what happens. Shortly after, the bar manager brought in another group of girls. Lin Dong selected a few before ending the selection process, signaling the manager to start serving drinks. Sir, I must remind you, this is a legitimate establishment. These ladies are here for companionship only. Touching or kissing is acceptable, but nothing further. As you can see, every room has signs posted, no prostitution, gambling, or drugs. Oomph, what a show. Lin Dong waved the manager away and turned to embrace the beauties. If he wanted to get information, he'd have to get it from these hostesses. The bar management were old foxes. Getting information out of them was nearly impossible unless you were a regular. Hey, big brother, are we just drinking tonight, or wanna play some games? What do you know? Anything goes: dice games, card games, dream golden flower. We know them all. To capture evidence, Lin Dong wore a miniature camera on his clothes, using his phone's hotspot to transmit live video and audio to the police station. At that very moment, inside the police station, Ding Wei and the other officers stared at the black-stockinged woman and the big guy on the big screen, lost in thought. What a life of luxury and excess. This is way more interesting than busting porn dens, isn't it? He just sure knows how to pick 'em all, big guys and long legs. Looks like that hacker girl wasn't bluffing after all. Ding Wei crossed her arms, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Oomph, so what if he's a hunk? I'm not half bad myself. Chapter 41, Connections That Matter. 6 threes. 8 threes. Open. I don't have a single one. Drink. Lin Dong wrapped his arms around the twins, joining them in the dice game. The other plainclothes officers were also getting into the swing of things. After a few drinks, the men's blood began to boil, bragging about all sorts of impressive projects. Talk of multi-million-dollar projects. Acquisitions of several companies. Seeing the plainclothes officers fully immersed in their roles, Lin Dong began to slowly draw them out. What are your names? My name is Shuang. She's Qingteng. Your manager mentioned earlier that your birthmarks are in the same spot. Is that true? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, big brother, you can check for yourself. After saying this, the girl named Shuang bent over, revealing a birthmark on the left side of her chest. Qingteng, equally savvy, bent over as well. Lin Dong looked and realized he'd been tricked. The birthmarks weren't in the same spot at all, they were symmetrical. After a few rounds of drinks, the twins were getting tipsy, while Lin Dong had barely touched his drink. Playing dice allowed him to analyze micro-expressions. The telltale signs of guilt were visible. When he noticed their unnatural expressions as they called out their dice rolls, he simply called his own numbers. He couldn't lose more than a few times. How do you guys get paid for drinking with customers? That depends on how much tip the big brother gives. The commission from the drinks gets split among so many people, so we don't get much in the end. Both girls pressed their bodies close to him, and Qingteng's hand began to roam over Lin Dong's thigh. Brother, look how much we've drunk. Won't you give us a little tip? What's a few bucks? Lin Dong gave a wicked smile and murmured into Xuangshuang's ear. Find a place where I can study your birthmarks up close. Whatever it costs, Big Brother will pay. Brother, we sell our art, not our bodies. Mainly, the rules here are strict, and they won't let us take private jobs. Lin Dong sensed there was potential here and pressed his advantage. You need to go through procedures just to look at birthmarks? Didn't that manager just say it's not allowed? That was because he was worried you might be cops. But since you've spent so much already, you definitely aren't. If you go talk to the manager, he'll make arrangements. Lin Dong couldn't stand the perfume scent wafting off these girls any longer, so he hurried over to ask the bartender to call the manager. What's up, boss? Lin Dong beckoned the manager closer with a wave of his hand. Arrange something with those twins. Boss, we don't allow that here. We're a legitimate establishment. These ladies are only permitted to provide companionship during working hours, nothing else. Lin Dong caught the implication and gave a knowing smile. Alright then, I've had a bit too much to drink. Book me a hotel room. I'll be resting there later. No problem. Just note the hotel fee, a double bed might cost extra. Money's no issue, got it? Got it, got it, got it. Inside the police station, all the officers in the conference room turned to look at Ding Wei. I suggest we investigate thoroughly, he doesn't seem to be acting. Oh my, you're acting way too convincingly. If I didn't know you, I'd believe you were a regular at those places. Ding Wei suddenly recalled how Lin Dong's face flushed instantly when her towel slipped off that day. Clearly, he'd never seen a girl's body before, otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted like that. How could someone like that be a seasoned prostitute goer? Half an hour later, Lin Dong left the bar and headed to the room arranged for him by the manager. It was right across from the bar, clearly a business arrangement. Before long, the twins arrived at the hotel. The moment they entered the room, they were met by a group of plainclothes officers waiting inside. Armed with this evidence, the police raided the bar that very night, seizing the premises and taking all the management into custody at the station. How does it feel? Ding Wei's lips curved into a meaningful smile. What do you mean? Having the twins entertain you, wasn't that a blast? Seeing Ding Wei's wide-eyed expression, clearly waiting for an answer, Lin Dong quickly explained. What's so thrilling about playing dice? I was complimenting you. Who knew you were such a talented actor, Ida? You're not jealous, are you? Lin Dong's question caught Ding Wei off guard, making her tense up instantly. Of course not. Liao Xiaohu suddenly ran over. Guys, the bar owner said those rich kids are regulars here. Back in February, they did hire a bunch of hostesses from the bar, including Lin Xiaoya, Zhou Jia, and Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao was there too? Lin Dong voiced his confusion. We were at Zhang Xiao's place earlier today, but she didn't mention this to me. Ding Wei stuffed her hands into her pockets, looking puzzled. Easy to understand. Either she forgot to mention it, or she deliberately kept it from us. Lin Dong continued questioning Liao Xiaohu. Did you get the files on those rich kids? Yeah, they're all here. 5 people total. I just looked them up, their connections are seriously solid. No matter how powerful their connections, if they've committed crimes, we'll pull their fangs out. Lin Dong and Ding Wei took the files to review. Yi Zhihao, with 13 affiliated companies under his name. Zhou Tianchen, father, is the executive director of Hongyuan Group. Zhang Shilin, father, is chairman of Donghao Group. Ding Wei's expression darkened upon hearing the name Donghao Group. These connections are indeed formidable. Donghao Group ranks among Asia's top 50 enterprises, with subsidiaries spanning numerous industries. Typically, the offspring of such family-run conglomerates receive excellent education. How could such a spoiled brat emerge? Lin Dong said, I actually know quite a bit about Donghao Group. There were several posts on the city forum about Donghao Group's alleged ties to organized crime, so I specifically looked into it. The chairman of Donghao Group is Zhang Guozhong. He's been married 3 times and has 8 children. 7 of them are from his first and second marriages, while the last child was born to his third wife. In 2011, his third wife died under unknown circumstances. After that, Zhang Guozhong never remarried. And the only child he had with his third wife, if I recall correctly, is named Zhang Shilin. Liao Xiaohu suddenly understood. Right. Zhang Guozhong's third wife was from our shaping area. 10 years ago, Donghao Group invested heavily in projects here, boosting the local economy. Many people were grateful to Zhang Guozhong. He never remarried after his third wife's death. Clearly, Zhang Guozhong cherished her deeply. As the only child she bore, Zhang Guozhong would naturally dote on him. Investigating Zhang Shilin would indeed prove difficult. But, no matter how difficult it is, if it crosses the legal line, we'll still investigate. The next morning, Lin Dong and Ding Wei arrived at Zhang Shilin's residence. It was a suburban villa complex comprising 23 detached houses, each with a distinct architectural style. 10 years ago, when property prices in Shaping City generally didn't exceed 8,000 yuan per square meter, the price in this complex had already reached 50,000 yuan. The villa party. Zhang Xiao mentioned this is where it was, right? Lin Dong nodded. Exactly. Every villa here has a large backyard and a swimming pool, more than enough space for hosting parties. Plus, the villas are spaced far apart, so even if something shady happens, it won't be noticed. The two approached the entrance of a villa named Qingchu. The name was taken from the Book of Songs, Silk binds the Chu, 3 stars at the door. They pressed the doorbell. Ding. Chapter 42, AIDS. Who is it? A woman who looked like a housekeeper came to the door. Police. We're here to speak with Zhang Shilin about an investigation. Ding Wei proactively showed her police ID to the woman. Young Master Zhang is still sleeping. Come back later. He usually wakes up around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Ding Wei snapped. We're police officers investigating a case. Who has time to wait until 4 or 5 in the afternoon? Then you can just wait here and call him. I'm not going to wake him up. If you knew young Master Zhang's temper, you'd understand why I wouldn't dare. The housekeeper shot them a withering look before turning back into the villa. This is outrageous. Cooperating with police investigations is a citizen's legal obligation. How dare she act like this? Ding Wei was furious. Alright, getting angry won't help. There are plenty of people ignorant of the law these days. If you run into someone who's stubborn and unreasonable, there's really nothing you can do about it. Then what do? We can't just wait here until 4 or 5 o'clock. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. You know how to pick locks, right? Let's just go in and find him. Ah. But that's trespassing. We don't have a search warrant. Then get Liu Xiaohu to rush over with a search warrant. They should be interrogating him simultaneously over there. We need to hurry. Otherwise, those rich kids might collude and change their stories. Liu Xiaohu, who received the call, hurried to get his superior's signature, then brought the search warrant to the villa complex to find Lin Dong and Ding Wei. You haven't gone in yet? They've already started questioning the other 4 suspects over there. Lin Dong pointed at the overhead camera. If it weren't for all these cameras everywhere in this complex, I'd have climbed over the wall. We still need to follow proper procedures, especially since these rich kids' families have legal departments backing them. Getting caught off guard by them would be a real headache. With the search warrant, the housekeeper had no choice but to let them in. Wait here a moment. I'll go wake up young Master Zhang. The housekeeper tiptoed into the room. Soon, a torrent of curses erupted. Get thee out of here. What the hell kind of cops are you? This has nothing to do with me. Disturbing my sleep? You want to die? Lin Dong stepped inside to find a shirtless young man in shorts sitting on the bed, his expression menacing enough to devour someone. The nanny, flushed from the outburst, hurriedly left. Who the hell are you lot? Watch your mouth. We're police officers. We're here to question you about the suicides of Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie. Ding Wei produced her police ID again. Before she could even show it, Zhang Shilin started yelling again. What Lin Xiaoya? What Zhou Jie? I don't know them. Got a search warrant? You think I won't sue you for trespassing, you bastards? Just as Liu Xiaohu was about to lose his temper, Lin Dong calmly pressed his hand back down. He then took the photos of Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie and walked over to the bed. On February 18th, your birthday, did you host a party at home? Is throwing a birthday party illegal? It's not illegal. I just want you to identify whether these 2 girls were at the party. Zhang Shilin grimaced, clearly unwilling to cooperate. So Lin Dong lowered his voice and threatened, if you want us to search your house and find some white powdery substance tucked away in a corner, then keep making trouble. Seeing Zhang Shilin's visibly panicked expression, Lin Dong knew he'd made the right bet. His penchant for hanging out in bars combined with his status as a rich kid made him an easy target for drug-related accusations. Lin Dong had only bluffed casually, but Zhang Shilin's expression had given him the answer. But having a history of drug use didn't mean he still had stash at home. People like this rarely kept white powder in plain sight, so the police might not actually find anything. So Lin Dong had no immediate plans to tip off the target. He just wanted Zhang Shilin to cooperate with this investigation. I think I've seen those 2 before. They were pretty young. They seemed a bit reserved at the party, so I didn't pay much attention to them. When did the party end? I was drunk and don't remember clearly, maybe around 3 in the morning. What did you do after drinking? Zhang Shilin scoffed coldly. Come on, I know what you're getting at. Try getting hard after blacking out yourself. After drinking, of course we went to sleep. What else could we do? Do you have AIDS? Are you kidding me? I checked their medical reports before I even touch a woman. Based on our current leads, these 2 girls might have AIDS. Liu Xiaohu's words made Zhang Shilin's pupils contract sharply. He scrambled to his feet and pulled a test kit from the drawer. Lin Dong noticed the drawer was filled with HIV test kits. It seemed this guy wasn't lying, he really did test women for HIV before hooking up with them. But didn't that action prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that he'd slept with Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie? As the test strip results appeared, Zhang Shilin finally cursed under his breath. Bull AIDS. The results are right here, I'm clean. Why did you panic so much when we mentioned those 2 girls might have AIDS? Lin Dong asked, his eyes sharp. Fine, I'll confess. I do know them. Back in March, I went to a hotel with some buddies to find Yi Jihao. We saw him having sex with those two girls. That's it? Lin Dong retorted immediately. What else? Like I'd go for trash like that? Any woman who wants to climb into my bed is goddess material, no matter which one you pick. You never had sex with them, so why did you just test yourself for HIV? I was out cold. I thought AIDS could spread through the air. I was in the room too. If you insist I slept with them, then show me the proof. The incident happened 3 months ago, and the person involved is dead. Getting proof was practically impossible. Even if there were cameras in the villa, they wouldn't have stored the footage for that long. According to Zhang Xiao's account, these rich kids had been threatening Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie with HIV to force them into having sex. Either one of the other 4 rich kids was infected with AIDS, or Zhang Xiao was lying. What was the name of the hotel you mentioned? Yijia Hotel. Don't leave the city for the next few days. If we need your cooperation for anything, we hope you'll fully cooperate. Lin Dong patted Zhang Shilin's arm, his fingers taking the opportunity to press lightly on the needle mark above. This guy, isn't he a cop? Zhang Shilin memorized Lin Dong's face before hurriedly pulling his clothes back on. After leaving the villa, Ding Wei couldn't help but ask. What did you whisper to him just now? This guy suddenly became so obedient. You're so impressive. Yeah, what did you tell him? Liao Xiaohu chimed in curiously. Rich kids have money and free time. If they indulge in drinking, gambling, and women, they're bound to get tangled up with drugs. I just bluffed a little. His expression gave him away. This kid's definitely involved. Chapter 43, Sudden Fire. Drugs. Holy crap, we need to call the narcotics squad. Liao Xiaohu exclaimed excitedly. It's not that simple. He was groggy and dazed earlier, but once he snapped out of it, he went back to acting like a spoiled brat. That means he probably doesn't have any coke at home right now. He might only use it during drinking parties. Calling the narcotics squad now would just tip him off. Ding Wei nodded. He really thinks things through. So where should we go now? Yijia Hotel. Soon, the 3 arrived at the hotel lobby. After explaining the situation to the manager, he replied. Our surveillance footage only covers the past month. Anything older than that has been overwritten. Check the hotel records for Zhang Shilin. The front desk manager tapped away at the keyboard for a moment before shaking his head. Nothing. Our system shows no record of Zhang Shilin ever booking a room here. Then check for the name Yi Jihao, Ding Wei quickly added. Still nothing. Nothing? How could that be? Liao Xiaohu crossed his arms. Did Zhang Shilin lie? He said he saw those 2 girls when Yi Jihao was having relations with them. There should definitely be a record of Yi Jihao checking in. Seeing the tension escalate, the front desk manager quickly intervened. Officer, our hotel strictly enforces ID registration for check-ins. As a 5-star establishment, we place particular emphasis on legal compliance. Lin Dong lifted his head coldly. Lin Xiaoya, Zhou Jie, Zhang Qiao, check again for any room reservations under these 3 names. After a moment of checking, the manager exclaimed excitedly. Yes. Zhang Qiao. On the evening of March 21st, she booked a deluxe twin room at our hotel. Are you certain only she checked in? Well, the guest registration only lists Zhang Qiao. As for whether 1 or 2 people stayed in the room, we really have no idea. Guests returning late at night, we can't interfere. We can't exactly knock on doors in the middle of the night to check rooms. That would ruin our business. Since the surveillance footage offered no clues, Lin Dong turned to the cleaning lady responsible for the 6th floor. After confirming she wasn't new and had been assigned to this floor exclusively, Lin Dong asked. On February 18th, do you recall these 3 girls in the photo? He expected the cleaning lady might not recall events from 4 months prior. But to his surprise, she remembered it vividly. Oh, I remember them. Those 3 girls drank way too much that night. One of them even fell down on the way back to their room, probably blacked out. I saw that, so I carried her back to her room. Another girl was also close to blacking out, but this one was the only one who was still sober. The cleaning lady pointed to Zhang Qiao's photo. You're sure she was sober then, right? Absolutely. She was tall and wearing some weird pants, pink and super tight, practically showing off her butt. I don't know what is wrong with young people these days. Their clothes get stranger and stranger, and they don't even feel embarrassed. Ding Wei was so furious she lightly punched the wall. That Zhang Qiao, not a word of truth came out of her mouth. She even tricked me. Seeing her like that, I thought she was depressed over her friend's suicide. Now it seems she had something to hide. I just asked my boss. He said the test results for the other 4 rich kids are in too. None of them have AIDS, Liao Xiaohu said, putting down his phone. Let's go. We need to find Zhang Qiao immediately. Lin Dong suddenly felt an ominous foreboding. If Zhang Qiao was involved and the police came knocking, she'd know the truth couldn't be hidden forever. We quickly discovered those rich kids were HIV negative. So her story about Zhou Jie getting tested and discovering she had AIDS would collapse on its own. Additionally, an autopsy on the body would reveal the truth. We just hadn't considered the possibility that an autistic person might lie. Damn my carelessness. When the three arrived at Zhang Xiao's residential complex, they saw a crowd gathered in the courtyard, all looking up. What's going on? Fire. A huge fire. Lin Dong looked up. Holy crap. Isn't that Zhang Xiao's house? Hida, are those Zhang Xiao's parents? Ding Wei spotted two familiar figures in the crowd. Lin Dong sprinted over, his eyes sharp as he demanded, "Where's Zhang Xiao?" "My daughter. She's still inside. We just went out to buy groceries. How did the house suddenly catch fire?" "Don't stop me. I have to go save my daughter." Zhang Xiao's father wept uncontrollably, held back by firefighters beyond the cordon. The woman beside him wept uncontrollably, looking as if she might faint at any moment. "Don't worry. The firefighters are inside. Your daughter might be okay. Kids these days are smart. She probably shut the door, hid by the window, and as long as the fire hasn't reached her, she'll be fine." Neighbors tried to comfort them, but Lin Dong sensed something wasn't right. Soon, firefighters rushed out of the building carrying someone on their backs, shouting, "Make way! Where are the medics? Medics, come quickly! That's Zhang Xiao." Ding Wei recognized her by the girl's clothes. Though her face was covered in soot, making her features unrecognizable, the charred remnants of her clothing were the most distinctive identifier. "Move aside, everyone move aside." Medical personnel rushed to administer emergency treatment to Zhang Xiao, but it was too late. "We're sorry, we did everything we could." Hearing the news, Zhang Xiao's father suddenly burst into tears, while her mother fainted on the spot. The medical staff had just finished resuscitating one victim and were now rushing to save another. "We need to contact the police station about the death." As the firefighter reached for his phone, Liao Xiuhu stepped in to intervene. "We are the police. You're here so fast?" "No, we're here investigating a case and happened upon the fire." "Ah, then you notify the funeral home. We'll go up first to inspect the fire scene. We need to determine whether it was arson or an electrical malfunction." "Hold on." Lin Dong pulled latex gloves from his pocket and crouched beside Zhang Xiao's body. "What are you doing?" Zhang Xiao's father snapped. "Examine the body. Get away. My daughter just died, and you come here to desecrate her body. Are you even human?" The more this man resisted the examination, the more it proved the point. Lin Dong paid him no mind, instructing Liao Xiuhu and Ding Wei to restrain him. Then he gently pried open Zhang Xiao's eyelids. Sure enough, Lin Dong snapped his head up, his icy gaze sending a chill down Zhang Xiao's father's spine. Any findings?" Ding Wei's delicate oval face lit up with anticipation. Flames cause people to shut their eyes tightly. In normal fires, the victim's eyelashes usually disappear, especially if the face was scorched by flames, leaving no trace of them. But on this body, the lower lashes near the eyelids are still tucked inside the eyes. That means she didn't even open her eyes when the fire burned her. If she had been asleep, the flames would have woken her instantly. Unless she was in a deep coma at the time, or she was already dead when the fire started. Chapter 44, I know everything. "You, what nonsense are you spouting? When I went grocery shopping, my daughter was still asleep, alive and well. How could she be dead?" Zhang Xiao's father lost his temper at Lin Dong's words, his mouth gaping as he began to curse. "Are you even human? My daughter is dead, and you stand here spouting nonsense? Before I left, my daughter told me, 'Daddy, I want hot pot meat.' Look, I even went out of my way to buy pork belly. What a pathetic performance. I noticed something was off the last time I visited their home, but I never imagined he'd kill his own daughter to silence her. Could this man also be connected to the deaths of Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie? Take them back to the station. Perform an autopsy on Zhang Xiao's body. Whether she died before or after the fire will be determined by carbon deposits in her respiratory tract. My team will be here any minute." Liao Xiuhu fixed his gaze on Zhang Xiao's father, ready to subdue him at the slightest movement. Soon, vehicles from the Criminal Investigation Division and the funeral home arrived, transporting the bodies and relevant personnel away. The fire department continued investigating the scene, searching for the source of the fire. "Xiaohu, you head back to headquarters for questioning. Just cooperate with the other units. They're the ones finding the clues and making the arrests. Master, what about you? Since this case may involve homicide, once the fire department finishes their investigation, we'll need to go in for a criminal investigation." Feng Yongfeng nodded to Lin Dong in acknowledgement. This guy was truly formidable. In just a few days, what had seemed like a straightforward suicide case suddenly revealed so many new leads, proof that this suicide was far from simple. Back at the police station, Zhang Xiao's father was brought into the interrogation room. Lin Dong and Ding Wei fixed him with piercing stares. "Name? Zhang Tao. You know what you've done, right?" Ding Wei demanded. "Officer, there must be some misunderstanding. That was my daughter, she died in the fire. I'm burying my own child, and you're locking me up in the station? What's the meaning of this?" Lin Dong said, rubbing his chin. "You know exactly what this means. We checked your bank records, you're addicted to gambling and owe a fortune. Not just to friends, but to banks and online lenders too. Worried the bank would seize your house, you divorced your wife to transfer ownership, putting all your fixed assets under her name so the bank couldn't touch you. Zhang Tao looked utterly unconcerned as he raised his head and declared, "Gambling is illegal but not a crime. And it has nothing to do with my daughter's death. We also discovered you purchased a personal accident insurance policy for your daughter last month. A man drowning in debt suddenly finds funds for a policy that won't pay out anytime soon unless you knew Zhang Xiao was about to meet with an accident." Ding Wei glared at the man before her. "It's perfectly reasonable for a father to buy insurance for his daughter. I just did what any father would do. I loved my daughter." "You!" Ding Wei was about to explode, but Lin Dong quickly shot her a look, signaling her to stay calm. "The autopsy results will be out soon. I hope you'll still be so defiant then." Killing to silence someone, it seems Zhang Xiao must have known something. Perhaps it's connected to those two girls' suicides. Zhang Tao's eyelid twitched. He lowered his head and fell silent. After leaving the interrogation room, Liao Xiaohu emerged from the adjacent observation room. "This guy's got serious issues. He's full of lies. He claimed he went grocery shopping with his wife, but my mentor learned during the neighborhood interviews that Zhang Tao's wife, Zheng Qianfang, stood in the courtyard for over 10 minutes that morning before Zhang Tao even came downstairs." "How is Zheng Qianfang doing?" Ding Wei asked. "Her condition has improved, but she's still emotionally unstable after all, her daughter is dead. The hospital said there were signs of domestic violence on Zheng Qianfang's body. It's possible she knew Zhang Tao was going to kill their daughter but couldn't stop him. This was truly devastating." Lin Dong pondered. If Zhang Tao really was the killer, he wouldn't admit to any charges. Much of the evidence at the scene had been completely destroyed in the fire. Even if the autopsy confirmed Zhang Xiao died before the fire started, without direct evidence linking Zhang Tao to the murder, he couldn't be convicted. Therefore, the only breakthrough was Zheng Qianfang. "Let's go to the hospital." Soon, the three arrived at the hospital. Zheng Qianfang sat on the hospital bed, her eyes hollow and vacant, her body emaciated like a skeleton, as if a breeze could knock her over. When she saw the police, Zheng Qianfang turned her head away, looking terrified. "Don't be nervous, Auntie. We're here to investigate your daughter's case. Do you know any facts? You must tell us so we can uncover the truth about your daughter's murder." Ding Wei approached the bedside, leaning down to ask softly. "I don't know. I don't know anything. Do you love your daughter?" "Of course I did." "Then did you have feelings for Zhang Tao?" Lin Dong's question silenced Zheng Qianfang. "If you have no feelings for Zhang Tao, why cover for him? Because of him, your family is torn apart. Do you know he bought Zhang Xiao a massive accidental death insurance policy? Now that she's dead, he stands to receive a huge payout. Every penny of that money is stained with your daughter's blood. Are you just going to stand by and watch him profit from harming your daughter? Is that what a mother should see?" Every word cut like a knife. Zheng Qianfang suddenly covered her face and wept. "I'm useless. I've failed my daughter. If only I'd been braver, none of this might have happened." Lin Dong and Ding Wei exchanged a glance. It was working. "First, tell us about your family situation." Ding Wei pulled up a chair beside the hospital bed and began taking notes. Zheng Qianfang wiped away her tears, as if making a decision. This moment might be the bravest she'd ever been in her entire life. "The year I married Zhang Tao, I gave birth to Xiao Xiao. But Zhang Tao wanted a son, so he never treated Xiao Xiao well. Years later, I finally gave him a son as he wished, but fate played a cruel joke on us. When our son was 10, he died from an illness. After that, Zhang Tao changed completely. He started drinking heavily, beating people, smashing things, and eventually got hooked on gambling. Only when our daughter started earning money outside and giving it to him did his temper improve slightly. He stopped hitting people, but he still gambled frequently, selling off nearly everything we owned at home." "So you knew Zhang Xiao was working as a hostess in a bar?" Liao Xiaohu's mouth twisted as he asked. Zheng Qianfang nodded. I know everything." Chapter 45, Unworthy of Being a Father. About a year ago, Xiao Xiao suddenly brought home 10,000 yuan, telling Zhang Tao to use it to pay off debts. She also said that as long as he stopped beating me, she would regularly bring money home from then on. When Zhang Tao saw the money, he asked where it came from. Xiao Xiao said she earned it by accompanying customers, insisting it was just that accompanying and nothing else. Zhang Tao never cared much for his daughter anyway. He didn't care whether Xiao Xiao was just serving drinks or doing something else, he was only interested in the money. After that, our family enjoyed a rare period of peaceful harmony. Zhang Tao paid off his gambling debts, opened a grocery store, and started treating Xiao Xiao with courtesy, even cooking for her from time to time. Later, Xiao Xiao told me that during that time, she felt like we truly looked like a family. As long as she could keep earning money, she believed she could maintain that kind of life. Lin Dong lowered his voice and asked, "Then what were those midazolam tablets in your house for?" Zheng Qianfang lifted her head, her voice bitter. "My health was poor, and I couldn't satisfy his needs. Then one day, Xiao Xiao brought 2 of her friends to stay with us, and everything changed." The atmosphere in the hospital room instantly froze. Girls these days dress and act so maturely. Those two probably didn't tell their families they were working as hostesses, so they loved staying at our place on weekends. One night, I woke up to use the bathroom. Passing by Xiao Xiao's room, I saw the door was ajar and the light was on, so I peeked inside. I'll never forget the scene. Both girls had their tops pulled up over their heads, covering their faces. Their underwear was torn off. Zhang Tao was on top of one of them, doing disgusting things. Xiao Xiao lay beside her, completely unresponsive, probably drugged too. Zhang Tao suddenly spotted me, grabbed my hair, and threatened me not to tell anyone, warning he'd harm Xiao Xiao his own flesh and blood. For Xiao Xiao's sake, I had no choice but to keep the secret. Every time I saw those two children come to my house and greet me warmly, my heart ached. Because I knew that come nightfall, that beast would once again lay his hands on their bodies. Later, Zhang Tao's gambling debts spiraled out of control. He borrowed 50,000 yuan from loan sharks, only to lose it all in a single night. Xiao Xiao couldn't earn money fast enough to cover his losses. When he couldn't repay the loan sharks came looking for him and beat him up. That day happened to be a weekend, and Xiaoya and Zhou Jie were at my place. That night, he took out all his rage on those two girls. The next day, he suddenly told me he'd thought of a great way to make money. The person who borrowed money from him at exorbitant interest rates was a rich kid who liked to toy with young girls. He planned to lure Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie into his trap to settle his debts. To that end, he sought out Xiao Xiao and told her everything. Xiao Xiao was devastated. She never imagined her father had been abusing her friends all along and now he wanted to sell them to others. Zhang Tao threatened Xiao Xiao using me, saying he'd beat me to death if she refused. That same day, he struck me with a chair. The injuries I bear now are from that attack. Xiao Xiao had no choice but to agree. What happened afterward, I don't know. But after that, Xiao Xiao became withdrawn and stopped talking much. When she heard about Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie's suicides, she locked herself in her room and refused to eat. Ding Wei clenched her fists, seething with anger. He's no father. He doesn't deserve to be called one. No, he's unworthy of being human. Lin Dong remained composed as he pressed on. Did Zhang Qiao go out anywhere in the days leading up to Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie's suicides? She did. The day before they took their own lives. The day before? Yes, the day before. I remember it clearly. Xiao hadn't gone out in ages, so I was actually happy to see her leaving, thinking she was finally pulling herself together. Zheng Qianfang covered her face, suddenly breaking down again. Xiao Qiao was such a sensible child. She never exposed his dirty deeds and even gave him all the money she earned. How could he kill Xiao Qiao? You also believe Zhang Tao killed Zhang Xiao, right? Ding Wei asked. I saw him put something in Xiao Qiao's water with my own eyes. Then at noon, he suddenly said he was going to buy groceries to make something delicious for our daughter, telling me to wait downstairs. He didn't come back down for over 10 minutes. By the time we returned, the house was already on fire. After finishing her questioning, the three reached the hospital room entrance. Ding Wei suddenly burst into tears. What's wrong? It must be because we went to Zhang Qiao that day to ask about the situation. Zhang Tao was afraid his actions would be exposed, so he killed her to silence her. Ding Wei's eyes were red and teary. Did we indirectly cause Xiao Qiao's death? Lin Dong patted Ding Wei's shoulder, then pulled her into his arms to comfort her. As cops, we can't think like that. If we worried that questioning suspects might kill them, we'd never solve any cases. But we should protect suspects. I just never imagined her killer would be her own father. No, that man doesn't deserve to be called a father. Liao Xiaohu stood awkwardly to the side, raising his hand like an outsider. Guys, save the emotional outbursts for later. With these confessions, can we finally convict Zhang Tao? Lin Dong rubbed his aching eyes. Not necessarily. It depends on the autopsy results whether hallucinogenic drugs were found in Zhang Qiao's system. If so, and if we uncover Zhang Tao's purchase records for such substances, combined with Zheng Xinfang's testimony, we can secure a conviction. Even though Zhang Tao's been arrested, we still haven't uncovered why Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie committed suicide. Since they were drugged and assaulted by Zhang Tao, yet kept returning to his home afterward, it suggests they remained unaware of the assault. First, we need to overturn Zhang Qiao's previous false confession about not having AIDS. Then, the fact that Zhang Tao sent Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie to sleep with the people who lent him high-interest loans becomes something worth digging deeper into. The police pursued multiple leads simultaneously, thoroughly investigating every piece of information related to Zhang Tao. First, they uncovered evidence of his illegal purchase of hallucinogenic drugs, leading to the arrest of the seller, a doctor at a hospital. The doctor's confession confirmed evidence of Zhang Tao purchasing midazolam tablets. Additionally, the autopsy of Zhang Qiao revealed she was not dead when the fire started. Her respiratory tract had inhaled large amounts of dust, causing mild burns and congestion in her throat mucosa. Due to excessive carbon monoxide inhalation, carboxyhemoglobin circulated throughout her body via the bloodstream, causing her heart, lungs, and other organs to appear bright red. These findings indicate she was still alive before the fire, but she was unconscious and unable to save herself. Additionally, midazolam was detected in the victim's blood. The chain of evidence linking Zheng Tao to the arson murder of Zheng Qiao was complete, awaiting only a conviction. Based on his communication records, police also identified the loan shark who turned out to be one of the 5 wealthy second-generation individuals. Chapter 46, The Corpse Whisperer. Tan Mingyu, male, 25 years old, from Shaping. His family operates multiple food companies, supplying most of the local preserved meat products. Our call records show that starting in March, Zheng Tao contacted Tan Mingyu at least twice a month. Their last communication occurred on May 30th, just 3 days before the girls' suicides. Both girls' bodies were severely mangled by the collision, especially Lin Xiaoya, who lay on the tracks. Her remains couldn't be pieced together into a complete form, making it difficult to determine what happened to her before death. However, Zhou Jie's autopsy report indicates she sustained injuries prior to the collision, notably ligature marks on her neck. Shaping City Criminal Investigation Division Office. Liao Xiaohu was delivering his report. Feng Yongfeng, a cigarette dangling from his lips, appeared deeply troubled. What started as a straightforward suicide case has now unraveled into so many unanswered questions. After days of investigation, we still haven't uncovered the truth. As the team leader, this is my failure. Captain Feng. Captain Feng. Lin Dong called out twice before Feng Yongfeng snapped back to reality. This Tan Mingyu is indeed highly suspicious. He might very well be the one who drove those 2 girls to suicide. Did you notice anything unusual when you questioned them? Without evidence, they refused to admit anything. They only confirmed attending a party at Zhang Shilin's house on the night of February 18th. As for Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie, he claimed not to know them. We conducted an HIV test on him and it came back negative. Lin Dong lowered his head and fought before looking up again. Starting in March, this group likely assaulted Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie multiple times. But since neither girl kept evidence, even if they knew these people had done something wrong, we couldn't convict them. May 30th is crucial. It's highly likely that was the last time the group assaulted Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie. Our only chance to turn this case around lies with the victims' bodies. If forensic tests detect any evidence left by those rich kids, we might just have a shot at overturning this case. Feng Yongfeng took a deep drag on his cigarette. The forensic team has already conducted autopsies on the bodies. These are the results we have. Extracting further useful clues from the bodies might be extremely difficult. Bring in outside help, Lin Dong suggested. I heard there's a cold-faced forensic pathologist in the police force. Her motto is to speak for the dead one last time. Ah. I heard about her in police academy. I think her name is Lung Junying. Her father was a legend in the forensic world, though he's retired now. Senior sister Lang inherited her father's talent, repeatedly uncovering crucial clues from bodies to help the police catch killers. When Ding Wei mentioned Lung Junying, her eyes gleamed with deep admiration. That look. I've seen it before. It was the same look of admiration she used to give me back then. Since we started living together, that look of admiration has become rare. Well, distance really does make the heart grow fonder. Living together, all that mystery just vanished. You call her senior? Is she also from your police academy? Huayin University has a medical school too, with a forensic medicine program, though it's not on the same campus as ours. As a veteran detective, Feng Yongfeng naturally knew Lung Junying. Although they'd caught the killer of his daughter, the widely discussed teenage suicide case still lacked a final conclusion. The pressure from the city was mounting, so it seemed they had no choice but to seek outside assistance. Feng Yongfeng explained the situation to the chief, who submitted a request to higher authorities. The next day at noon, a woman with short hair parted in a 4:6 style arrived at the Shaping City Police Bureau. She wore a white t-shirt, faded jeans, and canvas sneakers. Wow, senior sister, you look so cool. Ding Wei couldn't help but gush upon seeing Lin Junying. Indeed, the forensic doctor's appearance was undeniably captivating to both men and women. Her jawline was perfect, and her eyes and brows carried an air of fierce elegance. Rumor had it she was only 30 years old, yet already renowned in forensic circles. Hope your senior colleague brings us some surprises. But the body's been lying there for nearly a week. Even if there were clues back then, they're probably gone now. Ding Wei couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. The body may be silent, but it holds all the answers provided we encounter someone who understands its language. Just observing Lung Junying's aura, Lin Dongzheng found it terrifyingly powerful. This should bring surprises. Inside the autopsy room, Lung Junying briefly briefed the original medical examiner before commencing her work. I hear Senior Lang isn't just skilled in forensic medicine, she's also proficient in physical and chemical analysis? While waiting, Lin Dong and Ding Wei chatted in the police station lounge. Yeah, Senior Lang's mother is a university professor specializing in physical and chemical analysis. Before she could work with cadavers, she studied these subjects under her mother's guidance. The results aren't out yet? Liao Xiaohu walked by carrying documents. Spotting Lin Dong and Ding Wei chatting, he entered the lounge. My boss and the others have been keeping a close eye on those rich kids. If they try to flee, we'll arrest them on the spot. Better to face disciplinary action for a false arrest than let them slip through the cracks. But if Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie's deaths were confirmed to be caused by their inability to bear the torture they endured, wouldn't that mean we couldn't charge them with murder? Ding Wei asked. The charges could be manslaughter and rape, but the girls' deaths didn't occur on the day they were assaulted. If the rich kid hires a lawyer from a top-tier domestic law firm to defend him, the manslaughter charge might not stick. Lin Dong felt the situation wasn't looking so optimistic. Only 3 years for rape? That's far too lenient. If no DNA or cellular evidence linking the 5 suspects is found on the girls' bodies, the rape charge won't hold up legally. Oh, this. Ding Wei felt her world shatter. She pursed her lips, praying Senior Lang could uncover any trace of evidence from the bodies. It wasn't until after 10 p.m. that Lin Junying arrived at the lounge, holding a report in her hand. Lin Dong was drafting an article on his phone when he spotted Lang. He quickly tapped Ding Wei, who had fallen asleep on the sofa. Dr. Lang, any findings? I extracted fully digested feces from the stomach of victim number 2. Lin Dong frowned in confusion. Fully digested? Doesn't that mean the feces in the victim's stomach wasn't theirs? Why? Ding Wei asked. Don't people have feces in their stomachs? Feces are usually in the intestines, not the stomach. And being fully digested means it had already been expelled from the body. Its presence in the victim's stomach can only mean someone forced the victim to ingest it. Ugh. Ding Wei covered her mouth and gagged a few times. She'd seen perverts before, but never one this twisted. Forcing someone to eat feces. What a twisted mind. The good news is, victim number 2 had poor digestion. Some of it remained partially intact in her stomach, Lin Junying said. And the bad news? Lin Dong knew that good news usually came with bad. Lin Junying shook his head expressionlessly. No bad news. There's another piece of good news. I extracted intestinal epithelial cells from the feces, which can be used for DNA testing. Lin Dong's massive frame trembled. If the extracted DNA matched any of the 5 rich kids, they could be arrested immediately. Chapter 47, Negligent Homicide. Physical and chemical testing was conducted overtime. Earlier, the police had already extracted DNA from those 5 rich kids and entered it into the database. When the DNA extracted from the intestinal epithelial cells in the feces matched those records, Lin Dong, Ding Wei, and the members of the Qingteng City Criminal Investigation Brigade who hadn't been dispatched all stared intently at the computer screen. It matches. It's this guy named Tan Mingyu. Hearing Lin Junying's matter-of-fact tone, Lin Dong thought to himself. This cold forensic pathologist truly lives up to his name, he's so aloof. But having a forensic pathologist with such a calm demeanor was actually beneficial. It meant they wouldn't be emotionally affected by the countless bodies of unnatural deaths they encountered, leading to a longer career. Launch an immediate manhunt for Tan Mingyu. The officers who had been tailing Tan Mingyu immediately moved to apprehend him upon receiving the order. No sooner had he been brought to the station than Tan Mingyu's mother arrived with her lawyer in tow. You cops think you're so clever, huh? Why arrest someone without cause? This woman, Wang Xiaoyong, brought along numerous relatives and caused a scene at the station. What crime did my son commit? You must explain this to me clearly. Feng Yongfeng responded directly, we'll explain everything after the interrogation. Until then, if you continue causing trouble here, be warned you could be detained for 7 days. Go ahead then. If you've got the guts, arrest us all. Do you think the lawyer I hired is useless? Come on, if you've got the guts. Just as Feng Yongfeng was about to lose his temper, Liao Xiuhu quickly intervened. Calm down, boss. Let's interrogate Tan Mingyu first. Once we have solid evidence, no amount of her fussing will change anything. These people are completely lawless. Feng Yongfeng gritted his teeth and let out a vicious snort. Suppressing his rage, he entered the observation room. What's the situation? This guy's acting cocky, constantly complaining about how much time we're wasting him and how much money he's losing. Anyway, this interrogation's gonna be tough. It'll depend on how the guys from the other unit handle it. Lin Dong and Ding Wei had developed a seamless rapport in their joint interrogations. Police officers in many areas rarely encounter homicide cases throughout the year, relying solely on gut instinct for interrogation techniques. But over the past month, Lin Dong and Ding Wei had encountered numerous homicide cases, gaining considerable insight into human weaknesses. I know what you're thinking, that you did something the police can't prove, so you're banking on luck to get released? Let me tell you this, turning yourself in to earn leniency is nothing like being caught red-handed with irrefutable evidence. You won't face the death penalty since you didn't directly commit the murder. But whether it's 10 years or 5, that's a huge difference. Think it through carefully. Lin Dong delivered a warning shot first. Tan Mingyu sneered coldly. What crime is there in loan sharking? I still have a lot of money they owe me. The ones who refuse to pay back their debts are the criminals, okay? You know I'm not talking about that. How Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie died, I think you should be clear on that. Lin Dong walked over holding 2 photographs. You recognize the people in these photos, right? Tan Mingyu pressed his tongue against his teeth, taking a long moment before speaking. I've seen them. At a friend's birthday party. Yesterday or the day before, you cops came looking for me with photos, even took me for an AIDS test. What's the point of asking me again now? Your memory's bad, maybe you should get your brains checked at the hospital. Ding Wei immediately snapped, "Watch your language." What's wrong with my language? I haven't done anything wrong, yet you lock me up here and tell me to watch my words. Try locking you up for no reason, you'd probably be even more rude than me. Let me ask you something, Lin Dong said, a sudden smile curling his lips. If someone found another person's feces inside their own stomach, would that be normal? Tan Mingyu fell silent, his mind going blank. I asked if it's normal. Of course not. If it's not normal, then why was your feces found inside Zhou Jie's stomach? Tan Mingyu's expression changed, all traces of his earlier nonchalance vanished. I don't understand what you're talking about. What do you mean my feces appeared in someone else's stomach? We police rely on evidence to build cases. There's no point in trying to wriggle out of this. We found feces in the victim's stomach and extracted your DNA from it. That's ironclad proof. Even if you say nothing, even with a zero confession, we can still convict you. They committed suicide. What crime are you charging me with? Negligent homicide carries a sentence of 3 to 7 years. Plus charges of rape, unlawful restraint, and more. If you turn yourself in or name accomplices, we may consider reduced sentencing, possibly under 3 years depending on your cooperation. Lin Dong reminded him. This is your only chance. Once we submit the case to the procuratorate, your conviction is a done deal. Tan Mingyu still clung to a sliver of hope. With just this one piece of evidence, you can't prove I had anything to do with their suicides. It seems you admit to insulting others and even restricting their personal freedom. I know you refuse to admit it because you know the crucial parts of those two girls' phone contents were wiped by you. But what you might not know is that if we contact Tencent and have them restore the data, even if it's been deleted, we can still obtain the evidence. Then you won't have any chance of a reduced sentence. Ding Wei nodded in agreement. In his case, conviction without a confession is entirely possible. And based on the evidence we have, once we recover the deceased girl's phone chat records, all those charges can be pinned on him. Forget it. He clearly doesn't want to implicate his accomplices. If he insists on taking the fall alone, let him. We're done here. Leave the rest to the prosecution. Lin Dong stood up, not even glancing at Tan Mingyu, leaving him to speculate on his own. Interrogation is a game of psychological warfare. Wait. I'll talk. I didn't do it alone, there was another accomplice. Just one? Are you sure? Lin Dong shot him a glance. I'm sure. Just one person. Lin Dong instinctively furrowed his brow. According to the information we have. Well, to be honest, we don't have any hard evidence. But those 5 rich kids were likely involved to some degree. Even if they only watched without directly assaulting the 2 girls, they'd still face some punishment. If Tan Mingyu was only willing to expose one person, it means he can't afford to offend the other 3. Based on what we know, only Yi Zhihao, whose family is linked to 13 companies, comes from a relatively ordinary background among the 5. Who? Lin Dong asked, his eyes narrowing coldly. Yi Zhihao. Damn it, I knew it. He only dared to name someone he could afford to provoke. If I can get Yi Zhihao to confess about his other accomplices, I might just be able to arrest all 5 of them. Chapter 48, Beyond the Law, Heaven Still Reigns. Do you have any evidence? Lin Dong demanded. Do chat logs count? Chat logs can be fabricated. They may not hold up as solid evidence. If you want to earn credit, think harder about other evidence. Tan Mingyu's expression suddenly grew even colder. I have some videos on my phone, in an encrypted album. If I give you the password, would that truly count as atoning for my crimes? Absolutely. If you also have evidence implicating the other 3, we could even count it as a voluntary confession. That would certainly result in a greater reduction of your sentence. At the mention of the other 3, Tan Mingyu fell silent once more. It seemed those rich kids' backgrounds were truly formidable, striking fear into Tan Mingyu and silencing him. Never mind. One at a time was good enough. Xiaoding, go get his phone. Got it. Ding Wei got up and went to the observation room, where Liao Xiaohu was just coming out with an evidence bag containing Tan Mingyu's phone. You'd better make them say the password and enter it yourselves. We got burned once before. When we let the suspect enter the password, he wiped the data. Luckily, the tech team recovered the data in the end. Otherwise, our whole team would have been disciplined. Ding Wei nodded and took the phone back to the interrogation room. Here we go, Hida. Lin Dong grabbed the phone. Without waiting for Ding Wei's reminder, he knew the suspect couldn't be allowed to touch it directly. Passcode 471964. The password for the encrypted album. 5269. I love 69? This guy is seriously twisted. Lin Dong opened the encrypted album, and what met his eyes were photo after photo of Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie being abused by them. In the images, the 2 girls were half naked, covered in injuries, their eyes filled with despair and pleading, yet those beasts still didn't let them go. The encrypted album also contained a video. Tan Mingyu forced the 2 girls to kneel. Suddenly, another figure appeared. Though only his profile was visible, the tattoos on his arms and back revealed his identity. Yi Zhihao. No. The laughter in the video clearly came from more than two people. There were onlookers nearby. You said only you and Yi Zhihao assaulted those two girls. Why are there others laughing in the background? That's the TV. You think we're idiots? Lin Dong snapped. If you can find evidence, go find it. I've already told you everything I know. If you can't get me a reduced sentence, my lawyer will definitely sue you. Seems there's no point in continuing the interrogation. The outcome would be the same either way. This guy wouldn't dare expose the other three, so asking him was pointless. Lin Dong stood up and motioned for Ding Wei to step outside. Why aren't we continuing the interrogation? He didn't directly cause those two girls' deaths. Even if convicted, he'd only get a few years. But if he ratted out his well-connected accomplices, his life after prison would be hell. So asking him is pointless. Yeah, you're right. Looks like we'll have to focus on Yi Zhihao now. Ding Wei sighed in frustration. Even if all five were convicted, none could be sentenced for murder. Though their actions certainly led to the girls' deaths and even triggered the subsequent tragedy of Zhang Tao killing his own daughter. Legally, they wouldn't be held accountable for those lives. Don't pin too much hope on Yi Zhihao either. If it really doesn't work out, we'll have to bring in the narcotics squad. Either way, we won't let them walk away scot-free. Lin Dong's hunch proved correct. When the police brought Yi Zhihao back for interrogation, he only admitted to having inappropriate relationships with the two girls. He denied everything else. Qingteng City Police Department Criminal Investigation Division. Over the past few days, officers dispatched from sister units assisted us in investigating the June 2 teenage suicide case. We uncovered numerous leads and apprehended several suspects. Tan Mingyu and Yi Zhihao, in the June 2 teenage suicide case, subjected both victims to months of abuse. This caused them immense psychological trauma and was likely one of the factors driving the two girls to take their own lives. In this case, the girl Zhang Xiao also played a crucial role. It was her instigation that led the two girls to the hotel for the first time, where they were assaulted and subsequently threatened by the suspects. Through the in-depth investigation by officers Lin Dong and Ding Wei, it was discovered that Zhang Xiao had been coerced by her father into committing these acts. To prevent the police from uncovering the truth, Zhang Tao personally murdered his own daughter, resulting in another tragic incident. At this point, the June 2 girl's suicide case was essentially solved. However, there were still three suspects for whom we had no evidence proving their involvement in the case. But officers Lin Dong and Ding Wei firmly believed they had participated. After Feng Yongfeng finished his explanation, all the officers turned their gaze toward the two of them. Why are you looking at me? If there's no evidence, go find it. The video clearly captures other voices, and I can positively identify one as Zhang Shirlin's. Even if we can't find evidence, have the narcotics squad investigate their drug use. We absolutely cannot let them walk free like this. Lin Dong's emotions were unusually uncontrolled. I've already informed the narcotics squad. They've deployed officers to conduct drug tests on those three individuals. Results should be available shortly. As for whether they're connected to the teenage suicide case, we'll continue investigating. In any case, thank you both immensely for your assistance. On behalf of every officer in the Qingteng City Criminal Investigation Division, I extend our deepest respect to you. I also assure you that we will not let any suspect escape justice. At noon, Lin Dong and Ding Wei were having lunch outside. This case is closed, and the chief just called to say he'll commend me when I return. But I still feel uneasy, Ding Wei said, chewing on her chopsticks with a distracted look. Because we know three suspects we identified are still at large. That's why we feel uneasy. Lin Dong shifted the conversation. Do you know why the Qingteng City police closed this case so quickly? Why? I saw a news report earlier today. Donghao Group plans to reinvest in Qingteng City across multiple sectors. At this critical juncture, Donghao suddenly making such an announcement, it's hard not to be suspicious. Ding Wei raised her eyebrows. So you're saying, that because Donghao Group is exerting pressure, this case had to be pinned entirely on Yi Zhihao and Tan Mingyu? Perhaps. Of course, it's also because the criminal investigation team genuinely couldn't find evidence. That's why I shifted my approach and had the narcotics squad conduct drug tests on the other rich kids. Since our evidence can't link them to the teenage suicide case, forcing them into drug rehabilitation carries a harsher punishment than detention. If they had caught wind of this earlier, even narcotics officers wouldn't have found evidence of their drug involvement. I'm not a cop, so I'll use my own methods to make them understand that justice exists beyond the law. Chapter 49, Calling in Reinforcements. Police Bulletin. On June 2, 2025, two underage girls committed suicide in our city. After thorough investigation, the Qingteng City Police Department discovered that victims Lin Moya and Zhou Mao had suffered prolonged, malicious abuse from Yi Zhihao and Tan Mingyu, which may have contributed to their suicides. During interrogation, both suspects confessed to the abuse of Lin Moya and Zhou Mao. While investigating this case, our team concurrently handled a separate homicide case involving a father murdering his daughter to silence her. Through thorough investigation, we discovered connections between the two cases and subsequently merged them for joint prosecution. A hotel in Qingteng City. Lin Dong lay in bed, scrolling through the police bulletin that had just been released. Looks like they still haven't found evidence linking the other three to the crime. Perhaps Zhang Qiao could have testified, but she's dead now. Without a witness and no physical evidence. This case is going to be tough. Ding Wei sat on the edge of the bed, a hint of sadness in her eyes. The case has been closed. The bureau asked when I'd return, but I feel uneasy. Once back, I'll surely keep dwelling on it. Last night, as soon as I closed my eyes, I dreamed of those two girls. They begged me to catch the killer who pushed them into the abyss. Lin Dong shot her a reproachful glance. So that's why you knocked on my door in the dead of night, snatched the blanket, and took over half my bed? That's right. Last night, Lin Dong and Ding Wei slept in the same bed. Though the 2-meter-wide bed easily accommodated two people, even a third wouldn't have felt cramped. But I'm a man, for crying out loud. I have basic physiological needs. How am I supposed to sleep soundly with a gorgeous woman right next to me? Hey. I just wanted to chat with you. Otherwise, I'd feel all bottled up inside. By the way, what did you mean yesterday when you said you'd make sure those guys know there's still justice beyond the law, in your own way? Lin Dong tugged at the blanket. Could you go back to your room first? Why? Because I'm not wearing pants. Ding Wei's face flushed as she stammered. You men actually sleep without pants? Doesn't that feel uncomfortable? Sleeping naked is so comfortable. You should try it next time. Lin Dong regretted saying that the moment it left his mouth. My mouth runs faster than my brain. Sleeping naked together? What kind of situation is that? After Ding Wei left, he hurriedly pulled on his pants, tidied up, and stepped out of the room. The moment he stepped out, he looked down and saw two pairs of legs. One pair was clad in jeans, the other in shorts, revealing smooth, fair skin. He looked up again. Dr. Lang? Lin Dong was genuinely shocked the moment he saw Lang Junying. As far as he knew, Lang Junying had left 2 days ago. I ran into Senior Lang just as I was heading out. She came specifically to find us. Ding Wei's face lit up with a fangirl expression upon seeing Lang Junying. You haven't left Qingteng City yet. Is there something else you plan to do? Lang Junying cut straight to the point. But didn't forensic Dr. Lang stay behind too? Lin Dong had roughly guessed Lang Junying's intentions. I reviewed the case files at the Qingteng City police station that day and found some peculiarities. Yi Zhihao and Tan Mingyu were just scapegoats pushed forward to take the fall. There are others behind them. But as a medical examiner, there's only so much I can do. Lang Junying paused before continuing. If you're interested in this case, we could collaborate on the investigation. If we find clues, we can follow the trail and track down the culprits. A forensic pathologist's duty is to speak for the deceased. The victims told me the killers weren't just those two men. I can't just let it go. It's a matter of principle for me. Lin Dong's eyebrow twitched. Looks like I'll need to extend my stay a few more nights. This room will serve as our base going forward. I'll rent another car for commuting. Two idols teaming up to solve a case. Dreams becoming reality. Amidst her excitement, Ding Wei began considering work matters. Teachers, what should I do? I have to go back to work tomorrow. No problem. I'll give your team leader a call. Lin Dong picked up his phone and dialed Teng Chao's number. Hey, team leader Tang, I'm requesting a few days off for showdown. No, it's not a date. I've got some other business to handle. No worries, no need for paid leave. Deduct whatever needs to be deducted from his pay. Ding Wei opened her mouth to speak but stopped herself. She could only cry silently in her heart. My paycheck. Alright, leave approved. Ding, go grab breakfast for 3. I'll discuss the case with Dr. Lang. Got it. Bang. The door closed, leaving just the two of us alone in the room again. But the partners had changed. So the narcotics squad is currently testing those 3 for drugs. But mere drug use only warrants detention, a slap on the wrist for them. Lin Dong nodded. I'm wondering if the other 3 also recorded videos besides that one. If we have new evidence, then the problem becomes much easier to solve. Even if they did, you can't just go snooping through their phones. Not even the police have that kind of authority. Lin Dong rubbed his forehead. I do have one idea that might work, but I'd need to call someone in. The problem is, I just called her in a few days ago. I'm not sure if I can ask her again. Who? Lang Junying asked. A genius hacker. Pretty cute, too. Ding Wei returned with breakfast just as they were discussing He Yuzhu. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about what cute means? Lin Dong asked, utterly baffled. If that hacker is truly skilled, you'd better bring her on board at any cost. Any cost? What if it requires me to sacrifice my dignity? Lin Dong's remark left both Ding Wei and Lang Junying speechless. Enough with the jokes. I'll message her right away to reconfirm. The 3 of us will separately monitor the movements of those 3 rich kids and reconvene tonight to consolidate our findings. After breakfast, the trio split up to carry out their plan. Lin Dong was assigned to monitor Zhang Shilin. This rich kid went out late and returned early. To tail him, one had to disrupt their own routine. Damn it, he'd have to switch to US time to keep up with Zhang Shilin's relentless pace. By afternoon, Lin Dong finally got a reply from He Yuzhu. Are you trying to get yourself killed? I just woke up and saw your message. What do you take me for? Some summonable pet you can call at will? Sis you, I had no choice. Who made you so stunningly beautiful and the world's top hacker? Compared to you, Assange looks like a rookie. Cut the crap. Assange is my idol. This case is so tricky you need me to step in twice? Don't even get me started. We're up against deep pockets. Donghao Group wants to protect their rich kid. Like I'm gonna let them get away with it? We gotta find evidence and send that spoiled brat to jail. Sounds intriguing. I've always hated injustice. Standing up for the underdog is right up my alley. Book me first class in a 5-star hotel, thanks. Damn it. Just when I earned a little bonus. And now it's about to be wiped clean. Chapter 50, The Mastermind. After 2 days of surveillance and investigation, Lin Dong had largely mapped out the whereabouts of those 3 rich kids. After I found Zhang Shilin doing coke at his place last time, his crew has become super cautious. Recently, they've stopped frequenting night spots. While Zhang Shilin has stayed home without leaving, we've pinpointed the whereabouts of Zhou Tianchen and Lu Jian. Zhou Tianchen holds a nominal position at the family-owned Han Yuan Group. His work hours are irregular, but he usually makes an appearance at the office. His departure times vary. He left at noon the day before yesterday but stayed until evening yesterday. Lu Jian is being groomed as the successor in their family business, so his work hours are relatively fixed. However, he enjoys sitting at a coffee shop near the office before work and doesn't head to the company until close to noon. Ding Wei asked, does he work at the coffee shop? No, he's slacking off. Probably doesn't like his current job but has no choice since his family forced it on him. He's our best breakthrough point. As for how to break through, let He Yuzhu explain that next. 3 beauties assisting you with the case, you lucky bastard. He Yuzhu continued, laptop in hand. As soon as he connects to the coffee shop's public Wi-Fi, I can hack into his phone and access all the data inside. The problem is how to get him to connect to the public network. Mobile data isn't expensive these days, so most people have plenty. My plan is to borrow his phone to make a call and connect to the shop's Wi-Fi while I'm at it. Then we'll need someone else to distract him and stall for time. Ding Wei immediately volunteered, I could go, but wouldn't he have seen me before during the investigation? Don't you girls know those Asian magic tricks? Put on some makeup and change clothes, and you're practically a different person. Makes sense. Thus, the next day, the 4-person team's operation plan commenced. The branch office of Xining Group was located in a commercial building in downtown Qingteng City. The CBD area had plenty of coffee shops. Lin Dong sat on a nearby public bench, with a clear view inside. He Yuzhu and Ding Wei had already taken their positions inside, waiting for their prey to take the bait. As the morning rush hour ended, the target emerged from the commercial building at a leisurely pace. Damn it, should we lay low for a bit? The narcotics squad gave me a urine test yesterday. Good thing I haven't touched anything lately, or I'd be screwed for sure. Panic my ass. If they catch me, it's just a few days in the slammer. Big deal. Of course you and Zhang Shilin aren't freaking out. Your dads don't care about you. If my dad found out I was doing coke, he'd beat the out of me. As they approached the coffee shop, Lu Jian lowered his voice. Now that Yi Jihao and Tan Mingyu got busted, they didn't rat us out. We should keep our meetings low-key for now. Don't give the cops any ammunition. The one speaking with Lu Jian was Zhou Tianchen, one of the 5 rich second-generation heirs, whose family background was second only to Zhang Shilin of Donghao Group. What the hell are we afraid of? They don't have any evidence. As long as Yi Jihao and Tan Mingyu don't rat us out, and the parties involved are dead, this matter is known only to heaven and earth, you and me. It'll never blow up in our faces. True. If the cops were really that capable, they'd have caught us by now. Anyway, I'm heading back to the coffee shop to kill time until noon. The office is no place for humans, it's stifling. Target spotted. As soon as He Yuzhu hung up, she sprang into action. Hey, handsome, my phone's broken. Can I borrow yours to make a call? Lu Jian glanced up at He Yuzhu. Though her hair color was a bit unusual, she was undeniably beautiful. As everyone knows, men rarely refuse a beautiful woman's request, especially for something so minor. No problem. It's no big deal. Go ahead and use it. Thanks. After taking the phone, He Yuzhu pretended to dial a number but instead connected to the cafe's public Wi-Fi. This network had already been compromised by her, with a virus planted inside. Any electronic device connecting to this network would have its privacy compromised. With the first step successfully completed, He Yuzhu returned the phone and hurried back to her seat to copy the data from Lu Jian's phone onto her computer. Xiao Ding, it's your turn. Ding Wei appeared wearing an expensive-looking leather skirt, sexy black stockings, and a pair of slender high heels. Lin Dong's eyes lit up the moment he saw her. This wasn't the fiery policewoman, she was clearly my little sister. Roger that. Ding Wei removed her Bluetooth earpiece and walked toward Lu Jian. Lu Jian turned just in time to see a stunning beauty dressed in a professional office lady uniform. Those sexy legs wrapped in black stockings, no man could resist taking a second look. "Hello, do you have any specialty coffees here?" Before the server could answer, Lu Jian, who was waiting for his coffee nearby, chimed in. "The pineapple iced Americano is pretty good here. If you like sweeter drinks, the pandan coconut latte is also a great choice. Do you come here often?" Lu Jian flicked his hair. "Of course. I come here almost every day." Seeing the conversation had started over there, He kept her eyes glued to the progress bar. Only after it hit 100% did she signal to Ding Wei with a glance that it was time to leave. Back in the car, Lin Dong couldn't help but give Ding Wei a thumbs up. Nice work, nice work. You actually stalled Lu Jian for that long. Looks like your acting skills have improved." "It wasn't my acting, it was my long legs. Every 10 seconds he'd glance at my legs while talking to me. Finally, he couldn't resist complimenting them, which is how I stalled him for so long." Ding Wei took a sip of water and quickly asked. "So? Did you find any clues on his phone?" "Ha, it's not just clues, they're as good as dead." He had found numerous photos in Lu Jian's encrypted album showing the 5 of them and other girls in compromising positions. Among them were photos and videos of Lin Xiaoya and Zhou Jie being abused by them. This video clearly shows Zhou Tianchen assaulting those 2 girls, while Lu Jian injected them with stimulants to keep them aroused. The only issue is Zhang Shilin's role in the footage is ambiguous. While he appears in the video, he doesn't harm the victims, he's just standing by smoking. Lin Dong analyzed calmly. He's most likely an observer and also the mastermind. In criminal psychology, there's a type of person who doesn't directly harm victims themselves but derives psychological satisfaction from watching others inflict harm. Take another close look at their chat logs. If Zhang Shilin really was the mastermind, clues should surface in their conversations. He finished reviewing all the data, raised an eyebrow, and exclaimed with delight. "Found it! This Zhang Shilin really is the mastermind." Chapter 51, No Criminal Escapes Justice. Zhang Shilin, Tan Mingyu, when are you going to hook up with those 2 girls again? Tan Mingyu, no way, young Master Zhang. You're interested in girls like that? Yi Jihao, are you kidding? Young Master Zhang has slept with celebrities, why would he be interested in those cheap bar girls? Zhang Shilin, sleeping? Not interested. Skinny as sticks. I prefer a bit more meat on their bones. Lu Jian, I know what Zhang Xiao's after. He got a kick out of watching you guys beat those 2s last time. Zhang Shilin, didn't you guys feel awesome? Hearing their screams, watching them cry, then stomping on their heads with our feet, that sense of dominance was amazing. Tan Mingyu, young Master Zhang, you have such a twisted fetish. You're seriously messed up. Yi Jihao, Tan Mingyu, you're the real sicko here. Last time you talked about forcing someone to eat? That grossed me out so bad I couldn't eat for a whole day. Tan Mingyu, hey, who among us 5 doesn't have some kink? Otherwise, we wouldn't even hang out together. Zhang Shilin, tomorrow. Get them both out. Film plenty of footage this time to blackmail them. Otherwise, we won't be able to get them out even with money later. After gathering evidence, Lin Dong and Ding Wei arrived at the Qingteng City police station. Thud. Hearing the noise, officers from the Criminal Investigation Division turned to see 2 familiar figures slam several documents onto the desk. Detective Lin, Officer Ding? Liao Xiaohu stood up in surprise. Didn't you go back? I told you, I won't let any criminal off the hook. Since conventional methods couldn't find evidence, I had to use my own approach. Lin Dong held the documents high. This is the evidence of Zhang Shilin, Zhou Tianchen, and Lu Jian's crimes. Feng Yongfeng hurriedly stood up, took the documents, and scanned them carefully. Finally, he looked up in disbelief. How did you find this evidence? I told you my own way. Lin Dong's expression grew colder. From the video footage, Dr. Lang reconstructed most of the beatings the 2 victims endured based on their injuries and compiled a report. Combined with the autopsy results, we can add charges of intentional assault against them. Dr. Lang? You mean Lung Junying? Feng Yongfeng was completely dumbfounded. How could Dr. Lang be involved? What the hell had they been doing these past few days? Boss. With this evidence, can we arrest them now? Liao Xiaohu exclaimed excitedly. Damn it, yesterday Zhang Shilin even had someone deliver a commendation banner to mock us. It pissed me off to no end. What banner? A widow's sigh. Ding Wei scratched her head. What does that even mean? It's a riddle. A widow's sigh is useless. That bastard thinks he can ignore the law just because he's backed by Donghao Group? A tidal wave of overwhelming, thunderous momentum erupted from Lin Dong's very core. Captain Feng, when do we arrest him? Now. The Criminal Investigation Division's patrol cars immediately mobilized. Lin Dong had been tailing them for days and knew their location. Guided by Lin Dong, the police swiftly apprehended the 3 suspects. Urine tests couldn't detect recent drug use, but hair follicle analysis could reveal drug use within the past 6 months. Faced with irrefutable evidence, the 5 spoiled brats led by Zhang Shilin were arrested on multiple charges. When the case was made public, it quickly caused an uproar in Qingteng City and across the nation. 2 days later, Qingteng City, Diamond Star Community. Lin Dong's front door was swamped by the media. The property management had intervened several times to mediate after receiving complaints, but the media refused to leave. Even some internet celebrities, drawn by the commotion, had arrived to livestream outside Lin Dong's door. Ugh, this is so annoying. Why did all these reporters suddenly show up? Seems like the Qingteng City Police Department didn't want to take credit, so they passed it off to our bureau, and then our bureau passed it off to you. Ding Wei chuckled playfully. Looks like you're about to get even more famous. My book sales have definitely gone up, but they're blocking the door. I can't go grocery shopping and delivery can't get through. Are they trying to starve me? Lin Dong scratched his head and decided to call in reinforcements, summoning Wang Jinchuan from the 3rd squad. Half an hour later, the entrance finally quieted down. Wang Jinchuan, dressed in his police uniform, entered Lin Dong's home and looked around. I've sent everyone away, but I can't guarantee they won't return. The case you solved in Shaping was already attracting a lot of attention. The police initially classified it as a simple suicide. If not for you, those rich kids probably wouldn't have been arrested. In everyone's eyes, you're a lone hero. So all this attention is only natural. You've got to learn to embrace change. Embrace it, my ass. Fame is a double-edged sword. Once you're famous, you live under a magnifying glass. Every kind of monster and weirdo comes knocking. Yesterday, a classmate I hadn't spoken to in 10 years showed up asking for money. And couldn't even pronounce my name right. Also, I came to warn you about something. The situation with Donghao Group is complicated. Now that Zhang Shilin's been arrested, the verdict will come down soon. The Bureau fears they might target you, so we're formally inviting you to serve as our criminal advisor for Qingteng City Police. You'll be officially recognized as part of our department. With that police affiliation, those people will think twice. If anything happens later, contact us immediately. I promise I'll be there to help you first. Lin Dong raised his hand in a fist salute. Thank you very much. But Wang Jinchuan gave an awkward smile, hesitating to speak further. I knew it wasn't that simple. Lin Dong guessed, is it because being a criminal advisor means you'll have more cases to handle? Things should be manageable in our city. What city would constantly have homicide cases? That would only mean poor public security, wouldn't it? But when sister units encounter difficult or major cases, they might request our assistance. Don't worry about bonuses, every police station has a budget for that. I know you're not interested in money. You just want to solve cases for inspiration. Wait. Who said that? Lin Dong interrupted. Xiao Ding, of course. He said you don't need the money, and you help the police out of a sense of duty and to find inspiration for your novels. Lin Dong looked at Ding Wei, who blinked innocently. As if to say, that's right, I said those things. Did I really say something so infuriating? Not short on cash, cutie. That's exactly why I'd say it. But since the words were already out there, and she'd already played the part, taking them back now would be pretty lame, wouldn't it? Besides, looking for novel inspiration was genuinely true. Fine, having the title of criminal consultant isn't so bad. I only have one request: if there are any field assignments, I need to bring Officer Ding along. Wang Jinchuan grinned. I get it, I totally get it. It's perfectly normal for young people to have their own love lives. As long as it doesn't interfere with work, the Bureau fully supports it. What are you talking about? He and I are just roommates. Ugh, no, not roommates, we share an apartment. Ding Wei hurriedly explained. After speaking, she quickly stole a glance at Lin Dong. Her heart, which had been pounding like thunder, now held a faint glimmer of hope. Brother Chuan, you've got the wrong idea. I'm bringing Officer Ding along because having someone from the police department makes coordination with sister units much smoother. Oh, I see. When Team Leader Tang mentioned you two were dating, I actually believed it. Wang Jinchuan scratched his head. Alright, I gotta get back to work. Ding, wanna ride back with us? See you later, he-da. Ding Wei grabbed her police jacket and walked straight out the door. The two men were left staring at each other. Is she mad? Wang Jinchuan asked. How should I know? All I can say is, a woman's heart is deeper than the Mariana Trench. After seeing them off, Lin Dong resumed his writing. Today's daily update, 10,000 words. Chapter 52, Homicide Investigation Division. It had been over half a month since Ding Wei moved into Lin Dong's home. If one were to describe their relationship as harmonious, it truly was. When Ding Wei was at work, Lin Dong cooked for himself and waited for her to come home so they could eat together. On weekends, they'd occasionally go out shopping together. This routine continued until the end of June 2023. Hello, Mr. Lin Dong. I'm the editor-in-chief of Jiangnan Publishing House. We're interested in commissioning you to write a crime fiction novel. I'm sorry, but I've been approached by so many publishers. I'm currently working on a serialized novel and simply don't have the bandwidth. Here's the thing, our publishing house has recently established deep partnerships with several film companies. Combined with your current reputation, we can offer you a contract. Once your book is published, the film companies will simultaneously adapt it for the screen, ultimately producing a movie. A movie? Now that's more like it. Which film companies? Not some low-budget web series, right? Penguin Pictures, Alibaba Pictures, all major players. In recent years, both web series and films have seen crime-solving thrillers as a hot genre, which is precisely why we approached you. Lin Dong paused briefly. So far, I've only published the trilogy The Eight Sins and a serialized work titled The Case Files of Strange Crimes. Having one of my books adapted into a movie is every author's dream. Seeing characters from my novels brought to life by real actors, especially if they were talented ones, would be a dream come true. So Lin Dong quickly asked, what are your requirements for this book? No restrictions on theme, as long as it's a crime investigation story. Preferably with some suspense elements. After hanging up, Lin Dong walked from his study to the living room, just in time to see Ding Wei returning from work, holding a stack of documents. It's so hot. Pour me a glass of water. Ever since they'd gotten close, this girl had completely stopped treating him like an outsider. She acted like she owned the place. Lin Dong actually preferred this new dynamic. Before, Ding Wei had always been too formal, which felt oddly unnatural. Busy today? Not too bad. Caught 2 thieves. Every time they steal stuff from the house, they also take the lady of the house's underwear. Apparently they sell it online. That's just sick. What's this? Lin Dong pointed at the documents. Whenever he saw this kind of craft paper, he had a vague feeling something was about to happen. Got a new case. A bizarre incident occurred in Lifeng City, Zhejiang Province. Weird? After pouring Ding Wei a glass of ice water, Lin Dong sat down on the sofa. Someone called the police saying a friend appeared in her dream, telling her she was cold and scared. The caller felt something was off, so she waited until morning to contact this friend. When she couldn't reach her and went to her home, she found no one there, so she reported it. And the person was actually dead at home? Lin Dong asked. Ding Wei shook her head. No. The police didn't find a body at the residence. In fact, the place was spotless, which immediately struck the caller as odd, since her friend wasn't one to keep things tidy. The police used a fluorescent indicator in the bathroom and detected a reaction, leading them to suspect the caller's friend might have been murdered. Surveillance footage from the property management showed that the friend never left the residential complex, or even the building itself. A victim vanished within the building? Sounds intriguing. Lin Dong grinned. Inspiration struck instantly. Professor you always laugh so creepily whenever you hear about a case. This world is boring. Only thrilling things can get people excited. I hope this case turns out to be interesting, not some dull affair that starts strong but fizzles out. Lin Dong's smile deepened as he picked up the case file and began reading. After finishing, he had a rough outline of the case. The victim was Zhang Yayu, a 23-year-old female streamer who graduated from Zhejiang Hangzhou Normal University. She wasn't a local, but like many college graduates, she had stayed in Zhejiang Hangzhou province after graduation. Since the victim's body hadn't been found yet, the case was currently classified as a missing person. This caller claims they were warned by a friend in a dream. Is that even possible? Ding Wei set her cup on the table and sat down across from Lin Dong. While there's no scientific basis for it, a similar case did occur before. In a place in northeast China, a man was murdered and then appeared in his sister's dream, telling her he was buried by the railroad tracks. The sister reported it to the police, who followed her to the location in the dream. They actually dug up her brother's body and eventually caught the killer. After reviewing the case file, Lin Dong's biggest question mark was that the building where the crime occurred was a new development. While not every floor had surveillance cameras, there were cameras installed at both entrances and exits in the lobby. Yet the police found no evidence that the caller's friend had left the building, and she vanished from her home. If this was indeed a homicide, then either the killer lived in the same building and hid the body at home, or the victim had been dismembered and removed. This is our Homicide Investigation Division's first field case. I'm actually a little excited. Homicide Investigation Unit? I didn't know we had such a department. It's a department specifically established by the Bureau for you as a special advisor, which will facilitate future field assignments. Currently, the Homicide Investigation Division consists only of the 2 of us. If additional personnel are needed later, we can hire external contractors. Lin Dong's expression immediately turns serious. This sense of mission hits you all at once. If we go out under the Homicide Investigation Unit banner and fail to help solve local cases, it'd be pretty embarrassing. Pressure breeds motivation, right? Your current case clearance rate is 100%. With the 2 of us on the team, we'll be cracking cases left and right. We'll catch every single killer. Ding Wei's proud and spoiled demeanor was like something straight out of an internet meme. The combined wealth of me and Mr. Ma must be in the hundreds of billions. The number of people who like me and Pang Yuyen combined could circle a soccer field thousands of times. The next morning, the two flew to Zhejiang province and then took a high-speed train to Lifeng City. Stepping out of the high-speed rail station, the first impression was sheer bustle. Lifeng isn't even the provincial capital of Zhejiang, yet it's so developed. Coastal areas are indeed more developed than many inland cities. Plus, Zhejiang province has firmly embraced the internet wave, spawning numerous new industries, creating many wealthy individuals, and generating plenty of job opportunities. Lin Dong dragged his suitcase over and spotted a middle-aged man in his 40s holding a sign that read "Welcome Teacher Heimu." The man wore a striped shirt and police trousers, his kind-faced appearance suggesting he was more likely a service worker than an officer. "Hello, are you with the Lifeng City Police Department? You must be Heimu? Then this gentleman must be Officer Ding." The middle-aged man looked them over from head to toe before smiling and saying, "You're quite the rising star. That case you handled in Shaping City earlier this month was truly impressive. I admire your tenacity. If not for your persistence, the other three suspects might have slipped through the cracks." Chapter 53, The Female Anchor. "What's your name?" "Oh, I'm Cheng Long." Coincidentally shares the same pronunciation as the Kung Fu superstar, and I'm the deputy chief of Longji Gate Police Station. This case falls within our jurisdiction, so we'll be handling it for now. Police stations can handle criminal cases. Only complex cases or those with severe repercussions are escalated to the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team. You probably haven't eaten yet. There's a Sichuan restaurant across from our station with pretty good food. I know you folks from out of town might not be used to our Hangzhou cuisine, so let's grab a bite there. No need, Chief Chang. We had instant noodles on the way and aren't hungry now. Let's go to the station to review the case first. We can eat later if we get hungry." Lin Dong's decisive and efficient approach earned him Cheng Long's immediate respect. He immediately led the two to the police station. "Sean, get in touch with the caller and ask when she can come back to the station. Could these two be the legendary police superheroes?" Zhang's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Dong and Ding Wei. "Behave yourself. We're working on a case, not fooling around. Get on it. I'll take them to the conference room first." Cheng Long turned back and said apologetically, "That interview they aired on TV earlier really did look like a blind date show. The way that girl looked at you, she seemed pretty smitten. So everyone at our station started calling you two the Divine Eagle and Lady of the Police Force, but..." Ding Wei flushed red as she protested, No, I was just... Can't help it, plenty of girls like me," Lin Dong quipped. "Oh, he did, stop teasing me. Haha, communicating with you young folks is so much easier. When we old-timers have meetings, everyone's dead serious." Cheng Long placed the more complete case file on the table and began explaining the case to Lin Dong. On the morning of June 28, our station received a report. The caller said her friend had gone missing. So two officers accompanied her to the friend's residence. The front door had a keypad lock, only the code could open it, which the reporter happened to know. Inside, everything looked immaculate. No signs of struggle, no damaged furniture. Our officers suspected the friend had simply gone out, but didn't mention it to her. The caller became very agitated, insisting she knew her friend well and that she would never leave the place this spotless. It was then she told us about something rather mysterious, a dream. Lin Dong already knew this and nodded, gesturing for the other person to continue. She told us she had a dream last night where her friend said she was cold and didn't want to stay in a stinky place, she wanted to go home. Our officers were skeptical at first, since this kind of thing sounds pretty far-fetched. But they decided to test it anyway, spraying a fluorescent agent throughout the apartment. They found intense fluorescent reactions in the bathroom, along with splatter patterns just like a dismemberment scene. Upon learning this, we took it seriously and reviewed surveillance footage from the complex. We discovered that the missing person, Zhang Yayu, returned home on June 25 and never left the building again. Ding Wei asked earnestly, "Did you conduct door-to-door interviews in the building?" "It was difficult." "Difficult? What do you mean?" Lin Dong frowned. "The building is our largest single-unit residential structure, housing numerous internet celebrities and live streamers. With high turnover and a complex mix of residents, conducting door-to-door investigations would likely take over half a month." Lin Dong mused thoughtfully. "So it's a live streamer building. That makes sense. In the internet age, many ordinary people have turned their lives around online. Before, it was impossible for those without family connections or formal education to earn millions or even tens of millions annually. But with short videos and live streaming, the impossible has become possible. High achievers who studied hard for over a decade might earn less in a year than someone who never even went to college makes in a month. When elementary school kids were asked about their dreams growing up, they'd usually say they wanted to be doctors or scientists. But now, many of them say they want to be professional gamers or internet celebrities." Cheng Long said calmly. "Yeah, the internet is a double-edged sword. It can teach you knowledge, but it's also easy to learn bad habits. I honestly don't get people who tip live streamers. They've never even seen the streamer's face, yet they're willing to throw their money around like it's nothing. What's the point? Vanity, I suppose. In real life, beautiful women wouldn't call them brother or even act coy toward them. But online, sending gifts worth a few dozen yuan gets you a virtual kiss from pretty female streamers. While waiting for the police to arrive, Lin Dong reviewed the surveillance footage from the building where the incident occurred. The building had enclosed floors with iron bars on all windows, ruling out the possibility of Zhang Yayu falling. Elevator footage also showed that after returning on the 25th, Zhang Yayu never left the building via elevator. She lived on the 18th floor. Choosing to take the stairs instead of the elevator didn't make sense. The building had only two entrances, front and back. Without footage of Zhang Yayu leaving, there were only two possibilities. Either she was still in the building, or she had been dismembered and taken away. Soon, the person who reported the incident arrived at the police station. The moment Lin Dong saw her, his eyes lit up. Those legs, that figure, those curves. Though her face probably had some work done, it didn't look quite natural. Hey, big guy. Wipe that drool off your chin. It's not like you've never seen one before. I don't think I'm half bad myself. Why aren't you drooling over me? Different strokes for different folks. Oomph. Chen Long brought the complainant over and said, tell these two everything you know. I recognize you guys from short videos. Heard you're great at solving cases. I hope you can find my friend. Finding him shouldn't be a problem, but whether he'll be in one piece is another matter. Ahem. We'll do our best. Now, there are a few things we need to clarify. What's your name? Ding Wei pulled out her notebook and began questioning. Just call me Mia. We don't use real names in our circle. Alright, Mia. What was your friend's usual personality like? Did she ever cross anyone? Has she mentioned any troubles or unusual incidents to you recently? Mia shook her head. Xiaoyu has a great personality and is generous with her friends. As for offending anyone, our work is mostly done at home, so we rarely interact with outsiders. Even if she did offend someone, it would be someone online who wouldn't know our address. What kind of people would know her home address? Ding Wei pressed. Just friends and people from the union. Mia suddenly remembered something. Come to think of it, Xiaoyu mentioned a while back that she encountered this weird delivery guy. Every time he dropped off her food, he wouldn't just leave, he'd stand at the door watching her with this creepy grin. Food delivery guy. Lin Dong stood nearby, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Come to think of it, delivery guys were indeed a group that could easily get victims to open their doors without arousing suspicion. Chapter 54, You're a real pervert. There are many delivery guys at one station. Did Zhang Yayu tell you which one it was? Ding Wei asked. Yeah, she sent me a photo. He looks like this, pretty sleazy looking. Mia pulled out her phone to show them the picture. Let's go. We'll ask at the delivery station. Lin Dong led the two to the delivery station responsible for the crime area. Hello, we're officers from the police station. We're here to investigate. Is this person a rider at your station? A man in a black tank top, cigarette dangling from his mouth, approached with a hint of skepticism in his eyes upon hearing they were police. He took the photo with a half-believing look. Hey, isn't that Wanlo? Chubby as ever, you could spot him a mile off. What's up with him? Did he get into trouble? He hasn't quit, has he? Lin Dong asked this because many perpetrators choose to flee after committing a crime. Once the police pinpoint a suspect, if that suspect happens to have quit their job or left the city altogether, their suspicion becomes even stronger. No, he's still working. He just went out to replace the battery. He probably won't be back for a while. Where's the delivery address for his next order? Are you planning to ambush him directly? If he is the killer, wouldn't that be extremely dangerous? He's not the killer. If he were, he'd have fled already. Since he seems particularly interested in Zhang Yayu, he might know something. The three returned to the car and arrived early at the location where Wang Luo was about to deliver the takeout. Before long, a plump figure appeared, carrying the delivery and panting heavily. Just as Lin Dong was about to step forward to intercept him, he noticed the man didn't head straight into the building lobby. Instead, he turned into a storage area piled with junk on the side of the building. Aren't delivery guys usually in a hurry? What's he doing? Ding Wei raised an eyebrow slightly, her expression puzzled. I'll go check. You two wait here. Lin Dong tiptoed over and saw the delivery guy standing in the corner, his posture suggesting he was urinating. While public urination was uncivilized, delivery drivers often faced late fees. If he had kidney issues causing frequent urination, it was somewhat understandable. Life on the road is tough for everyone. But Lin Dong soon noticed something was off. You'd have to put the food down to pee, right? You can't just hold it. When he looked closer, he nearly vomited. The guy had actually urinated into the soup of the takeout order. Then he stirred it with his finger. When he turned around and saw someone behind him, he stumbled in fright. The takeout fell to the ground. Who are you? Police. What do the police want with me? Wang Li's voice trembled with guilt. We were just here to ask you some questions, but now we have to arrest you. 20 minutes later, Longji Gate Police Station. Ugh, that's disgusting. I'm never ordering takeout again. I've seen delivery guys spit in food before, but this is insane, peeing in soup. Ugh, I can't even talk about it. I'm gonna throw up. When Lin Dong brought Wang Le back, the police officers at the station were not only shocked but also disgusted upon hearing what he had done. After apprehending Wang Le, Ding Wei went upstairs to explain the situation to the person who ordered the food. She discovered the customer was a beautiful woman with numerous lighting setups in her home, likely another live streamer. Clearly, this guy frequently delivered food and knew which apartments housed attractive women. He'd do this during deliveries to satisfy his twisted desires. I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. Please give me another chance. I swear I won't do this ever again. Wang Le sat on the interrogation chair, barely fitting inside. The matter of you adding extras to takeout orders will be handled by other officers shortly. I need to ask you, you've seen this person before, right? Lin Dong pulled out Zhang Yayu's photo. Wang Le glanced at it and immediately nodded. I know her. She lives in Dunhuang International Building B, Unit 18-4. I've delivered food to her a few times. She's very pretty. You have a pretty good memory. Hey! I've always had a good memory since I was a kid. And you're probably proud of it too. Lin Dong slammed his hand hard on the table, startling Wang Lu. When was the last time you delivered to her? Did you notice anything unusual? It was last week. I delivered a vegetable salad to her. If you're talking about anything unusual, there really was something. Ding Wei frowned, picked up a pen, and motioned for him to continue. Usually she closes the door after taking the food, but that day she seemed in a bad mood. She was on the phone when she took the order. I remember her sounding like she was apologizing, saying she wouldn't contact anyone anymore. She was crying and saying things like I'm sorry. Mia suddenly recalled. Xiaoyu mentioned to me recently that she had a falling out with one of her big brothers. Apparently, he got furious after discovering she was flirting with other men in the livestream. We streamers can't earn much from just one big spender unless they're a god-tier patron who tips over 100,000 yuan a month or more. But mid-tier streamers like us rarely get that kind of patron. Take Xiaoyu. I remember her telling me she has 3 fairly wealthy big brothers who consistently support her, each tipping her tens of thousands every month. Wang Lo listened, then replied with a half-smile. You women make money so easily. Unlike us working our asses off for just a few thousand a month. Mia shot him a disgusted look. Who says we make money easily? We suffer mentally. We're anxious during streams, worried no one will watch. We're even more anxious after going offline, because we have to maintain relationships with our patrons. Normal patrons are manageable, just chat with them. But those who want to date the streamer are a hassle, constantly calling us in the middle of the night. We're essentially in the service industry, just earning more than regular service workers. But we work harder hours on air, hours managing fans afterward. That's over 10 hours a day. Wang Le sneered, ha, internet beggars sure do make themselves sound noble. Those former escorts just found a new way to sell themselves at a higher price. Afraid the poor will see them, yet afraid the rich won't notice. Off, you ing pervert. Beggars like you deserve to live like this forever. Seeing both sides losing control, Ding Wei quickly ushered Mia out. Officer, did I say anything wrong? These whores flaunt themselves online just to beg for money. When they meet a big boss, they put a price tag on themselves and negotiate how much for the night. Isn't that exactly like prostitutes? Lin Dong stared at him. Everyone has their own way of surviving. As long as no one gets hurt, it's consent between 2 willing parties, none of our business. But you? You're a genuine pervert. Wait for your punishment. Chapter 55, The Vanished Woman. He dead? Any leads? Spotting Lin Dong emerge, Ding Wei glided over on her long, slender legs. That delivery guy's words did give me an idea. He has frequent contact with female streamers and can easily find out their addresses. They're usually longtime fans of the livestream, especially the top donors. Oh. Meaning the biggest spender. That's easy to find, just request the platform's data to identify the top spender. No. The top spender isn't just one person. No one is a little cutie. They might start with impulsive donations, but once they sober up and realize the streamer can't give them what they want, they'll give up. Lin Dong stared into Ding Wei's eyes as he continued. First, we need to figure out exactly how Zhang Yayu disappeared. Was she dismembered and taken away, or is she hidden in some room in the building? Second, we need to understand the relationship between Zhang Yayu and her top patron. Did they have any recent conflicts, like him demanding a refund? Third, I'm getting hungry. I need to talk to Mia about the situation anyway, so I'll treat her to a meal and we can discuss it properly. Stinky Hida, you're definitely just using this as an excuse to eat with a beauty. Ding Wei folded her arms, wearing a look that said she saw right through him. Men, always wanting to have their cake and eat it too. Are you here for the meal, or just to ogle the pretty girl? I'm talking about real food. Food is the foundation of life. Whoever denies me a meal, I'll never forgive them. The three then arrived at the Sichuan restaurant across from the police station, the one Deputy Chief Cheng had recommended. This is infuriating. Did you hear what that beggar just said? What does he take us streamers for? We provide emotional value through our live streams, and we also cater to men's vanity. Yet he actually thinks we're prostitutes. When it came to issues of class conflict or gender dynamics, Lin Dong usually preferred to stay out of such matters. Especially as a novelist, one wrong opinion could easily invite a barrage of criticism. So he cut straight to the chase, staring at Mia's face as he asked, "Has Zhang Yayu ever told you about her top patron?" "Yeah, she has. Honestly, we streamers are pretty gossipy behind the scenes. We talk about what gifts this or that top patron sent, or their family backgrounds and stuff." Mia pulled out her phone and opened her chat history with Zhang Yayu. "See for yourself. I can't be bothered to explain. Since I couldn't find Xiaoyu at home, I'm starting to wonder if she really went on a trip to clear her head without telling anyone. Maybe you guys shouldn't investigate. She might just come back in a few days." Lin Dong didn't respond, instead scrolling through the chat history. After dinner, Lin Dong brought Ding Wei back to the building where the incident occurred. You barely touched your food earlier. Didn't you say you were hungry? A mind well fed can satisfy the body too. 3 top-ranked brothers have been closely associated with Zhang Yayu recently, and all 3 have visited her rental apartment. Lin Dong speculated that all 3 were potential suspects. Having suspects makes things easier. I'll have the police station locate these 3 and verify their alibis. The problem is, none of these 3 seem to be locals. This might involve a cross-provincial investigation, requiring coordination with the municipal bureau. Let's head to Zhang Yayu's place first. How could a living person just vanish? The 2 approached the elevator. Most of the people in the elevator were young. They were dressed fashionably, with both men and women wearing makeup. Lin Dong and Ding Wei stood out like a refreshing breeze amidst the crowd. Finally reaching the 18th floor, Lin Dong took a deep breath, his face flushed bright red. "Hey, what's wrong with your face?" "From holding my breath. The perfume on those people is so strong it makes me want to puke." Lin Dong was highly sensitive to smells. Scents others couldn't detect reached his nose, and those others could smell felt overwhelmingly strong to him. If only these floors had surveillance cameras. Then we could figure out how Zhang Yayu vanished. Ding Wei looked up. The cramped corridor was lined with 20 densely packed rooms. Each young person residing in these rooms harbored dreams of striking it rich. Whereas working used to mean going out into the world, now it meant being shut away. So many cameras would drive up property management costs. Besides, the people living here don't want to be filmed. Those invited into streamers' homes are usually well off, maybe even have families. No one wants to be caught on camera. Lin Dong arrived at Zhang Yayu's rental unit, entered the code, and unlocked the door. Police had already screened everyone pushing luggage during the time frame of the incident, ruling out any motive for murder. With the possibility of Zhang Yayu being fully removed from the building ruled out, only the 2 previously speculated scenarios remained. The bathroom is likely the primary crime scene. The splattered bloodstains were probably left during the attack, but no blood or signs of violence were found elsewhere in the room. The killer knew Zhang Yayu, and they were quite close. What's this? Ding Wei slipped on latex gloves and searched the bedroom for clues. She pulled out a peculiar-looking stick-shaped object. Lin Dong glanced back. Holy crap! Don't just grab someone's boyfriend, put it back. Boyfriend? Ding Wei took a moment to process before her cheeks flushed crimson. That's way too big. It's not scientific. Not big at all, just average size. I've seen bigger ones in my study materials. Hida, you're so dirty. I feel like you're corrupting me. Lin Dong raised the corners of his mouth. You've never dated before, so it's normal not to understand. Anyway, some things are like Pandora's box. Once you open it, there's no turning back. Ding Wei stared at the spotless room, deep in thought. Why would the killer clean the room so thoroughly? Could it be to cover their tracks? Another possibility is that the killer murdered Zhang Yayu first, then used her phone to reply to her friend's messages to buy time. They spent a day or even longer cleaning up the scene, which is why the police found no clues at all. This could very well be a perfect crime. If Zhang Yayu's entire network of relationships was ruled out, and no other clues surfaced, this case would become a cold case. Perhaps the investigation would be reopened periodically, but catching the killer would remain extremely difficult. Just then, the sound of someone entering a passcode echoed outside the door. Lin Dong and Ding Wei exchanged glances, quickly turned off the lights, and hid inside the bedroom wardrobe. Beep, 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 sound of a code being entered. Who would come to Zhang Yayu's place this late at night? It might be the killer. Really? Then what are we waiting for? Let's catch them. Are you crazy? What if we scare them off? Let's wait until they come in first. The closet space was cramped. The 2 had to cling to each other to squeeze inside. Skin pressed against skin, they could smell each other's breath. More crucially, Lin Dong's arm was wedged right against Ding Wei's breast. That sensation. Damn it, it was hard not to get distracted. Chapter 56, The Person Shattered. Lin Dong dared not move a muscle. The slightest shift would cause his elbow to brush against the girl's soft curves, sending shivers through her. But this position was unbearably awkward. He could only try to turn his body sideways, but doing so brought his face even closer to Ding Wei. Outside, the intruders seemed to be moving about in the living room. Unable to see, he could only judge by sound. Ding Wei was ready to pounce, her body tense, waiting for the moment to charge out and pin the intruder to the floor. Suddenly, she felt something sharp poking her. Thinking it might be a coat hanger or something similar, she gently pushed it aside with her small hand. SSSSHHH. To her surprise, Lin Dong sucked in a sharp breath, leaving Ding Wei puzzled. When the bedroom light was switched on by someone outside, a beam of light spilled into the wardrobe. Ding Wei glanced down and finally realized what it was. Looks like there's only one person. I'll count to 3, then we'll go out together and pin him down. I can handle it alone. Before Lin Dong could count to 3, Ding Wei kicked the wardrobe door open. The sudden noise startled the man standing outside. Before he could turn and see who it was, he was tackled and pinned down on the bed. Damn it, who's there? Who are you? Hearing a woman's voice, the man's demeanor instantly changed. Are you Xiao Yu's friend? Where has Xiao Yu been lately? Why can't we get in touch with her? We're the police. Ding Wei flashed her badge. Lin Dong stepped up to the man, coldly sizing him up. A Vacheron Constantin watch and LV t-shirt, this guy was loaded. And the fact he could enter Zhang Yayu's home by typing the password directly meant their relationship was definitely not ordinary. Police? No. Xiao Yu and I aren't in a prostitution arrangement. Look, I even brought gifts. Let him go for now. What if he escapes? He won't get far. Look at that pale face, obviously suffering from kidney deficiency. Hey buddy. You're an old Chinese medicine guy. Got any remedies to fix me up? Ding Wei smacked him on the head. Get serious. We're investigating a case. Only then did she release him. What case is this? Does it involve Xiao Yu? First tell me your relationship with Zhang Yayu and hand over your ID. We're just normal friends, you know. Ding Wei rolled her eyes at him. Are you sure? We just slept together a few times. That's really all there is to it. Officer, this isn't prostitution. She was streaming, I tipped her, and afterward she wanted to thank me, so she slept with me a couple times. It was consensual. Lin Dong opened the gift bag the man had brought. Besides presents, it contained several pairs of stockings and lingerie. When was the last time you met Zhang Yayu? Must have been 10 days ago, around the 17th or 18th. I'm not from around here. I come to Lifeng a few times a month for business. Lin Dong glanced at his ID card. Zhou Runfeng, born 1984, from Yuyang. Tell me about your last meeting with Zhang Yayu. Be as detailed as possible, especially if she said anything to you. Think carefully. If you don't cooperate, we'll have to take you to the police station. At the mention of the police station, Zhou Runfeng waved his hands frantically. I won't go to the station. I'll cooperate fully. Last week I came to Lifeng for business. I contacted Xiao Yu beforehand and told her I'd come see her that night. She usually streams, and I tip her tens of thousands every month. Once I even tipped over 100,000. My wife at home is old and past her prime. I just can't get interested anymore. Hiring escorts outside worries me about catching diseases. So I found a streamer online, invested money to build a connection, and now I have a tender haven away from home. When I arrived at Xiao Yu's place that day, I could tell she was in a bad mood. Seeing her expression, I knew she wanted money, so I transferred her a red envelope with several thousand yuan. June 18, 2023, evening. Zhou Runfeng arrived at Zhang Yayu's home carrying gifts. The moment the door opened, Zhou Runfeng embraced her and kissed her cheek. Baby, I missed you so much. Did you take a shower? You smell so good. I just finished streaming and haven't had time to shower yet. It's okay, we'll shower together later. Let your husband kiss you properly. You're becoming more and more feminine, and I love it. Zhou Runfeng, burning with desire, roughly pushed Zhang Yayu onto the sofa with stiff, forceful movements. But Zhang Yayu didn't mind at all. She smiled seductively and hooked her leg around his waist. After a moment of intimacy, Zhou Runfeng suggested they shower together. You go ahead and shower. I'll reply to a few messages. Noticing Zhang Yayu's low spirits, Zhou Runfeng promptly sent her a 5,200 yuan red envelope. As the saying goes, when the money stops flowing, so does the affection. Once the transfer landed, every position was fair game. After their session, Zhou Runfeng lay on the bed smoking a cigarette. Just then, Zhang Yayu's phone rang. Who is it? Who else? It's that guy who argued with you in the live stream last time. He told me to stop streaming and that he'll support me. That bastard, isn't he married? Wants you to be his mistress? Chow Yun-feng exhaled smoke. Just brush him off on the phone. Ignore him. But he knows where I live. He even said he'd come find me. It's so annoying, I'm thinking of moving. If only you could give me a home, then I wouldn't have to suck up to those stinking men anymore. Zhou Runfeng felt a soft sensation brush against his chest. He instinctively looked down to see Zhang Yayu's body pressed against his, having moved closer without him noticing. During the post-coital period, a woman's attraction to a man significantly diminishes. So Zhou Runfeng wrapped his arm around Zhang Yayu's waist with a hint of impatience, speaking in a measured tone. I wish I could, but my wife is such a shrew. If I even mentioned divorce, she'd make it known to the whole town. It'd ruin my business. I was just saying. Keeping things as they are is fine. At least I get paid without having to deal with all that maintenance like other people. Exactly. This works perfectly. We each get what we need. I give you money, you give me pleasure. As for that guy harassing you, I'll just rent you a new place. You can broadcast from somewhere else. After hearing Zhou Ruanfeng's words, Lin Dong's eyes flicked slightly. That person Zhang Yayu mentioned, do you know him? No, but I followed him after we argued in the livestream. Even after Zhou Runfeng finished speaking, he still didn't understand why the police were here. Officer, what exactly happened? Did you arrest Xiaoyu? What did she do? Zhang Yayu is missing. We're still searching for her. As Ding Wei finished speaking, Zhou Ruanfeng's previously relaxed brow instantly furrowed. Xiaoyu's missing? Did that bastard do this? Damn it, I should have helped Xiaoyu rent a place before I left that day. Officer, has Xiaoyu been found yet? If she's located, please have her contact me. If there's anything I can do to help, just let me know. Lin Dong shook his head, his expression heavy. It wasn't a matter of finding her anymore. I seriously doubt she's even in one piece anymore. Chapter 57, The Trail Gone Cold? Not necessarily. Based on the information provided by Zhou Runfeng, the police station quickly located the man. The following afternoon, Chang Long drove Lin Dong and Ding Wei to a residential complex in the city. Besides catching someone last night at Zhang Yayu's place, did you find anything else? The room had been thoroughly cleaned, even corners where dust might accumulate were spotless. An ordinary cleaner couldn't achieve that level of detail. Check all the cleaning companies in the city to see if any recently took a job at Dunhuang International Building B, Unit 18-4. There's another issue. The neighbor reported hearing loud arguments and even the sound of things being smashed at Zhang Yayu's place on June 20th. This proves she was still at home that day. Chang Long perked up. So whoever had a confrontation with Zhang Yayu on June 20th likely knows her whereabouts. Exactly. Once we meet that person, we'll cross-reference the elevator surveillance to see if they visited Zhang Yayu's home around June 20th. They won't be able to wriggle out of it then. Soon, the police car arrived at a residential complex. Accompanying Lin Dong and his team were 2 police officers. The group of 5 knocked on the door. After waiting over 10 seconds, a tentative voice asked, "Who's there?" "Police." "I didn't call the police." "Lin Dong." That response was perfectly reasonable. "Bro, you know what you've done. Don't make us keep knocking. If the neighbors find out, it won't be good." People value their reputation, and Lin Dong's tactic worked like a charm. Soon, a man with a buzz cut poked his head out. He was about 5 feet 7 inches, not particularly tall, and dressed neatly. Lin Dong noticed the scratch marks on his arm clearly left by fingernails. "Do you recognize this woman?" Chang Long asked, holding up a photo of Zhang Yayu. "Come inside." The implication was clear, he did recognize her. Ding Wei glanced at Lin Dong before the group entered the room. Housing prices in this neighborhood exceeded 40,000 yuan per square meter. A large unit would cost 6 or 7 million yuan. According to property records, the owner was Lu Guichuan, while the suspect was Chen Zhenghong. This must be the apartment he rented. "Officer, I know why you're here. I'll confess I acted impulsively. I'd been drinking, and things just got out of hand. No way could they have actually caught the killer by chance?" Lin Dong hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Without even needing an interrogation, the suspect confessed on his own. "The injury on your arm, was that from Zhang Yayu scratching you?" "We got into an argument, I hit her, and she fought back. I spent a lot on her, over 200,000 yuan. It wasn't that much, really, since I've tipped other streamers hundreds of thousands. As long as she listened to me, I was happy to spend." "Cut the crap. After the fight, what did you do to her?" Chang Long demanded sharply. I got angrier and angrier. Damn it, she spent my money and still dared to fight back. So fueled by alcohol, I forced myself on her." "Then what?" Nothing else. That day I went to find her and told her to quit streaming. I'd support her financially. I hated seeing her flirt with other men in her livestream, so I offered to give her a monthly allowance to be my mistress. She refused, saying my offer wasn't enough. That. Tens of thousands a month for a few nights in bed, and she says it's not enough? I lost it, grabbed her hair, and slapped her. She fought back, scratching me, and we started fighting in the room. She even smashed the gifts I'd given her. Thinking about all the money I'd spent, I couldn't let it go to waste. So I took advantage of being drunk and raped her. Afterwards, I regretted it and apologized. She told me to get lost. Afraid she'd call the cops, I even transferred her tens of thousands as hush money. But she still reported me. That. TSK. Chun Long scratched his head and turned to Lin Dong. I told you cases involving Dunhuang International are always complicated. The people living there have messy social connections. Investigating these cases always dredges up a bunch of messy relationships. What do we do now? If he didn't do it, we're at a dead end. Zhang Yayu's from out of town. Her local connections are just those streamers, plus her guild and top donors. The only place left untouched is the guild. Should we check it out? The trail has gone cold? Not necessarily. Lin Dong slipped his hands into his pockets and turned to Ding Wei. If you were injured, what would you do? Ding Wei paused briefly before replying. If it's minor, I could handle it at home. If it's serious, I'd probably need to go to the hospital. Exactly, the hospital. Since that person claimed he fought Zhang Yayu fiercely and even struck her with an object, her injuries couldn't possibly be minor. She'd likely go to the hospital. Shanlong asked, what does going to the hospital have to do with this case? There's no direct link, but if we find records of Zhang Yayu going to the hospital, it would prove that person wasn't lying. Plus, people rarely go to the hospital alone. Since Zhang Yayu didn't call her friends, someone else might have accompanied her to the hospital. We'll know for sure once we check the hospital surveillance footage. With an ID number, accessing medical records is straightforward. Deputy Chief Cheng contacted several nearby police stations, dispatching all available officers. They combed through every hospital within a radius of Dunhuang International. Soon, at a hospital less than 4 kilometers from Dunhuang International, they found Zhang Yayu's medical records. She visited the orthopedics department. On the afternoon of June 21st, she had a CT scan of her head and left arm. The diagnosis was a minor fracture in her left arm. It seems Chen Zhenghong wasn't lying. But if Zhang Yayu really died, without evidence, this guy could evade legal punishment because there's no proof. Ding Wei pursed her lips in frustration. Let's check the surveillance footage first. With a bone fracture, she probably didn't come to the hospital alone for the examination. Just as Lin Dong had anticipated, the hospital surveillance footage from the afternoon of June 21st showed a man accompanying Zhang Yayu. He was around Zhang Yayu's age, handsome, with dyed blonde hair. This guy's pretty handsome, almost threatening my looks. You call that handsome? I don't like that effeminate look. He doesn't give off any positive, wholesome vibe at all, Ding Wei said earnestly. Zoom in on this guy. I'll take a screenshot and ask Mia, maybe she recognizes him. You have Mia's WeChat? I added them last time we ate. I'm a writer, and sometimes I need to expand my friend list. It's perfectly reasonable, right? Ding Wei looked skeptical. Before she could react, Lin Dong quickly sent the photo over. He got a reply almost immediately. Looks like a new influencer signed by Xiao Yu's agency. Lin Dong wrapped his arm around Ding Wei's shoulder. Come on, Officer Ding, stop overthinking it. Let's go check out the influencer agency. Chapter 58, The Process of Making Someone Vanish. In Zhejiang province, influencer agencies were plentiful, having evolved into a new type of commercial structure. The influencer agency Lin Dong visited was located right in the heart of the city. Its decor was distinctly modern, and even the front desk staff from their attire to their makeup stood out from typical corporate receptionists. The receptionist looked puzzled at the sight of Lin Dong and Ding Wei. You'd think they were here for an interview, but they're not wearing makeup and their clothes are so ordinary, one mused. But they're not wearing uniforms either, so are they here for a tax or fire inspection? Hello, may I ask who you are? Is this person from your company? Ding Wei asked, holding up a photo. He looks familiar. The other receptionist glanced at it and said, yes, he works here. He just joined a few months ago. He doesn't have many followers yet, only about 300,000. His name is Tai. Is he in the office? Who are you people? Police. Every time Lin Dong uttered the word police, he noticed the other person's expression freeze for a moment. Most people rarely interact with police officers, many never do in their entire lives, so encountering them often leaves people momentarily bewildered. See what I mean? I just said Tai looks like he's got a past, and now the cops are here. Ding Wei said sternly. Stop making wild assumptions. Is he even at the company right now? He should be filming a video. I'll go get him. Could you two talk in the conference room? It wouldn't look good if other companies saw you. The receptionist led Lin Dong and Ding Wei to the lounge while another staff member went to fetch the influencer known as Tai. What do the cops want with me? How should I know? You'll have to go in and talk to them yourself. Lin Dong looked up to see a young man with dyed blonde hair timidly walking in. Hello, officers. You wanted to see me? Do you know Zhang Yayu? Sure, we work at the same company. We even filmed a video together before. Do you know she's missing? Upon hearing the news, Tai visibly froze. She's missing? When? According to the clues we have so far, you were the last person to see her. I last met her last week. She asked me to accompany her to the hospital for a checkup. She looked like she'd been beaten up, but when I asked what happened, she wouldn't say. Ding Wei asked calmly, what's your relationship with her? Just colleagues. A colleague would ask you to accompany her to the hospital, and you agreed? Ding Wei questioned. Seeing him hesitate, Ding Wei grew impatient. If you don't explain properly here, we'll have no choice but to take you back to the police station. No, I'll explain. We started connecting at the company party, and it gradually developed into a romantic relationship. But I was just looking for a fling, not a serious commitment. That kind of female streamer, dealing with men every day, calling them brother or husband, I couldn't stand it. But Zhang Yayu was actually pretty open-minded in private. She's 2 years older than me, and I just wanted to sleep with her. After a month together, I got bored and broke up with her. But since we work at the same company, we keep running into each other. Our relationship hasn't soured completely. She even tried to get back together, threatening suicide and sending me photos of her slashed wrists. Zhang Yayu had suicidal tendencies? Lin Dong pursed his lips, his expression growing grave. If Zhang Yayu had suicidal tendencies, it opened up more possibilities for this case. We might have to search the entire Dunhuang International building, check the storage rooms or any other areas to see if there's a body. After you accompanied her to the hospital for her checkup on the 21st, did she say anything? Where did you go afterward? She insisted I accompany her, though I wasn't keen. She was injured, then a minor fracture in her left arm. More importantly, it was her period those days, so we couldn't really do much. You jerk. Ding Wei's expression darkened as she snapped. Tai pressed his lips together in shame, trying to hide his embarrassment. But I still drove her home. I could tell right away there had been a fight, the place was a mess. She said she didn't want to stream anymore, that she wanted to be with me. I'm not some sucker who takes the fall for her mistakes, you know? She'd slept with so many guys already, and now she wanted to be with me? I'm not some fool who gets taken advantage of. My follower count is growing pretty fast now. Maybe I'll become a big internet celebrity someday and find a prettier, better girl. But I'm a decent guy. Seeing her place such a mess, I booked a cleaning service online to tidy it all up for her. Damn it! You hired the cleaning service? Lin Dong was still thinking that if all other leads dried up, he could still investigate through this cleaning service connection. Yeah, cost me a fortune. These housekeepers are expensive these days. If I can't make it as an influencer, I might as well become one myself. After the 21st, I haven't been in touch with Zhang Yayu. The union folks said she took a 2-week leave, but I don't know anything else. You say Zhang Yayu is missing? She must have gone traveling. I remember her telling me she wanted to take a break and tour Western Sichuan. The police report was filed on the 28th. Based on current evidence, the last person to see Zhang Yayu was on the 21st. Police reviewed surveillance footage showing Zhang Yayu returned to the premises on the 25th. Therefore, anyone who met with Zhang Yayu between the 25th and the 28th is the most likely suspect. 4 days enough time for the victim to vanish. By now, the body should be decomposing. Even locked indoors, the stench couldn't be contained. Where could the body be hidden to remain undiscovered for so long? Or did the killer use some method to carry a living person out of the apartment? Inside the Longji Gate police station, the team compiled all the clues gathered during this period. We've systematically interviewed several individuals who had contact with Zhang Yayu. Their alibis have been verified, ruling them out as suspects. Her phone records show her last call was made on the 26th, yet she was still replying to messages in her workgroup chat on the 27th. Friends familiar with her say those replies didn't match her usual style, leading us to suspect Zhang Yayu met with an accident on the evening of the 26th. The problem now is we can't confirm whether she's deceased. If she is dead, where is the body? It can't have vanished into thin air. After Deputy Chief Cheng Long finished speaking, another officer chimed in. Under normal circumstances, if a body is found within the city limits, it would be discovered very quickly unless it was dumped in a river. However, our city has no rivers, only a few artificial lakes. If we need to conduct a thorough search, we might have to transfer the case to the municipal bureau. A collective sigh filled the conference room. Once the case was transferred, the credit for solving it would no longer belong to them. All their hard work over the past period would be for naught. Lin Dong sat in his chair, closing his eyes. In his mind, he repeatedly simulated every possible method that could make a living person vanish into thin air. Ah, how could I have forgotten? The best way to make a living being vanish, you don't even have to leave the house. That bathroom witnessed the entire process of a human body vanishing. Chapter 59, Pumping the Septic Tank. Everyone turned to look at Lin Dong. When he and Ding Wei arrived at the Longji Gate police station, the officers there had also raised some doubts, as the two were simply too young. After several days of investigation, while progress had been made on the case, no crucial leads had been uncovered. Thus, the officers harbored a hint of doubt about Lin Dong's investigative abilities. With all leads exhausted, Lin Dong's vague statements provoked the frustrated officers into demanding answers. What living creature? What bathroom? Who should we listen to now? The station chief, who wants us to search every unit on the 18th floor of the apartment building where the crime occurred? Or you, who wants us to investigate the missing person's social connections? Ding Wei interjected urgently, criminal investigators aren't gods. When confronting criminals, there will inevitably be limits to what we can do. That's what my mentor taught me. He was a veteran detective. The more stuck we are, the more we need to stay calm. Exactly. Hitting a dead end in a case is normal. Since there's no shortcut, we'll use the most straightforward method: search the entire building where the crime occurred. Cheng Long, a veteran cop himself, knew investigations weren't that straightforward. Don't even mention homicide cases, sometimes even petty theft cases take ages to crack. What you were saying earlier. Ding Wei looked up to see Lin Dong already at the doorway. Where are you going? I'm heading to the water company. If I can verify my theory, I might figure out where Zhang Yayu went. Wait for me. Ding Wei grabbed her phone from the table and hurried after him. Soon, the two arrived at the water company. After verifying their identities, the water company staff pulled up the water usage records for Unit 18-4, Building B, Dunhuang International. Thankfully, modern water meters showed daily usage. With the old meters that only recorded monthly readings, we might have been completely stuck. Lin Dong picked up the data and examined it closely. When he saw the water usage on June 26th and 27th was significantly higher than usual, he couldn't help but laugh. Strange. A typical 3-person household uses about half a ton of water daily. Zhang Yayu's family usually only uses 2 tons a week, but on the 26th and 27th, they use 2 tons each day. Ding Wei thought of the bathroom Lin Dong had mentioned. Could the killer have dismembered the body in the bathroom and flushed the pieces down the drain? But with so many body parts, wouldn't that easily clog the pipes? Unless they were chopped up very finely. There's a device called a blender. High-powered brands can even pulverize bones. Theoretically, given enough time, it could turn a living person into a pile of meat scraps. Oh my god, that's terrifying. The killer must have incredibly strong mental resilience to endure doing something like this for so long. Someone with weaker nerves would have broken down long ago. Lin Dong's expression grew grave. Once certain things begin, there's no turning back. Once you turn back, you're doomed beyond redemption. At that point, even the timidest person becomes a monster. The pelvis and skull are the hardest bones in the human body to crush, and the opening of the blender wasn't large enough. Even if the killer could sever and pulverize flesh, they couldn't completely crush bones. Therefore, when leaving, they must have carried the victim's skull and other bones away in a bag or backpack. Armed with this analysis, police swiftly began pumping out sewage from the community's septic tanks, in operation lasting over 20 hours. Such a large-scale operation, combined with the fact that many internet celebrities lived in the complex, meant news of the dismemberment case at Dunhuang International spread like wildfire. Holy crap, that's terrifying. The police pumping out septic tanks? They must have chopped up the body and flushed it down the toilet. They'd have to be chopped up pretty small to flush down the toilet, otherwise it'd definitely clog. Did some streamer piss off a top-tier patron and get killed? I always said streaming is a high-risk job. Dealing with hot-tempered patrons is way too dangerous. Guess who I just spotted in a livestream? Crime novelist He Moo. And that gorgeous policewoman probably here investigating again. Aren't they Qingteng locals? Why are they investigating in LIFO? Looks like this He Moo guy's got real skills, otherwise the police wouldn't have flown him all this way for a case. While waiting for the septic tank to be pumped, Lin Dong didn't idle. He pulled up surveillance footage from the past 2 days, meticulously reviewing every angle from the 4 elevators to the lobby entrances and exits. As the situation escalated, the municipal bureau took notice and dispatched additional officers to review the footage. My biggest worry now is that the killer will flee after seeing the news, Lin Dong said gravely. With nationwide surveillance, where could he possibly go? If he suddenly disappears at this critical juncture, once we find the suspect, we can essentially confirm he's the one who did it. He could fly directly to a visa-free country. Cross-border investigations are complicated. We wanted to keep a low profile to avoid provoking the killer. But this place is full of internet celebrities, making it known nationwide. Ding Wei sighed, puffing out her cheeks. Exactly. Now there are even online fans shipping us as a couple, saying we're a perfect match. They've even named us the called-upon in crisis duo, your Lin and my Wei. These netizens are so creative. The crisis response duo. It's true, every time we solve a case, we really are called in at the 11th hour. Tuck those pearly whites back in. Of all people to make fun of, you're mocking yourself, Lin Dong chuckled softly. Ding Wei stuck out her tongue and retracted her pearly whites. Just then, the sewage pumping team made a discovery. Lin Dong. We found some teeth and bones, plus human tissue. Come take a look. Hold on, I need to put on a few layers of masks. It wasn't that Lin Dong was being squeamish. The stench of sewage mixed with rotting flesh and whatever else had been flushed down the drain, it was an intoxicatingly foul combination. Especially for Lin Dong, whose keen sense of smell amplified the stench. It felt like shoving raw sewage straight up his nose. Only after preparing himself did Lin Dong approach the septic tank site. Several forensic technicians crouched on the ground, where a clean mat was laid out. Scattered on it were a few teeth and clumps of congealed human tissue. We can confirm these are human remains, but identifying the specific individual requires DNA testing back at the lab. If we rush it, results should be ready in 4 to 5 hours. Lin Dong nodded and said to the forensic team, "Thank you for your hard work. Even though I suspected it beforehand, confirming that Zhang Yayu was dismembered still leaves me with an indescribable ache." A thin layer of sorrow spread across Ding Wei's eyes. Then let's catch the killer as soon as possible and give the deceased some closure. Lin Dong lifted his head coldly, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding crowd. His expression hardened with resolve. The killer had been handling the body for 2 straight days and must be exhausted. Carrying a bag or backpack would make them a conspicuous target. Given that, we'll definitely pinpoint who the killer is. Chapter 60, still trying to deny it? The suspect carried a bag or backpack, appeared exhausted and tense, and the time frame was between June 26 and June 28. The 3 key points Lin Dong provided became the template for police officers reviewing surveillance footage. Soon, the police identified several suspects matching the criteria. Once the suspects were found, how could their identities be confirmed? The answer lay in tracing their movements through surveillance footage. If the suspect was on foot, the surveillance system would track them to their last known location, or officers would conduct door-to-door inquiries. If they took a vehicle, locate the driver, check the final drop-off point on the order, review surveillance footage to continue the search, and finally send officers to conduct door-to-door inquiries. 2 days later, through police investigation, a man named Feng Siyuan came into the authorities' sight. Our investigation indicates Feng Siyuan serves as the finance director at Gaobao Technology. He frequently watches live streams and has gifted substantial amounts to numerous female streamers. Tax records indicate Feng Siyuan's monthly income is around 20,000 yuan, yet his monthly gifts to streamers consistently exceed 6 figures, a discrepancy with his actual earnings. Therefore, we suspect Feng Siyuan exploited his position to use company funds for these gifts. The company likely remains unaware, otherwise they would have reported it long ago. Lin Dong examined Feng Siyuan's gifting records, which included Zhang Yayu's account on the platform. The total amount tipped was 470,000 yuan. These companies today really have nerves of steel. Millions have been stolen from the company, and they still haven't noticed. Ding Wei couldn't understand. He handles his own accounting and manages the money himself. He's the sole person in charge of both finance and cashier duties. Unless someone conducts an internal audit investigation, no one would ever find out. It just goes to show that this company has quite a bit of cash on hand, otherwise they would have noticed long ago. With the company account essentially functioning as his personal bank, someone living such an extravagant lifestyle would never settle for a modest studio apartment. So his presence in that kind of place was suspicious in itself. Furthermore, during the time frame of the incident, he arrived at Dunhuang International Apartments empty-handed but left carrying several bags. He hailed a ride-hailing car, and the drop-off point happened to be in a surveillance blind spot. By the time police located him again in the footage, the bags in his hands had vanished. Lin Dong immediately contacted the ride-hailing driver from that trip. I remember that passengers set multiple waypoints, stopping at each one for several minutes before returning. But he tipped me extra, and since there were no cameras in that area to catch violations, I didn't ask any questions. Do you remember where those waypoints were? The platform has all the records. I'll send them to you. These peculiar behaviors gradually peeled back the suspect's hidden mask. Using the waypoints, Lin Dong located several ponds nearby on the map, along with one spot adjacent to a reservoir. A reservoir would be difficult to search, but the ponds would be easier. Police subsequently discovered human skeletal remains in the ponds, strengthening suspicions against Feng Siyuan. When Lin Dong arrived at Feng Siyuan's company with his team, they learned Feng had taken annual leave 2 days prior. Officer, what did Feng Siyuan do? You should investigate the company's accounts first. Recover what you can as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once those female streamers spend the money, it might be too late to get it back. When the police came knocking on the CFO's door, even the most clueless boss would realize something was amiss. He immediately launched an internal financial audit, and it wouldn't be long before problems surfaced. Lin Dong didn't care about financial crimes. He only cared about where Feng Siyuan had gone. The day before yesterday was our scheduled sewage pumping. That incident was all over the internet. He probably saw the news and realized he couldn't cover it up anymore, so he chose to flee. Good. He's made progress. I was actually worried he wouldn't run. That might have complicated things. But since he has something to hide and fled at the first sign of trouble, he's definitely connected to this case. Solving crimes? Lin Dong was an expert at that. But apprehending the suspect? That's the police's job. The good news is that Feng Siyuan didn't leave the country. The bad news is that he fled to another province. Following a joint manhunt by police from both jurisdictions, Feng Siyuan was finally apprehended. Do you know why we're arresting you? In the interrogation room, Feng Siyuan sat on a stool, his expression tense. Sweat beaded on his nose, and his glasses slipped down several times, clear signs of his current state of mind. I embezzled company funds, and they found out. A cold glint flashed across Chen Long's face. We already questioned your company about the embezzlement. They never discovered it. The Criminal Investigation Division arrested you. They handle criminal cases. Need I say more? Lin Dong cut in. Chief Chang, no need for small talk. What exactly happened at Zhang Yayu's home on June 26th? And how did you bring yourself to kill her? Killed? I didn't kill anyone. Feng Siyuan's lips trembled slightly. Fine, you won't admit it? Then let me rephrase. Did you go to Zhang Yayu's home on June 26th? Yes, I went to see her, but I didn't kill her. What were you doing there? I was her top spender. It's normal for a top spender to sleep with a streamer, right? Lin Dong sneered coldly. You went to see Zhang Yayu on the 26th, left on the 27th, and she went missing right in between. She was finally found in the sewer, her body shredded to bits. What a coincidence, huh? Some things are just coincidences. Even if I visited her on the 26th and she happened to die, that doesn't prove I killed her, right? You cops need evidence to solve a case, bring it on. Feng Siyuan's eyes widened, his gaze unfocused. His mouth opened tremulously as he screamed hoarsely, his voice cracking with madness. His emotions began to spiral out of control. Many murderers cling to the notion of evidence to try and absolve themselves of guilt. Without sufficient evidence, conviction is impossible. But seeing Lin Dong's steady, sharp demeanor, Feng Siyuan felt his heart sink. You want evidence, huh? Fine, I'll give you evidence. After leaving Dunhuang International Apartments, you hailed a ride-hailing car and set multiple waypoints. Near each of these locations were ponds and reservoirs. At every single one, we discovered Zhang Yayu's skeletal remains. Beyond that, we found something else in the ponds, something that absolutely should not have been there. Lin Dong's gaze sharpened as he stared at him. A blender. With human tissue still inside. We found Zhang Yayu's pickup record at the Dunhuang International Sanyao station and traced the shipment back to the sender using the tracking number. Although all the recipient information was Zhang Yayu's, we contacted the seller. The buyer account they provided us with, how come it's yours? Feng Siyuan. Are you still going to deny it? Chapter 61, Threatening Visit. Can you explain this? Lin Dong shouted, relentlessly piling psychological pressure on Feng Siyuan. Feng Siyuan's eyes were vacant, his hands clenched into fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, mingling with the tear stains still wet on his cheeks. I didn't want to either, but she's gone mad, you know. She's truly lost her mind. I treated her so well, not only did I shower her with gifts, but I cared for her like a father. Yet she turned on me, trying to ruin my life. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes, his voice deep and resonant. Tell me more. When I noticed she hadn't streamed for a few days, I messaged her on the platform. She said she'd been injured and needed to rest. So on the 26th, after work, I went to her place to check on her. I shouldn't have agreed to drink with her. I admit I had other intentions. Every time she drank, she became a different person, completely uninhibited. After she drank, we would sleep together, and each time was incredibly intense. I figured, since I was already there, I might as well sleep with her before leaving. Otherwise, it wouldn't feel right after all the money I spent on her every month. So I kept drinking with her. Little did I know, after she finished, her personality changed completely. She told me she didn't want to stream anymore, that the pressure was too much, and she wanted a different life. I suggested she travel with friends to clear her head. But then she suddenly hugged me and said she wanted a home. She asked me to divorce my wife and be with her. That kind of streamer is fine for a fling, but who'd marry her? Don't they want to wear a green hat? Of course I refused. But then she had my wife's phone number. Probably got it when she secretly checked my contacts while we were sleeping. She completely lost it then. I couldn't calm her down. She insisted on calling my wife, screaming that I was cheating on her like a raving lunatic. I meant well. Seeing how hard it must be for her, leaving home to work in a strange city, I tipped her and sent gifts. Who knew she'd repay kindness with betrayal, trying to ruin my life? Lin Dong lifted his head coldly. So you killed her? I was just a little drunk, not mentally ill. All I wanted was to grab her phone and delete the number. But she actually dialed my wife's number right then, acting like a raving lunatic. Then I lost control. I shoved her into the bathroom, and her head slammed against the wall, knocking her unconscious. I shouldn't have been drinking. If I'd been sober, I would have taken her to the hospital. Lin Dong sighed. Drinking really does lead to trouble. So many cases start with a moment of impulse. People under the influence are more prone to acting on impulse, and impulsive people don't think about the consequences. By the time they sober up, it's always too late. So you weren't planning to kill Zhang Yayu when you went over? Then what about that blender? Shang Long asked. I bought it for her earlier. I wanted her to learn to cook herself instead of always ordering takeout. I told you, I was really good to her. I was scared then. Scared she'd wake up and keep disrupting my life. She knew where I worked. If she caused trouble at the company and they discovered I'd embezzled funds, I'd be finished. So I went all in and killed her. I chopped her flesh in the blender. For the bones the cleaver couldn't sever, I bagged them and disposed of them in several different locations. Lin Dong tilted his head. You thought the police wouldn't find out? No, I knew the police would eventually trace it back to me. That's why I started planning my escape route after that day. I applied for immigration to the United States, intending to embezzle another large sum from the company, then take my wife and child to start a new life in America. I just didn't expect you to investigate so quickly. When I saw the short video about the dismembered body found at Dunhuang International Apartments the day before yesterday, I realized I'd been exposed. But my immigration application hadn't been approved yet, so I had to flee out of the province first. Lin Dong set down his pen. Chief Chang, the rest is yours. You've done well, Detective Lin. Detective? Me? Lin Dong raised a finger to himself. After solving so many cases, if you're not a detective, who is? Thank you. If not for your stroke of genius thinking to check the water usage at the victim's home, we wouldn't have gone down the sewer to pump out sewage just to confirm whether Zhang Yayu was actually dead. Without a confirmed time of death, it's difficult to narrow down the window quickly. Screening through the complex network of residents in this apartment complex is a massive undertaking. By the time the criminal's immigration paperwork is processed, it might be too late to bring him to justice. The saddest people in this world are the intelligent souls trapped at the bottom. They know hard work can change their lives, yet a sense of powerlessness constantly haunts them. Once that drive shatters, their entire foundation crumbles. Perhaps after breaking up with Tai, or after being beaten by Qin Zhenghong, Zhang Yayu's resolve shattered completely. She sought to alter her circumstances, grasping at anyone nearby, only to be pushed away by all. Ultimately, this led to the tragic outcome. With the case closed, the two returned to Qingteng from Lifeng. Ding Wei needed to return to the police station first to report the situation to headquarters. After all, they had been deployed as part of the Homicide Investigation Division, and once the case was solved, the case files had to be brought back to the station's archives. This was also a mark of honor for the Homicide Investigation Division. After Ding Wei finished her duties, the two returned home to rest. What do you think happens to these streamers who rely on tips? When they get older and can't compete with younger girls anymore, how are they supposed to survive? They have plenty of options. They can use the money they earned in their youth to start a business, find a reliable partner to marry, and live out the rest of their lives quietly. Or they could transition into being bloggers and continue making a living online. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing a man in black attire wearing a mask. Lin Dong paid him no mind, only noticing the unpleasant smell of smoke lingering on him. As the elevator doors began to close, the man who had stepped out earlier suddenly halted and whipped his head around. His gaze, sharp as a falcon's, pierced through the narrowing gap between the doors, locking with Lin Dong's across the distance. Have I seen that man before? Why did his gaze feel so unfriendly? The elevator doors closed, and the car began its slow ascent. Lin Dong was still pondering this as the doors closed. Only when the elevator reached its destination did Ding Wei turn around and ask, "Hey, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing. Probably just my imagination." Stepping out of the elevator, Lin Dong spotted a bag hanging from the doorknob at the end of the corridor. "What's that?" Ding Wei hurried over, took the bag down, and opened it. She couldn't help but gasp. It's a dead cat. There's even a knife stuck in it." Lin Dong peered over and touched the cat's body. "It's still warm. This bag was just hung here. Probably someone warning me, or threatening me." Lin Dong suddenly recalled the man he'd encountered in the elevator earlier. His unease had indeed proven justified. Big trees catch the wind. Looks like I've been targeted. Chapter 62, Hunter and Prey. Should we call the police? No. I am the police. Ding Wei frowned deeply but remained calm when she saw Lin Dong. Calling the police won't help. There's no law against hanging a dead cat on someone's door. But there's a knife stuck in it that's clearly a threat. And the fact they found your home makes this way too dangerous. If it were just a threat, they could have left a kitchen knife. But they left a dead cat. A flash of realization crossed Lin Dong's eyes. He grabbed his keys, unlocked the door, and rushed into the study without even changing his shoes. "Xiao Ding, bring that dead cat over here." "Can a dead cat be revived?" "Not revive it, dissect it. There's actually a hidden compartment behind my study. I used to conduct my research in there." Lin Dong pushed aside the bookshelf, revealing a hidden door with a keypad lock. "Wow! A secret door. So cool." Ding Wei's eyes widened. He sure knows how to hide things. "I've been living here for nearly a month and had no idea there was a hidden compartment in the study." Lin Dong unlocked it with his fingerprint, and the door swung open automatically. A chill emanated from within, sending a shiver down one's spine. To write more authentic plot descriptions, I sometimes conduct experiments like dissections, observing decomposition processes, and testing various chemical reagents. The biggest expense in buying this house was building this lab, the ventilation system, sterilization system, soundproofing, and so on. As Lin Dong spoke, he placed the dead cat on the operating table. After disinfecting himself, he donned latex gloves and a mask before deftly picking up a scalpel and cutting open the cat's abdomen. As he sliced open the stomach, a foul stench wafted out, prompting Ding Wei to quickly pull her mask over her face. Who knew he also had dissection skills? What couldn't he do besides giving birth? This is... Lin Dong used forceps to extract a square, flake-like object. "Looks like a fragment of a photograph." Ding Wei leaned in closer. "You guessed right, it really is." Lin Dong placed the retrieved object on a tray. After a quick rinse with water, a photograph fragment emerged clearly. "Someone left a dead cat at the door, and then we retrieved a photo fragment from its stomach. This can't be a coincidence." Lin Dong's tone grew solemn. Of course, it's no coincidence. The material of this photograph is even resistant to stomach acid, proving it was deliberately done. But we can't make out anything from the fragment. If they wanted to convey a message, why not just say it plainly? Lin Dong didn't answer, instead carefully examining the contents of the photo fragment. Dark tones dominated the scene, accented by warm lighting. It appeared to be an opaque room illuminated by low-wattage fluorescent lights. In the upper right corner of the photo were a pair of legs. It was impossible to tell whether they belonged to a man or a woman based on the legs alone, as some men have legs thinner than women's. Beyond that, the fragment showed a table corner, a mineral water bottle, and several stalks of rice straw. Whoever gave us this photo might be implying someone is being held somewhere. Could they want me to find them? Or, is someone trying to play a game with me? Lin Dong's eyelids twitched, revealing two sharp, piercing glints in the slits of his eyes. A game? Using living people as pawns? That's utterly lawless. Ding Wei's righteous indignation flared once more. Society is far darker than you imagine. He once told me human society is a hunting ground where bounties attract hunters, and hunters turn people into prey. When the poor develop psychological issues, many end up in mental hospitals. But when the wealthy face such problems, they pay to satisfy their twisted desires. Maybe it's because there's been too much coverage online lately about us solving cases. A criminal syndicate has taken notice and wants to play a game with us. Lin Dong's pupils suddenly darkened as he murmured. This is a game of hunters and prey. But who's the hunter and who's the prey? That's still unclear. Ding Wei's expression grew grave. But we have no clues at all. If criminals are really provoking us, they should have left some clues behind. The man we encountered upstairs earlier, that's the clue. Lin Dong instructed Ding Wei to find a spot in the complex to bury the dead cat, then headed to the property management center. Need to view the surveillance footage? Asked the duty manager. Yes. My belongings were stolen, and I suspect it was that man I encountered in the elevator. Lin Dong's vivid description stirred the security guard's sense of justice. As the footage played, Lin Dong saw the man from the elevator again. That's him. See which door he exited through. Let me see. He didn't exit the building. He went to the underground garage. That car right there. License plate, GA28U24. After memorizing the plate number, Lin Dong happened upon Ding Wei finishing up with the dead cat's remains. Did you find anything? I found the records within the complex, but for outside, looks like I'll have to leverage my position. Lin Dong suddenly realized that his status as an unofficial consultant was surprisingly useful. Not being part of the system meant he wasn't bound by regulations and could solve problems his own way. Helping the police solve a case meant the station would give him face. If he needed to look into something, it was just a matter of making a call. Besides, there was always Officer Ding. The two quickly arrived at the police station. Officer Ding? Aren't you off today? Why are you back? You really love coming to work, huh? Her colleagues from the third squad couldn't help but fire off the ultimate question. Not that I love working. If I could rest at home, I definitely prefer staying there. Ding Wei smiled wryly. We ran into a suspect in the neighborhood. I wasn't sure if it was him, so I came back to check. So you and Lin Dong are actually living together? Things are moving fast. When can we come to your wedding banquet? The female officer on duty fluttered her eyelashes, her face brimming with gossipy curiosity. Sis one, I'm just sharing a place with Hide. We're not living together. Oh, never mind. I'm off to check the database. Ding Wei flushed and glanced back at Lin Dong before lowering her head and returning to her workstation. The police station computers were connected to an internal network, granting access to various databases, population records, hotel check-in logs, vehicle registration information, and more. Of course, the city's surveillance feeds from the SkyEye system were also accessible. After leaving the residential complex, this vehicle took the Xiaolong interchange onto the Inner Ring Expressway. After exiting the ramp, it quickly merged onto the national highway, finally arriving at Jiayan town near Qingteng. Be more specific. It was at the second cluster of public rental housing in Jiayan, next to Chenli's Sichuan pepper wontons. It's about a half-hour drive there. From the surveillance, he parked the car and entered the public housing complex. The cameras inside the complex didn't capture him, so we'll need to check with the property management. We'll go tomorrow morning. Why not tonight? If there really is crucial evidence, delaying could mean losing it. Lin Dong chuckled. Since they invited me into this game, the clues they provided won't vanish so easily. Only the two of us can investigate this unless we confirm someone's been kidnapped. Alright. I'll inform Brother Chuan to keep an eye out for any recent missing persons reports. They might connect to our investigation. Chapter 63, The Eerie Sound of the Wall Door. After a night's rest. Early the next morning, Lin Dong and Ding Wei drove Wang Jinchuan's car to Block 2 of the public housing complex in Jiayan town. After explaining their situation to the property management, they began reviewing the surveillance footage. The footage showed the man parking his car before entering the building. Unfortunately, the lobby camera was malfunctioning, and the elevator cameras failed to capture his image. Did he take the stairs? If so, he must live on a lower floor. That should make it easier to investigate. Ding Wei, refreshed after a night's rest, was brimming with energy and eager to get started. But Lin Dong quickly poured cold water on her enthusiasm. If he's aware of counter-surveillance tactics, taking the stairs isn't because he lives on a low floor, it's to avoid the elevator cameras. I even suspect he doesn't live here at all. He could have gone to the second floor, climbed down the pipes, and exited behind the building to create the illusion that he resides here. Ding Wei's expression froze. What about that car outside? If nothing went wrong, it's a car with fake plates. Lin Dong paused. Anyway, since we're already here, let's go take a look. Just as the two were about to leave the property management center, a middle-aged woman approached Lin Dong at a leisurely pace. She had been sitting nearby resting earlier, and Lin Dong had noticed her. The property center had its air conditioning running, and some elderly people like to go to public places to cool off, saving on their electricity bills. It was a common social phenomenon. Are you police officers? Yes, ma'am. What can we do for you? Ding Wei had assumed it was some trivial matter she could just send her to the local police station for. But the woman spoke in a mysterious tone. Oh my, you wouldn't believe it, Unit 2 is haunted. Don't be ridiculous. How could there be ghosts here? With so many people living in these group units, if there were ghosts, they'd be scared away. The property manager, concerned about damaging their reputation, quickly assured her there were no ghosts. Lin Dong had a vague feeling this might be connected to that man entering Unit 2. He led the woman outside the property management office before asking, "You mentioned ghosts earlier. What's that about? I heard about it before, but after experiencing it myself, I finally believe the haunting is real." The woman continued. About 7 years ago, public housing regulations weren't as strict. Some people pulled strings and secured over a dozen units at once, using them for both long-term and short-term rentals. One of those units was at the end of the hallway. In feng shui, such a house is in the shade and often encounters strange occurrences. The haunting I mentioned happened in that fourth-floor end-of-hallway apartment. A man on a business trip rented it for a week. After arriving, he heard rumors about massage services being offered in the public housing units. Massage was just a cover for prostitution. When the escort arrived, they got down to business in the room. Right in the middle of things, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Thinking the cops were busting them, they panicked and scrambled to get dressed. But when they opened the door, there was no one outside, and the hallway was empty. So they went back to bed and continued. Lin Dong and Ding Wei, both lifelong singles, listened as the woman recounted the details with vivid emotion and graphic specificity. They wanted to interrupt, but feared she might forget crucial details, so they steeled themselves to keep listening. Just as the man was about to climax, he heard the knocking again. This time he was furious and stormed out without even putting on his clothes. But there was still no one outside, as if the knocking hadn't come from a human at all. Just as the man was about to close the door, the sound rang out again. But the door wasn't even shut. How could there be another knock? The prostitute suddenly realized it wasn't a knock at all, it was coming from the wall. As if someone inside the concrete was crying for help. I thought it was just a story until later, when I heard the knocking on the wall several times myself after returning home at night. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. It was terrifying. After hearing this, Ding Wei looked at Lin Dong. Bro, ghost stories like this exist everywhere, especially on campuses. Almost every school's online forum has rumors about their campus being built on a mass grave. True. If ghosts existed in this world, those little devils would have been wiped out long ago by the spirits of our ancestors. According to online accounts, those wronged souls should be highly aggressive. Lin Dong figured, since he was already here, he might as well check it out. Upon hearing the police were going to investigate, the woman became as enthusiastic as a typical Beijing resident, eagerly leading the way ahead. I'm not telling stories, I have proof. When they built the public housing here, there were tons of accidents. People even went missing, never found. You can look it up online. Check it out if you don't believe me. Ding Wei pulled out her phone and checked it was true. 6 dead, 4 injured. The collapse of the under-construction color steel shed was caused by the construction company's illegal and non-compliant construction practices, reckless organization of work, and deficiencies in construction safety management and safety facilities. Water seepage occurred during excavation for the site's self-operated concrete mixing station. While cleaning up, an earth collapse happened, causing one person to go missing. It's really there. 2 safety incidents happened back then, but that doesn't really connect to any haunting, does it? Lin Dong entered building 2 and suddenly stopped in his tracks. A faint stench hung in the air. Not the stench of kitchen waste, but a scent bordering on decay. Maybe a dead rat, or something else. Which floor did you say the haunted place was on? Room 405. Some weird old lady lives there now. She loves collecting trash to bring home, and in summer it stinks to high heaven. The property management has tried to deal with it a few times, but it never worked. I suspect the ghosts that used to haunt the place were driven away by the stench of her garbage. When they reached the fourth floor, they spotted several cockroaches on the floor, the kind that would shock visitors from northern regions. These cockroaches all come from old Mrs. Wang's place. Smell it, isn't it awful? Ding Wei seemed to grasp something, shooting a suspicious look at the woman. Why do I get the feeling you made up this story to get the police involved and force old lady Wang to clean up her trash? The woman stamped her feet repeatedly, her voice trembling with emotion. Whoever said she was hit by a car is lying to you. Those ghost stories were circulating long before old lady Wang moved in. Alright, we understand. I'll contact the local police station to handle the situation you described. We're officers from Qingteng City Police Bureau here on another case. Ding Wei turned to find Lin Dong had vanished from his spot and was now standing by the door of room 405. Hide, what's wrong? There's a stench of death and decay in the air. Those ghost stories, they might not be stories after all. Chapter 64, Cement Sealed Corpse. Anyone there? Lin Dong covered his nose as he approached the door. Sometimes having a keen sense of smell really isn't a blessing. Old Mrs. Wang, are you there? The enthusiastic auntie arrived at the door and shouted inside at the top of her lungs. After waiting a while with no response, she muttered to herself. She's probably out scavenging again. Old folks here don't get pensions like those in big cities who live comfortably on thousands a month. In small towns, seniors survive by collecting scrap to sell for a little cash each month. Seeing no one inside, Lin Dong walked straight in. Inside was a one-bedroom apartment. The living room was piled high with all kinds of scrap bottles, cans, and other seemingly useless items all heaped together. Moldy spots dotted the walls everywhere. The areas blocked by trash likely harbored even more mold, and beneath it all, there might be a whole nest of cockroaches and rats. Aren't public housing units supposed to undergo regular inspections? How can this place be so filthy with no one managing it? Ding Wei asked in confusion. They did. But old lady Wang refuses to clean up. The property management even hired people to clear it out for free. She threatened to jump off the building if they dared to enter. After that, no one dared to touch it. Lin Dong confirmed the putrid stench was coming from inside, so he pushed aside the pile of trash. Cockroaches swarming inside scattered in all directions, filling the room with the insects in an instant. Ding Wei joined in, helping to clear away the trash piled against the wall. Just then, old lady Wang, the scavenger, returned via elevator. Spotting people at her door, she rushed over and shouted, "What are you doing?" "Stealing, are you?" "Oh, old lady. Your place is full of trash, what would I steal?" "The police are looking for something. Just hang tight here for a bit." "What cops? Who let you in here?" Just as old lady Wang stormed in, Lin Dong and Ding Wei froze, staring at one wall. On the wall, long obscured by trash, was the outline of a human figure. Holy crap! A ghost! The woman screamed at the doorway, quickly drawing other residents from the same floor. "Look at the wall. See that shadow? It must be a ghost's. How else could there be a human silhouette?" "Hide, what's going on here?" Ding Wei's expression turned serious. "A body sealed in cement. There's a corpse hidden inside this wall." Lin Dong's words left Ding Wei momentarily breathless. A corpse hidden inside the wall. This building had been completed years ago. If a body was indeed sealed within the wall, it must have been there for a very long time. And the person living in this room had been coexisting with a corpse all along. In a sealed environment, a corpse undergoes autolysis. The seepage of corpse oil into the wall surface formed this human-shaped pattern. The pattern isn't very clear, indicating there wasn't much body fluid. The deceased probably wasn't overweight. Last night's dead cat, today's cement-encased corpse. Both incidents are connected to that man. Could this be the second clue he left for me? If the second clue is inside that corpse, that would be truly unnerving. This building has been standing for at least 10 years. Unless they had foresight a decade ago and started planning back then, it's impossible to pull off. But 10 years ago, I was just a kid. How could they have planned this targeting me? Ding Wei quickly contacted headquarters. The field team was from the second squad. Captain Feng. Ding Wei greeted Feng Xiaojun, the captain of the second squad, with a forced smile. "You guys are something else. Finding a body in such a remote spot." Feng Xiaojun glanced up at the human silhouette pattern on the wall. "What can we do?" Hide is a natural-born case-solving genius. He's cracked more cases in the last 2 months than the second squad has in the past 2 years. As a rising star among the post-90s generation, Ding Wei refused to be manipulated by superiors and held no fear of them whatsoever. "I'm not trying to be sarcastic, I just mean you guys are pretty impressive." Feng Xiaojun gave an awkward chuckle. He then waved his hand, signaling the 2nd Brigade officers to start using tools to extract the cemented body. They later contacted the fire department for backup. After a tremendous effort, the group finally managed to extract a rectangular concrete block. One cross-section revealed a chillingly white bone segment that looked utterly terrifying. A thick, yellowish-brown corpse fluid had pooled on the floor, emitting an unbearable stench. The stench of decay here had been masked by the garbage inside the house, otherwise, it would have been discovered long ago. The body was isolated from air and hasn't fully skeletonized yet. Old who, this one's going to be a pain in the ass for you. Forensic pathologist Hu Wanmin exhaled a heavy breath. Let's take him back first. We'll have to figure out how to chip away this cement layer by layer. Otherwise, we can't perform the autopsy. Feng Xiaojun approached Lin Dong and Ding Wei. This building was completed in 2013, exactly 10 years ago. That means this person has been encased in cement for at least a decade. Any thoughts? First, confirm the victim's identity and start investigating his previous social connections. Wait for the forensic results to see if there are any clues on the body. If not, the construction company that originally built this place will be our primary target for questioning. Ding Wei articulated her reasoning with clear logic. Feng Xiaojun remarked with surprise, impressive progress. It seems your captain made a wise choice assigning you to learn from Lin Dong. 10 years ago, transportation in Jiayan was underdeveloped, with limited connections to the main urban area. The public security situation was complex, and migrant workers gathered here. Plus, the construction site had high worker turnover. Finding the original workers will be extremely difficult. The chief of Jiayan police station explained. Solving a case is like unraveling a tangled thread. Let's wait for the forensic results first, Lin Dong said, hands in his pockets. Should we conduct neighborhood interviews? Not really. When this building was constructed, the people here weren't living here. Instead of interviewing residents, it's better to visit the construction company from back then. Alright. I'll immediately look into which construction company was responsible back then. Feng Xiaojun said to the officers at Jiayan police station, covering his nose. All this trash piled up here is a fire hazard. Talk to the old lady and get it cleaned up. This is public housing, state property. How can anyone live here if it's this filthy? I've been here several times before. That old woman threatened to jump off the building. With such a major incident happening now, I doubt she'll have much to say. Lin Dong and Ding Wei returned to the property management office and informed them about the cement-sealed body discovered in Unit 2. Oh my god, it really is haunted. They've always said Unit 2, 4th floor is haunted. Looks like it's true. It's just a coincidence. There's no such thing as ghosts in this world, Ding Wei continued. Do you have any records from the agency that built these public housing units? They could also check with relevant industry associations and government departments, but that would be more troublesome. If the property management had the records, they wouldn't have to make another trip. Chapter 65, Strange. Truly strange. I'll have to look into the records. It might take some time. The property manager didn't dare delay, immediately heading into the office and opening a cabinet filled with files. Found it. The construction company is Wanhong Construction. Lin Dong pulled out his phone to check. It was a construction company based in Qingteng City that had undertaken multiple public housing projects. Since it was in Qingteng, it would be easy to handle. Lin Dong and Ding Wei quickly drove back to the city center. They arrived at Wanhong Construction's registered address. A construction project from 2013? Migrant workers were so transient back then. Tracing their records will be extremely difficult. Even if we have names, there are no addresses or phone numbers. The company representative sent Lin Dong the phone number of the project manager from that time. I remember the construction of Phase 2 of the Jiayan public housing project all too well. Back then, both the former project manager and the safety director ended up in jail. I was the second project manager and was pretty scared at the time, but thankfully nothing else happened in the end. During the foundation excavation for the self-owned concrete plant, there was a seepage incident. Was the missing person ever found? Lin Dong suspected the person encased in cement might be the one who went missing in that accident years ago. But the project manager's next words shattered that notion. Of course they found him. He was dead, after all. We wouldn't dare continue construction without locating the body. The family would have caused a scene. The idea of seeking clues from the construction company was temporarily shelved. The two had no choice but to return and await the forensic examination results. Concrete-encased corpses differ from standard autopsies. Beyond handling other components on the body, the sealed environment slows decomposition. Yet it's not completely airtight. Tiny pores form as the cement dries, allowing bodily fluids to seep through. While awaiting the autopsy results, the police were not idle. They dug up nearly a decade's worth of missing persons files from Qingteng City's police records for a thorough review. The process was tedious, but the final discovery stunned everyone. When I was at the public housing complex today, the property manager mentioned that the elderly man was named Wang Meixiang. Look at the name on this missing persons report, it's also Wang Meixiang. Could it be? Lin Dong instinctively frowned. Check the ID number of the registered tenant for Unit 405 in Block 2 of Jiayan Public Housing with the Housing Authority. That'll confirm if it's her. It was the weekend, and no one answered the Housing Authority's phone. So the two had no choice but to make another trip in person. Hopefully this time we'll get some good news. Before entering the Housing Security Department, Ding Wei stood at the doorway with her hands pressed together in prayer. Her pretty little face looked quite devout. Lin Dong smiled faintly. If believing in gods worked, everyone would have billions in assets. If everyone had money, it wouldn't be worth anything and we'd all still be penniless. Ugh, Hide, when will you stop feeding me the toxic motivational crap? Ding Wei pursed her lips, stuck out her tongue, and followed behind Lin Dong. Even though it was the weekend, someone was still on duty, just not at the front desk, which explained why no one had answered the phone earlier. JN Public Housing Complex, Block 2, Unit 405. The applicant isn't Wang Meixiang. It's Huang Yunmin. Not Wang Meixiang? Then why is she living there? Ding Wei asked. The staff member gave a wry smile. These days, many people apply for public housing just to sublet it. Or they apply themselves but get transferred for work. Since they can't bear to give up such cheap housing, they let relatives move in. It's slightly better now, but those squatters were even more brazen before. With so few units available, they'd all be subleased. Even though we conduct regular inspections, the occupants often avoid us by not opening the door. It's impossible to completely eliminate this kind of thing. Ding Wei pulled out her phone and sent Huang Yunmin's information to a colleague at the bureau for verification. A reply came quickly. Her eyes widened as she read the message, exclaiming excitedly. Duh. This Huang Yunmin is Wang Meixiang's daughter. Her ID number matches the one Wang Meixiang used when reporting the incident back then. They're actually the same person. Lin Dong began to ponder. Wang Meixiang reported his son missing around the same time the public housing units were being constructed. Find the name of Wang Meixiang's son and cross-reference it with the list the construction company gave us. See if there's a match. Also, have someone collect Wang Meixiang's DNA to match it against the body. If it matches, this case gets interesting. Ding Wei nodded emphatically and immediately began making arrangements. A haunted house, inhabited by an old woman who scavenged for trash. The old woman had been searching for her missing son all along, yet her son had been living with her the entire time, sealed within the walls. Public housing lotteries are random, and the assigned units are random. The apartment her daughter randomly won in the lottery happened to be the very place where the old woman's son was buried. This coincidence sent a chill down Lin Dong's spine, making him wonder if there truly existed unseen forces guiding events from beyond. Before long, Ding Wei broke the news first. I found it. The old woman's missing son was named Huang Minglong. There was also a Huang Minglong working at the construction site back then. There weren't 2 accidents during the construction of the public housing, there were 3. That project manager covered up some things, probably afraid of getting himself into trouble. Lin Dong clenched his jaw, the muscles at the corners of his mouth bulging. So often, simple matters become complicated precisely because people choose to conceal the truth out of self-interest. What was most infuriating was that whenever you confronted them after discovering the truth, they'd only make excuses, claiming they'd forgotten. The autopsy results and DNA test results came out on the same day. Inside Qingteng City Police Headquarters, Captain Feng Xiaojun of the 2nd Squadron was briefing the team on the case. Based on the DNA test results, this deceased individual is Huang Minglong, the son of the elderly woman living in the public housing unit. Back in late 2013, Wang Meixiang reported her son missing. Only now has he been found living right under her roof. Whoa, that's terrifying. The son she searched for relentlessly was living under the same roof all along. Wu Mingrui, an officer from the 2nd Squadron, rubbed his arms, covered in goosebumps. Her daughter applied for public housing in 2015, 2 years after the disappearance. The lottery system is completely random. She might not even have been assigned to this complex. Could it be the power of a vengeful spirit guiding her family to find him? Feng Xiaojun snapped sharply. As a police officer, you still believe in superstitions? What kind of example is that? Now that we've confirmed the victim's identity, our next step is to investigate her social connections and fully cooperate with the Homicide Investigation Unit's arrangements. Everyone turned to look at Lin Dong and Ding Wei standing in the corner. Hey, it's great having Hide with us. Back when I was running meetings, the guys from 2nd Squadron always teased me. Now they actually look at me with a tiny bit of respect. This feeling is awesome. You're laughing too loudly, Lin Dong reminded him. Ha? Really? Ahem. Feng Xiaojun picked up the documents and continued. Next, I'll discuss the autopsy findings. The deceased had 3 wounds on their body. The fatal injury was a comminuted skull fracture, likely caused by a massive external impact. Chapter 66, The Farm Worker Bachelor. Besides the skull fracture, the other 2 obvious injuries were a crushed knee and broken ribs. This clearly goes beyond natural causes. The weapon was most likely something like a hammer. Due to the prolonged duration of death, the body had skeletonized, with only minimal tissue adhesion remaining. We found no useful information there. However, inside the deceased's pants, we discovered a peculiar object. Feng Xiaojun produced an evidence bag containing a rod-shaped object. Ding Wei recognized it instantly. I've seen this thing before. Her wide eyes fixed on Lin Dong for confirmation. That's right, it's the same thing you saw last time. This one's smaller, though it's a decade old, after all. Back then, people weren't as open-minded, so just making this was pretty bold. But the victim was male, right? Why would he be carrying a female adult toy? Ding Wei was baffled yet deeply unsettled. Either it belonged to the deceased, he might have had certain sexual difficulties requiring props for foreplay, or the killer deliberately left it behind, suggesting that object holds some special significance. Lin Dong even considered another possibility. Could the victim have been? What makes you say that? Feng Xiaojun asked. For men, this kind of toy can provide pleasure during anal penetration. But back then, society wasn't as open-minded as it is now. There weren't as many men, and it was harder to find partners, so bringing your own toy makes sense. Feng Xiaojun's thermos happened to be filled with chrysanthemum tea, and suddenly the brew tasted bitter. Ding Wei stammered, her face flushing, "But Professor aren't those molds supposed to be the toys for men? Inserting it into the anus, does it really feel good?" The question was clearly awkward. Lin Dong felt a bit awkward himself. Explaining this at the police station would be like publicly defecating except without the smell. Look it up yourself. I won't elaborate further. Now that we know the victim's identity, the next crucial step is interviewing those former co-workers to uncover exactly what kind of person Huang Minglong really was. Feng Xiaojun added, for distinct fingerprints were recovered from the toy during forensic examination. Since Huang Minglong's remains are skeletal and no fingerprints were taken at the police station back then, we can't confirm if any belong to him. That's actually good news. We can't compare them to a dead man, but we can to living ones. Once we catch the suspect, a fingerprint check will tell us everything. The construction worker demographic is unique, they rarely stay in one place. Wherever there's a construction site across the country, you'll find them. It's possible that the workers from that time are now working on projects in other provinces or cities within the country. Lin Dong approached the project manager again. After explaining the situation, the manager's eyes widened in disbelief. Huang Minglong is dead? And his body was sealed inside a wall? Good heavens! How could this happen? Ding Wei's expression turned stern. You didn't notice one less person on the site? There are many people on the site, and most aren't permanent employees, they're mostly long-term or short-term workers. It's not uncommon for some to suddenly leave mid-project. 10 years ago, when the real estate market was booming, many sites would pay higher wages to poach workers. What struck me as odd back then was that Huang Minglong left without collecting last month's pay. It was a bit odd, but with so many people to manage and the project to oversee, I simply didn't have the energy to investigate further. I tried calling Huang Minglong, but no one answered. After that, I let it go. The project manager didn't seem like he was lying. Lin Dong had no choice but to ask him to contact the workers from that construction team to see if any were still in Qingteng City. They eventually reached 11 individuals. The rest were either working on sites in other provinces or had changed their phone numbers and couldn't be contacted. Huang Minglong? I don't recall him. Seems like he was a rebar worker, but he left without saying goodbye. I don't recall him. He wasn't from our village. Just the name rings a bell. He was skinny and young, but that's all I remember. After questioning several people in succession, she still hadn't obtained any useful leads. Ding Wei felt discouraged. It's been 10 years too long. These workers seem honest and simple folk. Beyond their jobs, they don't seem to remember much else. I'm worried none of them recall Huang Minglong. That'll make our investigation tough. Same old saying, cross that bridge when you come to it. It's sink or swim, Hida. Stop feeding me that toxic chicken soup, humph. Let's just go with the flow for now. We'll see after we finish asking everyone. It wasn't until they reached the last worker that someone finally recalled Huang Minglong distinctly. We shared a dorm back then. We were both from the same hometown, and there was another guy from our hometown too. The three of us ate, slept, and worked together every day. We looked out for each other. I was already married back then, but Huang Minglong and the other guy weren't. We'd often crack dirty jokes to relax during busy times. I remember one day when heavy rain shut down the entire construction site. We ended up drinking and playing cards in the dorm. Coincidentally, a female supervisor came by that day. She wasn't exactly attractive, but as an office worker, her skin was so much fairer than ours. Plus, she was wearing stockings, which made her look quite alluring. I noticed Huang Minglong kept staring at her legs. He was still single and probably hadn't done it yet. Earlier, I'd gotten a hairdresser's number while buying cigarettes, so I joked that he should go see a lady to blow off some steam. Who knew Huang Minglong actually went? Not only did he go, but he couldn't stop after that. He basically went once or twice a week, spending all the money he earned on women. Once he even joked with me that he was the ultimate VIP on Hair Salon Street. He knew every girl there, was always the first to try out new arrivals, and even got discounts from the madam. He said it felt more welcoming than home. Then he suddenly vanished. Everyone said he probably found a new construction site paying better. I don't buy that. He was glued to that street, why would he leave so easily? More likely, he got into trouble and had to flee. Lin Dong listened, his gaze turning cold and dismissive. Why do you think he got into trouble? Did anything strange happen before he vanished? It's just that before he vanished, his temper had grown volatile. If anyone said something he didn't like, he'd snap instantly. Even when the foreman gave him a hard time, he'd argue back. I told my fellow villagers then with that temper, trouble was bound to happen sooner or later. Chapter 67, Flyers. He had a hot temper and liked to frequent prostitutes. Guys like that really do get into trouble easily. Through his co-workers' descriptions, Wang Minglong's character gradually came into focus. Lin Dong and Ding Wei sat in the car eating Shandong pancakes, taking a brief break while also starting to discuss. Should our next step be to investigate Hair Salon Street? Yeah, men always like to brag in front of women to get their admiration. It's a manifestation of their desire to conquer, just like how guys like it when their partners call them daddy. It's not that they actually want to be fathers, but rather an expression of that conquest urge. Lin Dong elaborated. Of course, not all men are like that. Some have the desire but not the guts like the henpecked husbands in Sichuan and Chongqing. A smile curved Ding Wei's lips as she launched into gossip. Isn't your family pressuring you to get married? Marrying young is out of the question. My life is a vast wilderness, not a set track. I want to enjoy myself for a few more years. Ding Wei pressed further, but dating must be okay, right? That's possible, but my job rarely takes me out. I hardly ever meet women, let alone find someone suitable. There really is something living with such a beauty under the same roof and remaining completely unfazed. Could it be that I'm not charming enough, lacking feminine appeal? Ding Wei's face flushed red. She recalled the bar hostesses from Lin Dong's undercover days. Their attire and demeanor radiated femininity. Compared to them, she felt she fell short. That old hair salon street was shut down long ago during the crackdown on pornography and illegal publications. Finding those people from back then would be pretty tough. Lin Dong began his analysis. Qingteng City's economy has been growing steadily in recent years. The police crack down on prostitution annually, yet they still arrest so many people each year. That shows there's significant demand for this industry in Qingteng. It might be harder for those people to relocate elsewhere. Instead, going underground locally could be a smart move. Ding Wei's eyes narrowed. So you're saying those old madams might still be around here, just not on that street anymore? Not all of them, but some of the old madams are probably still in the business. Since Huang Minglong's co-worker said he was a regular on Hair Salon Street and slept with every girl there, the madams would definitely remember him well. I think we could round up a few people busted in anti-prostitution raids at the police station. They'd definitely have the madams' contact info. Lin Dong praised Ding Wei for finally starting to think. Ding Wei gave a silly grin, but upon second thought, the suggestion felt oddly off. When the two went to the local police station to inquire, the officers explained they'd been busy with anti-fraud operations lately and hadn't conducted any anti-prostitution raids in ages. What a bummer. The police haven't caught any Johns lately? I think it's good news. Since they haven't cracked down in so long, the madams must be desperate to do business. But we don't have any contact info, Ding Wei said. Maybe the hospital or internet cafes have some. Lesbians might not know this, but in hospitals and internet cafes, men's restrooms are always plastered with all kinds of ads. Hospital restrooms typically feature ads for male enhancement drugs, drug collection services, and prostitution. Women's restrooms, on the other hand, commonly display ads for egg donation, artificial membranes, and STD treatments. In internet cafes, men's restrooms often feature ads for aphrodisiacs, counterfeit currency, phone surveillance, and soliciting services. In short, they're all over the place, but not a single one is legal. Lin Dong and Ding Wei visited several hospitals and internet cafes, collecting 6 or 7 prostitution contact numbers. Lin Dong did most of the collecting, since Ding Wei couldn't enter the men's restrooms. Impressive, Who'd have thought hospital and internet cafe restrooms would have prostitution ads? I used to see these trashy ads in restrooms while surfing online. Never thought they'd come in handy someday. But these numbers might not be for prostitution, could be scams. Scams? How? Ding Wei asked skeptically. Little Ding was still too naive. What she learned at the police academy was theory. When it came to practice, she'd likely have to take a few detours before she could truly grow. Lin Dong pulled out his phone. I'll call one for you. You'll see how they scam people. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? Hello? Do you guys offer services here? What kind of service are you looking for? I saw your ad. You offer technical massage, software enhancement services, and on-campus student home visits, right? Yes. Our service providers are all from Ivy University Town, mostly around 20 years old. Where are you located? Let me check if our staff can accommodate you. I'm in the Jiayin area. Lin Dong replied with a straight face. Jiayin's no problem. We've got a few college girls on break over there. I'll send you their photos to choose from. After that, just transfer 200 yuan for their transportation and then get your room ready. Soon, they added each other on WeChat and the other party sent over profiles and photos of over a dozen girls. Each included nicknames, ages, measurements, specialties, and clearly marked prices. These are all stock photos. Save the images and run them through image recognition software. You'll find the sources online almost every time. Lin Dong demonstrated to Ding Wei, and sure enough, identical photos popped up on Baidu. Those models and students had no idea their photos had become tools for fraud rings. Look at this photo, it's even a performance shot of a third-tier Korean celebrity. That's how scams work. If you trick 10 people and one falls for it, you make money. After making several calls in a row, the scam tactics were all essentially the same. First, they asked for a 200 yuan transfer for transportation. Some scammers combined transportation and accommodation fees, demanding around 400-500 yuan upfront. Once the money was transferred, they immediately blocked the victim. The least these scammers worry about is victims reporting them to the police, because they have no legitimate claim. If a report is filed, it would reflect poorly on them too, which is why they act so brazenly. When Lin Dong dialed the 6th number, he heard a middle-aged woman's voice and thought, this could work. Most salon owners were women who also provided services themselves. Judging by her voice, she sounded around 40, a classic match for a madam. Do you offer hotel massage services? Lin Dong asked bluntly. Yes, but no student girls. All mature types, and skilled too. Look at her, so straightforward. Unlike the scammers before, who started with promises of young student girls pretty, studious, and skilled at their craft. They practically claimed their students excelled at everything from music to calligraphy. Do I need to transfer the transportation fee first? Where are you from? Just from Jian. We're in Jian too. This place isn't big. Just pay 20 for the transfer. I'll add you first and send you the girls' photos. Hanging up the phone, Lin Dong flashed Ding Wei a sly smile. This time, we've found the real deal. Hey, that's a creepy smile. You're investigating, not actually paying for sex. Don't let the act turn real. I'd look down on you. I still have my principles, and I'm mentally squeamish. I only like girls who haven't dated before. Of course, I'm not saying I like you. Lin Dong quickly added a few reassuring words. Ding Wei couldn't help but smile inwardly. After Lin Dong added the madam and randomly selected a girl. By evening, they arrived at the designated hotel. Chapter 68, Little Brother Sure Knows How to Talk. Late at night, Lin Dong sat in the small hotel, waiting for the lady to arrive. This inn had been handpicked by the madam, no need to guess why. They were undoubtedly in cahoots. If cops showed up, they'd give each other the heads up. Given the madam's endorsement, the accommodations were predictably shoddy, much like the cheap motels found beside bus stations in many cities. For Lin Dong's safety, Ding Wei and the 2 police officers were already waiting in the room across the hall. If anything unexpected happened, they could rush over immediately. Keep your phone on. If you run into trouble, we'll come rescue you right away. What danger could there be? It's just a honey trap. If you see some big guys knocking on the door later, just come over immediately. Lin Dong stood at the window, looking down. I just realized this place is right behind the old hair salon street. This building used to be called the Bomb Tower. I can't even look at these beds straight anymore. They just feel unclean. Are you planning to get into bed later? Do you have to get that deep before you start asking questions? Ding Wei was getting annoyed. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait. If my intentions are too obvious and I get caught, word will spread in their circles. That'll scare them off, and they might not show their faces for a long time. Lin Dong recalled the old police chief telling them at the station that back in the day, most hair salons on this street were closed during the day. Some barbers would earn 2 incomes, haircutting money by day and illicit earnings by night. The old chief had said people back then were simpler, not as complicated as today. They believed in earning money through hard work, not shortcuts. Though such cases existed, they weren't as prevalent as they are today. The hair salon street faced a crackdown because, at some point, many middle school students 16 or 17 years old, caught in the hazy confusion of adolescence, had begun to understand sex but lacked experience. Someone started the trend, visiting the street to transact with the girls. Soon, more students flocked there, losing their virginity to the girls. Young people are full of energy and well-mannered. The girls here quite like them, even giving them discounts, knowing they had to scrimp and save to afford a single visit. Later, a student's parents discovered their child frequently stealing money from home. They assumed it was for internet cafes, but it turned out to be for prostitution. This caused an absolute uproar. The parents stormed the hair salon street, and soon more parents discovered their children were visiting prostitutes and joined the commotion. When the police got wind of it, they decided to wipe out the entire street of hair salons in one fell swoop. From then on, many women lost their livelihood, and many young men lost their place to belong. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking interrupted Lin Dong's thoughts. He approached the door and saw a woman dressed in a mid-length black skirt suit. Her figure wasn't that of a shy, inexperienced girl, but rather like a ripe apple, like a blooming black peony. Her legs weren't slender, on the contrary, her thighs were quite plump. The black stockings she wore seemed strained to the point of tearing. As for her appearance, it wasn't exactly the same as the photo the madam had sent. It was nothing like it at all. The girl in the photo had skin as white as snow, delicate enough to break with a touch, and clear, watery eyes that were mesmerizing and captivating. But the woman before me looked around 30. As for her looks, they were nothing special. Oh, a handsome young man. It's been ages since I've had such a young client. My luck's really good today. The hostess's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Dong. Having fed poorly before, today she'd finally encountered a handsome guy time to feed properly. You flatter me. Perhaps sensing her enthusiasm, Lin Dong instinctively took a step back. Unexpectedly, this lady grew even more excited. The other clients she'd encountered had immediately pounced on her, practically jumping at her throat. Rarely encountering a shy one, the woman showed no rush to serve him. Instead, she closed the door and sat down on the sofa. How long have you been in this line of work? Lin Dong asked, jumping to conclusions. 6 or 7 years now. I started soon after coming to Qingteng. No choice, I didn't want factory work, and my temper made me unsuitable for waitressing. This is the only way I can earn money. Can't just let myself starve. The woman gestured beneath her skirt, making Lin Dong feel a bit embarrassed. 6 or 7 years, the timeline didn't add up. Huang Minglong had been dead for 10 years. Your colleagues? Colleagues? Ha! That's the first time I've heard that term. If my sisters heard you say that, they'd definitely want to meet you. You look like a college student. Youth is such a blessing. You must have boundless energy. The woman chuckled as she finished speaking, then asked Lin Dong if he smoked. After receiving a negative response, she took a cigarette from her pack and lit it herself. What's the oldest person over there? There are some in their 40s too, all driven by necessity. Typically, those in their 40s cater to men in their 50s and 60s. They don't go to hotels, they just find a secluded spot and get down to business. $50, $100 it happens. The woman approached Lin Dong and patted his leg with interest. You seem to have a lot of questions. Is it that I'm not satisfying you? Or maybe I'm not feminine enough and you want to switch? Just tell me if you look anything like your photo. Lin Dong forced a smile and explained. It's my first time, I'm a bit nervous. I just wanted to chat first. You're such a greenhorn. Well, you're in luck today. Sister here provides top-notch service. I'll make sure your first time is unforgettable. Let me tell you, greenhorns like you should be broken in by professionals. We'll teach you step by step better than your biology teacher ever could. With that, the woman pressed her arms together, revealing a sudden, unexpected cleavage. Cough cough. Sis, I really didn't come here for that. You really don't have to. This is testing an old veteran. 3 officers in the room across, they'll round us both up in one fell swoop. Sis, you're so powerful. You're such a smooth talker. I'll make sure you're comfortable later. Whatever you want to chat about, I'll just keep you company for a few minutes, then we'll go take a shower. When doing this kind of thing, hygiene is important, otherwise, you could get sick. Lin Dong quickly asked, I heard there used to be a lot of hair salons down that street, mostly running this kind of operation. Yeah, but Uncle Hat cracked down on them later. He rounded up quite a few. Some madams got away fast and dodged the net. The rest who got caught were sentenced to several years. As for the girls, they just spent a few days at the police station, paid a fine, and were released. The madams who got away probably wouldn't dare come back, right? Who says? With all the competition locked up and demand still high here, anyone willing to take the risk will find a way, just a different approach. Those madams who weren't caught are still active in JN. Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile. Little did he know that the woman, captivated by his delicate features and charming smile, couldn't resist sitting directly on his lap. Chapter 69. Hey! What a coincidence! Sis, no, you can't do that. Don't be nervous. It's like this for first-timers. After your shower, just lie down. If you're shy, close your eyes. If you want more excitement, open them wide. Lin Dong felt utterly mortified, remembering his phone was still connected to Ding Wei. She heard the whole damn thing. I'm going to take a shower first. We'll talk after I'm done. Lin Dong quickly pushed the attendant away, stood up, and ducked into the bathroom. Damn it! Turns out a man's belt isn't just for keeping his pants up, it's for protecting himself. Otherwise, my pants would have been pulled down just now. The bathrooms in these cheap hotels usually have glass sliding doors that can't be locked from the inside. Before Lin Dong could catch his breath, the woman entered and saw he hadn't undressed yet. Her expression immediately soured. Hey, kid, you're not trying to mess with me, are you? If you don't like me, just say so. I'll leave. Could you get me someone older? Like over 35 or even 40? Lin Dong countered. Back when Huang Minglong frequented the hair salon district, the girls there were typically 25 or older. Younger ones earned more in bars than in salons and likely avoided such places. 10 years later, that group should be over 35. If he could find someone who'd stayed in the industry in Jian all this time, there was a chance they'd know Huang Minglong. What's that supposed to mean? Think I'm not as good looking as those women approaching 40? You're quite the unique taste, bro, preferring older women. Lin Dong shrugged. Can't help it. That's just my thing. Fine, you wait here. I'll have someone replace you right away. You go take a shower. I'm leaving as soon as the replacement arrives. The tone made it sound like the guy was about to lose his temper. Lin Dong didn't need to worry too much, the police were right across the street. Sure enough, two burly men arrived shortly after. They barely knocked on the door when Ding Wei and two other officers had them pinned down. "Hey, big guy. You didn't lose your virginity, did you?" Lin Dong. Ding Wei leaned closer, staring intently at Lin Dong's face. "What are you staring at?" "Checking for lipstick marks on your face. We don't encourage using public funds for prostitution or even kissing, for that matter." Seeing Ding Wei like this, Lin Dong asked with interest. "If I really lost my virginity, what would you do?" "Then I wouldn't like you anymore." "Oh, so you mean you're currently..." Ding Wei's slender frame trembled and she quickly interrupted. No, that's not what I meant." "Alright, now that we know some of those girls from back then are still around, they might still remember Huang Minglong. We still need to arrest this hotel owner and give him a chance to atone for his crimes. Otherwise, if he tells the other madams about the police crackdown, our plan will be impossible to execute." Lin Dong gave her a thumbs up. "Smart move." Over the next few days, Lin Dong and several other officers conducted sting operations, dealing a devastating blow to the girls of Jiangyan. Because the pimps had been arrested, the madams, that is, what used to be called pimps, now had a fancier title, agents. They were treated like celebrities. The police interrogated each madam and prostitute individually, showing them Huang Minglong's photo for identification. Ultimately, 3 madams and 7 prostitutes confirmed they had seen Huang Minglong, with 4 of the prostitutes stating they had provided services to him. "We serve hundreds of men a year, if not thousands over a decade. So why do we remember him? Because he was just strange." "How was he strange?" Ding Wei asked. "Most clients have us serve them. But this one? He liked to have us lie down while he served us." The woman in her 30s explained to Ding Wei. "People outside our line of work think we're filthy, like we're sewer pipes down there. A quick thrust is enough, there's no way we'd go that far." The woman gestured toward her mouth. Ding Wei nodded, indicating she understood. "He descending me to study on the website seems to have paid off. Even though I haven't experienced it myself, I can understand what she was saying. Otherwise, asking her to explain would be so awkward. But the person in this photo doesn't seem to mind at all, he actually seems to love it. He said he'd never been to the seaside before and didn't know what the ocean tasted like. After meeting us, he finally found out. The taste of the sea? What kind of industry jargon is that? Why haven't I heard it on the website? Could it be a translation issue? Translating language from that island nation into Chinese might cause some contextual discrepancies. Go on." Lin Dong found Ding Wei's feigned ignorance utterly adorable. "That's all I know. I haven't been in touch with him privately. And we haven't seen each other in 10 years. Even if I remembered some small details, they'd be long forgotten by now. Don't you usually chat for a bit before providing the service?" "Depends on the situation. When business is good, we finish up quickly and move on to the next customer. It's per session, not an all-night package. Some clients are done in a minute, why waste time chatting? That just slows down the money-making." The officer slammed his hand on the table. "Watch your language. This is a police station. What money are you talking about? Is that even legitimate income? It's not illegal anyway. You'll just let me go after a few days. Next time I'll find a different spot so you don't have to come arrest me." The girl remained defiant, knowing she'd be released after a few days as long as she wasn't charged with organizing prostitution. The police interrogated her for 2 more days straight and finally got a lead. Sitting before Lin Dong was a madam in her 40s, though she looked barely 30. He'd assumed it was good skincare, but the woman confessed openly. "Cosmetic surgery is amazing these days. With enough money, a 40-year-old can look like she's 30. Many of the girls under me get cosmetic procedures. Breast implants, double eyelid surgery. This industry is super competitive now. To command high prices, you either have to be young or beautiful, you gotta have at least one of those." Lin Dong said with a serious expression. "Enough about that. Tell me about Huang Minglong. How did you meet him?" 10 years ago, there were several construction sites near our salon street. Don't assume all migrant workers are simple folk, some were quite generous with themselves. That period was our busiest time. The first time I saw Huang Minglong, he came with 2 fellow villagers. Our shop offered foot massages and massage services, all performed by our girls. For new customers, we'd drop hints during the massage. If they asked, we'd discuss the price, and once we took them to the back room, the deal was done. Regulars skipped the foot wash and went straight to the back rooms for transactions. Our girls usually sat by the entrance. Customers could pick whoever they liked just by glancing at them standing on the street. When I first saw Huang Minglong, I thought he was the quiet type, maybe just getting a foot wash. Little did I know he was hooked. After the first transaction, he became unstoppable, coming twice a week. But he didn't just pick girls from my place. He'd frequent most of the other shops on this hair salon street too. Usually he came alone, but sometimes he'd bring fellow villagers along. As far as I recall, his fellow villagers often came to the salon with him. It was when 2 new girls joined our shop very young, just 19 at the time, and they were twins. After that, Huang Minglong kept coming to our shop and never switched. Lin Dong scratched his head. The mention of twins reminded him of the pair he'd encountered at a bar while investigating a teenage suicide case in Shaping City. Could their names have been Shuang and Qingteng? Lin Dong asked casually. What a coincidence that would be. Hey! You're right, their names really are Shuang and Qingteng. I even came up with those names myself. Lin Dong? Chapter 70, Hard of Hearing at Such a Young Age. Who are Shuang and Qingteng? Ding Wei asked. Remember that undercover job at the bar in Shaping City? Lin Dong cracked his neck, thinking to himself how fate could be such a mysterious thing. I remember. Oh. I get it now. They said they had tattoos on their private parts and asked if you wanted to see them. That's right. Those twins happened to be named Shuang and Qingteng. But the tattoos weren't on their private parts, they were on their chests. You got that part wrong. You think those Shuang and Qingteng are the twins she mentioned? That can't be such a coincidence. A hint of surprise flickered in Ding Wei's eyes. You're both right. Shuang and Qingteng both have birthmarks on their chests, and they're symmetrical. Huang Minglong adored that pair of twins and often brought his fellow villager along with him. Lin Dong took a sip of water. Looks like we need to contact the Shaping police to check on those twins. They were arrested once before, so the police should have a record. Soon, Lin Dong reached Liao Xiuhu from the Criminal Investigation Division of Shaping City Police Department. Those twins? Of course I remember them. Let me look it up. Found them. Their names are Zhu Yuqing and Zhu Yuqing, cultured names, but they don't stick to honest work. Since the last anti-prostitution raid involved so many people, we've temporarily barred those girls from leaving Shaping. They should still be at home. This was good news. If the twins weren't in Shaping City, tracking them down would be quite a hassle. If they cooperated, it would be easy, just call and ask where they are. If they weren't cooperative, it would probably take days, delaying the investigation. After explaining the situation to headquarters, Lin Dong and Ding Wei returned to Shaping City. Liao Xiuhu drove to the high-speed rail station to meet them, just like the last time they came here. Thanks for coming out to pick us up, Brother Liao, Ding Wei said with a warm smile. No trouble at all. We've had fewer cases lately anyway. Last time you helped our bureau crack a major case, and even offended Donghao Group in the process. They haven't come looking for trouble, have they? Lin Dong wasn't certain if the person who hung the dead cat at his doorstep was sent by Donghao Group. Most likely not. If they were, they'd have just stabbed me with a knife far more direct. Why can't we just crack down on these organized crime groups? Ding Wei frowned slightly. The issues involved are incredibly complex. The police can only arrest the low-level thugs. As for the big fish, the relevant departments are surely still investigating. Without evidence, they can't take action. Liao Xiuhu drove the two to the twins' residence. This apartment complex bore a resemblance to the Dunhuang International Apartments in the Lifeng City case. Both were popular among young residents. The defining features of such apartments were convenient transportation but compact layouts, a high concentration of young residents despite relatively high rents, and relatively new buildings with interior designs catering to youthful tastes. In the elevator, Liao Xiuhu couldn't help asking, "Are you investigating the cement-encased corpse case?" Information flowed freely within the police department, and since Shaping and Qingteng were both in Zhejiang province, it made sense that Liao Xiuhu knew about the cement-encased corpse case. Yes. The body was sealed in cement for 10 years. It's an old case with many complicated details. The killer might even be dead by now. Our current leads point to these twins, which is why we rushed over. After Ding Wei explained their investigation to Liao Xiuhu, he couldn't help but express his admiration. Your investigative approach is truly different from ours. The Homicide Investigation Division lives up to its reputation. I'm certain your fame will only grow in the future. Ding! The elevator arrived. Liao Xiuhu knocked on the door of room 702 according to the registered address. Just leave the delivery at the door. I'm not dressed. Police. Chicken giblets? Wrong order. I ordered chicken hot pot, not giblets. Liao Xiuhu grumbled, hard of hearing at such a young age. Then switching to Mandarin, he said, Criminal Investigation Division of the Municipal Police Bureau. We're here to ask you a few questions. Police station? Lin Dong heard the flustered sounds inside, probably someone getting dressed. The door swung open moments later, revealing a woman in a low-cut, tight-fitting white tank top. Her eyes widened in surprise. The neckline was so low that her breast seemed poised to burst free from the fabric's restraint. Because of this, Lin Dong could see the birthmark on her chest, confirming she was one of the twins he'd encountered that night. Just by looking at her face, he wouldn't have recognized her. That night had been pitch black, and they'd been heavily made up. Now, without makeup, she looked like a completely different person. Asian sorcery truly lives up to its reputation. These two are from the Qingteng City Police Department. You two talk. I'll step outside for a smoke. Oh, come on in. Would you like to change your shoes? No need. We don't have men's shoes here anyway. The cleaning crew will be here tomorrow. Lin Dong stepped inside and saw the split-level layout. The first floor housed the living room and kitchen, while the second floor was presumably the bedroom. Where the coffee table should have been in the living room, numerous lighting fixtures and phone stands were set up. Women's clothing stockings, underwear was scattered all over the sofa, laid out in plain view. Did you guys switch careers to become streamers? We had no choice. You guys raided the bar. We gotta make a living, right? After a few days as streamers, we realized making money at home is about the same as making it out there. Plus, we don't have to sit around drinking with those old men anymore. Avoid meeting your top donor. We just investigated a murder case where a streamer was brutally killed by her top donor. Lin Dong delivered this chilling statement with an expression as harmless as a lamb. Zhu Yuqing's slender frame trembled. We've only been streaming for a few days, there's no top donor yet. Didn't you guys want to ask something? Hurry up and ask. We've got medical aesthetics appointments this afternoon. Your birthmark is on the left side. You must be the older sister. Where's your younger sister? How did they know who I was just from a birthmark? Could it be one of our previous clients who slept with us? But isn't he a cop? Zhu Yuqing stared intently and realized Lin Dong looked familiar. Then it hit her, it was this man and several other cops who had conducted a sting operation that night, leading to the shutdown of the bar where she worked. So it was you who cost me my job. Lin Dong awkwardly shoved his hands into his pockets. I wouldn't say I ruined it for you. Look, you found a new gig. If you stream well, you can make just as much as being a hostess, and it's clean and hygienic, no worries about catching diseases. Zhu Yuqing lowered her dark lashes and gave a cold snort before calling her younger sister down. You two were at GAN 10 years ago, right? Yes. We weren't even 20 back then. We worked at the factory for half a year without making any money. Our families kept pressuring us for cash to treat Dad's illness. We had no choice but to end up working as hostesses at a salon. Do you remember this man? Ding Wei pulled out a photo of Huang Minglong. Zhu Yuqing glanced at it and immediately laughed. Sis, isn't this your man? Chapter 71, What's so arrogant about me? Your man? Lin Dong perked up instantly at those words. It meant he hadn't picked the wrong person, these twins really were related to Huang Minglong. Don't listen to her nonsense. He's just a customer. This guy spends money freely and comes to the salon often. The madam told me to keep him interested, maybe he'll tip more. That's why I call him husband. I was just young and naive back then. A single session only earned 200 or 300 yuan. If we'd gone to a bar in the city center and met some rich guy, maybe we'd be financially free by now and wouldn't have to do this line of work. Lin Dong pressed further. Tell me more about Huang Minglong. What was his personality like? Did he ever mention any enemies he had made? Zhu Yuqing thought for a moment before answering. His personality was okay, I guess. He was pretty humorous and treated us with respect. Back then, there were several construction sites around the hair salon street. The workers loved coming to our place. Plus, since we're twins and pretty young, we were quite popular. On busy days, we'd get over 20 clients. Compared to all the men we saw, Huang Minglong was actually pretty decent. At least he never forced us to swallow. In fact, he really enjoyed giving us massages so much so that I almost wanted to tip him myself. Zhu Yuqing added, oh, and he always brings a fellow countryman along. Whenever they come together, they always request me and my sister. Because of this, the madam had 2 booths knocked through so they could fit 2 beds. Some say cops are like trash cans. It's not an insult, it's just that the things they see and hear every day are often so filthy, they're like trash cans that have to take in all kinds of garbage. A pair of twins serving clients in the same room, I bet the sisters discuss their techniques privately. Ever seen this thing before? Lin Dong pulled out a photo of the sex toy found with the deceased. Yes, I have. In our line of work, it's hard not to see such things. I'm asking if you used this with Huang Minglong. Try to recall if you ever used one exactly like this. Zhu Yuqing took a drag from her e-cigarette and suddenly slapped her thigh. I remember now. Someone told Huang Minglong that the prostate is the most sensitive spot for men, so he went out and bought one of these things. He used it himself? It really is just like you thought. Ding Wei could only sigh at how complicated the world was. Not entirely. His hometown buddy used it too and they shared it. That period totally grossed us out, but we had no choice if we wanted to earn that measly pay. Sis is more skilled than me in that department, so later they only asked for her at the salon. Sometimes they'd even get into huge fights over who got to go first. This fellow villager, something's definitely off about him. Workers had mentioned before that he, the deceased Huang Minglong, and another fellow villager often hung out together. Since he had a family, he didn't go to the salon often, maybe once or twice a month. But Huang Minglong and the other fellow villager went very frequently. When did Huang Minglong suddenly stop coming to the salon? If I recall correctly, it was in the fall, when it wasn't hot anymore. After Huang Minglong stopped coming, did his fellow villager still come? Yeah, he kept coming and always asked for me. He even said stuff like, now I only need to serve your asshole, which was pretty gross. Not long after, my sister and I moved to Qingteng City to make a living. Our old life is all in the past now. Huang Minglong's fellow villager is a major suspect. Ding Wei briefed the team, and the Criminal Investigation Division went straight to arrest him. Luckily, due to the downturn in the real estate industry in recent years, many workers were out of jobs. They either stayed home or looked for work in the county town. When suspect Dang Lin was arrested, he was playing cards in the village. Seeing himself taken away while others remained untouched, he confronted the police, demanding why only he was being arrested. Officer Wu Mingrui informed him that when a body was discovered at the JN public housing complex, Dang Lin's expression had clearly betrayed panic. Upon bringing him back to the station, Lin Dong and Ding Wei were already waiting. The physical evidence we have now doesn't directly prove he committed the murder. That sex toy only indicates they used it. Without a complete chain of evidence, we can't secure a conviction. Right, Ding Wei replied. The interrogation will be tough. If he confesses, can we convict him? That depends on the court's ruling. A skilled defense attorney could even argue for acquittal. In these cold cases, evidence collection is crucial. Once Dang Lin was locked in the interrogation room, Lin Dong and Ding Wei, the officers in charge of the case, entered as well. Captain, Ding Wei has been solving cases left and right with Lin Dong lately. She's outshining the entire third squad on her own. That Lin Dong is something else. When I first met him, I thought he was just some book writing guy. Wu Mingrui recalled his first encounter with Lin Dong. That night, after grabbing late-night snacks with Wang Tao, he was carrying coffee back to work when he encountered Ding Wei and a man in plain clothes in the office area. He even gave them a stern scolding. Instead, he ended up learning a lesson himself. I should read more of Lin Dong's books. He incorporated that Luo Fanlu dismemberment case into his latest novel, blurring the locations and characters but keeping the core case intact. Reading his analytical approach left me in awe. Feng Xiaojun admitted he'd raised his voice earlier. He also understood why the chief had established the Homicide Investigation Division. Many small-town police departments might not encounter a complex homicide case in 10 years, making it extremely difficult for them to solve such crimes. The existence of the Homicide Investigation Division allows for nationwide deployment to assist in investigations, creating a win-win situation for both the Bureau and Lin Dong. One side gained honor, the other gained reputation. Most crucially, it leaves criminals nowhere to hide. Outside the observation room, 3rd Squad Captain Tung Chao and Officer Wang Jinchuan knocked and entered. Did you apprehend the suspect? No confession yet. Let's see if Lin Dong can pry the suspect's mouth open. If not, I'll take over, Feng Xiaojun replied. Relax. Lin Dong's interrogation skills are top-notch. He excels at exploiting criminal psychology to break down their last line of defense. Seeing the smug look on Tung Chao's face, Feng Xiaojun quipped. Hey, old Tung, his ability to crack cases has nothing to do with your 3rd squad. What are you so cocky about? It's like you're implying every case gets solved by your squad. Did you know Xiao Ding was living with Lin Dong? I've heard a bit about that. Apparently Xiao Ding got kicked out by his old landlord and is staying with Lin Dong temporarily. Xiao Ding recruited Lin Dong. Now they're both in homicide investigation, working seamlessly together to crack major cases. While Lin Dong and I have no connection, Xiao Ding is essentially my protege. What's there not to be proud of? Tung Chao continued with a smile. Plus, I always felt they were a good match. Now that they're living together, who knows, they might end up as family. Then Lin Dong would be my son-in-law. Having a detective son-in-law, tell me, how could I not be proud? With that, Tung Chao let out a long laugh and walked away. Feng Xiaojun stood there, unsure whether it was envy or jealousy, but he felt uneasy inside. That old Tang, next time he treats me to a meal, I'll make him pay dearly. Chapter 72, truly regretting it. These past 10 years must have been agonizing for you. Do you still dream about Huang Minglong often? Lin Dong's words sent a chill down Dang Lin's spine, yet he remained silent, adopting a defiant stance. When interrogating suspects, especially those accused of murder, this situation was almost inevitable. These individuals knew that once they confessed, what awaited them would be justice's judgment, the end of their lives. By saying nothing, they still held on to a sliver of hope. Fine, you don't have to talk. We've already pieced together the case. This interrogation is just going through the motions. With the evidence we have, we can secure a conviction without a single word from you. After Lin Dong finished, Ding Wei chimed in with an explanation. A conviction without a confession means that even if you say nothing, we'll present the evidence to the court. Based on that evidence alone, we can still convict you of murder. I didn't kill anyone. Dang Lin blinked, his lips dry from thirst as he kept licking them. Officer, can I have some water? Lin Dong ignored the request and instead began telling him a story. I had a friend who worked on construction sites. He was almost 30 and still unmarried. There were many hair salons offering hair hardening services near the site. With a fellow villager showing him the way, he discovered a whole new world. He became obsessed with the scent of women, visiting the salon almost every week and bringing along another friend. The two were also from the same village, sharing everything on the construction site and getting along quite well. Before, they'd chat about card games and village news at work. After that, they started talking about women, discussing positions and techniques. Their bond seemed to deepen, and their once dull days suddenly felt more interesting. Later, a pair of young, beautiful twins arrived at the salon. My friend and his fellow villager both adored them, frequently visiting together to seek their services. That was until my friend heard from an experienced guy that prostate stimulation offered sustained pleasure far surpassing intercourse. From that moment, he and his fellow villager opened a door to a dark path. They still sought out the twins for services, but the taller twin was more skilled. This led to frequent arguments between the two whenever they visited the salon, each vying for the taller one. This tension spilled over into their work, leading to physical altercations over minor issues. The construction site had just finished reinforcing the steel and was about to pour concrete. To meet the deadline, the concrete pouring continued into the night. Recalling their daytime conflict and driven by his desire to monopolize the skilled twin, my friend's fellow villager conceived a murderous plan. After crushing my friend to death, he stuffed the body into the gaps between the steel bars. The poured concrete sealed him inside forever. Lin Dong's eyelids twitched. Do you think my friend was pitiful? Was his fellow villager despicable? They had been friends who shared everything, yet ended up like this. In the dim interrogation room, the light was yellow and glaring. Deng Lin sat on the cold metal chair, his hands cuffed to the iron rings on either side of the table, his face pale. Lin Dong's words sliced through his psychological defenses like sharp blades, time and again. Feng Xiaojun in the observation room felt a surge of tension. If the killer truly refused to confess, a conviction was impossible without a statement, especially since they still didn't know what weapon had been used. It's all my fault. Every time I recall that night, I'm filled with regret. Deng Lin suddenly broke down in tears. Get him a glass of water. Lin Dong felt a slight sense of relief that he was finally opening up. An officer nearby picked up a paper cup, filled it with water, and handed it to him. After Deng Lin finished drinking, he began his tearful recollection. We construction workers get tired during the day, so we like to drink a little at night. It was summer then, pretty hot, and we ended up drinking too much that evening. Huang Minglong suggested going to the hair salon to hang out. I said I'd pass tonight. My stomach felt bloated from the alcohol, and I worried I might throw up in the shop, which would probably get us banned from going there in the future. But Huang Minglong threatened that if I didn't go, he'd bring both sisters alone. I liked those girls too young and charming. I got jealous, worried Dishwan wouldn't like me as much anymore, so I went alone. Seeking love at a hair salon is no different from seeking it at a foot massage parlor. Once a monk, now a worldly man. Though penniless, he never disappoints the charming beauty in the alley. Love's bell tolls, yet when it stops, the heart remains unsettled. The moment he stepped into the hair salon, he lost all interest in love. Whether it was Huang Minglong or Deng Lin, they clearly saw business as the refuge for their emotions. Perhaps they believed they could find tender refuge with the ladies, but to them, the men were merely customers, nothing more. A hint of regret flickered in Lin Dong's eyes as he listened to Deng Lin continue. Not long after we left the construction site dormitory, he told me not to go looking for Das Wang anymore. He said he liked her, that she was his. I liked her too, so we got into an argument. I was drunk and fired up. I saw a sledgehammer lying on the ground. Some worker must have dropped it, so I picked it up and smashed him in the head. Hearing his screams and seeing blood gushing from his head, I lost control. I went berserk and smashed him a few more times. When he stopped moving completely, I dragged him to the construction site and dumped him among the steel bars. I knew the cement truck would come that night for pouring, and with poor visibility, no one would notice. Then I took the hammer back to the dorm and washed the blood off with water. I feared fleeing suddenly would arouse police suspicion, so I gritted my teeth and worked at the site for another half year. Only after the hair salon was shut down in an anti-prostitution crackdown and I could no longer see Dasuan did I finally leave that construction site. All these years I've been filled with regret. I dared not visit Huang Minglong's family back in the village, and I haven't even set foot in Jieyan again. You catching me has actually brought me relief. That hammer is still in your house, right? Lin Dong's suspicion wasn't unfounded. Many workers brought their own tools to the job. Tools that made their living. If they could keep them, they wouldn't throw them away. It was a habit. That's why, at the start of the interrogation, he had the officers retrieve all of Deng Lin's construction tools from his home for examination, especially any hammer-like objects. According to the forensic autopsy, the victim had been struck to death with a hammer. A brick, lacking the necessary hardness, couldn't have directly shattered the skull. If a stone or similar object had been used, its weight would have made precise control difficult. Unless thrown from a height and landing with perfect accuracy, the fractures directly above the skull would be hard to explain. A lightweight hammer, both in hardness and weight, perfectly matched the characteristics of a murder weapon. As long as Deng Lin refused to confess, Lin Dong would proceed to conduct bloodstain tests on those tools and confirm the murder weapon through physical simulation. Captain Feng, we found 3 hammers at Deng Lin's residence. Luminol reagent testing revealed a fluorescent reaction on one of the lightweight mallets. Got it. We've just made a confession here too. Bring the weapon back for him to identify. After hanging up, Feng Xiaojuan's lips curved upward slightly, a faint smile playing on his face. Now I understand why old Tang is so fond of Lin Dong. If we hit a major case and someone could help crack it, making the whole team's job easier while sharing the credit in the end, I'd like him too. Officer Wu Mingrui shook his head wryly. This Lin Dong is really something. The Homicide Investigation Division is going to become our police department's golden in no time. But how did they suddenly end up at Jiayan and uncover this homicide? Chapter 73, Dedicated Office Area. Though the decade-old case was solved, Lin Dong couldn't muster any joy. He had gone searching for a mysterious figure, only to stumble upon a cement-encased corpse. Where to find the next lead? Had anyone actually been kidnapped? Nothing was clear. This feeling of being trapped in a fog made Lin Dong extremely uncomfortable. To be precise, it was infuriating. It felt like he was being toyed with. Sitting in the break room, Lin Dong was still mulling it over. Ding Wei walked in with an ice-cold Coke. You've been working hard, he. Have a drink. Has the murder weapon been confirmed? Lin Dong took the soda, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. Confirmed. It's the hammer found at Deng Lin's residence. The case is now under the jurisdiction of the second squad for follow-up. Barring any surprises, it should be transferred to the court soon. Ding Wei sat beside Lin Dong. Seeing his low spirits, she thought he might be feeling unwell. She reached out to cup his face, intending to feel if he had a fever. Just then, Deputy Chief Ganjian walked in and witnessed the scene. He froze for a second before quickly retreating and closing the door behind him. Looks like the rumors circulating around the bureau are true. Little Ding and Lin Dong are really together. That's great, really great. Ding Wei hadn't realized anything was amiss until she turned back and saw Lin Dong's lips almost puckered as if she were about to kiss him. Only then did she realize she'd been misunderstood. No. Deputy Director Gon, it's not what you think. Come back. Ahem. Ganjian pushed the door open again, holding a commendation banner in his hand. This banner was sent from Lifeng City. They specifically asked me to deliver it personally to you. Ding Wei unfolded it to read. Chasing criminals across 1,000 miles, solving cases with lightning speed, racing wind and shadow, justice never yields. Feels like forced rhyming. Ganjian chuckled. This is the first commendation banner your Homicide Investigation Division has ever received. It's quite a keepsake. By the way, the newly constructed headquarters building has allocated several separate offices for your unit for both administrative work and case file organization. If you need extra manpower, you can request transfers up to 2 people, though. After all, every squad is stretched thin. If they transfer people over, what if he defines me too clumsy and stops taking me along? Ding Wei's eyes flashed with sharp intelligence as she shook her head repeatedly. We don't need extra people. Hida and I are perfectly capable. Everyone's busy anyway. I haven't settled down yet, so business trips don't bother me. He does single too, he doesn't mind either, right, Hida? Seeing Ding Wei's hopeful gaze, her adorable dimples, and those 36D. What else could Lin Dong say? Let me correct you, he's a single aristocrat. Ha, no rush. If you ever need more people, just let the bureau know in advance and we'll make arrangements. I'll leave the commendation banner here, along with the office keys. It's on the 3rd floor of the new complex building. Offices 301 to 304 are all yours. After Ganjian left, Ding Wei grabbed the keys and excitedly approached Lin Dong. We actually have our own office. And 4 rooms at that. Looks like the bureau really values our Homicide Investigation Division. I've already planned out these 4 rooms. One will be the office area, another the break room, so if we're pulling all-nighters on cases and get sleepy, we can rest there. One will be the archives room, and another can serve as a lab. Hida, you can move your home lab here. Keeping all that stuff at home is so creepy. No need to guess this wasn't the bureau's idea. It had to be provincial-level support that made the police department so generous. Seeing Ding Wei so excited, Lin Dong assumed she felt valued by the bureau. Not wanting to dampen her spirits, he smiled along. Hida, your smile looks fake. What's going on? You don't seem happy. I'm thinking about the photo fragments. That mysterious person led us to the public housing unit. Now it seems he wanted us to solve that case. So he must have known there was a body inside the wall. What role did he play in this case? Was he just an observer? Or an indirect participant? We have no clue. The main problem is the trail went cold. It's like when a fisherman hooks a big fish, a 10-pounder, and just as he's about to reel it in, it breaks free. A charming dimple appeared on Ding Wei's delicate cheek as she smiled softly. Personally, I think since he's guiding you toward the investigation, it suggests he might not be entirely bad. That photo fragment could have been an accident, maybe the cat just happened to eat it. If you really think there's more to it, I'll go with you to Deng Lin's place. We might find new clues. Right. Why hadn't I thought to check Deng Lin's place? If the mysterious person knows about the cement-encased body, they might also know who the killer is. If we really find clues at Deng Lin's place, that would be interesting. The mysterious person might even know about many old unsolved cases and be trying to guide me to solve them. But if he knows who the killer is, why would he want me to investigate? Let's head to the new office first. You look like you're dying to see it, Lin Dong shrugged. Sooner pursed her lips and chuckled softly, hee hee, only you really get me. The two soon arrived at the police station's new complex. In front was a parking lot, and Ding Wei immediately spotted a spot sheltered by trees. It offered shade from the sun and shelter from the rain, perfect for parking the motorcycle. They headed to the third floor. Room 301 served as their office, already fully furnished. Desks, chairs, air conditioners, computers, and so on. Room 302, the archives room, already held all the case files solved since the Homicide Investigation Division was established. 517 dismemberment case, 521 rape and murder case, 527 missing couple, 602 teen suicide case. As for the other two rooms, they remained empty for now. Whatever was needed could be requested from headquarters and arranged promptly. Since this is the city's directive, funding won't be an issue. Where should we hang this commendation banner? Ding Wei's lively eyes fixed on Lin Dong. Those trivial things? Just find any spot to put them. Ding Wei pouted slightly. But it's not trivial. A commendation banner represents recognition and honor. Police salaries aren't high, it's our sense of honor that keeps us going. She had a point. Few people would willingly take on such high risk, demanding work with low pay. What keeps police officers going, besides a sense of duty, is that sense of honor. Hang it on this wall. It'll be right by the door. Soon this whole wall will be covered. Then you'll be Officer Ding, famous far and wide. Lin Dong picked up the banner with a hint of apology, searching for a nail to hang it. Hey, he finally isn't a blockhead anymore. That's the spirit. Hanging it on the wall will remind us to catch even more bad guys in the future. Ding Wei was easy to please. Hearing Lin Dong's words, her pouting frown melted into a sweet smile. After hanging the banner, they prepared to head to Dang Lin's home. If we find the photo fragments there, this matter will likely become even more complicated. If not, perhaps it really was just a coincidence. Chapter 74, Photo Fragments. Lately, Lin Dong had been feeling the inconvenience of not having a car. Constantly borrowing others' vehicles was such a hassle. Since he knew how to drive anyway, he used a recent royalty payment from the publishing house to buy a domestic electric car. Since it was a ready-to-drive model, he could take it away immediately. After getting a temporary license plate, he went for the vehicle inspection and to collect the registration certificate. By the time he finished the registration, it was already 3 in the afternoon. This was only possible because he pulled some strings at the DMV, otherwise, he wouldn't have finished today. Once everything was in order, the two set off in their new ride. Wow, a new car is so comfortable. It's spacious too, and look at that big screen. You're so rich. Buying a house and a car at such a young age, anyone who marries you will be so lucky. Do I need money to be charming? I'm naturally charming, okay? Lin Dong drove the new car, all his earlier frustration swept away. Dang Lin's village is about a 2-hour drive from the city. Good thing you bought a hybrid. If we run out of power later, we can always fill up at a gas station. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. They arrived at Qingteng village, where Dang Lin lived, and found his home. Rural houses looked pretty much the same, mostly small, 2- or 3-story detached homes with a courtyard. Upon hearing the two were police officers, Dang Lin's elderly mother burst into tears. My son is innocent. He's such an honest man, how could he possibly kill someone? Huang Minglong's house isn't far from ours, just up the slope. We used to visit each other often. Their relationship was always good. It was only natural for a mother to refuse to believe her son was a murderer. But I didn't drive 2 hours here to explain whether your son is a murderer. The police are still investigating this case. We came today to look for something that might help with the investigation. Ding Wei's lips curled slightly as she thought, he is pulling another one of his tricks. I don't know what you're looking for, but I'll take you to my son's room. Look around freely. If it proves my son didn't kill anyone, I'll cooperate with anything. Lin Dong felt a pang of sadness. Watching the old woman's eyes redden and tears stream down her face, he wondered if Dang Lin would regret his actions once he learned of this. The love of a parent is truly heartbreaking. Upon entering Dang Lin's room, Lin Dong stood in the center and surveyed the space. We're not searching for anything specific. We'll likely need to clear everything out of this room. No need. Lin Dong stood up straight, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Every object in the room seemed to dissolve into molecules, their myriad scents flooding his nostrils. The stench of dirty socks under the bed, the musty pages of yellowed books on the shelf, the rusty scent of metal tools, and Da's nose is working overtime again, Ding Wei remarked with admiration. She knew Lin Dong had an exceptionally keen sense of smell, capable of detecting even the faintest scents. He could even isolate specific odors within complex mixtures. This required complete concentration, and his closed eyes, absorbed in the moment, were the very picture of focused attention. When Lin Dong's gaze shifted toward the drawer, Ding Wei immediately opened it to find only a bottle of perfume inside. No brand logo, likely cheap perfume sold at tourist spots. Dang Lin is 40 years old. He doesn't seem like the type to wear perfume. He's been divorced for over 4 years, so this probably isn't his ex-wife's either. Lin Dong turned to Dang's mother and asked, do you know about this perfume? My son gave me this perfume for my 70th birthday. You might wonder why an old woman like me would use perfume, but it was his thoughtful gift. I've kept it untouched ever since. I remember keeping this perfume in my bedroom. How did it end up here? Lin Dong's eyebrows shot up at this remark. Are you certain it was in your room before? I may be over 70, but I don't have dementia. I'm certain it was in my room. My son doesn't use perfume, and he wouldn't have gone into my room to take it back. Ding Wei picked up the perfume bottle and examined it. The label's been torn off. Can't see where it was made. Spray a little on the back of my hand. Lin Dong held out his hand for Ding Wei to spray the perfume, then brought it to his nose to sniff. It has a woody floral scent. Woody floral? A plant from the Qinghai Tibet region. Perfumes made from this flower are quite niche. It's likely crafted by local artisans and sold in ancient town areas. Young people today really love these ethnic-inspired, niche products. Upon hearing Tibetan Qinghai, Deng's mother suddenly interjected, "My son worked in Qinghai province 5 years ago. He bought this for me while he was there. He said spraying it helps with sleep because it contains some herbs. I just can't stand the smell, it actually keeps me awake." Ding Wei carried the perfume to the window. Through the sunlight, she glimpsed something within the dark bottle. She focused intently, her deep brown eyes suddenly turning cold. Duh! There seemed to be fragments of photographs inside. What? Lin Dong hurried over, lifting the perfume bottle high. Through the sunlight, he could indeed see something floating in the liquid. We might need to take this perfume bottle with us. Here's 500 yuan, consider it payment for it. Once we've studied it, we'll have it shipped back to you. Lin Dong couldn't just take something left by his son for his elderly mother. It was a cherished memento. I don't want the money. I just want you to investigate this properly. If my son really did kill someone, then let him face the consequences, we won't trouble the state. But if he didn't do it, please don't let him suffer for something he didn't do. Ding Wei nodded solemnly. Rest assured, we would never convict an innocent man. But what if your son really is the murderer? She left the second half of the sentence unspoken. A white lie, perhaps, could allow this elderly mother to cling to a sliver of hope before the verdict was handed down. After obtaining the perfume bottle, Lin Dong couldn't wait to get home. He unscrewed the cap right in the car, asked a street vendor for a pair of disposable chopsticks, and scraped out the contents inside. It really is photo fragments. Lin Dong couldn't believe it. How on earth did that person manage it? Knowing the killer in the cement-sealed corpse case, they went to my home to steal perfume and placed photo fragments inside to keep providing me clues. How could they be so certain I'd notice something was off about this perfume bottle? Did he know me that well? This photo fragment now revealed the entire lower half of a person. She wore a black skirt, her fair legs exposed. Ruling out cross-dressing as an explanation, we can be fairly certain the person in the photo was a girl. Did you notice how twisted her legs are? A normal person in that position would be uncomfortable. She must have been struggling to break free, her upper body was probably restrained. Ding Wei gasped, so a girl is being held captive right now. The suspect keeps giving us clues so we can finally find her through the photos? Chapter 75, Serial Rape and Murder Case. With 2 photo fragments in hand, Lin Dong could deduce the complete image had likely been divided into 9 pieces. Is this mystery person trying to make me solve 7 more cases? Damn it. If someone really is being held captive, by the time we solve these 7 cases, she'll probably be dead. He did. Do you think that mysterious figure wants us to go to Qinghai province? Based on what we know so far, it's highly likely. But we can't let him lead us by the nose. Qinghai is huge, we can't waste time searching aimlessly. Lin Dong remained grounded in reality. Evil deeds happen every day in this world. He couldn't prevent every one or find every perpetrator. Chasing a bottle of perfume all the way to Qinghai? Even if he contacted the local police, they wouldn't know how to assist. So Lin Dong decided to wait and see. This routine continued until July 15th. Lin Dong was typing away in his study as usual. Today, Ding Wei happened to be off work and was cooking in the kitchen. Suddenly, a cry rang out from the kitchen. Duh! Did you cut yourself? No, look at this news. Ding Wei rushed in holding her phone, her eyes fixed on Lin Dong with a look of shock. A murder occurred yesterday in Qinghai province. A young girl in her prime was found outside a county town in Ding City. Her face was blown beyond recognition, and her throat was slit down to the bone. Her top was pushed up to her chest, her lower body naked. Most crucially, a hole was carved into the victim's thigh, and the killer's DNA was extracted from inside it. This case shares similarities with the modus operandi of 3 murders in 1997, 2 in 2001, and 4 in 2002. Lin Dong's mouth twitched. A serial killer, huh? After 20 years, the killer has resurfaced. That means he must be quite old now. After speaking, Lin Dong fell silent, as if pondering an unsolvable puzzle. Are you wondering if this case might be connected to the mysterious person who directed us to Qinghai province? Whether it is or not, since the perpetrator of this cold case couldn't resist committing another crime, isn't the very purpose of establishing our homicide investigation division to handle unsolved, difficult, and cold cases nationwide? Lin Dong's eyes widened abruptly. Looks like we'll have to make a trip to Shihai. Just then, Ding Wei's phone rang abruptly. After finishing the call, she wore an expression of utter disbelief. We just mentioned going to Shihai, and now they've invited our homicide investigation division to handle a case there. Then let's head out immediately. July 15, 2023, 5:20 p.m. A flight from Qingteng to Shihai's provincial capital, Qingteng City, touched down at the airport. Given the case's connection to a serial murder spree from 2 decades prior, the Shihai Provincial Police Department treated it with utmost priority. Although the recent crime occurred in Ding Wei City, the Provincial Bureau directly established a special task force to oversee the investigation. Officers were not only drawn from elite units across Shihai Province's police stations and precincts, but Qingteng City's Homicide Investigation Division was also summoned. As Gan Jian had mentioned, the Homicide Investigation Division was the crown jewel of Qingteng Police Department, renowned throughout the national law enforcement community. After being brought to the police station, the two were immediately taken to the task force's office. The room was packed with officers, each radiating an intimidating aura, the kind that would make criminals wet themselves upon entering. The Homicide Investigation Division has finally arrived. Allow me to introduce these two comrades from the Qingteng City Police Department's Homicide Division, Lin Dong and Ding Wei. In just 2 short months, they've solved 6 homicide cases. Lin Dong is also a detective novelist. His trilogy The 8 Sins and The Case Files of Bizarre Crimes are outstanding works. His newly published novel Who Am I? Kept me up all night reading, truly riveting. The entire novel is told from the killer's perspective. You won't know who the murderer is until the very end. It reminds us police officers that we must understand the criminal's psychology to investigate cases more effectively. The speaker was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses and appearing refined and scholarly. Yet the bulging tendons in his arms and his broad, bear-like back hinted that this man was not as simple as he seemed. Moreover, before Lin Dong and Ding Wei arrived, he had thoroughly prepared, demonstrating particular familiarity with Lin Dong. This meticulousness likely aimed to facilitate future investigative collaboration, revealing his sharp mind. Good day, everyone. I'm Ding Wei from the Criminal Investigation Division of Qingteng City Police Department. This is our department's special advisor, Lin Dong. As we'll be working together over the coming days, I hope we can cooperate effectively to apprehend the killer as soon as possible. Lin Dong disliked such formal pleasantries, so Ding Wei usually handled them. After the two took their seats, the presenter reintroduced himself. I am Chen Nanchun, Chief of the Criminal Investigation Division at the Shihai Provincial Bureau and head of the task force investigating the July 14th case. Now that everyone is present, I will outline the details of this case. As Chen Nanchun finished speaking, another officer beside him began projecting slides. The presentation quickly shifted to several graphic photographs. On July 10, 2023, a young woman left a KTV in Qingteng County, Ding Wei City late at night and was never seen again. It wasn't until July 14 that a female corpse was discovered wedged between rocks in Nanmo Town, Qingteng County. The caller was the son of a herder. He was helping his family tend sheep during summer break and was resting nearby when he smelled something foul. When the body was found, it was contorted in an unnatural position, likely forced into the crevice. We had to break the rocks apart to retrieve the body intact. Ding Wei's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she whispered to Lin Dong. De rigor mortis typically sets in 1 to 3 hours after death. If the autopsy report shows no fractures on the victim's body, it means the killer must have stuffed her into the rock crevice within 3 hours of her death. In such a remote area, dragging a suitcase to transport a body would be highly conspicuous. It's very likely the killer used a vehicle. Investigating the vehicles that passed through that section of road on the day of the incident might yield clues. Is my analysis correct? Lin Dong chuckled in surprise. Rigor mortis typically sets in within 1 to 3 hours after death for most bodies. There are also documented cases where rigor mortis didn't appear until 7 or 8 hours post-mortem. Additionally, rigor mortis gradually subsides after 48 hours. The victim went missing on the 10th. The killer might have disposed of the body after 48 hours. We need to consider all these possibilities, or we'll misdirect our search. A blush of embarrassment spread across Ding Wei's fair, delicate face. I was short-sighted. I was thinking in conventional terms. There were 4 days between the victim's disappearance and discovery, during which many possibilities could have occurred. Chen Nan's briefing continued. This morning we confirmed the victim's identity. She is Yulu, female, a 17-year-old high school freshman from Qingteng County. It was summer vacation. She and several classmates had arranged to sing at the Good Times karaoke in the county. They finished at 11:18 p.m. on July 10th. Yulu lived in Shashi Residential Complex, one of Qingteng County's newest housing developments, and came from a relatively well-off family. At the time of her disappearance, she was wearing a black princess dress, black stockings, white ankle socks, and a pair of black leather shoes. When Chen Nan Village mentioned the deceased wearing black stockings and white ankle socks, he hesitated slightly, unsure if he had misread the details. Perhaps he didn't quite grasp why she would wear 2 different types of socks. Ding Wei saw through his confusion and explained, it's a fashion trend among young people nowadays. Purely for looks. Chen Nanxuan chuckled awkwardly. Seems we're getting old and can't keep up with the younger generation's fashion trends. Then his expression turned serious as he continued. The most significant difference between this case and previous rape murders is the 4 cm diameter penetrating wound we found on the victim's thigh. Male bodily fluids were extracted from the wound, which bears striking similarities to the serial rape and murder case that occurred in our Shihai province 20 years ago. Chapter 76, following in his father's footsteps. There exists a certain type of person in this world whose inner desires cannot be satisfied by normal sexual behavior. They harbor an almost pathological obsession with women's legs. Most bury this sickness deep within, but a small minority choose to unleash their desires. 20 years ago, a serial rape and murder case occurred in Shihai province. The perpetrator specifically targeted women wearing black stockings. After drugging and abducting them, he used tools to cut an opening in their thighs to satisfy his perverted desires. However, due to Shihai province's developmental limitations at the time, most urban areas lacked surveillance cameras. Combined with the absence of widespread fingerprint collection and the perpetrator's random modus operandi. Thus, the case remains unsolved to this day. Now, with a murder identical to those from 2 decades ago occurring again, the retired police officers who investigated the original case in Shihai province all expressed a desire to return and continue their service, determined to catch the killer. However, the provincial bureau leadership has politely declined their requests. Considering their age and the fact that modern crime-solving methods are vastly different from the past, the Provincial Bureau has urgently formed a special task force, drawing on the province's elite investigators. Through DNA comparison, we can determine whether this killer is the same person as the one from back then. The results should be available soon. For now, let's continue discussing the condition of the body. A printed copy of the autopsy report lay on each seat. Lin Dong had already reviewed his copy. Female corpse, 166 centimeters in length, with normal physical development. Both corneas were clear, with pupils equal in size and shape, measuring 5 millimeters in diameter. Mild congestion was observed in the conjunctiva of both eyes. No abnormalities were noted in the oral cavity, nasal cavity, or bilateral external auditory canals. No abdominal wall injuries were observed. The stomach contained a large amount of porridge-like gastric contents, including undigested food such as meat and vegetables. Death resulted from severe compound injuries to the head and face caused by massive blunt force trauma. Multiple blunt force lacerations were present on the neck, the deepest reaching the cervical vertebrae. Pelvis and external genitalia, external structures normal, no inflammation, swelling, lacerations, hematomas, etc. No injury observed to the anus. Extremities and joints, minor abrasions on limbs. A 4.3 centimeters penetrating wound on right thigh, likely caused by a hole punch, resulting in femur fracture. This autopsy report indicates salt was detected at the thigh wound site. Under what circumstances would salt appear in a wound? Lin Dong's mouth twitched. When nerve cells are stimulated by salt, they undergo reflexive contraction, causing nearby muscles and tendons to twitch. My hypothesis is that the killer sprinkled salt on the victim's wound to mimic the contraction of a woman's genitalia. This causes the wound's muscles to twitch, simulating the sensation of being enveloped during contraction. Ding Wei's previously relaxed brow instantly furrowed. Her expression grew visibly angrier. That bastard! How utterly cruel! Salt on a wound is excruciating, especially a penetrating injury like this. It's worse than that. The killer used a blunt instrument to cut the neck. Multiple shallow cuts couldn't penetrate deeply, but they still caused immense pain. The killer kept grinding away until they reached the cervical vertebrae, then used explosives to blow the victim's head beyond recognition. The motive might be to prevent police from identifying the victim. In any case, this killer is more vicious than any murderer we've encountered before. And he's likely committed multiple murders. Even Lingqi execution in ancient times wouldn't have been enough to appease the public outrage. As the task force meeting drew to a close, Chen Nan began assigning duties. Lin Dong, Ding Wei, I won't assign you anything. I hear your investigative methods are unique. You're free to handle this yourselves. If you need manpower or assistance, just let us know. No sooner had he finished speaking than an officer rushed in, clutching a report. Chief Chen, the DNA test results are in. This killer is not the same person responsible for the murders 20 years ago. Could this be an imitation crime? Chen Nanchuan's lips curled into a cold smile as his thick brows furrowed in deep thought. But the officer's next words stunned everyone present, including Lin Dong. Although the DNA doesn't match the killer from 20 years ago, the two are father and son. The probability of paternity exceeds 99.99%. DNA doesn't lie. What? The two murderers are father and son? Killing runs in the family? Every officer present was stunned. That murder case had become a heavy burden weighing on their hearts. Even after all these years, with some officers retiring and new ones joining, they never gave up on that serial rape and murder case. Finally, a new lead emerged only to discover that the son of the original killer had become the new murderer. For some reason, Lin Dong felt a faint thrill. It was like a hunter discovering a new species of prey. For a detective novelist, crime cases are all too familiar, only fresh material could spark new inspiration. This was undoubtedly the best inspiration. But for now, the real culprit must be apprehended first. After the meeting adjourned, the other officers dispersed to attend to their duties, leaving only 2 young officers behind. "Hello, Mr. Lin Dong, Officer Ding. My mentor asked us to accompany you to see if there's anything we can assist with." Lin Dong looked up and noticed the 2 officers bore a striking resemblance, likely related by blood, though not as siblings. "Is your mentor Captain Chen?" "That's right. We've been under Team Leader Chen's guidance since joining the force. My name is Li Lei, and he's Li Yang. We're cousins." His hunch proved correct. The 2 shared a familial resemblance, their expressions bearing a striking similarity. Genetics really is a marvelous thing. Good. This case is complicated, and we could use the help. Today we'll review the files from 20 years ago together. Tomorrow, Li Lei will follow Officer Ding to investigate the gunpowder lead. Gunpowder is a controlled substance, it's not something you can buy just anywhere. Li Yang will stay with me to continue analyzing the 20-year-old case files. Since the 2 killers are father and son, this case could potentially be merged with the one from 20 years ago in certain respects. The modus operandi shares striking similarities. Perhaps the perpetrator this time wasn't a single individual, but both father and son. Li Lei suddenly recalled, speaking of which, there was a very peculiar case at the University of Science and Technology last year. A female student was killed in an explosion, and after the blast, her body spontaneously combusted. By the time police arrived, the victim was not only blown to pieces but her clothes were completely burned away, leaving not an inch of intact skin. "Haven't they caught the killer yet?" Ding Wei asked. "No, that's why it's considered a bizarre case. The female student was walking with her roommate when it happened. Afterward, her roommate said she hadn't noticed anything unusual before the student suddenly exploded and then spontaneously combusted." Lin Dong pulled out his phone to look it up. Holy crap! The University of Science and Technology was actually in Qingteng City, the same location as this crime scene. Could there be a connection? Chapter 77, Spontaneous Combustion and Explosion. The next morning, Lin Dong and Ding Wei split up. Before leaving, Lin Dong patted Ding Wei's shoulder earnestly. "Ding, this is your first solo investigation. Keep your wits about you and think things through thoroughly. That explosion feels off to me. Start by tracking down students registered in Guotong County, then expand your search from there." Ding Wei pursed her lips and smoothed her hair. "Why do you sound like my old man? I'm a police academy graduate, professionally trained. Could you give me some credit?" She glanced at Li Yang and Li Lei standing beside her. I've heard rumors that homicide investigations is the eagle and hawk duo of the police force. Looks like the gossip is true. Time's tight. Officer Ding and I will head to the University of Science and Technology first," Li Lei said. Soon, the 2 arrived at the university by car. It was summer vacation and most students had already gone home. However, some faculty and staff remained on campus. Upon learning that Ding Wei and Li Lei had come to investigate last year's case, Vice Principal Yang Liqin's face turned ashen and she had much to say. "It's been nearly a year, and the killer still hasn't been caught. This has led to a significant drop in applicants to our university this year. If you fail to find the killer now, I don't know what will become of our school's reputation. This is Detective Ding from Qingteng City. She solved several recent murder cases with another criminal consultant. We hope the school will cooperate fully, and we will spare no effort to catch the killer." Li Lei's words made Ding Wei feel a bit embarrassed. Truthfully, those cases were largely solved by He University. I only played a small part. Being praised like this made her feel a bit awkward. "Of course we'll cooperate. Not only is assisting the police in investigations a civic duty, but the university naturally wants the real culprit caught as soon as possible. If the killer is someone within the school, both students and faculty would be deeply unsettled." Ding Wei pulled out her notebook and pen and sat down. "Let's start with last year's explosion case. What exactly happened then?" Yang Liqin took a deep breath and began to recount slowly. The girl who died in the blast was Lu Xinru. She was a junior at the time and would have graduated this year if not for the accident. I remember the weather was nice that day. It was a weekend, and many students had gone to the central garden to soak up the sun. Lu Xinru was walking with a roommate. As they neared the garden, she asked her roommate if she smelled something burning. Her roommate said yes, and then Lu Xinru started screaming. Many students witnessed it. Screaming, she lifted her skirt and pulled down her safety pants in public. It was at that moment the explosion occurred. According to students at the scene, blood flowed continuously from between Lu Xinru's legs, mixed with bits of flesh. Lu Xinru's skirt then caught fire. Terrified classmates called the counselor and the police. Finally, 2 students remembered fire extinguishers in a nearby building. By the time they returned, the fire had been extinguished. Li Lei glared with eyes full of vengeance. "This case wasn't under our jurisdiction at the time. It was being investigated by the Qingteng City Police Department. According to their subsequent findings, the explosion was caused by explosives placed inside the sanitary pad. The mixture consisted of polyisobutylene, gunpowder, and plastic, but lacked a stabilizer. Had a stabilizer been added, it would have been C4 explosive, the kind often seen on TV. This type of explosive can be ground into powder, freely packed into rubber materials, and then compressed into any shape. The ignition source was sodium powder, also found in the sanitary napkin fragments. Sodium reacts violently with water, releasing intense heat. On the day of the incident, Lu Xinru was menstruating. Blood primarily consists of plasma and blood cells, with plasma being mostly water. Thus, when blood reacted exothermically with sodium powder, it triggered the unstabilized explosive, causing the blast. In middle school, teachers tell you, master math, physics, and chemistry, and you'll conquer the world. If that teacher knew that someone who excelled in math, physics, and chemistry had become a murderer adept at using chemistry, who knows what they would think? Ding Wei had been a top student in her school days and applied to the police academy out of conviction. Though several years had passed since her student days, she still remembered the basics. But combustion requires sufficient oxygen. The hydrogen produced by the reaction between sodium powder and blood is limited. Under such conditions, it's more likely to react with the generated sodium hydroxide rather than burn. How did spontaneous combustion occur afterward? Yang Liqin couldn't help but praise, this officer hasn't forgotten his chemistry after all. That's right, sodium powder does react with blood, but it doesn't burn. Li Lei added, someone had applied a large amount of white phosphorus powder to Lu Xinru's clothing, but it wasn't very noticeable because she was wearing a white skirt. The temperature that day wasn't high. The heat generated by the sodium powder in the sanitary pad ignited the white phosphorus powder on the skirt, causing the entire garment to catch fire. Some white phosphorus powder also adhered to Lu Xinru's skin where it touched the dress. Burning white phosphorus reaches temperatures of several hundred degrees Celsius, enough to burn through bone, so the scene at the time was horrifying. On the way there, Ding Wei had already learned the subsequent developments from Li Lei. Tampering with the sanitary pad made Lu Xinru's 5 roommates major suspects. However, investigations revealed none of the 5 had a motive for the crime. Although their majors involved exposure to explosives, classroom materials were strictly controlled. Stealing such chemicals would only be possible in a laboratory setting with lax material management. None of the 5 had access to the university laboratories, making it highly unlikely they could have obtained the chemicals. Subsequently, the police investigated students majoring in pyrotechnics and chemistry at the university, but the sheer number was overwhelming. Qingteng City University of Science and Technology boasts 2 flagship programs, ammunition engineering and explosive technology, and special energy technology and engineering. One involves the research and design of artillery shells, rockets, and smart munitions. The other program, grounded in chemistry, chemical engineering, and materials science, focuses on the design, manufacturing, and application of energetic materials like gunpowder, explosives, and pyrotechnics. The investigation affected over 1,000 people. The vast majority had no connection whatsoever to Lu Xinru. The rest were also cleared of suspicion after thorough police inquiries. Even all faculty members were questioned, yet no leads emerged. After reviewing last year's case details, Ding Wei first obtained the student roster from Guotong County and filtered out those enrolled in chemistry and explosives programs. Ultimately, 47 students and 1 teacher remained on the list. Lu Xinru's classmates have all graduated and are scattered across the country. Locating them individually for questioning would be a massive undertaking. This matter will likely require a long-term approach. Ding Wei felt somewhat discouraged. If clues could be found in this case, it might offer new insights for He University. It can't be helped. While technology advances, so do criminals. When facing high IQ offenders who leave no traces for the police, especially in random killings, solving such cases becomes vastly more difficult. Li Lei offered consolation. Let's take this list back first. Maybe they'll uncover new clues while reviewing the files from 20 years ago. Chapter 78, the killer might already be dead. Meanwhile, Lin Dong meticulously reviewed the 20-year-old case files. May 11, 1997. A young woman in her early 20s, a member of the dance troupe at the lead zinc smelter, was found brutally murdered in her home. Back then, in the workers' residential compound, everyone knew each other well and got along harmoniously. It was perfectly normal to drop by neighbors' homes carrying bowls of food, so they rarely locked their doors, an opportunity the killer exploited. The crime scene was in utter disarray. Every cabinet showed signs of being ransacked, and over 1,000 yuan worth of valuables were missing from the home. This was why police later classified the case as a robbery murder. The victim was found with stab wounds to her abdomen and a slash to her throat. Her top had been pulled down to her neck, her bra cut open down the middle, leaving her chest completely exposed. The stockings she wore on her lower body were torn open in the middle, revealing a gap. Her thigh bore a knife wound approximately 5 centimeters deep. Male bodily fluids were extracted from the wound on the victim's thigh. According to the forensic autopsy report, the perpetrator first killed the victim before committing the non-consensual assault. This case had a profoundly devastating impact on the victim's family. For years later, the victim's mother took her own life due to mental illness. The father never gave up pursuing justice, often traveling across cities in China carrying his daughter's photo, hoping to draw government attention. In 2016, the father passed away due to illness, leaving behind unresolved grief. August 2, 1997. The victim, Sue, aged 18, worked at a movie theater. For work requirements, she had to wear dark black stockings during her shift. After finishing her shift on August 2, Sue disappeared on her way home. When police found her, her body had been exposed in the wilderness. The medical examiner noted multiple bruises on the victim's face, all caused by blunt force trauma. Both sides of her neck showed skin abrasions accompanied by significant subcutaneous bleeding, consistent with strangulation. Over 30 wounds covered her body, rupturing arteries and causing blood accumulation in the chest and abdomen, along with liver damage and intestinal perforation. Her palms bore defensive wounds, though her resistance proved futile against her fate. Similar to the previous case, the victim sustained a penetrating wound to the thigh, this time nearly traversing the entire length of the limb. The killer's bodily fluids were again recovered from the thigh wound. In subsequent cases, the perpetrator not only inflicted perverse mutilations on the victim's thighs after the crime but also carved derogatory phrases like into their bodies with a knife. Clearly, after succeeding multiple times, the killer grew more brutal. From a criminal psychology perspective, his actions toward women weren't merely about venting animalistic urges, they increasingly became acts of revenge. After the third case, he started carving words into the victims. Following the sixth incident, he even began cutting off women's private parts, perhaps as trophies. I recall a foreign case where the killer boiled and ate them. Lin Dong's words made Li Yang, standing beside him, nearly vomit. Private parts, boiled and eaten? My God, there are plenty of perverts these days, but even the old perverts in prison would say they couldn't stomach this kind of depravity. It's not just these days. With today's information networks, any crime spreads fast. Don't forget that during ancient famines, cannibalism was commonplace. Just then, Ding Wei and Li Lei returned with the case files after completing their investigation. We're back. Any thoughts after reviewing the files? How's it going at the school? Lin Dong asked. Well, we did get the list back. Plus, the vice principal helped me identify 2 additional majors related to chemistry and explosives. So this list is highly precise. The killer is very likely among these names. Lin Dong took it and examined it closely. There were 47 students and 1 teacher in total. Among the students, 42 were male, and the teacher was also male. After all, it was a science and engineering program, so fewer female students was quite normal. Alright, we'll need to screen the information on all 40+ individuals, including collecting their father's DNA samples. If the killer is among these 40+ people, DNA comparison will reveal whether they match. What if he isn't? Ding Wei asked anxiously. Then it means the killer in last year's explosion was either someone outside the school or a graduate from years ago. Or, the killer came to Qingteng County to commit the crime randomly. That would be the most troublesome scenario. We can't rule out Qingteng County as a possibility. How many students remain who majored in chemistry or explosives engineering? Lin Dong inquired. Probably 2,000 to 3,000. Ammunition engineering and explosive technology, along with special energy technology and engineering, are Qingwei Polytechnic's flagship programs. Their employment rates are extremely high, so many students specifically pursue these majors. 2,000 to 3,000 people? Investigating this would make the difficulty increase exponentially. If it were during the school term, it would be manageable. Students are on campus, so we could simply enter the university to gather information. But it just so happened to be summer vacation. The students had all gone home. It was impossible to track them down across the country. That would require thousands of police officers mobilized simultaneously. Wait until summer break ends? With over a month left, who could guarantee the killer wouldn't strike again? Lin Dong rubbed his aching forehead. I finished reviewing the previous case files and have reached a conclusion. What conclusion? Ding Wei asked eagerly. The killer from 20 years ago is most likely dead. Huh? Not only Ding Wei, but Li Lei and Li Yang beside her were also taken aback. Why do you think that? Li Lei asked urgently. Analyzing the timeline of the crimes, the killer's methods grew increasingly brutal each time. He progressed from clumsiness in the first incident to committing 2 murders within a single week later on. This goes beyond the psychology of a typical murderer. I believe he has serious mental issues. Under these circumstances, he couldn't control his nature. In the police system, committing crimes leaves behind fingerprint and DNA records. Since none match him, it means he hasn't been caught for any prior offenses. Lin Dong twisted his mouth, the wrinkles on his face deepening. His conclusion was clear. The probability of him being dead is very high. Do you think it's possible he got married and had a child? If so, his child would be around 20 now, right in the middle of college. Ding Wei's point wasn't without merit. But Lin Dong took a deep breath and shook his head. Why is it so hard for ancient heroes to marry, have children, and live ordinary lives? It's because their former lifestyle makes it difficult for them to adapt to normalcy. Take a thief, for instance. Asking him to settle down, get a job, and earn an honest living? Highly unlikely. That's why released thieves often return to stealing, they're simply too accustomed to that life. The same goes for that killer from 20 years ago. After murdering so many people, suddenly marrying, having children, and living an ordinary life, never killing again, never committing crimes, acting like a good person? Based on my understanding of criminal psychology, this scenario is virtually impossible. Chapter 79, Measuring Leg Length. We'll continue investigating on two fronts. Officer Ding and I will interview the victims' families. You two sift through this list, starting with household registrations. First, eliminate anyone listed with a mother. Lin Dong's conjecture was pure speculation, but given the current situation, they could only rely on deduction to guide them. Otherwise, conventional investigative methods would require mobilizing hundreds more officers just to handle the sheer volume of this inquiry. Got it. The Li brothers, Lei and Yang, moved with lightning speed, immediately diving into the police database to begin their investigation. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and Ding Wei headed to the home of the deceased, Yu Lu. My daughter died horribly. Once you catch the killer, can we handle it ourselves? I'll tear that bastard limb from limb. Yu Lu's father was overcome with emotion, his hatred surging like a tidal wave within him, pent-up fury erupting like a volcano. Lin Dong met his gaze, his tone unwavering. I assure you, the police will apprehend the killer. Your cooperation is crucial for us to gather more valuable information. Cooperate? I'll cooperate. Ask me anything. I'll tell you everything I know. Did your daughter ever mention any conflicts she'd had with anyone recently? No, my daughter was still in high school. She mostly hung out with classmates. Sure, she went out on weekends, but she wasn't with any of those street punks. Yu Lu's father declared indignantly. I've seen so many people online saying my daughter was killed because she was young and reckless, dressed provocatively, and hung out with unsavory youths. That's utter nonsense. On the day it happened, she wore a normal skirt and stockings. Is that considered revealing? And they went to a self-service KTV just to sing. There weren't even any boys there. How is that hanging out with the wrong crowd? Ding Wei tried to calm him. Please don't get so worked up. The internet is full of all kinds of people. If the killer didn't know your daughter, it's highly likely this was a random attack. The killer might strike again soon. Think carefully. Was there anything unusual before the incident? Strange things. Yu Lu's father lowered his head in thought, then suddenly looked up. I do recall something. Around the beginning of the month, one night I heard noises outside. I got up to check and found Lulu's door open. I assumed she'd gotten up to use the bathroom and forgotten to close it. It was already hot in July, and Lulu hated the heat, so the air conditioner was on in her room. Thinking I should save electricity, I went over to close the door. But then I saw a figure crouched by the bed, doing something. The moon was bright that night, and I knew it wasn't Lulu's silhouette. She's so thin, nothing like that. Thinking it might be a thief, I crept closer. I saw Lulu lying on the bed, and that person was actually using a tape measure to measure her thigh. I shouted at them, startling the person who jumped out the window. Our apartment was on the second floor, and there was a crooked tree outside, probably how they climbed up. The next day, I had the property management cut down that tree and installed security grills at home. Measuring thighs with a tape measure? How disgusting. Ding Wei furrowed her delicate brows. Did you call the police then? Nothing was stolen from our home, and my daughter wasn't injured, so I didn't think to bother the police. Looking back now, it was all my fault. If I had called the police then, maybe they would have caught that man, and my daughter wouldn't have died. Yu Lu's father broke down in tears. Lin Dong walked to Yu Lu's room and looked out the window. Outside, there was indeed a crooked tree. The branches facing the bedroom had been chopped off. Originally, someone with a bit of nerve could have easily climbed up the branches and climbed through the window. If the person who entered the room that night was the same one who later killed Yu Lu, then he would have scouted the location beforehand, indicating this wasn't a random killing. Several photos of Yu Lu remained in the bedroom, clearly showing the girl had exceptionally long and well-proportioned legs. The suspect likely jumped from the second floor in a panic, sustaining significant leg injuries. If Yu Lu's father had called the police immediately, surveillance footage might have allowed authorities to apprehend the perpetrator that very night. Then perhaps, the subsequent events might never have unfolded. But life offers no what-ifs. After leaving Yu Lu's home, Lin Dong and Ding Wei visited several families of victims from the serial rape and murder cases 20 years prior. One family lived right in Guotong County, while two others resided about 2 to 3 hours away by car. For those who had moved farther away, communication was limited to phone calls. By the time they finished their interviews and drove back to the task force headquarters, it was already 9 p.m. As they part, they spotted Li Lei and Li Yang emerging from inside. Just got back? We made a trip to Haishan County. The roads there are absolutely terrible. My butt is killing me. Lin Dong wasn't one to complain, but 3 hours on mountain roads, especially for drivers like him and Ding Wei who rarely got behind the wheel, had been nerve-wracking. Next time you're driving somewhere, make sure to call us both. We spent most of the day reviewing files today, and just finished a task force meeting. My mentor said he'd update you on progress once you returned, only to see you back as soon as we stepped outside. Seeing their exhausted state, Li Yang assumed they hadn't eaten yet. We can discuss things over a meal. There's a restaurant nearby that's supposed to be pretty good. Sounds good. I am getting a bit hungry. So the four headed to the restaurant, settled into a private room, and after ordering, began compiling their findings. I'll start. We went through every name on the list we brought back from the school and found something. Hearing this, Ding Wei's eyes lit up. She hurriedly asked, Brother Lei, don't keep us in suspense. What did you find? There aren't many father-son pairs in the household registry, only 7 groups. That immediately ruled out most possibilities. Tomorrow, Li Yang and I will investigate these 7 families. We might just get lucky. Additionally, the task force conducted interviews and reviewed surveillance footage around the area where Yu Lu went missing and where the body was found. They identified a suspect. With that, Li Lei pulled out a photograph. This is the guy. But he's wearing a mask, only his eyes are visible, shows he's got some counter-surveillance awareness. Where he vanished from surveillance, the task force conducted a thorough search. Behind a camphor tree, we found a set of clothes matching the one seen in the footage. The guy pulled a shell game. After that, he could blend in as anyone, making him nearly impossible to spot on surveillance. The stretch where Yu Lu vanished happens to be in the new district. The roads are brand new, and the surveillance cameras haven't been activated yet. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow slightly. Now I'm convinced the killer is likely a top student from the University of Science and Technology. Many criminals with science and engineering backgrounds often possess stronger counter-surveillance awareness and logical reasoning skills. Committing crimes also requires logical thinking to determine when to appear in a certain place without being detected. Compared to the murders 20 years ago, this killer also shows a strong fascination with women's thighs, but lacks the vengeful mindset toward female bodies. If left unchecked, his psyche might well mirror that of his damned father. Chapter 80, Bone Point Measurement. What kind of surprise is this? I thought we had a specific target. Ding Wei sulked as she lowered her head to eat. Food is as essential as iron and steel. Skip a meal and hunger gnaws at you. Food must be eaten. Don't worry, there is good news. On the night Yu Lu was kidnapped, there was an eyewitness, and we've located them. That was indeed good news. Though the witnesses couldn't provide direct evidence, they could assist the police by describing the suspect's accent, physical features, and walking habits. Lin Dong picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork with his chopsticks, chewing it slowly as he listened on. According to the witness, he saw the suspect walking with a girl on his back. At the time, he didn't think much of it. The witness was riding an electric bike when he realized he'd forgotten something at home and turned back. On his way back, he saw the suspect and Yu Lu again, this time sitting on a motorcycle, an older model Zhongshan motorcycle. In the early 2000s, this type of motorcycle was quite common. In rural areas, they were used for carrying people or hauling feed. City dwellers used them for personal transport or for ferrying passengers. We've verified that model was discontinued in 2005. Even if purchased years later, it would be over a decade old by now and certainly very worn. Tomorrow, the task force will focus their investigation on that motorcycle, especially conducting searches in the surrounding rural areas. There's also some good news. The witness who saw the suspect and Yu Lu remarked that the suspect looked so ordinary yet managed to find such a beautiful girlfriend, prompting him to take a photo and share it in his friend's group chat. The photo shows Yu Lu completely unconscious, practically slumped over the motorcycle, her mind clouded. Though the suspect also wore a mask, his facial features were clearer than in the surveillance footage. Lin Dong set down his chopsticks and took a sip of tea. Drugs aren't difficult to produce. Many ingredients can be purchased legally and mixed together, though it's tricky to get the dosage right. The suspect wore a mask, but his nose bridge and eyes were exposed. If we could find a skilled portrait artist, they might be able to sketch the suspect's appearance from the photo. Li Yang nodded. True. There is a highly skilled forensic artist in China, but I hear he's currently in the US investigating a case involving the murder of a Chinese national. He won't be back for a while. Maybe I could give it a shot. Ding Wei blinked, her expression serious. Don't be ridiculous. This kind of sketch is extremely difficult. There are only a handful of people in the country who can do it. Lin Dong thought she was joking. They'd been together for 2 or 3 months now, and Lin Dong had never seen her draw. He doubted she could even draw a straight line. I'm serious. I've always known how to do it, I just never had the chance to show it. Ding Wei's arched eyebrows furrowed slightly before relaxing. Don't you trust me, Hida? Of course I do. We're partners, how could I doubt you? Go ahead and try. We can't go out for reconnaissance tonight anyway. Lin Dong never discouraged anyone's confidence. He believed everyone had untapped potential, just waiting to be unleashed. For some, unleashing that potential made them geniuses. For others, it unleashed demons. After a quick meal, the group returned to the police station. The task force had practically made the station their home, spending every waking hour on the case except for brief breaks. Ding Wei borrowed a sketch pad and pen to create a composite sketch of the suspect based on surveillance footage and photos taken by witnesses. Beforehand, she had asked Li Yang to visit the location near the surveillance camera that captured the suspect, to recreate the suspect's movements at the time of filming. How do you plan to draw this? Lin Dong asked curiously. He had no talent for drawing, channeling all his energy into anatomy instead. Instead of a studio, he had set up a small dissection room at home. The 3 facial proportions and 5 eye measurements determine a face's front view appeal. Bone point measurements pinpoint facial features. This isn't magic theoretically, as long as there are enough photo angles, even if they're blurry or lack a full frontal shot, it can be drawn. Ding Wei picked up a pen and pointed it at Lin Dong. You've solved all the previous cases. This time, I want to contribute too. As Mr. Lucen said, those who can act, those who can speak, speak. If you have a spark of warmth, let it shine. Even a single firefly can illuminate the darkness. There's no need to wait for a torch. If no torch ever comes, I shall be the only light. Lin Dong walked over and patted her head. One spark is weak, but many sparks shine bright. Let's work together. We owe it to the victims' families and to the victims themselves. Soon, Li Lei arrived at the break room holding the photograph. This angle matches the suspect's angle exactly. It's up to you now, Officer Ding. If you can sketch the suspect without the mask, we can run it through the database directly. That would make the case much easier. Ding Wei's rosy lips parted slightly, fully aware of the weight of responsibility. Comparing the photo, she picked up her brush and began sketching. Exhausted from the day's work, Lin Dong lay his head on the desk for a nap. He had no idea how long he'd slept when he felt someone tapping his shoulder. Blinking sleepily, he opened his eyes to see Ding Wei's slightly weary gaze. Though tired, her eyes now held an indescribable excitement. Is it morning already? Ding Wei raised her eyebrows slightly and shook her head slowly. You've only slept for an hour or so. It's still a long way from dawn. So it's finished? Lin Dong couldn't wait to see the drawing. If little Ding possessed the skill of bone measurement, future investigations would be much easier. This girl, had she been playing dumb all along? Thinking back, previous cases either didn't require sketching suspects' appearances or didn't even identify suspects at all, so Xiao Ding never had a chance to show off her skills. A faint, gentle smile graced Ding Wei's calm, delicate face. Yes. Skin can lie, but bones never do. I believe this sketch captures about 70 to 80% of the suspect's likeness. However, shadows in the surveillance footage and witness photos made it difficult to accurately judge certain bone features. Lin Dong took the sketch and his breathing quickened. He'd seen other artists sketch suspects before, but none captured the essence as vividly as Ding Wei's work. It was like during art exams, when many people drew the same subject, some produced figures that barely resembled humans, others created decent likenesses but lacked spirit. Ding Wei, however, captured both the essence and the realism perfectly. He immediately took the sketch to Chen village. Captain Chen, this is the suspect portrait Ding Wei created based on facial proportions and bone point measurements. Take a look. What a talent! To create a suspect sketch using bone measurements. I've always wanted to recruit someone with such specialized skills, but never found the right fit. Chen village took the sketch and his expression instantly changed, all traces of his earlier casualness gone. This man. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Chapter 81, This world is just so twisted. Master, you've seen this man? Where? Li Yang asked urgently. I can't quite place it, but he feels strangely familiar. Chen village rubbed his temples in frustration. Having investigated cases for years, he'd encountered at least 1,000 criminals of every kind. Over time, he'd developed a certain instinct. With just a glance, he could discern who might be hiding something in a crowd, and whose facial features suggested a high likelihood of future criminal activity. So Officer Ding actually sketched him out? Impressive. Those surveillance videos and witness photos were all blurry, yet you managed to draw a portrait straight from them. Lin Dong couldn't help but praise him. I never knew you had this skill before. Impressive, really impressive. Ding Wei stood demurely before Lin Dong, her pale hands clasped behind her back. Leaning forward slightly, she pursed her lips and let out a soft chuckle. I'm still useful, right? I'm not just a pretty face. I never said you were a vase. Now that we have a suspect profile, hurry up and run it through the database. Li Yang finally caught on, uttering an O before hastily opening the database to compare today's screened individuals against the suspect's description. Though mentally prepared, the team felt a wave of disappointment when the comparison yielded no results. Could the sketch be inaccurate? Someone questioned. It might not be the sketch. The killer could be from outside Guotong County. We'll have to broaden our search, run facial comparisons on all students at the University of Science and Technology majoring in explosives or chemistry. Lin Dong trusted Ding Wei's bone measurement technique. Compared to the possibility of an inaccurate sketch, he was even more inclined to believe the killer wasn't a student at the University of Science and Technology. Everyone, stay alert. As long as the killer remains at large, they pose an unstable threat to society. Tomorrow we'll issue a public appeal for leads. Once we receive any tip, we'll act on it immediately. Additionally, regarding the facial comparison proposed by the Homicide Division, Li Yang, gather a few more people to work on it. Match the ID photos corresponding to thousands of data points as quickly as possible. By the following morning, the police department had issued a public appeal for information. With the reward amount set at 100,000 yuan, calls began pouring into the police station almost immediately. Most were just taking a shot in the dark, while others were eyewitnesses from that night but couldn't provide direct leads. By noon, Lin Dong and Ding Wei had contacted Lu Xinru's classmates to learn about her usual behavior. If she had conflicts with anyone, that person would be a potential suspect. Just as they were about to make the call, Li Yang rushed over. Something terrible has happened. What is it? Lin Dong asked urgently. 2 missing persons reports came in this morning, both girls, 119 and 121. The family said they only realized something was wrong after seeing our police notice this morning advising women not to wear black stockings recently. Both girls were wearing black stockings when they left home. The disappearances occurred on July 11th and 13th respectively. The timing is nearly identical to Lu's disappearance. The perpetrator may have abducted multiple girls in one go. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's mouth twitched slightly, his expression turning grim. Beside him, Ding Wei's eyes instantly turned cold. Why did they wait until now to report the disappearances on the 11th and 13th? They assumed their daughters were adults and might just be out having fun with friends for a few days. Plus, they received voice messages from the girls telling their parents not to worry, that they'd be back in a few days. After speaking, Li Yang pulled out his phone, which contained 2 voice messages saved from the girls. Lin Dong listened intently, his face clouding over with worry. This is clearly the suspect forcing them to say it. Listen closely, their voices are trembling. That's not how they normally speak. Time was of the essence. Lin Dong immediately dialed the number of Lu Xinru's roommate. Could this girl who died in the explosion provide us with any clues? Since no new bodies had been found yet, it suggested those 2 girls were likely still alive. Hello, we're the officers who contacted you yesterday. Your counselor mentioned you were closest to Lu Xinru, so we're reaching out to gather some information. Alright, sure. Ask whatever you need. I'll tell you everything I know. To find Lu Xinru's killer as quickly as possible, we hope you'll tell us the truth without holding anything back. What kind of person was Lu Xinru at school? Lin Dong asked. She was actually quite good to her friends, but her biggest flaw was that she looked down on poor people. I once asked her about it, and she said her father had always told her that poor people were parasites on society, unable to contribute to the national economy. They only drain state resources to receive support. Perhaps because she was indoctrinated with this idea from a young age, Xinru's attitude toward the poor was indeed not very good. There are a few students in our class from registered impoverished households. Once, when they were filling out forms to apply for financial aid, she mocked them. At the time, Xinru even got into an argument with them. The poor resent the rich, while the rich look down on the poor. This world is just so twisted. All these oppositions, men and women, rich and poor, radicals and conservatives. It is precisely these polarities that breed conflicts, ultimately even igniting wars. Keep thinking. Did Lu Xinru ever offend anyone else? The girl on the other end of the line drew out her words, seemingly deep in thought. I remember one incident. It happened just a month before Xinru was killed. I don't know the details, but I remember she came back to the dorm really angry that day. She said someone stole her manga books and figurines from the manga club's activity room. The club was holding an event where everyone was supposed to bring their figures or manga to display and share during a presentation session. While everyone went out for lunch, someone stole Xinru's Zoro figurine and a copy of One Piece manga supposedly signed by Oda himself. Lin Dong asked, what happened next? After that, Xinru checked the surveillance footage to find out who did it. She then called a few junior basketball teammates to bring that person from the dorm to the playground and publicly humiliate him. Later, Xinru told me she even hired some thugs from outside the school to beat him up. But after the explosion, the police investigated that guy and found nothing. I don't know if this incident had anything to do with Xinru's death. As for other major conflicts, there probably weren't any. As for minor ones, Xinru did have a sharp tongue that easily offended people, but those people shouldn't have gone so far as to kill her. Hanging up the phone, Lin Dong turned to Ding Wei. Go find the officers who investigated the bombing back then. I want to know how they ruled out the comic thief and what personal information they had on him. Got it. I'll get on it right away. Chapter 82, Identifying the Suspect. With Li Lei's help, Ding Wei quickly located the officers who had investigated the explosion case. Ugh, just thinking about that case makes my stomach turn. So many students at the University of Science and Technology had access to bomb-making materials. Even if they didn't take them from campus, they could buy them privately and make explosives. The victim left no clues behind, and since it was a delayed homicide, the killer had a solid alibi. In other words, even if we had suspects back then, we lacked a complete chain of evidence. When investigating a case, police can only convict a suspect if they possess a complete chain of evidence, or an incomplete chain supplemented by the suspect's confession. This means that without a confession from the suspect, even if they know he is the killer, the court cannot convict him without a complete chain of evidence. Who did you suspect at the time? Lin Dong asked, his brows furrowed. several of Lu Xinru's classmates who had conflicts with her in class. One girl, for instance, was once made to cry by Lu Xinru's insults and later threatened to die with her. There was also a student from the Special Energy Technology and Engineering program. According to campus reports, he had repeatedly used stray cats on campus for experiments, blowing them up. However, after thorough investigation, all these individuals were cleared of suspicion. In the end, only one person remained the most likely suspect, yet also the least likely. Lin Dong chuckled softly. Is it the one who clashed with Lu Xinru in the comic club? How did you know? You're right. Lin Dong gave a wry smile and pressed on, why is he the least likely suspect? According to classmates and teachers, this person comes from a very poor family. Yet he hasn't let his circumstances drag him down. He's diligent in his studies and actively participates in various school activities. Regarding the theft, his counselor expressed utter disbelief, even guaranteeing that this student absolutely could not have stolen anything. It must be a misunderstanding. The world has both black and white, just like human nature. At certain moments, the darkness within can be unleashed. We later conducted a thorough investigation into this individual, including verifying his alibi and reviewing shopping records, but found nothing unusual. He himself stated that although Lu Xinru had insulted him and even had someone beat him up, he was actually grateful to Lu Xinru. He believed Lu Xinru had helped him correct his bad habits in time, so he harbored no hatred toward him. The officer sighed heavily. At 30 years old, half his head was already gray. Who knew how he'd gotten through this past year? Do you recall that individual's details? Of course. It's etched into my memory. I remember every suspect in that bombing case clearly. His name is Liao Dongshu, a graduate of the Pyrotechnics Technology program from Qingteng County. Last month, I followed up with the suspects from that bombing case to check on their current situations. This Liao Dongshu is currently working at a fireworks factory in Baijia Town, Qingteng County. Baijia Town, Tuping County. Lin Dong rubbed his temples as a mental map of Ding Wei City unfolded in his mind. Qingteng County borders Guotong County, where the crime occurred, and Baijia Town lies between the two counties. Working at a fireworks factory would give him access to explosives, and this individual happened to be a suspect in last year's explosion case. Was it all coincidence? Please provide us with Liao Dongshu's information. We need to verify his ID photo. Photo? No need to look it up, I have it on my phone. The officer pulled out his phone, opened the photo album, and flicked through the images. These were taken secretly last year. The photo on his ID is from 4 years ago when he was in high school. He changed quite a bit after entering university. Ding Wei couldn't help but praise, Officer Yuan, you're so meticulous thinking of all these details. Attention to detail doesn't matter if the case remains unsolved. I guarantee you, this case will be solved soon. Lin Dong stared at the photos on his phone, his expression freezing in place. Ding Wei leaned closer and gasped when she recognized the person in the photo. Oh my! This looks like the person I drew. Scratch the looks like this is the exact person you drew. Inside the task force office at that moment. Ugh, the list of suspects keeps growing. By the time we finish vetting them all, the killer might have already struck again. Our current direction is definitely correct. What if the suspect sketch they drew is wrong? Then all our screening efforts would be wasted, and we'd have to start from scratch. It's not that I'm afraid of the work who in homicide fears hard work. I'm worried about wasting time and that the other two missing girls might lose their lives. I think old Zhao's right. We can't fully rely on homicide. We need to follow our own lead. Since we're stuck on the Yulu angle for now, let's start investigating where the other two girls went missing. Plus, the suspect sketch they made links back to last year's explosion at the University of Science and Technology. But what if those two cases aren't connected? Wouldn't that be a waste? If we really trust them, we might as well just release the sketch to the public and let citizens report any leads. Did you forget what Captain Chen said? 2 girls are still in the suspect's hands. If we push him too far, he might kill them. Chen Nan Village sat on a stool, his thermos in hand, his brow furrowed. Should they continue trusting Lin Dong and Ding Wei? The Homicide Investigation Division had come all this way to assist. Rejecting their entire investigation outright wouldn't be appropriate. Just then, Lin Dong and Ding Wei entered the task force office. Captain Chen. I was just about to look for you. Here's the thing, everyone feels that the sketch you drew. Before Chen Nanchun could finish, Lin Dong cut him off. We found the suspect. Look, doesn't he match Ding Wei's sketch almost exactly? What? The suspect's been found. The task force officers gathered around, half believing, half doubting. They glanced at the person in the photo, then at the suspect's sketch pinned to the wall. It really was almost identical. What did you say you needed us for earlier? Lin Dong's question left Chen Nanxuan so flustered he took a tactical sip of tea before smoothly changing the subject. Who is this person? How did you find him? A student from the University of Science and Technology. He was also a suspect in last year's explosion case, but was ruled out due to lack of evidence at the time. Besides the photo, can you find any other connections? Yes. Lin Dong pulled over a whiteboard displaying a map of Ding Wei City. His name is Liao Dongxiu, from Tuping County, which borders Guatan County where the crime occurred. He currently works at a fireworks factory in Baijia Town, Tuping County. Baijia Town lies between Tuping and Guatan counties, less than an hour's motorcycle ride along the national highway. Li Yang exclaimed excitedly, "He works at a fireworks factory? That means he has easy access to gunpowder. His basic profile matches up perfectly. This guy is a major suspect." Chapter 83, Extreme Contrast. 10 police vehicles split into 2 groups. One team, led by Chennan Village, headed for the fireworks factory where Liao Dongxiu worked. The other team, led by Lin Dong, headed to Liao Dongxiu's residence. The police had contacted the village committee in advance. When the patrol cars arrived at the village entrance, a soon-to-retire village chief had been waiting at the intersection for quite some time. That boy Dongxiu is such a sensible kid. His family wasn't well off. His mother passed away not long after giving birth to him. Through sheer determination, he managed to get into university, and a bachelor's degree at that. To hear you say he broke the law, I just can't quite believe it. Lin Dong asked, "Is his father also deceased?" No, his father Liao Yong has some mental challenges, but he can still take care of himself and cook. When Dongxiu was in school, he'd come back every week to buy groceries for the whole week. The village chief sighed. These days, it's rare to find a child as filial and intelligent as Dongxiu. Wait until I take you to meet Liao Dongxiu, you'll see for yourselves. You must have the wrong person. Liao Yong has mental issues? When did Liao Yong's mental issues start? Lin Dong asked. Over 10 years ago, I don't recall exactly, but it's been a long time. Not long after Liao Yong's mind went, his wife passed away. Ah, don't you think Dongxiu is a pitiful child? The group walked along a dirt path through the fields until they reached Liao Dongxiu's house, a single-story tile-roofed structure, dilapidated and run down. The wood of the doors and windows bore the marks of time, faded and dull, with cracks visible in places. Weeds and wildflowers tangled together in the yard, growing unchecked, clearly untended for a long time. "Xiao Liao, are you home?" The village chief called out from the doorway, but there was no answer. "Liao Yong. Liao Yong. Strange, why is no one home today?" Lin Dong sensed something was amiss and hurried inside. According to the village chief's description, when Liao Dongxiu was home, he would often clean the house. Even when he came back on weekends from school, he would tidy up the yard. But now, the house showed no signs of recent habitation. Not only was dust piled on the table, but there were no clothes drying outside. In the kitchen, much of the food had already spoiled. "The kid's gone." "He must have panicked after seeing the police wanted notice," Ding Wei said, covering her nose as she approached Lin Dong. The leftovers on the table had molded, and a piece of raw meat on the stove was crawling with fly larvae, giving off a sickening stench. "Liao Yong isn't home either. Did this kid take his old man with him when he fled? What a devoted son he is." Li Yang walked in. "We've checked all the rooms, nothing unusual. Both bedrooms are spotless, and their clothes are still here. Could they be at the fireworks factory? I'll contact Captain Chen right away." Lin Dong approached the stove, sat on a low stool, and shone his flashlight into the hearth. He discovered a thick layer of black residue, likely the charred remains of wood and crop stalks. A hole gouged through the bottom of the iron pot, likely scorched and warped from prolonged dry heating. In Lin Dong's mind, a scene replayed like a movie. Liao Yong sat before the stove adding firewood to prepare a meal. Liao Dongxiu returned home and struck Liao Yong dead with a stick. No. Liao Dongxiu must have cared for his father, otherwise, he wouldn't be seen as a model filial son by the villagers. If he was pretending, he couldn't have kept it up for over a decade. Perhaps he was genuinely a good person once. What changed his character? Perhaps only after finding him could the mystery be unraveled. If Liao Dongxiu had taken Liao Yong away with him, it wouldn't explain why the pot was burned through. This guy studied chemical engineering well. Could he have used chemical agents? Lin Dong entered Liao Dongxiu's bedroom and indeed found several bottles of chemical agents in the drawer. Liao Yong might have been killed by Liao Dongxiu. Killed? No way. Isn't Liao Dongxiu a filial son? Could he have killed his own father? Ding Wei found it hard to believe. But upon closer reflection, if the deduction was correct that Liao Dongxiu was the killer in the Yulu case, then his father, Liao Yong, was the perpetrator of the serial rape and murder cases 20 years ago. 2 murderers living under the same roof, with the son ultimately killing his own father. It was hard to imagine the scene. Cyanide is highly toxic. If Liao Dongxiu killed Liao Yong, it's highly likely he used cyanide. He was indeed a filial son. If he weren't, he wouldn't have been able to bring ingredients back to Liao Yong every week after returning from school. But he likely discovered his father's secret, causing his personality to shift. Based on my theory, there might be something in that house that explains why Liao Dongxiu became the person he is now. Lin Dong divided the task force into 2 teams, one to search the surrounding area for fresh soil pits, the other to comb the house for anything suspicious. By suspicious items, I mean anything that seems out of place. It could be a shoe, a woman's bow, a book, or even a box. Lin Dong positioned himself in the living room so his voice could reach officers in every room. Team leader Chen just called to say Liao Dongshu wasn't at the fireworks factory either. The owner confirmed he hasn't been there since the 11th. That's the very day Yu Lu went missing. Exactly. So we can now be fairly certain Liao Dongshu is the one who killed Yu Lu. As for whether the other two girls' disappearances are connected to him, we don't have direct evidence yet. Lin Dong stepped outside and asked the village chief, does Liao Dongshu's family own a motorcycle? Yes. That motorcycle is very old, about the same age as Dongshu. I still remember when Liao Yang bought that motorcycle back then. It was quite the luxury item in the village. Even though motorcycles were common back then, our village was poor. Before he bought it, only 1 or 2 households had motorcycles. Lin Dong pulled out a still from the surveillance footage. Is this the one? Yes, that's the one. The writer is definitely Dongshu, you can tell just by his build. Who's the girl? Could she be Dongshu's girlfriend? The kid actually has a girlfriend now. Liao Yang would be thrilled if he knew. It seemed the village chief still didn't believe Liao Dongshu would commit a crime. But it only made me more curious about this man. The model filial son praised by villagers, the exemplary student commended by teachers, turns out he's a psychopathic killer. This contrast, it's intriguing. Lin Dong's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Li Lei standing on the hillside. Detective Lin. Come over here. We've found something. By the time Lin Dong and Ding Wei reached the hillside, a large pit had already been dug into the ground. A man dressed in black clothing and jeans could be faintly seen lying face up in the pit. The body had already begun to decompose, filling the air with a foul stench. We noticed the soil here looked fresh, so we dug to check. The moment we struck it with the shovel, the stench of decay hit us. There are no other houses nearby. This must be Liao Dongshu's property. Lin Dong surveyed the surroundings. Burying someone here shows they knew this area was deserted. Once the stench fades, the fresh soil turns old, and weeds grow over it. No one would suspect a body lies buried here. Ding Wei summoned the village chief. When he saw the corpse, his legs went weak with fear. Liao Yang? How did he die? Chapter 84, Black Stockings. After the body was discovered at Liao Dongshu's home, Qingteng village quickly arrived with another team. Master, Lin Dong is truly amazing. He just glanced inside and determined Liao Yang was murdered. He told us to search the surrounding area for fresh soil pits, and sure enough, we found Liao Yang's body. When Li Yang came to pick up Qingteng village, he couldn't help but praise Lin Dong. His approach to solving cases is truly unique. We find evidence first and then investigate, but he uses deduction to find evidence. Compared to our old methods, using deduction to find evidence isn't passive at all, it just takes a bit more brainpower. Chen Nantsuan grinned. Or did you think they solved several major cases in 2 months just by luck? That kid Ding, he can sketch a suspect's portrait from blurry surveillance footage. There are only a handful of people in the country who can do that. The Homicide Investigation Division truly lived up to its reputation. As the group marveled at this, they soon arrived at Liao Dongshu's old house. Detective Chen. Great work, Detective Lin. Chen Nancun smiled and continued, my apprentice mentioned you determined Liao Yang was dead just by glancing at the house? Not quite. I noticed the bird-through pot in the kitchen and the rotting food. It felt jarring. If they'd planned to flee, they'd have tidied up, knowing they wouldn't return. Chen Nancun nodded. Exactly. Don't underestimate how deeply rooted rural folk are to their hometowns. For them, returning to one's roots is the only true home. If they knew they couldn't come back, they'd still clean the place thoroughly. Additionally, I found cyanide in Liao Dongshu's bedroom. Barring any surprises, Liao Yang was poisoned with cyanide. Qingteng village was puzzled. Why would Liao Dongshu choose poison to kill his father instead of a club, rope, or something else? Liao Dongshu was widely regarded as a filial son in the village. I believe he genuinely was a good person before his descent into darkness. Perhaps one day he uncovered his father's secret, causing his worldview to collapse, leading him to become this way. Severe cyanide poisoning induces deep coma, resulting in a relatively quick death with minimal suffering. Compared to other methods, this might have been Liao Dongshu's last vestige of kindness toward his father. Soon after, the officers discovered a box hidden in a secret compartment beneath the bed in Liao Yang's bedroom. Originally covered with miscellaneous items, the hidden compartment was impossible to detect at a glance. Only after emptying everything inside and examining closely could it be discovered. I noticed the dust under the bed was lighter in some spots, likely where items had been pulled out before, scraping away a layer of floor dust. So I pulled everything out and discovered this small hidden compartment covered with wooden boards. Li Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead. I haven't opened it yet. I'll wait until you guys get here before doing that. Just as Lin Dong was about to reach in, Ding Wei thoughtfully handed him a pair of gloves. Be careful. Liao Dongshu knows explosives and is skilled with chemicals. Gloves are safer. Seeing the concern in Ding Wei's eyes, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Truthfully, I already detected it. There's no gunpowder scent inside. But some corrosive chemicals are colorless and odorless. You can't detect them by smell alone. Wearing gloves is definitely safer. After he carefully opened the wooden box, he found several women's items inside. There were hairpins, a purse, and fragments of stockings. There were also several glass bottles, the kind used for door-to-door milk delivery 20 years ago. After drinking the milk, people would fill them with hot water in winter and place them in their quilts to warm their feet. But these bottles contained no hot water. Instead, they held a preservative like formaldehyde. Inside were human tissues. 20 years ago, a series of rape murders occurred. Some victims had missing skin, others even had their noses cut off. It seemed they had all been hidden away in this box. It was like a magic box. Shut it, and Liao Yong was just an ordinary person among billions. Open it, and he transformed into a demon. There's a notebook in there too. Ding Wei pointed to a spot in the box. Lin Dong retrieved it. The notebook looked old. The first page recorded Liao Yong's feelings during his first murder. Each entry was only a few hundred words long, yet it chronicled the death of a woman. A woman's thighs are the most exquisite thing in this world. Just one glance can send shivers down your spine. To touch them well, the sensation is beyond compare. When it comes to thighs, plump and tender ones are the best, not too thin, and the skin has to be good. But the skin of women from the Northwest isn't as good as the women I met when I went south to work in Jiangnan. But when they wear stockings, especially high quality, silky ones, the feel is like a baby's skin, utterly captivating. People rarely lock their doors here. A gentle push opens them. During work hours, the residential compound is deserted. I entered to find her asleep. I didn't know her name, but she happened to be wearing black stockings. Her beautiful, captivating legs were bent, her small feet wrapped in stockings crossed together, utterly tempting. I crouched by the bedside and took a deep sniff. There was no unpleasant odor. The scent of the stockings blended with her body's natural fragrance. I can't describe it, but it was utterly exquisite. She suddenly woke up and screamed when she saw me. I stabbed her in the neck with a knife, and she couldn't scream anymore. This notebook documented all of Liao Yong's feelings after assaulting his victims over the years, even recording new insights after each murder. One could imagine the psychological impact on Liao Dongshu when he accidentally stumbled upon these writings. Could it be that these notes caused Liao Dongshu's mental breakdown? Ding Wei murmured. Since he started mimicking Liao Yong's methods, it must be deeply connected to this notebook. This Liao Yong actually has decent literary skills. His writing is incredibly vivid. For someone in his adolescence, these writings weren't just psychologically jarring, they fueled an obsession with the female body. Add to that the fact that Liao Dongshu's true face wasn't what the villagers and teachers imagined him to be. Some mental illnesses are hereditary. If it's later confirmed that Liao Dongshu was the one who blew up Lu Xinru, then from that moment on, the criminal gene within him had already been activated. Liao Yong's body was placed into a body bag by the coroner. The urgent priority was to find Liao Dongshu. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, Lin Dong suddenly sensed someone behind him. He turned to look at the other hillside, but it was empty. What's wrong? Ding Wei's bright eyes looked at Lin Dong. Nothing. Probably just my imagination. I felt a chill on my back just now, but when I turned around, no one was there. You've probably been exhausted lately. He'd get some sleep in the car later. Now that we know who the killer is, all we need to do is issue a wanted notice. Chapter 85, The Sheep Pen Prisoner. The police had identified Liao Dongshu as the suspect. They began canvassing the area around his home while simultaneously issuing a nationwide wanted notice. Posters displayed Liao Dongshu's photo, images of the two missing girls, and the Zhongshan motorcycle. Soon, the forensic autopsy results came back. I'll state two conclusions: Liao Yong died from cyanide poisoning, and Liao Yong is indeed the serial rapist and murderer responsible for multiple cases 20 years ago. Hearing the coroner's words, a veteran police officer nearing retirement who had participated in the investigation of the serial rape and murder cases wept with rage. 9 lives. 9 families. That bastard committed so many atrocities, and now he just dies like that? He got off far too easy. Old Huan, don't think like that. He got his comeuppance. He was insane for over a decade before his own son killed him. Yeah, we need to pull ourselves together now and catch Liao Dongshu. We absolutely cannot let the serial rape and murder cases from 20 years ago happen again. Officer Huang, his eyes red, approached Lin Dong and Ding Wei. Thanks to you two connecting last year's explosion to this case, we identified Liao Dongshu as a suspect and finally found the killer behind those serial rapes and murders 20 years ago. I thank you on behalf of the victims' families. Lin Dong waved his hands repeatedly. Solving homicide cases is precisely what our homicide investigation division is meant to do. If you must thank us, let's catch Liao Dongshu first. No one vanishes from this world without a trace. The wanted posters are out. Someone is bound to have seen him. Sure enough, the next morning, police received a report of a man spotted in the village who closely resembled the suspect in the wanted poster. The task force immediately set out for Xianghe village. Detective Lin, we've verified that Liao Dongshu's mother is from Xianghe village. She has 2 older brothers, Liao Dongshu's uncles. The eldest uncle's household registration has been transferred to South China, but the second uncle's remains in Xianghe village. This means Liao Dongshu most likely went to seek refuge with his second uncle first. Lin Dong cautioned, Liao Dongshu knows how to make explosives. When Captain Chen investigated the fireworks factory, the manager noticed some explosives were missing, likely stolen by Liao Dongxiu. Be extremely careful during this arrest operation. That kid is no pushover. Li Yang nodded. The SWAT team is coming too, and we're all armed. We're determined to bring this guy down during this operation. A convoy of police cars arrived at Xianghe village. Following a villager's tip, the officers approached a house with a courtyard. The man living here, we call him Old Second Deng, is childless and never married. This morning while herding sheep, I spotted someone who looked just like a murderer on TV, so I called the police. After receiving the tip, Li Yang instructed Lin Dong and Ding Wei to stand by nearby while the SWAT team took charge of the arrest. Over 20 SWAT officers surrounded the courtyard. Before they could enter, the dogs inside began barking furiously. Fearing they might alert the suspect, the SWAT team decisively scaled the wall to enter. Fortunately, the dogs were chained, otherwise, a sudden attack could have sent them straight back to dog heaven. Everyone inside, come out. Don't make any sudden moves. Dang Rong heard the commotion and emerged from the sheep pen holding a bowl. Seeing the sea of SWAT officers pointing guns at him, he froze in terror. The bowl clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. What's going on? Is anyone else in there? No, no one else. I live here alone. You live alone, yet there are 2 motorcycles in the yard? The SWAT officer immediately spotted a Zhongshan motorcycle parked in the yard, identical to the one in the photos released by the task force. 10 officers moved in, 2 restrained Deng Rong, 3 entered the sheep pen, and 5 searched the other rooms. Waiting was agonizing. Lin Dong could only hear the dogs barking, no other sounds. This area is truly vast and sparsely populated. 20 years ago, there were probably even fewer people. No wonder Liao Yong committed 9 murders back then without any witnesses. Li Yang sighed wryly. That's how it is in the Northwest. The wealthy move their families to bustling cities, while the young pack their bags for coastal regions in search of work. The vitality here just keeps fading. After chatting for a few minutes, they spotted a SWAT officer waving at them and hurried over. There are 2 people inside. One is Deng Rong, the suspect's uncle. The other is a girl locked in the sheep pen. She might be mentally unstable, her reactions are sluggish. Go check it out yourselves. Lin Dong approached the sheep pen, the pungent smell of sheep hitting him immediately. The girl sat naked on the grass, her neck chained with the same iron collar as the black dog outside. Her body was covered in wounds, the worst on her thigh. The infected wound had turned black and was already festering. The only treatment she'd received was a few band-aids. Excrement and tissues littered the ground. It wasn't hard to imagine what this girl had endured to end up in such a state. Ding Wei took off her coat, but as she approached, the girl visibly tensed and then lay down, spreading her legs. This was a victim's stress response. When powerless to resist, they submit to their abuser to endure less violence. Over time, it becomes a muscle reflex. Ding Wei felt a deep ache in her heart. She wrapped the girl in her coat and held her tightly. Damn it! Li Yang, witnessing this, stormed out in rage. Spotting Deng Rong's guilty expression, Li Yang charged forward, ready to kick him. But Lin Dong stopped him. If a cop hits someone, he'll turn it around on you. You'll get disciplined back at the station. Lin Dong's tone shifted abruptly, his expression turning cold and menacing. But I'm not a cop. He then kicked Deng Rong flying backward and delivered 2 follow-up kicks to his groin. This scene was witnessed by Ding Wei. Wow, Hide is so cool. This was the first time she'd ever seen him hit someone. Stop it, stop it. I didn't kidnap her. My nephew felt sorry for me and gave me a girl. Seeing how pretty she was, I just couldn't resist. That. Couldn't resist is your excuse for assaulting someone? I'm asking you, where's Liao Dongxiu? Lin Dong knelt on Deng Rong's chest, yanking his hair. He left an hour ago. Said he was going to find a car to Yunnan province. He wants to sneak out of the country and take me with him. That's all I know. I can barely breathe. Get off me, I'm really going to die. Jealousy burned fiercely in Lin Dong's heart as he shot him a vicious glare. You knew the police were hunting Liao Dongxiu, yet you still dared to shelter him? When you find out what he's done, you'll regret it. Ding Wei feared Lin Dong might injure Deng Rong, who could then turn around and press charges, so she hurried over. Hey, calm down. I'm not losing my head. I'm perfectly calm. Lin Dong exhaled a heavy breath and stood up, clearly annoyed. Heh, you call that calm? I know you're just furious because of that girl. Ding Wei raised an eyebrow, her eyes narrowing seductively as she gave Lin Dong a thumbs up. The way you flew over and kicked him just now? Absolutely badass. Is that so? A sharp curve touched Lin Dong's lips. Once I find Liao Dongxiu, I'll give him a few kicks myself. Chapter 86, The Beauty Pageant. Liao Dongxiu's luggage is still here. He can't have gone far. Search the surrounding area. Just as the police were about to set out, a deafening explosion suddenly split the sky like thunder, instantly snatching everyone's attention away from the clues before them. The sudden, thunderous roar seemed to make the very air tremble, causing hearts to tighten and an ominous foreboding to rise. Where's the explosion? Chen Nanchun rushed out, demanding. Over there. Black smoke is billowing. Quick! Get in the car. Just as everyone was rushing toward the explosion site, Lin Dong suddenly called out to stop Li Lei, who was driving. Something's off. This explosion feels suspicious. Liao Dongzheng must know we discovered his use of gunpowder. He deliberately created this explosion to draw our attention. What's his motive? Lin Dong's words instantly snapped Li Lei out of his daze. Damn it, a diversion tactic. He quickly turned the car around, just in time to see Liao Dongzheng riding a motorcycle out of the courtyard. While most officers were rushing to the explosion site, only a few remained outside the courtyard. Liao Dongzheng's nerves of steel were no joke. He actually dared to climb back over the wall into the courtyard and ride off on his motorcycle. You think you can get away on two wheels? Li Lei instructed Lin Dong and Ding Wei to hold onto the handles, then floored the accelerator. This reminded Lin Dong of his last reckless drive, where he'd nearly died on the road. The motorcycle couldn't match the speed of a four-wheeled vehicle. Just as they were about to catch up, Liao Dongzheng suddenly veered right, leaving the main road and plunging into a muddy, rutted path. Li Lei quickly followed suit, but soon realized Liao Dongzheng's cunning plan. The road was littered with rocks jutting out of the ground. While the motorcycle could nimbly dodge them, the bulky four-wheeler, moving at high speed, kept hitting the stones. The constant clattering echoed throughout the ride. What kind of dump is this? I feel like my undercarriage is going to be scraped to pieces. Liao Dongzheng really is sharp. He can quickly find solutions to unexpected situations. If he'd stayed on the right path, his life might have been completely different. Lin Dong leaned out the window, watching the motorcycles pull ahead, and sighed. Too bad life doesn't give second chances. Upon learning of the situation, Qingteng village attempted to intercept Liao Dongzheng from the other side, but ultimately failed to stop him. Back at the police station, the task force deployed officers to search along the route Liao Dongzheng had taken. They discovered he had driven his motorcycle all the way to a famous ancient city in Ding Wei City after leaving the village. It was summer vacation and the place was packed with tourists. Compounded by the fact that Liao Dongzheng could assemble explosives himself, this news sent a chill through the entire task force. Qingteng village proposed an emergency evacuation of the ancient city's tourists. However, higher-ups argued that during peak tourist season, making a big fuss would scare away future visitors. Are you kidding me? You're gambling on whether Liao Dongzheng has explosives so you won't evacuate the ancient city's tourists? What if something really happens? Are they going to pay with their lives? Qingteng village was furious, his eyebrows practically standing on end. Surveillance footage shows Liao Dongzheng entered the ancient city carrying a backpack. We can't be sure what's inside. What if it's explosives? Lin Dong sat in his chair, pondering for a moment before asking. The ancient city is covered in surveillance. Pinpointing Liao Dongzheng's location should be straightforward. Couldn't we just cordon off that area under the pretext of road repairs? Chen Nanchun explained. Yuanga ancient city is quite unique. Beneath it lie numerous preserved passageways. In ancient times, these served as secret routes for reinforcements to enter during sieges without breaching the gates. Later, during renovations, they were simply converted into sewers. In other words, the underground network beneath the ancient city was vast and interconnected, making it impossible to pinpoint Liao Dongzheng's exact location. Even if he vanished from surveillance in one area, he could easily reappear in another. The bomb Liao Dongzheng planted in Shanghai village during the day was a time bomb. Fortunately, it caused no casualties, only destroying an unoccupied old house. This guy has strong bomb-making capabilities. We must inform higher-ups immediately and evacuate the area. Exactly. Otherwise, if Liao Dongzheng takes hostages, we'll be in serious trouble. What matters more, GDP or human lives? Just as the task force was arguing heatedly, Lin Dong suddenly had an idea. I have a plan that might lure Liao Dongzheng out. Ding Wei's eyes lit up. She licked her lips and hurriedly asked, what is it? Since Liao Dongzheng was cut from the same cloth as his father, he has a sick obsession with women's legs. He's just experienced that sensation. Give him the slightest hint, and he won't be able to control himself. Lin Dong gave a cold chuckle. To put it bluntly, unless a criminal is exceptionally intelligent, emotionally stable, possesses leadership skills, and has substantial financial resources leaving them with almost no weaknesses, they're extremely difficult to deal with. Other types of criminals all have vulnerabilities. Hint? What kind of hint? Qingteng village pressed urgently. Posting posters of women in black stockings all over the ancient city. During the day, have people wearing black stockings walk around the city. At night, have female police officers wear black stockings to lure them in. Ah. The veteran officers weren't quite as open-minded and felt this investigative approach was indecent. I can do it. Ding Wei suddenly stood up. What can you do? Sit down. Lin Dong glared at her. I can play the role of a female officer in black stockings to lure out Liao Dongzheng. Your legs aren't attractive. They're not my type. Lin Dong yanked Ding Wei back into her seat. Ding Wei pouted slightly. But you said you liked my legs before. Don't twist my words. I only said your leg shape was nice, I never said I liked your legs. I'm perfectly serious. Lin Dong's frantic explanation made Ding Wei burst into laughter. Must be worried about my safety, that's why he won't let me go. But even if I don't go, other female officers will still go. As fellow officers, it makes no difference who goes. From the day I became a cop, I prepared myself for danger. Just let me go. Haven't you forgotten? I can disarm a knife with my bare hands. But that guy's a bomb maker. I'm not afraid. Seeing Ding Wei's resolute gaze, Lin Dong sighed. If Captain Chen approves my plan, then you can go. Just remember to stay safe. Don't worry. Ding Wei smiled, her rosy lips parted and eyes crinkled. Chen Nan Village pondered for a moment before speaking. I think this plan is feasible. We don't need to disperse tourists, we just need shops to close early, and bars and other night spots to shut down during this period. That way, there will be very few tourists at night, greatly increasing the killer's chances of encountering the female officer. Organize an event in the name of the ancient city, inviting models or internet celebrities to participate. Use a beauty pageant as the pretext, allowing women to showcase themselves openly. Publicly promote it as celebrating women's freedom of dress and confidence. Turn their photos into posters displayed throughout the ancient city, requesting they feature images wearing black stockings. Have them wear black stockings during daytime photo sessions throughout the ancient city. These models and influencers might even inspire more ordinary people to wear black stockings while walking around. This way, it'll be impossible for Liao Dongshu not to notice. After a few days of this, he'll definitely lose his composure. Our female officers will all be equipped with stun batons during solo nighttime operations to ensure their safety. Chapter 87, Impressive, Officer Ding. Yuanga Ancient Town, a renowned tourist destination in northwest China, drew massive crowds during summer vacation seeking unique experiences. Just as the shop owners were preparing to cash in on the summer rush, they received a notice from the Old Town Management Committee. The first notice stated that all shops must close after 8 p.m., with reopening times to be determined. The second announcement declared that the ancient city would temporarily host a modeling contest, inviting models and internet celebrities to showcase their presence there. This event served both promotional purposes and as a statement advocating for women's freedom of dress and the celebration of beauty. Damn it! I run a bar. Making us close after 8 p.m.? That's when business really picks up. What the hell is this nonsense? And this modeling contest? It's clearly some higher up wanting to ogle the models themselves, using public funds for their own entertainment. Once the contest is over, who knows whose bed those models might end up in. But this contest should bring more buzz to the old town. Just can't figure out why they didn't promote it at all beforehand. That's not the only odd thing. Lately, it feels like there are way more cops in the old town. They don't look like they're just here for security. That's none of us ordinary folks' business. Anyway, bringing in a bunch of leggy beauties means we get to feast our eyes too. Due to the sudden notice, many influencers and models were unavailable. The police had to settle for second best anyone with nice legs would do, regardless of looks. Within just 2 days, they rounded up over 20 leggy minor influencers. They had the girls send photos of themselves wearing black stockings, which were turned into posters plastered all over the ancient city. The beauty pageant was a ruse. The real goal was to lure the killer into a trap. To make the event seem more authentic, the Old Town Management Committee erected a stage at the very heart of the ancient city. Knowing a murderer was in the ancient city, the committee didn't want this incident to affect the lucrative summer tourist peak season, so they cooperated fully with the police. During the pageant, Lin Dong and Ding Wei strolled through the ancient town. This ancient town is actually quite nice. Compared to the cookie-cutter ones, it has a distinct character. If only I were here as a tourist, then my brain wouldn't be so tense right now. To blend in with her work, Ding Wei had changed into a different outfit for the day. She wore a thin purple hoodie featuring a Mickey Mouse cartoon print, paired with denim shorts and black tights. Brown boots hugged her calves, elongating her silhouette. Liao Dongshu must have been puzzled too. How could the ancient town suddenly be filled with so many beauties in black tights in just 2 days? It was quite bewildering. Where'd you get that outfit? Just bought it here in the ancient city. See, that shop over there. Pretty cheap too. Ding Wei took a few steps forward, then turned to face Lin Dong directly. What do you think, Hida? Does it make you feel anything? Lin Dong's eyes traveled from Ding Wei's expectant gaze down to her chest, then slid over her thighs. He shook his head. The hoodie's too baggy, it doesn't show off your best features. Baggy is perfect. It'll be easier to move when we take down Liao Dongshu. He loves legs, right? Just wait till he gets a roundhouse kick from this sister guaranteed to knock him out cold. With that, Ding Wei casually draped her leg over Lin Dong's shoulder, flaunting her impressive flexibility. From Lin Dong's perspective, those long legs were incredibly straight. It was the stockings bought in the ancient city, though the quality was a bit rough, not as smooth on the surface. A young boy passing by spotted the scene and blurted out with surprising social grace, "Why are you rewarding him?" The remark made everyone around them burst into laughter. By nightfall, shops closed, and the ancient city seemed to revert to an old-world curfew. High wattage lights were switched off, leaving only dim bulbs providing barely adequate illumination. Female officers transferred from various police stations and precincts, wearing wigs and plainclothes, patrolled the ancient city in black stockings. For the first few days, there was no sign of trouble. Until the third day. Ding Wei waited until the shops closed, just like the previous days, before strolling leisurely back to her guest house. Suddenly, she sensed someone following her, and her nerves instantly tightened. Although police officers were stationed throughout the ancient city at night, and nearby officers could arrive within half a minute if a cry for help was heard. But this killer was a bomb maker. If he had explosives strapped to himself for self-defense, the police wouldn't dare act rashly. For a female officer, the danger was still very real. Tap tap tap. Ding Wei sensed the footsteps behind her growing closer, indicating the pursuer was accelerating. The moment the footsteps stopped, Ding Wei instinctively ducked. Sure enough, the figure behind her grabbed a handkerchief, intending to cover her mouth and nose. The attacker hadn't anticipated Ding Wei's downward movement, and his body's momentum caused him to lean forward instinctively. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Wei swiftly executed a knee strike to the groin, pinning the assailant to the ground. Soon, other officers nearby rushed to the scene upon hearing the commotion and helped subdue the assailant. When Ding Wei saw the man's face, it felt like an electric shock coursed through her entire body. The person she had subdued was none other than Liao Dongzheng. She had personally sketched Liao Dongzheng's composite using bone point measurement techniques. There was no mistake. I got him. Seeing Lin Dong approach, Ding Wei flashed a wide, toothy grin, practically begging for praise. Yeah, I saw. That move you pulled off earlier was pretty slick, dodging and takedown in one fluid motion. All that training at the academy paid off. Of course. My major scores were top-notch at the academy. After praising Ding Wei, Lin Dong approached Liao Dongzheng. Their eyes locked, the former's gaze sharp, the latter's eyes filled with reluctance. It's not that you caught me, I just didn't want to run anymore. Otherwise, how could a bunch of useless losers like you possibly catch me? Liao Dongzheng was still putting up a front. In the adult world, only results matter. Haven't we already caught you? Lin Dong stood tall, looking down at him. Where's the other girl? Confess now, and it'll work in your favor during the trial. Ha! I'm already facing the death penalty for murder. Who are you trying to fool? You guys are so good at finding people, go find her yourselves. Li Lei pinned him down with relentless pressure, his personal animosity adding to the intensity, forcing Liao to scream in agony. Stop wasting time with him. Take him back for interrogation first. Move it. Watching Liao Dongzheng get shoved into the police van, Ding Wei felt no sense of relief. What if he plays dumb and refuses to reveal the other girl's whereabouts? If the killer refuses to talk, the police will have to find her themselves. Many murder cases, both domestically and internationally, have seen bodies discovered years, even 2 or 3 decades later, precisely because the perpetrators wouldn't confess. Lin Dong shifted his tone. But the evidence chain for Yu Lu's murder is complete. He's facing the death penalty no matter what. It all depends on whether he's willing to admit to killing Lu Xinru. Ding Wei suddenly remembered that girl found in the sheep pen might know where the other girl is. But we have to wait until her mental state stabilizes a bit. Right now, no matter what we ask, she just stares blankly and can't answer. Chapter 88, I planted the bomb. News of Liao Dongzheng's arrest quickly reached the provincial bureau. Several high-ranking officials descended upon the interrogation room, eager to see this monster for themselves. Has the suspect confessed? Reporting to the director, the suspect remains completely silent. We're still working on him, but this kid seems fearless of death. He told us to just shoot him already so he can be reincarnated sooner. Chen Nanchun frowned as he delivered the report. It had been over 2 hours since Liao Dongzheng's arrest, and aside from demanding the police execute him sooner, he refused to say anything else. Isn't there still one missing person we haven't found? If he won't talk, that missing person situation will become increasingly dangerous. You must act quickly. Within the bounds of the law, use every means necessary to pry the killer's mouth open. Just as everyone was still worrying about the missing girl, Liao Dongzheng in the interrogation room suddenly looked toward the glass partition beside him. Are there a lot of people watching me right now? Stop asking useless questions. Confess now and get leniency. An experienced detective had already prepared for a long interrogation, placing a thermos of strong tea on the table. Interrogation is a psychological battle of wills and a grueling test of endurance. Whoever breaks first loses. If you want me to talk, answer my questions. Are you the cop, or am I the cop? Then we'll just wait it out. You should know that without water, a person can't hold out for long. Once you've starved that girl to death, there'll be no need to rush. You can take your time collecting the body. Liao Dongzheng flashed a wicked grin that sent a chill down the spine of the veteran officer. This guy is way too arrogant. Ugh, I just want to storm in and beat him up. Ding Wei clenched her fists, regretting not giving him a proper beating when they arrested him. Something's off. Lin Dong pondered, fingering his chin. What's not right? He's been in the ancient city for so many days without doing anything. That doesn't add up. Since he went to a crowded place like the ancient city and allowed himself to be trapped like a turtle in a jar, he must have some ulterior motive. Ding Wei's mind raced with dread. Her eyes widened as she speculated he wouldn't have planted a bomb in the ancient city. I planted bombs in the ancient city. No sooner had Ding Wei finished speaking than Liao Dongxu's voice echoed through the interrogation room like a demon's whisper. What? I said I planted bombs in the ancient city. Liao Dongxu glanced up at the clock above the interrogation room door. It should go off in about 2 hours. I'm already facing the death penalty anyway, so dragging a few others down with me before I die doesn't matter. Accompanied by a shrill laugh, the hearts of the police officers in the observation room leapt into their throats. Evacuate the ancient city immediately. Now! The provincial bureau chief ordered instantly. During summer vacation, the ancient city was teeming with tourists. If an explosion occurred, the consequences would be unimaginable. 2 hours isn't nearly enough to evacuate all the tourists. At this hour, most people are still asleep. Even if every available officer was deployed to knock on every door, urging innkeepers to evacuate their guests, many proprietors might flee themselves upon hearing about a bomb threat. Then the police would still have to knock on every door. The ancient city alone had at least thousands of rooms in inns and homestays, not counting those in shops. Given this scale, completing the evacuation in 2 hours was nearly impossible. We have to go even if it's too late. Get the bomb squad to the old town immediately and prepare for defusing at any moment. Just as everyone was pacing like ants on a hot pan, Lin Dong silently entered the interrogation room. Opening the door, the two officers inside looked at him in confusion. Immediately after, his Bluetooth earpiece buzzed supervisory orders instructing them to step outside. Can he handle it? The provincial bureau chief asked. Shennan Village quickly explained, Lin Dong deserves all the credit for finding the suspect this time. Without the Homicide Investigation Division, the killer would likely have already fled abroad through the Yunnan border. But we don't need a confession now, we need to know where the bomb is. Trust him. Ding Wei's gaze was unwavering, her tone carrying an air of finality. They can do it. Lin Dong sat down on the stool, exchanging a glance with Liao Dongxu. Let me introduce myself first. I know you. I've read your books. Back in college, yours were my favorites, they gave me so much inspiration. Liao Dongxu gave a wicked grin. I should thank you. Without the knowledge in those books, I probably would have been caught on day one. The sin lies not in possessing a treasure, but in the man who bears it. You're shifting the blame for your crimes onto me, trying to burden me with guilt. Honestly, I've got thick skin. Your words don't make me feel guilty at all, they just make me pity you. Liao Dongxu's gaze turned cold as he looked at Lin Dong, the smile on his lips slowly fading. Your father was a serial rapist and murderer who, due to mental illness, forgot his past and became an honest farmer. Your mother died of illness. Growing up in such an environment, you became the good kid everyone in the village and your teachers talked about. After over a decade of grueling study, your scores could have gotten you into a better university elsewhere, but you chose the local polytechnic university near home just to care for your father. I truly admire that about you, honestly. If you hadn't opened that box, your life might never have been rewritten. After graduating, you started working. With your intelligence, even without connections, you could have done well. Marry a wife, have a child. This life wouldn't be wealthy, but it would be decent. Liao Dongxu's eyes went blank, as if recalling painful memories. Based on the timeline, you discovered that box before you killed Lu Xinru. That's when your psyche began to warp. But back then, it was merely revenge, no signs of antisocial tendencies yet. But once Pandora's box is opened, it can't be easily closed. The seed of evil was planted then, blooming a year later. The moment you killed your father, you began to understand him, to become him, even to surpass him. You believed your father had killed countless people yet evaded capture. You sought to prove yourself smarter than him, so after murdering your victims, you needlessly added explosives to disfigure their faces, unaware that those very explosives would ultimately expose you. A searing flame of rage erupted within Liao Dongxu's heart. He roared furiously. Isn't that exactly it? I am superior to him, smarter than him. He doesn't deserve to be my father. If I'd had a normal family, my life wouldn't have turned out like this. I tried so hard. I was so devoted. And what do I get? The man I served for over 20 years turns out to be a murderer. My faith has collapsed. My entire worldview has collapsed. Why hasn't he been caught after killing so many people? Is that lunatic really smarter than me? I need to prove myself, but why did you find me so fast? Himu, why did you come to Jinwei? If not for you, I wouldn't have been caught. Lin Dong replied coldly, technology today far surpasses what it was 20 years ago. Even without me, local police would have found you eventually. It was only a matter of time. Chapter 89, Time to Call in Reinforcements. Why live in someone else's shadow? Lin Dong's words suddenly calmed the agitated Liao Dongxu. If your father were a scientist or a soldier, it would be understandable to want to become like him or surpass him. But he's just a murderer you despise. Don't you find it ridiculous to try to surpass him? Living to become someone you despise. Simply to prove yourself to someone who's already dead. What's the difference between that and being an idiot? Think you're so clever, Himu? Since you're so smart, why don't you go save the people in the ancient city? You've got less than 2 hours left. I'll see if you can even find the bomb. There is no bomb. The amount of gunpowder you took from the fireworks factory was only enough to make one bomb, but you already used that bomb in Xianghe village. Lin Dong finished speaking, his gaze fixed intently on Liao Dongshu's expression. Truthfully, he wasn't certain either. He was merely trying to gauge Liao Dongshu's state through his micro-expressions. His persistent references to Liao Dongshu's father were meant to heighten his emotional state. When cognitive load increases, or when lying or feeling guilty, micro-expressions surface involuntarily. A genuine smile requires the coordinated movement of 40 facial muscles. Since facial muscles are notoriously difficult to control, a fake smile often results in awkward, uncoordinated muscle movements. Can't I get gunpowder through other channels? Lin Dong continued to provoke him. You steal comic books and survive on subsidies and odd jobs every month. Gunpowder from unofficial channels isn't cheap. The bomb you detonated on Yulu's face, judging by the extent of her injuries, didn't use much gunpowder. Otherwise, her entire head would have been gone. In other words, you couldn't afford to buy it elsewhere. Otherwise, when you killed Lu Xinru, you would have used a bomb with sufficient explosive power to ensure her death, without needing to finish her off with white phosphorus. That was on purpose, you idiot. Blowing her up outright would have been too easy for her. The girls' dorm floors originally had surveillance, but Lu Xinru led the charge to get the hallway cameras removed, claiming they invaded the girls' privacy. That actually gave me an opening. I found out which dorm room she was in, borrowed cosplay clothes from the manga club, disguised myself to enter the girls' dorm, swapped the sanitary pad with the bomb I'd planted beforehand for the one in her drawer, and even tampered with her favorite skirt. Even I didn't know when the bomb would detonate, giving me the perfect alibi. The police suspected me, but I had an alibi, and they had no further evidence. Liao Dongshu grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, several times trying to stand up. But strapped to the tiger bench, he couldn't even lift himself. His hands were cuffed, barely able to reach his own face. I see. Lin Dong is forcing Liao Dongshu to confess to a case where the evidence chain isn't fully closed. By getting him to admit it himself, the evidence chain can be completed. Chen Nanchuan's eyelids narrowed, revealing two sharp, piercing glints in his eyes. He claims Liao Dongshu didn't plant the bomb in the ancient city. Can this be confirmed? Lives are at stake. This is no laughing matter. The bureau chief was visibly tense. If the explosion caused mass casualties, he might lose his position as director. I suggest evacuating the ancient city first. To avoid panic, we can say there's a suspected toxic gas leak requiring investigation. If no bomb is found, we'll later announce the information was incorrect and compensate the tourists. The director thought this approach would prevent panic while allowing for evacuation, so he agreed immediately. You killed your father with cyanide to ease his suffering? Lin Dong's fingers tapped lightly on the table, attempting to create a relaxed conversational atmosphere. I harbored no resentment toward him. His mental state fluctuated, but he never struck me. I killed him because I knew you were closing in on me. If I got caught, you'd arrest him too. Rather than subjecting him to legal trials, forcing confessions, and demanding apologies to victims' families, I believed letting him die painlessly was an act of filial piety. Lin Dong suddenly snapped. Shouldn't he have apologized to the victims' families? You saw this notebook, you know how cruel his methods were. For those families, this isn't a momentary pain, but a lifetime of suffering. What those people think is none of my concern. I'm going to die anyway. Even if I bear a lifetime of infamy, I won't hear it after death. The greatest advantage of having no faith is not worrying about going to hell after death, so I don't care. Liao Dongshu's utter indifference left Lin Dong at a loss. As he said, those without faith fear neither hell nor death. No matter how many crimes they commit, death is the ultimate end. After that, nothing remains. Thus, they face nothing with fear. As Lin Dong pondered how to further break down his defenses, Liao Dongshu suddenly smiled and said, Imu, since you're so clever, why don't we play a game? If you can find the bomb's location, I'll tell you where I've locked up that girl. Lin Dong breathed evenly, his eyes locked on Liao Dongshu's. Fine. How do you want to play? When you searched me, there was a photo. If you can use that photo to find the bomb's location, you can save that girl. Liao Dongshu narrowed his eyes, staring at Lin Dong. You have 1 hour and 47 minutes left. The timer bomb will detonate automatically. Find it and press the deactivation button, and everything will be fine. Ding Wei's body jerked. She hurriedly retrieved the items seized from Liao Dongshu's person, took the photograph, and rushed to the observation room. By then, Lin Dong had also left the interrogation room. A group gathered around the table, discussing. Did he plant the bomb or not? Don't let him lead us all around by the nose. There's no need to dwell on that. If there's no bomb, we'll just be wasting manpower and time. But if there is one, we have to find it. Either way, we have to search. What we should be discussing now is what location this photo points to. Chen Nanxun frowned. What troubled him was that the photo showed only a partial view. While it was clearly taken outdoors, the information it provided was extremely limited. A tree dominated 80% of the frame, with a red roof visible in the distance. There were no distinct shop signs, leaving very little useful information. He's messing with us. What kind of clue is this? Li Lei snorted angrily through his nostrils. There was a popular online game before where netizens would post random photos, and the blogger had to figure out where they were taken. But we have less than 2 hours. Even if we mobilize every officer to search for a tree, it'd be nearly impossible to find, especially at night. Lin Dong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I really don't want to, but we might have to call in outside help. Half a minute later. Yu's shrieking curses erupted from the other end of the line. Lin Dong, are you trying to get yourself killed? Don't you know tonight is my gaming time? What the hell do you think you're doing? Chapter 90, playing games with me? Give me some face. I've got a bunch of cops around me. Lin Dong glanced at the others, relieved none of them were paying attention to him. What case are you on now? You never used to call me late at night, saying you worried about interrupting my nightlife. Pfft, like I'd spend my nightlife with some stinky man. Time's running out. I've got less than 2 hours left. It's a matter of life and death. The killer gave me a photo and told me to find the bomb's location. Yu giggled. Isn't map reading your specialty? Pinpointing locations from photos? We used to play geography games and you almost always won. Why do you need my help now? Losing a game doesn't kill anyone. I have no right to gamble with someone else's life. Besides, this photo is too close up. I can't be absolutely certain. Fine, I'll help you one more time. Send me the photo. Lin Dong knew Yu was all bark and no bite. She looked like a little girl, but her words were sharp as a knife. Still, her heart was in the right place. Otherwise, top-tier hackers like her often become the kind of anarchists you see abroad, seeking revenge on society. Soon, Lin Dong sent the photos over. Meanwhile, the police had already begun evacuating the ancient city. By the time Lin Dong and Ding Wei arrived outside the ancient city, only 69 minutes remained until the deadline Liao Dongshu had mentioned. Hordes of tourists crowded the perimeter, their groans and curses rising in a constant chorus. After finally getting a chance to travel, being kicked out of their ghost houses and hotels in the dead of night would make anyone furious. What if Yu can't identify the location in the photo either? On the way here, I studied the photo carefully. I noticed the leaves in the picture aren't uniformly green. What does that tell us? Ding Wei asked. Photosynthesis. Lin Dong continued. When plants receive intense sunlight, photosynthesis becomes more efficient, leading to higher chlorophyll content and darker leaf color. Conversely, with weaker light, chlorophyll decreases, resulting in lighter hues. The ancient city is square in shape, so we can eliminate half the area. Then there are the distant buildings. Though blurry, you can faintly make out red brick exteriors. Dividing the ancient city into 4 sectors A, B, C, and D and eliminating sectors C and D, I noticed most of the red brick walls are concentrated in sector A. This sector coincides with where we apprehended Liao Dongshu. That can't be a coincidence. Ding Wei exclaimed excitedly. Then what are we waiting for? Send all police forces to Area A. Isn't that the northeast section of the ancient city? Lin Dong nodded. Exactly, the northeast section. But there are similar red brick buildings in the southeast too. Have the police focus their search on the eastern areas first. We'll go in and look around ourselves. If only it were daytime. Visibility would make things so much easier. Time ticked by second. After obtaining the ancient city's architectural blueprints from the city committee, the task force first clearly marked all the red brick buildings and then systematically ruled them out one by one. Not here. That tree is too short. It's clearly different from the photo. Does anyone have a brighter flashlight? This one's too dim. I can't see a thing. The bomb squad's vehicle was stationed in the center of the ancient city. Should an explosive be discovered, this positioning ensured quick access to any direction. With only 9 minutes left, Lin Dong finally received a call from Yu. The person who gave you this photo is a bit shady. What do you mean? This photo's been doctored. That tree was added in post-production. That's why it looked off. I inverted the colors and spotted a logo on the red brick building in the background. I looked it up online. It's called Pioneer Bookstore. You little bastard. I laid my heart bare for you, and you pull this kind of trick on me. The photo was even doctored? I'll be damned. Ding Wei's mind was racing as she grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, "The bomb is in the tall building in front of Pioneer Bookstore, the one taller than the bookstore itself." After speaking, Ding Wei motioned for Lin Dong to get in the car. She borrowed an electric scooter and sped straight toward Pioneer Bookstore. The other officers, alerted to the situation, summoned the bomb squad and began racing toward the Pioneer Bookstore area. We passed Pioneer Bookstore earlier, but the photo didn't show the store's logo, so we overlooked it. Lin Dong held Ding Wei around the waist as they rode the scooter to Pioneer Bookstore. They arrived with 4 minutes remaining. The task force had already arrived ahead of them. If the building in the photo is this bookstore, only that tower offers the optimal vantage point. The other structures are at the same height as Pioneer Bookstore. Li Lei was drenched in sweat, partly from the heat, partly from anxiety. We've located the box suspected to contain the bomb. The bomb squad is already on it. If it's as Liao Dongzheng said, if we can simply shut it down after finding the bomb, then we still have time. But if it needs to be disassembled, then... Disassembling a bomb was no simple task, unlike on TV where cutting the red or blue wire solved everything. Different bombs had different detonation mechanisms. Some detonate if their balance is disturbed. Others explode if the surrounding noise level exceeds a certain decibel threshold. For minutes is theoretically nowhere near enough time to disarm a bomb. Fortunately, the surrounding area had already been evacuated, significantly reducing the psychological pressure on the bomb squad. Lin Dong's phone displayed a countdown timer. Less than 2 minutes remained. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they began moving away from the ancient tower area. The final 3-second countdown began. Ding Wei, overcome with tension, unconsciously clasped Lin Dong's hand. He didn't pull away, but gripped hers tightly in return. Ding ding ding. The alarm on Lin Dong's phone rang as the countdown hit 0. The dreaded explosion never came. Phew, that scared the life out of me. At least Liao Dongzheng had some humanity left. He really did set up a manual shut-off. Ding Wei gasped, her small mouth agape. I still think the bomb was fake. He just wanted one last chance to prove how clever he is. As the bomb squad descended from the tower, they placed the bomb-containing box on the ground, removed their bomb suits, and addressed Qingteng village. This isn't a bomb, no explosives. Just a countdown device. We've been tricked. Qingteng village turned to look at Lin Dong, filled with immense admiration. Back at the police station, Lin Dong had deduced that Liao Dongzheng couldn't possibly have had a bomb in his possession. He wouldn't have been able to assemble one. Who was it at the station who mentioned the bomb might be fake? The Homicide Investigation Division. They're brilliant. Now, both last year's explosion and the serial rape murders from 20 years ago have their killers identified. It's just a shame Liao Yong is dead. We can't make him apologize to the victims' families in person. But at least it gives the deceased some closure. Li Lei and Li Yang sat on chairs in front of the flower bed, smoking cigarettes, feeling a sense of closure that this case was finally resolved. Chapter 91, Woodland Jasmine. The bomb was found, and Liao Dongzheng revealed the whereabouts of another girl in an abandoned house near his hometown. Such abandoned houses were common in rural areas. After many families moved to the city, their old homes were left unattended. Over time, vegetation took over, termites gnawed through the beams, and brick walls collapsed, turning them into places people avoided. Lin Dong saw things through to the end. Though exhausted, he followed the task force to Liao Dongzheng's hometown. In a nearby abandoned brick house, they found the unconscious girl. When discovered, she wore only undergarments, her legs wrapped in stockings, her clothes discarded nearby. Her hands were bound behind her back, her neck restrained by a chain, and her body racked by a high fever caused by infected wounds. Had she been discovered a day later, her fate would likely have been dire. Dad, what are you thinking about? Ding Wei approached the exterior of the abandoned building and saw Lin Dong standing on the hillside. I was thinking about that day when we arrived at Liao Dongzheng's old house. We were walking toward the village entrance, but I felt like something was behind us. When I turned around, I saw a figure flash across the hillside. Lin Dong instinctively frowned. That hillside location, it's right here. And that's where we found the missing girl. Maybe the figure I saw that day wasn't an illusion after all. Could it be the mysterious man? Ding Wei's delicate brows furrowed slightly. If it really is him, why does he always seem to know the killer's movements? It's damn strange. It feels like he's leading us by the nose, we're just following his trail. This feeling is infuriating. Lin Dong took a deep breath and let out a heavy sigh. It was precisely this movement that allowed him to catch a familiar scent in the air. Woodland jasmine. At Deng Lin's home, Lin Dong had stumbled upon a rare perfume containing woodland jasmine, which had led him to Shihai province to solve the case. Now he held 2 fragments of a photograph, but they were insufficient to identify the person in the image. He needed to find more fragments before he could possibly deduce the person's location from the background environment in the photos. Come to think of it, osmanthus flowers are everywhere in Shihai province. Once we solve this case, will that mysterious person keep giving us clues? Ding Wei felt a chill run down her spine at the thought. Someone was guiding their investigations, providing a photo fragment after each solved case, ultimately pointing toward a larger mystery. Were they observers or perpetrators of this series of murders? And who exactly were they? Woodland jasmine is everywhere, it's not unique. The clue probably isn't where the flowers grow, but where perfume is sold. But Shihai province is so vast. Searching for a shop selling niche perfumes is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Ding Wei furrowed her brow in thought, then looked up. Could it be in the ancient city? A low chuckle escaped Lin Dong's throat. You've reminded me, when we were searching for the bomb in the ancient city, I think I caught a whiff of that same perfume. But I was so focused on finding the bomb I didn't pay much attention. Still, I remember roughly where it was. It'll be dawn soon. We should reach the ancient city around 8, just in time for breakfast. I've been wanting to try the local barley cakes, steamed wheat noodles, and offal soup. Lin Dong yawned. This round-the-clock grind has me worried I'll drop dead any day now. If my greasy hair gets spotted by fans, my towering image will be ruined. He, you're the tallest and most majestic in my eyes. Just wear a hat later to cover up that greasy hair. After saying goodbye to Chennan village, the two borrowed Li Lei's private car and drove to the ancient city. After last night's incident, the number of tourists in the ancient city had dwindled significantly. Everyone was worried that the so-called toxic gas leak might actually be real. Business owners reluctant to leave had no choice but to grit their teeth and stay put, carrying on with their usual operations. The pair headed for breakfast first, sampling all the local specialties. Barley cakes, hot pot lamb intestine noodles, wheat kernel rice. After filling their stomachs, Lin Dong headed to the spot where he'd caught the scent of perfume yesterday. Nearby, he found a shop called Shihai Niche Perfumes. Such shops could be found in ancient cities across many regions, selling perfumes blended in-house. Their scents differed markedly from big-name brands, infused with local characteristics. The shop wasn't open in the morning. By noon, the owner finally arrived, leisurely riding an electric scooter to the door. I really envy the people here, they all carry this relaxed vibe. I hear folks in Dali Old Town are much the same, running their businesses with such a laid-back attitude, Ding Wei mused, propping her chin on her hand as she sat in a chair. Enough musing. I'll take you to Dali Old Town sometime. For now, let's get down to business. Lin Dong stood up and walked over. The shopkeeper was a young woman, likely only 26 or 27. She sported dark blue hair and wore plain white clothing. Though she wore no makeup, her features were undeniably beautiful. Hello, is this perfume sold in your store? Lin Dong pulled out his phone, displaying a photo he'd taken of the perfume earlier. The beautiful shopkeeper, puzzled by such early business, glanced at the phone. Yes, it's our in-house blend. My boyfriend created the formula himself. It features the unique woody floral notes of Shihai, combined with fresh grapefruit, soft jasmine, and warm white musk. It should also have sandalwood and teak, Lin Dong added. You know your perfumes well. That's correct, it also incorporates a small amount of sandalwood and teak. The overall scent leans toward freshness, making it ideal for casual occasions. Ding Wei quickly asked, is this perfume sold anywhere else besides your store? Do you have any branches? No, we only have this one physical store in our online shop. This is our sole brick-and-mortar location, though my boyfriend is currently planning to open a branch. No branches? That makes sense. Then I definitely came to the right place. Lin Dong closed his eyes and took a deep sniff. His face was utterly rapturous, like some kind of weirdo. The beautiful shop owner was filled with questions. Ding Wei quickly shielded Lin Dong, gave an awkward smile, and then asked, have you encountered any strange people or unusual incidents at your shop lately? Who are you people? The beautiful shop owner grew wary. Police. Here's my badge. Take a look. Ding Wei identified herself first. Ding Wei? Oh. I remember now. I saw you guys on short videos. The last-minute rescue team, right? Who knew fans of mine and he does pairing would be here in Shihai too? That's right, I'm Ding Wei, and he's writer Himu. We're investigating a case and wanted to ask if anything strange has happened in your shop recently. The beautiful shop owner thought for a moment. Strange things? I don't think so. Had they come to the wrong place? Ding Wei pursed her lips, feeling a bit deflated. But I did receive a package 2 days ago. The address was mine, but the contents inside weren't anything I ordered. Chapter 92, Observer? Or Participant? Hearing this, Lin Dong and Ding Wei perked up instantly. The exhaustion from barely sleeping all night vanished instantly. You didn't lose that delivery package, did you? No, I didn't. What if it belonged to someone else? If I lost it, what would I do if they came looking for it? The beautiful shop owner retrieved the parcel from beneath the counter. It's a small item, kind of like a Buddhist amulet. I heard from a friend that these amulets are pretty spooky. I'm scared to keep it here, so if you want it, take it now. Having this in my shop has been bad for business these past few days. Ding Wei opened the package. The contents were wrapped in foam padding for protection during shipping. Upon unwrapping it, the object did indeed resemble a Buddhist amulet, but at its center lay a fragment of a photograph. Lin Dong now had 3 photo fragments in his possession. Your nose is amazing. Clues that seemed completely unrelated actually led to finding the fragment in the end. Ding Wei looked at Lin Dong with delight, noticing he had opened a web page on his phone. What are you looking up? The shipping tracking number can reveal where it was sent from, even pinpointing the exact delivery station. After swiping his finger across the screen a few times, the shipping information quickly appeared. This package was shipped from the Feng County Transfer Center in Shan City. Packages sent from Shan City to Shihai Province typically took around 4 or 5 days to arrive. But at that time, we had only just arrived in Shihai. Could the mysterious figure have foreseen that we would eventually crack the case and find this place? Was he that confident in my investigative abilities, or in his own strategic prowess? Could that mysterious person be from Shan City? Ding Wei pondered, fingering her chin. Not necessarily. It's also possible that a crime will occur in Shan City. Let's head back first. I haven't slept properly since we left. Straining my brain any further feels like I might collapse. Once we've recovered, we'll go check phone county in Shan City. That afternoon, learning Lin Dong and Ding Wei would fly back that evening, the task force threw them a celebratory banquet around 4 o'clock. At the table, Qingteng Village slung his arm around Lin Dong's shoulder. First, I need to apologize to Lin Dong. I admit I had some prejudice against writers solving cases before I thought professional matters should be left to professionals. Chen Nantsuan gave an awkward chuckle. My sincere apologies. Without your help, this case could have hit many roadblocks. Worst case scenario, the killer might have fled across the border. The chief of the Qingteng City Police Department sat at the same table. He silently took a sip of wine, thinking that if the killer had escaped, the repercussions of this high-profile case could easily cost him his position as chief. The thought was truly terrifying. Come, let's all raise a toast to Detective Lin and Officer Ding. After this, I'll have to excuse myself, the case isn't fully reviewed yet, and some details need double-checking. Oh, almost forgot. Li Lei, bring over that commemorative banner you rushed this morning. Ding Wei turned in surprise to see Li Lei jogging over, a chicken drumstick in his mouth, holding the banner. A banner too? Money is too mundane. While the Provincial Bureau will reward you for solving this case, I believe a banner better represents our gratitude. Money disappears once spent, but a banner hung on the wall will remain for decades. Lin Dong pursed his lips and chuckled softly. The office wall is still empty. A banner would fit perfectly. I'll take it then and bring it back tonight. Oh, one more thing. Qingteng Village suddenly grew serious. Detective Lin, we need to speak privately. So mysterious? Lin Dong rose, half convinced. It felt exactly like when adults mysteriously beckoned you over during the new year, slipped you a red envelope, and warned, don't let your parents see. This morning during our continued interrogation of Liao Dongshu, he was in a poor mental state, constantly demanding to see you. He also said, there's always someone better out there, and mountains beyond mountains, you'd better watch your back. Seeing Lin Dong deep in thought, Qingteng Village added, I think he's just talking nonsense. Don't let it bother you. By evening. Seated on the flight back to Qingteng, Lin Dong was still pondering the matter. Don't worry. I think Liao Dongshu was just talking big. He probably rigged a bomb without explosives to see if you could find it. After losing, he couldn't accept it, so he said those things to get under your skin. Ding Wei looked at Lin Dong with genuine concern. I've been trying to figure out how the mysterious figures track the killer's movements. If they were involved, they likely provided direct assistance. That means we still haven't caught the most crucial person behind these cases. Ding Wei rested her chin in her hand. That can't be. If they directly aided the killer, why haven't Liao Dongshu or Deng Lin ever mentioned it? And Deng Lin's case happened 10 years ago. Lin Dong remained silent, then let out a resigned laugh. Maybe I'm overthinking it. They're probably just observers, gathering clues like us. But unlike us, they're not after the killer, they're using this case to test us. Just then, the pretty flight attendant pushed the meal cart over, pouring water for passengers. This interrupted their conversation. Soon after, the plane landed at Qingteng. The two returned home and enjoyed a relaxing bath. Home is still the most comfortable. I feel so much more relaxed after coming back. Ding Wei stretched lazily in her loose pajamas, the hem riding up to reveal her cute belly button. How is this your home? Lin Dong asked bluntly. Oh, come on, Hida. We're so close now, and you're still drawing such clear lines. How annoying. We're partners, after all. Our bond can withstand any test. Ding Wei walked toward Lin Dong, intending to sit on the sofa and review the case. But her freshly washed slippers slipped on the smooth tile floor. Losing her balance, she stumbled straight toward Lin Dong. Lin Dong was playing with his phone at the time. By the time he heard the noise and looked up, Ding Wei's bare, unadorned lips were already inches from his face. Inertia carried Ding Wei onto Lin Dong, her hands pressing against his chest. Their lips met like opposing magnetic poles, drawn together with perfect alignment. The kiss arrived as suddenly as a storm, their tongues tangling and sliding together. In that instant, both minds went blank. Ding Wei forgot to pull away, and Lin Dong forgot to push her off. Only when Ding Wei's phone rang, utterly oblivious to the moment, did they snap back to reality and hastily pull apart. Hello, Team Leader Tang. Right. I'm back now and can rejoin the team tomorrow. It wasn't all my doing, it was everyone's effort, especially Hida. Ding Wei glanced back and saw Lin Dong's ears had turned crimson. He fidgeted uncomfortably, rubbing his hands together like a child who'd done something wrong. Recalling their kiss, Ding Wei turned her head and smiled to herself. So kissing felt like this. Chapter 93, A Bizarre Case. After such an awkward moment, Lin Dong made an excuse to return to his study to write, hoping to get Ding Wei out of his sight. During that kiss, the overwhelming scent of youthful fragrance had assaulted his senses. To Lin Dong, whose sense of smell was exceptionally keen, it felt no different than pressing his face against her body and sniffing like a pervert. Then there was the moment during the kiss when Ding Wei's tongue had accidentally brushed against his lips. Smooth and tender, it sent a jolt through his entire body. If they stayed together any longer, he feared he wouldn't be able to hold back. Back in his study, Lin Dong's hands hovered over the keyboard. Over 10 minutes passed, yet he'd only managed to write 100 words. Damn it, my mind is all over the place. To be fair, Xiao Ding was genuinely beautiful, had a great figure, and a pleasant temperament. They say you should find a girlfriend who admires you that avoids a lot of friction. And Xiao Ding happens to admire me. She had every single quality a girlfriend should have. Damn it. I swore in the group chat I'd never date anyone. Am I about to break my vow? Beep beep beep. Just as Lin Dong's resolve was wavering, his WeChat started buzzing. He opened it to find the contact name listed as Cold Forensic Doctor. After asking Ling Junying to cover for him last time, they'd exchanged WeChat contacts. After the 602 suicide case, they hadn't been in touch. Strange. So late at night, and Forensic Dr. Lang is messaging me. Could it be about a case? Lin Dong turned and called out to the living room. Xiao Ding, senior sister Lang sent me a message. Not sure what it's about. Want to come take a look? Coming. Ding Wei dashed to the door, realizing how undignified she looked. A girl should maintain some composure. Even though I like Hide, I shouldn't be too obvious about it. What if Hide takes advantage of my feelings and bullies me later? So as she entered the study, she pinched her own cheek to look less excited. Then she slowly approached Lin Dong. It's so late, Senior Cold must be messaging you about a case. Why? Because it's Senior Sister Lang, for crying out loud. The alumni group even nicknamed her corpse sister as in corpse. She's an emotionless dissection machine, nearly 30 and still not dating. Every day she's either dissecting bodies or studying anatomy. Truly a role model for us all. Lin Dong actually admired people like that. She truly embodies the spirit of craftsmanship. Though imagining Ling Junying saying next senior, please, with that expressionless face, the mental image was pretty hilarious. Cold Forensic, I heard you went to Shihai for an investigation. Is it over? Heimu, how did you know our schedule? Dr. Lang, the Homicide Investigation Division has gained quite a reputation within the public security system. Many police stations have recently held seminars to review your case-solving processes. Damn it! Is it really that exaggerated? This isn't some sports competition that needs post-game analysis and seminars. Lin Dong wasn't one to seek the limelight. He only wanted to make a name for himself in the author community, never expecting to become famous in police circles first. Heimu, we just returned from Shihai tonight. The case there is mostly wrapped up. The rest is for the local task force to handle. Forensic Dr. Lang, perfect timing. I've got a peculiar case here. Interested in taking a look? Wow, Senior Lang actually reached out to you for help. No wonder you're He University's top student. From what I know, Senior Lang's personality matches her name, icy and aloof. She works alone in the forensic lab and never needs an assistant. Ding Wei found it hard to believe. Lin Dong kept surprising her time and again. She must have encountered a particularly complex case during an autopsy, which is why she came to me. Isn't Dr. Lang working at the Longdu Police Department? I haven't heard of any major homicide cases in Longdu recently. Lin Dong inquired. Heimu, the case is in Longdu? Dr. Lang, I'm not just working as a medical examiner in Longdu. Some places across the country, especially in smaller counties, don't have dedicated forensic pathologists. It's like teaching in rural areas. I travel to these counties to perform autopsies. Dr. Lang, this case is in Mountain City. I encountered a bizarre corpse, truly bizarre. The moment he saw the words Mountain City, Lin Dong felt as though someone had plunged a hand into his chest and squeezed it violently. He trembled violently. Shanchang? It can't be that coincidental. We were just planning to investigate leads on the mysterious figure at the Feng County delivery point in Shanchang in a few days, and now a bizarre case has occurred there. Ding Wei pressed her lips together. Could it be that Senior Sister Lang's case just happens to be in Feng County? Damn it, I'm getting goosebumps. Lin Dong's hands hovered over the keyboard as he typed a line. Heimu, the case is in Feng County, Shan City? Cold Forensic, huh? How did you know? This case hasn't been made public yet. Even within the police force, not everyone should be aware of it. Don't tell me you guessed. Heimu, it's a bit complicated to explain. Tell me about the case first. What's so strange about it? Cold Forensic, I'll send you the documents. Take a look first. Lin Dong regretted eating too much that night. The document the coroner sent, no need to guess, it was bound to be heavy stuff. The victim was a 16-year-old rural boy who died mysteriously at home. He was found wearing a woman's swimsuit, his body hanging from the ceiling beam. The body bore 7 stab wounds, each inflicted with different angles, force, and even weaponry. The oddity lay in the fact that police found no signs of outsiders entering the scene. Moreover, the murder weapon was found right beside the body, 7 distinct knives. All signs pointed to suicide, but Ling Junying determined through the direction of the knife wounds that this was not a suicide, but a murder. The entry angles of all 7 stab wounds did not align with the natural motion of a person committing suicide. The only way such wounds could have been inflicted would be if the victim, while hanging from the beam, had simultaneously stabbed themselves with a knife held in the opposite hand. This defied all logic. Furthermore, there were no signs of struggle inside the room. On the floor of the victim's bedroom, a square piece of paper with a diameter of 1 meter was found, covered in intricate symbols. At each corner of the paper lay a completely burned out white candle, and a pen was placed atop the paper. This looks like some kind of evil ritual. Ding Wei stared at the talisman paper, feeling a sense of unease. Ever heard of the pen spirit? Lin Dong's gaze grew steadily colder. No, what kind of spirit is that? No, the pen spirit is a spirit summoning game popular among students. It's somewhat like the ancient superstitious practice of spirit writing. They say you must play the pen spirit before midnight, or else you'll summon wandering spirits. I don't know the specifics myself. I scoff at such superstitious nonsense. Judging by the photos in this file, the boy probably played the pen spirit game at home before doing these bizarre things. A sheet of paper this large suggests he wasn't alone, others must have been present. Unless, ghosts really do exist. Lin Dong turned his head and deliberately lowered his voice, startling Ding Wei. Hey, you're so mean, scaring people in the middle of the night. If I can't sleep later, I'll come snuggle up with my blanket and squeeze you. Ding Wei changed the subject and continued. But why were there no signs of outsiders entering the scene? If there was a killer, they would have left some clues, right? Two possibilities: either the local police didn't investigate thoroughly, or the killer used powerful psychological manipulation on the boy. Except for the final stabbing, the rest was all the boy's own actions. That's why the police couldn't find any clues. Chapter 94, Hypoxia Fetish. Cold Forensic, what do you think? Any ideas? Heimu, judging by that paper, it appears to be a spirit summoning game like the pen spirit ritual. Such superstitious games were once popular among college students, essentially a form of powerful psychological suggestion. Heimu, students aren't mentally mature yet, so they're easily swayed by things they can't comprehend. Take the pencil spirit. The magic of the moving pencil can actually be explained by physics. Heimu, playing the pen spirit requires no support from elbows or wrists. The pen must remain suspended, perpendicular to any point on the paper. Heimu, when all contradictory conditions are met: suspended wrist, no support, smooth paper surface, sharp pencil. Both hands exert opposing forces. Thus, the pencil inevitably traces circular motions under bodily pressure. Heimu, when players witness this phenomenon, they believe the pencil spirit has manifested. At this point, their minds are under strong suggestion. Their suicidal actions are understandable, but cold forensic, but this child did not commit suicide. The autopsy revealed he suffered 7 stab wounds after suffocation. There were others present at the scene. Unless ghosts truly exist in this world. Heimu, there's another question. If it was murder and it happened in the victim's own home, why go through such a complex ritual? Wouldn't the killer worry about the victim's parents suddenly coming home? Dr. Lang, the victim's hometown is in the township, but his parents run a breakfast shop in the county seat and rarely return. Before the incident, the victim's mother had a strange nightmare where her child was murdered. It happened to be the ghost festival, so she felt uneasy. She returned home the next day and found the victim dead inside. Isn't the ghost festival in July? People actually believe in that stuff? Ding Wei wondered aloud. Many people would rather believe it exists than dismiss it outright. Besides, Bone County is known as a ghost town. Ancient mythology places the underworld here, so locals tend to be superstitious. After mentally piecing together the case, Lin Dong had a rough grasp of the sequence of events. The deceased, Chenpai, male, 16 years old, was a local youth who had dropped out after junior high and worked part-time as a network administrator at a local internet cafe. His parents ran a breakfast business in the county town and lived there most of the time, rarely returning to their hometown. In the early hours of July 22, Chenpai's mother had a nightmare. She and her husband returned to their hometown that day and discovered Chenpai dead in the main room of their home. He was found hanging from a beam wearing a women's swimsuit, with bloodstains covering the floor. 7 knives of different types lay scattered irregularly on the ground. A wooden dining table stood near the victim's feet. Had she intended suicide, she could have easily reached the table with her feet to prevent hanging. When police arrived at the scene and saw this, their initial reaction might have been suicide if not for the knife wounds on the victim's body. There were no signs of forced entry on either the front or back doors, nor were there any other indications of intrusion. In addition to wearing a women's swimsuit, the victim had false breasts inserted into the chest area. Final autopsy findings. Body length 162 centimeters, lividity was dark red. Pronounced cadaveric green discoloration was present on the neck. Pinpoint hemorrhages were observed on both conjunctival surfaces. Both soles and toes were covered in dust. Autopsy revealed congested meningeal vessels, with no contusions or hemorrhages in the brain parenchyma. The heart blood was dark red and fluid-like, with diffuse pinpoint hemorrhages observed in the subpleural regions of both lungs. Common pesticides, hallucinogens, common hypnotics, and rat poison components were not detected in the cardiac blood. Semen stains belonging to the deceased were detected on the crotch of the swimsuit worn by the deceased. 7 stab wounds were found on the body, concentrated around the waist. No inflammatory reaction was observed at the wound sites, and no external redness or swelling was present, indicating these injuries occurred post-mortem. Time of death is estimated at approximately 2 a.m. on July 22nd. The body was discovered around 8 a.m. on July 22nd. Heimu, this case might be connected to some kind of religious ritual. Cold forensic, we were thinking along the same lines. The incident occurred on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. Perhaps this wasn't mere coincidence. And when I entered that room, I distinctly sensed something eerie. Forensic pathologists are the least ghost-fearing professionals in the world. If even they sense something eerie, ordinary people would undoubtedly feel even more unsettled in such a place. Heimu, what's the local police's current line of investigation? Cold forensic, I can't say for sure. Some of them still think it's accidental death because there was semen on the swimsuit. The victim might have had both hypoxic fetishism and borderline personality disorder. I know about borderline personality disorder. It involves self-harm and even suicidal tendencies. But what exactly is hypoxic fetishism? Ding Wei asked. Let me put it another way. Lin Dong paused before continuing. Sexual asphyxiation. Sexual asphyxiation typically involves self-induced methods like hanging, binding, strangulation, or covering the head with plastic bags to restrict breathing. This creates cerebral hypoxia, heightening sexual arousal to achieve orgasm. However, accidental asphyxiation deaths frequently occur during these acts. Practitioners often dress unusually, and the death scenes are distinctive, leading to misclassification as suicide or homicide when they are actually accidental deaths. If not for forensic Dr. Lang identifying the wounds as post-mortem, this case might have been ruled accidental death. There's no evidence of outsider intrusion unless the victim consented to being killed. Who would consent to being killed? Ding Wei's eyebrows instinctively arched. Dr. Lang helped us last time. This time, we should return the favor. More importantly, the address where the photo fragments were mailed is in Feng County, Mountain City. This can't be a coincidence. Heimu, we'll explain the situation to Qingteng Police Station and head over as soon as possible. Dr. Lang, the county police didn't formally request the homicide division for this case. You might have to cover your own expenses. Heimu, money doesn't matter. A case this intriguing should provide me with plenty of inspiration. Dr. Lang, true. Your recent cases have been far more compelling than before. Heimu, what did I write about in my latest case? Seeing Dr. Lang's silence stretch to nearly a minute, Lin Dong turned to Ding Wei with a smile. I'm certain Dr. Lang must have just picked up my book to read, that's why he hasn't replied yet. Haha, I agree. This time we're taking the initiative to investigate. We weren't invited by local police. Their cooperation might not be as strong. Who cares? Ever since my first case, I've been questioned constantly. I'm used to it now. Without a thick skin, you can't accomplish anything big. Seeing Lin Dong so carefree, Ding Wei's rosy lips pressed together involuntarily. I kinda like Hida. Come on, let's go to bed. We need to explain the situation to the police station early tomorrow. Ha? Sleep? Together? Ding Wei's thoughts were still drifting when Lin Dong suddenly mentioned sleep, and she instinctively thought he meant sleeping together. Instead, Lin Dong gently tapped her head. What are you thinking about? Hurry back to your own bedroom. Oh. Leaving the study, Ding Wei paused at her bedroom door and turned back to smile at Lin Dong. Good night, Hida. Lin Dong smiled faintly, then closed the door. His mind drifted back to the moment they'd accidentally kissed. Even though it was a bit pervy to think that way. But, she really smelled so good. Chapter 95, 7 Murderers? Early the next morning, Lin Dong drove his newly purchased electric car, carrying Ding Wei to the police station. The Homicide Investigation Unit was located in the new building, where many departments hadn't yet moved in, making the area relatively quiet and deserted. After parking the scooter, Lin Dong's first task was to hang the commendation banner sent by the Shihai Provincial Police Department, then file case file as 007 into the archives. Those with a collector's streak might understand Lin Dong's actions. Seeing the files from a 001 to a 007 neatly arranged on the shelves gave him a sense of accomplishment. While Lin Dong was organizing his office, Ding Wei returned to the main building and first reported the details of her outing to the bureau chief. That's basically how it went. It's just a shame the serial rapist and murderer from 20 years ago is dead. The law never got to punish him. He got off easy. Ha, even so, you've done remarkably well. The director of the Shihai Provincial Bureau personally called me to praise the professionalism of the Homicide Investigation Division. He specifically mentioned your bone measurement analysis that produced the suspect sketch. Commissioner Su Bin asked with a smile. Why hasn't your captain mentioned this skill before? I didn't mention it earlier because I just joined the police force and didn't want to draw too much attention. Plus, I only finished my internship in May, so I hadn't had the chance to work on homicide cases before. Ding Wei meant, I just hadn't had the chance to show what I could do. It wasn't that I couldn't. Seeing the proud and stubborn look on her face, Su Bin couldn't help but smile again. Young people should have confidence. When you encounter difficulties, you should overcome them. Since you're back with the team now, go report to the unit. Chief, I have a favor to ask. Ding Wei hesitated, her words stumbling on her lips. Is it that your Homicide Investigation Division is short-staffed and needs personnel? What's the hesitation? How about I select a few experienced officers for you? It's not about manpower. We heard about a very bizarre case in Feng County, Shan City, and we'd like to volunteer to investigate it. Oh, I see. Su Bin suddenly understood. No wonder Ding Wei was hesitant. The Homicide Investigation Division was established to assist sister units in other regions with major or difficult cases. Typically, sister units would request assistance proactively and cover the costs of the investigation. Taking the initiative to investigate a case raised issues of coordination and funding. I haven't heard about any homicide in Feng County, Shan City. How did you find out about it? Su Bin asked. It was an invitation from Dr. Lang, the forensic pathologist at Longdu Police Bureau. The case hasn't been made public yet because local authorities suspect it might be an accidental death rather than a homicide. Dr. Lang? You mean Lang Qiming? I thought he was retired. It's his daughter, Lang Junying. Senior sister Lang is following in her father's footsteps and now works at the Longdu Police Bureau too. A smile spread across Su Bin's face as he said. The Criminal Investigation Division isn't too busy lately. If you want to go ahead. It'll bring honor to the Bureau. The more complex the case, the higher the reputation of the Homicide Investigation Division will grow, and the Bureau will benefit by association. Thank you, Chief. We'll head out immediately. After receiving approval, Ding Wei gave Su Bin a perfunctory salute before bouncing out of the Chief's office. Wow! That girl sure can run, Su Bin chuckled wryly. He recalled the provincial authorities' original intent in establishing the Homicide Investigation Division, to assist police stations and precincts with limited homicide experience in apprehending killers. The golden 48-hour window for solving cases was critical. If no solid leads were found within that time frame, apprehending the killer would become significantly more difficult. After obtaining permission from the Bureau, Lin Dong and Ding Wei drove to the mountain city, a journey of about 5 hours. By 3 p.m., Lang Junying was already waiting at the funeral home entrance. Spotting a gray electric vehicle parked in the open lot, she walked over to inspect it. New car, huh? Pure electric or hybrid? Hybrid's more convenient. Lin Dong got out of the car and couldn't wait to see the body. The county funeral home wasn't large, but it did have an autopsy room and even employed a contract forensic pathologist. This coroner wasn't part of the police force, he was hired by the facility. Besides performing basic autopsies on bodies suspected of homicide, he also moonlighted as a mortician. For instance, piecing together bodies from car accidents, stuffing flat areas to make the deceased look presentable when they're gone. You must be Detective Lin and Officer Ding from Homicide Investigations. A man in his early 30s emerged from the autopsy room the coroner employed by the funeral home. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Jian, the funeral home's forensic pathologist. He's been a tremendous help these past few days. Together, we verified that the victim was stabbed post-mortem, shifting the case from accidental death to criminal investigation. Lang Junying strode ahead with long strides, explaining the situation to Lin Dong and Ding Wei. Have you investigated the deceased's social background? He was a 16-year-old kid. His background wasn't complicated. Besides classmates, he hung out with a few street kids. He liked going to internet cafes and pool halls. As for enemies? He had quite a few. Oh? How so? Lin Dong inquired. Chen Pai was always getting into fights back in middle school. If it weren't for compulsory education, he would have been expelled long ago. After graduating, he hung out with the wrong crowd on the streets, picking fights with anyone who crossed him. Naturally, he made a lot of enemies. Lin Dong frowned slightly. Investigating such idle members of society would be extremely difficult. Without steady jobs or regular home addresses, tracking them down was tough enough, let alone getting them to cooperate with an investigation. Arriving at the autopsy room, Lu Jian pulled Chen Pai's body out. Having undergone an autopsy, the body looked gruesome, covered in stitches. Beyond what's in the autopsy report I sent you, note that the victim's wounds showed no signs of inflammation. This indicates the knife wounds were inflicted after death by hanging. One more detail from the scene confirms this: there was very little spatter blood on the floor. Lin Dong understood immediately. Of the 7 wounds on the victim, 2 were on arteries. With such high blood pressure, there should have been spatter at the scene after the injuries. Unless the blood circulation had stopped, arterial wounds wouldn't produce spatter. There were no signs of forced entry or outsiders at the scene. Either the killer was inside the house, or the killer knew the victim and was let in. This is standard reasoning for ordinary cases, but this one involves a mysterious spiritual ritual. In religious murder cases, there's often more than one killer. Those 7 wounds? They could easily have been inflicted by 7 different people. Ding Wei and Lu Jian sucked in their breath at this revelation. But Professor He, if there were 7 people involved, wouldn't that be too conspicuous? People in the village would have seen them, right? Lang Junying's expression grew grave. The victim's ancestral home is in a peculiar location near the back mountain of the village, surrounded by no farmland. Villagers rarely go there. Plus, it happened at night. Even with multiple perpetrators, witnesses would be scarce. This swimsuit is a size too small and clearly women's. Have you identified who it belongs to? Lin Dong asked, rubbing his chin. Lu Jian let out an awkward as if the next words were difficult to utter. Police investigations later confirmed the swimsuit belonged to the victim Chen Pai's cousin. Moreover, in his bedroom, officers discovered numerous videos of his cousin bathing. Chapter 96, Killing to Prolong Life. This guy was no saint. Filming his own cousin secretly and wearing her swimsuit? What a creep. Ding Wei felt a sudden wave of nausea as she looked at the corpse again. It wasn't the stench emanating from the body nor the stitched-up wounds, but a psychological revulsion. Let's head to the crime scene first. We can't identify the killer based on this body alone. What did forensic Dr. Lang mean when he said the place was eerie in his WeChat message? Lin Dong turned to look at Lin Junying. You'll see when we get there. The three then got into Lin Dong's car and headed to Qingjia town in Feng County. Towns in the southwest all looked alike: white bricks, gray walls. Any wanderer returning from afar might feel a pang of homesickness at this sight. Chen Pai's house sat in a remote part of the village, surrounded by waist-high shrubs and weeds. Green curtains, Lin Dong remarked suddenly. What's a green curtain? Ding Wei asked obediently, trailing behind. As the saying goes, at noon, ghosts cast shadows. Women shouldn't walk alone in these green curtain areas, it's dangerous. The ghosts here aren't actual spirits, but people with ulterior motives. Sometimes, people can be far more terrifying than ghosts. Lin Dong continued. Those tall, dense plants provide perfect cover. Once someone gets dragged in, even if they scream for help, it's hard for anyone to notice. Then there are abandoned buildings and old neighborhoods, great hiding spots for bad guys. Remote parks may seem safe, but they can harbor vagrants, perverts, or mentally unstable individuals. Construction sites, with their crowds and constant activity, make it easier to dispose of a body. Lin Junying nodded. Exactly. A wise man doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall. When faced with extreme individuals, even adult males might not be able to resist. Chen Pai's home is surrounded by dense green curtains, rarely visited by others. Perhaps this provided the killer with the conditions to act with impunity. As soon as they reached Chen Pai's doorstep, fog began to gather around them. The front door was locked from the inside, forcing them to approach through the back entrance. As they reached it, they saw the police tape lying discarded on the ground. The door wasn't fully shut, it stood ajar. Just as Ding Wei was about to step inside, Lin Dong grabbed her wrist. The fresh footprints on the ground lead inward, but there are no exit footprints. Inside, someone might be there. Could the killer have returned to the scene? How audacious. Ding Wei cracked her neck and tiptoed inside. Lin Dong picked up a wooden stick from the ground and turned to warn Lin Junying, Coroner Lang, be careful. Then she pulled out a self-defense weapon from somewhere, the kind that's easy to carry and can stun someone with an electric shock to the neck. 6. Lin Dong thought. Both of them graduated from police academy and trained in martial arts. Yet here I am, a bookish guy who needs the most protection. Damn it. Who'd have thought I'd need a woman's protection one day? How embarrassing. Ding Wei quietly pushed open the door, which led directly into the kitchen. In rural areas, it's common to build a back door in the kitchen. Besides ventilation, if too many guests arrive, a temporary stove can be set up outside to cook over firewood. Beyond the kitchen lay the main hall, the very place where Chen Pai had taken his own life. With poor natural lighting inside, the room grew pitch black unless the main door was opened. Ding Wei could already hear faint sounds from inside, as if someone was speaking. Hida, the sound seemed to be coming from the bedroom, Ding Wei whispered. Could it be that the killer left something behind and has returned to retrieve it? Lin Junying frowned. Since the police had already been here once, they would have taken all relevant physical evidence. For the killer to return to the scene, it would only make sense if something was hidden in a concealed spot. Like a secret compartment, or perhaps within the foam-filled walls. But judging by the sound, it didn't seem like searching for something, it sounded more like the thud of flesh. As the three approached the bedroom door, the sounds grew distinctly louder. Ding Wei stormed in, only to find a man and woman in disarray. Wow, that's some heavy stuff coming to the crime scene to get it on? Lin Dong hadn't even entered yet, but just from the sounds, he could guess what was going on inside. The man held an action camera, likely part of those groups filming bizarre videos to monetize online. Ah! The woman gasped in shock upon seeing the three standing in the doorway. The man hurriedly pulled up his pants, frantically explaining, sorry. I didn't know anyone lived here. There's police tape at the door. Didn't you know this is a crime scene? Lin Junying was furious. I know. I just heard someone died here recently and figured no one was living here anymore, so I came. We thought the case was already solved, so we... The man's stammering voice betrayed his lie. What's your Twitter handle? I'll follow you later and see where you guys cultivate your romantic relationships, Lin Dong quipped. So the police haven't caught the killer yet? Doesn't that mean we're... Lin Junying's expression remained impassive. I've already contacted the police station. You two had better stay put. If you run, with the killer still at large, you'll be the prime suspects. After speaking, Lin Junying pointed at the ground. This is where we found that paper. 4 white candles were placed at the corners. Besides the paper covered in symbols, there was also a pen. The forensic team collected fingerprints from that pen. Only the victim's own prints were found. According to online accounts, playing the pen spirit requires at least 2 people. It's nearly impossible for one person to hold the pen with both hands and succeed. So someone else must have been present at the scene. Lin Dong asked, were the fingerprints on the pen from both of the victims' hands, or just one? One hand. That's what puzzles me and strengthens the theory that this was murder, not an accident. My approach is to focus on people familiar with the deceased, especially those who had been close to him recently. While the two were still discussing, the man crouched on the ground and said mysteriously, "You're cops, right? Can I give you a tip? Just don't take us to the station. We really didn't steal anything or touch anything, we were just exploring." Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. "I don't think you came for an adventure. You came to make babies. Tell us what you know first. If it's useful, we'll consider your request." "Oh, sure. The man paused, then continued in a mysterious tone. "You know the ghost festival in July, right? That kid must have been kept alive by some rich folks. The needle marks on his forehead are soul-binding needles. They trap his spirit so it can't escape. You should investigate the local sorcerers. They might be behind this." Lin Dong rubbed his aching forehead. He'd hoped the man might offer some clues. Soul-binding needles, sorcerers. A new youth raised under the red flag. Do you really think I'd believe in this stuff? Chapter 97, this doesn't make sense. I'm not joking. Think about it, if it were just a simple murder, why go through all this trouble? This is clearly some kind of ritual. Officer, trust me, go find those fortune tellers and sorcerers. You'll definitely uncover clues. Lin Dong and the other two ignored him completely. How do rumors start? Through word of mouth, each person added their own interpretation, eventually distorting and even demonizing the truth. Lang Junying led Lin Dong into the main hall. When police arrived at the scene, no stool was found. Chen Pai must have stood on this wooden table to hang himself. After death, someone stabbed him 7 times. It remains unclear whether this was an act of vengeance or driven by other motives. Whether the deceased hanged himself while conscious, in a dazed state, or under duress. Different scenarios dictated different case trajectories. Looks like we'll have to retrace Chen Pai's steps to uncover what he truly endured. You mean playing the pencil spirit game? Lang Junying's previously relaxed brow instantly furrowed. This house does feel eerie. Just being inside gives you the chills. Even though it's over 30 degrees outside, the indoor air makes your skin crawl. Lin Dong looked up at the beam, imagining Chen Pai hanging from it. What exactly did you see? Soon, officers from the police station arrived and took the 2 outdoor bloggers back with them. Lin Dong and the others followed them back to the county police bureau to learn more about the situation. That evening, Lin Dong planned to retrace Chen Pai's path to see if playing the pencil spirit game could really drive someone to hang themselves. After arriving at the police station, Ling Junying led Lin Dong and Ding Wei to meet Lu Ming, captain of Feng County's Criminal Investigation Division. "Captain Lu, these are Lin Dong and Ding Wei from the Homicide Investigation Division. They've come specifically to investigate this case and coordinate with your team." Lu Ming, who had been reviewing documents, flashed a cold, sharp look upon hearing this. "Does Dr. Leng think our Criminal Investigation Division is incapable of catching the killer?" "Not at all. But you did initially classify this case as an accidental death." Lang Junying's tone grew colder. Lu Ming rubbed his smooth forehead. There were no signs of forced entry at the scene. The murder weapon left behind, along with the doors and windows, showed no fingerprints other than Chen Pai's own. That does align with accidental death. The autopsy report you presented later showed those 7 stab wounds occurred after Chen Pai's death. At most, this constitutes desecration of a corpse, not murder. Unless we can prove Chen Pai was forced to hang himself, we need to find that evidence now. Lin Dong had been forewarned by Lang Junying before departing. Since the Homicide Investigation Division wasn't invited, local police cooperation might be limited. Lin Dong understood. It felt like crashing the party, making others lose face. When a case occurs in my jurisdiction and outsiders come to assist with the investigation, does that imply they think we're incompetent? So Lin Dong skillfully shifted the topic to diffuse the rising tension between the two. Captain Lu has served for 20 years, always on the front lines combating crime. He has achieved extraordinary results in an ordinary position, receiving 2 second-class Individual Meritorious Service Awards and 4 third-class Individual Meritorious Service Awards. Lu Ming looked up at Lin Dong, perhaps trying to figure out what trick he was playing. Why is he suddenly praising me? As a police officer, this is simply my duty. Ding Wei and Lin Dong had developed a strong rapport. She immediately understood Lin Dong's intent and chimed in with praise. While it's true that as a police officer, this is indeed what one should do, but for Captain Lu to receive 2 second-class merits, and that's twice. If it weren't for his outstanding abilities, how could he have earned so many individual awards? Most people remember the sweetness but not the sting. They respond to kindness, not harshness. After being showered with praise, Lu Ming's anger subsided. Seeing this, Lin Dong quickly asked, Captain Liu, have you finished investigating Qinpai's social connections? We visited the internet cafe where he worked and found several individuals who frequently visited him. According to the owner, while Qinpai was employed as a network administrator, he often ate snacks without paying and even gave instant noodles to his friends without charging them. We've gathered information on those individuals, all minors aged 16 or 17 who've dropped out of school. They're social drifters whose parents don't even know where they hang out most days. Social drifters are indeed a headache. They're the type who have nothing to lose. They're also prone to criminal behavior. People need to eat to survive. When they can't get food, they'll find ways to feed themselves. As for what those ways might be, there's no need to elaborate. No one wants to starve to death. With this mindset, the police are also frustrated with these street punks. They know these individuals could commit crimes at any moment, but it's impossible to predict when. With no leads from the Criminal Investigation Division, the trio pinned their hopes on their own investigation. Lu Ming also emphasized, if you need police assistance, remember to contact me. Late into the night, the trio returned to the crime scene. Leng Junying retrieved the paper covered in talismanic symbols and the pen found at the crime scene, striving to reconstruct the circumstances of the incident. Deep into the night, the area around the house was pitch black, with only the dim glow of the fluorescent light inside the house. No wonder so many horror stories unfold in rural areas. Anyone living here would feel uneasy. The three sat in a circle, the paper laid out before them. Never thought I'd play such a pointless game. Are you sure this thing works? Strong psychological suggestion requires someone talking nearby. I don't buy that a pen alone can provide that. Leng Junying sat cross-legged on the floor, glancing at Lin Dong and Ding Wei diagonally across from him. He wondered why he agreed to this. Well, we're already here, so let's give it a shot. We have to stay completely silent and immerse ourselves in Qinpai's role. If we can just for a moment feel what he was going through, maybe we'll understand why he chose to hang himself. Ding Wei smiled. So does that mean you'll have to wear a women's swimsuit, Hida? That's hardly necessary. I don't have a fetish for sexual asphyxiation. Then let's begin. Though I'm a forensic pathologist, I don't have the habit of spending the night at crime scenes. Leng Junying felt a strange unease as he recalled the spine-chilling sensation he'd experienced upon arriving here the day of the incident. So the three of them grasped the pencil together and recited the incantation circulating online. Spirit pen, you are my past life, I am your present life. If you wish to renew our bond, draw a circle on the paper. After finishing, they waited for a moment, but nothing happened. A gun-wielding hand and a forensic hand, no wonder they're rock-solid steady. This pen isn't budging at all. Physics doesn't even apply here, Lin Dong chuckled. Am I really supposed to follow Qinpai's example and wear a women's swimsuit, fully immersing myself in the role? Little Ding probably won't be able to look me in the eye after this. Something feels off. Ding Wei suddenly realized. Did we forget to light the candles? There should be candles in the drawer, Leng Junying reminded her. Ding Wei hurriedly got up to fetch them. After lighting 4 candles, she dripped wax to secure them to the floor. The candles burned, sending up wisps of white smoke. The three tried again, all 3 hands gripping the pen as they immersed themselves in their roles, solemnly reciting. Spirit of the pen, you are my past life, I am your present life. If you wish to renew our bond, please draw a circle on the paper. The next second, they felt as though an invisible force was guiding their hands. The pen tip traced circles around the paper, finally coming to rest directly above the characters for spirit written on the page. Holy crap! That's not scientific. Whose hand was exerting force just now? No one did. My hand was completely relaxed. It felt like someone was pushing my hand around in circles, Ding Wei said, her face filled with terror. Leng Junying suddenly raised a hand to her lips. Shoo! Outside, footsteps. Chapter 98, New Compound. Leng Junying wasn't exaggerating. Lin Dong heard it too. The footsteps sounded incredibly real, first pushing open the back door, then approaching step by step toward the main hall. Strangely, the footsteps didn't seem to come from outside. They echoed in their ears like a dream, eerily lifelike. When the footsteps reached the doorway, they stopped abruptly, as if something lurking in the darkness was waiting for its prey to take the bait. Suddenly, Ding Wei stood up and slowly walked toward the doorway. Xiao Ding! What are you doing? Lin Dong reached out to grab Ding Wei, only to find her strength astonishingly powerful. She dragged him along with her. Seeing this, Leng Junying quickly grabbed Lin Dong. Something's wrong here. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits. We must have inhaled some kind of psychoactive substance and are hallucinating. Nothing happened the first time we played the pencil spirit game. But after lighting the candles, strange things started happening. Lin Dong looked down at the 4 white candles, now glowing with an eerie green light. Candles burn a pale yellow. These were glowing green, like hallucinating after eating mushrooms. Clearly, this wasn't a normal chemical reaction. Cold Forensic was right, we must have inhaled some kind of gas that caused the hallucinations, most likely produced by the burning candles. As Lin Dong pondered this, Ding Wei had already stepped out of the bedroom. The main hall remained unlit, with only the faint glow of the bedroom's fluorescent light filtering through. Steeling himself, Lin Dong approached the doorway. He saw Ding Wei standing there, her hair hanging loosely around her face. She was silent, her eyes vacant. If she swept her hair forward, she'd look just like Sadako. To say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. Anyone encountering this situation would feel fear. It was like going to an escape room knowing the ghosts were just NPCs in costumes, yet still feeling terrified when immersed in the experience. This room is stuffy. We need to get out. Lin Dongzheng shouted. Okay. So the two of them pulled Ding Wei through the back door to the outside, taking a deep breath of fresh air. Footsteps still echoed in their ears, though the sound was noticeably weaker than before. The rural night was filled with the intertwined cries of insects and birds, blending with the terrifying footsteps. It filled them with dread while also quickening their breathing. Xiao Ding. Ding Wei. Lin Dong shook Ding Wei's shoulders. The quickest way to sober someone up is pain. Slap her. Domestic violence is illegal now. I can't break the law, Lin Dong quipped. You two aren't even married, how can it be domestic violence? She was sitting closest to the candle just now, so she probably inhaled the most. I'm worried the hallucinogenic gas might damage her brain. If she doesn't wake up soon, the damage could become irreversible. Just as Lin Dong hesitated with his hand raised, Ding Wei suddenly gasped sharply, her expression turning horrified. Recognizing Lin Dong before her, she immediately threw her arms around him. I think I just had a nightmare. Someone was trying to catch me, but I couldn't see their face. That candle is compromised. Take it back for testing. Now I understand how Chun Pai hanged himself. It wasn't a conscious act. After a night that left them shaken, Lin Dong, Ding Wei, and Lin Dongzheng took all the remaining candles from Chun Pai's bedroom. When the test results came back, it confirmed their suspicions. The candles did contain hallucinogenic substances, including an unknown compound, a new type of chemical. It's likely this new compound that induced such vivid, immersive hallucinations in the brain. Combined with psychological suggestion, it could have created the illusion of suicide. What's even more terrifying is that I didn't detect this compound in the victim's blood. It's rapidly expelled or absorbed once it enters the bloodstream. Perhaps it can only be detected through hair analysis, similar to drug testing, a possibility I hadn't considered before. So when the results came in, I extracted the deceased's hair and sent it to the narcotics squad. Their test results are in. Chun Pai did indeed inhale large quantities of this gas before his death. Pen spirit, hallucinogens, suicide. Someone must be fueling this. The candle seller is highly suspicious. I looked it up online. Few people actually play the pen spirit game anymore. It's mostly concentrated in Feng County. Whoever popularized it must be connected to this case. Ding Wei also caught on. Normal candles don't contain hallucinogens. To put it another way, what kind of person would add hallucinogens to candles? The cost of illegal substances isn't cheap. Let's start by investigating the sellers of those spirit summoning talisman papers. Trace their suppliers step by step, and we should be able to track down that group. Following Lin Dong's suggestion, Feng County Police Department's Criminal Investigation Division dispatched numerous officers to conduct covert surveillance at school entrances, tracking down those selling the talismanic paper. Soon, a young man in his early 20s came under police surveillance. I just questioned a few students. That guy sells spirit summoning game items at the school gates every weekend. He's pretty popular among the students. Lin Dong studied Ding Wei intently. Tie your hair into twin ponytails, find a tall person to borrow a school uniform jacket from, and go try to get some information out of him. You want me to pretend to be a middle schooler? They'll see right through me. No way. You've got a baby face. With a little disguise, you'll just look like a slightly more mature middle schooler. Plus, your eyes have this clear. Oh, come on, he just saying my eyes show clear-eyed foolishness? I'm not dumb. Ding Wei wrinkled her nose. Watching the two of them, Lin Dongzheng chuckled from the side. You two really aren't a couple? No. Absolutely not. Ding Wei waved her hands frantically. Catching Senior Lang's meaningful smile, a blush of bashful crimson slowly spread across Ding Wei's delicate face. She hurried off to borrow a school uniform. Meanwhile, several plainclothes officers circled around to the rear. Just in case the suspect had something to hide and tried to flee, they could intercept him directly. Once Ding Wei borrowed the uniform and tied her hair into twin ponytails, she looked just like any middle schooler. Walking down the street, she was goddess level, drawing plenty of stolen glances from young boys. Excuse me, do you sell anything related to the spirit summoning game? Ding Wei approached the man. When he looked up and saw her, his eyes lit up. Those big eyes, that petite face, that surprisingly well-developed chest, those long legs. She was the queen of queens, the ultimate beauty. Hey, beautiful, are you from this school? How come I've never seen you before? My dad always picks me up at the school gate. I rarely walk home after class myself, Ding Wei replied, a hint of impatience creeping into her voice. Do you have it or not? If not, I'll just look elsewhere. Of course I do. I'm the only one in the entire Feng County selling these items. You won't find them anywhere else. Hearing this, Ding Wei felt a surge of satisfaction. Looks like she'd found the right person. The man then produced the paper and pen for the pencil spirit game. You've never played before, have you? Let me teach you. First, you need at least 2 people. Hold this pen with one hand. After speaking, the man took hold of the pen first, then eagerly lifted Ding Wei's arm with his other hand. Just as he anticipated touching her delicate little hand, he noticed calluses on the knuckles of her fingers. Such a beautiful girl, with skin so fair these calluses couldn't have come from farm work. Could it be the hand that held a gun? This man was a regular at the detention center and knew police tactics well. He immediately sensed something was off. Just as he prepared to flee, the very hand he'd longed to touch seized him firmly. Keep your hands to yourself. Unless you want them broken. Chapter 99. This is a notice, not a discussion. Lin Dong and several other officers rushed over, finding the man wailing in pain. No. I haven't done anything illegal. Why are you arresting me again? Oh, it's you, Yang Chun. Just got out in April, and here you are again? One of the officers recognized him. I'm just running a small business. Selling these things isn't illegal, is it, officer? The man suddenly snapped out of it. I'm just selling stuff, not dealing drugs. Why are you arresting me? His tone grew more defiant. Hey, beautiful officer, you like me, huh? Want to get physical? Tell me, what law did I break? If you hurt me, watch out, I'll sue you. Xiao Ding, let him go. Lin Dong approached Yang Chun. But he just said he's the only one selling this stuff in the whole county. There's definitely something fishy about him. Ding Wei's eyes sharpened. But I haven't broken any laws either. Are you saying I'm guilty of industry monopoly, so you're arresting me? Come on, when did the police become so abstract? Do you even let ordinary people live anymore? Besides these items, do you also sell white candles? Lin Dong pressed. Why would I sell that junk? It barely makes any money. Alright, we've got the wrong guy this time. We owe you an apology. Lin Dong's words left Ding Wei momentarily stunned. Just as she was about to respond, Lin Junying tugged her arm and shot her a look. Ding Wei closed her mouth, understanding only partially. The man snorted, gathered his things, and stormed off. Selling this stuff isn't illegal. Plus, he's a veteran of detention centers, he doesn't fear police threats. Pressuring him now won't get us anywhere. For now, follow him and observe his every move. After packing up, Yang Chun returned home briefly to stash his belongings before spending the night at an internet cafe. By noon the next day, he brought his goods back to Feng County's commercial street. Weekends always brought a bustling crowd to this area. Within just an hour, Lin Dong saw 4 or 5 people buy the spirit summoning game items from Yang Chun, proving the game had already spread widely among Feng County students. Excuse me, how much is this spirit summoning kit? 25 yuan for the set. Guaranteed to work. If it doesn't, come back and I'll give you your money back. Yang Chun looked up to see the girl. She had a neat, student-style bob, a round, chubby face, but her body wasn't fat at all. She wore a sky-blue short-sleeve top and apricot-colored shorts, revealing her smooth calves. Have you been scolded by your parents or teachers lately? Or bullied by classmates? Seeing the girl didn't respond, Yang Chun grinned, his small eyes twinkling mischievously. Don't worry. Once we summon the pen spirit, those who bullied you will be punished. Soon, they'll apologize to you, and no one will dare bully you again. Hearing Yang Chun's words, a glimmer of hope returned to the girl's eyes. Will it really work? But I heard you need 2 people to summon the pen spirit, and it might not even succeed. Yang Chun smiled meaningfully. I told you, I guarantee it. I'll personally guide you in summoning the pen spirit, it'll definitely work. As it happens, I've sold most of my goods today. Come to my place. I have a special ritual set up for summoning the pen spirit. It'll be successful on the first try, I promise. The girl thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Soon, the 2 arrived at Yang Chun's home. The moment they entered, Yang Chun eagerly sniffed the girl. Seeing her startled reaction, he quickly explained, Don't worry. I need to discern your scent to determine which direction to summon the spirit from. So, did you figure it out? The girl asked timidly. I can tell, but there's a problem. You have a pure Yin constitution. If we summon the pen spirit, you're highly susceptible to ghost possession. While I can exorcise spirits, it doesn't always work. Yang Chun warned her. If a fierce ghost attaches itself to you, it'll haunt you for life. It's terrifying. Ah. What should I do then? The girl pursed her lips, clearly taking his words to heart. Seeing her reaction, Yang Chun dropped the act, his eyes gleaming with lechery as he stared at her. Simply neutralize your Yin dominant constitution by merging it with my Yang dominant body. Repeat this twice weekly for 81 consecutive weeks. After that, even the most powerful spirits won't dare approach you. But, how do we do that? The girl's bewildered expression only fueled Yang Chun's excitement. His wandering hands had already landed on her thigh, making her jump in fright. Don't be afraid. I'm a professional. I'll teach you slowly. First, we need to take off our clothes so I can clearly see your acupoints. See the books on my bookshelf? I know every one of the 362 acupoints on the human body. With that, Yang Chun began undressing himself. Just then, the front door burst open. Xiao Ding, your lockpicking skills are getting more and more polished, Lin Dong praised Ding Wei as they walked. Practice makes perfect. After realizing lockpicking could help solve cases, I started practicing regularly at the police station. Yang Chun's face darkened when he turned and saw Ding Wei. Wait. Officers, why are you here again? Using superstition to deceive minors. Didn't you claim yesterday you hadn't broken any laws? Come with us now. Can't this wait? I'm still busy here. Lin Dong's expression instantly hardened. This isn't a discussion, it's an order. After Yang Chun was taken away by the police, Lin Dong and the other officers searched the house. Though they didn't find any white candles, they discovered large quantities of paper and pens used for playing the pencil spirit game. They also discovered videos he had recorded of himself posing as a spiritual medium to lure underage girls into sexual encounters, direct evidence of his crimes. In the interrogation room, Yang Chun, perhaps realizing the police had all the evidence against him, adopted a surprisingly cooperative attitude. Officer, if I cooperate, can I earn leniency for my crimes? That depends on how cooperative you are. We can submit a request to higher-ups afterward, Lin Dong replied before pressing further. Now, tell us, where did you get all that Ouija board paper we found in your room? Back in my hometown, I saw some kids playing it during a visit. I didn't know what it was then, but I heard they paid 20 yuan for the paper and pen. That's pure profiteering. So I snatched their paper away. I found a shop online that could print large sheets and ordered a bunch. I sold them outside the county school gates and made a few hundred yuan on weekends. Lin Dong now wanted to trace the origin of that talisman paper, working his way up the chain. Logically, that should lead him to the source. Do you recognize those kids? Tell me where they live. We're investigating a homicide case. If your lead helps us catch the killer, you'll be redeeming yourself. Chapter 100, Immortal Alliance. After obtaining the precise address, Lin Dong and Ding Wei hurried to Dao village and located the children. Their parents, seeing the police, immediately assumed their children had gotten into trouble. Without a word, they beat them soundly. Only upon learning the officers were there to gather information did they relax. Tell the police officers everything they ask, got it? You better not have caused trouble, or I'll beat you to death with a cane. Seeing the children covered in dirt and dust, Lin Dong thought to himself that they'd probably develop a lifelong fear of police officers when they grew up. Recognize this paper? Where did you buy it? We saw someone else playing with it. We picked it up off the street after they left. Lying will get you a beating from your mom. The smile on Lin Dong's face looked terrifying to the kids. They quickly replied. Uncle, we're not lying. We really did find it. It was in the abandoned building at the sewage treatment plant. We were playing hide and seek there and saw some people gathered playing with it. After they left, we picked it up. Don't call me uncle, call me brother. Lin Dong politely declined the title, then pressed further. Then why did you tell Yang Chun you bought it? At the mention of Yang Chun's name, the older boy immediately bristled with indignation. Because he always steals our stuff. If we'd said we found it, he would have taken it anyway. But even when we said we bought it, he still snatched it. He's so annoying. Every village has one or two troublemakers like that, idle and good for nothing, bullying the elderly and picking on children. They had hoped this lead would trace back to the source of the talisman paper, but it turned out this particular sheet had been found. What do we do now? The lead's gone cold. Ding Wei's face immediately fell, looking utterly dejected. That's normal. Solving cases is never that smooth. If it were this easy, I'd find it suspicious. Lin Dong turned to ask the group of kids. Those people we saw at the sewage treatment plant, do you know them? No. Have you seen them around the village? Never seen them either. Do you remember what they look like? Ding Wei snapped her head up. Because profiling suspects was her specialty. I remember someone with a rather large nose, dark skin, and thick eyebrows. His face was very thin, and there was a dark patch here on his neck. I couldn't tell what it was. Senior Sister Lang, the more I hear this, the more it sounds like Chen Pai. Lang Junying had performed the autopsy on Chen Pai, so she would certainly be familiar with his physical features, including any birthmarks or tattoos on his body. Big nose, thick eyebrows, that dark patch on the neck must be a tattoo. Just based on these features, it does sound a lot like Chen Pai. Dala village is 10 kilometers from Chen Pai's hometown and 6 or 7 kilometers from the county seat. What was he doing here? Ding Wei pondered, her chin resting in her hand. Looks like Captain Lu's team is on the right track investigating Chen Pai's shady associates. The group performing rituals with him at the sewage treatment plant are likely his cronies. While they were still discussing, the mother of one of the children approached. Spotting the paper in Lin Dong's hand, covered in strange symbols, she asked. Officer, are you here looking for Jia Er? Now even the police need the Immortal Alliance to catch criminals. Looks like Jia Er's become a celebrity, huh? Immortal Alliance? Ding Wei murmured in confusion. The other person was speaking in dialect, so she didn't quite catch it. The county police officer who had followed explained, Xianlian is the local term for fortune tellers. Lin Dong asked curiously, why did you say we were looking for Jia Er? This looks like a talisman. Jia Er is the most famous fortune teller in our town. People from the county seat and even other counties come to him for readings. You brought this item, so you must be here to see Jia Er. Where can we find Jia Er? The villager waved his hand dismissively. Jia Er doesn't read fortunes every day. It depends on the timing. He only does it 9 days a month. The rest of the time, he doesn't see anyone. As for this Jia Er, he used to be a carpenter. Then one day, Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared to him in a dream, telling him to become a messenger for the immortals and help the locals ease their earthly suffering. Jia Er refused at first and went mad for a whole year. Only after he agreed did he start reading fortunes. Why do so many people seek out Jia Er for fortune telling? Because he truly possesses divine powers. Take me, for instance. Last year, my husband fell gravely ill. The hospital told us to prepare for the worst. I begged Jia Er to plead with the medicine king Bodhisattva, and my husband actually recovered. No way. Could it be that miraculous? Ding Wei looked up at Lin Dong, waiting for an explanation. Ahem. This is a classic case of survivor bias. Simply put, it's a principle born from natural selection after the survival of the fittest. Those who didn't survive can no longer speak. When people seek fortune tellers for healing, if the patient recovers, it might be because the hospital treatment happened to take effect at that moment. Yet they'll attribute it to the fortune teller summoning divine intervention. If fortune tellers could cure terminal illnesses, hospitals wouldn't be so crowded, everyone would have flocked to temples and monasteries instead. After hearing Lin Dong's words, Ding Wei fell deep in thought. Oh, I see. This Jia Er happens to be in this town. When he's available for consultations, we can go see him. He starts seeing clients at noon tomorrow. If you want to go, you'll need to queue up early. More people seek his fortune telling than visit the temple of the Bodhisattva, because he can also guide your soul to the underworld to meet your deceased family members. Hearing this, Lin Dong snorted in disbelief. He repeated his earlier words. How could a child raised under the red flag believe in such nonsense? Tomorrow, he'd go meet this so-called Immortal Alliance and see for himself how they swindled people. In the rural night, the sky seemed draped in a soft blue-violet veil. Stars twinkled like scattered pearls embedded in the distant canopy. Several young men sat huddled together, a sheet of paper covered in strange symbols spread out on the ground. At each corner of the paper, a white candle burned. The youth's faces were deathly pale, their eyes fixed intently on the time displayed on their phones. As the second hand ticked past 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds and the clock struck midnight, the youths grasped the pens that would decide their fate. Let's begin. I'm scared. What if she still won't forgive us? We have to start even if we're scared. Otherwise, we'll all die. I was just keeping watch back then, I didn't bully her. Why is she after me too? When an avalanche hits, no snowflake is innocent and neither are you. Chen Pai is dead. Maybe she's already forgiven us. The teenagers gasped for breath, overcome by fear. Then, gripping their pens, they spoke in unison. Spirit, spirit, you are my tormentor, I am your enemy. If you forgive me, let this pen remain still. The air hung heavy with deathly silence, broken only by the echoing, terrifying footsteps in their ears. Tap, tap, tap. When the footsteps halted behind them, a mysterious force pushed their arms. The pen suddenly moved. It traced a half circle around the paper, finally coming to rest before one of the youths. A chilling voice rang out. It's your turn. Chapter 101, The Bad Student. Hide, something's wrong. Lin Dong was still deep in slumber when a familiar voice jolted him awake. Opening his eyes, he saw Ding Wei. The two were staying at a homestay in the county town, converted from a residential house. It had 3 rooms, which was perfect for the 3 of them, including Ling Junying, to share. What is it? Lin Dong rubbed his eyes, glancing at his phone to see it was 7:30 a.m. Their plan for the day had been to visit that fortune teller, but seeing Ding Wei's expression, Lin Dong sensed something was terribly wrong. Another murder last night. A 17-year-old boy was found hanged in an abandoned building in the county town. And when discovered, he was wearing a women's swimsuit. Lin Dong instantly woke up. He turned to see forensic Dr. Leng standing at the door, already dressed. After a quick wash, the 3 hurried to the crime scene. It was only 3 kilometers from where they lived, a 10-minute drive away. The county police criminal investigation team had already arrived and cordoned off the area. Captain Liu, the forensic team is here, a masked officer called into the house. Before entering, Lin Dong surveyed the surroundings. The 2-story building was a typical rural structure from the early 2000s. Abandoned, its windows were now just wooden frames without glass. The gray brick exterior walls, weathered by time, showed signs of wear but still stubbornly supported the structure. Roof tiles had fallen off in places, revealing the mottled wooden boards beneath. This body's condition closely resembles Chen Pai's death, wearing a women's swimsuit, hanging by the neck, and stab wounds on the body. Upon seeing Lin Dong and his team arrive, Lu Ming began summarizing their findings to avoid redundant investigations. The talisman paper, brush, and white candles found on the floor matched those discovered at Chen Pai's home. The killer's technique is highly skilled, utterly deranged. After inspecting the other rooms, Ding Wei entered the crime scene and addressed Lin Dong. No signs of activity were found in the other rooms. Their purpose in coming here was clear. Ding Wei pointed at the talisman paper on the floor as she continued. There are no surveillance cameras in this vicinity. Whoever orchestrated these two murders didn't act impulsively, this was revenge. Exactly. They must have planned this for a long time. This victim is around the same age as Chen Pai. The two might have been connected, Lin Dong said. His name was Wu Hao. He and Chen Pai were middle school classmates. After Chen Pai died, we interviewed him but found nothing unusual at the time. Emotionally and otherwise, he seemed perfectly normal. Lu Ming ran his fingers through his hair. This case was more complicated than he had imagined. Initially, he suspected accidental death. Then the coroner's report classified it as a homicide. And now, it had evolved into a serial murder case. If it were only Chen Pai's death, his complex social connections would make screening difficult. But now there's another victim, and they're connected to Chen Pai. If we find the intersection of their networks, the number of people to screen won't be large. Ding Wei asked, are you saying the killer is within that overlapping network? No. Since this is revenge killing, there could be more victims. The list of potential victims likely lies within the overlapping social networks of Chen Pai and Wu Hao. We must prioritize protecting them first. While the others discussed, Lung Junying had already begun visually inspecting the body. Even before the funeral home vehicle arrived, certain clues could be discerned through observation. Lung Junying calmly donned gloves and a mask before examining the body. The fingernails are clean, no damage, and no skin or fabric fibers are visible. He didn't struggle during the hanging, that's peculiar. Even in suicides, the instinct to survive often causes a person to struggle for breath to grab at the rope. Yet no fibers were found under the deceased's fingernails. This closely mirrors Chen Pai's corpse, no signs of resistance before suffocation. As expected, no hallucinogens or sedatives were detected in this body's bloodstream. Such substances can only be traced through hair samples. Additionally, the victim sustained 6 stab wounds, one directly over the heart mirroring Chen Pai's injuries. The locations of the other 5 wounds varied, suggesting random placement. All 6 weapons used in the stabbing were found discarded on the floor, not taken by the perpetrator. One cut was missing. A terrifying thought flashed through Lin Dong's mind. If each knife represented an assailant and there were 7 people present when Chen Pai was stabbed first, then there should have been 7 knives. Now, with Wu Hao stabbed, 1 knife is missing, meaning 1 person is missing. Could the missing person be Wu Hao himself? He had left a deep mark on Chen Pai's body. Therefore, after his suicide, the number of stabbers decreased by 1, naturally leaving 1 fewer wound. These 2 cases are highly likely revenge killings. We must uncover the motives behind Chen Pai and Wu Hao's murders. Let's head to their middle school first. This case is yours, Captain Liu. Leng Junying stared at the corpse without looking up. I won't be going. I need to perform the autopsy. To classify this as a serial murder case, we must present direct evidence proving the connection between the 2 incidents. If a new compound could be extracted from this victim's hair, that would be the evidence. And that was precisely what Leng Junying intended to do. Police deployed in 3 teams. Lu Ming led the Criminal Investigation Division to process the crime scene and locate individuals connected to Chen Pai and Wu Hao, providing them with protection. Leng Junying returned to the funeral home to oversee the autopsy. Lin Dong and Ding Wei drove to Feng County Middle School and located the homeroom teacher who had taught Chen Pai and Wu Hao back then. Teachers typically only remember the top students and the most troublesome ones. For this 40-something math teacher, recalling Chen Pai and Wu Hao still gave him a headache. Ours was an ordinary class, mostly filled with students transferred from surrounding townships, so their backgrounds varied widely. Chen Pai and Wu Hao were poor students who constantly got into trouble. They were often punished. Beaten by other students? No, by me. Though hitting students in corporal punishment are wrong, if you knew what they did, you'd understand. The teacher sighed and continued. Let's start with Chen Pai. From 7th grade onward, he slept through class, got into fights, and even stole money from classmates. Once, a classmate reported him for covering his thighs with his uniform during class and masturbating while staring at the female music teacher. Tell me, how could you possibly educate a student like that without discipline? Then there's Wu Hao. He was fine in 7th grade average grades, but at least he didn't cause trouble. But by the 2nd year, he picked up bad habits from Chen Pai's gang. He started fighting, skipping class, and bullying female students. During lunch break, he used scissors to cut the straps of a female classmate's underwear. Another time, he snuck into the girls' bathroom to peek at them using the facilities. He was caught by a female teacher, who reported him to the dean's office. He was almost expelled. Ding Wei listened with a frown throughout the entire story. Is this really a student? He sounded more like a demonic tyrant. Chapter 102, School Violence. Were there other students in the class who were particularly close to them? Like, inseparable? Ding Wei asked. I remember one other student. The 3 of them sat in the middle of the back row. They never paid attention in class, just slept through lessons and hung out outside after class. Besides them, I've seen them hanging out with kids from the neighboring class a lot. The teacher took a breath and pushed up his thick-rimmed glasses. I suddenly recall a very serious incident that happened in 9th grade, which ultimately led to a female student committing suicide. I heard from classmates that Chen Pai and Wu Hao were also involved in that incident. Lin Dong's face immediately fell. So that girl's death was indirectly caused by Chen Pai and his group? Pretty much. I heard about it too, didn't see it myself. The version I heard was this: the girl accidentally bumped into another girl in the bathroom. It happened right after the monthly exam results came out, and the girl who bumped into her was in a bad mood. She didn't apologize, which made the other girl angry. Our school has a lot of troublemakers, regardless of gender, and the girl who got bumped was the type who liked to fight. I've seen girls fight in the cafeteria before. They're just as bad as the boys, pulling hair, ripping clothes off, not acting like girls at all. So the girl who got bumped ended up punching the one who bumped her. But it didn't end there. The girl who hit her was quite influential at school. In our local dialect, she was called a Do's sister, the most intimidating female student around. After hearing about this, Chen Pai and Wu Hao gathered a few people to confront the bully. Rumor has it they dragged the girl into the men's restroom and humiliated her. I don't know the specifics, but not long after that, the girl jumped to her death from the dormitory. The school's academic affairs office ended up handling the case, so this teacher wasn't entirely clear on the details either. So Lin Dong and Ding Wei went to the academic affairs office, where they happened to find the vice principal in his office. After hearing their explanation, a cold expression flashed across the vice principal's face. As the saying goes, family scandals shouldn't be aired in public. The school had suppressed the incident back then, so many people outside the campus were unaware that a student had committed suicide on campus. Seeing the vice principal's expression, Ding Wei's delicate brows furrowed slightly. 2 of the people involved in that incident have already died. Did you know that? Who died? The vice principal exclaimed in shock. Chen Pai and Wu Hao. Murdered. Both were among those who bullied the girl who took her own life, yet met bizarre deaths a year later. If the school's current cover-up indirectly aids the killer's escape, you bear the consequences. The phrase "consequences will be borne by you" sent a chill down the vice principal's spine. His face instantly drained of color. I haven't concealed anything. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. After the girl died, how did the school and the perpetrators' families handle it? What was the girl's family stance? Lin Dong asked coldly. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Not even the bystanders. Watching others get bullied, fearing the blows might land on you instead, yet indirectly enabling the growth of evil. If you stand by coldly today, when disaster strikes tomorrow, no one will cry out for you. The school definitely investigated this incident, including interviewing the student's classmates and teachers. We learned that this student had been bullied recently, and we truthfully relayed that to the police. But there was no evidence. There were no cameras in the restroom, and the girl did have visible injuries clearly from being beaten. But the perpetrators were minors, under 16. And the girl committed suicide. No one pushed her off the building. So the police could only give those bad students a verbal warning. And due to compulsory education, we couldn't expel the students. In the end, the parents of the bullies pooled some money, and the school contributed a bit too, totaling 150,000 yuan, as compensation for the girl's family. But they refused it. Ding Wei looked up, her eyes widening in disbelief. Not a single penny accepted? No protests either? There was trouble at first, because that student's father had some standing in our community. But after the police released their final report, he stopped making a fuss and didn't cause trouble for the school. When a father's daughter commits suicide due to bullying at school, there are generally 2 types of people. One type favors sons over daughters. While deeply grieved by their daughter's death, they don't feel it's worth going to extremes. They'll definitely demand compensation. The other demands accountability from both the school and the perpetrators. If local police fail to resolve it, they take it to court, first to the lower courts, then to the higher courts if necessary. But this father chose a third path. Did he turn a blind eye? No, perhaps it wasn't turning a blind eye, but rather a form of endurance. He may have researched the law and realized that current legislation cannot hold minors accountable. Thus, once he was fully prepared, he would help his daughter exact her revenge. Of course, this is all speculation. From a normal person's perspective, this father's actions are truly baffling. What was the name of that girl who committed suicide? Jia Ruishue, as in auspicious snow foretelling a bountiful harvest. Jia. Was her father a fortune teller? Lin Dong asked urgently. Yes. Her father is quite famous in Feng County. Many people go to him for fortune telling more than those who visit the temple to worship the Bodhisattva. I don't really believe in that stuff. I've never been, so I don't know if it's truly effective. Lin Dong and Ding Wei exchanged a glance. This case was finally starting to make sense. Chen Pai's death, 7 stab wounds on his body, plus his own. Could it be that the bullies who tormented that girl back then numbered exactly 8? Lin Dong pressed further. So how many bullies did the police investigation confirm were involved in tormenting that girl? 8, including that girl who chopped things up. It really was 8 people. What a coincidence. But before Lin Dong could dwell on this for long, the vice principal's next words poured cold water on his hopes. But I heard that Chop's sister died last summer vacation. She drowned while swimming in the reservoir with friends because she couldn't keep up. Dead? Lin Dong felt a few black lines appear on his forehead. If that's the case, then one person is missing, and my previous assumptions are wrong. Wait a minute. If there was another stab wound, one inflicted by the mastermind themselves, then it all makes sense. Shinpai and Wu Hao both had only one stab wound in the same spot, the heart. This differs from other parts of the body. In criminal cases, the heart and head are areas where perpetrators often vent their rage. Lin Dong had watched numerous documentaries and read relevant books. Those killers who delivered a final blow to the victim's heart after murder were expressing emotions like, "You have no conscience, you're heartless," and so on. Of the 8 who bullied Jia Ruishua back then, aside from those killed by Duanji or by accident, the remaining 7 victims show consistent patterns. Shinpai died from 7 stab wounds, while Wu Hao died from 6. Barring any surprises, more victims will emerge, and each will be stabbed 5 times. If this pattern holds, the killer is turning every abuser into a participant in murder, perhaps to avenge his daughter. He did. Jia Er is fortune-telling today, it's the perfect chance to confront him. Let's go, Lin Dong said coldly. We'll meet this father. Chapter 103, Jia the Fortune-Teller. After a half-hour drive, Lin Dong and Ding Wei arrived at Jia Er's fortune-telling place. It was right at his home. It was said that Jia Er practiced fortune-telling for 9 days each month, though the specific days were determined by a lunar calendar-based calculation. Regulars who come for fortune-telling know all about it, and those who don't learn through word of mouth from relatives and friends. Naturally, they'll also tell them when Jia Er comes out to read fortunes. It's like he's some kind of traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. He's clearly just a con artist, yet he acts all high and mighty. Ding Wei expressed her strong disapproval of these fortune-tellers. Lin Dong had once asked her about it, and she revealed that her grandmother had been swindled out of her entire retirement savings by such charlatans. Plasma rice, electromagnetic wave massage chairs, miracle cure plasters, camel bones passed off as tiger bones for medicinal wine. They believed every word the fortune-teller said. But they doubted every word from doctors. Thus, her illness was delayed until the end. Even before her death, she still wanted her family to consult a fortune-teller to see if her time had come. She was deeply poisoned by this mindset. Look at this line of people waiting for fortune-telling. Someone unaware might think this is a temple or Taoist shrine, but it's just a farmhouse courtyard. Lin Dong saw at least 20 people waiting in line inside. Among them were elderly people in their 70s and 80s, as well as teenagers in their teens. Some wore cheap street clothes bought for 5 yuan, while others were small business owners who drove Mercedes-Benzes. A veritable cross-section of humanity. Let's just go in. Since this guy is a suspect, he has to cooperate with our investigation. We don't have direct evidence linking him to this case. If we're too aggressive, even if we manage to bring him back to the station, what good will it do? Lin Dong's reasoning made Ding Wei swallow the words on the tip of her tongue. True, there was no evidence yet. Even if they brought him to the station, he could refuse to say anything, and they'd have to release him once the time limit expired. Besides, everyone here was seeking his fortune-telling services. They certainly wouldn't let Lin Dong and his team take Jia Er away easily. Ding Wei blinked her bright, sparkling eyes. While she was still pondering, Lin Dong had already started chatting with the people waiting in line. Auntie, have you heard? Is this fortune-teller accurate? Oh my goodness. He's not just a fortune-teller, he's a half-immortal. He can take us to meet the gods and even reunite us with our departed loved ones. The old woman rubbed her shoulder and shot Lin Dong a disapproving look. To consult Jia the demi-immortal, you must come with sincere intentions. I'm here this time to ask him to take me to see my old man, so he can bless my grandson's swift recovery. Lin Dong feigns surprise. He can really take people to the underworld? Of course. I've been down there 2 or 3 times already. Without Master Jia guiding the way, no living soul can descend. Even if they did, they'd never find their way back. Just as Lin Dong was about to ask more, the old man turned his head, pressed his palms together in prayer, and closed his eyes reverently. He had already taken Jia the half-immortal as a true immortal. I'll bet you anything that room is absolutely laced with hallucinogens. Just like what we saw after lighting those candles last time. It felt so real, but it was all an illusion. Ding Wei planned to find a way to retrieve the candles and other items from the room for testing later. If they could identify the same components as the new compound, it would prove Jia Er's connection to this murder case. Actually, in ancient times, some Taoist priests practiced a technique called Guan Luoyin. It's one of the more mysterious and complex arts within Taoism. Simply put, it allows a living person's soul to leave their body, then enter the underworld to see their own lifespan. The earliest recorded mention of this technique comes from the Lushang school. The practitioner experiences it like a dream, but it's said to feel more real than dreams, even allowing for the sense of smell. Belief in the occult is a matter of faith, believe it exists, or it does not. For skeptics like us, we must find tangible evidence. Remember, do not succumb to psychological suggestion. Stay steadfast in your resolve. During the wait, Lin Dong kept himself occupied. He called Lu Ming and explained the entire situation. So we now suspect this Jia has significant involvement. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before replying. I know about last year's incident at Feng County Middle School. A girl committed suicide after being bullied by classmates. She had several external injuries, but they weren't severe. The primary reason for her suicide was reportedly that those bullies forced her to eat feces. Since they were minors, our investigation ultimately only resulted in stern reprimands for the bullies and their parents, along with requiring the parents to offer humanitarian compensation and apologies to the suicidal girl's family. Looking back now, it was indeed strange. The father of the girl who committed suicide didn't demand compensation, nor did he cause trouble at the school. If he really is the killer this time, setting aside this police uniform, I actually have to admire him. Lu Ming is a man of deep feeling. For a police officer to speak such words truly takes courage. Under current laws, transgressions by minors are generally handled with education as the primary approach and punishment as a secondary measure. Yet in practice, tolerance often devolves into indulgence. Since the case was filed back then, the police should have information on the other 5 individuals. We should secure their protection first. After meeting with Jia, we'll see if we can uncover new leads. Lin Dong hung up the phone and saw the complexity in Ding Wei's eyes. If Jia really is the killer, choosing to avenge his own daughter. We arrest him, yet let go those who drove the girl to suicide back then. Is this truly justice? Lin Dong's lips curved in an almost imperceptible smile, his gaze growing slightly somber. This world is inherently unfair, saturated with crime and evil. How we define so-called justice depends entirely on each person's perspective. For the wicked, evil is justice. For the police, what the law permits is justice. For ordinary people, perhaps most would side with Jia, hoping he could kill those who drove his daughter to death and ultimately escape legal punishment. But if everyone thought that way, the law would lose its meaning and the nation would descend into chaos. So this question has no answer at all. After waiting all afternoon, it was finally almost Lin Dong's turn. The elderly man ahead had already entered, and Lin Dong spotted Jia the fortune teller. Seated in the center of the room, a weathered wooden square table stood before him, covered with a yellow cloth upon which lay several exquisite bronze hexagram coins. The walls around the room were covered with murals and ink paintings depicting Taoist tales of immortals. One depicted the Supreme Lord Lao refining elixirs in a furnace, the flames reaching perfection as celestial vapors swirled around him. Another showed the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their divine powers. Yet another portrayed Zhuangzi dreaming of being a butterfly, transcending the boundaries between self and nature, its profound artistic conception lingering in the mind. In one corner stood a small Taoist shrine, enshrining statues of the 3 pure ones, their expressions solemn yet benevolent. Before the shrine, an incense burner and an eternal lampstand, their smoke curling upward and mingling with the gentle breeze outside the window. Additionally, Taoist ritual objects and ornaments adorned the room: peachwood swords, bronze bells, gourds, some hung on the walls, others placed beside the desk. Jia's appearance was not quite what Lin Dong had imagined. He looked quite ordinary, lacking the mystique one might associate with a fortune teller. His attire was simple, no ornate Taoist robes or elaborate decorations. He wore only a clean shirt and comfortable trousers, his feet shod in a pair of worn smooth cloth shoes. His face was serene, his eyes lacking both the unfathomable depth Lin Dong had anticipated and any feigned air of profound mystery. On the contrary, his gaze was clear and unassuming, conveying not the slightest sense of pressure or unease. This face doesn't look like a murderer. Chapter 104, Destiny is Predetermined. Fortune teller, take me to see the old man. My grandson is sick, and those doctors at the hospital only care about money. They can't cure him, yet they demand so much. I want the old man to bless him over there, so my grandson gets better soon. Jia said expressionlessly. You shouldn't visit the underworld too often. You've already been once this year, it's not advisable to go again. I can pass on your message for you, it'll have the same effect. Old lady, remember this, the more you consult fortune tellers, the thinner your fate becomes. The old woman laughed with resignation. I'm practically half in the grave already. Whether my fate is thin or not doesn't matter. As long as my children are well, and my grandchild is well, even if the king of hell demands my life, I wouldn't mind. Jia smiled indifferently. That's not the right way to think. Everyone has their own destiny. Only by enduring hardships can one truly defy fate and rewrite their path. After speaking, he manipulated his fingers in calculation, then wrote a series of characters with a brush on a talisman paper. The writing was indecipherable, as incomprehensible as a doctor's prescription. He then folded the talisman into a triangle and burned it in the basin. I've conveyed your message to your old man. Once you return, hang this talisman on the wall of your main hall for 7 full days. And make sure your grandson stays in the hospital during those 7 days, don't let him come back. Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but inwardly groan. Staying in the hospital for 7 days meant receiving 7 days of treatment. If the illness clears up, the hospital will take credit for the cure, but the old woman will believe it was Jia the fortune teller who worked the magic. If the illness persists, Jia the fortune teller can simply say that each person has their own destiny, and one cannot force fate. Compared to outright fraud, fortune telling is just a more cultured form of deception. Satisfied with Master Jia's words, the old woman departed contentedly. Lin Dong then strode forward and sat directly across from Jia, their eyes locking. "Young man, what brings you here for a reading? You're the fortune teller, aren't you? Why don't you tell me what I came here for?" A mischievous smile played on Lin Dong's lips. Most people, hearing such a provocative question, would have sent him packing. But Jia remained calm. After exhaling a breath of stale air, he began twiddling his fingers again. "You were born in the year of the Earth Tiger. I see the star of literature descended upon you, bestowing divine writing skills. You must be engaged in literary pursuits." Ding Wei, standing nearby, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Master Jia truly lives up to his reputation. What else can you divine? Though you bear the star of literature, your auspicious aura carries the essence of Lord D. While you possess righteous spirit, this world's superficial glamour and human wickedness far exceed imagination. If you proceed straightforwardly, beware of being engulfed by evil. Bloodshed may befall you. He must mean Judge D, right? D. Renjie was a master detective. By saying he D possesses the features of Lord D, doesn't he mean he D is a master detective? This is too accurate. Could this fortune teller Jia actually be half divine? Ding Wei's nose wrinkled slightly as she couldn't figure out how Jia had calculated it. He hadn't said a single word, yet Jia had managed to discern so much. Your reading is off. I'm a programmer, nothing to do with words. As for that Judge D's features you mentioned, my face bears not a shred of his essence. Lin Dong shook his head. I heard you're quite skilled at fortune telling, so I came to ask you to read my friend's fortune. No rush. I haven't finished with you yet. From your features, I see imminent bloodshed. You face 9 calamities this year, and you've already weathered 3. The trials ahead will grow fiercer. If you navigate them successfully, your life will take a turn for the better. Jia Banxian emphasized his words. Should you fail, the lesser consequence is bloodshed. The greater, well, I shan't speak of such misfortune. I cannot aid you in overcoming these trials. Since you seek guidance for your friend, tell me about them. Lin Dong initially heard Jia Banxian mention 9 calamities but didn't think much of it. It sounded like utter nonsense. But upon closer inspection, there were exactly 9 photo fragments. I currently held 3. Judging by the mysterious figure's modus operandi, I'd need to solve 6 more cases to piece together the complete photograph. As for what the complete photo signified, Lin Dong had no clue. But there was no denying that the cases he encountered were indeed growing more complex. Could it be that Jia the fortune teller really could predict the future? No, this must be a coincidence. The number 9 is the highest among the Yang numbers and frequently appears in Taoist and Feng Shui cultures. Lin Dong's eyes widened as he thought he'd nearly been led astray. The atmosphere here truly made it easy for the mind to believe what others said. My friend was bullied at school. She wants the person who bullied her to die. Lin Dong emphasized the last word. Jia Banxian breathed evenly, his brows furrowed into sharp angles. I'm a fortune teller, not a black-robed sorcerer. Harming others falls under dark arts. I practice Taoist methods, different paths, different ways. Jia the half-immortal shook his head, about to dismiss him. Lin Dong had no intention of leaving. He continued, my friend was pitiful. Those who bullied her not only beat her but also humiliated her. In the end, unable to bear the shame, she jumped to her death. Earlier you said your friend wanted her tormentors dead. Since she's already taken her own life, how could you possibly know? She appeared to me in a dream on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, begging me to avenge her. She said she couldn't rest in peace otherwise. She also told me to make those bullies hang themselves, only to be finished off one by their own friends. Lin Dong studied Jia's expression. When he heard the phrase rest in peace, Jia's eyelid twitched noticeably. I'm not a black magic practitioner. You'd better find someone else for this sort of thing. Since you came to me first, I think the fact that your friend appeared to you in a dream means you were the person she trusted most in life. Unclosed eyes mean her soul cannot reincarnate. Unless her final wish is fulfilled, she will never rest in peace. So you can seek out the black-robed sorcerer to help you accomplish this. That's all I have to say. Lin Dong stood up. Thank you, Master Jia. This is my first time getting a fortune told. How do you charge? My principle is simple, I only charge once the problem is solved. Take that old lady earlier, her grandson's illness hasn't cleared up yet, so I won't charge her. Quite principled. Lin Dong and Ding Wei walked out to the courtyard. Turning back, they caught Jia staring at them. His eyes held a story. This Jia the fortune teller is the real deal. He was spot on about your situation. Ding Wei was still reeling from the shock. You didn't observe anything just now? Of course I did. I observed. Inside his room, some of the talismanic patterns resembled those on the paper from the pen spirit game. And while you two were talking, I snuck in and took his incense and candles, though unfortunately, they weren't white. Lin Dong smiled with relief. Not bad. I thought you were just listening to him brag. At least you did something useful. Brag? But his predictions were spot on. Ding Wei protested, confused. A sly gleam flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. He rubbed his chin and chuckled, clearly, he knows me. Chapter 105, Accomplice. He knows you? No way, you've never met. Ding Wei's eyes widened. If his predictions weren't so spot on, I might have believed him. But precisely because they were so accurate, it proves something's fishy. Chen Pai's death caused an uproar in Feng County. The Criminal Investigation Division focused their investigation on Chen Pai's social circle. Only we frequently visited Chen Pai's home and went to his school for inquiries. The killer planned this case with meticulous care. Without long-term observation of Chen Pai, Wu Hao, and others' routines and habits, such a well-executed crime would be impossible. This means the killer possesses keen observational and counter-surveillance skills. During the killing of Wu Hao, the killer must have monitored police movements, otherwise, they risked exposure. Throughout this period, the killers surely noticed us. We didn't look like police officers, nor were we wearing uniforms. Faced with unknown individuals, the killer would have investigated our backgrounds. Coincidentally, our backgrounds were widely available online. Those bored CP fans probably even posted our birthdates and zodiac signs online, claiming things like Leo men and Sagittarius women are a perfect match. He claimed I was a celestial scholar incarnate and possessed the spirit of Judge D. Isn't that blatantly suggestive? You won't believe it, but next time he does fortune-telling, have Dr. Lang go see him. He won't be able to predict a single thing. Ding Wei listened and suddenly understood. So that's how it is. If he knows us this well, doesn't that make him a major suspect? Lin Dong nodded slightly. Exactly. And when I told that story earlier, he clearly showed emotional distress because he knew I was talking about his daughter. Starting tonight, we'll keep a close watch on him. Now that he knows the police suspect him, if he really is the killer, he'll definitely accelerate his revenge plan. That very night, Lin Dong and Ding Wei spotted Jia Er sneaking out of his house with a backpack. The two quietly followed him. The night sky was unusually dark, pitch black. Walking on unfamiliar rural roads was quite dangerous. This Jia Er heading out in the dead of night with a backpack? Something's definitely up. Yeah, and he's not even taking the main village road, he's heading toward the back mountain path. I checked the map during the day. Crossing over that back mountain leads straight to the national highway heading to the county seat. If he leaves through the village, he's likely to be seen by the villagers. He left the lights on at home too, creating the illusion he's there. If the police investigate later and happen to find villagers passing by his house, they'll assume Jia Er is home, effectively providing him with an alibi. The two moved quietly, but Ding Wei suddenly stumbled and tripped, pulling Lin Dong down with her. Ouch! What was that? So slippery. Ding Wei rubbed her ankle and looked up at Lin Dong. Hey, are you okay? Something's wrong. What's wrong? The air feels off. It smells like those white candles with hallucinogens burning. Lin Dong suddenly realized this was a trap. Jia Er knew the police were on his trail, but he still had to complete his revenge. How could he shake the police? He took the back mountain path not to detour, but to lead the police to smell these hallucinogenic fumes. But when had he planted this stuff on the back mountain? I kept a close watch on him all day, there was no way he could have slipped away under my nose. Tap tap tap. The familiar footsteps echoed in my ears, so vividly real. Even knowing it was an illusion, the feeling was terrifying. Especially now, deep in the old forest. Ah! Ding Wei suddenly cried out. A hand is grabbing my foot. Lin Dong didn't bother hiding anymore. He pulled out his phone and turned on the flashlight. In the dim light, he saw several mounds of earth, their soil trembling and falling away. They hadn't seen any graves when they passed by earlier. The hallucinogen concentration here is too high. We have to run forward, to a place with better air circulation. I refuse to believe he could saturate the entire forest with hallucinogens. Lin Dong grabbed Ding Wei's hand and took off running. Behind them, skeletal figures began emerging from the graves. They emitted squeaking sounds, as if whispering in their ears. Thin moonlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting mottled patches along their escape route. Lin Dong's breath came in heavy gasps, yet he never loosened his grip on Ding Wei's hand. Only when the sounds at their ears vanished completely did Lin Dong and Ding Wei breathe a simultaneous sigh of relief, halting their steps and bending over, gasping for air. Damn, what a bizarre night. We absolutely have to figure out what that new compound is. The hallucinations felt way too real. Lin Dong turned to see Ding Wei standing rigidly still, silent, her eyes fixed intently on him. The faint moonlight cast an eerie glow on Ding Wei's face. Trying to scare me? Lin Dong reached out and grabbed Ding Wei's slender waist, giving it a playful scratch. Ha! Ding Wei couldn't resist giggling, she was ticklish. You've got a pretty good attitude. For a girl, you're not scared at all. It's the unknown that's frightening. Now that we know it's an illusion, it's not scary anymore. Too bad we lost track of Jair. No worries. The others are under police surveillance. Without a target, even if Jair slipped away, he couldn't accomplish anything. Lin Dong took out his phone and called Lin Junying first. The autopsy results should be in by now. Dr. Lang, how's the situation on your end? I was just about to call you. Lin Dong heard loud noise on the other end. The howling wind sounded like it was coming from a car with the windows down. Realizing something was wrong, Lin Dong quickly asked, "What's going on?" "We lost them. 4 kids escaped from their homes. Only one couldn't get out because their place had security bars. They're like possessed. One lived on the 10th floor and actually jumped down 1 floor at a time using the air conditioner units." Jackie Chan. This is absolutely insane. You keep a close eye on Jair. If he's the real killer, he'll definitely make his move tonight. Ugh, we lost him. Just now, Xiao Ding and I got hit with hallucinogens again. It's impossible to guard against this. Oh, I sent the ingredient list for that new compound to a friend. He says it's incredibly complex and synthetic, definitely not something you could just mix together. Lin Dong's phone was on speaker, so Ding Wei could hear too. She asked, "What does that mean?" "It means Jair couldn't have made this new compound unless he's a real-life heir to the throne, a chemical genius. But he only has a middle school diploma. There's no way he could create a new compound that even a PhD in biochemistry would struggle to develop." Exactly. That's my point. If he's the killer, he must have had help. Lin Junying exclaimed loudly. Lin Dong rubbed his chin. "Xiao Ding, we kept Jair under surveillance all day today and confirmed he never left the premises. Who do you think planted the hallucinogens in the mountains?" Ding Wei lowered her head in thought before looking up again. Jair's accomplice. Chapter 106, The Madness. That's the only logical explanation. Unless Jair has a doppelganger, there's no way he could have stayed home while also setting up the hallucinogens at the scene. An operation of this scale requires a significant amount of materials. Lin Dong exhaled softly. "We're searching the entire county for those kids. I can't fathom what possessed them to rush headlong into their deaths." Lin Junying's eye twitched. If we follow the earlier theory, after witnessing Chin Pai hang himself, each of the original 6 stabbed him once. They must have been terrified. Yet instead of fleeing, they chose to continue toward death? What kind of logic was that? If they hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation after the first incident, then surely Wu Hao's death should have made them realize that this game would ultimately claim every one of their lives? Lin Junying couldn't comprehend it. To determine whether they were being blackmailed by the killer or had truly lost their minds, she had to find those children. If they waited too long, more deaths might occur today. Where do we go now? A vague unease crept into Ding Wei's heart. Tonight was destined to be sleepless. Isn't there still one child who didn't escape from home? Let's go find him. Lin Dong returned to the car, started the engine, and slammed his foot on the accelerator. The car roared to life, tires screeching against the pavement as it sped away. Following police intelligence, Lin Dong quickly arrived at Tian Maoqing's residence. The moment he reached the door, he heard the sounds of smashing and shattering, along with heart-wrenching screams. "Ah! I want to get out. I want to get out. Why won't you let me out? Why? Why won't you let me out?" Thump thump, door kicking. The woman sobbed, "Both your friends have been killed. You still want to go out? Don't you want to live? Get lost, all of you. I'm going out. If I wait any longer, it'll be too late." Neighbors from next door heard the commotion and gathered at their doorways to watch the spectacle. This kid must be possessed. He never acted like this before. What's going on? How could he be possessed? Either his ancestors' graves weren't properly buried, or he's committed too many sins. Good people don't go mad like this. Lin Dong stepped inside and saw several police officers staring intently at the bedroom. They must have been given strict orders to keep a close watch on the teenager. Just stand at the door and watch the show. Why come inside? The officer didn't recognize Lin Dong and assumed he was a neighbor come to gawk. "We're from Homicide Investigations." Ding Wei flashed her police ID. "Oh. My apologies. I'd only heard about you before, never actually seen you in person." The officer patted his head. Over the past few days of investigation, they had been working on 2 separate leads without overlapping, so it made sense they hadn't encountered Lin Dong and Ding Wei yet. "What's the current situation?" Ding Wei asked after tucking her badge into her pocket. "The kid went berserk, smashing things. We were worried he might hurt himself, so we tried to cuff him, but his parents refused," the officer sighed. Lin Dong observed the parents' faces. They were quite elderly, likely having had this child late in life, which explained their intense worry. Many families with children born late in life often have rebellious offspring. Because parents shower them with affection without setting boundaries, the children develop a self-centered mindset, believing everything they do is justified. The slightest disappointment would trigger a tantrum. As Lin Dong approached the bedroom door, a cup flew toward him. "Damn it!" Fortunately, Ding Wei reacted swiftly, grabbing Lin Dong's arm and pulling him to safety. This damn sense of security, it actually came from a woman. Lin Dong turned and gave Ding Wei a grateful nod. If that had hit him in the head, he'd be covered in bruises. Before Lin Dong could react, Ding Wei planted her hands on her hips at the doorway and shouted. What the hell are you doing? Trying to get yourself killed? Chen Pai and Wu Hao were your friends, and now they're both dead. You still want to go out? What are you thinking? But when Tian Maocheng saw Ding Wei, he recoiled as if seeing a ghost, suddenly shrinking back onto the bed and screaming. Ah! Don't come near me! I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Please don't come after me anymore, I beg you. Wah? Seeing Tian Maocheng's terrified reaction to Ding Wei, Lin Dong seemed to think of something. He pulled out his phone and flicked through the photos until he found one of Jia Ruishui. You know what? This Jia Ruishui kinda looks like you. Huh? Where's the resemblance? We look nothing alike. Forget the faces, look at the overall vibe. You both have oval faces, and in these photos, Jia Ruishui always wears her hair in a high ponytail just like you today. Tian Maocheng's mental state isn't great right now. He probably mistook you for her. Ding Wei pouted and muttered, he could mistake me for her. Perfect timing. The Criminal Investigation Division questioned those kids for ages, but they wouldn't say a thing. Since he's afraid of you, maybe you can get him to spill the truth. Really? What should I do? Hearing how crucial her role could be, Ding Wei perked up instantly. Lin Dong glanced at Tian Maocheng's parents. He'd have to get them out of the way first. Otherwise, with their overprotective nature, it would be difficult to proceed. Lin Dong called the officers over to discuss the plan. All right. We'll cooperate fully. If we can get important clues out of him, we should be able to find out where the other kids went. We need to hurry. The killer might start moving after midnight. Soon, the plan was set in motion. One officer summoned Tian Maocheng's parents, claiming they needed to discuss how to handle Tian Maocheng. Meanwhile, Lin Dong stood before Ding Wei, ruffling her hair before handing her a flashlight. Will this really work? People lose their judgment under extreme stress. It wouldn't work when they're fully conscious, but judging by Tian Maocheng's reaction earlier, it should work. Everything was ready. Lin Dong flipped the circuit breaker, plunging the room into sudden darkness. Tian Maocheng, sitting on the bed, let out a startled yelp. Poor kid. Hearing Tian Maocheng's pitiful screams, Lin Dong couldn't decide whether to feel sympathy or tell him he deserved it. Damn it! Why did the power go out? Mom! Old man! Look how excited the kid got, he was practically throwing a fit. Lin Dong sat quietly in the living room, listening. Now it was time for Xiao Ding's performance. Just as Tian Maocheng's emotional breakdown continued. She's coming. She's coming. She's walking toward us with a flashlight. The moment Ding Wei switched on the flashlight, as the sole source of light in the room, Tian Maocheng couldn't help but look up instinctively. A terrifying face appeared, its disheveled hair making it look utterly frightening. Backlit against the light, it was terrifying even without makeup. Tian Maocheng's scream grew louder as he immediately dropped to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. I'm so sorry. I truly didn't know you'd end up killing yourself. I did everything you asked. Chen Pai and Wu Hao are dead. I was just the lookout. When they bullied you, I even spoke up for you. Where are the others? Ding Wei demanded in a trembling voice. They're at the school. Didn't you tell us to go to the school? I was locked up, I didn't mean to skip out. Why you don't come looking for me? After saying this, Tian Maocheng, perhaps overcome by fear, fainted on the spot. Hey! Now he's fainted? This guy's such a coward. Ding Wei rushed over to check on him. After confirming he was still breathing, she instructed Lin Dong to flip the circuit breaker. Meanwhile, Lang Juniying's WeChat buzzed. Hey Mu, they're at the school. Seeing the message, Lang Juniying urgently told Lu Ming, who was driving. Turn around. They're at the school. Chapter 107, still too late. Whoa 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 whoa. The police car's siren wailed as it sped down the road. Some might wonder, doesn't sounding the siren alert criminals to the police's arrival, allowing them to escape early? In reality, this sharp, repetitive sound possesses extraordinary penetrating power. It instantly captures attention on a psychological level, even inducing a sense of panic. This psychological effect is particularly pronounced in criminals, triggering an instinctive urge to flee and halting their criminal actions. Compared to apprehending the perpetrator, ensuring the victim's safety is always the top priority. Even if the perpetrator escapes, in an era saturated with surveillance cameras, they can almost always be apprehended unless they flee the country. It's now past midnight. Although it remains uncertain whether the killer has a fixed time for committing crimes. Linking the Ghost Festival murders, spirit summoning games, and hallucinations, the killer should begin their crimes after midnight. Which means it should be happening right now. There's still a week left before the official start of the semester. During the day, teachers might arrive early to prepare lessons, but at night, only the security guard at the gate remains, not even the dorm supervisor is present. Seeing so many police cars parked at the entrance, the guard, unaware of what had happened, hurriedly opened the electric sliding gate to let them in. Spread out and search. Pay special attention to any areas with light. Lu Ming approached the security guard and asked, "Has anyone entered the premises tonight?" "No, I've been sitting here the whole time and didn't see anyone come in." A sharp glint flashed in Ling Juniying's deep eyes. Those people definitely didn't come in through the front gate. Those boys had been troublemakers before, always climbing over the school walls, so they knew the campus well. Using the main gate wasn't their style. Check the surveillance footage immediately. There's so much footage. By the time we get through it all, the cucumbers will be cold. Check the cameras near the schoolyard walls first, then the ones by the girls' dorm entrance. Long Juniying explained. During breaks, the school doesn't allow outsiders in. They must have climbed over the wall. That girl who killed herself jumped from the dormitory. The killer might choose that spot again. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched and a suffocating aura suddenly emanated from his mouth. Take us to security. Retrieve all the surveillance footage. But the security guard shook his head with a wry smile. School hasn't started yet and our security chief isn't here either. Only he has the key to the surveillance room. I'll call him right away, but I don't know if he's asleep at this hour. Damn it! Lu Ming suddenly erupted in a furious shout. Remember that female student who committed suicide at your school last year? In that dorm building? I remember. Dormitory building 3, behind the cafeteria. Take us there. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and Ding Wei arrived at the school by car. They encountered several police officers on campus and learned the officers hadn't located the teenagers yet. When Lin Dong and Ding Wei arrived at dormitory building 3, they happened to see Lu Ming and the others coming down. Nothing? Lu Ming shook his head. No one. And we just got word that the wires outside the security office's monitoring room were cut. No idea when it happened. The school's surveillance servers don't have backups, so without power, none of the previous footage will be saved. This time, they truly met their match. Lin Dong looked up at the sky, a cold smile forming in his mind. You predicted 9 calamities for me, whether by bluff or by reading my face, I don't know. I'll admit you cleaned the crime scene thoroughly, but you've already slipped up. After tonight, how will you justify yourself? Since you chose to continue your revenge at the school, the location must have been intentional. Otherwise, why come to a place like the school, packed with surveillance cameras, and go to the trouble of cutting the wires in the monitoring room beforehand? Jia Ruishua jumped to her death from the dormitory, yet neither the room nor the rooftop showed any signs of people. That leaves one possibility. The classroom building. The bathroom. That's where that group bullied Jia Ruishua. Lin Dong's expression lit up with sudden realization, and he immediately took off running. During his last visit to the school, the math teacher had told him which bathroom was where Jia Ruishua had been bullied. The others were confused, but seeing Lin Dong sprint toward the classroom building, they seemed to grasp something and followed after him. First floor. Second floor. Lin Dong gasped for breath, having not run this fast in ages. At the far end of the corridor lay the restrooms. A figure stood there. Its face was indistinct, but Lin Dong could sense that the person was staring right back at him. When Ding Wei and the other officers reached this floor, the figure suddenly leaped off the building. Stop! Don't run! Lu Ming shouted as he led his team forward. The other officers hurried downstairs in pursuit. We're still a step too late. Lin Dong approached the restroom door and first saw 3 teenagers sitting on the floor, their faces frozen in terror. His gaze slowly shifted upward to see a yellow-haired teenager hanging from the window. At this height, he could have easily freed himself by standing on tiptoe, yet he still ended up hanging himself. Like the other 2 victims, he hadn't struggled much before dying. He'd only instinctively reached for the rope, but it was too late. A knife was plunged into his heart. The killer's methods are getting sloppier. He probably didn't expect us to find this place so quickly. Lin Dong snorted coldly. He must have left clues this time. Have the forensic team thoroughly examined the scene. When Ling Juniying entered the restroom, she first noticed the teenagers all wearing gloves, knives still clutched in their hands. This explained why no fingerprints had been recovered from the knives found at the previous 2 crime scenes. They were in a state of complete stupor, like patients who hadn't yet recovered from the lingering effects of anesthesia after surgery. Their eyes were open, yet they had no recollection of what they saw. They had no recollection of anything happening outside either. That day, Ding Wei had absorbed a small amount of hallucinogens and entered a sleepwalking-like state. If she had absorbed too much, it might have caused such side effects. You'd better put your masks back on. The windows are closed, the bathroom isn't ventilated, and the fumes from the candles they burned earlier are still lingering indoors. The concentration hasn't decreased. After issuing this warning, Lin Juniying approached the bodies. Shinpai has 7 stab wounds, Wuhao has 6, and this body has only 4. Because another person was locked inside and never came out. Aside from the stab wound near the heart, the other 3 wounds were likely inflicted by them. Lin Dong glanced at the 3 teenagers, their expressions blank and vacant. The first 2 times, the killer pulled out the knife from the heart wound. This time, he didn't have time. I agree with your earlier point. This time, the killer's technique was sloppy. There might be traces left at the scene. Ding Wei frowned in confusion. Pulling out the knife takes only a moment. Why didn't the killer remove it before fleeing? The pressure inside the heart is immense. The blood pumped out would gush violently from the wound in a short time. Anyone pulling the knife would inevitably get splattered with blood. If you see a normal person on the street, even with witnesses, you'd likely have no recollection. But if it's someone covered in blood, passersby would definitely be deeply affected. The killer is truly meticulous, considering so many details in such an urgent situation. I wonder if Captain Lu can catch him. Lin Dong's furrowed brow suddenly tightened. Send a team to stake out Jia Er's house. If he doesn't return, it proves he's definitely up to something. If he does come back, check if he changed clothes. I know exactly what he was wearing when he left home. Chapter 108, Fingerprints Left Behind. Soon, the forensic team arrived. In the first two murders, the killer had left the crime scene spotless. Lin Dong had initially suspected a highly skilled criminal, but after this period of investigation, he realized the victims were like possessed souls, cooperating with the killer. Just like Tian Maochang, who was still raging at home right now, insisting on rushing to his death. They seemed to be afraid of something. Lin Dong speculated that hallucinogens must have made them see the deceased Jia Ruishui, convincing them she was a vengeful spirit seeking retribution. At that age, they were most susceptible to superstitions about spirits and demons. Combined with the killer's powerful suggestions, this created a state of extreme, sustained mental tension. But strangely, why did they show no signs of abnormality when the police questioned them earlier? What kind of hallucinogen was this, so potent? Based on the evidence at the scene, the other perpetrators wore gloves on their knife-wielding hands. That's why no fingerprints were found on the murder weapons at the previous two crime scenes. But why did they only wear gloves on one hand? Ding Wei's words suddenly made everything clear to Lin Dong. When I saw that person earlier, he was standing there without gloves. I suspect he heard the commotion and, in his panic, stabbed the victim in a rush. The victim was hanging by the window. When I entered, less than a minute had passed since the killer left the bathroom. If he had completed the stabbing, what state would the body be in? Ding Wei thought for a moment before replying. The knife penetrated deep into the heart. Under suspension, any external impact would cause the body to sway. When we entered, what state did you observe the body in? Still, motionless? Ding Wei suddenly flashed a mischievous grin. The killer must have made a motion to steady the body. Lin Dong grinned. When a person is alive, fingerprints remain on the body for 60 to 90 minutes. After death, they persist even longer. There are generally 4 methods for extracting fingerprints from human skin: the chromocode method, the magna powder method, the silver iodide plate transfer method, and the cyanoacrylate adhesive fumigation method. If no forensic technician was present at the scene, Lin Dong might have to improvise to preserve the fingerprints. As the saying goes, it never hurts to have more than one skill. But with professionals present, he needn't worry about these matters. The forensic technician carefully brushed the victim's body with a fine iron filings brush. If no prints were found there, they would likely be recovered from the victim's clothing. After waiting over 10 minutes, the forensic technician suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "We've got it!" Several fingerprints were recovered from the victim's elbow. It appears the perpetrator made a grabbing motion. Demonstrating the action, the technician grasped his own left arm with his right hand. While I deeply sympathize with your ordeal, Jia Fortune Teller, the law is the law. Due to the Minor Protection Act, we cannot hold those responsible for your daughter's death accountable with their lives. But that doesn't give you license to kill indiscriminately. Hearing this, Ding Wei breathed a sigh of relief. With the fingerprints, once Jia Er was apprehended and his prints matched, they would know for certain if he was the culprit. As the body was transported back to the funeral home, Ding Wei took the opportunity to hand over the incense and candle she had taken from Jia Er's fortune-telling room earlier that day to the forensic technician. Now, all that remained was to await good news from the Criminal Investigation Division. Leng Junying would be working through the night on the autopsy, so only Lin Dong and Ding Wei returned to the guest house. After a quick wash, Lin Dong was about to sleep. He saw Ding Wei standing at the doorway, hugging her quilt, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "What's up? I can't quite sleep. Let's chat about the case. Maybe we'll fall asleep while talking." Ding Wei glanced at the bed in Lin Dong's bedroom. It's a 6-foot bed anyway, more than enough for 2 people. Before Lin Dong could respond, Ding Wei walked past him with the quilt and spread it out on the bed. Does she really see me as a brother, or does she not see me as a man at all? Why isn't she avoiding any awkwardness at all? Lin Dong shook his head helplessly. After closing the door, he turned up the air conditioner temperature slightly. "Wow, you're so thoughtful, Hide. You know I'm always cold. Women generally have poor circulation. You're so straight-laced. We STEM guys only speak logic. Straight guy can be translated as logical male. I'll take that as a compliment." Lin Dong placed 2 cushions between himself and Ding Wei. "This is the demarcation line. Whoever crosses it is the one who's out of line. I'm the girl here, okay? It sounds like I'm after your body. I just want to discuss the case with you. Who do you think Jia the fortune teller's accomplice could be?" Lin Dong lay back on the bed and turned to see Ding Wei's adorable face right in front of him. Xiao Ding's looks were undeniably stunning. It wasn't that being a cop was a waste of her looks, but in the cat and mouse game with criminals, she was more likely to be targeted. Fortunately, her physical skills were formidable. Most criminals couldn't get close to her. Hard to say. Jia the fortune teller has many followers. Recruiting helpers would be easy. Just tell a few people, your fate holds a calamity. You must help me to overcome it. With some smooth talk, some will definitely believe him. Several people? Ding Wei gasped, her mouth agape. If there are too many accomplices, shouldn't it be easier to expose them? Yet there wasn't a single trace at the previous crime scenes. I was just giving an example. Accomplices definitely exist, but their exact number is unknown. What concerns me more is what Dr. Lang mentioned: the hallucinogens in the white candles tested positive for a new compound. Such synthetic compounds aren't created by randomly mixing chemicals, they require research facilities like biological labs. Since it's a new compound, it means it's not publicly available yet. How did Jia the fortune teller gain access to this stuff? This matter deeply puzzled Lin Dong, a question he'd never fully resolved. As they talked, sleepiness overtook them, and before they knew it, they had fallen asleep. At dawn, Lin Dong awoke from a long dream, his consciousness slowly returning. Opening his eyes, he was met with an exquisitely beautiful face, so close he could almost feel the warmth of her breath. Ding Wei lay quietly beside him, her long lashes softly resting on her eyelids. Her skin glowed faintly in the morning light, so smooth it seemed almost translucent. A faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth, as if she were still immersed in a beautiful dream. Last night, Lin Dong had placed 2 pillows between them as a boundary, declaring that whoever crossed it would be the one at fault. He glanced back at the empty space beside him. Clearly, he'd crossed the line himself. Damn it, I'm the one who crossed the line. He had to get back before Xiao Ding woke up. Like a thief, Lin Dong awkwardly shifted his body. Just as he reached the other side of the demarcation line, the phone on the nightstand rang. Ding Wei shot awake instantly, wiped her mouth, and sprang up like a coiled spring. Any leads from the Criminal Investigation Division? Whoa, where'd you learn to be on duty in a second like that? Lin Dong picked up the phone and saw it was Lu Ming calling. It seemed they must have caught the suspect, otherwise, Captain Lu wouldn't have called me. Chapter 109, he also has a son. Hello, Lin Dong. Jia Er has been apprehended, but there's a new development. What could possibly go wrong after the suspect was apprehended? Worry instantly clouded Lin Dong's face. We were staking out near Jia Er's place. Around 7:30, we saw him stumbling home and immediately cuffed him. But he claimed he'd been out gambling last night and demanded to know why we were arresting him. Playing cards? Bull. How could he possibly be playing cards? Lin Dong laughed bitterly. Last night, Jia the fortune teller sneaked out of his house, deliberately avoided the village road, and took the back mountain route around the national highway. You're telling me all that bizarre behavior was just to play cards? Yeah, we thought he was full of it too, so we followed him to the village mahjong parlor. The owner confirmed he played cards there all night long. Perjury is illegal too, you should educate the mahjong parlor owner on that. Jia Er has a lot of clout in their village, it's highly likely someone would be willing to perjure themselves for him. Ding Wei found it absurd too. Last night, she and Lin Dong had followed Jia the fortune teller, only to get drugged with hallucinogens along the way. How could he have been playing mahjong? The parlor has surveillance cameras. We reviewed the footage. Jia Er was indeed there all night until 7 a.m. Not just the owner, but the other players can corroborate that. Lu Ming paused before continuing. Jia Er is definitely involved, but the person you saw last night couldn't have been him. I've already brought the suspect back to the station and am preparing to interrogate him. I'll be right over. When Lin Dong and Ding Wei arrived at the police station, they saw Ling Junying just getting out of a taxi. Her exhausted expression made it clear she hadn't slept all night. Jia Er was caught, but he spent all night at the village mahjong parlor last night. Yeah, Captain Lu called me too. Jia Er seems to be deliberately creating an alibi for himself, unless he regularly stays up all night playing mahjong. The Criminal Investigation Division brought the mahjong parlor owner to the station too. We'll find out once we question him. The 3 of them walked into the Criminal Investigation Division's office area just as they spotted Lu Ming's apprentice, Su Jiwei, coming out of the break room. You're here. I just finished talking to the mahjong parlor owner. He said Jia Er doesn't usually play mahjong because he's a fortune teller. People feel uncomfortable playing with him. If they lose, they feel bad, and if they win, they fear retaliation. But the day before yesterday, Jia Er approached him, asking to gather 2 people plus the owner for a game. He claimed that today at dawn was the day the god of wealth descended from heaven, and playing mahjong would welcome the deity, ensuring prosperity for the entire year ahead. Rural folks tend to be superstitious, so the owner found 2 regular players to fill out the table. Surveillance footage shows Jia Er walked into the parlor around 11:50 p.m., approaching from the village entrance, not from his own home direction. What a masterstroke. Did he deliberately distract us to buy time for his accomplices? But there were only 2 of us, Xiao Ding and me. Was it really necessary to go out of his way to distract us? Recalling how Jia Er knew so much about him, even his exact birthday, Lin Dong suddenly understood. They must have looked me up online. Knowing I'd solved several recent cases, they realized continuing my investigation could disrupt their upcoming plans. Jia Er's in the interrogation room? Yes, my mentor is interrogating him personally. But this guy is unnervingly calm, almost unnaturally so. I've been a cop for 5 or 6 years, and I've never seen a suspect this composed. Su Jiwei led Lin Dong to the observation room. There, Lu Ming was interrogating Jia Er. In terms of aura, Lu Ming seemed slightly anxious, while Jia Er appeared utterly composed, as if none of this concerned him. Why did you take the back mountain path to play cards yesterday? The village road would have taken just minutes, yet you detoured for an hour. I ate a bit too much last night, so I thought I'd take a walk to help with digestion. Sitting around all night would have been unbearable. Jia Er smiled faintly, his expression radiating certainty and confidence. There's no law against playing cards, is there? You should know why we're arresting you. Because of your daughter's death, you want so many others to pay with their lives. I feel for you, but every citizen must obey the law. Jia Er's eyelid twitched slightly. Why doesn't the law protect victims instead of shielding the perpetrators? Is that fair? Lu Ming rubbed his aching forehead. He couldn't answer that question. I know it's unreasonable, but there's nothing we can do. They didn't directly cause your daughter's death, it was indirect. The injuries on her body were classified as minor. Suicide was her own choice, no one pushed her off the building. So the court. Jia Er slammed his fists onto the interrogation table. If suicide means those who drove her to it bear no legal responsibility, then you have no right to bring me here. So you admit you did it? Lu Ming's voice rose several degrees. The deaths of those bastards are all over Feng County, I only heard about it. Do you have any evidence proving I committed a crime? In the observation room, Su Jiwei said to Lin Dong. The fingerprint comparison results are in. The prints on Yu Jianqing's arm aren't Jia Er's. The incense and candles you handed over to forensics showed no traces of hallucinogens either. What about the back mountain? Nothing unusual was found there either. If what you claim is true, that you inhaled hallucinogens on the back mountain, such a large area would require a massive amount of gas. It would have to be either through combustion or electronic devices, but neither was detected. Just then, Lin Dong suddenly seemed to think of something and blurted out, "Are there any other people listed on Jia Er's household registration? He's the sole surviving member of his family. He divorced his wife 7 years ago, and custody of their son was awarded to her." How old is his son? 29. His household registration isn't in Feng County, it's in Guanyu City. Lin Dong logged into the population database and located the individual named Jia Yinhao. He then accessed the academic records system. Huaxia Pharmaceutical University, Masters in Pharmaceutical Formulation. Ding Wei looked at Lin Dong excitedly. He University. Jia Er's son studied pharmacy. Could he be researching new compounds? He couldn't have done it alone. If we follow this line of thinking, his son might work at a biopharmaceutical company. Their lab could have developed a novel compound that hasn't been publicly released yet, but he took it out privately for his own use. Lin Dong's fingers danced across the keyboard, quickly locating Jia Yinhao's employer. Manhwa Biopharmaceutical Company. This was a renowned domestic pharmaceutical research institution, considered an industry leader with numerous independent drug research laboratories under its umbrella. If contact was made with Manhwa and it was discovered that Jia Yinhao had taken leave during this period, then this man would be a prime suspect. Chapter 110, The Slayer of Evil Becomes the Devil. Shortly after, Ding Wei returned from her call and approached Lin Dong. Director Lin, it's confirmed. Jia Yinhao took annual leave, starting 2 days before the Ghost Festival. But when we checked Jia Yinhao's travel records, we didn't find any purchases for high-speed train, plane, or car tickets back here, Su Jiwei muttered. He might have taken a ride-sharing service or borrowed someone else's car to drive back. Since he's carrying the new compound, using public transportation would make him too easy to spot during security checks. Lin Dong then asked Ding Wei. Has the composition list for the new compound been sent to Manhwa Biopharmaceutical? Yes, they're still verifying it. Since it's an undisclosed compound, they need to access the corresponding laboratory to obtain the data, which takes some time. Lin Dong approached the observation room, pushed open the door, and exchanged a glance with Lu Ming. Captain Lu, I'll speak with him for a moment. Officer Ding, you may come in too. At least one police officer must be present in the interrogation room. Lu Ming knew Lin Dong was an external consultant, not a police officer, so he couldn't be left alone in the interrogation room. Lin Dong and Ding Wei then sat down on the chairs. When Jia Er saw Lin Dong, he showed no surprise, which reinforced Lin Dong's suspicions. He already had information about me and Ding Wei, which explained why he had been so accurate when he saw me yesterday. Well, Jia the fortune teller. Your prediction yesterday was spot on. I do have the features of Judge D. That's why you're sitting here now. Jia Er gave a dry chuckle. What a shame. Getting busted for playing mahjong. When I go back tomorrow, the villagers will probably laugh at me. No need to wait till tomorrow. We'll release you shortly. Ha? What's he playing at? Ding Wei was startled inside, but her expression remained unchanged. Lu Ming in the observation room wasn't so calm. Wait, who said we're releasing him today? Jia Er is a key suspect. If we let him go, he might flee to evade justice. Lang Junying stood with her arms crossed, still clad in her forensic lab coat. A faint glow rimmed her eyes, lending her an icy aura. When silent, she resembled a block of ice, impenetrable to others. Only when fully immersed in her work did one hear her speak more, or glimpse more of her expressions. Lin Dong wouldn't say that without reason. No reason justifies letting him go. Master, we just discovered Jia Er has another son. After his divorce, custody was awarded to his ex-wife. So what? Lu Ming hadn't grasped the significance yet. Su Jiwei explained. This guy just happens to be a pharmaceutical formulation specialist, and his company is a leading domestic pharmaceutical research enterprise. The hallucinogen involved is highly unusual, its effects surpass any known hallucinogen. It's likely a newly developed pharmaceutical. In the observation room, Jia Er heard Lin Dong's words and felt a slight stir of surprise. You really intend to let me go? You're right. We police must rely on evidence. Last night, another murder occurred in Feng County. This is good news for you. Another person who bullied your daughter back then is dead. They deserved it. Frankly, I think you should drop the investigation. Whoever avenged my daughter is a righteous person. If I could meet him, I'd thank him properly. A faint, inscrutable smile played at the corners of Lin Dong's mouth. We'll arrange that meeting soon enough. I saw him last night. Jia Er toyed with the handcuffs, clearly unconcerned. He knew that if the police had caught that man, they certainly wouldn't be after him. I know what you're thinking. Your son may have escaped last night, but he left fingerprints on the victim. Once we find him, we'll match the prints and know for sure. At the word son, the wrinkles around Jia Er's aged eyelids deepened as if carved by a knife. Don't talk nonsense. My son isn't in Feng County at all. He's in Guanyue, right? We've already called to confirm. He requested extended leave from his company days ago. The police have issued a warrant for his arrest. It's only a matter of time before he's caught. The other teenagers have also been taken into protective custody by the police. I know it's ironic. From my perspective, I also find the juvenile protection law somewhat unreasonable. Criminals don't come with age labels, but the crimes they commit certainly don't warrant death. With short videos so prevalent now, you could have used the internet to expose these criminals. But those who hunt evil end up becoming monsters themselves. Jia Er frantically pounded the table to get Lin Dong's attention. I did it all. Everything was my doing. I admit to everything, just shoot me already. Let me join my daughter. Hurry up. Seeing Jia Er's frantic state, Lin Dong felt a pang of heartache. He was a father, but he hadn't been born one. This was his first time being a father. After his daughter's death, he regretted not noticing her emotional state sooner. But by the time the regret hit him, it was too late. How can we contact Jia Yinhao? Getting him to turn himself in is the only way to save him. The longer he stays on the run, or if he gets caught by the police, it will be a completely different matter. For the first time, Ding Wei spoke to the suspect in a pleading tone. Please think this through carefully. Surrendering is the only way to mitigate his sentence. Otherwise, with all those lives he's taken, he could very well face the death penalty. Do you understand? Jia Er was already crying like a child. Why won't you believe me? I told you I killed them. Just execute me. This has nothing to do with my son, it was all me. Sigh. Ding Wei sighed. Now that I know who the killer is, I feel even more stifled inside. I understand how you feel. I feel the same way. The only way we can help this family now is to find Jia Yinhao and get him to turn himself in. If he's still in Feng County, he might be easier to find. But what if he's already left? Since they chose the path of revenge, they won't stop until they achieve their goal. He should still be in Feng County, and he'll likely try to eliminate the other participants. Lin Dong and Ding Wei exited the interrogation room and saw Lang Junying approaching slowly. You want to find Jia Yinhao privately and persuade him to turn himself in? Lang Junying said. I might know where he could potentially show up. The hospital? Lin Dong had already guessed. Exactly. Except for Tian Maocheng, the other three are all receiving treatment at the hospital. They've lost their minds and keep babbling nonsense. The most likely place to find Jia Yinhao is the hospital. It seemed they'd have to use those scumbags to lure Jia Yinhao out. But first, we'd have to lure away the police officer stationed outside the ward. Given Lu Ming's personality, he'd be terrified of making a mistake that could jeopardize his career. If we tried to negotiate with him, he'd never agree. I'll have to figure this out on my own. Chapter 111, Turn Yourself In. The hospital night, devoid of visiting relatives and friends, felt eerily desolate. The on-duty nurse sat at the station, her eyes occasionally darting toward the three young officers stationed outside room 20. Online rumors circulated about three professions men shouldn't marry: nurses, teachers, and bankers. Nurses work grueling hours, often requiring overtime, leaving little time for family. Prolonged exposure to patients also carries risks of contracting infectious diseases. Another reason is that nurses, being so busy, have limited opportunities to meet eligible men. Emotionally lonely, and with on-call doctors, some even chief physicians present at the hospital. This creates opportunities for inappropriate relationships. There have been past reports of nurses and on-call doctors engaging in inappropriate behavior in office break rooms. Under such stereotypes, many nurses struggle to find partners. Xiaoling, that police officer, is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Even if he doesn't have a girlfriend, he probably wouldn't be interested in us. He has a government position, and how much do we make a month? How will you know unless you try? You're young and pretty, maybe he'd like you. If you don't find someone soon, Dr. Wang might start eyeing you. Dr. Wang's almost 40, he's about my dad's age. Besides, isn't he married? He just got divorced this year. His monthly salary is nothing to sneeze at, and he's way better looking than the other doctors in our department. At least his hair is still thick, proof of good genes. While the two on-duty nurses chatted, several police officers at the ward entrance were also talking. How many victims did the killer get? 3 dead. This case has blown up big. Word is the municipal bureau is sending people down soon. But didn't they already catch the suspect? He has an alibi. Arresting him won't help. The first 2 cases left no clues at the scenes. Even if we suspect him, we can't convict him. Could the killer target the hospital? Since it's revenge, those 3 scumbags would be targets too, right? What's there to fear with a gun? Any carbon-based lifeform is no match for a bullet. A figure passed by the 3 officers and approached the nurse's station. Just then, another nurse, slightly older, noticed the call light on a patient's bed illuminate and went to check. Hello, Miss Nightingale, could you please perform another moxibustion treatment for bed 26? What sets this general hospital apart from traditional Western hospitals is that, in addition to standard Western medical treatments, they incorporate traditional Chinese medicine therapies as complementary treatments. For instance, herbal decoctions, moxibustion, acupuncture, and the like. Who does moxibustion at night? It's only done in the mornings. My grandfather says his head feels uncomfortable and he wants to smell the moxa. Could you make an exception? Otherwise, he'll fuss, and I won't get any sleep either. We have rules. No means no. I need to go prepare medicine for other patients now. The nurse looked up impatiently, but her heart began to race when she saw the man standing there. He was even more handsome than that police officer, refined with glasses, wearing a white t-shirt, and clearly not yet 30. But it was his voice, deep and magnetic, that nearly fulfilled all her fantasies about a partner. She regretted her earlier harshness, but the words were already spoken and couldn't be taken back. So she could only stand up and head to the inner dispensing room, wondering if she should go back and apologize to him later, to make things easier for him. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt a rough breath on her neck. The young nurse jumped in surprise, quickly turning around to find the handsome man from earlier smiling gently at her. What are you doing? Outsiders aren't allowed in the dispensary. You're so beautiful, and you smell so nice. I've been noticing you these past few days. You don't have a boyfriend yet, do you? How did you know? If you had a boyfriend, how could he bear to let you work the night shift? You're right. The young nurse suddenly remembered another nurse might return soon, so she hurriedly said, please step outside for now. We'll exchange contact info later. Don't worry, your colleague won't be back anytime soon. Why? I just saw her go into the doctor's on-call room. The young nurse recalled that the light had been on in bed 18 earlier, but her colleague had headed in the opposite direction. And that direction led directly to the on-call doctor's lounge. As she pondered this, another set of lips suddenly pressed against hers. The momentary suffocation drew her in. Over 10 minutes later, the man walked toward the ward carrying a moxibustion box. As he passed the 3 police officers, his hands suddenly trembled, causing the box to fall to the floor, scattering the moxa inside. The officers instinctively grew alert, one of them even reaching for his gun. Damn it, how did it fall? I'll grab a broom to sweep this mess up. Muttering, the man hurried toward the hot water room. The strong scent of moxa smoke masked any other odors within. Hiding in the water room, the man watched the officers' every move. Seeing the hallucinogens take effect, he was about to make his move. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Jia Inhao, I've been looking everywhere for you. Hearing the voice, Jia Inhao turned around and saw a familiar face emerge from the storage room. Just as he tried to flee, a sharp pain shot through his waist. Someone had kicked him. Stop running. Your father's already been arrested. Turning yourself in now is your best chance. Otherwise, given the nature of these crimes, you won't survive. Turn yourself and you might still have a chance. Anger flared in Ding Wei's eyes, tinged with the frustration of disappointment. How did you know I'd come to the hospital? Jia Inhao gritted his teeth. After last night, you must have realized revenge couldn't be achieved the old way. You'd have to resort to direct means like using a knife to kill those who murdered your sister. You chose this path. You won't run until you achieve your goal. Lin Dong watched Jia Inhao's hand twitch in his pocket, where the outline of a folding knife was faintly visible. Last month, I had a nightmare. I dreamt my sister was begging me for help. She said, brother, I'm so scared. Brother, it's so cold down there. Brother, I miss you. Jia Yinhao's expression grew increasingly feral. I thought I'd let it go, but I was wrong. How the hell could I ever let this go? Even though my parents divorced, she was still my most cherished sister. I was too busy with school to pay her enough attention. When she told me she was being bullied at school, I dismissed it as ordinary peer conflict. If only I'd asked more questions back then, maybe things wouldn't have ended like this. Lin Dong remained expressionless, a trace of self-mockery playing at the corners of his lips. I'm in no position to lecture you. As a man, I admire your courage. I know an exceptional criminal defense attorney. If you turn yourself in, he'll definitely help you. Chapter 112, Who says only those in the spotlight are heroes? Seeing Jia Yinhao still wrestling with his thoughts, Lin Dong knew exactly what was on his mind. I'm not a cop. You should know by now that I'm just an outside consultant. Not being part of the system means certain rules don't apply to me. As for those other guys, I'll get revenge for you but in a different way. Jia Yinhao looked at Lin Dong with a mix of skepticism and doubt. Why should I trust you? First, you have no choice. The man behind you is no slouch in hand-to-hand combat. He could easily overpower you. Taking you straight to the police station would lead to the same outcome. Second, I admire your willingness to risk your promising future to avenge your sister. Who says heroes must stand in the spotlight? You are your sister's hero. Many might call your actions foolish. But I say this, you can't preach virtue to someone who hasn't endured their own suffering. I understand you. That's why I'll punish the remaining evil for you. Ding Wei saw the officers were nearly recovered and quickly warned, you don't have much time left. My father had nothing to do with this. If the investigation proves your father had no direct involvement, he won't be charged with harboring a criminal. You have nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Jia Yinhao breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lin Dong. If only you'd shown up a year ago. Lin Dong gave a wry smile. What exactly is that hallucinogen you mentioned? It sounds incredibly potent. It's a drug our team developed to treat mental illnesses. But due to its severe side effects, we're still refining it and haven't released it publicly. I discovered it could induce hallucinations under specific conditions. Combined with that dream, I realized I could use this drug to avenge my sister. On the way to turn himself in at the police station, Jia Yinhao confessed everything he needed to. The method for making the special candles was simple. Prepare a mold, light a regular candle, drip wax into it, then add the hallucinogen and continue dripping wax until it's solidified. Jia Yinhao reasoned that since his father belonged to the Immortal Alliance, he could employ the power of oxen, horses, snakes, and deities to instill fear in those scoundrels. He then reinforced this fear with intense psychological suggestion, making them firmly believe in the vengeful spirits. As Jia Yinhao gradually revealed his motives and the sequence of events, the mystery surrounding the entire case unraveled. This family is truly pitiful. They could have lived happily, but now look at them. Ding Wei felt she had finally caught the killer for the first time, yet a heavy weight pressed on her heart. As for those remaining scoundrels, I won't let them off either. Since I'd made a promise to Jia Yinhao, I must see it through. Ding Wei asked in a soft voice, Ida, what exactly do you plan to do? If it involves breaking the law, I might have to stop you. I can't let you knowingly break the law. Don't worry. My plan might not be ethical, but it's not illegal. This case has already gained significant traction online, trending for 2 days straight. I'll have Yuzhu explain the true circumstances of this case, then spread the photos and information of the remaining individuals online. From now on, everyone will know these scumbags ruined a girl's life and shattered a family. Lin Dong stayed an extra day in Feng County, waiting for the police to organize the evidence and statements. Finally, he met with Jia Yinhao one last time. Your father has been released. Thank you. Jia Yinhao looked up and met Lin Dong's gaze, his expression laden with meaning. Both men understood what the other was thinking. In this case, Jia Er couldn't possibly have been uninvolved. Jia Yinhao had only requested leave from the company 2 days before the Zhongyuan festival, yet his powerful psychological manipulation of those lowlifes had begun much earlier. The only person capable of executing this act was Jia Er after all, he had the professional expertise. However, Lin Dong chose not to raise this possibility. Doing so would inevitably intensify and prolong the investigation into Jia Er, potentially exposing him to charges of obstruction of justice. That evening, Lung Junying invited Lin Dong and Ding Wei to dinner, also bringing along Lu Jian, the forensic pathologist from the funeral home. The four chose a street food stall where the pungent aroma of chile could mask some of the unusual odors on the forensic pathologist. The stench of decay is notoriously difficult to wash off completely. Consequently, many forensic pathologists eventually became non-strict vegetarians. They would eat meat, but not frequently. Let me raise a toast first, thanking Detective Lin and Little Ding for coming all this way to solve this bizarre case. Though the process was perilous, it was all worth it once the truth finally surfaced. Lin Junying didn't drink alcohol, his glass held plain water. After clinking glasses, the four drained their cups and began eating. What are your plans going forward, Senior Sister Lang? Many places in the country still lack competent forensic pathologists, some don't even have them at all. This means that after a homicide, the body remains stored at the funeral home indefinitely. The bereaved families refuse to bury the deceased without a proper explanation. Lin Dongzheng took a bite of water spinach and continued. I plan to go to these places to assist with autopsies so the families can understand what their loved ones truly endured. Speaking for the deceased, that's the mission of a forensic pathologist. How noble. You truly live up to your reputation, Senior Lang. Ding Wei grinned, her small mouth forming a perfect O shape. I can't help but feel. Forensic Dr. Lang is avoiding someone in Longdu. That's why she deliberately won't go back. Lin Dong kept his head down, eating without looking up. You really can guess anything, can't you? Lin Dongzheng didn't hide it. Part of the reason is also because my dad thinks I'm old enough and wants me to go on blind dates. He even introduced a few people to me. I didn't want to go, so I just left Longdu. A hint of surprise flashed across Ding Wei's eyes. Ha? What about your forensic work at the Longdu Police Department? I'm not the only forensic pathologist at Longdu Police Station. My dad's 2 apprentices are still there. Even without me, they'd be more than enough. Ding Wei suddenly interjected. Senior fellow Ding, if you're unhappy working in Longdu, why not join our homicide investigation division? We handle complex murder cases nationwide. Wherever they occur, we'll be there. We could definitely use your skills. Joining the homicide investigation unit. Lin Dongzheng hadn't considered this possibility. But when Ding Wei mentioned it, her heart skipped a beat. All she wanted now was to leave Longdu, not just to escape arranged meetings, but more importantly, to prove herself to her father. Staying in Longdu meant being overshadowed by her 2 senior brothers. That's why she'd come elsewhere to assist with local forensic work. Senior sister Lang hesitating means there's hope. Senior sister Lang, go back and think it over carefully. With you here, our cases will definitely be solved faster. While Ding Wei and Lin Dongzheng chatted, Lin Dong silently slid a chair over to Lu Jian's spot. You know Jia Yinhao, right? Lu Jian choked on his drink. No, I don't know him. How could I possibly know him? You're both around the same age and from the same hometown. A quick check will confirm it. I guess you were either classmates or childhood friends. Lu Jian's smile faded. His expression turned serious as he asked, Did Jia Yinhao tell you this? No. Since you're willing to help him fabricate evidence, it shows you two have a close relationship. Why would he implicate you? What I'm wondering is this, the initial conclusion that Qin Pai died by suicide was reached by you as the forensic pathologist. Then when Dr. Lang arrived, you had no choice but to overturn that conclusion with her. If Dr. Lang hadn't arrived, every subsequent body might have been ruled a suicide. Even if it had been discovered, you could have blamed your own incompetence. After all, you're just a funeral home coroner, not a professional forensic pathologist. Rest assured, only 3 people will ever know about this. Like Jia the fortune teller, you're merely peripheral to this case. If I were a cop, I wouldn't know about this anyway, and if I did, I wouldn't let you off the hook. But I'm not a cop. I only stand on the side of justice. Lin Dong picked up his cup. Care for a drink? Lu Jian let out a resigned, bitter laugh before calling out to the waiter. Waiter, bring 2 bottles of Guobin beer ice cold. Chapter 113, Case File S008 returns to justice. The first rays of dawn filtered through the curtains, casting mottled light across Lin Dong's face. He slowly opened his eyes as a hangover headache washed over him like a tidal wave. Every nerve seemed to protest last night's feast. But I only drank 1 bottle. How the hell did I end up like this? He struggled to sit up, bracing himself against the headboard, his forehead furrowing slightly in pain. Just then, the door creaked open. A wave of fresh air swept into the room, accompanied by soft footsteps. Lin Dong looked up to see Ding Wei dressed in a simple white shirt, radiant like the first rays of morning sunlight. Her long hair fell softly over her shoulders, a faint smile playing on her lips. No, that wasn't a smile. It was contempt. Hey, you really are something. Getting drunk on just 1 bottle of wine? Last night, Dr. Lang and I had to work our butts off to drag you back. I just haven't had a drink in ages, that's all. Yeah, right. Someone who hasn't drunk in ages wouldn't get drunk on just 1 bottle. You're just a lightweight. Ding Wei chuckled. Finally found something he does not good at. What time is it now? The parcel transfer center should be open. Let's go check on that package. It's almost 10. Senior Lang left already. She said the police station still needs the forensic report, so she might be busy all day. Ding Wei leaned against the doorway, noticing Lin Dong still showed no signs of getting up. Aren't we going to the parcel transfer center? I'm not wearing pants. How am I supposed to get up with you standing there? How old are you, still being shy? You've seen me naked, can I see you? Hey! What's with this girl suddenly talking back? Sure enough, when it comes to getting along with girls, you really have to spend some time with them to see their true colors. Could Xiao Ding be secretly sultry? A mischievous grin spread across Lin Dong's face as he suddenly pulled back the covers, startling Ding Wei into covering her eyes. Just kidding. I'm not naked, I'm wearing boxers. I don't sleep naked anyway. Lin Dong pulled up his pants and tiptoed toward Ding Wei. Hey, are you ready yet? Lin Dong didn't speak, already standing before Ding Wei. Hearing no sound, Ding Wei slowly parted her fingers with a hint of curiosity, revealing a small gap. Only to find Lin Dong's face inches away, staring right at her. Yikes. You scared me. Little Ding, you're something else, Lin Dong grinned mischievously. Not at all. I wasn't trying to peek on purpose. Ding Wei held up 4 fingers. I swear. Little Ding, you're something else, Lin Dong teased as he headed toward the bathroom to wash up. If you tease me again, I'll beat you up. Ding Wei pouted, clenching her little fists. Adorable. After getting ready, the two drove to the Huatong Express Transfer Center in Feng County. Hello, we'd like to track a package. What's the tracking number? Ding Wei handed over the tracking number she had saved on her phone. This package was signed for ages ago. Did you lose it or something? Was this package shipped from your facility, or from a local drop-off point? You're not the ones who sent it. Then why are you checking? The staff member eyed them warily. Until Ding Wei flashed her police ID. Having a police badge sure comes in handy when you're out and about. Many people never interact with police in their entire lives, yet seeing a badge somehow triggers the thought that cooperating with police investigations is every citizen's duty. That's correct. This package was indeed sent from our location. It's been quite a while, nearly half a month now. Do you remember who sent it? Ding Wei pressed. How could I remember? We get people sending packages every day, and we're busy. Look at all these packages waiting to be processed. Besides, I was out making deliveries that day, so it definitely wasn't me who took that package. The clerk realized that the police were investigating because the package likely contained contraband. Why else would they be here? If it contained illegal items, the sender would surely face consequences. The surveillance footage at the parcel center is kept for over 15 days. Since this package was sent less than 15 days ago, we can identify the sender by reviewing the footage. Lin Dong immediately instructed the staff to call their supervisor over. Dealing directly with the supervisor would be much more efficient for this kind of matter. After parcels are shipped, we log them into our system with precise timestamps. This package was logged at 3:18 p.m. Since we're a transit hub with relatively few senders, we should be able to identify the sender. As the footage played, Lin Dong finally saw the familiar figure. It's definitely him. Ding Wei bent over the screen, utterly certain this sender was the mysterious figure they'd encountered. However, the man wore a mask and a hat, so any sketch of his appearance would inevitably be inaccurate. Moreover, Lin Dong and his team had no other information about this mysterious figure. Even if they could sketch his appearance, finding such a person in a country of over 1 billion people would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Wait. Lin Dong suddenly spotted a detail. Wasn't he carrying 2 boxes? Ah, right. He sent 2 packages, one to Shihai Province and the other to Binshui City in Su Province. But that second package seems to have gone unclaimed for over a week now. An idea flashed through Lin Dong's mind. Return that package. No, have it forwarded to the Qingteng City Public Security Bureau. Alright, I'll contact them. Typically, unclaimed packages are returned after 7 to 10 days of sitting at the delivery station. But some parcel stations find it a hassle. As long as no one claims them, they'll just pile the packages in the warehouse. If they remain unclaimed for 2 or 3 months, they might be repackaged and sold as mystery boxes or opened and kept by the station staff. After leaving the parcel station, Lin Dong and Ding Wei also prepared to head back. Do you think that package could be a clue left for us by the mysterious person? Based on his past actions, it's highly likely. This guy always seems to be one step ahead of us, like he's leading us by the nose. We have to get ahead of him if we want any chance of catching him. That said, how easy was that? As the saying goes, the hardest part is getting started. Without any clues, how could they even begin to achieve their goal? Did they really have to collect all 9 photo fragments before they could confront the mysterious figure? Driving back to Qingteng City, Ding Wei reported to the station while Lin Dong stayed behind in the Homicide Investigation Office to organize the case files. Case File A008. Case closed. After filing the case, Lin Dong walked to his desk and messaged Yuzhu. Himu, need a favor. Daker, looking for a beating? You've been asking me for favors way more often lately. And you don't even have time to play games with me anymore. Got a girlfriend? Heimu, love my ass. Even dogs don't bother with that crap. Daker, you still owe me for that favor last time. I'm starving here. Heimu, bull. Everyone knows you're a rich kid. Daker, what does my family's money have to do with me? My parents are still alive. I can't inherit the family fortune yet. I still have to rely on my own hard work. Daker, speaking of which, didn't you sell the copyright to your book? Haven't you gotten the money yet? Heimu, been too busy solving cases lately to follow up. You've reminded me after selling the film rights so long ago, they still haven't paid me. Daker, once that royalty check clears, remember to settle my previous work fees, teacher Heimu. Lin Dong's mouth twitched. This hacker girl is seriously abstract. She comes from a family worth hundreds of millions, yet insists on earning her own money and through gray market activities, no less. She's probably one of a kind in the entire world. Chapter 114, the third person in the Homicide Investigation Unit. Hey, Editor-in-Chief, I wanted to ask about the royalties from the 8 Deadly Sins. Why haven't I received them yet? I thought you'd already received it. Normally, after the contract is signed, the payment should be transferred within about 2 weeks. Let me check for you. Lin Dong waited a few minutes before the editor called back. I just checked. They said there's a clause in the copyright contract requiring cooperation on the adapted screenplay, but the production company sent the script to your email and you never responded. Damn it! Why didn't anyone tell me the contract was amended? Lin Dong began to reflect on himself. From now on, he really had to read contracts carefully before signing. At the time, he'd been too busy and trusted the editor implicitly, so he hadn't paid much attention. I'll send you the producer's WeChat. Add her and discuss it. Script adaptation is pretty straightforward, just get some input from the original author. They have a dedicated screenwriter handling the writing. Alright, I'll give it a shot. Lin Dong had just bought a car and was indeed a bit strapped for cash. This copyright fee was several $100,000, not an enormous sum, but still quite decent for an author without any film or TV credits yet. Soon after Lin Dong connected with the production company, Ding Wei returned. Hey, you finished the file and put it in the archive room so fast? You really do have a collecting habit. I just felt the archive room looked empty. It wouldn't feel like an archive room without something inside. Alright, I do have a bit of a collecting habit. Ding Wei approached Lin Dong and saw him sending a message on WeChat. The recipient's profile picture was clearly that of a woman. In the photo, the woman possessed delicate, gentle features, fair, smooth skin and a straight, elegant nose. Her age was hard to gauge. Photos can be edited, and makeup can do wonders. Determining a woman's age from a single photo has become a global challenge. Who's that? Why are you being so nosy? Just asking, who is she? Ding Wei pressed further. Remember when I sold the film rights to the 8 Deadly Sins? They asked me to review the script or else the payment won't come through anytime soon. A bitter, self-mocking smile crossed Ding Wei's lips. I thought he'd had an old flame. But come to think of it, he always says, love is for dogs, so he's probably still single. Why did she feel herself growing more and more concerned about he lately? Lin Dong felt the soft touch on his shoulder. He turned his head to see Ding Wei smiling as she draped her arm around him. If you've got nothing better to do, go help me bump up some positive comments in my review section. Updates have been slow lately, and those troublemaking haters are at it again. Ding Wei's autumn water eyes darted around Lin Dong's face before she innocently retorted, who said I'm free? I've got plenty of work. Every time we go out, I'm the one writing the reports. Ding ding WeChat notification. Shui and I, the contract does indeed bear your signature. However, it only becomes officially valid after you've completed the script revisions. Only then will you receive the copyright fee. Shui and I, but it's not complicated. We've already had a screenwriter adapt your work. You just need to give some guidance. Heimu, send the script to my email. I'll take a look over the next few days. Over the next few days, Lin Dong worked on revising the script while waiting for the package. The package returned from Qingteng City, Su Province should arrive in about 3 or 4 days at a normal pace, earliest today, latest tomorrow. He could have picked it up directly at the courier station today, but Lin Dong was currently preoccupied with the script. This damn thing is nothing like writing a novel. The screenwriter's rewritten my book so much, I barely recognize it as my own work anymore. It's a complete and utter rewriting. By 7 in the evening, Ding Wei should be finishing work. Lin Dong waited in the open-air parking lot of the new complex building, laptop in hand. Before long, he spotted Ding Wei running toward him in her police uniform. What's the rush? Hungry. Let's eat. Ding Wei's cheeks flushed bright red from the heat, her face glowing like a ripe peach. Let's just grab dinner out tonight. I'm too lazy to cook at home. Rewriting this script lately has given me a splitting headache. No way. Senior Cold is coming to dinner, I have to show off my skills. Senior Cold? Has Senior Cold the medical examiner come to Qingteng City? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. Ding Wei let out a faint, cold laugh. You definitely didn't check my messages again, he did. I told you this afternoon we're having dinner with senior sister Ling tonight. Who knows, maybe she's here to join our homicide investigation unit. I really hadn't paid attention to the messages, completely absorbed in rewriting the script. When I first got the script, I couldn't tell if it was a TV show or real life. After reading more, I realized it was pure crap. If we go back to cook now, we won't eat until after 9. I'll order Hunan food. There's a place I order from often, it's not pre-made, and the flavor's pretty decent. Not long after the two got home, the takeout arrived. Then Lin Dong grabbed a few bowls and dished the takeout into them, making it look like he'd cooked it himself. Knock knock knock. Hearing the knock, Ding Wei slipped on her slippers and went to open the door. Lang Junying was slightly surprised at first glance, as Ding Wei looked every bit the hostess welcoming friends into her home. Meanwhile, Lin Dong emerged from the kitchen wearing an apron, carrying a serving dish of food to the dining table. You two. Living together, living together. Ding Wei had explained this so many times she was practically an expert at it. Senior sister, you're right on time, the food's just ready. This much food? Your cooking skills are impressive. Which takeout place did you order from? Lin Junying knew at a glance it was takeout. Restaurants typically prep ingredients ahead of time like pre-treating meat so it cooks much faster when stir-fried. But since the meat was pre-processed, its texture and appearance differed from fresh cuts. Most people wouldn't notice, but Lin Junying was a forensic pathologist. She knew meat like the back of her hand. I knew I couldn't fool forensic Dr. Lang. I should have just used takeout containers instead of making a mess that'll need washing later. Since he'd been caught, Lin Dong stopped pretending. He took off his apron and smiled, urging Lin Junying to sit down quickly. Forensic Dr. Lang, did you come to Qingteng after carefully considering what we discussed in Feng County? Before I agree, I need to ask a few questions. Lin Dong and Ding Wei both prepared to listen attentively. After all, adding a professional forensic pathologist to the Homicide Investigation Division would undoubtedly be a huge help in solving cases. First, would my joining the Homicide Investigation Unit be feasible? If it means you'd have to handle a lot of the workload yourselves, then forget it. Second, do you have a dedicated autopsy room? It would be quite inconvenient if we had to go to the funeral home for every autopsy. Third, do you handle a high volume of cases? I left Longdu to prove myself to my father, so I need substantial case experience, preferably complex and unusual ones. Everything else is fine. As for salary, I'm not overly concerned, enough to live in this city is sufficient. Lin Dong set down his chopsticks and held up 4 fingers as he replied. First, the Homicide Investigation Division is understaffed. The Municipal Bureau keeps asking if we need reinforcements. They can arrange transfers from sister units. Second, the Homicide Investigation Division has a dedicated room that can be converted into an autopsy room. Funding isn't an issue, we can apply for it. Third, as for our caseload. Let me put it this way, from May to July, we handle 8 homicide cases, all highly complex. That averages out to 1 homicide per week. If this pace continues, I'll feel like I'm turning into the Grim Reaper wherever I go, death follows. As for salary, don't worry, since this is a lateral transfer, whatever compensation you received in Longdu will be matched here in Qingteng. The Homicide Investigation Division was established by the city government and is well funded. Plus, when we assist sister units in solving cases, they give us bonuses. Lin Junying flashed a rare smile. That puts my mind at ease. I hope we get a case soon. Soon enough. Once the courier arrives tomorrow, I might just land you a major case right away. Courier? Lin Junying frowned in confusion. Ding Wei's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she explained, actually, he did, and I encountered a very peculiar individual who's connected to several major cases. Chapter 115, The Cleanup Crew. A strange person? Linked to multiple major cases? Judging by Lin Junying's expression, she clearly hadn't grasped the meaning. So Ding Wei proceeded to explain the entire situation to her. Lin Junying's expression shifted from initial calmness to mid-sentence shock, ending in utter disbelief. If that person can predict where murders will occur, then they must be involved. Wait, the cement-encased corpse case happened 10 years ago. Unless they started planning it a decade ago, it's impossible. Lin Dong shrugged, swallowing a mouthful of stir-fried pork. 10 years ago I was still in school. For them to have been planning this to target me? That's absurd. Actually, I have a theory. What? That person might be backed by the cleaners organization. Ding Wei frowned in confusion. What's the cleanup crew? I've heard of them. The cleaners are a criminal organization lurking beneath the surface. Such groups are more common overseas than domestically. They conduct transactions through the dark web, helping clients complete any assignment. Exactly. But what baffles me is this: if the cleaners are criminals, why would that person guide me to solve those murders? Lin Dong paused to think before continuing. In the recent murders, none of the perpetrators mentioned acting on anyone's orders. They claimed it was their own initiative. That rules out any connection to the scavenger organization. Could it be that person was testing me? Testing my abilities through multiple murders? The final assembled photo from the fragments must conceal an astonishing secret. Could it be Donghao Group? You sent their spoiled heir to jail last time, and I hear they're pretty upset with you. He just said that if Donghao Group wanted to cause trouble for him, they wouldn't go through such roundabout means, they'd come straight for revenge. The 3 ate their meal, chatting for ages without reaching any conclusion. However, Lin Junying was quite pleased, realizing that the multiple murder cases Lin Dong and his team encountered were actually guided by a mysterious figure. Even the case she handled in Feng County had been steered toward them by this same figure. Once all 9 photo fragments were assembled, could it reveal a case shocking the entire world? At this thought, Lin Junying, whose composure was rarely shaken, felt like a pebble had been tossed into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across her calm surface. The next day, Lin Junying arrived at the Qingteng City Public Security Bureau. Guided by Ding Wei, she met with Bureau Chief Su Bin. How has my father been lately? Subin asked after serving tea to both of them before returning to his seat. Since retiring, father has been hired as a professor at the police academy. He stays busy every day, so naturally, his spirits are high. As long as one keeps occupied, their mental state remains sound. Indeed. Back in the day, your father was one of the top 3 tigers among the 8 tigers of criminal investigation. So many cases that seemed impossible to solve were ultimately cracked under his leadership, with the perpetrators successfully apprehended. Subin's eyes sparkled with admiration as he spoke of Lin Qiming. By the way, Xiao Ding mentioned you want to join the homicide division? You were doing well at Longdu Police Department, why suddenly come all this way? With my 2 senior partners at Longdu Police Station, I didn't get many chances to prove myself. As you said, my father was one of the top 3 among the 8 tigers of criminal investigation, a legend in the police force. I want to prove myself to him, so I have to step out of my comfort zone. Lin Juniying's tone was unwavering. Very well. I see your father's influencing you. Since you wish to join, once you've drafted your application, I'll handle the coordination. Transferring horizontally from Longdu Police Station may require municipal approval. It should take about a week. I've already written the application. Lin Juniying placed a letter on the table. Additionally, the equipment and instruments needed for the homicide investigation unit's autopsy room. That's easily handled. Since it doesn't require coordination with other departments, we'll just need to go through the formalities in a few business days. Once the Finance Bureau approves the funds, we can proceed with procurement. As they exited the chief's office, Ding Wei hooked her arm through Lin Juniying's and beamed, "This is fantastic. We've been waiting for this day for ages. Finally, Senior Lin is here." Lin Juniying smiled back. "We'll be colleagues from now on. I look forward to your guidance. Xiao Ding, there's a package for you at the security desk. I brought it in for you." Wang Jinchuan from the 3rd Squadron approached carrying the package. Spotting Lin Juniying, he exclaimed in surprise. "You must be Professor Lin Qiming's daughter. The resemblance in your eyes and features is uncanny. Brother Chuan, you've got sharp eyes. From now on, senior sister Lang is our colleague in the Homicide Investigation Division." Ding Wei lifted her head with a hint of pride. The entire forensic team at the Municipal Public Security Bureau only had 10 people. Their Homicide Investigation Unit alone had 1 forensic expert among its 3 members. "Hey! You little minx. Look at you gloating. Once you've made it big, don't forget you're one of us from the 3rd Squad." "Heh, I won't. I'll leave the package here. Gotta get back to work. School starts soon, and we've got campus safety inspections with other departments to coordinate. Busy as hell." With that, Wang Jinchuan walked away with his hands behind his back. As he passed Lin Juniying, he gave her a friendly nod and smile. Soon after, the 2 of them found Lin Dong with the package. "Hey, the package is here. Go ahead and open it. I'll finish editing soon." Lin Dong's hair was a tangled mess. Chatting with the screenwriter was proving completely fruitless. He couldn't tell if the problem lay with his own ability to express himself or the other person's comprehension skills. Disagreements inevitably arose over certain plotlines, dialogue, and scene setups. The main issue was that filming had already begun, and time was of the essence. When Ding Wei opened the package, she found a wooden box inside. "This looks like a Luban mechanical box." Lin Juniying picked up the box and began examining it. "If it's as you described earlier, that mysterious person should have placed the photo fragments inside. This must use mortise and tenon joints. We'll probably need to study it for a while." You." Ding Wei turned to see Lin Dong approaching with a hammer in hand. "Why bother? Just smash it open." Lin Dong swung the hammer down with a backhand motion. Crack! The wooden box shattered, and a photo fragment fell out. Ding Wei pursed her lips, offering a self-deprecating wry smile. "Seems I overcomplicated things, actually thinking about solving it slowly." You're really sharp. "No wonder you like Xiao Ding, she gives you all the emotional support you need," Lin Juniying remarked from the side, revealing the truth. "I like her because she has a great personality. And this kind of like isn't that kind of like." Lin Dong hurriedly explained. "Enough. Let's piece together the other 3 photo fragments first and see if there are any clues," Lin Juniying interrupted. Lin Dong shook his head. "It's useless. Those 3 photo fragments are already etched into my mind. We need at least all 6 fragments to possibly uncover any clues. Based on your previous deductions, will a murder occur in Binshui City, Su Province? Highly likely. Barring surprises, it should happen within the next few days. Coincidentally, I'm heading to Hangshan City in Su Province, which borders Binshui. If a murder occurs there, you too come immediately." Chapter 116, I don't care what you think. What are you doing in Su Province?" Ding Wei's gaze drifted involuntarily to Lin Dong's face. "I couldn't get through to the screenwriter there, so I'm just going to the set to help them finish the script. That way, I can wrap things up sooner and get paid sooner." "Sounds good. Since I don't have anything else going on right now, you go ahead and handle it. Otherwise, if a case pops up, you'll be juggling both ends and end up exhausted." The next day, Lin Dong boarded a flight to Jiangsu province and arrived in Hangshan City. 2 years prior, the Hangshan government had constructed a large-scale film studio in Gaokan town. It quickly attracted numerous production crews to shoot TV dramas and movies there. This also solved employment issues for many locals. The once unremarkable town suddenly drew real estate developers who built luxury hotels to accommodate the needs of celebrities and production crews. When Lin Dong found the crew, they were filming a scene involving a forensic autopsy. With so many crew members present, Lin Dong's arrival went unnoticed. So this is what filming is like. It's really tough on the actors. With so many people watching, they still have to get into character. No wonder many actors struggle to perform well. It's hard to stay focused. Shooting normal scenes like this was manageable, but if they were filming adult movies with other crew members present, the two actors had to completely lose themselves in the moment. Honestly, if those Japanese actors were cast alone, their skills could easily outshine many domestic celebrity actors. Lin Dong was still watching the spectacle, but as he observed, his brow furrowed involuntarily. Hold on, there's something wrong with this take. Cut. The director slammed down his script, shooting a fierce glare. Stagehand. What the hell are those extras doing? Who told them to speak up? He's not an extra. I don't even know him. The stagehand rolled up his sleeves and strode over to shoo the man away. But Lin Dong seemed oblivious, walking toward the autopsy table. Under the astonished gazes of the actors and the guy playing the corpse, he explained. When moving a corpse, trapped gases inside may be forced out through the mouth due to pressure. The sound produced is a low, muffled groan, not speech. Who told you corpses can talk? This is a crime drama, not a ghost story. Also, this scene involves sawing through the skull. Even if we don't show close-ups, the female coroner should at least wear a face shield. Cutting the skull requires an electric saw. Bone fragments fly everywhere, sometimes splattering your face, eyes, and mouth. If the deceased had a hematoma, blood would spurt out too. It could even splash into your mouth. The actress playing the female coroner couldn't help but run off stage to vomit upon hearing this. Tissue from the corpse splattering into your mouth, just imagining it is pretty gruesome. The director looked at the screenwriter and asked, does what he said make sense? Well, it's technically accurate, but this is a TV show. We don't need to dwell on such details. The audience probably won't even notice. Lin Dong finally understood what the screenwriter who'd been sparring with him online looked like. Damn it! Exchanging messages with him on WeChat these past few days felt like talking to a wall, like communicating with an idiot. Without hesitation, he walked over, raised his finger, and pointed at him. You're the screenwriter? And who are you? Hey Moo. Hey Moo? A woman sitting beside the director stood up. Oh, I see. He's the original author of this book and currently serves as an unofficial consultant for the Public Security Bureau. Lin Dong recognized the woman as someone familiar. Suddenly, he remembered she was Yang Zhuerni, the producer he had added on WeChat. The so-called producer can be simply understood as the primary investor of the entire film or TV production, essentially the client. The executive producer, on the other hand, is accountable to the client, overseeing and assisting the project. The producer can be understood as the construction unit, responsible for personnel arrangements. The director is the project manager, overseeing the specific production tasks. Since filmmaking is a high-risk investment requiring diversified funding, a single production might have several backers, sometimes even over a dozen. However, few investors were optimistic about the film adaptation of the book 8 Crimes, as China had long lacked quality crime fiction works. Consequently, only 3 production companies backed the project. The largest investor was the company backing Yang Zhuerni, and the other 2 investors were also brought in by her. It could be said that Yang Zhuerni was the de facto financier of the entire crew, and everyone sought to curry favor with her. Lin Dong knew little about Yang Zhuerni's background, only that she was just 31 years old yet already quite renowned in the industry. Oh, so you're the original author. You're the one I've been exchanging drafts with online these past few days? The screenwriter's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. Their communication over the past few days hadn't been smooth. He had his own vision, while Lin Dong insisted on adapting strictly to the original work, arguing anything else would ruin his creation. Neither would budge. Film and television are fundamentally different from reading books. We have to consider the audience's sensory experience. If the actress covers her face, viewers won't recognize who's playing the role. They might even accuse us of using a body double. Lin Dong scoffed coldly. If you don't mind this show being called senseless and idiotic, then go ahead and shoot it that way. The reason readers love the 8 Deadly Sins is its meticulous logic. Do you really want every genre film to be about a romance between the leads? Earlier, the female coroner was performing an autopsy, and the male lead asked her what she wanted to eat for dinner? How is that any different from someone defecating next to you while you're eating? Put. Several extras on set couldn't hold back their laughter. The screenwriter flushed crimson with embarrassment, about to retort, when Yang Zhuerni blinked and smiled. That's precisely why I invited you here. I also see problems with this script. I'm investing this much money to fill the gap in domestic quality suspense works. If I wanted a romance, why wouldn't I just go for campus or urban dramas? With the investor speaking up, the screenwriter dared not say anything more, gritting his teeth and swallowing his resentment. Since the original author is here in person, spend the next few days thoroughly rewriting the script. I don't care what you think, I care what he thinks. Is that clear? The screenwriter is just a hired hand. When the producer glared at him, he dared not say another word and could only nod repeatedly. Got it. I'll cooperate. He said this, but inside he was still deeply resentful. He felt that Lin Dong was just a novelist, and writing screenplays was vastly different from writing books. As the saying goes, different trades are like different mountains. Who knows what kind of relationship this kid has with the producer that he'd speak up for him like that? I saw your videos online. Because you help the police crack major cases, your books sold incredibly well, making you a phenomenon in detective fiction. Everyone thought you were making up stories, but it turns out they were based on real events. Yang Zuerni wore a light blue cheapao that perfectly accentuated her delicate yet voluptuous curves. Her serpentine waist swayed with a tantalizing, mesmerizing arc. A slit at the hem of her cheapao extended straight up to the deep curve of her thigh. With each step, snow-white skin flashed, tantalizing glimpses of skin teasingly visible, stirring the soul. Lin Dong averted his gaze, looking elsewhere. Thank you for speaking up for me earlier. As the original author, I truly dislike seeing my heartfelt work ruined by adaptations. You're welcome. I also hope this work gains market acceptance so I can earn more money. As the two were talking, the assistant director approached the director and said, Director, we can't get in touch with Who Run You On. What the hell? His scene is about to start. If we can't reach him, are we supposed to make the entire crew wait for him? I'll head to his hotel right away. Maybe he's just asleep. Seriously, actors these days have no professionalism. Chapter 117, The Missing Actor. For some reason, Lin Dong sensed that Yang Xueni seemed to admire him, treating him with unusual courtesy. Not only did she back him up against the screenwriter on set, but she also helped establish his authority, encouraging the director to consult him more. Most importantly, during these days of rewriting, she had even arranged for Lin Dong to stay at a 5-star hotel. Sis Yang, you really don't need to be so formal. I don't mind where I stay. Once we wrap up things here, I'll head back as soon as possible. Calling me Sister Yang makes me sound like I'm in my 40s. Just call me Sister Xueni. Besides, you came all this way specifically to help me out. How could I possibly shortchange you? Lin Dong sat in Yang Xueni's chauffeured van as the driver took them back to the hotel. If Yang Zuerni's assistant hadn't been present, the atmosphere in the car would have felt a bit off. I'm not here to help either. It's mainly about the contract. If I don't get the script sorted out for you, I won't get my royalties. Lin Dong spoke plainly. Who has time for all that social nicety? I'm here for the money. Yang Zuerni covered her mouth and giggled, crossing her white legs. A hint of deep purple peeked through the slit of her cheapao. You really are refreshingly honest. We deal with business people all the time, and it's rare to meet someone like you. Have you ever considered switching careers to become a screenwriter? With your level of skill, I'm sure you could write a great script. Lin Dong leaned back in his seat, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I haven't thought that far ahead yet. One step at a time. Quite the personality, very much in line with the spirit of the post-90s generation. Yang Zuerni didn't seem upset. Whatever Lin Dong said, she found it all quite reasonable. Just as the van passed a 4-star hotel, the assistant spotted the assistant director getting out of his car, looking quite flustered. Hold on. Yang Xueni rolled down her window and asked the assistant director, what's got you in such a rush? Sister Xueni, Who Run You On isn't on set and isn't answering his phone. I came to the hotel to check. Actors these days are so unreliable, knowing he has scenes tonight, he didn't even show up early. That's strange. I remember Who Run You On being quite serious and responsible about acting. Why would he be late today? I'll go check too, Lin Dong said, sensing the awkward atmosphere in the car. For some reason, whenever I'm around Yang Xueni, I always feel like she radiates a kind of maternal glow toward me. Since we're already passing by, let's go check it out together. Yang Zuerni asked the driver to wait for them by the roadside. The group arrived at Hu Ringyuan's room. Knocking yielded no response, so the assistant director explained the situation to the hotel front desk and obtained a keycard. Upon opening the door, Lin Dong's first sight was a suitcase lying open on the floor. The bed was piled with dirty clothes, and a script lay scattered nearby. Lin Dong went to check the bathroom. He must have just finished getting ready and left. There's nowhere else nearby he could go logically, he could only have headed to the production crew. I'll call his agent to check. The assistant director, who also served as casting director, had the contact information for every actor's agent. After making the call, he reported, they don't know where Who Run You On went either. Besides filming our project, he has no other commitments scheduled recently. From my experience, Who Run You On probably encountered trouble on his way to the set. It's not far from here to the film studio, less than a 10-minute walk. He might have walked instead of taking a taxi. Should we report it to the police? He's only been missing a short while. If we file a report now, the police might not take it seriously, the assistant director hesitated. Even if we don't file a case, the police will still be happy to help us check the surveillance footage. Hey, could you come with me? I've never been to the police station before, and you know the officers. If you have time. Lin Dong didn't mind. After all, it was my scene. Besides, I was curious to see what the third male lead from the book looked like. Yang Zuerni had other commitments that evening, so she didn't accompany them. She simply had the driver take them to the police station before leaving. After explaining the situation, the station officers quickly retrieved the surveillance footage. The footage showed that after leaving the hotel, Hu Runyuan hadn't hailed a taxi but had instead walked toward the film studio. As he neared the studio, two figures suddenly burst out of a nearby alleyway and dragged him inside. After that, Hu Runyuan vanished from the footage. Damn it! What the hell are these two doing? The assistant director was startled. Having spent so much time on set, seeing this scene felt like watching a movie being filmed. Looks like a kidnapping. Their technique is pretty clumsy, probably a spur-of-the-moment thing. They were lurking near the film studio, so they must have known celebrities come and go here often. How audacious. We just went door to door recently, urging residents of Gaokan Town and surrounding areas to improve their conduct. Once the film studio takes off, it'll boost the local economy, and now this? Kidnapping an actor. The police officer was visibly furious. Gaokan Town had always lagged behind other towns in Jiangsu province. After the government finally secured a project to improve local livelihoods, this incident occurred. Rest assured, we'll immediately notify headquarters and launch an investigation. We'll find the person for you as soon as possible. The next morning, Lin Dong arrived at the production crew to revise the script. Due to Hu Runyuan's kidnapping, the crew was now in a state of panic. Everyone was out of sync during filming, and the director kept yelling, "Cut! What's wrong with you all?" Some forget their lines, others zone out. "We've shot this scene countless times and it still isn't right. Director, we're worried about Hu Runyuan. There's been a kidnapping near the film studio. We commute from the hotel to the set every day, it's too dangerous. Yeah, I saw the news in the group chat last night and couldn't sleep a wink. That's why I'm so out of it." Screenwriter Ma Engsa shot Lin Dong a glance and interjected, "Isn't this guy the detective who cracked all those big cases? Why don't we send him to find Hu Runyuan? This jerk must have gotten an earful from Yang Xueni last night, so he's got a bone to pick with me. If you've got a problem, go take it up with Yang Xueni, why pick on me?" Lin Dong twirled his pen, committing the screenwriter's features to memory. The psychopathic killer in my next case will be modeled after him. That's the perk of being an author. If you can't stand someone, just kill them off in your novel. Don't be hard on him either. Himu was here to help us revise the script, not to investigate the case. Yang Zuerni was anxious too, but finding someone like this was definitely a job for the police. It was simply too difficult for an ordinary person to track someone down. This script is giving me a headache. How about this, if I find the person, I'll write the script. As for that screenwriter, tell him to go home and rest. Ma Engsa felt a sharp pain in his temples. Lin Dong's piercing gaze gave him a vague sense of foreboding. Chapter 118, That's Not a Pig's Leg. I think it's fine. From the start, I wanted the original author to adapt this script, but I never got a response. Since the original author is willing to write it now, I'm all for it. Yang Zuerni's unexpectedly enthusiastic support surprised Lin Dong even more. Does she know me? That shouldn't be possible. As far as I recall, my family doesn't have any relatives that wealthy. Could she have taken a liking to me? That shouldn't be possible either, she's nearly half a generation older than me. Shui. Sister Shui and I, he said it himself, find Hu Runyuan. We haven't found him yet, so his word doesn't count. Ma Engsa glared fiercely at Lin Dong. You have to set a deadline. What if the police find him by then and you claim credit? How would that work? Within 24 hours, I will find him. The crowd gasped in disbelief. 24 hours? That's impossible. Is this for real? Could those rumors online actually be true? Is he some kind of super detective? No way. Even the police can't find someone in 24 hours. Yang Zuerni approached Lin Dong and whispered, "Isn't 24 hours a bit too short? What's said is said. If I said 24 hours, then 24 hours it is." Lin Dong put down his pen and quickly headed to the police station. Since they had filed the report last night, the officers at the station recognized him. Upon learning they were there to view surveillance footage, an officer replayed the footage of Hu Runyuan's abduction. "Don't worry, we've already dispatched numerous officers to search the surrounding area. It's just that there are no cameras in that alley, and it connects to other intersections, so the situation is a bit complicated." The officer assumed Lin Dong was anxious and had come to review the footage again. In reality, Lin Dong was capturing the abductors' faces to send to Ding Wei for a sketch. The town's road cameras weren't very high resolution. Otherwise, since those two weren't wearing masks, they should have been easy to identify. All they could make out were their similar builds and heights, along with the fact that one wore gray and the other black. As for their faces, they were too blurry to discern. Upon receiving the message, Ding Wei quickly set aside her work to help sketch the portraits of the two individuals. Not long after, At the Gaokan Town Police Station, reinforcements from the County Police Bureau had arrived. Everyone gathered for a meeting to discuss how to track down the kidnappers. The Municipal Bureau's directive is clear: rescue the victim immediately and punish the kidnappers severely. The film studio is a key municipal project. If this incident damages its reputation, it will negatively impact future investment attraction efforts. Just then, Lin Dong pushed open the door and walked in. I've had sketches made of the suspects. See if they look familiar to you. Lin Dong lifted his phone, holding the screen toward the assembled officers. The town had a small population, and those with criminal records were even fewer. As such, the police station officers paid particular attention to individuals with prior convictions. Those capable of committing kidnapping often had prior convictions, giving them the audacity to act. Sure enough, one officer wearing glasses recognized them immediately. Aren't those Hu Shaolin and Hu Baolin? Looks like it. The sketch is uncannily accurate. Are you certain they're the kidnappers? Lin Dong stated concisely, as long as the surveillance footage is reliable, the sketches are accurate. Since you recognize them instantly, you should know where they live. Move quickly. Delaying this kidnapping case risks it escalating into a homicide. The police station chief was well aware of this. In kidnapping cases, victims are bound and unable to resist. Kidnappers easily succumb to violent impulses. Female victims often face sexual assault, while males are frequently subjected to brutal beatings. Compounded by the physical restraints restricting blood flow and the extreme psychological stress, sudden death could ultimately occur. The police officers immediately set out, and Lin Dong also got into the police car. Who is that guy? Why is he riding in our police car? Not sure, but he seems familiar with police procedures. He looks vaguely familiar, but I can't place him. Doesn't he look like that? What's his name, the online detective? Oh yeah, that's it. I knew he looked familiar. But that can't be him. Isn't he from the homicide division of Qingteng City Police? What's he doing in Hangshan City? Maybe it's a case of mistaken identity. Our country has such a huge population, it's easy to run into lookalikes. Soon, the police car arrived at Hu Shaolin and Hu Baolin's home. Rural houses all looked pretty much the same, differing only in whether their yards had fences or not. According to the police station officers, Hu Shaolin and Hu Baolin were cousins. Both their parents had died young, so they lived together. Now in their 40s, they were still bachelors. Previously, they had been sentenced to 3 years for fighting and blinding someone's eye, unable to afford compensation. After their release, they turned to theft, becoming notorious figures at the police station. Virtually every officer knew them. Some people are just inherently bad. Even labor reform couldn't change their nature. Uncertain of the situation inside, several special duty officers first climbed the courtyard wall to look around. In one corner of the yard, a scruffy but alert mongrel lay lazily on a pile of dry straw. Perhaps sensing something, the dog began to bark. The special agents immediately decided to charge straight in. The barking had already revealed intruders outside, and the Hu brothers, Hu Shaolin and Hu Baolin, had likely already noticed. But when the agent entered, he found neither of the Hu brothers inside. The good news was that Hu Runyuan was inside, alive and well, though clearly shaken and still in a state of shock. TSK, this guy's got some bad luck. He came here to film a movie, only to get kidnapped. I wonder if he'll be able to continue filming after returning in this state. Lin Dong snapped a few photos and sent them to Yang Zuerni, indicating the person had been located. Shueni, you're incredible. You said 24 hours, but you found him in less than 8 hours. Heimu, I had a friend sketch the suspect's portrait. The police recognized him immediately and found him at his home. I can't take credit for this. Shueni, stop being modest. When you return to revise the script, you'll have full creative control. And I'll make sure the director respects every word you write, not a single line will be changed. Is this what they call living off someone else? Seems pretty sweet. Thanks a lot, Lin Dong. Without your sketch, we might have been searching for ages. You know who I am? Lin Dong asked, slightly surprised. Another officer at our station just told me. He'd seen a short video specifically about the murder cases you solved. The police station chief was in high spirits. If anything happened to the kidnapped actor, it would severely damage the film studio's reputation. The entire town of Gaokan, and indeed the whole county, was counting on the film studio's success to attract more major production crews. With fame came more avenues for profit. The Hu brothers haven't been apprehended yet. They might flee to evade punishment. Rest assured, there's no way we'll let them get away. Just as the group prepared to leave, Lin Dong casually glanced toward the kitchen and spotted a cured pork leg. His feet moved forward slowly, yet his gaze remained fixed on that cured pork leg. Just as he was about to step out the main hall door, Lin Dong's pupils suddenly contracted. That wasn't a pig leg. Chapter 119, Cannibalism. Lin Dong dared not jump to conclusions. If it was what he suspected, this wouldn't be a simple kidnapping case, it would be a heinous murder. Seeing Lin Dong head toward the kitchen, police station chief Dai Wenxiang frowned and followed. You don't think the Hu brothers are hiding in the house, do you? We searched every corner just now. They couldn't possibly be here. Look at that cured meat hanging there. It doesn't look like pork, beef, or lamb. It looks more like a human leg. Human leg? Whoa. That sounds pretty terrifying. Dai Wenxiang looked up, his expression suddenly freezing. This leg certainly didn't resemble pork. Given the Hu brothers' financial situation, buying beef or mutton legs for curing would be extravagant. Most crucially, the muscle arrangement, fascia, bone structure, and skin thickness of this cured thigh perfectly matched the characteristics of a human thigh. But visual inspection alone couldn't confirm that the skin was charred black from smoking. Only the overall shape and cross-section offered clues. Just tell me, does it look like it? It does look quite similar. Why not take it back for a DNA test? That's the most accurate method. Lin Dong pulled out his phone. Let me find you an emotionless human tissue identification machine. He then initiated a WeChat video call to Lin Dongzheng. After a few rings, the call connected. Lin Dongzheng and Ding Wei appeared together on the screen. Did something happen over there? Was the sketch I drew useful? It worked. We've identified the suspect. The local police even complimented you on how skilled you are. Ding Wei flashed a toothy grin before pressing further. What exactly happened over there? Was it a homicide? This girl really thinks I'm some kind of walking Grim Reaper? Wherever I go, death follows? An actor from the production crew was kidnapped by the two guys in the sketch. They've been rescued now, mostly unharmed except for being traumatized. Lin Dong flipped the camera around. Dr. Lang, take a look at this preserved thigh. What animal is it from? Lin Dongzheng narrowed his eyes, studied it closely, and declared without hesitation, human. A human thigh? Turned into cured meat? Ding Wei sucked in a sharp breath. Just then, a police officer from the station rushed in. Chief, the Hu brothers are back. The special ops guys have them in custody. Should we bring them straight to the station? Dai Wenxiang's expression shifted noticeably. Bring them in first. Ask them about this human leg. Human leg? Where's the human leg? The officer glanced around, then looked up and saw the cured pork hanging from the beam. Suddenly realizing what the chief meant by human leg, he nearly vomited. Get inside. Don't move. Stay calm. Hu Shaolin and Hu Baolin were escorted inside, their wrists bound by handcuffs. They must have gone out to buy liquor. When we caught them, Hu Shaolin was carrying a bottle of baijiu, and Hu Baolin had oil spinach and water spinach. To be so brazen after committing kidnapping utterly audacious. Lin Dong had lost interest in the kidnapping itself. Instead, he pointed at the cured meat and asked, "Did you make this cured meat yourselves? If you want some, we'll sell it to you cheap, officer." Like hell I want it. Spill the beans, is this homemade cured pork or not? Dai Wenxiang demanded, hands on hips, breath coming in short gasps. Making it ourselves is too much trouble. Of course we bought it. Lin Dong pressed, where did you buy it? Can't remember. Think we got it from a roadside tricycle? Hu Shaolin couldn't care less. This infuriated Dai Wenxiang. You kidnapped someone. While we won't charge you with murder if you don't reveal where that human leg is, getting shot would be a mercy. A leg? The other officers looked up at the mention. Earlier, while searching the Hu brothers' home, they had all seen the cured pork hanging from the rafters, but none had connected it to a human leg. Now, looking again, it did indeed resemble human legs more and more. Human leg? Impossible. This is ostrich meat we bought. Last month, we saw someone pushing a cart selling ostrich meat on the road. They said it was good for your health, 30 yuan per pound. A bit pricier than pork, but cheaper than beef, so we bought some. Why didn't you eat it after buying it? We did. There was a small leg left, but we ate it all. Lin Dong suddenly remembered the stray dog's den in the courtyard outside. There were some bones on the ground, likely leftovers fed to the dog after they finished eating. So Lin Dong went to the yard. After having the police officer lead the dog away, he found the last remaining bone on the ground already half chewed by the dog. The surface was dense bone, with spongy bone at both ends. The shaft had a triangular prism shape, and the proximal end was thickened, likely the insertion point of the semitendinosus muscle. What do you think? Dai Wenxiang followed him out. This appears to be a human tibia. Take it back to make a bone micrograph. Examining it under a microscope will confirm it. So, the Hu brothers really ate people? But they said the meat was bought. I don't quite believe them. A comprehensive forensic examination of this site will determine if a homicide occurred here. I haven't interacted with them before and don't know much about them. But judging by their crude kidnapping methods, they seem like the kind of people who aren't very smart but are quite vicious. Perhaps this meat really was bought by them. Dai Wenxiang's forehead creased deeper. If that's the case, then countless people bought this so-called ostrich meat. If those people knew they'd been eating human flesh. He dared not think about it, dared not dwell on it. Those who bought and consumed the ostrich meat, if they discovered they'd eaten human flesh, they'd surely throw away every utensil they'd used. At this point, it doesn't matter how big the impact is. Based on what the Hu brothers said earlier, there was a lot of ostrich meat on that tricycle. The pieced-together bodies must belong to more than one person. First, confirm whether this is the crime scene, then administer a lie detector test to the Hu brothers. Once they're cleared, we must find the person selling ostrich meat a month ago. Given the passage of time and the fact that the seller used a tricycle, tracking them down would be extremely difficult. By evening, Lin Dong was still writing his script in the hotel. 3 updates arrived from the police station. The cured thigh meat hanging from the beam and the shin bone in the doghouse were both human tissue. The Hu brothers' home was not the crime scene. They passed the lie detector tests, indicating they were highly unlikely to be lying. A human flesh trafficking incident had occurred in Gaokan Town, Dongzheng County, and many people might have consumed human flesh. A case of this magnitude immediately drew the utmost attention from the Dongzheng County Police Department. Officers throughout the department were stunned upon learning of the case. Some officers even remarked that their families might have bought ostrich meat from roadside vendors. The priority now is to determine the true identity of those selling so-called ostrich meat. To determine how many people actually bought ostrich meat, we'll have to issue a public announcement which will undoubtedly cause a sensation. For the sake of solving the case, there's no other way. Dig up all the missing person reports from the entire county over the past 6 months and thoroughly investigate them. Chief, we can request assistance from the Homicide Investigation Division. Conveniently, they're stationed in Gaokan Town. Once this case goes public, the pressure on us will be immense. With their support, I believe the investigation will proceed more smoothly. The speaker was none other than Dai Wenxiang, chief of the Gaokan Town Police Station. Today he had witnessed the Homicide Investigation Division's skill in accurately sketching a suspect's portrait from blurry surveillance footage. He had also witnessed their ability to identify charred pork belly as a human leg. With such skilled investigators on the case, he felt reassured. Chapter 120, At least 5 victims. That evening, Lin Dong received a call from Chief Dai Wenxiang. The Bureau has established a special task force to investigate this case. Additionally, we've extended an invitation to the Qingteng City Police Department, requesting their Homicide Investigation Division to formally join the investigation. We hope for your full cooperation as we thoroughly investigate this case. After hanging up, Lin Dong pondered. The crime occurred in Hangshan City, yet the parcel's origin pointed to Binshui City. Although the 2 locations appeared adjacent on the map, they were still separated by over 100 kilometers. Could it be that the murder the mysterious figure was hinting it wasn't this cannibalism case? The next day, Ding Wei and Leng Junying arrived from Qingteng City. For Leng Junying, the question of whether joining the Homicide Investigation Division had been the right decision was answered almost immediately. Sure enough, the Homicide Division handled numerous cases, and they were all rather peculiar murders. When she saw the preserved human leg via WeChat video yesterday, a hint of a smile actually appeared on her face. In some ways, she was just like Lin Dong. Fascinating cases filled her with excitement. Outside the Dongzheng County Police Station, Lin Dong had been waiting for quite some time. Only when a taxi pulled up did he approach. Hida, I should have come with you. Just as I thought, wherever you go, murder follows. Born with a body that attracts murder cases, Leng Junying replied with a faint smile. Sigh. Lin Dong gave a wry smile and scratched the back of his head. Such a bizarre gift, I'd rather not have it. Let's discuss the current situation, Leng Junying said. Lin Dong turned and led them toward the police station, explaining as he walked. Simply put, we found cured meat made from a human thigh in the kidnapper's home. According to the suspect's confession, they also bought a cured calf's leg, which they've already eaten. I found a half-eaten tibia in the doghouse. After testing, it was confirmed to be human tissue. The suspects also admitted this was ostrich meat they bought from a vendor selling off the street on a tricycle about a month ago. Ding Wei's bright eyes narrowed slightly as she analyzed. They claimed it was ostrich meat because most people have never tasted it. Even if the flavor seemed off, they'd assume that's just how ostrich meat tastes. Exactly. Plus, the vendor claimed ostrich meat builds strength and stamina. Rural folks are big believers in health supplements, let alone something natural like this. So plenty of people would buy it. Inside the police station, Detective Division Chief Chen Zhen and Gaokan Town Police Station Chief Dai Wenxiang had been waiting in the office for some time. Seeing the 3 walk in, they both stood up immediately. Welcome, comrades from the Homicide Investigation Division, for coming all this way. Headquarters is paying close attention to this case. We hope to cooperate fully and apprehend the killer as soon as possible. After taking his seat, Lin Dong wanted to hear the task force's thoughts first. After all, the Homicide Investigation Division was here to assist, not to take the lead. We plan to pursue 3 lines of investigation. The first line involves deploying a large number of officers to conduct door-to-door inquiries, asking street vendors if they've seen anyone selling ostrich meat. The second line involves encouraging those who have purchased ostrich meat to come forward voluntarily to the police station to explain their circumstances. This will allow us to roughly estimate the number of victims. The third line involves confirming the identities of missing persons. We'll revisit all missing person reports filed in the county over the past year and follow up on them. The challenge now is how to minimize the impact while encouraging those who bought ostrich meat to come forward voluntarily. If we publicly announce that the ostrich meat is actually human flesh, it will undoubtedly cause significant negative repercussions. Lin Dongzheng replied without hesitation, "We'll announce that the ostrich meat tested positive for a highly lethal virus. Anyone who consumed it must undergo medical screening immediately to avoid danger." Dai Wenxiang clapped his hands. "That's brilliant. Saying the ostrich meat contained a virus is far better than revealing it was human flesh. We shouldn't cause unnecessary panic now. We can address it after catching the killer. But the killer will see this news too, knowing the police are coming for him," Lin Dong said, a cold gleam flashing in his dark eyes. "So we have to race against the killer." Soon after, the police released an official statement: "Ostrich meat sold in our county recently has been found to contain viruses." The information was disseminated through television and short videos, supplemented by reposts on WeChat official accounts. The next day, 7 or 8 individuals arrived at the police station to explain their situations and were taken to the hospital for testing. The county hospital received instructions to conduct only basic physical examinations on these individuals. During the examinations, Lin Dong and his team began questioning those who had consumed the ostrich meat. "Where did you buy the ostrich meat?" "Right by the roadside. I saw a middle-aged man selling it from a tricycle, with a sign saying ostrich meat was 30 yuan per pound." "When did you buy it?" "Last month. I came across him while driving on Shangjiang Road." "Did you finish eating all the ostrich meat?" "Yeah. There are 4 of us at home, and we ate a little bit each day until it was all gone." "That bastard killed someone. The ostrich meat he sold actually had a virus in it. People like that should be shot." After questioning everyone, Lin Dongzheng compiled the shocking details. 5 thighs, 4 left legs and 1 right leg plus some ribs. No arms, no internal organs, no feet. Any body parts with human characteristics were never purchased. Lin Dong let out a cold laugh. "The killer's clever. They know which parts are hard to spot. After smoking the cured meat, the surface fat melts from the heat, charring the skin. Plus, ostrich meat isn't common, so buyers assume that's just how it looks. It's nearly impossible to detect. If there are 4 left legs, doesn't that mean there were at least 4 victims?" Ding Wei gaped, her emotions churning. Cannibalism could infect them with prion, resulting in a 100% fatality rate. But strangely, modern humans all carry a PRNP gene on chromosome 20, an immunity gene against prion. Perhaps humans practiced cannibalism for so long in the distant past that they eventually evolved this immunity gene. The thought was truly terrifying. The victims likely exceed 4. 2 police officers also reported that their families had purchased ostrich meat and consumed it. "By my calculations, there are at least 5 victims." Lin Dongzheng took a deep breath before uttering words that plunged everyone into deeper despair. "This is only the first day. The police report may not have reached everyone yet. There are definitely more people who bought ostrich meat." A murder-for-profit cannibalism case involving multiple victims. The sheer depravity of this crime was unprecedented even for Lin Dong. "Our investigation found that many shop owners along the street reported seeing the tricycle selling ostrich meat, but none recognized the person. The killer is likely not from our county." Dai Wenxiang's breathing grew slightly hurried. Road surveillance lost track of the meat seller. The town's camera coverage is limited, and once he entered the village, he had plenty of ways to hide. "Cold Sister, analyze the cured human leg meat for any clues." "Showdown, create a composite sketch." The breakthrough lies in locating the ostrich meat vendor. Since he used a tricycle, his operating area can't be too large. Lin Dong's innate leadership qualities suddenly burst forth from his very core. Ding Wei and Lin Dongzheng nodded firmly. The team then split into 3 groups to continue their investigation. Chapter 121, Having your own forensic expert is a game changer. Ding Wei created a sketch of the ostrich meat vendor based on road surveillance footage. The result left the task force speechless. "You drew the sketches of the Hu brothers, right? The facial features are uncannily accurate." Flattered by the praise, Ding Wei's rosy cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled warmly. "Even though we have a sketch of the suspect now, finding him won't be easy. We need to deploy more officers to conduct door-to-door inquiries in the surrounding counties and towns." Shenzhen stated, "We've already instructed officers from nearby county and town police stations to investigate reports of ostrich meat sellers. Currently, sightings of such sellers are primarily concentrated in Dongxing County." "That suggests he's most likely from our own Dongxing County," Dai Wenxiang remarked, studying the sketch intently but finding no familiar features. The investigation process was lengthy, taking anywhere from a few days to several months. Fortunately, the sketch helped shorten the investigation time. Just as the task force was intensifying their investigation, a Maybach pulled up outside the police station. A couple stepped out. The man, his hair already streaked with gray, likely in his 50s. The woman, well preserved, probably only in her 40s. After getting out, they headed straight for the Dongxing County Public Security Bureau, demanding to file a report. "Hello, what's the matter?" an officer asked. The man snorted. "My son has been missing for days. We reported it over the phone earlier, but there's been no progress. We came all the way from Longdu just for this." "What kind of reporting is this?" At that time, the police didn't take missing persons cases very seriously. Most disappearances turned out to be family arguments followed by runaways staying with friends. Actual accidents were rare. But at this critical juncture, the words missing person case sounded jarring. Coincidentally, Lin Dong and Ding Wei were heading to the funeral home to find Lin Juniying when they heard someone reporting a missing person case in the lobby and stopped. "When did your son arrive in Dongqing County? He never keeps us updated on his whereabouts. We only found out a few days ago. He said there was a film studio here and wanted to visit, but now he's gone missing." Ding Wei felt a sense of familiarity with the couple, as if she had seen them on television before. She checked her phone and sure enough it was them. The man was Chen Yuanhong, the woman Shui Lin, both artists who frequently appeared on CCTV programs but were now semi-retired. If she remembered correctly, Chen Yuanhong had become a father late in life, having his son when he was nearly 40. That meant his son was only around 20 now. "Do you remember your son's ID number? I can look into it for you." The police system could access hotel records since they were out-of-towners. They must have stayed at a hotel. The results were startling. This man named Chen Tianyi, since reaching adulthood, had checked into hotels 4 or 5 times a month on average. The number of different women registered with him totaled 21. The youngest was 18, while the oldest was a staggering 32. He was truly insatiable. Children born late in life are often spoiled rotten. It goes without saying that his parents indulged Chen Tianyi financially. The most recent hotel record is from August 1st at Binqing International Hotel in Gaokan Town. Only his name appears on the check-in registration. We'll have officers visit the hotel to inquire. Please be patient, Ding Wei stated. But Chen Yuanhong wouldn't let it go. What kind of attitude is that? Why can't you go immediately? If anything happens to my son, you cops will be in big trouble. We're currently investigating other cases, Ding Wei replied, frowning. This old man's words were so offensive. My son's life is precious. You must find him first. Do you know who I am? I don't give a damn who you are. I've never heard of anyone whose life is more precious than anyone else's. Lin Dong let out a rare curse. This infuriated Chen Yuanhong to no end. Who the hell do you think you're talking to like that? Do you even look like a cop? I'm reporting you. What's your badge number? Heh, you've really kicked a pile of cotton by messing with me. Because I am not a cop. Lin Dong shrugged. These self-proclaimed veteran artists who strutted around with an air of superiority everywhere they went didn't deserve even basic respect. If they don't respect you, why should you respect them? There's a procedure for handling cases. No one gets special treatment. I just saw your son's hotel records, a king-size room registered for 4 people. That's a group sex orgy. Lin Dong looked at the two men, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Sometimes, not being an official really did have its advantages. Unfettered by rules, when they resort to tricks, you can effectively fight back. When it comes to talking trash, you think I'm afraid of you? Enough. Stop right there. Shui Lin cut him off urgently. Since the police are handling it, we'll await your updates. Please take this seriously, he's our only son. After they left, the officer standing nearby gave him a thumbs up. You're the man, buddy. When we run into unreasonable taxpayers, we're really stuck. Yeah, that couple was so unreasonable. Claiming their son's life was precious, and that arrogant attitude, it was infuriating. A faint smile touched Ding Wei's lips. I checked the hotel records earlier, but I didn't see 4 people registered at the same time. Did you just make that up? Lin Dong chuckled, effectively confirming the question. Parents like that, you can imagine what kind of child they've raised. They probably know their son isn't exactly a saint, capable of doing something like this, which is why they backed down earlier. He truly excelled at reading people's minds with effortless ease. He didn't seem like someone in his 20s at all, more like a 1,000-year-old demon. Do you think this person's disappearance is connected to the human flesh case? Hard to say. This guy had a complicated network of connections. He might have offended someone in society, or he could just be out gallivanting and hasn't contacted his parents. Lin Dong had little interest in these minor cases and led Ding Wei to the county funeral home. Cold sister, any discoveries? Yes. Lin Dong and Ding Wei's eyes lit up slightly as they prepared to listen intently. Smoked cured meat is typically prepared using cypress branches, pine branches, and certain fruit tree branches. The aroma of the cured meat varies subtly depending on the type of wood used. For instance, hardwoods impart a golden hue to cured meats due to the unique phenolic compounds released during combustion. I extracted and tested the blackened surface of this leg of cured pork and ultimately discovered it was smoked using apple tree branches. July and August marked the peak apple harvest season, so these branches couldn't have been cut this year. They must have been harvested after last year's apples ripened. There shouldn't be many large-scale apple orchards in Dongqing County, so this could be a good starting point for our search. Using apple branches as a clue, we can track down the smoker and ultimately find the seller. Lin Dong smiled inwardly. Having a dedicated forensic expert is truly invaluable. This has been a tremendous help. To think they could determine the charcoal residue on the cured meat's surface came from apple tree branches. Without this clue, tracking down the meat seller would have taken much longer. Chapter 122. Good lord. How many has he killed? Lin Dong relayed this information to the task force, and the investigation's focus shifted rapidly. By the following afternoon, the task force had uncovered new leads. There are only 4 apple orchards in the entire Dongqing County. We checked them out, and all the trees are thriving. The farmers also said that apple trees take years to grow. Who would go out of their way to cut them down? So we expanded our investigation. Some rural households privately grow apple trees. They don't sell to specialized fruit buyers but take their harvest to the market themselves. Following this lead, we actually found a matching location in Hongpa Town, Dongqing County. Last year it was an apple orchard, but this year they switched to growing other fruits. The task force immediately deployed to the farmland in Hongpa Town, Dongqing County. The stumps left in the ground clearly showed that all the original trees had been cut down. Deputy Director Dai, is this the only location in all of Dongqing County that fits the criteria? Lin Dong asked. Yes. Unless the meat wasn't smoked in Dongqing County at all. If it was smoked elsewhere and brought back to sell here, tracing the source would be extremely difficult. Sister Lang, can we use these remaining tree stumps to confirm whether the charcoal ash on the cured meat matches these trees? Lang Junying shook her head. It's impossible to distinguish between trees of the same species with that level of precision. I still lean toward the smoked meat being locally produced, unless he had accomplices. But the more people know, the easier it is for the truth to come out. Smoked pork is typically prepared before the new year. For it to remain undiscovered for so long, looking at past serial murder cases, the killer was almost always a lone individual. Soon, the contractor for this farmland was located in the village. Was this land planted with apples last year? Dai Wenxiang asked. Yes. Apples weren't selling well, so after I sold the last ones last year, I just cut down the trees and sold something else instead. The old man's legs trembled uncontrollably at the sight of so many police officers. He racked his brain, trying to recall every misdeed he'd committed in his life, but couldn't fathom what could have drawn such a large police presence. What about the branches you cut down? I sold the branches. It was almost New Year's then, and every household was making sausages and curing bacon. Apple branches make the cured bacon smell incredibly fragrant, but they didn't fetch much money. Now that the environment's improved, who needs that little bit of firewood? Who did you sell them to? That Huang Buching guy from Naiwangdang. Dai Wenxiang pulled out his phone and called the police station. Run a check on someone for me right away. Huang Buching, from Hongpa Town, Xing County. See if he matches the description on the wanted poster. While Dai Wenxiang waited for the police station's response, Lin Dong approached the old man, politely pulling out a cigarette pack and offering him one. He didn't smoke, but he always carried a pack on him. For smokers, inhaling the white smoke into their lungs and exhaling it through their nostrils was a cycle that served as their best way to relieve worry and tension. Thank you. Uncle, you mentioned Huang Buching earlier. Are you close with him? We were fairly close. His family had a cold storage facility. They'd bring unsold vegetables and meat to him for freezing. A freezer. Lin Dong's eyes lit up as he pressed further. What's Huang Buching's family situation like? Perhaps the cigarette had taken effect, or perhaps realizing the police weren't after him, the old man relaxed his earlier tension and began chatting freely. Huang Buching is the third child in his family. He has 2 older brothers, neither of whom are easygoing. Only Huang Buching is somewhat more level-headed. His mother was notorious in our village as a fierce woman, hot-tempered and prone to violence. Rumor has it his father was beaten to death by her while drunk. Then his eldest brother is still in prison for assault. His second brother was executed during the anti-gang crackdown a few years back. After Huang Buching's mother died, he was left alone. Using money saved over the years, he built a cold storage facility and started a small business. His household also kept numerous dogs. Since he sold meat, he had plenty of bones but little else to feed them. Raising dogs required no special meals, bones sufficed. His dogs were vicious. Villagers claimed Huang Buching must feed them raw meat, predicting they'd eventually attack people. So while people delivered goods to his place, they'd go out of their way to avoid passing by, otherwise fearing his dogs weren't on leashes. Cold storage, dogs, living alone. Seems like all the conditions for murder are pretty much in place. The freezer preserves meat, allowing for gradual disposal in batches. Dogs can eat bones and destroy evidence. As for the tricky skull? Living alone, using tools to dispose of it would be easy, no worries about anyone hearing the noise. This guy is way too suspicious. Lin Dong nodded and pressed the old man further. Did he ever sell meat using a tricycle before? Sometimes a tricycle, sometimes a van. He usually pedals the tricycle to sell in town, but when he takes the van, he goes to the county seat. What kind of meat? Pork, beef, mutton, and even ostrich meat. When Huang Buching came to buy branches from me, he gave me a few pounds to try. I thought it was some exotic delicacy, but it wasn't tasty. The texture was somewhere between pork and mutton. Dai Wenxiang walked over after finishing his call. Lin Dong, this Huang Buching is a major suspect. Just now. It's him. Head straight to his freezer. Dai Wenxiang assumed Lin Dong had seen Huang Buqing's ID photo, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Ding Wei's sketch. He immediately dispatched special agents to Huang Buqing's residence. As they were leaving, the old man added a few more words. I often see cars with 4 rings, 1 ring, and a pointed triangle going to Huang Buqing's place. I don't know if it's because his meat is fresher or what, but city folks love eating his meat. Ding Wei pondered for a moment. He must be referring to Audis, BMWs, and Mercedes-Benzes. This old man has a pretty good memory. Lin Dong chuckled. He certainly gave us some useful clues. This place is too remote. Villagers probably don't watch much TV. Out of sight, out of mind. It's easy to get away with bad deeds here. Lang Junying was already prepared. If they found a large number of human body parts in that freezer, her workload would likely require working non-stop for dozens of hours to complete the examinations. Walking toward Huang Buqing's house, Ding Wei brought up the old man's final remark. All those luxury cars coming to Huang Buqing's place, were they really just buying meat? Pork, lamb, beef, you can get that anywhere. They wouldn't drive all this way just for that. Could they be buying ostrich meat? Good heavens, how many people has Huang Buqing killed? Actually, I have another theory, Lang Junying interjected abruptly. I have a theory too. I wonder if it matches yours. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. Lang Junying glanced at him, took a deep breath, and said, those people driving luxury cars might not be here to buy meat. They could be here for human organs. Chapter 123, The Soaked Head. Same as mine. Lin Dong's eyes narrowed coldly. The trafficking of human organs persisted in the dark corners of this world. In daily life, one often hears of individuals suffering from illnesses, waiting for organ transplants, needing to endure long waits for donors whose organs are a match. For the wealthy, however, money can solve many problems. Where there's a high reward, there will be those who will do anything. Thus, the profession of organ hunters emerged. For money, they track down targets for their employers or kidnap individuals, then sell their organs at fixed prices. Eyes, 70,000 yuan. Heart, 700,000 yuan. Liver, 1 million yuan. Kidneys, 1,700,000 yuan. To these demons, the most abundant resource in the world is people. Because humans are everywhere, and in their eyes, they are nothing but moving prey. Organ trafficking? Ding Wei recalled how customers who'd bought ostrich meat over the past 2 days had come to the police station to report their purchases, yet none had mentioned buying internal organs. One question, organs have a very short shelf life. Once removed, they must be transplanted quickly. If Huang Buqing's home was a slaughterhouse, then Qingteng City must have a dedicated organ transplant facility. Lin Dong shook his head. It doesn't have to be Qingteng City. This place isn't far from Binshui City. The distance from Dongxing County to Binshui City is actually shorter than to downtown Hengshan. Don't forget, the mysterious figure's clues point directly to Binshui City. In the previous cases, the addresses he guided us to were never wrong. Ding Wei sucked in a sharp breath. A slaughterhouse, a super organ factory, the mysterious figure knew about all of these. Just who the hell is this guy? Soon, the group arrived near Huang Buqing's house. Lin Dong surveyed the surroundings and discovered that 3 roads converged at this spot. To the right lay the village's dirt path, while to the left stretched a 2-lane gravel road. Not far ahead along the gravel road lay the provincial highway. Beside the dirt road lay a grove of trees, offering excellent cover for concealment. After the special agent scaled the wall and opened the gate from the inside, the others followed in. It stinks. As soon as they entered, Ding Wei covered her nose. He just seemed particularly sensitive to smells, and must be feeling pretty miserable right now. She shot Lin Dong a pitiful look, and sure enough, he was grimacing, looking like he might pass out from the stench any second. Huang Buqing isn't home, and the van is gone too. Not sure if he's just out or if he's fled. The special agent reported to Dai Wenxiang. In the yard, Huang Buqing's 3 dogs were still barking furiously, baring their yellow teeth as if pledging loyalty to their master. Lang Junying slipped on gloves and walked over, intending to pick up the bones from the ground for examination. Senior sister, be careful. Ding Wei hurried over to assist. Though the dogs were restrained, they weren't chained. If they broke free, these rural mongrels, most likely unvaccinated, could deliver a bite that would send her straight to the hospital for rabies shots. There are too many bones on the ground. We need to clear them all out. These are all pork bones, but there must be other bones mixed in. Lang Junying turned to the investigating officer and said, "Stop standing around. Come help." That single glance made the officers feel a bit embarrassed. Lang Junying's aloof demeanor was like frost. The tone he used when making the request was impossible to refuse. "This smell is really strong. It feels like there's a disinfectant odor," Dai Wenxiang said, covering his nose as he entered Huang Buqing's home. Lin Dong followed behind, hands behind his back. The entrance led directly into the main room, furnished with 2 wooden tables and 4 long wooden benches. A photograph of a woman hung on the wall. Huang Buqing was a lifelong bachelor, so this must be his mother. Having passed away young, she appeared quite youthful in the picture. One of the wooden tables was likely for dining, with 4 long wooden benches arranged around it. The other table was piled with odds and ends, including 2 pickle jars. Beneath it sat a large earthenware jar. In rural areas, these pickling jars were commonplace. Besides preserving vegetables, they were also used for brewing liquor. To the right of the main hall is a room that appears to be a storage area. Though it contains a wooden bed, it has no mattress or sheets, and a layer of dust covers it. Further into the main hall lay another room, along with the kitchen and toilet. Chen Zhen, captain of Dongxing County's Criminal Investigation Brigade, curiously lifted the lid of the large vat beneath the table. A pungent stench hit him, mingled with a sour tang. Whoa, pickled fish. Old Huang sure lives the good life. When the village expropriated land, they took all his farmland and compensated him with a sum of money. With the cold storage built and living alone, how could life in the countryside not be comfortable? With money in hand, didn't he ever think of taking a wife? Dai Wenxiang slipped on gloves and casually pulled a pickled fish from the vat. This must have been pickling for 10 years. Just the smell is overpowering, definitely nitrite levels through the roof. Lin Dong pulled out a pair of tweezers and pinched his nose shut with practiced ease that was almost heartbreaking. He crouched down to examine the contents of the vat closely. Pickled items placed on the surface versus those submerged beneath the brine develop different textures. The sour fish on top has blackened flesh without any sheen. It must have been completely submerged in the brine. Dai Wenxiang's pupils flinched slightly. You mean these fish were turned over? Once pickled fish are placed in the vat, they're never disturbed again. When consumed, they're taken one by one from the surface. But these carp have incomplete flesh, clear signs they've been turned over. Lin Dong offered an analogy. It's like a 9-section hot pot. If someone cooks brain in one section, then uses chopsticks to stir through it, mashing the brain to bits. So underneath here, there should be something. Dai Wenxiang and Chen Zhen exchanged surprised glances, their eyes slowly drifting toward the large vat as a vague unease settled in their hearts. They fetched a large basin from the kitchen and began removing the pickled fish from the surface one by one. Chen Zhen plunged his hand inside. He felt something smooth and bare. His hand continued to probe downward. An eye socket, a nasal bridge, a mouth. Holy! As captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, Chen Zhen possessed extensive forensic experience, having solved numerous homicide cases and witnessed many gruesome crime scenes. But feeling a smooth, bald head inside a vat of pickled fish still startled him. What is it? Dai Wenxiang demanded urgently. Looks like a human head. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped the entire room. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, the officers had gathered all the bones scattered around the doghouse. A professional forensic expert could instantly tell whether the bones were human or animal. These few all human bones. This bone shows old injuries. The victim likely suffered a fracture before death. This bone indicates the victim was male. Ding Wei's eyes widened abruptly. Just as she was about to speak, a police officer from inside the house suddenly rushed to the tree in the courtyard and began vomiting. Several other officers also retreated outside, their expressions horrified. What's wrong? Ding Wei asked urgently. Soaked human heads. So many. Chapter 124, The Freezer. Ding Wei and Ling Junying hurried to the doorway of the building. They saw Dai Wenxiang looking extremely pale, while Chen Zhen beside him was struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. Lin Dong, however, remained calm, reaching into the vat to feel around for something. On the table in front of him sat 3 shaved heads, starkly displayed. The lactic acid bacteria in the large vat inhibited microbial growth and reproduction, indirectly preserving the heads intact without decay. There are 5 more heads in here. With the 3 on the table, that makes 8 people. 8 people? Dai Wenxiang froze on the spot, overcome by despair. He knew Dongxing County's reputation was utterly ruined. Such a major and heinous murder case was extremely rare nationwide. These 3 heads had their eyes gouged out and their tongues cut off. Ling Junying seamlessly began the autopsy. Originally preserved in brine, these heads would accelerate decomposition upon exposure to oxygen. Conducting the autopsy immediately might uncover subtle clues. I can reconstruct the victims' faces from the skulls and compare them with missing persons reports to identify them. Ding Wei also sprang into action. The 3 members of the Homicide Investigation Unit each took charge of their respective tasks. The rest of the officers watched in stunned silence. They're incredibly resilient. I almost threw up just watching them. No wonder they're homicide investigators. It makes sense that the forensic doctor stays calm around bodies, but the other 2 being this composed too? The bureau made the right call bringing in the Homicide Investigation Unit. Dai Wenxiang said to Chen Zhen, let's head over to the freezer warehouse. Since we found so many heads here, there must be clues over there too. I'll brief headquarters first and issue an arrest warrant for Huang Buqing. As Lin Dong retrieved the remaining 5 heads from the large vat, all 8 skulls were densely arranged on the table. Their mouths gaped wide, frozen in the very act of their final screams. It was unimaginable how utterly desperate they must have felt. Why did Huang Buqing preserve these heads in brine? Was it to eat them, or to hide them? Ding Wei's stomach churned violently as she fought back the urge to vomit while speaking. I'm inclined to think he intended to eat them himself. If hiding them were the goal, feeding them to dogs or burying them would have been far more prudent than soaking them in a vat. Lin Dong pinched his nose with the clip. The longer he held it, the more the dull ache intensified. He stepped outside and removed the clip. Ouch, that really stings. Ding, you stay here and help Dr. Lang. I'll go check the freezer. Okay. Huang Buqing's freezer was right next door. As Lin Dong approached, he saw Dai Wenxiang emerge, shaking his head. It's all animal meat in there. No human remains found. Makes sense. Huang Buqing uses the freezer for business. People go in regularly for deliveries or to freeze crops. If there were human remains in there, they'd be spotted easily. Lin Dong noticed another room next to the freezer. Did you check that one? I just checked. Nothing unusual. It's probably a tool shed. Tool shed? Lin Dong blinked rapidly, his mind racing. From what the old man had said earlier, Huang Buqing handled the external cold storage business and occasionally sold meat. That meat was all sourced by him, not raised by him. If you don't do farm work or slaughter pigs, what's the point of having a tool shed? Lin Dong walked to the door, but it was locked from the inside. Does anyone here know how to pick locks? Seeing the police officers shake their heads repeatedly, Lin Dong suddenly felt Ding Wei was pretty useful after all. The skills were rather niche, but all quite useful. So he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Xiao Ding! Over here! I need you!" Before long, Ding Wei rushed out, clutching a head in her hands as if it were a thunderbolt. Realizing something was off, she put the head back before rushing out again. Her face bore a look of exasperation, tinged with a hint of resentment. "What are you doing, Ida? I was helping senior sister organize those heads, and I still need to sketch them. Once they start decaying, it'll be even harder to draw. Help me open this door." "That's it? Easy." Ding Wei pulled out a pair of pliers and a hook from her bag. These old locks on rural houses were the easiest to pick. Their cylinder mechanisms were relatively simple. Before long, Ding Wei had the door open, leaving the nearby police officer staring in astonishment. "A police officer who can pick locks? She's trained in both law enforcement and criminal techniques. Anything found in the freezer?" "Nothing." Lin Dong walked straight inside, continuing to speak. "A lot of ostrich meat has been circulating on the market lately. It must be from those heads. Huang Buqing's freezer is rented out to others, so storing it there would be too risky. Then this place. Could it be the dismemberment room?" Ding Wei noticed the tools hanging on the wall. Saws, axes, hoes. Though commonplace tools in this location, they were all too easily associated with dismemberment. "I can smell a faint trace of blood on these tools. Even washing them with water won't completely remove it." Without needing luminol, Lin Dong could vividly imagine the horrific scenes that had unfolded here. A man in his 50s had bound the victim to the table. Under the dim glow of the overhead fluorescent light, he had dismembered the body piece by piece. First, the head was severed, the scalp shaved clean, the eyeballs gouged out, and finally submerged in a large vat. The remaining limbs were cut into pieces and smoked into cured meat. As for the missing internal organs, they weren't found at Huang Buqing's residence either. This remained a mystery. The answer would likely only come after Huang Buqing's capture. Soon, more police arrived, along with the city bureau's forensic team. Together with Lang Junying, they secured the severed heads and transported them to the forensic autopsy room. Just before leaving, Lang Junying remembered the 2 pickle jars still sitting on the table. She hadn't had time to examine them while dealing with the heads earlier. So, in front of Lin Dong and the others, she opened the jars and shone her flashlight inside. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Gloves on, she reached into the jar and pulled out an eyeball. Ugh. The officer who had already vomited once couldn't hold it back again. Even the officers who had managed to suppress their nausea couldn't contain it this time. He soaked eyeballs in liquor. This jar is completely filled with them. Pervert. Absolutely perverted. Hannibal would be impressed. Where's the other jar? If I'm not mistaken, it should be human penises. Lang Junying opened the jar and found it was indeed so. Eyeballs for clear vision, penises for virility. Most people would feel sick just seeing bloody animal meat, let alone human flesh. But Huang Buqing ate raw meat and drank blood, even human eye wine. He was more monstrous than any devil. This time, even Lin Dong with his ironclad nerves was utterly shocked. Chapter 125, The Killer Might Not Be Him. 8 confirmed deaths. The entire Hangshan City police system, from top to bottom, was in shock. The task force continued to expand, and the manhunt for Huang Buqing had been elevated to the highest priority for Hangshan City's public security system. Wanted notices were issued, and traffic police assisted in roadside investigations. After sketching nonstop for several hours, Ding Wei completed the composite portrait and ran it through the missing persons database. The victim's identity was quickly verified. The 8 victims comprised 6 males and 2 females. 3 were local Hangshan residents, while the others were from out of town. By tracing the victims' movements before their deaths, we discovered they had all arrived in Hangshan City at different times this year. Their final hotel stays were concentrated primarily within Hangshan City and Binshui City. During the task force meeting, Ding Wei suddenly interrupted. I have a question. How could someone residing in Qingteng City have been killed by Huang Buqing? We're still investigating that. It's possible Huang Buqing encountered the victims while driving to Qingteng City to sell meat or restock supplies. He may have subdued them and transported them back home in his vehicle. Ding Wei rested her hands on the table and shook her head. But based on our interviews with villagers, we know Huang Buqing was lazy and hated hassle. He had some savings and didn't even go to sell meat every day. Supplies were delivered to him regularly by truck, so he didn't need to drive out himself. Even if he felt business in town was slow, he would go to the county seat to sell meat. Why would he go to a neighboring city? So how exactly were those people in Qingteng City murdered? And whether Huang Buqing is the killer that remains open to debate. After Ding Wei sat back down, Lin Dong gave her a thumbs up. You're absolutely right. This case still has unresolved questions. While we found a severed head and human bones in Huang Buqing's home, that doesn't necessarily mean he killed those people. As the task force leader, Qin listened to the homicide unit's doubts and humbly asked, what do you mean? Could someone have killed the victims and then had Huang Buqing dispose of the bodies? Take this victim named Zhang Chao, for instance. He came to Qingteng City from Shudou and stayed at a 5-star hotel, indicating he was financially well off. His entertainment choices wouldn't be complicated, mainly high-end venues and nightlife spots, and he wouldn't have been alone. Lin Dong's reasoning was straightforward. A wealthy individual visiting a new city, if he had no friends to accompany him, why would he go out of his way to explore unfamiliar places? So you're saying Huang Buqing wouldn't have access to such people, let alone the opportunity to kill him? Lin Dong nodded. Zhang Chao went missing. He wasn't killed on the street or somewhere public. To avoid detection, it had to happen indoors, somewhere without surveillance. Some nightclubs provide drug use rooms. Those places have no cameras. Now, picture Huang Buqing, a 50-something man who's lived his whole life in the countryside, showing up at a nightclub, silently disposing of someone, then driving the body back home. Can you really see that happening? Lin Dong added, of course, it doesn't have to be a nightclub, it could be somewhere else. The point is, it was so hidden that even after handling the case for over half a year, the police still haven't found Zhang Chao. The conference room fell silent as everyone pondered Lin Dong's words. So, the killer was likely not Huang Buqing. He was merely the one who disposed of the body in this case. Any leads from the forensic team? Lin Dongzheng placed both hands flat on the table, her expression impassive. The incision on the victim's skull is uneven, with multiple layers of torn flesh, indicating it was made with a saw. We discovered a saw in Huang Buqing's tool shed and extracted bloodstains from it. Additionally, DNA analysis confirmed that the cured leg of pork found at the Hu brothers' residence did not belong to any of the 8 known victims. The death toll is still rising. Reviewing the list of known missing persons reveals that most disappearances occurred between August and November of last year. Coincidentally, reports of missing persons in Qingteng City and Hangshan City began to surge starting this August. Therefore, I suspect that behind so many victims, there may be a gang of illegal organ traffickers killing for profit. This conclusion was reached through joint deliberation between Lin Dong and Lin Dongzheng. If there were only 1 or 2 victims and no organs were found, it might be understandable. But with so many victims and no organs found at Huang Buqing's home either, that just doesn't add up. How does this suddenly tie into an organ trafficking ring? Dai Wenxiang, deputy head of the task force, felt his brain was about to explode. What began as a simple kidnapping case had escalated into a cannibalism investigation, and now it had tangled into this complex web of events. The top priority remains locating Huang Buqing. Finding him will unlock many mysteries. The entire task force mobilized, working backward from Huang Buqing's last known whereabouts to track his movements. While the task force searched, Lin Dong wasn't idle either. He went to the film crew to continue rewriting the script. The original screenwriter had been dismissed by Yang Zuerni, and the entire crew was waiting for Lin Dong's script. Fortunately, Lin Dong had already written a portion before the task force was formed, so filming proceeded without significant delays. Wow, this is my first time on a film set. Ding Wei clamored to visit the set. Lin Dong couldn't refuse her, so he brought her along. Too bad we didn't get any big names, but these actors are actually pretty talented. The previous writer turned the script into crap. It's such a waste of their effort and talent. Lin Dong spotted Yang Zuerni on set, and she noticed him too, hurrying over to greet him. This must be Officer Ding Wei. I've seen you online. You look even better in person than your photos. Ha! Ding Wei flashed her 2 front teeth in a silly grin. This is producer Shui and I, the investor for this production. When I first joined the crew, she was incredibly helpful. You're too kind. It was actually you who helped me out, coming all the way to revise the script. If this collaboration goes well, we should definitely work together again. I recall you have a medium-length crime novel titled Who Am I? It tells a story from the killer's perspective, quite innovative. Maybe we'll collaborate again next year. Lin Dong grinned widely. Being kept felt surprisingly satisfying. At first, living off someone might feel undignified, but the more you savor it, the sweeter it gets. Ding Wei pouted, glaring at Lin Dong. Oomph. He looks so cheap. So what if she's rich? What's so great about that? Youth is the real currency. What about who rang you on? After that kidnapping, he probably can't act anymore, right? Quite the opposite. He's become even more dedicated, he practically lives on set. He said the kidnapping gave him inspiration, especially about the emotions during fear. He just filmed a scene, and the director was thrilled. Ha! This guy's got nerves of steel. Getting kidnapped and then seamlessly diving back into acting? What a talent! Chapter 126, Pond Recovery. By around 5 p.m., Ding Wei had lost the initial excitement she felt when first joining the crew. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of whether Huang Buqing had been captured. Lin Dong, busy with other matters, remained unhurried. Solving a case couldn't be rushed. Clues were interconnected like layers of a puzzle. Only by securing the current lead could they proceed to deduce the next one. And their current lead was Huang Buqing. Without locating him, progress on the case remained painstakingly slow. Suddenly, Ding Wei's phone rang. Seeing Lin Dongzheng as the caller, she quickly answered. Lin Dongzheng remained with the task force as the liaison for the Homicide Investigation Division. Whenever first-hand clues surfaced there, she would immediately contact Ding Wei. Senior, is there a lead? Lin Dong perked up at the mention and turned to look at Ding Wei. During their interviews, the task force received a tip from a resident who claimed to have seen someone pushing a tricycle heading toward Hongpa Town 2 days ago. The person received a phone call on the road and hurriedly changed direction. Hearing that police were searching for suspicious individuals riding tricycles or driving vans, he went to the local police station to report it. Based on the tipster's description, we confirmed the person was Huang Buqing. But the trail went cold because Huang sold his tricycle partway through his journey and eventually vanished on foot in Weilong village. Ding Wei, who had been sitting in a recliner, suddenly stood up. The police and the people are one family. Thanks to that informant, otherwise we'd be searching aimlessly, who knows how long it would take to find him. Although we didn't find Huang Buqing directly, with this general area, we can deploy more officers to conduct door-to-door inquiries. We'll definitely find him. Lin Dongzheng quickly delivered another piece of bad news. The first officers investigating Weilong village discovered a pond. They found footprints along the edge, leading toward the water. If Huang Buqing committed suicide out of guilt, this case will be difficult to resolve. Ding Wei misheard and immediately turned to Lin Dong. Bad news, Hida. Huang Buqing drowned himself in the pond. Lin Dong's massive frame trembled. If Huang Buqing was dead, the damn leads would be cut off. The dead can't talk. Once the lead is cut off, even if we suspect those people weren't killed by Huang Buqing, that he was only responsible for disposing of the bodies, we'd have no way to prove it. Let's go check it out. Lin Dong said to Yang Zuerni, then headed to Weilong village with Ding Wei. The sunset bled like blood, slowly sinking below the horizon, staining the sky orange-red. Beneath the ancient locust tree at the village entrance, a dense crowd murmured and whispered, occasional gasps mingling into a murmur of unease. Curiosity and anxiety were etched on every face. Lin Dong hurried to the pond's edge and asked anxiously, did Huang Buqing drown himself? Is it confirmed he's dead? Ha? Did I say that? Lin Dongzheng looked at Ding Wei suspiciously, unsure if she had misheard. No? Did I mishear? Ding Wei pursed her lips awkwardly, bracing for a scolding. But Lin Dong merely approached the pond, observing the small body of water barely over 10 meters long and wide, a stagnant pool. Sparse farmlands surrounded it, showing no signs of cultivation. Farming had become increasingly difficult to sustain a family, so most villagers had chosen other trades, leaving these fields to fall into disuse. We found a shoe in one part of the village. It wasn't very worn, and the size was 41. I saw Huang Buqing's shoes at his house, and they were also size 41. It might be his. Lin Dong stared at Lin Dongzheng and said, since the shoe was found outside the pond, it means he wasn't in the pond. He might have accidentally fallen in and then climbed out. But that doesn't explain why he left without his shoes. The task force has notified the recovery team they should arrive shortly. Regardless, it's prudent to confirm whether Huang Buqing's body is in the pond first. I'm genuinely worried they might pull out another body, Lin Dong remarked nonchalantly. Ha? Lin Dongzheng explained, in rural areas, especially abandoned ponds like this one, the probability of recovering skeletal remains is quite high. Some may have been there for over a decade without being discovered. Lin Dongzheng nodded. That was true. Numerous rural areas have recovered skeletal remains from ponds, with the oldest dating back over 30 years. Having long since turned to bone, these remains go unclaimed. By the pond's edge, several police officers stood with their hands behind their backs, whispering among themselves. What if that shoe wasn't stepped into the pond, but rather discarded by someone in the village who didn't want it anymore? That makes sense too. Surveillance showed Huang Buqing entered the village entrance in daylight after selling his tricycle. Unless he was drunk, how could he have fallen into the pond while walking normally? Hearing the officers' murmurs, Lin Dong approached them with the shoe in hand. Smell it. Smell it? The officers looked skeptical. What could we possibly smell from dirt? Different layers of mud have different smells. Visually, the mud on the shoe's sole is bluish-gray and has a pungent odor. This is ditch mud. Lin Dong rolled up his sleeves, plunged his hand into the pond, and scooped out a clump of greenish mud. Smell this. The task force members were still waiting for the salvage team. With nothing else to do, their attention was drawn to Lin Dong's actions, including Deputy Team Leader Dai Wenxiang, who held a cigarette between his lips, his eyes fixed intently on the scene. It does seem to have a foul odor, but relying solely on smell might not be accurate, right? The young officer added. The stench from the shoes could also be foot odor. Some people have acidic smelling feet, while others have this kind of musky stench. Smell alone can't confirm it, we need to observe. This pond is stagnant water with stable mineral content, so the soil color doesn't change much. You won't find soil anywhere else in the village that matches this soft, muddy color. And the layer of soil left behind after the shoes up are soaked and dried. So this shoe definitely stepped into the pond. As the salvage team arrived, they pumped all the water out of the pond. It was immediately clear there was no body beneath, at least, no body that hadn't yet turned to bones. Since they were already there, the recovery team also examined the soft mud layer below, finding nothing of note. The good news, Huang Buqing wasn't dead. The bad news, they'd lost track of him again. Assuming this shoe belonged to Huang Buqing, why would he step into the pond in broad daylight? Could someone have been chasing him? Team Leader Chen, pull up Huang Buqing's call records immediately. Also, some rural homes have surveillance cameras installed in their yards. Collect all that footage to see if we can piece together Huang Buqing's complete movements. Retrieving call records was a matter of minutes for the police. Huang Buqing's last call was from an unknown number, no real name registration. In today's era, where all phone cards obtained through official channels require real name registration, this non-registered SIM card was likely a disposable one from many years ago. Who exactly did Huang Buqing receive a call from that made him flee in such a panic? Most likely, someone tipped him off that the police had begun investigating ostrich meat, causing Huang Buqing to panic. Could the caller be connected to organ trafficking? A web of mysteries spun through Lin Dong's mind. Huang Buqing has far too many secrets. The people behind him must be trying to kill him, which is why he fled in such a panic, so frantic he didn't even stop to pick up his lost shoe. Thinking about it this way, everything suddenly makes sense. Chapter 127, Catching a Turtle in a Jar. The task force dispatched technicians to conduct door-to-door interviews with the villagers of Weilong village. After obtaining the surveillance footage, they brought the portable hard drive back to the police station and began playing the videos using specialized equipment. Lin Dong and his team had it relatively easy. They were assisting the investigation, not leading it. So when the leads dried up, all they could do was wait. Ding Wei and Leng Junying stayed at a hotel, while Lin Dong returned to the 5-star hotel near the film studio that Yang Xuanyi had booked for him. At 700 or 800 yuan a night, wouldn't it be a waste not to stay? After sleeping for an unknown length of time, Lin Dong received a call from Dai Wenxiang, who said the lead had gone cold. How did it go cold? Lin Dong walked barefoot to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face to clear his head. Based on the surveillance footage we collected, we saw Huang Buqing leaving from the back of the village. One detail stood out: he was barefoot on one foot and walking very quickly, as if someone were chasing him. Did you see who it was? Lin Dong asked urgently. As long as the suspect appeared on camera, he believed Ding Wei could sketch him. No. The footage we gathered was mainly from the middle section of the village, behind the pond. Perhaps someone was chasing him, but they gave up partway, so no suspicious figures appeared in the later footage. Once Huang Buqing left the village, any surveillance along the main road should have captured him. Su province's local finances were quite robust. While some economically disadvantaged villages in western regions might lack road surveillance, Jiangsu had the funds to install cameras. We tracked Huang Buqing's route via surveillance footage and observed him boarding a black motorcycle, ultimately arriving at Chagua village in Binshui City. This is an urban village housing several thousand residents with extensive internal roads. We've already contacted the Binshui City Police Department, and they will cooperate with our arrest operation. However, Chaichi village has high population turnover, mostly migrant workers, and the community isn't very cooperative. If we rush in, we might alert him. It seemed the only option was to infiltrate the village first to assess the situation. If he couldn't be located, they'd have to seal off the village and search every household. Now that he's in the city, the ubiquitous surveillance will make it impossible for him to escape. At dawn, Lin Dong arrived at the task force headquarters. Many task force members contributed their personal vehicles, and even the chief of Hangshan City Police Department provided one. To avoid alerting the target, our entry into Chagua village will be treated as an out-of-jurisdiction operation. Officers from Binshui City Police Bureau will assist us undercover, so we must use private vehicles. Huang Buqing must be captured alive. This man absolutely cannot die. Let's go. Lin Dong and Ding Wei disguised themselves as college students, hitchhiked to the vicinity of Chagua village, and then proceeded on foot. Driving wouldn't fit their college student cover. It was rush hour, and the entire village was bustling with activity. Commuters bought breakfast at roadside stalls, while others hurried along with backpacks, catching buses. The streets were teeming with people. Lin Dong and Ding Wei bought 2 hand-held pancakes, eating while observing every passing face. The Binshui City police confirmed through surveillance that Huang Buqing entered the urban village and hasn't come out since, unless he left by car. But if he got into a vehicle on the roadside, the traffic cameras would have captured it. Which means it's almost certain Huang Buqing is still inside. Ding Wei felt a surge of excitement. If I'm the first to find Huang Buqing, he University will definitely commend me. Don't forget Huang Buqing stepped into a pond in broad daylight and didn't even bother picking up his shoe when it fell off. Based on our theory that an organ trafficking ring is behind this, they know the police are investigating ostrich meat. Huang Buqing would be their first target. Ding Wei clasped her hands in prayer. Heaven forbid Huang Buqing mustn't be dead. Passing by a clinic, Lin Dong was drawn in by the scent of disinfectant wafting from inside. Xiao Ding, do you think Huang Buqing might have gotten injured while fleeing? Possible. He stepped into that pond and might have twisted his ankle. Escaping through the back of the village, he could have been scraped by branches. Huang Buqing suddenly took off mid-escape without his ID. We found it at his house. He deliberately came to this place with a purpose, probably to find someone. Ding Wei took a bite of her hand-held pancake and asked, could he be seeking refuge with relatives? No way. Huang Buqing's family background is straightforward. They're notorious. All their relatives and friends keep their distance, severing ties. Assuming those people weren't killed by Huang Buqing, someone would have come to deliver the bodies. Meat delivery trucks regularly visit his house, making it easy to transport bodies without arousing suspicion. For organ trafficking, Huang Buqing is practically the most convenient corpse disposal service in both Binshui and Hengshan cities. Huang Buqing has no relatives or friends, and his education level isn't high. The only person he could think of who might help him is the guy who introduced him to this business in the first place. Remember, Huang Buqing's van is missing. Since Huang Buqing didn't drive the van away himself, it must have been taken by someone else. This is practically ironclad proof that someone else was involved in this case. After piecing these details together, it all clicked. An organ trafficking ring operating out of Binshui City. Every year during a specific period, they scout for targets, kidnap and kill them to harvest organs for sale. After removing the organs, disposing of the bodies flawlessly became the challenge. Conventional disposal methods carried the risk of future discovery. Whether buried, dumped in ponds, or encased in cement, as long as the body remains intact, it could be discovered. So they turned their attention to slaughterhouses, planning to mix human flesh with animal meat for sale. Coincidentally, the slaughterhouse owner knew Huang Buqing. Having dealt with him for a long time, he knew exactly what kind of person Huang was. He entrusted the disposal of these bodies to Huang. It was unclear how many times they had collaborated, but judging by this seamless criminal chain, their coordination was so seamless that despite numerous missing persons reports, local police remained clueless. You mean we should pursue 2 lines of investigation? The first is the clinics in the urban villages. If Huang Buqing was injured, he might have gone there for treatment. The second is to investigate slaughterhouses or meat wholesalers in the urban villages. They might have long-term connections with Huang Buqing and could be his superiors in this criminal chain. Lin Dong nodded. Without an ID, he can't rent apartments or stay in hotels here. With no relatives or friends, his only refuge is accomplices within this criminal network. So we're not searching for a needle in a haystack, we're catching a turtle in a jar. Upon receiving Lin Dong's intelligence, the task force shifted focus and split into 3 teams. Beyond the 2 leads mentioned by Lin Dong, they intensified searches in the nooks and crannies of urban villages, areas frequented by vagrants. Meanwhile, inside a building in Binshui City, an organ auction banquet had already commenced in grand style. Chapter 128, Organ Auction. The date was July 30th. A young man named Chen Tianyi arrived alone at the Gaokan Town Film Studio for a visit. Since childhood, he had harbored dreams of stardom. His parents, coincidentally, had achieved success in the arts though in music. This was completely different from his desired path of becoming a film star, so he applied to film school but failed to get in. His father promised to pave the way for him someday, but he couldn't wait. He decided to try his luck at the film studio. The big production crews in Hengdian were out of reach, but Gaokan Town Film Studio had plenty of smaller crews. Maybe a director would take notice of him. After 2 days at the studio, no production had shown interest in him. Major roles were usually cast before filming began. There was no such thing as last-minute auditions. Feeling frustrated, Chen Tianyi's bad habit of hooking up resurfaced. He deftly opened the dating app and swiped through profiles until he found a girl with a sweet, innocent look. Everyone had different tastes. Chen Tianyi wasn't into tall, leggy women, he preferred soft, cute schoolgirls. During their chat, he discovered the girl was actually a software hardening engineer. Even better. Any problem that could be solved with money, Chen Tianyi could handle. So, following her instructions, he drove around in circles for ages before finally finding the hotel she specified in the outskirts of Binshui City. Damn it, making me drive all this way for a hookup. If the goods don't match the description, I'm turning around and walking out. Chen Tianyi muttered curses under his breath as he entered the hotel. Ah, screw it. Since I'm already here, as long as she's not ugly, I'll still get laid. Taking the elevator to the third floor, he knocked on the door and heard a sweet voice. Just a moment. Soon, the door opened, revealing a sweet-looking face before Qingteng. The girl wore twin ponytails and had a pretty, innocent face. Still young, she looked a bit childish, which only added to her charm. What pleased Qingteng most was her outfit. Beneath her school uniform, her beautiful legs were encased in white stockings. The skirt was so short that the slightest movement revealed the lace-trimmed leggings beneath. I'm a bit late. Sorry to keep you waiting. Qingteng pursed his lips, thinking about how he'd soon be able to kiss every inch of her body. The primal urge within him began to surge uncontrollably. At 20, he was in the prime of his youth. No problem. This place is a bit hard to find, a little out of the way, but it's safe. No need to worry about the police making rounds. You guys have some serious safety awareness. You had me go to a place, find a note in an abandoned phone booth, follow it to the next spot, and then get the address for this place in the second stall of a public restroom. Qingteng's wandering hand gave her buttock a playful slap. You guys play so thrillingly. I love it. The girl let out a soft moan, cupping her hands over Qingteng's face. It's my first time doing this, sis. I'm a bit nervous. Teach me later, bro. First time doing software hardening outside? How old are you? I just turned 18 this year. I'm out here making some money during summer break, so I'll have tuition when school starts. That's tough. I gotta support you. Here's a secret, next time, contact me privately. That way, the madam won't take a cut. Qingteng sat on the bed, legs spread wide, hands braced against the mattress, her eyes scrutinizing him intently. Honestly, you're exactly my type. You look just like your photos. Of course it has to be the same. We're meeting because we trust each other. I didn't have high hopes when I came. Isn't that how it is with prostitutes nowadays? The photos aren't the real deal, they're scams. The girl climbed onto the bed, straddling Qingteng, tapping her fingers rhythmically on his chest. Big brother, go take a shower first. I'm already clean. Later, teach your little sister how to do this sort of thing. Qingteng grinned, planted a kiss on her delicate lips, stripped off his clothes, and hurried into the bathroom. The moment he stepped inside, the smile vanished from her face, replaced by a hidden, sinister glint. Just as I thought, a naive college student, so easy to deceive. The girl picked up the hotel landline and dialed the front desk. After the call connected, she hung up immediately, as if it were a secret code only they could understand. She then stepped out of the room, walked down the hallway, and entered another room. After ringing the doorbell, a burly man opened the door, verified her identity, and let her in. Inside, a dozen or so girls were present, some applying makeup, others on the phone. Others picked up their phones, chatting with the middle-aged men who thought they were fishing. Amidst the revelry, it was hard to tell who was the hunter and who was the prey. A man with a full beard sat inside the room. Spotting the girl enter, he didn't even bother to take the cigarette out of his mouth before snapping. Damn it! Your job over there isn't done yet. What the hell are you running around for? The piglet's showering. I told him to scrub himself clean. It won't be quick. The girl grabbed a pack of cigarettes from the table, lit one, and took a drag. Are the clients here yet? They're waiting in the room. This year's crowd is especially big thanks to this chaotic world. Workers wake up at dawn from their leukemia-inducing dorm rooms, grab a cup of adulterated soy milk and a steamed bun stuffed with rotten meat filling. After a morning of hustle, they treat themselves to 2 takeout orders, braised pork belly made from lymphatic meat and braised chicken stewed in soy sauce for nearly 2 decades. In the afternoon, they grab a milk tea laced with expired non-dairy creamer and a fruit platter of rotten slices. By evening, they meet friends for hot pot loaded with chili essence, artificial flavorings, and gutter oil. They order tech-enhanced beef, fake duck blood, and tripe preserved in formaldehyde. Back in their formaldehyde-laced homes, they apply fluorescent whitening masks and snuggle under substandard cotton quilts. Our thriving business relies entirely on the assistance of unscrupulous domestic merchants. By drastically increasing the likelihood of serious illness among the populace, they create a desperate need for saviors like us to provide fresh organs and save their lives. Oof. The girl sneered coldly. It's true, those who harm their own kind do so with the most cruelty. Which room is the guest in? I'll go ahead. Room 8. Remember to play it smart this time. You need to build the hype at the auction to drive up the price. Got it. Don't need your advice. The girl took one last drag of her cigarette and flicked the butt onto the ground. She borrowed a jacket from another girl in the room, then retied her twin ponytails into a single high ponytail. When she arrived at room 8, she saw 2 guests being ushered in with numbered tickets. Nice one, Schwer. You're the first to get business this year. Boss will give you a red envelope, right? Treat me to dinner tonight, the suited bodyguard at the door chuckled. The girl shot him a withering look before entering the room, where she saw the guests standing with various expressions on their faces. Some needed organ transplants for themselves, others for family members. But hospital organs were limited. Fresh transplants only came from patients who had signed organ donation agreements. Moreover, the waiting list was long. By the time their turn came, they might not survive. That's why they'd learned through special channels about this place where organ trafficking began every August. Pay the price and you were guaranteed a compatible organ. But this year, the rules changed. Instead of fixed price purchases, organs were now sold through auctions. Chapter 129, The Clue Grows Closer. Thank you all for waiting. I'll briefly outline today's auction items. From kidneys to pancreas, liver, gallbladder, heart, ligaments, eyeballs, teeth, and skin. We'll sell them in the order of the circulatory system. Bidders, raise your number cards to place bids. Each increment must be no less than 5,000 yuan. August is reserved for organ sales to ordinary people. After this, those wishing to participate will need to undergo financial verification. So cherish this auction opportunity. A man in the room raised his hand and asked, "Excuse me, what was the blood type of this donor?" "Hold on." The girl entered the inner compartment and saw Qingteng strapped to the hospital bed. A doctor and 2 nurses were disinfecting his body. "What is his blood type?" "Type O." "Huh, so you're a universal donor, little brother. You're such an angel." The girl patted Qingteng's cheek and turned to head back outside. "It's type O. Everyone can proceed with the procedure." While organ transplants typically require matching blood types, in special circumstances, type O donors are universal recipients and can be used. Qingteng was then wheeled out on a stretcher, clad only in underwear, blindfolded, and gagged. The onlookers watched him coldly. Though cruel, sacrificing one person could save many others, perhaps even themselves or their families. Not a trace of sympathy flickered across the bidders' faces. Instead, their eyes fixed on the marked sections of Qingteng's body, where markers indicated the positions of his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. "Can you remove the blindfold? I'm here to buy eyeballs. I want to see his eyes." "Don't worry, his eyes are bright as can be. When he was staring at my thighs earlier, it was like he had magnifying glasses on. He could pass a pilot's exam with flying colors." The girl lit a cigarette and urged the bidders to maintain order. Bidding begins now, starting with the kidneys. As you all know, there are 2 kidneys. The second kidney's starting bid is based on the first kidney's selling price. So bidding on the first kidney is definitely a bargain. 300,000. 360,000. 420,000. Time shifts back to the present. Lin Dong and Ding Wei were conducting an investigation at a clinic in the urban village. This one doesn't have it either. Ding Wei crossed off the clinic's name in her notebook. Before starting their investigation, she had researched the entire list of clinics and pharmacies in the urban village online, then systematically checked each one off the list. This was already the 5th one they had checked. This tiny urban village has so many clinics and pharmacies. The fact that they haven't gone out of business means the profits must be substantial. What a racket. You bet. Back in the day, seeing a doctor for a cold cost just a few bucks. Nowadays, clinics hear you have a cold, make you get a blood test to check for viral infection, then give you shots or 4 drips. After all that fuss, it'll set you back 300 or 400 bucks. Ding Wei glanced at the nearby pharmacy and rolled her eyes. Pharmacies are much the same, they practically want to give you every medicine in the store. A random handful of pills costs over 100 yuan. With such high profit margins, how could they ever go out of business? The 2 chatted as they walked into the next pharmacy. "Hello, what can I help you with?" Ding Wei approached and whispered, "I'm looking for someone. Have you seen this person in your store over the past couple of days?" The young female clerk appeared to be around the same age as Lin Dong and the others. She stared at the photo, then her eyes lit up. This could work. Lin Dong knew from her reaction they were on the right track. Yes, the night before last. He must be a beggar covered in grime and wearing only 1 shoe. The manager was here then and thought he was begging, ready to shoo him away. But he said he was here to buy medicine. What kind of medicine did he buy? Ding Wei pressed. A spray for bruises and sprains. Probably twisted his ankle, it was badly swollen. He had money on him, so we didn't kick him out. He looked pitiful, so before he left, I gave him the shandong pancake I'd just bought. Ding Wei looked at Lin Dong and nodded approvingly. It seemed his hunch was correct. Huangbuqing had sustained an injury while running, which explained why his gait appeared off in the surveillance footage. Did he say anything at the time? Not much. Just that he was looking for someone, not begging, and that he had money. He said something about coming back to thank me once he got home safely. Which direction did he head after getting the medicine? He crossed the street. Lin Dong noticed the pharmacy's security camera and requested access to the footage after Ding Wei presented her police ID. The footage showed Huangbuqing limping across the street after leaving the pharmacy. He must have known exactly where he was going to find someone, because he left the pharmacy without hesitation. Yeah, that matches my theory. The next alley isn't far across the street. He'd just turn right after exiting and walk a short distance to the crosswalk. He endured the pain to climb over the fence. It looked like he was taking a shortcut. Maybe the person he was looking for was in that building across the street. Ding Wei glanced back and asked the clerk, "Is there a slaughterhouse over there?" Slaughterhouses are usually near markets. There aren't any in this residential area. But there is a cold storage facility over there, a pretty big one. They say it holds hundreds of tons of meat. Lin Dong felt the clues slowly closing in. They suspected Huang Buqing's supplier was the owner of the slaughterhouse or cold storage facility, and coincidentally, there was a cold storage facility in the direction Huang Buqing had last disappeared. After leaving the pharmacy, Lin Dong and Ding Wei followed Huang Buqing's path, climbing over a fence and crossing the street to the opposite side. Several shops blocked their view ahead. Surveillance footage showed Huang Buqing had turned right just before disappearing from the camera's view. An old man sat by the roadside, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan while seated on a stool. "Excuse me, sir, could you tell me how to get to the cold storage?" "Which cold storage?" "There are two here. One's a bit farther away on Wangjing Street. The other's closer. Take this path, go through the residential buildings, cross the street, and you'll be there." This path wasn't a proper road, barely wide enough for a motorcycle. Most of the houses here were self-built by landlords, not part of a formal residential complex, so naturally, no surveillance cameras were installed. No wonder the surveillance system didn't pick up Huang Buqing. He crossed the road section where the traffic light cameras are spaced farther apart. Plus, it was nighttime, so his features were too blurry to identify him. Ding Wei strided alongside Lin Dong, her long legs keeping pace. Watching him scan the surroundings like a scanner, eyes darting everywhere, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, you look like a robot with infrared scanning activated. I'm checking if there are cameras at the entrances of the residential buildings on both sides. Surprisingly, there aren't any. Security here is pretty good. If thefts were common, the owners of these self-built houses would definitely be willing to spend some money installing cameras." Chapter 130, The Drone. After passing through the residential buildings and crossing a minor road, Lin Dong spotted Tianli Cold Storage. Capable of freezing hundreds of tons of meat, its scale was undeniably substantial. Parked at the entrance were refrigerated trucks hauling meat and minivans. The trucks delivered frozen meat, while the vans went to slaughterhouses to collect fresh meat. Under normal circumstances, pork in the cold storage was rotated every 3 months, while beef and mutton were rotated every 4 months. However, many cold storage owners, seeking profit, would buy meat when prices were low and wait until prices rose before releasing it. Since meat market prices fluctuate frequently, meat stored in cold storage is sometimes held for up to 6 months or even over a year to sell at higher prices when the market peaks. As for the so-called zombie meat circulating online, the kind frozen for over a decade or even 2 decades, it simply doesn't exist in China. China's large population creates massive demand for meat, and people consume virtually all types. Given this demand, why would anyone keep stockpiling meat for so long without selling it? If discovered by the Food Safety Authority, the fines would be astronomical, utterly unprofitable. There's surveillance at the hardware store entrance, facing the opposite side of the street. It might have captured Huang Buqing's movements. If not, he must be in one of those self-built residential buildings we passed. Lin Dong nodded and went with Ding Wei to the hardware store. Through the surveillance footage, they confirmed that Huang Buqing had indeed entered the cold storage facility. Upon receiving the news, plainclothes officers from the task force began gathering around the freezer warehouse. Lin Dong approached Dai Wenxian's vehicle and accepted the water he offered. "You guys moved fast, less than 2 hours to pinpoint Huang Buqing's location. But locating Huang Buqing is useless. If he's dead, all leads would be severed," another officer interjected anxiously. Huang Buqing had entered the cold storage facility the night before last, and the police's investigation progress over the past 2 days had been open and transparent. Many people who saw the police investigating the case posted updates on their social media feeds or family group chats. News spread rapidly, and the criminals behind the scenes had surely caught wind of it. The most direct way to sever the trail? Silence the witness. Wrong. Since Huang Buqing led us to the cold storage, this lead isn't severed. Even if he's dead, isn't the cold storage owner still a lead? Lin Dong's words made everyone in the car shudder. Exactly. If Huang Buqing died in the freezer, the owner can't escape responsibility. Why would he kill Huang? He must be covering up something bigger. We can definitely pry more information out of him. Dai Wenxiang suggested. First, find out the freezer owner's details. He might not be at the freezer. If we go in now, we'll alert him. Locate and secure the freezer owner first, then we'll move in. Don't just sit around waiting. Send a drone in to scout the place. With technological advances, police equipment has also evolved. Drones are now widely used. Civilians capture scenic footage, while soldiers deploy them to drop explosives. Police, however, deploy them to survey arrest sites beforehand, pinpoint all exits, and preemptively secure the perimeter to prevent suspects from escaping. Soon, Dai Wenxiang summoned the drone operator. After launching the drone, he returned to the vehicle. Lin Dong stared at the screen, noticing from the overhead view that this cold storage facility was surprisingly large. Beyond the cold storage, several buildings and tin roof structures stood in the rear. Workers were loading meat from the cold storage into trucks. After watching for over 2 hours, Ding Wei, sitting beside him, leaned against Lin Dong and fell asleep. Lin Dong kept his eyes glued to the screen. The drone operator, unable to relax, rubbed his eyes and couldn't help but yawn. "Why don't you get some sleep? I'll keep watch for now." "I can't sleep. This is such an important arrest operation. What if we miss something? Dai Wenxiang had finished a whole pack of cigarettes and was about to open the car door to buy another when Lin Dong spotted a suspicious figure in a suit through the drone feed. After getting out of the car, he crossed the courtyard behind the cold storage and approached the entrance of one of the buildings. He lifted his mask, tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, and gazed upward at the entrance above him, his gaze landing precisely on the camera at the top. The heavy iron gate swung open. The man replaced his mask and stepped inside. Where else requires identity verification? From my experience, only drug traffickers are this cautious. Legitimate businesses don't go to such lengths. The drone operator looked up at Dai Wenxiang. Director Dai, this cold storage facility is definitely suspicious. Even if it's not connected to the cannibalism case, it's certainly involved in other illegal activities. It's like ancient shops. If they closed during the day, people would assume they were shady operations. After all, why would a legitimate shop cease operations in broad daylight? I'll call and check on the situation with team leader Chen. Chen Zhen had teamed up with the Qingteng City police to arrest the cold storage owner. Nearly 2 hours had passed. Results should have been in by now. When he called, the line was filled with chaotic voices, faint curses echoing in the background. You bastards! How dare you cops arrest people like this? I didn't steal or rob anyone. I'm just running a business. What right do you have to arrest me? Give me the phone. I need to call my lawyer. Shut the hell up. Chen Zhen exhaled a heavy breath before addressing Dai Wenxiang. We've got him. You can move in now. Great. We just uncovered new leads and were worried he might escape. Dai Wenxiang grabbed his walkie-talkie, a surge of energy erupting from his mouth. Manhunt operation commences. Teams 1 and 2 secure all exits. The rest follow me inside. Homicide division stays out. If any of you get hurt, your provincial bureau chief will have to fly to Jiangsu to answer for it. After checking his magazine and confirming it was fully loaded, Dai Wenxiang led the SWAT team into the freezer. Focus on this building. We're likely looking at a big fish inside, Lin Dong instructed the drone operator over the radio. If anyone tried to escape, he would report it to Dai Wenxiang immediately. Police. Hands on your heads, don't move. The workers unloading cargo froze in shock when the police burst in. We were just working. How did we attract the police? This isn't your problem. Just cooperate. Go get everyone out of the freezer. And you drivers over there, come here and stand right here. Dai Wenxiang wore body armor, his gun's safety off to prevent accidental discharge. You guys go check the freezer. Post someone at the door. Don't get locked in there yourselves. Officer, what's going on? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? How many meat storage rooms do you have here? Dai Wenxiang didn't answer his question. 4 large meat storage rooms. So you mean there are smaller ones too? There's also a small one belonging to the boss himself. He sometimes stores game meat there. It's his private freezer. Dai Wenxiang's heart skipped a beat. Where is that storage room? Lead the way. Chapter 131, A True Brother Takes the Blame. Guided by the worker, Dai Wenxiang saw the private freezer. It wasn't in the front unloading area, but tucked away in the back living quarters. This is where the boss and his friends hang out. We rarely come here. As for this freezer, it was during a New Year celebration once when the boss said he'd treat us to a meal. He pulled out a wild boar from inside, and that's when I realized it was filled with game meat. Do you have a key? Dai Wenxiang asked. We don't have keys. Only the boss and his wife have them. The boss isn't here today, but his wife should be resting inside. The worker pointed in a direction. Dai Wenxiang recognized it as the marked building captured by the drone footage, the one under close surveillance. Earlier, a suspicious figure had entered. Now, through surveillance, the people inside must have realized they were surrounded. Bald Eagle, can you fly the drone through a window to check inside? Roger that. The drone operator maneuvered the drone around the building, searching until he finally found an open window. With skilled control, the drone successfully flew inside. Damn, that was cool. Makes me want to get my drone license, Lin Dong said with a grin. Practice makes perfect. With regular training, you can reach this level of skill. The drone operator held his breath. The next maneuvers required even greater precision, lest the drone collide with objects or walls indoors. Inside the building, the group watched the police outside on the monitors and began to panic. What do we do, sis? The cops seem to have us surrounded. Panic. Panic about what? We haven't done anything. What could they possibly find? The cops must be here for Huangbuching. How did they track us down so fast? Should we call Brother Shui? Ask him what to do. The woman gasped for breath. We can't call him. Since the cops found us, they'll definitely start by investigating the cold storage owner's identity. There might even be cops watching him right now. What did you do with Huangbuching? The man in the suit who had just entered had originally intended to find the cold storage owner, the one called Brother Shui, to discuss this year's corpse disposal arrangements. They avoided phone contact because they knew electronic devices weren't secure unless encrypted software was used. But the uneducated guys running the cold storage facility wouldn't know how to handle such complicated stuff. So their communication relied on the most primitive method, verbal exchange, which was the safest. He came looking for Shuei-gu the night before last, begging for a way out. Shuei-gu beat him to death with a stick and dumped him in the freezer. The man in the suit pushed his tongue against his teeth. You mean Huang Buqing's body is still in the freezer? Ha, that's a disaster waiting to happen. The cops are investigating the freezer, they'll find it for sure. We processed the body, one henchman said. We dismembered it and stuffed the pieces into the bellies of those wild boars. Plus, it's frozen meat, the cops probably won't notice. You think the cops found this place so fast because they're geniuses? If you'd hidden Huang Buqing's body in the big freezer, buried under hundreds of tons of meat, they might never have found it. But stashing it in a private freezer. I can't even bring myself to scold you. We can't rely on the cops not finding Huang Buqing's body. We need to find a scapegoat to take the fall for all this. The boss's wife scanned her henchman with her gaze. Those she locked eyes with instinctively lowered their heads. Taking the fall for murder meant facing a bullet. Even if it wasn't the death penalty, it would be life imprisonment. With good behavior, they might be released after 20 years. With bad behavior, they'd die in prison. You useless pieces of trash. Brother Shuei treated you well all this time for nothing. Do you think you can escape punishment by not stepping forward? Every single thing you've done is a capital offense. If any of you step forward to take the fall, I promise you this, Brother Shuei and I will support your families. I'll get you the best lawyers. You might even get out in 10 or 8 years. The man in the suit added, you could claim Huang Buqing attacked you suddenly and you killed him in self-defense. That should reduce your sentence. Big sister pulled the key from her purse. You only get one chance. Whoever truly regards Brother Shuei as their leader and feels I've treated him well as his sister-in-law should come forward and take the keys. When the police question you later, you know what to say. Soon, the youngest man stepped forward, barely in his 20s. Big sister, can you promise to take good care of my family after I go in? The woman flashed a smile with her red lips. I swear on my life, I'll take good care of your family. Once this is over, I'll send your family 300,000 yuan right away, and then provide them with living expenses every year. Someone, punch him in the face a few times to make it look like he's injured. When the police ask later, just say he was beaten by Huang Buqing. Outside, the special forces were already in position, about to cut through the iron gate with a cutting tool. Squeak! The gate swung open. Dai Wenxiang stood rigidly, gun raised, staring straight ahead. Inside, 7 people slowly emerged with their hands raised. Aside from the woman in the bright red dress, the other 6 were all men. Officer, what's going on? Cut the act. You know exactly what you've done. Is anyone else inside? Just us. Who else would be here? The woman said in a sweet, coquettish voice, seemingly unafraid of the police. How could any normal person not be afraid when confronted by armed police? Unless she had something to hide and was putting on a brave face. Chief, this woman is Sun Qian, the wife of Zhao Qiushui, the cold storage owner, the officer beside him said, checking the information sent from headquarters on his phone. You lot go in and search thoroughly. See if anyone else is hiding. Check them for dangerous items. Be thorough. Seeing the officer's approach, Sun Qian snorted haughtily. You want men to search my body? What if they try to take advantage of me? You're not going to strip me down to my underwear for inspection, are you? If so, at least find a private room. Show some respect. You're suspects in a major murder case. Now, where is the key to this freezer? Sun Qian flashed a mischievous grin. It should be in my bag. You can look for it yourselves. Dai Wenxiang walked over personally and took the bag to inspect it. After rummaging for a while, he found nothing. You're messing with me? There's no key here. Oh dear, maybe it was stolen? I distinctly remember putting it in my bag. Officer, I swear I'm not lying. Please look again. After the drone emerged from the building, Lin Dong saw them locked in a standoff in the courtyard. He led Ding Wei and Leng Junying to the courtyard behind the freezer warehouse. Chief Dai, have you found Huang Buqing? No luck. Everyone from the freezer's here. I'm afraid. Huang Buqing's probably in serious trouble. After speaking, Dai Wenxiang turned to look at the small freezer not far away. He might be in there. Chapter 132, Someone inside the wild boar's belly. They won't hand over the keys? Look at their expressions, do they seem cooperative? Dai Wenxiang sighed. Suspects these days are crafty. They know the police can't touch them without evidence, so they won't cooperate until there's solid proof. Lin Dong turned around just as the officers conducting the search pulled a key from the pocket of a man wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt. Chief Dai. We found a key, not sure if it opens the freezer door. Yang Hang, how did my key end up with you? Sun Qian shouted, furious. I kept wondering why things kept disappearing from the warehouse. Turns out we had a thief in our own house. Lin Dong folded his arms, silently watching their performance. So fake. Ding Wei couldn't help but mutter. Yeah, totally fake. There's no gold or treasure in the freezer. Why steal the key? Lin Dong didn't call them out just yet. Instead, he took the key and unlocked the freezer door. A wave of frigid air surged out like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the entire hallway, as if the very air had frozen solid. Lin Dong instinctively pulled his clothes tighter around himself, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet his gaze grew sharper, piercing through the hazy cold air to scan the interior of the freezer. The freezer wasn't large, containing 5 rows of shelves stacked with various meats. Lin Dongzheng exhaled a puff of breath as she stepped inside and scanned the room. Wild boar, pheasant, civet, wild goose, white-faced chicken. The owner sure has a taste for game. Doesn't seem too worried about catching diseases. Lin Dong circled the room but found no sign of Huang Buqing's body. This was strange. Huang Buqing shouldn't have left the freezer. The task force had searched every building within the freezer's vicinity and found no other people. Could Huang Buqing have snuck out of the urban village by sneaking onto a refrigerated truck? Nothing? Dai Wenxiang entered the room. Looks like we'll have to bring those guys back for thorough interrogation. Focus on cracking the guy in gray. The drone footage showed that woman handed him the keys and the other one beat him up. Could this be a setup to pin the crime on him? If we find Huang Buqing's body, he'll claim responsibility. Can't rule it out, but the problem is we still haven't found Huang Buqing's body. Lin Dong scratched his cheek, noticing Lin Dongzheng standing before a frozen wild boar. Is something wrong? Everyone turned to look. Lin Dongzheng was touching the ice layer on the boar's body. The ice on this boar isn't as thick as on other animal carcasses. Even the one next to it has a thicker layer of ice. In other words, this boar must have been recently frozen. But look here, the flesh has turned white. That's a sign of thawed meat being refrozen. Thawed meat will have a different color from meat that was frozen solid. Damn it, I almost fell for it. They probably stuffed Huang Buqing's body into the boar's belly. To stuff a whole live person into this boar's belly, it would probably have to burst. Most likely, they dismembered the body before stuffing it inside. The police hauled the boar out and placed it in a container filled with brine to accelerate thawing. As the flesh thawed and softened, the contents inside the boar's belly slid out, buoyed by the water's buoyancy. A hand. A human hand. The onlooker, a laborer, nearly gasped for breath and fainted. Lin Dongzheng retrieved all the severed limbs, which assembled into a complete human form. This is Huang Buqing. Lin Dong never doubted Ding Wei's ability to identify people. Dai Wenxiang clenched his fists and said to Sun Qian, "Do you have anything else to explain?" "I don't know. How could there be a dead body inside a wild boar? Was he eaten by the boar and then still inside it when the hunter sold it to us?" Sun Qian was still feigning ignorance. "I confess. I killed him." Yang Hang weakly raised his hand, his entire body trembling. Seeing the man in gray step forward to confess, Lin Dong felt no surprise. The drone footage clearly showed this woman had found a scapegoat to take the fall. It was likely something like, "After you take the blame, I'll give your family some money. If you manage to get out, you won't have to worry about making ends meet." "What? Yang Hang, how could you kill someone?" Sun Qian feigned shock. "Who was he? Did you have some deep-seated grudge against him?" "I was on duty the night before last when I spotted someone acting shady. I went over to ask what he was doing. He acted like a lunatic, no warning, just started beating me up. Look at these injuries on my face, he did this to me." "And then you accidentally killed him?" Sun Qian continued to steer the conversation. "Yeah, it wasn't on purpose. He kept chasing me and hitting me. If I hadn't fought back, he would have beaten me to death. There happened to be a broken bone on the ground, so I stabbed him with it. Who knew he'd die? I panicked, so I stole your freezer key, hid the body inside the wild boar, and planned to buy it back from Brother Shui later. Then I'd haul it home and dispose of the body." Sun Qian sighed, her face full of worry as she pleaded for mercy. "Officer, this boy is still young and doesn't know any better. If he got beaten up, he should have just called the police. How did he end up accidentally killing someone? Look at the mess this has caused. With a dead body in our freezer, how are we supposed to run our business now?" Dai Wenxiang shot her a withering look. She was acting like a drama queen. "Take them all back for thorough interrogation." Although the task force's case didn't originate in Qingteng City, Huang Buqing had died there, so the local police took it very seriously. To expedite interrogations, the task force decided to borrow Qingteng City police station facilities to directly question Zhao Qiushui, Sun Qian, and others. This case is more complex than any I've handled before, and its nature is utterly heinous. "You're something else, Lin Dong, a walking Sherlock Holmes." "Ah, I wish I didn't have to. All this casework leaves me no time to write my novel." Lin Dong hadn't dared to open the comments section these past few days. They were undoubtedly all demanding updates. Comments like, "Even the donkey in the production brigade gets more rest than you do. He da. Zhao Qiushui and Sun Qian's statements are in." Ding Wei strode into the break room. Zhao Qiushui claims he wasn't at the freezer warehouse the night before last, he was fishing by the sea. He has witnesses, but the thing is, those witnesses are all very close to Zhao Qiushui. We can't rule out the possibility of perjury. "When did he go fishing by the sea?" Lin Dong asked. Zhao Qiushui said it was at night, around the same time Huang Buqing entered the freezer. Then he wouldn't need anyone to lie. He could have killed the guy and left immediately. Huang Buqing's body was frozen, so the estimated time of death would be off. This Zhao Qiushui is a pro, he knows his forensic stuff inside out. Ding Wei clasped her hands and gave a cold smile. His wife is the real drama queen. If you'd been in the interrogation room just now, you'd probably have wanted to punch her. Chapter 133, Boiling a Frog in Warm Water. Zhao Qiushui's statement. The night before last, I met friends for night fishing. Around 10 p.m., I drove away from the cold storage facility and arrived at the port around 11 p.m. to charter a boat for night fishing. The fishing boat didn't return until around 5 a.m. the next morning. I drove home to catch up on sleep, slept until around 4 or 5 p.m., and stayed home until you arrived. Sun Qian's statement. We've run this cold storage facility for over a decade. It feels like home to us now. Sometimes I don't even go back to my place, I just sleep here. There's a bed and air conditioning, and driving home takes half an hour anyway. It's just too much trouble. I was at the cold storage the night before last, but I went to bed early. After my husband drove off, I went to sleep around 10 o'clock. As for when that kid Yang Hang came to steal the key, I'm not entirely sure. Yang Hang started working with us when he was 19. I treated him like my own brother and never suspected him. He had a key to the place where we lived, so he could come and go freely. Our freezer is huge. He said he got into a fight with Huang Buqing, but I didn't hear a thing, I was sleeping too soundly. I know Huang Buqing. He often comes to us for supplies, though not in large quantities. Hunshan Gaoken Town is developing well now, with high demand for meat. We frequently deliver there and drop off his orders on the way. As for why Huang Buqing ended up here, I honestly have no clue. They timed it perfectly. Unless they constantly check their phones, the margin of error wouldn't be controlled so precisely within an hour. Lin Dong's implication was clear, they had colluded beforehand. The cold storage surveillance is broken, so there's no footage from the past few days. The cameras on that iron door building don't have storage cards, meaning no cache function, they only show real-time views of people outside. Brilliant! Lin Dong's eyes widened, his expression visibly excited. Ding Wei tilted her head in confusion. Had he lost his mind from anger? This killer was indeed cunning, framing someone else for the crime. Don't get angry. Yang Hang is the breakthrough. As long as he admits he was framed, Zhao Qiushui and Sun Qian's lies will collapse on their own. He's not angry. Does he look angry to you? That's excitement. Lin Junying understood Lin Dong's state of mind. She felt this way before when encountering unsolved cases, but major crimes and mysteries were rare under the Emperor's rule. She sometimes wondered if her own emotional detachment, even a certain coldness, stemmed from too long without major cases, leaving her emotions stagnant. Ha! You truly understand me, Dr. Lang. A criminal who doesn't strive for the perfect crime isn't a good criminal. Killing someone and casually dumping the body, leaving traces everywhere at the scene, that kind of case is utterly boring. Ding Wei pouted slightly, her delicate nose wrinkling. Sometimes she thought he was utterly twisted, though it seemed many geniuses were like that, appearing madly eccentric to outsiders. In the Guangdong region, they call such people madmen. But somehow, that madness felt strangely charming. He really is the man I adore. I told you, how could I possibly admire ordinary people? Yang Hang is the key. If we can get him to talk, everything else will fall into place. But at his age, he's easily swayed by loyalty. We can't force him, we have to win him over. Lin Junying rose from his chair. I'll borrow a car from them to investigate Yang Hang's background. My guess is he will probably ask his hacker friends for help. Feels like he used you as the fourth wildcard in our homicide investigation unit. As long as you pay her, she'll be willing to help. Luckily, once I finish the script, the royalties will come in, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford her fees. Inside the interrogation room, Yang Hang sat on the interrogation bench, looking utterly dejected. 2 shifts of interrogators had already taken turns questioning him, but he'd only admitted to killing Huang Buqing, nothing else. Squeak! The interrogation room door swung open as Lin Dong and Ding Wei entered, taking seats across from him. Changing interrogators again. I've already confessed to the murder. Just sentence me already, whether it's execution or imprisonment, give me a quick end. Yang Hang had lost all patience. Murder and dismemberment, you're looking at death. You admit it so readily, seeming so cool about it, but don't you feel like you're getting the short end of the stick? What's the loss? It's just a worthless life. The sooner I die, the sooner I can be reincarnated, officer. Yang Hang shrugged nonchalantly. You're only 24, in the prime of your life. You have a younger sister, 10 years your junior. I know what you're thinking, that if you die, your sister can take care of your parents. Lin Dong's interrogation technique, strike at his weak spot first to loosen his tongue. Based on the evidence we have so far, we haven't found any weapon matching your claim of stabbing Huang Buqing to death with a bone. And you said you carried wild boar meat out of the freezer, then stuffed Huang Buqing's dismembered body back in. Setting aside whether one person could lift over 300 pounds of wild boar, consider this: frozen meat must thaw before you could stuff the body inside. And you claim to have dismembered the body all by yourself. You're some kind of superhero, huh? You managed to pull off a job that would normally take several people all by yourself in one night, and did it so quietly that nobody heard a thing. Yang Heng pressed his tongue against his teeth, his expression twisted with conflict. I know Zhao Qiushui did all this. Even if you take the blame for him now, once we uncover the truth, you won't just be an accomplice, you'll also be charged with perjury. That'll add years to your sentence. Given your current situation, as long as you didn't personally kill Huang Buqing, even if they forced you to dismember the body, you'd only get a few years. You'd be out before you turn 30. You could start your life over. If you take the fall and get executed, knowing human nature as I do, Zhao Qiushui won't give a damn about your family. Your sister, with our family's poor circumstances and no brother to protect her, you can imagine how hard her life will be. I've said all I need to say. I've given you every chance to save face. I respect you. I hope you respect me in return. Lin Dong slammed his hand on the table, the noise jolting Yang Heng back to his senses. Is there really a future for someone who's been to prison? In this age of social media, you're not bad looking either, got that ruggedly handsome vibe. Set up a fried rice stall, live stream while you cook, and you could make a decent buck. If you accidentally go viral, next time I see you, there might even be bodyguards blocking my way, telling me I need to queue up to get your autograph. Lin Dong's words brought a look of relief to Yang Heng's face. That guy looks like he's about to spill the beans. Dai Wenxiang clenched his fists nervously, his eyes fixed intently on the scene. Wow! Who knew interrogations could go like this? Earlier, we tried every trick in the book, but that guy wouldn't say a single word to us. Shenzhen didn't know where Lin Dong had learned that Yang Heng had a close relationship with his sister. Using their sibling bond to break through that wall, once a crack appeared, they slowly boiled the frog, gradually dismantling Yang Heng's psychological defenses. Compared to Lin Dong, I felt like a complete rookie. Chapter 134, The Black Doctor. I didn't kill him. Hearing Yang Heng speak, Ding Wei exhaled in relief. She sat listening intently, showing no intention of interrupting. Her laptop flew across the desk as she recorded every word Yang Heng uttered. The night before last, Huang Buqing came to find Brother Shui, begging for his life. We all knew he'd come because Brother Shui had hired someone to kill him. To survive, he had no choice but to come to us. Why didn't he flee to another city? Yang Heng replied, a guy like him? He's used to living off whatever's available, whether it's the mountains or the cold storage. He's too lazy to endure hardship elsewhere. He'd probably rather die than live an unsettled life on the run. Lin Dong motioned for him to continue. Huang Buqing realized Shui Gu intended to silence him by killing him, as he knew too many unsavory secrets. Every August, bodies would be delivered to our cold storage, requiring us to dispose of them without a trace. Shui Gu and Huang Buqing were fellow villagers. He claimed the Huang brothers and their mother were rotten to the core. It was in their genes, impossible to change. People like that? Useful. Shui Gu approached Huang Buqing about handling the bodies, promising him 10,000 yuan for each corpse disposed of. Shui asked Huang how to dispose of them so the police would never find out. Huang said if they get eaten and then excreted, they'll never be discovered. I still remember Brother Shui telling us how Huang Buqing dismembered the bodies, cured the meat into cured pork, and sold it to people in town. I nearly threw up. I warned my sister never to eat meat from Hengshan, though I never told her why. Lin Dong continued guiding the interrogation. When was the first time you helped dispose of a body? Who brought the body? 2 years ago. At the time, domestic meat prices had plummeted, and Shui Ge's business was struggling. Selling the meat in the freezer meant losses, but not selling it meant no cash flow to cover rent and wages. Just then, someone approached Brother Shui and struck this deal. I recall we processed 12 bodies the first year and 21 the second. This year hasn't started yet. Normally, they should be brought in any day now. But with all the commotion you cops have stirred up, they definitely won't dare make a move. As for who they belong to, I have no idea. Brother Shui has always handled the contacts. When the bodies arrive, their stomachs are always cut open, and some even have their eyeballs gouged out. I've heard that wealthy people with illnesses buy human organs through special channels. Some even get their blood completely replaced with young people's blood regularly to stay vigorous. I didn't believe it until I got involved in this line of work. Besides Brother Shui and his wife, including me, only 8 people know about this. The outside porters weren't involved. 33 bodies. Hearing this number, everyone in the observation room felt their hair stand on end, followed by anger and dread. Outrage at how these criminal organizations treated human life as cheap. The dread stemmed from the realization that, had this case not been uncovered by chance, who knows how many more victims would have fallen this year. Was that man in the suit the one who delivered the bodies to you? Yang Heng swallowed hard, clearing his throat. I'd never seen him before either, but he must be one of them. He came today to confirm whether Huang Buqing was dead. When he heard we'd killed Huang Buqing, he immediately sensed trouble. The police would definitely come looking. Before he could leave, you surrounded the freezer. Ding Wei was baffled. He came in person just to confirm Huan Buqing's death? Wouldn't a phone call have been easier? That group is extremely cautious. They think phone calls and texts are too easy for the police to trace. As for encrypted software, Xu Wei and his crew aren't very educated. They tried learning it for ages but never got the hang of it. So they've always stuck to verbal communication and cash payments. Looks like we got lucky today. If we'd raided the cold storage earlier, the trail would have gone cold again. Even if Zhao Qiushui and Sun Xian admitted to disposing of the bodies, they wouldn't lead us to the organ trafficking ring. Yang Hang had confessed most of what he knew. Lin Dong instructed Ding Wei to finalize the transcript before heading to the adjacent observation room. With Yang Hang's confession, we'll eventually crack Zhao Qiushui and Sun Xian. The real challenge now is how to get the suit-wearing man to talk. Dai Wenxiang stood with his hands behind his back, taking a deep breath. Has the man in the suit revealed anything? Lin Dong inquired. Nothing. He hasn't uttered a word. We don't even know his identity. We've activated facial recognition technology and should identify him soon. But if he refuses to talk, we won't get any leads on the criminal organization. Ugh, what a headache. Lin Dong shook his head with a smile. Not necessarily. Not necessarily? So you have an idea? Dai Wenxiang had been working alongside Lin Dong on the case these past few days and had come to understand his capabilities well. If he said not necessarily, there must be a way out. Income isn't evenly distributed among doctors. Private hospitals pay their doctors exceptionally well, while doctors at top-tier hospitals sometimes earn relatively low salaries. Since this involves organ transplants, ordinary doctors simply lack the expertise. Those capable of performing such surgery should be identifiable within a specific range. In 2014, authorities uncovered a major human organ trafficking ring in China. The operation involved the illegal sale of 51 kidneys, with illicit proceeds exceeding 10 million yuan. The criminal organization comprised 15 members, including organizers, intermediaries, and medical personnel. Among the involved healthcare workers were a chief physician from a tertiary hospital in Longdu and the vice president of a county hospital in Jiangsu province. As the saying goes, unscrupulous merchants won't scheme without profit. Behind the illegal organ trade lies a fully developed industry chain designed for massive profit. Some individuals actively seek organ donors within hospitals or through illegal channels. Others arrange various examinations for organ donors and recipients. Others specifically liaise with hospital operating rooms. Some organize doctors to perform illegal organ transplant surgeries privately. In the market a few years ago, black market brokers offered full-service kidney transplant packages, skimming nearly 100,000 yuan in profits after layering on fees. During the peak popularity of Apple iPhones, a high school student sold one of his kidneys for 20,000 yuan, only to have it resold for 200,000 yuan, a stark illustration of the profits involved. Kidneys from deceased donors alone are nowhere near sufficient to meet the demand for kidney transplants in China. 10 years ago, the annual shortage of kidneys reached 1 million, while fewer than 10,000 kidney transplants were performed each year. This has forced a large number of end-stage patients to seek kidneys through illegal channels to survive. Exactly. Liang Junying affirmed Lin Dong's words. There are fewer than 1,000 surgeons in China qualified to perform organ transplants, and even fewer who can handle complex procedures like heart, kidney, and lung transplants. We might be able to trace the criminal organizations behind organ trafficking by following this doctor lead. The task force, whose morale had been flagging, now reignited with renewed determination. Comrades, lift your spirits. Even if we can't pry that person's mouth open, and even if we have no leads, we will find new ones. This major criminal case has severely damaged the reputations of both Binshui and Hengshan cities. Therefore, we must apprehend the criminal organization and its members involved in this case. We owe it to the victims' families and to society at large. Chapter 135, Releasing a Smokescreen. The investigation now shifted focus to tracking down black market doctors. Lin Dong instructed Ding Wei to retrieve domestic case files related to illegal organ transplant trafficking, seeking commonalities among these black market doctors. I found several relevant case files. In 2010, Longdu cracked down on illegal organ transplants involving a chief physician and nurses from a top-tier hospital, even a department director. I know that case. I was still in school when it happened, and it caused quite a stir. The broker approached the head of the urology department, offering to provide kidney sources. Faced with enormous profits, the department head agreed and even recruited doctors and nurses from his department. The brokers posted online ads offering money to find people willing to sell their kidneys. They then arranged for these sellers to be taken to suburban villas for the kidney removal procedures. Each kidney, including the surgical fees, netted them 300,000 yuan. Liang Junying paused before continuing. But that was 10 years ago. The price today is certainly much higher. Interestingly, after the fact, those who sold their kidneys pleaded with the brokers and doctors. They claimed they sold voluntarily and didn't feel wronged. On the contrary, the brokers provided them with good food and lodging, plus tens of thousands of yuan. They considered the deal fair. Domestic laws are relatively well developed and illegal organ transplants face severe penalties. But abroad, many places don't fully regulate this, so the poor become tools kept by the rich in society, ready to be used to take lives at any moment. For the right price, people will casually scout for targets on the streets, kill them, and harvest their organs. Many hospitals even sell patients' blood type information, enabling killers to precisely locate compatible organs. I've reviewed numerous case files and found that most doctors performing organ transplants work in public hospitals. Not every hospital pays its doctors well, especially non-tertiary hospitals. So these doctors might turn to the gray market to support their families or improve their quality of life. We should prioritize investigating doctors at top-tier hospitals nationwide who perform organ removal surgeries, checking if any have recently visited Ding Wei City. To launch a nationwide investigation, we must submit requests through multiple levels of approval. The task force drafted materials for submission to the municipal bureau, which then forwarded them to the provincial department for higher-level approval. Upon learning this case involved over 30 lives, the higher-ups were shocked. A nationwide collaborative investigation was initiated immediately. The commotion was truly massive. But this commotion was confined to the internal police system, not a nationwide alert. If news of this were to spread widely, it would surely scare people away. Thus, police departments nationwide began inspecting hospitals within their jurisdictions. Any facility capable of performing organ removal surgeries fell under their investigation scope. They then checked whether those doctors had taken leave and tracked their movements after taking leave. Ultimately, only 2 doctors from a public hospital in Ding Wei City met the criteria. Luo Jialin and Huang Chao, surgeons at Ding Wei Second People's Hospital, hold human organ transplant physician practice certificates and have over 8 years of relevant surgical experience. On July 15 of this year, both requested rotating leave starting in August, taking 1 week off each, alternating until year-end. Inside the task force office, a police officer was briefing the team. Doctors from a top-tier hospital taking 1 week breaks each, alternating until year-end? Who approved such outrageous leave requests? Although Lang Junying was a forensic pathologist, he had a fair understanding of the medical system. Forget such outrageous leave under normal circumstances, it's difficult for physicians to get even 2 consecutive days off. Word is the hospital director approved it. Department colleagues mention Luo Jialin and Huang Chao took similar leave last year, leaving everyone else swamped. Lin Dong let out a cold laugh. My suggestion is to have the Commission for Discipline Inspection thoroughly investigate the president. Who knows, they might uncover serious violations of official duties and suspected bribery crimes. If he refuses to cooperate, they can add the charge of obstructing organizational review. That's absolutely ridiculous. Ding Wei fully agreed with Lin Dong. Recommend a thorough investigation. Luo Jialin is still working at the office, while the other doctor, Huang Chao, remains at home. We've stationed a team outside his residence but haven't spotted him yet. It's highly probable that both doctors are involved in illegal organ transplants. Dai Wenxiang slammed his hand on the table. Then what are we waiting for? Arrest Luo Jialin. Get him to reveal where that gang's headquarters is, and send in the SWAT team to round them up. Lin Dong raised his hand and exhaled softly. Hold your horses. According to Zhao Qiushui's confession, bodies only start arriving each year in August. Luo Jialin and Huang Chao rotate shifts weekly, which means Luo hasn't visited the organ transplant site yet. That gang operates cautiously. This year's location is likely different from last year's. If we arrest Luo Jialin, it'll be like telling them we're on to them. They might not release Huang Chao again, and then we'll lose the lead. That makes sense. If Luo Jialin hasn't been to the organ transplant site yet, arresting him won't yield any information. It would only alert the others. The right move is to wait for Huang Chao's return, arrest him, and extract the organ transplant location from him. I agree with Lin Dong. Arresting Luo Jialin now is pointless. We need to use him as bait to reel in the bigger fish behind this. I concur. We absolutely cannot alert the target now, it would ruin everything. Since the central authorities are already aware of this case, if we let the suspect slip away, we'll betray the trust placed in us by our superiors and the people. Lin Dong thought to himself, I was counting on the Homicide Investigation Division's reputation to attract more cases. Don't blow it here. My archives room will never be allowed to pile up with old, unsolved cases. Because I have a ING OCD. What OCD would tolerate a single black block among a pile of white ones? So what should we do now? Task Force leader Chen Jian asked earnestly. In the office, all eyes turned to Lin Dong. Release a smokescreen. Announce publicly that we've solved the cold storage murders. Let that gang think Zhao Qiushui didn't betray them. If Zhao Qiushui confessed to those 30+ bodies, he'd die a harder death. So the criminal organization behind him might believe he hasn't revealed the whole truth. Since we're putting on a show, let's go all out. Just the other day, I learned acting techniques at the Gaokan Town Film Studio, and my skills have improved. You need to throw a victory banquet for our Homicide Investigation Division, award us a commendation banner and bonus, then hold a press conference to explain the case. When they see the flood of news online, the task force disbanded, and us back at Qingteng, they have to believe it. Chen Zhen heard this and gave a thumbs up in excitement. You've mastered Sun Tzu's art of war. Who knew it could be used against criminals? Brilliant move. But this requires flawless coordination across all departments, no slip-ups allowed. Chapter 136, Taking Them All Down. Morning of August 10, 2023. A police bulletin went viral across social media in Ding and Hengshan cities. On August 4, 2023, a kidnapping occurred in Gaokan Town, Hengshan City. The following day, the Gaokan Town police station apprehended the kidnappers, brothers Hu Mulan male, 41 and Hu Mulan male, 40. At the Hu brothers' residence, police discovered a piece of cured meat made from a human leg. Investigation revealed this cured ostrich meat was purchased by the Hu brothers. To expedite the case resolution and apprehend the real perpetrators, our city police department invited the Homicide Investigation Division from Qingteng City to assist in the investigation. They quickly identified Huang Qing male, 42, a suspect involved in selling the so-called ostrich meat. At Huang Qing's residence, police discovered a large quantity of human remains, the nature and severity of which were exceptionally gruesome. Our bureau immediately launched a manhunt for Huang Qing, who was found to have fled to Weilong village in Ding Wei City. This police bulletin detailed the case extensively. It involved 3 separate criminal incidents: the Hu brothers kidnapping case, Wang Buqing's cannibalism case, and the murder case involving Zhao Qiushui, the owner of the cold storage facility. Without such detailed reporting, the big fish behind it all would never surface. Those who had purchased ostrich meat from Huang Buqing were all labeled cannibals, causing an uproar. It also sparked heated discussions online. Oh my god, everyone, who could have known? My mom bought it and cooked it for me. I feel like throwing up right now. My uncle bought some back then and invited our whole family over to eat it. All I remember is that the meat was super tender and white. Damn it, I still have 2 pieces of ostrich meat in my freezer. I gotta get rid of them ASAP. Don't throw it away, sell it to me. Hey upstairs, you look pretty cool. The rougher the storm, the safer the fish feels. With the case now making waves, Hengshan City Police Department seized the moment to host a celebratory banquet for Lin Dong and his team. Photos posted on the official account showed Lin Dong beaming with joy while holding a commemorative banner, standing beside task force leader Chen Zhen. Subsequently, the entire Homicide Investigation Division flew back to Qingteng City. The task force held a press conference to conclude the case. Top floor office of a building in Ding Wei City. I heard the Homicide Division was pretty formidable, but I see it's nothing special. They actually thought the case was closed just because they tracked down Zhao Qiushui. Look at this photo, that guy's holding a banner, grinning like an idiot. Zhao Qiushui and his wife sure are loyal, they didn't expose us at all. Even if he told the police, they wouldn't have found us. But he is so loyal, it makes me feel like we underpaid him. Since the cops haven't found us, the auction can go ahead. The guests are waiting, eager to hand over their cash. Our girls' fish ponds are nearly overflowing this year, so many men rushing to donate organs. What about the bodies? Until we find reliable grave robbers again, we'll have to handle them ourselves. Let's just buy hydrofluoric acid and dissolve them outright. You idiot! Buying large quantities of hydrofluoric acid will get us on the cops' radar. Plus, it's only a weak acid, not very effective at decomposing bodies. It'll just make them stink to high heaven. What about a wood chipper? They're sturdy enough to pulverize a human body completely. What about hair, nails, teeth, and bone fragments? Bury them? That's no different from burying the body. What we need is to make the body vanish completely, so there are no loose ends. Inside the room, the 3 people sitting on the sofa began arguing. Enough! First, confirm whether the police have genuinely closed the case and verify if the Homicide Division has truly withdrawn. Boss, are you worried the police are just throwing us a smokescreen? The man took a drag on his Cuban cigar. Better safe than sorry, especially when it comes to life or death business. If you're too timid, you'll never accomplish anything big, boss. If you're still uneasy, I'll go double check. You guys keep the client on track, don't let the money slip away. Lin Dong, now in Qingteng City, held a book club meeting specifically to prove he had indeed returned. Pictures tell the truth, I'm really back. Don't believe me? Check the VCR. 2 more days pass like this. Finally, on the evening of the 13th, Dai Wenxiang called Lin Dong. The fish might be biting. We spotted Luo Jialin returning home, and Huang Chao just left with a suitcase. They couldn't stand the silence, huh? I thought they'd hide for a few more days. Who knew they'd slip up so fast? After hanging up, Lin Dong went to Ding Wei's bedroom. Pushing open the door, he saw Ding Wei leaning against the bed with headphones on, her long legs crossed and stretched out. She was listening to music and scrolling through news on her phone. Hearing the movement, Ding Wei turned her head, removed her earbuds, and asked with a slight parting of her rosy lips, "What's up, Hida?" The fish has taken the bait. Really? Did Luo Jialin return? Ding Wei sat up straight at the news, her eyes fixed on Lin Dong. He's back. The other doctor left in the middle of the night with a suitcase, definitely heading for an organ transplant surgery. The task force is tailing them both now, and the SWAT team is ready. That gang won't be able to escape this time. Ding Wei jumped up from the bed in excitement. Seeing the girl rush toward him, Lin Dong quickly spread his arms to catch her. Those who often held girls knew that when a girl wrapped her legs around your waist, her upper body naturally rose higher than a man's. From Lin Dong's vantage point, he could see Xiao Ding's ample bosom rising and falling slightly, tracing mesmerizing curves with each bounce. Hey, what are you doing? I'm happy. We solved such a big case, aren't you happy? Ahem, he was indeed quite happy right now. And a bit excited. Don't pop the champagne yet. The criminals aren't in custody. You're right about that. Lin Dong released his grip, and Ding Wei slid down his body, bumping against something midway. What was that? Just as she bent down to look, Lin Dong had already turned and walked toward the door. Tell Dr. Lang I'll continue working on the script. Once they've rounded up the suspects, we'll head over. All right. I want to see what those heartless hard-digging men actually look like. Hard to say. Most of the victims this time are male. It might not be the heart ripper, it could be the heart ripperess. At 2 a.m., after the task force pinpointed the criminals' hideout, they launched a large-scale raid. As police stormed the building, 2 rooms were still conducting auctions. Victims were bound to racks, clad only in underwear. His body had been marked with numbered sections indicating organ locations for bidders to place their offers. Police also discovered the room designated for surgical procedures. It had originally been a private hospital that went out of business due to poor management and was later acquired and converted into a hotel. On the surface, it was a hotel, but in reality, it had become a breeding ground for criminals. Due to its remote location and the newly constructed road, surveillance systems had not yet been activated. No wonder the police in Binshui and Hangshan had consistently failed to locate the missing persons after receiving reports. Chapter 137, Filming. Early the next morning, Lin Dong, Ding Wei, and Lang Junying boarded a flight bound for Binshui City. Their last departure had been a decoy to lure the snake out of its hole. This time, they would return in triumph. The task force and SWAT had launched a joint arrest operation the previous night, leaving the officers involved barely any sleep. When Lin Dong arrived at the police station, he saw Chen Zhen and Dai Wenxiang still looking alert. You 2 team leaders are as strong as ever. Last night's operation must have been thrilling, a shame I wasn't there. Ha ha ha. If you'd been there, we wouldn't have been able to lure out these big fish, Dai Wenxiang chuckled. After we rounded up the entire criminal organization, they confessed to sending someone specifically to Qingteng to confirm whether you'd returned. Really? That a criminal syndicate would keep tabs on me? That's a bit creepy. Lin Dong deliberately let a hint of gravity flicker across his cheeks. Don't worry. If anyone dares threaten you, our public security system will be the first to stand against them. We reviewed the case this morning and realized we couldn't have done it without your homicide investigation team. Chen Zhen chuckled. Not just impossible, we'd have been stuck at the very first step. If you hadn't identified that cured meat as a human leg, none of this would have unfolded. The 3 men chatted and laughed, while Ding Wei stood nearby, a faint smile on her lips, watching Lin Dong basking in his triumph. Do you like him? Lang Junying asked suddenly. It's hard not to. Ding Wei pursed her lips, her autumn water eyes slowly shifting. At first, it was just admiration. I loved his books. Then, as he solved case after case, I became captivated by his skill and personal charm. You should confess sooner rather than later. Men like him are in high demand. Lang Junying flashed a rare smile. Back in police academy, I had someone I liked too. I kept it hidden inside until, well, now his son is already 3 years old. Ding Wei pictured Lin Dong walking with his child and quickly shook her head. But what if he doesn't like me? Wouldn't it be awkward after confessing? And if a girl makes the first move, might it? Today's society champions gender equality, not just equal status, but breaking free from outdated traditions. Who says a woman taking the initiative is improper? If you like someone, speak up boldly. If it doesn't work out, you can still be friends. It was rare for her senior to say so much. Ding Wei carefully pondered Lang Junying's words and found them quite reasonable. Maybe when the right moment comes, I really will confess to Hide. This case involved numerous individuals and was highly complex. Establishing a complete chain of evidence would require considerable time. Since Lin Dong still needed to revise the script, he stayed in Gaoken Town to work with the crew and finish writing the script in its entirety. Sister Shui and I finished the script. Wonderful. Just the other day, the director was telling me how they're shooting scenes as they get written, piece by piece. He was worried about losing track of the story and having the plot fall apart later on. Now that you've finished it, he can finally relax. Yang Shui and I took the script but didn't rush to read it. Instead, she pursed her lips and gave a faint smile. Shaolin, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. I wonder if you'd agree. That look. She wouldn't actually want to keep me as a kept man, would she? We men have our principles. What is it? Let me hear you out first. If you want me to accompany you back to your hotel, I'll book a flight and get the hell out of here right now. That's what Lin Dong was thinking. You're so handsome, right? Lin Dong was sweating with nervousness. The more he listened, the more it sounded like Since you're already on set, why not make an appearance? Huh? What? Lin Dong rubbed his ear. You want me to shoot a few scenes? Yeah, just 2 or 3 lines. The script you wrote earlier mentioned a couple of passers-by giving clues to the police. It's only about 3 shots. Your partner happens to be cute too, so you two would make the perfect couple. Phew. As long as it doesn't involve me living off someone else. Though living off someone might be nice, actually doing it? I'd have a hard time swallowing that. No problem. I'll call her right now. Xiao Ding should be with the task force right now. Today marks the official dissolution of the task force. The case is nearly wrapped up, all leads have been solidified, and it's now being handed over to the court and the procuratorate. Ding Wei and Lin Dongzheng were going as representatives. Last time it was a show, this time they'd formally received the commendation banner and bonus. Word was higher-ups took this case seriously, even sending a top leader to personally present the banner. Lin Dong wasn't interested in officialdom, it felt awkward to him. He figured it was about time to wrap things up. Hey, Xiao Ding. Are you guys done over there? I need you here. Done. We're heading back now. You wouldn't believe it, he did some really big shot showed up today. You missed out on something epic. Good thing I didn't go, it would have been too awkward. Hurry over to the film studio. We're playing a couple. Play a couple. Right away, right away. I'm flying over. Less than an hour later, a taxi pulled up outside the film studio. Ding Wei jumped out and sprinted straight to the set of 8 crimes, navigating the way like a pro. Hurry up and change clothes. Do I have lines? Of course you do. But I have a bad memory and I'm not very good at acting. Can I handle it? Relax, sweetie. Anyone can do it. Ha! Scene 13, 1 take, 1 shot. Action. Several police officers stepped out of the patrol car and approached Lin Dong and Ding Wei, who were dressed in sportswear. Did you two call the police? Yes, we were jogging earlier and saw someone who looked like the suspect on the wanted poster. Ding Wei nodded. Yes, yes. What was he wearing? Which way did he run? The officer asked. I remember he was wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt, black jeans, and had a scar on his head. Ding Wei pursed her lips. Yes, yes. He ran toward the Shiliang River carrying a woven bag. Not sure what was inside. Ding Wei took a deep breath. Yes, yes. Thank you for the information. The officer said before rushing forward to pursue. Cut. Great, 1 take. The director gave a thumbs up, offering high praise to Lin Dong and Ding Wei, who were acting for the first time. You tricked me. This role is way too dumb, only 1 line. Ding Wei pouted, her little head hanging low. It's clearly 3 lines, Lin Dong chuckled. But they're all the same. Ding Wei hadn't expected her screen debut to be as a naive, innocent character. She'd imagined her debut would be helping traffic police film a public service announcement, anything better than playing a naive airhead. No worries. At least my royalties came through. What do you want to eat? It's on me. Anything you like. At the mention of food, Ding Wei perked right up. You said it. I'm going to eat my fill. Can we go back to eat? I don't think I like the food in Su province. I've lost weight working on this case these past few days. My stomach feels empty all the time. Sure thing, no problem. But before we head back, we need to make a stop in Binshui City. Ding Wei thought for a moment and suddenly remembered. Oh right. Logically, solving a case should yield new clues. That mysterious person sent a package to Binshui City last time, but it was returned undelivered. Maybe that delivery station has new photo fragments. Lin Dong ruffled Ding Wei's hair. Have Sister Lang call a car first. We'll head to Binshui City together. Chapter 138, The Sealing Wax Seal. The homicide investigation trio arrived in Binshui City together. Using the address from the returned package, Lin Dong quickly located the corresponding delivery station. What a tiny Sanyao station, Ding Wei remarked, noticing it was combined with a grocery store. Nowadays, many grocery stores set aside sections to handle parcel deliveries and accept shipments to earn extra income. Customers picking up packages often bought snacks and drinks while they were there, boosting the shop's monthly income a little. 1 camera at the entrance, 2 inside, virtually no blind spots inside or out. If the mysterious person leaves clues here, they'll definitely be caught on camera. Lin Dong felt a bit uneasy. Given the mysterious figure's meticulous style of leaving no trace, would they truly leave clues here? Lin Dongzheng, encountering the photo fragments for the first time, appeared extremely focused. He was deeply intrigued by whether the 9 assembled photo fragments might point to a major, earth-shattering case. Hello, has anyone left anything here recently? The shop owner, who had been playing with his phone, looked up at Lin Dongzheng. Leave things? No. I don't store items here. It'd be hard to account for anything missing. Then are there any long-term unclaimed packages? Undelivered packages usually get picked up by the couriers. What are you guys doing here asking all these questions? Lin Dongzheng replied calmly, never mind. I'll take 3 bottles of water, please. Looks like this case isn't so straightforward. Last time in Shihai province, we only found clues after going to the killer's house. Could this be another indirect lead? Lin Dong scratched his head. Damn it, indirect clues should at least give us some hints. As the three stood at the grocery store entrance, unsure whether to leave or stay, an old man sitting under a tree across the street shuffled over. Are you Lin Dong? Lin Dong? Sir Dong. I get it. What the hell do I get? Lin Dong said, slapping his thigh. Oh. Lin Dong, right, I'm Lin Dong. Damn, this old man's accent was messing with my head. Someone asked me to give this to you. He said you'd probably come looking for it in the next few days. The old man pulled out an envelope. It was a vintage-style craft paper envelope sealed with wax. Looks kinda like an acceptance letter. Pretty fancy setup. Whose acceptance letter is this small? I won't open it yet, I'll wait until I get back. I can study that sealing wax stamp first. Maybe the material is special and has some clues. Lin Dong picked it up and gave it a sniff. He did. It seems like this mysterious person is driving you to the brink of a nervous breakdown. You bet. I keep dreaming about him. The fact that men keep appearing in my dreams makes me feel sick. After instructing Ding Wei to put the envelope away, Lin Dong asked the old man, do you remember what the person who gave you the envelope looked like? I do. Xiao Ding, jot it down quickly. Maybe we can sketch him. Ding Wei prepared to listen intently. He was quite cute, big eyes, fair and smooth skin. Ha! Holding a basketball. He plays basketball? How long has he been practicing? Lin Dong couldn't picture it at all. A cute, fair-skinned, big-eyed athlete who loves basketball. His true identity was probably a janitor. You're playing the contrast card, huh? Fine, you've got me. I really can't picture it. Probably still an elementary school kid, about this tall. The old man gestured. Elementary school? Oh, must have had someone give the envelope to the old man and told him to wait here for me. Lin Dong shook his head in disappointment. Identifying the mysterious figure wasn't going to be that easy after all. How many days have you been waiting for me, sir? How much did that person give you? This is the third day. He gave me 500 yuan. Well, I usually sit here cooling off anyway. Except for mealtimes, I sit here from 8 in the morning until 8 at night, then go home. Finally, I waited you out. Lin Dong reached into his pocket. He still had over 300 yuan in cash. You've worked hard, old man. It's so hot out. Buy a chicken to share with your wife. You're a kind young man. Your two female companions are also very pretty. You're a lucky guy. This is my sister, this is my younger sister. We're the lucky trio. Lin Dong, quick with his tongue, bantered back with the old man. That day, the three returned to Qingteng City. Before leaving, Lin Dongzheng casually collected the old man's fingerprints. Back in Qingteng, they didn't rush to eat but studied the envelope first. Since the Jin dynasty, paper and silk have been widely used, and sealing with wax has been practiced to this day, a tradition with a long history. In the 22nd year of the Guangxu reign of the Qing dynasty, the National Postal Service was established, stipulating that envelopes must have red seals, be neatly written with a brush pen, stamped with an official seal, and sealed with wax for valuable contents. Lin Dongzheng donned gloves and examined the envelope closely under the lamp. Although regulations changed during the Republican era, the old system was continued and widely used for government confidential documents. Modern wax seals have evolved beyond the traditional dark red wax oil paired with a wax seal stamp. Nowadays, they feature diverse color combinations and stamps with varied shapes and patterns to express different themes. This letter uses a red strip seal with dark red wax oil and a wax seal stamp. The emblem on the stamp should have some directional significance. We can look it up online. Lin Dong leaned against the desk. After hearing Lin Dongzheng's analysis, he smiled at Ding Wei. It really is true that more heads are better than one. With each additional person, we gain another perspective. Absolutely. Senior Sister Lang's arrival has made our homicide investigation division truly elevated, they exclaimed in unison. Enough with the mushy talk, you two. Lin Dongzheng protested, though she felt genuinely pleased inside. Being around these two lively characters had lifted her spirits. This wax oil is unusual. I actually caught its scent back in Qingteng City, but I was outdoors then the mixed air made me unsure. What do you mean? Lin Dongzheng asked. I detected a scent of death within it. Lin Dong didn't beat around the bush and continued. Look closely. The wax on the envelope is actually slightly brownish. It only looks like a dark red under sunlight. For those insensitive to color, the world's hues are merely red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. But for those attuned to color, there are thousands of shades. Ding Wei nodded in agreement. Exactly. Colors can be created by mixing red, yellow, and blue, and these mixtures can further produce secondary and tertiary colors. Moreover, variations in hue depth, saturation, and mixing ratios all create entirely new color combinations. Lin Dong handed the envelope to Ding Wei, who hadn't yet had a chance to examine it properly. Xiao Ding, you're sensitive to color. Analyze what makes this shade special. Ding Wei moved to the window, using natural light to examine it. This wax oil has two layers. The surface does appear dark red, but there should be another layer beneath. May I scrape a bit to see the bottom layer? Lin Dong made a casual gesture. Ding Wei picked up an art knife and carefully scraped off a bit of the wax oil, revealing the bottom layer. This is a Maillard reaction color. Chapter 139, Expensive Pigments. What's a Maillard reaction? Lin Dongzheng asked. The Maillard reaction, also known as mummy brown, is a pigment extracted from mummies. In ancient Egypt, painters and artisans couldn't freely use colors and rarely employed mixed hues. Back then, people believed every color held symbolic meaning. Specific hues were assigned to different occasions, social statuses, and purposes. No mistakes were allowed. After the Renaissance, Europeans developed a deep fascination with ancient Egyptian culture. Mummies became not only highly sought-after medicinal ingredients, but were almost believed to cure all ailments. They paid exorbitant sums to acquire mummies in Egypt, grinding them into powder for medicinal and pigment purposes. Ultimately, this process yielded a unique hue in the art world: mummy brown. Lin Dongzheng suddenly understood what Lin Dong meant by the scent of death. Your nose is that sensitive? Super sensitive. Lin Dong didn't hold back. Then you must be able to smell a girl's sweat and other body odors anytime? That's kinda creepy. Lin Dong gave an awkward laugh and quickly shifted the topic without drawing attention. They say mummy flesh gradually cracks over time. The better the quality, the richer the resulting color. So artists use mummy flesh for glazing, shading, and skin tone rendering. Ding Wei set down the envelope and added without hesitation. Later, as demand for mummies outstripped supply, this pigment fell out of favor. Then, when some painters learned mummy brown contained human remains, they began boycotting it too. By the early 20th century, the original exclusive distributor of mummy brown declared that mummies were now too scarce to continue production. By 1964, all existing supplies of mummy brown pigment had been sold out. Mummy brown, discontinued for 60 years, would command a price far exceeding gold if any still existed on the market. Could this be the next clue the mysterious figure left for us? Lin Dong rubbed his nose and chuckled. Are we supposed to go find mummies? Or perhaps someone who possesses this mummy brown pigment? I reckon you could count the number of people in the entire country who have it on one hand. Let's open the envelope and see what's inside first. Ding Wei handed the envelope to Lin Dongzheng. The hands that wielded the scalpel were steady as a rock. No need to worry about damaging the envelope. Lin Dongzheng picked up the scalpel and slowly cut open the seal. Inside were only two things. Unsurprisingly, one of them was a fragment of a photograph. This was the fifth one Lin Dong had collected. The second item was a piece of paper bearing an abstract character for orchid rendered in several pigments. This stroke was painted with ultramarine. Ding Wei recognized the pigment on the paper at a glance. Ultramarine was a pigment even Michelangelo couldn't afford, which is why he never finished the entombment. For painters, achieving the desired visual blue required ultramarine. To produce ultramarine, lapis lazuli had to be processed. Many paintings remained unfinished not because they were difficult to paint, but because blue pigments were too rare. Lapis lazuli was originally used by the Egyptians to make jewelry for pharaohs' burial. Not only was the production process arduous, but it was only found in the mountainous regions of northern Afghanistan. To obtain this precious mineral, Italian merchants had to transport it thousands of miles by sea from Afghanistan to Europe. Artisans then had to select lapis lazuli of the purest hue and most uniform color, meticulously grind it, and mix it with oil and wax to produce a single jar of ultramarine pigment. As a result, ultramarine became the most expensive pigment of the Renaissance. European painters used it with extreme caution, eventually establishing an unwritten rule: only figures as noble and pure as the Virgin Mary were worthy of the costly pigment. Lin Dong had little expertise in art, but he knew a thing or two. I recall a painting called Girl with a Pearl Earring. The headscarf is blue. Was ultramarine used for that? I hadn't noticed. Your knowledge is quite extensive. Indeed, not only was ultramarine used for the headscarf, but it was also mixed into the earth tones of the blouse. Besides ultramarine, other hues included reds made from madder root, ox blood, cow dung, sheep dung, and other fertilizers, and purples extracted from the dye shell. And then there's Indian yellow made by feeding cows mango leaves until they're severely malnourished, collecting their urine, and refining it. As expected of third brothers, still as abstract as ever, from ancient times to the present. In short, every pigment on this paper is of the highest quality. Gathering them all together would be extremely difficult. Could the mysterious figure also be a renowned artist? The mysterious figure used these pigments to write an abstract character for Lun, likely with intent. But Lun is too broad, it could be a surname or point to something else. So our most direct clue might still be the pattern on the wax seal. Lin Dong pondered for a moment before saying, "Cold sister is right. The only directional clue is the clue." The mysterious person's style before wasn't about making a search in a vast ocean. Before your business trip assignment, you too should look online for clues about this pattern. What about you, Ida? Ding Wei had assumed Lin Dong had other important tasks. If I don't update soon, my readers will come after me. So I'll need you two to handle things these next few days. Once I catch up on my backlog, I'll join in. For the next few days, Lin Dong stayed home catching up on his writing. After organizing file 009, Lin Dongzheng began searching online for clues related to the pattern. If image recognition yielded no clues, it suggested the pattern wasn't widely used, possibly a family crest. During the Western Zhou and spring and autumn periods of ancient China, families possessed distinctive symbols representing their lineage, later referred to as clan crests. These crests often represented the clan name or state name, closely tied to the family's title, the shur. Due to the widespread use of clan crests and the primitive nature of early writing systems, early crests and characters shared no fundamental differences. However, while written characters evolved relatively quickly, family crests deliberately preserved their ancient appearance. Over time, the two evolved along different paths, leading to increasingly significant differences between them. Following this line of thought, Lin Dongzheng searched through ancient scripts, comparing them one by one, yet still found nothing. She then turned her attention to clan totems, recalling how primitive peoples revered certain animals or plants as kin, ancestors, or guardian spirits. The Manchu 8 banners served as a kind of totemic family crest. Some low-key families would never display their totem crests online, making them extremely difficult to find if that was indeed the case. But this didn't faze the resourceful netizens. So Lin Dongzheng opened Zhihu, took a photo of the pattern, and posted it. Upon learning this method, Ding Wei also posted the photo on another platform, waiting for knowledgeable netizens to provide answers. Before long, someone commented under the Zhihu post. Chapter 140, The Non-Existent Person. Thanks for the invite. Just landed in the US. This emblem is clearly a family crest, though a rather obscure one. I reached out to a buddy of mine, the guy who rakes in billions, has connections worldwide, and even sells instant noodles deep in the Amazon rainforest. He told me this is the crest of the Lin family. Wow, someone actually knows. Ding Wei marveled at the power of the internet. Senior cold, he mentioned being in the US, just off the plane, and having a buddy who earns billions and has friends all over the world. What's the deal with that? It's a kind of inside joke. Basically, he's saying he made all that up to show off. But the Lin family he mentioned does match the Lan character on that paper in the envelope. Maybe he really does recognize this crest. With Lin Dong absent, only Ding Wei and Lin Dongzheng remained in the office. Without external assignments, they had more free time to investigate the pattern. Lin Dongzheng clicked on the person's profile picture and sent a private message to ask, "How did you know this is the Lin family crest? Could it be? I am Lin? I'm guessing your family must be artists. It's interesting that you know about the Lin family yet don't recognize our crest. I'm investigating something and need to confirm whether this pattern is truly the Lin family crest." The other party sent a photo, a landscape painting. At the signature location, there was a pattern identical to the seal on the envelope. "Senior sister Lang, it's the same. Looks like this really is the Lin family crest." Lin Dongzheng searched online and discovered the Lin clan primarily resided in Lingyang County, a water town in Jiangnan. Several generations of their ancestors had produced renowned masters of calligraphy and painting. However, by the 21st century, the Lin family seemed to have exhausted their creative potential, failing to produce any more masters in these arts. Thus, their reputation gradually faded. This explained why no one recognized the Lin family crest when it was posted online. It wasn't until a member of the Lin family came across the post that they stepped forward to claim it as their crest. "I saw Shandong pancakes being sold outside earlier and brought you 2 portions. Lin Dong had intended to take a day off after completing the manuscript. But remembering how Ding Wei and Lin Dongzheng must have been working day and night investigating the pattern these past few days, he dragged his weary body to drive over after all. "Professor He, you're just in time. We've confirmed that pattern is the Lin family crest." The Lin family? I once came across a painting by them called Beauty in the River Landscape, but it didn't feature the family crest. Maybe they felt it would dishonor their ancestors. Beauty and the landscape? Isn't that backwards? Shouldn't it be landscape and beauty? Ding Wei questioned. Lin Dong pulled out his phone. "I saved that photo. It really is beauty in mountains. Look at all these beauties as numerous as mountains." Ding Wei glanced at it without warning. "Ah. Why aren't these women wearing clothes? Isn't that Lin signature style? Beautiful women, hyper-realistic, group portraits. You actually saved these images, Hida? I despise you." Ding Wei quickly rubbed her eyes, feeling a bit disgusted. Looks like the Lin family has really fallen from grace. Last century they produced a master of oil painting and a master of landscape painting, but this century, their descendants have started painting nudes. This painting sold pretty well, someone bid 210,000 yuan for it. It even came with the original model photo, a 1:1 reproduction. These archetypes just love using art as an excuse to indulge their little fantasies. Lin Dong shook his head, puzzled by what the mysterious person meant by pointing the clues toward the Lin family. Could it be that I'm meant to save the descendants of fallen masters of calligraphy and painting? I only know a little about painting. Ding ding. Lin Dongzheng's Jihu backend notified him of a private message. Are you a cop? How did you know? I saw the topics you follow on Jihu all related to forensic medicine. You've even answered some questions, and you seem really knowledgeable. You must be a forensic pathologist, right? Yep, that's me. Since you helped me out this time, feel free to ask me any forensic-related questions in the future. Lin Dongzheng had barely sent the message when a reply came back. If someone dies, is it possible for them to come back to life? Absolutely not. Lin Dongzheng replied without hesitation. How could a dead person possibly come back to life? As a forensic pathologist, he firmly rejected any belief in ghosts or spirits, otherwise, he couldn't possibly do his job properly. Suppose if someone I knew died, but one day she appeared before me again. Would you say I was hallucinating, or had she truly come back to life? Seeing Lin Dongzheng's stern expression, Lin Dong and Ding Wei quietly slipped behind her. This question reminds me of the case in Feng County, Shangcheng. Ah, the effects of that hallucinogen were so incredibly realistic. Every time I think about it, I get scared. Thank goodness I don't live alone anymore. If you're not just making this up, there are many possibilities. Your friend has a twin sister, you hallucinated from drugs, or you saw someone who just looked like her, but your subconscious convinced you she was the person you thought she was. Let me show you. The other person sent 2 photos. The first photo is a painting I did earlier. It got stolen, so I only have this picture. It's of my friend. The second photo is one I took. She appeared in my studio, looking exactly like my friend. Is this guy serious? The second photo is blank. Lin Dong rubbed his eyes. You guys can't actually see someone in the second photo, right? Ding Wei shook her head. Looks blank to me too. Either he's messing with us, or, no, he's definitely messing with us. Lin Dong grabbed the mouse and clicked on the person's homepage. As he looked, he seemed to discover something incredible. Holy crap! He's actually Lin Dong. Who's Lin Dong? That painting I showed you earlier? He drew it. I thought he was just a bit of a rogue artist. Could he be mentally unstable too? What do you think? Doesn't he look exactly like him? The other person quickly asked again. The second photo is clearly blank paper. Nothing at all. Lin Dong replied. Why are you all saying it's blank paper? This is clearly a photo I took. It shows my dead friend. Could he really see the figure in the second photo? Ding Wei lost her earlier casual demeanor. The clue the mysterious person gave us was Ling Yanglan, and this person is so strange. Could it be connected to the case? Lin Dong's hands rested on the keyboard. After a moment of thought, he began typing. How did your friend die? I don't know. She vanished. I went to her parents, but they said they never had a daughter named that. I can't shake the feeling this person is just a figment of his imagination, the only one who can see her. If even her parents deny her existence, then she must be non-existent. The population registry system can't be wrong. A simple check would confirm it. Ding Wei felt this whole thing was getting more and more far-fetched. Lin Dong stood with his arms crossed, his expression grave. But what if he's the only one in the world who's right? Doesn't that mean a girl vanished from this world? She might have met with some misfortune? Chapter 141, Lingyang Ancient Town. Lin Dong's words sent a chill down her spine upon reflection. The rules of this world were fundamentally shaped by what the masses believed. But what if the majority's beliefs were wrong, yet defined as right? And those doing the right thing still faced contempt and punishment. Following the mysterious figure's lead as you did before, we all ended up encountering a murder case. So we'll have to make a trip to the water towns of Jiangnan. Lin Dongzheng looked at Lin Dong and Ding Wei. Do you two have plans anytime soon? Do we look like we have plans? We're bored out of our minds. Then let's head to Lingyang. Even if there's no case, we can treat it as a vacation. Ding Wei's eyes lit up at the mention of a trip. A trip? Awesome. Who knew tagging along with Hida would get us paid vacations? Since there was no official assignment, the three decided to drive themselves to save money. By the time they reached Lingyang, night had fallen. They checked into a hotel for a good night's rest. The next morning, they tracked down Lang Wang's studio in the ancient town using photos he'd posted on social media. This ancient town in the Jiangnan waterways differed from the cookie-cutter versions elsewhere. A river meandered through the town, its emerald waves reflecting the scenery on both banks like a double-sided embroidery, each side exquisitely detailed. Small boats swayed gently as boatmen, wearing conical hats and blue cotton garments, rowed leisurely, creating delicate ripples on the water's surface. Every step revealed a new scene, like an elegant ink-wash painting quietly unfolding amidst the gentle waves of Jiangnan. This place is so beautiful, it feels like living inside an ink painting, Ding Wei couldn't help but exclaim. It's fine for a short stay, but living here during the drizzly season might get you down. Lin Dong spotted the sign for Qingteng Studio, quietly hanging on a slightly weathered wooden door, like a casual breeze in this bustling world. Several paintings were displayed at the entrance, sharing a similar style with a strong personal touch. Inside, a few tourists admired the paintings while a young girl provided commentary. Noticing Lin Dong and his companions enter, another girl approached with a smile. Hello, are you here to buy paintings or try painting yourselves? We have instructors available to teach you. Is Lin Dongzheng the owner here? Lin Dong asked. Yes, but I'm not a staff member, I'm his student. The teacher isn't usually here, but he happens to be today. If you're looking for him, I can ask for you. The girl seemed to think of something and asked again. Oh, and why are you looking for him? The teacher doesn't usually like interacting with men, so... After speaking, she gave Lin Dong a thorough once-over. What does that mean? Lin Dong's mouth twitched. Men discriminating against other men? Tell him we chatted on Jihu and came specifically to meet him. We want to learn more about the situation, Lin Dongzheng said. Seeing the beautiful older sister, the girl's smile grew even wider. Sure, hold on a moment while I go ask him. Wait, what's that supposed to mean? I don't think I ever smile like that, Lin Dong grumbled after the girl left. A faint smile touched the corner of Ding Wei's lips. I heard some ghost houses in the ancient city only allow female guests to stay. It's for women's safety. That makes sense. When you're out and about, you never know who you might run into. But I, Lin Dong, look like a decent guy. Why would they even suspect me? Before long, a man clad in a deep blue brocade robe with timeless elegance hurried over. Hello? Why are there three of you? Which one of you is the forensic doctor? I am, Lin Dongzheng replied expressionlessly. And a female forensic pathologist at that. I never imagined you'd come all this way just for my case. I'm truly touched. Lin Dongzheng turned to the other two. Are these your friends? Colleagues, I suppose. This is Lin Dong, detective and writer. And this is Ding Wei, a detective with exceptional skill in forensic sketching. Lin Dongzheng exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. No wonder I sensed an artist's touch in her features earlier. A detective, a police officer, a forensic pathologist. Perfect. You'll definitely find my Wan. The shop assistant nearby heard the name and wore a look that was hard to read. Lin Dong noticed this exchange. Let's talk inside. This isn't the place for it. Teacher, the model is still inside, the girl reminded him, then glanced at Lin Dong. Oh, it's fine. Those in the arts shouldn't view the world through tinted glasses. Lin Dongzheng was strict with her students, yet whenever she spoke with Lin Dong and the others, her smile returned. Our Lingyang Lan clan has lived here for centuries. Our family tree records 4 branches. The main branch perished during that turbulent period last century, severing that lineage. Each of our 4 branches specializes in distinct painting styles. Ding Wei suddenly recalled that letter. The seal sealing the envelope bore the rare mummy brown pigment, and the letter itself had been written using 4 precious pigments. Could this refer to the main branch and the 4 sub-branches of the Lan family? Behind the studio lay a large courtyard housing a modern-style building with 3 stories. Lin Dongzheng led the way inside, guiding them through a corridor. To Lin Dong's surprise, he saw 2 completely naked women in an adjacent room. The walls were made of glass, allowing a clear view of the interior from outside. They appeared to be models, young women in their early 20s, possibly still college students. The girl with the ponytail had her hand resting on the other girl's chest, while the short-haired girl rested her head on the ponytailed girl's shoulder. Sitting before them were a dozen or so other girls, all engaged in painting. No wonder the shop assistant outside had been looking at me strangely earlier, so the models she mentioned were nude models. Ding Wei frowned and glared at Lin Dong. Great artists have said that art shouldn't be viewed through colored glasses. Lin Dong quipped. Hey, no looking at others. If I'm not looking at others, am I supposed to stare at you? Just as Lin Dong was about to blurt out that line, Ding Wei quickly covered his eyes, not releasing them until they passed the art studio. The 4 arrived at the office. Lin Dongzheng brewed tea as he said, since you're here, it means you believe what I've said. The others don't believe me, they think I'm crazy. What was your relationship with Wan? Lin Dong asked. We fell in love at first sight and pledged our lives to each other. But then she vanished. I couldn't find her anywhere. I even went to her home to ask, and her parents claimed they had no daughter named Wan. Lin Dongzheng placed the brewed tea before the 3 men. Qingshi Yuyan? That's right. This is the finest Qingshi Yuyan Xiaowan's favorite tea. Lin Dong took a sip. Richness and freshness instantly blossomed in his mouth, like a clear spring gurgling from a mountain stream, or tender spring buds gently brushing his tongue. Truly fine tea. Bring me that second photo again. Lin Dongzheng took a sip and set her cup on the table. All she wanted to know now was whether they truly couldn't see the person in the photo, or if Lin Dongzheng was suffering from delusions. Lin Dongzheng hurriedly pulled out his phone, pointing at the photo as he lowered his voice. You really can't see her? Lin Dong's face was tense, his expression grave. Lin Dongzheng's demeanor didn't seem feigned. But that photo truly showed nothing at all. Chapter 142, Portrait Ghost. Alright, sketch this photo for me. Ding Wei had an idea. You still can't see Wan, right? Lin Dongzheng kept his head bowed, his gaze fixed blankly on the floor. Fine, I'll draw it for you. True to his lineage from a great painter, Lin Dongzheng's brushwork carried a distinct aura as he picked up the pen. Soon, he completed the sketch on his phone. The woman in the painting wore a simple, elegant long dress. Behind her stood an ancient persimmon tree, towering and majestic, its branches and leaves lush and verdant. That persimmon tree looks familiar, like the one we saw when we arrived earlier, Ding Wei recalled. You must be talking about the persimmon tree at Sifang Street. This photo was taken there. I don't know why none of you can see her, but Xiaowan really exists. Please believe me. Lin Dong noticed his hands had unconsciously clasped together, fingers trembling slightly. He didn't look like he was lying at all. To believe in something that doesn't exist and to believe it completely was incredibly unlikely, though not impossible. Lin Dong quickly asked, what's Xiaowan's full name? Han Xiaowan. How old? 17. All three froze simultaneously. 17? She was 17 when I met her, but she's an adult now. Lan Guan looked to be around 30, yet he was attracted to a girl who had just turned 18. It seems men of any age always have a thing for 18-year-old girls. Since she visited you, has anyone else seen her? Yao Xian saw her, but he denies it. He even said I was delusional, so we fell out. We haven't spoken in over 2 months. Ding Wei took out her notebook and silently jotted down the information. Is he in the ancient city too? Yes. He runs 2 ghost houses and a bar here. We used to drink together often. After I met Xiaowan, I brought Yao Xian to meet her right here in this office. Lin Dong scanned the room. You don't have any surveillance cameras here? No. As you saw earlier, I have nude models in my studio. To protect the girl's privacy, there are no cameras in my studio or anywhere in this building. Lang Junying suddenly recalled, in your private message, you mentioned the dead person reappearing before you. Were you referring to Xiaowan? Speaking of that, it's truly eerie. Our Ling Yanglan family was a prominent clan in these parts a century ago. We inherited some antique paintings and calligraphy, some painted by my ancestors themselves. Among them is a painting. Lan Guang paced lightly to a corner of the room where an old wooden chest stood. He retrieved a painting from within and unfolded it on the solid wood table. This portrait was painted in 1842 as a family portrait. Look at this person, doesn't she look exactly like Xiaowan? At first, Lin Dong and the others were skeptical, but when they saw the figure in the painting, they were stunned. They were identical. The painting's technique was remarkably advanced for its time, capturing each subject's features with extraordinary vividness and distinctiveness. Let me get this straight. A girl who looked exactly like someone from a painting 200 years ago had appeared in Lan Guang's world. He had taken photos of her, yet only he could see them. At the same time, he discovered that everyone around him denied the girl's existence, convinced he was experiencing hallucinations. Although the girl in the painting did look exactly like the one Lan Guang had drawn, it couldn't be ruled out that his subconscious had simply replicated the image from the ancient painting. Unless the girl's existence could be proven, Lin Dong still believed it was more likely that Lan Guang was suffering from a delusion. Ugh. My head feels like it's about to explode. Nasty cases, bizarre cases, complicated cases. All manageable. But this abstract case is a real pain in the ass. You said Xiaowan was in this room. Did she touch anything? Ding Wei's words made Lin Dong suddenly jolt. Right. To prove someone's presence, fingerprints would do the trick. Lan Guang also caught on. Right. You police can examine fingerprints. This cup is Xiaowan's personal one. Once when she made tea for me, she touched this jar. And this painting I taught Xiaowan to paint it. I haven't shown it to anyone else. With these items, fingerprints could be extracted. Assuming Lan Guang wasn't lying, could it be that the entire ancient town was lying? What are they covering up? Can we take these items with us? Of course. As long as it proves Xiaowan really existed, I'll cooperate however you need. Lan Guang seemed to grasp at the last shred of hope, his eyes lighting up. Ding Wei slipped on gloves and carefully organized the items. As they left the studio, the female clerk from earlier approached them. Were you here to help the teacher investigate someone named Xiaowan? I think the teacher must have an overactive imagination. If such a person truly existed, his friend Yao Xian would definitely know about it. Yao Xian again. Looks like we need to find him and get some answers. Where is Yao Xian's guest house and bar? Lin Dong asked. You probably won't find anyone at the guest house. Most owners in the ancient city hire staff to run their places, they don't stay there themselves. You could try the bar tonight. Yao Xian loves drinking and often shows up there. This girl knew Yao Xian so well, either she was extremely familiar with Lan Guang and thus knew his friends intimately, or she knew Yao Xian personally, which explained her detailed knowledge. You seem to know Yao Xian pretty well? Lin Dong inquired. Who in the ancient city doesn't know him? He's a notorious womanizer. Thankfully, my teacher cut ties with him. Otherwise, she'd have been corrupted by him sooner or later. The girl turned and walked back into the shop, leaving Lin Dong and Ding Wei utterly baffled. Do you feel something strange, like a foggy haze hanging over us? Maybe it's because the information we have now is incomplete. Lan Guang isn't as refined as he appears, and that girl might actually exist. As for Yao Xian, who denies her existence, let's go talk to him tonight. Lin Dong and the others then arrived at Lingyang County Police Station. After identifying themselves, they requested access to the forensic lab. They expected Lingyang County Police to refuse. Though Ding Wei was a police officer, she was still an outsider. Asking to use the forensic lab without prior notice would surely be denied. But to their surprise, upon learning they were from the Qingteng Homicide Investigation Unit, the Lingyang County Police were extremely welcoming. Not only did they grant the request, but the deputy chief insisted on treating them to dinner, citing the need to exchange investigative insights. They declined the meal, choosing to get to work first. Though Ding Wei wasn't trained in forensic evidence collection, extracting fingerprints wasn't difficult. With the Lingyang County Police cooperating, the work progressed smoothly. We recovered 5 distinct fingerprints in total, 2 from the cup and painting, and 5 from the teapot. We ran it against the database records. 4 of them had matches, but this fingerprint didn't match any. Young police officer Xiao Lu from the technical division pointed at the screen as he spoke. There really are fingerprints, Ding Wei murmured. But we can't prove this fingerprint belongs to Xiao Wan. It only proves someone touched the painting. Ling Junying shook his head. Lin Dong's attention was fixed on the fingerprint matching data. Besides Lan Guan, the list included Yao Xian and 2 young women, likely studio staff. According to the shop assistant, Lan Guang rarely allowed outsiders into his office. His only close friend in the ancient city was Yao Xian. There are no fingerprints from Yao Xian on this painting, yet another unknown fingerprint appears. This person must have been very close to Lan Guan, yet no one at the studio mentioned anyone like that in his circle. The presence of fingerprints proves it was a person. Otherwise, Lin Dong would start wondering if ghostly portraits truly existed in this world. Chapter 143, Old Town Bar. That evening, the trio returned to the ancient city. Accompanying them was Lu Guoqing, a forensic technician from Lingyang County Public Security Bureau. At first, Lin Dong had no idea why the Lingyang County Public Security Bureau had sent him along. Later, he learned that Lu Guoqing was the bureau chief's son. That explained it. Though the Homicide Investigation Division had been established less than 2 months prior, it had already cracked several major cases. If they could assist us in solving cases, these experiences would serve as stepping stones for future promotions. The ancient city at night was a world apart from its daytime self. If daytime in the ancient city is about appreciating the scenery, then nighttime is about experiencing its culture. Unfortunately, most ancient cities in China have become heavily commercialized, with bars popping up everywhere as the clearest evidence. Hey, beautiful ladies and handsome guys. Come check out our chill bar, no minimum spend. Come in and listen to some tunes. Hey, you 4. Want to come in and chill? The dance floor is packed inside. Walking down the bar street, staff at every entrance pulled out all the stops to lure customers inside. Only then could they earn their commissions. These bars don't seem very legitimate. How come there are women dancing inside, dressed so skimpily? Ding Wei tilted her head, glancing at the bars lining both sides of the street. Inside, it was mostly young people, under 30. The girls dancing on stage had perfect figures, slim waists, ample busts, and legs clad in various stockings. Under the influence of alcohol, the men's visual senses were even more overwhelmed. This kind of borderline business is hard to regulate. Basically, every time the higher-ups launch a special campaign, these places get cleaned up. But not long after the crackdown, they're back to business as usual. Lu Guoqing walked beside Lin Dong, his professional instincts causing his eyes to constantly scan every passerby. The police system maintained a database of fugitives, and officers routinely checked whether any wanted individuals had entered their jurisdiction. Relax, buddy. You practically have "I'm a cop" written all over your face. Sorry, it's my first time working a case with you guys. I'm nervous about holding you back. Lu Guoqing was only 26 or 27, not much older than Lin Dong. Before they left, his father, the police chief, had specifically reminded him, homicide investigations only deal with murder cases, and solving one usually comes with commendations. This would greatly help with early promotion in the future. That's why Lu Guoqing was a bit too tense. Lin Dong patted his shoulder, urging him to relax. The 4 found the bar named Flower Goddess and spotted a Bentley parked in the alley beside it. Lu Guoqing checked the vehicle registration information. The owner of this car is Yao Xian. Looks like we're in luck he's at the bar tonight, Lin Dong remarked with a cold smile. The staff at the entrance spotted them approaching and hurried over to greet them. 4 of us. We'd like a quieter spot, Lin Dong said. Sure thing. We happen to have 1 corner table left. Most guests prefer the center seats to watch the dancing, but if you're just here to drink and chat, that spot's perfect for you. After sitting down, the 4 casually ordered a few bottles of liquor, planning to relax for a while before seeking out Yao Xian. Meanwhile, in a private room deep within the bar, Yao Xian was drinking with friends. Inside the room were 4 men and 7 women. The table was laden with bottles of liquor and platters of fruit and snacks. The overall climate's been rough this year. Fewer tourists are coming, and business is tough. If even Boss Yao says business is tough, how are we supposed to make a living? Didn't Boss Yao open 2 more bars in Lijiang? Business must be booming over there. Summer vacation was okay for 2 months, but who knows what comes next. Young people these days don't spend much, yet they love to go out and play. A heavy-set man took a swig of liquor before chiming in, most men foot the bill for women. If you can win over the ladies, how could business not thrive? My advice? Have the dancers outside shed a few more layers. That'll boost sales for sure. Take off more? They'd be naked. My place would probably get shut down for days. Yao Xin treated the portly man with great courtesy. Seeing his glass empty, he promptly refilled it. Brother Ma, how about letting me invest in your dad's project? Your dad knows people up high, and his projects never lose money. We'd just get a little cut, but it'd be enough profit. Are you kidding me, big shot? You're 7 years older than me calling me brother? The chubby man grinned, then shifted his gaze to the girls singing and dancing. The project is no problem. This time we need over 300 million in total investment. My family can't come up with that much at once, so we'll definitely have to issue shares. Yao Xin was no fool. He understood the implication in the fat man's gaze. Shuiying, come pour brother Ma a drink. The fat man shook his head. Nian Nian, you come over. The plump man smiled faintly. Yao Xin knew she was the one, so he urged, hurry up, come over here. Brother Yao, I can't drink anymore. I told you to come over. Yao Xin flicked his cigarette butt toward her, startling the girl. Reluctantly, she approached. He picked up the wine glass on the table and poured himself a drink. Brother Ma, I'm toasting you. Is this how I taught you to toast? Brother Ma sits while you stand? Doesn't his neck get sore looking up at you? Yao Xian's vicious expression frightened the girl even more. She crouched down, raised her glass again, and said, Brother Ma, I toast to you. Good girl, very good. Where did you find this girl? She gives me that lotus-like purity vibe. Just out of vocational school, only 18. Still needs some training. Sorry to embarrass you, Brother Ma. The fat man's gaze roamed over the girl's body. Her hair was quite long, and her chest gleamed white. She had an innocent face, but her cup size was anything but modest. Since she's just entering society, many things need to be taught slowly. Otherwise, how would she know? The fat man pulled her close, seating her on his lap. He inhaled the faint, lingering scent on her skin. As his arms and legs brushed against hers, his thoughts began to wander. No, don't do this. Yao Xin sneered coldly. Shuiying, turn up the volume. Come on, let's keep drinking. Don't bother Brother Ma. The fat man grinned lewdly, his wandering hand sliding over the girl's smooth thigh. The girl dared not resist, her body trembling. Just then, the door to the private room swung open. What the hell? Yao Xin assumed it was staff entering without knocking. But when he saw the two strangers standing in the doorway, he recognized neither of them. Lin Dong and Ding Wei had actually been observing from the doorway for a while. The glass panel in the middle of the bar's private room door allowed visibility inside. This was a mandatory requirement to prevent any illicit activities inside. Police. Ding Wei calmly produced her badge. The fat man instantly released the girl, forcing an awkward smile. What do the police want? We're not doing anything illegal. Is drinking and singing a crime? Yao Xin told the fat man to calm down before stepping out himself. He didn't want to spoil the fat man's fun, yet he stepped out to resolve the situation. True to his business nature, he was smooth as ever. Chapter 144, Subconscious Actions. Bang. The door slammed shut. Yao Xin saw the officers were young men, easy targets even if they were cops. He casually lit a cigarette and asked, Are you here for me, or just checking the place? Lan Guang, do you know him? Lin Dong cut straight to the chase. Hearing the name, Yao Xin slowly took the cigarette out of his mouth, his voice tinged with tension. He hasn't gotten into trouble, has he? No. You scared me. We're close friends, you know. I thought something had happened to him. Yao Xin put the cigarette back in his mouth and lit it with his lighter. Best friend? That doesn't sound right, Lin Dong said doubtfully. Didn't you two fall out? He's just been a bit off lately. Once he's back to normal, I'll reach out to him. You guys don't know he comes from the Ling Yanglan family? My family has an ancient painting done by his great-grandfather, which we treasure as a family heirloom. Yao Xian's face lit up with admiration when he mentioned Lan Guang. No wonder they'd been so close before. Lan Guang said you've met Xiao Wan. Does this girl even exist? Lang Junying approached from the hallway. Only then did Yao Xian notice the two others standing there. That's why I say Lan Guang's gone mad. He insists there's this girl named Xiao Wan, around 18, that they fell in love at first sight. He even introduced her to me. The three of us sipped tea and discussed paintings in his office. I think he must have lost his mind. Many artists have had their crazy moments, especially since he likes painting young girls, and not just any girls, but ones without clothes. Not that I look down on his style, I actually admire it. But he won't let me into his studio during the day, claiming there are girls there. Makes me feel like some lecher who can't resist groping girls whenever he sees them. From Lan Guang's account, it was clear that every meeting with Xiao Wan occurred at night, with no contact information exchanged. The girl always initiated contact. Yao Xian was reportedly the only other person besides Lan Guang who had seen Xiao Wan. Assuming Lan Guang wasn't lying or insane. Then it could only mean Yao Xian was lying. Officer, don't waste your time. Han Xiaowan doesn't even exist. You should take Lan Guang to get his head checked. When I tried to take him, he cursed at me and wouldn't listen to a word. You run a bar. Were you close with Lan Guang before? Did he often come here to hang out? Ding Wei asked. Yao Xian scratched his cheek. Heh, you don't think Lan Guang was some saint, do you? Before he lost his mind, he was always hanging out here. And at his studio, who knows how many girls he discussed art with. Heh, he actually told me once. He liked painting on girls, especially their backs. He said a girl's back was the most perfect canvas. After he finished painting, seeing Yao Xian's lecherous expression, Ding Wei felt physically sick and almost punched him. Get serious. The police are questioning us. Don't go off on tangents. If you file the case, I'll cooperate. But if you're here for something else, why should I cooperate? You're not even wearing uniforms. How do I know if this is official business or personal? You. Alright, we're done here. Thanks for your cooperation. Lin Dong cut off Ding Wei's outburst. Yao Xian had a point. Without an official case, these questions weren't strictly official business. Even if he refused to cooperate, there was little they could do about it. We saw what was going on inside earlier. If we come back and find any girls being bullied, you can shut this place down. Lin Dong declared with authority as he left. Yao Xian puffed on his cigarette, his expression enigmatic. After the four left the bar, Lin Dong stared at the shop sign and rubbed his chin. This guy's got some issues. What's wrong with him? Ding Wei asked urgently. First, he seemed to be answering our questions, but he was actually steering the conversation. We asked about that girl, yet he kept insisting Lan Guang had mental issues. Also, did you hear him mention Han Xiaowan's full name just now? Lu Guoqing still didn't know what they were investigating, so he could only listen in. As for Leng Junying, though she was a forensic pathologist, there were two types among them. One type focuses solely on the autopsy results, how the deceased died, the approximate time of death, without delving deeper. The other type of forensic pathologist analyzes the murder weapon based on the circumstances of the death, infers the group of suspects based on the time of death, and can even guide the police to catch the real culprit in the end. Leng Junying belonged to the latter group. I heard it. It struck me as odd right away. When Lan Guang mentioned that girl to us today, he kept calling her Xiaowan instead of using her full name. He must have addressed her as Xiaowan when interacting with Yao Xian too. Since Yao Xian denies this girl's existence, he mustn't have a strong impression of her. But the fact that he instinctively used her full name shows she holds a different kind of place in his mind. Seeing Ding Wei still didn't grasp it, Leng Junying gave an example. For example, if Lin Dong and I were friends, and he introduced you to me, during our time together, he always called you Xiao Ding. Under normal circumstances, I would naturally follow suit and call you Xiao Ding too. But if we met privately without Lin Dong and spent time together, I might eventually switch from Xiao Ding to using your full name or another nickname. This time, Ding Wei understood. She nodded in sudden realization. So, does that mean that girl actually exists? Not necessarily. What we just discussed is merely speculation. It's possible Yao Xian knew the name Han Xiaowan and blurted it out in anger. Lin Dong rubbed his aching forehead. To prove someone's existence, you need concrete evidence. Lan Guang said the girl's parents don't acknowledge her existence, which means he knows where her parents live. If someone lives in a place long enough, they're bound to leave traces of their life behind. Unless someone deliberately erased them, and even then, it might not be possible to erase everything completely. Leng Junying murmured, exactly. If no biological traces are found at home, maybe Lan Guang really has lost his mind. We might as well head back, this case holds little significance. Then that's it for tonight. Let's head back and rest, Lin Dong yawned. I'll drive you back, Lu Guoqing offered. The four began walking toward the city gates. Just as they were about to exit the ancient city's perimeter, Lin Dong suddenly turned back. Seeing Lin Dong halt, the other three stopped as well. What is it, Ida? I keep feeling like someone's following us. Lin Dong scanned the pitch-black stone path but saw no one, only leaves rustling in the wind. No way. Ding Wei narrowed her eyes and spotted a pair of feet behind a trash bin not far away. Someone was clearly hiding there. She made a shushing gesture, preparing to sneak closer. But halfway there, the figure bolted. Stop. Lin Dong called out urgently, don't chase them, Xiao Ding. We're unfamiliar with the old town's layout. Chasing them could easily lead to danger. Chapter 145. The house was too clean. Back at the hotel, Lin Dong lay on the bed, pondering this bizarre incident. The girl who seemed not to exist. The suspicious bar owner. And the fact they'd been followed tonight. All signs pointed to this being far from straightforward. The next morning, they met up with Lan Guang and headed to a self-built Western-style house not far from Lingyang ancient town. This used to be rural. With the ancient city's development, surrounding amenities and infrastructure improved. Some business people who made money built Western-style houses on top of their old homes. Lin Dong had changed into regular clothes today, not wearing his usual long robe. As the group approached the iron gate of the villa compound, Lin Dong appeared slightly tense, as if still debating whether to enter. Ding Wei couldn't bear to watch any longer. She stepped up to the gate and called out, "Anyone home?" Moments later, an elderly woman carrying garden shears approached, looking puzzled at Lin Dong and the others. "Who are you looking for?" "Police. We're here to investigate." Ding Wei stated their credentials first standard procedure. What were the police doing here? The old woman approached the doorway, half believing, half doubting. The moment she spotted Lin Dong, her emotions flared. She raised her large shears and pointed them at Lin Dong, erupting into a tirade, "You lunatic! How dare you show your face here? Officers, can you please take him to a mental hospital? Put down the scissors and open the door." Lu Guoqing stepped forward, worried Lin Dong and the others might get hurt. "Yes, put down the scissors first. Don't hurt yourself later," Ding Wei quickly urged. Just then, a young man emerged from the villa. "Mom, let them in. Since the police are here, we should explain everything clearly. Otherwise, that lunatic keeps harassing us, it's driving us crazy." The old woman glared viciously at Lin Dong, then put down the scissors and let Lin Dong and the others inside. "Do you come here often?" Lin Dong asked, having overheard their earlier exchange, which clearly indicated past friction. "Well, not often. I've only come a few times since Xiaowan went missing." "Xiaowan? Xiaowan? Your brain must be as empty as a bowl filled with water. I told you, there's no one by that name in this family." The woman turned back to Lin Dong and his companions. "Our household register clearly states there are only 3 of us, me, my old man, and my son. But this lunatic has been harassing us every other day for the past 2 months. Oh my." Lin Dong wiped sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. "It's really hot out here. Can we go inside to talk? While we're at it, could you show us your household registration book? Let's get this sorted out today so you can have some peace and quiet, right?" The woman hesitated. "Mom, let the officers come inside. The air conditioner's on in here, it's definitely cooler." The young man was quite cooperative. The woman went upstairs to fetch the household register, while Lin Dong and Lin Junying moved around inside the house. Ding Wei and Lu Guoqing stayed behind to distract them. Soon, Lin Dong noticed something amiss. "The furniture is all new. It's been replaced." "Yeah, I noticed too. Not just the furniture, the place has been deep cleaned." Lin Junying's gaze fixed on the corner of the table. "Typically, when cleaning a home, only the main areas, primarily those visible to the naked eye, would be tackled. But this house was excessively clean. One might assume the owner had a cleanliness obsession, hence the spotless surfaces. Yet the haphazard arrangement of many items throughout the house didn't align with someone who was truly fastidious. See? This is our household registration. Just 3 people. Where did Xiaowan come from?" Ding Wei took the household register and glanced through it. Head of household, Deng Rongliu, male, 48 years old. Wife, Zhang Meiqin, female, 45 years old. Son, Deng Xingyu, male, 23 years old. "Lin Dong, why are you so sure Xiaowan lives here? This area isn't like the city with specific neighborhoods, building numbers, and addresses," Lin Dong asked. Lin Dong explained, "Xiaowan told me her family lives in a house near the entrance to Chestnut Bay in Guankou village. There's a persimmon tree by the gate and a bamboo grove behind it. I searched the area, and only this house matches the description." "Bull." The woman's face darkened with fury. "You're a lunatic. And you called the police. Let's see how you get out of this today. I even brought out the household register and let you all come inside to see. You claim there's someone named Xiaowan in my family? If I had a daughter, I'd be overjoyed, how could I not know?" After circling the first-floor living room with no luck, Lin Dong suggested checking upstairs. "I'll take you. Just finish your inspection thoroughly this time, and tell him not to bother us anymore." Deng Xingyu volunteered to lead the way. The small villa had 3 floors. The second floor housed the dining room, kitchen, and 1 bedroom, while the third floor had 2 rooms. "I usually stay upstairs because I like gaming and don't want to disturb my parents. Want to come in and see?" "No need. Let's go upstairs." Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Lin Dong noticed one of the rooms was completely empty, not even furnished with a wardrobe. "What's this room for?" "It was meant to be my study, but I was still in college back then and rarely came home, so it's just been empty." Lin Dong walked over to the door and touched it. It was brand new. "Why replace the door on an empty room?" Deng Xingyu replied vaguely, "The door we bought before was poor quality. My dad got drunk once and ended up breaking the doorknob. We just replaced the whole door." "Is your dad not home?" "Our family runs a hardware factory right in the village. He's at the factory all day and only comes back for dinner. Now that I've graduated this year, I'm planning to intern at my dad's factory." Lin Dong smiled wryly. "I envy you. With a factory at home, you won't have to worry about finding work after graduation. Nothing compares to the stability of your police work. My dad constantly worries about the factory's profits and whether he can pay the workers. He's not even 50 yet, but his hair has turned noticeably gray. After their conversation, the two returned to the first-floor living room. The woman was still berating Lin Dong, her words harsh and unkind. Ding Wei glanced up at Lin Dong as he descended the stairs. Seeing him shake his head, she knew there were no leads upstairs. Finished looking? Anyone here? Ha, no one. I told you, only 3 of us live here, no 4th person. You should take him to get his head checked. Stop bothering us. Lin Dong gave a faint smile. Sorry for the disturbance. Since there's nothing here, we'll be on our way. Lan Guang, don't come back here again. Otherwise, you might be charged with disturbing the peace. Let's go. Lin Dong cut off Lan Guang's attempt to speak further. He then exchanged a glance with Lin Junying before turning his attention to the god of wealth hanging on the wall. May we use the restroom? Lin Junying clutched her stomach, her face twisted in discomfort. The restroom's over there. Feel free to use it. Zhang Meichin pointed in a direction. The group then stepped into the courtyard. Only after Lin Junying emerged did Lin Dong and the others finally leave the Deng residence. Chapter 146, Shaowan actually exists. On the way back, Lan Guang looked utterly dejected. Could it be that I really am losing my mind? Did you guys go see Yao Xin yesterday? What did he say? Ding Wei pursed her lips and replied vaguely. He said, you might need to get checked out at the hospital. Sigh, I've actually doubted myself too. Could all this be just my imagination? Did I stare at that painting too long and start hallucinating? But I really can see that photo, the one you all say is blank. I really can see it. If Shaowan exists and I give up searching for her, how utterly hopeless she must feel. The only person who knows she's alive in this world has abandoned her too. Lan Guang wiped away her tears. I couldn't tell if he was putting on an act or being sincere. If Yao Xin hadn't mentioned last night that he wasn't exactly a saint either, I might have genuinely believed he was just a lovesick painter. Ding Wei sighed inwardly, catching a glimpse of Lin Junying pulling out an evidence bag. Ha! Senior sister, did you collect fingerprints at the Deng residence? From the incense burner in front of the god of wealth statue. We'll get the results after comparing them back at the lab. Why the incense burner? Lu Guoqing asked earnestly while driving. Lin Dong tilted his head to watch the Deng family villa recede in the rearview mirror. This family is peculiar. They've replaced every piece of furniture in the house. There's an empty room on the 3rd floor, they even changed the door. Even if there are only 3 people living here, 2 rooms would be enough. But leaving an entire room completely bare, without even any clutter, is unusual. Ding Wei's mind raced, her large, bell-like eyes flashing with insight. They must be hiding something. Doors are the easiest surfaces to leave fingerprints on, and furniture too. If they lived there long-term, traces would inevitably be left everywhere. Even if they wiped traces, they couldn't guarantee a clean sweep. Replacing furniture is the best way to erase evidence. While not yet conclusive, this family was undeniably suspicious. Upon returning to the police station, Lu Guoqing immediately dove into fingerprint analysis. I haven't felt this tense in ages. Ding Wei bit her fingernails, a gesture Lin Dong noticed for the first time, confirming her genuine anxiety. If the fingerprint match confirms Shaowan's existence, it makes it even stranger that Lan Guang can see the person in the photo while we can't. Lin Junying didn't believe in ghosts or spirits. Her interpretation was that Lan Guang's profound longing for Shaowan, combined with the artist's belief that blank paper could be painted into anything, allowed him to infuse his yearning for her into the canvas. That's why he could often see her. The most terrifying deception isn't deceiving others, but deceiving oneself and believing it so utterly. The results are in. What's the verdict? Lin Dong and Ding Wei hurried over. 2 distinct fingerprints were extracted from the incense burner. One of them matches the unknown fingerprint from yesterday. Holy crap! So, Shaowan actually exists. Lin Dong frowned. This abstract case was like a piece of wood submerged underwater. Now, as the rot inside spread, it was slowly surfacing. I told you Shaowan was real. Where the hell is she now? Lan Guang screamed frantically. After being dismissed by so many, he'd begun doubting himself. He'd wondered if Shaowan was just a figment of his imagination. But now, the fingerprints were undeniably real, extracted from the teacup, teapot, and painting he had provided. All his previous self-doubt vanished into thin air, only strengthening his resolve to find Shaowan. If Shaowan is real, then Yao Xin and the Deng family have all been lying. Why not just arrest Yao Xin and interrogate him? Ding Wei suggested. Here's the new problem, our only evidence is fingerprints, one's not in the database. Even if they match those found on the Deng family's incense burner, it still doesn't prove this person actually exists. Only a few of us believe it. Without concrete identification, we can't file a case. Without a case, we can't detain Yao Xin in an interrogation room for questioning, we can only ask him to cooperate voluntarily. His attitude last night didn't exactly suggest he'd cooperate. Let's take a shot in the dark. Check the population database to see if there's anyone named Han Shaowan in Lingyang County. I'll look it up right away. Lu Guoqing logged into the population information network using his computer connected to the police department's internal network. Only 2 people in this county are named Han Xiaowan. One is already 27 this year, while the other is around the same age, 19 this year. But she probably doesn't look like this, right? Seeing the ID photo, Ding Wei and Lan Guang both denied it simultaneously. Not her. Could she be undocumented? Lin Dong pondered. Possible. China has nearly 10 million undocumented residents. Most are from previous unregistered births, avoiding fines by never registering. Others are trafficked children who can't obtain registration. Leng Junying continued, his voice slightly agitated. If she is undocumented, it explains why only 3 people appear on the Deng family's household register. It also explains how a living person could leave so few traces in society, as if she were invisible. Lan Guang clapped his hands. Exactly. Xiaowan told me her parents wouldn't let her leave the house, only teaching her at home. She had no classmates or friends. When we first met, she'd snuck out of the house. Ding Wei was puzzled. Given the Deng family's wealth, even if they had a penalty for having an extra child, they could afford the fine, right? If they were struggling before, why wouldn't they register their daughter now that they're so well off? Could it be that Xiaowan was bought? Lin Dong voiced his theory. Before Lingyang ancient city developed, this area was incredibly remote and the Deng family's location was even more isolated. On our way back today, we barely saw any households in the village. Buying children was common over a decade ago. Whether they were raised as their own, used as laborers, or something else that's unclear. I suggest starting with the Deng family as our breakthrough. Yao Xin is a seasoned veteran, he won't admit anything without evidence. Lan Guang perked up his ears. After listening, he quickly asked, is there anything I can do to help? Go to the hospital and get your head checked. Huh? You still think I'm crazy? Lan Guang looked utterly devastated. Last night, on our way out of the ancient city, we were followed. I didn't get a clear look at the person, but I saw his height and general build. He looked a lot like that son of the Deng family. Right. I thought I was the only one who thought that. Looks like we're on the same wavelength. Ding Wei flashed a wide grin. To avoid alerting them prematurely, we need to throw them a smokescreen. If you go to the hospital for a checkup, they'll assume you think you're mentally unstable. Only when they lower their guard will they slip up. Lan Guang drew out an O in response. Got it. I'll go get my brain checked tomorrow. Chapter 147, Encounter Under the Persimmon Tree. I have a few more questions for you. You must answer truthfully. Lin Dong still harbored several doubts. All right. Lan Guang perked up his ears. Does Xiaowan always come see you at night? That's right. She said her family wouldn't let her leave during the day. She could only sneak out at night. It takes her about an hour to walk from her home to the ancient city, so she always arrived late when she came to see me. Logically, Xiaowan should have been caught on the surveillance cameras lining the shops as she entered the ancient city. But over 2 months had passed since Xiaowan's last appearance. Shop surveillance systems lacked dedicated servers, so footage wasn't stored for long, typically only half a month to a month. So trying to track her down through surveillance footage now would be very difficult. What was the scene like when you first met? At this topic, a blissful smile spread across Lan Guang's face. I'm not exactly a saint. I often had relationships with students and models at the studio. The studio didn't have surveillance precisely because I frequently brought girls back to my room. To avoid complications, we never installed cameras. Even though the Lingyang Lan family has fallen on hard times, many locals still believe sending their children to study painting with me could be a livelihood for them. Seeing my paintings sell for 6 figures, they imagine their children could achieve the same. Lan Guang shook his head. Most artists live in poverty. Before achieving fame, they spend their days holed up in studios, day after day. I'm fortunate carrying the Lingyang Lan family name, many art dealers seek me out. I originally painted traditional Chinese ink paintings, a skill passed down through our family lineage. But with fewer people appreciating traditional art now, I made the decision to defy my ancestors for survival, using traditional techniques to paint women of the common world. For this reason, I only take young female students. Tourists visiting the ancient city sometimes hear of my reputation and choose to stay and learn painting. But what I teach them is proper traditional Chinese painting, a way to carry on our family craft. Time rewinds to half a year ago. In the quiet of night at Qingteng studio, a girl lay naked on the bed. Lan Guang held his brush, freely creating on her beautiful back and pert buttocks. Teacher, you once said our paintings merely capture form but lack spirit. But what exactly is spirit? Chinese painting emphasizes capturing spirit through form, seeking that elusive beauty between resemblance and abstraction where it perfectly resembles yet transcends the subject's true essence. Study diligently under me, and you'll master its essence. Lan Guang stepped back several paces, admiring his masterpiece with satisfaction. Excellent. This piece is my favorite. Lan Guang dipped his brush into the water bucket to wash off the pigment, dried it with absorbent paper, then dipped it in red pigment once more. Finally, he applied the finishing touch to the girl's eyes. Teacher, I'm worried I'll never earn enough to improve my family's situation. I'm 20 years old now, and I still have to ask my parents for money every month. I feel ashamed. I didn't go to university. People my age who didn't study are already out earning money. The girl remained in the prone position, showing no embarrassment, clearly not the first time she'd been asked to do this. Don't worry. Before you become a star, I'll sell your paintings online for you. Making a few hundred yuan per piece is no problem. If you paint 20 a month, you'll earn more than those factory workers, with less effort, and you'll learn real skills here. Lin Dongzheng set down his brush, his hand already creeping toward the girl's pert buttocks. Really? Teacher. People will actually buy my paintings, the girl exclaimed excitedly. Lots of young people love paintings these days. They don't understand art, but they think it looks good hanging in their homes. And young people are willing to spend money on their hobbies. So don't worry. Once I start streaming, all your paintings will sell. I won't take a single cent from the profits, it's all yours. Hearing her teacher's words, the girl couldn't help but lift her hips even higher. After venting his frustration, Lin Dongzheng was still panting heavily when he received a call from his friend Yao Xian, inviting him to grab drinks at the bar. Just sleep here tonight. Don't wash the paintings off your body, I might come back later. Lin Dongzheng dressed and left the studio. Passing by the persimmon tree on Sifang Street, he spotted a girl standing beneath it, her gaze somewhat lost. She looks familiar. Lin Dongzheng couldn't recall where he'd seen her before, but he felt certain he knew her. Could she be one of my former students who stopped coming to my studio? Over the years, countless people had sought him out to learn painting, so many he couldn't possibly remember them all. He intended to walk away, but his legs wouldn't move. Instead, he found himself approaching the girl. This tree is over 100 years old. During the Qing dynasty's Guangxu reign, a scholar from this ancient town planted it with his own hands before leaving home. Since then, many tourists preparing for exams have come here to take photos, hoping for blessings to pass their tests. The girl turned her head, her large, bell-like eyes studying Lin Dongzheng with curiosity. This scene made Lin Dongzheng gasp in surprise. Suddenly, he remembered where he had seen this woman before. It was in an ancient painting passed down through his family. The resemblance was uncanny. Do we know each other? The girl asked. No, we've never met before. But I keep feeling like I've seen you somewhere before, the girl smiled with innocent charm. My name is Han Xiaowan. This is my first time in the ancient city. Would you like me to show you around? Lin Dongzheng asked. No need. I have to head back soon. My family doesn't let me go out. I snuck out. The girl made a shushing gesture, as if her family were watching her every move. Seeing her adorable gesture, Lin Dongzheng suddenly lost his desire to drink. He bought her a drink from a nearby shop, and the two sat under a persimmon tree chatting for a long time. In the days that followed, the girl would come to Lin Dongzheng's studio to find him every few days. She said she'd snuck out, so every evening after that, Lin Dongzheng would clear everyone else from the studio, waiting for Xiaowan's arrival. The young women who had once posed for Lin Dongzheng's nude studies noticed their teacher seemed like a different person overnight, more refined and no longer sketching on their bodies. After hearing Lin Dongzheng's story, Lin Dong finally understood why no one around Lin Dongzheng acknowledged Xiaowan's existence. Xiaowan's appearances always perfectly avoided everyone around Lin Dongzheng. Only Yao Xian had been personally brought to the office by Lin Dongzheng to meet her. Xiaowan's claim that she was surnamed Han and had always lived with the Deng family further reinforced Lin Dong's suspicion that she might have been brought to the Deng household as an infant. The next focus of the investigation would be the Deng family. I refuse to believe you could erase every trace of a living person who lived in your home for over a decade. Chapter 148, Child Bride. This is where Lu Guoqing proved his worth. As the bureau chief's son, and with his father's deliberate arrangement for him to learn from the homicide investigation unit, Lu Guoqing found it quite easy to request a few additional personnel. After 3 days of investigation and surveillance, the police quickly uncovered a lead. Location: Lingyang County Public Security Bureau Forensic Examination Office. Over the past few days, we've separately interviewed 3 individuals from the Deng family: Deng Rongliu, Zhang Meichin, and Deng Xingyu. We also conducted door-to-door inquiries among villagers in Banlimen, Guankou village, uncovering several suspicious points. Lin Dong sat on a stool, Ding Wei leaned against the edge of the desk, and Lang Junying stared intently at the speaking officer. All 3 minds began to race. First up is Deng Rongliu, who runs a hardware factory in the village employing about 30 people. Not long ago, business was so bad he couldn't even pay wages, and there were rumors he was going to sell the factory. Whether it was sheer luck or someone pulling strings, Deng Rongliu's hardware factory unexpectedly landed a major contract, an out-of-province project, no less. Word is they signed a 5-year deal with him in one fell swoop. Large-scale projects typically involve numerous suppliers. While Deng Rongliu's factory isn't huge, landing this contract has essentially revived his business and will bring in substantial profits for years to come. Now, about this Zhang Meichin, she's incredibly controlling over her son. She often tells villagers she worries he'll move away after marriage and rarely come back. She says it'd be best if he married an orphan girl who'd stay put once she came into the family. Ding Wei turned to look at Lin Dong. I feel like your theory that Xiaowan might have been bought is getting more and more plausible. Could it be that Zhang Meichin bought her son a child bride to keep him from leaving home later? Lin Dong inwardly scoffed, it's the 21st century, where did this feudal nonsense come from? As for Deng Xingyu, we could find almost no information about him in the village because he rarely interacted with the villagers. So we went to his high school and got his classmates' contact information from the school archives. We asked several people in a row, and they all thought we were scammers. Finally, we got a female colleague to make the call, and we found one classmate willing to talk. He said he was Deng Xingyu's roommate, and back in high school, Deng Xingyu often talked to them about matters between men and women. Unlike typical students discussing porn, Deng Xingyu demonstrated deep knowledge of intimate matters, as if he'd experienced them firsthand. While others talked about the actions, he could describe sensations in details. If that classmate isn't lying, Deng Xingyu must have been exposed to sexual matters since age 17. Additionally, villagers reported seeing a girl at the Deng residence, but Zhang Meiqin claimed it was a relative's child visiting. Ding Wei slammed her hand on the table, her voice rising with urgency. That empty room in the Deng residence must be the one Xiaowan once lived in. What are we waiting for? Bring those three back for interrogation. Someone's bound to crack under pressure. Could it be they discovered Xiaowan frequently visiting Lang Wang at night, so they hid her away? Lang Junying questioned doubtfully. Based on what we know now, Xiaowan might have been bought by Zhang Meiqin from human traffickers long ago. She intended her as a wife for her son, but Xiaowan ran away and met another man. What do you think Zhang Meiqin might have done? Seeing Lin Dong and the others remain silent, Lu Guoqing scratched his head awkwardly. Just my wild guess. Pretend you didn't hear it. Your analysis makes sense, but what I can't figure out is what role Yao Xian played in this incident. Since Xiaowan exists, Yao Xian lied. But why would he lie? Lin Dong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. People don't lie for no reason. Every lie has a purpose behind it. Look into Yao Xian, Lin Dong instructed Lu Guoqing. Does his business empire extend into the construction sector? Got it. Hide, are you suspecting that the big order for Deng Ronglio's factory might be connected to Yao Xian? I just can't find a reason for Yao Xian to lie, so I'm forcing a connection to the Deng family. Solving a case is all about making assumptions and reasoning step by step. If Yao Xian is connected to the Dengs, it explains why he denied Xiaowan's existence. Ding Wei nodded. Hide was right, solving a case meant making multiple assumptions and then testing them. If a hypothesis failed, you'd formulate a new one. If it succeeded, the case would advance. Inference was necessary when clues were scarce. If concrete evidence emerged, such complexity wouldn't be needed. Hide, should we continue waiting for updates from the police investigation? Lin Dong smiled. Tonight, we'll swing by the Flower God Bar again. Again? Yao Xian should be wary of us now. I said take a look around, not sit down. Yao Xian's bar isn't exactly legitimate. In this little underworld, everyone has their own agenda. There must be employees dissatisfied with Yao Xian. We'll talk to them and see if Yao Xian ever let slip anything while drunk. That evening, Lin Dong and Ding Wei returned to Flower Goddess Bar. Lang Junying didn't come. Lin Dong had assigned her to represent the Homicide Investigation Division, working with Lu Guoqing to probe the connections between Yao Xian and the Deng family. Hide, do you think reincarnation is real? As they passed the persimmon tree on Sifang Street, Ding Wei suddenly mused aloud. You're thinking about that painting, aren't you? Lin Dong replied, hands in his pockets as they walked. Genes may be diverse, but with so many people in the world, it's inevitable to encounter those with similar genetic makeup. Of course, for someone like me who writes books, to craft a story beautifully, I might just arrange a tale like that. An unfulfilled love from a past life, reunited after a century apart. Ding Wei sighed. Sweet, beautiful love only exists in novels. Reality is full of wife murder cases, domestic violence, husbands cheating. Hold on. Why is it always us men who are the problem? I'm a woman, so naturally I speak from a woman's perspective. You could also say it's wives cheating, using their husband's money to support their young lovers. Walking along the street, they saw many couples holding hands as they strolled up the ancient city's gray stone steps. Ding Wei glanced down at Lin Dong's hand, feeling an urge to take it. Hey, look at all the couples walking hand in hand. Us walking separately like this, doesn't it make us stand out? What do you want me to do? You can't exactly straddle me, Lin Dong teased. This hopeless straight guy. Ding Wei gritted her teeth and took his hand. We need to blend in with the atmosphere here so we don't draw attention during the investigation. You didn't go to police academy, so you don't know. No worries, I'll teach you. After her little scheme succeeded, Ding Wei swayed her arm contentedly, tugging Lin Dong's hand along with her. Before long, the two arrived near the Flower Goddess Bar. Chapter 149, He's the One. Should we go in? Last time we came, the staff probably recognized us. Even if they didn't, Yao Xian must have warned them afterward. We're here early today, and the bar isn't open yet. The staff should be arriving soon. We'll keep an eye out for him. Ding Wei turned her head and asked, keep an eye on who? Small bars like this usually don't have drink promoters, but last time we saw a few inside. They're probably regulars and won't increase in number. Most bars in the old city aren't very big. Even if they use drink promoters, hiring too many just isn't cost effective. Oh. Got it. We're keeping an eye on that girl who got bullied last time, right? To question her? No. That girl probably hasn't been here long and clearly doesn't know the ropes. We need to keep an eye on Shui Ying. She handled herself with ease in the private room that day. When it came to drinking with customers, Yao Xian called on her first. She obviously knows more. But Yao Xian is her boss. She probably wouldn't spill his private business to strangers. Ding Wei felt the odds of success were slim. Lin Dong gave a dry chuckle. It's just a business relationship, not a co-worker thing. Even if she upsets one side, she can always go elsewhere. Problems that can be solved with big money. I can't handle those. But problems that can be solved with small money? I can manage that. That Yao Xian doesn't seem particularly charismatic. I doubt those dancers and hostesses are that loyal to him. Soon, a woman wearing a crop tank top and denim hot pants appeared, bag in hand, walking slowly toward them. Is that her? Lin Dong struggled to distinguish women dressed like this, likely due to subtle cosmetic enhancements making them all look alike. Yep, that's her. Ding Wei could read people by their bones and rarely had trouble recognizing faces. Watch me. Lin Dong strode over confidently. Excuse me, miss. No green bubbles? Get lost. Sigh. This woman has quite the temper. I'm not adding you on WeChat. I just want to ask you something. Seeing that he looked well-mannered and refined, unlike the usual middle-aged men or young guys who came asking for her WeChat, the woman finally stopped in her tracks and lit a cigarette. What do you want to know? Your boss, Yao Xian. The woman instantly grew wary, asking half jokingly, half seriously, you're not a cop, are you? Nope, not at all. I don't look like a cop, do I? True. You're clean-shaven and pale, look like some pretty boy. Definitely not cop material. If cops were skinny like you, society would be screwed. Damn it, why the personal attacks? If you're asking about our boss, why not go talk to him directly? Why bother me? If you're not in a rush for work, maybe we could grab a seat somewhere nearby? Lin Dong glanced around. The only place nearby was a milk snow ice shop, but inviting someone for milk snow ice seemed a bit awkward. How about a 4 yuan lemonade? A guy trying to impress a girl wouldn't spend just $4 on drinks. Ask whatever you need to ask quickly. I know who you are. I saw you at the private room door that day. You said you were police. He'd been recognized. No point pretending anymore. Did Yao Xian ever mention someone named Xiao Wan when chatting with you guys? No. Think again. Don't assume I'm some uneducated bar hostess just because I work here. I graduated with a bachelor's degree and have a decent memory. Our boss loves to brag in front of us, especially after drinking when he spills everything, but he's never mentioned anyone named Xiao Wan. Just as Lin Dong was pondering how to rephrase his question, the other person provided a crucial lead. Yao Xian actually has a private room at the bar. I went in once, it's incredibly soundproof. You can barely hear the loud music outside. I was young back then and thought Yao Xian was pretty decent, generous and all. So I slept with him a few times without hesitation. Later, I realized he was a scumbag. Not only did he sleep with bar staff, but he also hunted customers targeting women traveling alone to the ancient city. He'd buy them free drinks, drug them, and take them to the back to sleep with them. After sleeping with them, he'd have us take the girls back to his guest house, covering for him by saying they were drunk and we were just giving them a free place to stay. Those naive girls were so stupid they'd get screwed over and still thank Yao Xian for being a good guy. If it weren't for those few measly bucks, I would have reported him ages ago. Trying to use these incidents to pressure Yao Xian now is completely impossible. The victims were all tourists who'd long since left the ancient town, making it nearly impossible to investigate. Plus, with so much time past, any evidence is long gone. You're telling me all this? Aren't you afraid Yao Xian will come after you? That. I quit working for him ages ago. A new bar just opened in the county seat, pretty big place. I'm planning to work there. As for why I'm telling you all this, you interrupted Yao Xian and his crew doing their dirty deeds that day. That girl was just starting out in the world, so I let her go the very next day. If someone had stood up for me back when I was first forced into escorting and those disgusting men were groping me, maybe I wouldn't have ended up on this path. The woman took a deep drag on her cigarette, her expression turning grave. Is there only one exit in the bar? There's another exit at the back door, usually for staff. But this year the boss banned us from using it and posted a notice, a 100 yuan fine for each violation. What a jerk. The back door that staff aren't allowed to use? Is Yao Xian's room close to the back door? Right at the back door. You walk in and it's there. The Flower Goddess Bar and Breeze Studio weren't far apart, and the back door likely opened onto an alley. The alleys in the old city weren't on the main roads, and at night, they weren't even lit. Lin Dong was still pondering when the woman grew impatient. After exchanging a few more words with him, she headed toward Flower Goddess Bar. Perhaps she'd be leaving soon, which explained why she was sharing so much with me. It was like those programmers who couldn't stand their bosses when they quit. They'd wipe the database and run, basically saying, "You're not my boss anymore, so I don't give a damn about you." After the woman walked away, Ding Wei finally approached. "Hey, what's up? Go check behind the flower god bar. Hey, looks like we have a lead." Ding Wei followed Lin Dong as they crossed the alley and spotted the bar's back door. The alley was narrow, bordered by a wall, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side. Lin Dong repeated the woman's words to Ding Wei. "The moment I saw that guy, I thought he looked like a predator. Turns out I was right. He runs a guest house, and the staff there cover for him. Even if the assaulted girl wakes up in the morning and feels something's wrong with her body, seeing a woman sleeping beside her, she'd probably just assume she drank too much and feels unwell." Lin Dong said coldly, "That's why women should never accept food or drinks from strangers when traveling alone. It's best to always go out with friends." The two walked down the alley for about 100 meters before reaching the back of Qingteng Art Studio. "There's actually a back door here too." Chapter 150, One Flaw in a Perfect Plan. "We didn't encounter a single person along the way just now." True. Maybe because there are no tourist attractions here, visitors wouldn't take this route. Plus, it gets pretty dark around here at night, so locals avoid it too. Lin Dong suddenly snapped his fingers. Could it be that Yao Xin took Xiaowan away? Could he have tricked her so easily? Ding Wei pondered for a moment. It was actually possible. A girl who'd just come of age, confined to her home her entire life, learning about the outside world only through television. She must be incredibly innocent. Imagine if one day, Xiaowan came looking for Langguang but ran into Yao Xin on the way. He could have gotten evil thoughts, tricked her into thinking Langguang was at the bar when he wasn't there at all. The rest was easy to imagine. After voicing her thoughts, Ding Wei also had a question. But didn't Shui Ying say she'd never met Xiaowan? If he assaulted Xiaowan in the same way, to avoid suspicion, he would likely use the same method to have someone deliver her to the guest house. Could it be someone else who delivered her, which is why Shui Ying doesn't know? Lin Dong quickly dismissed the idea. Xiaowan is barely of age. You can tell she's very young just by looking at her face. I asked her if any women her age had been assaulted by Yao Xin, or if anyone close to Yao Xin had done such things, and she said no. Since she already told me so much about Yao Xin's dirty deeds, I don't think she have any reason to lie about this. Now we just wait for Sister Lang's update. If we catch even the slightest connection between Yao Xin and the Deng family, we can summon them. I refuse to believe they've covered their tracks perfectly. Time flew by, and the next day dawned. The sun had climbed high in the sky, and the midday heat was already intense. In the forensic lab of the county police station, Lin Dong was still recounting last night's discoveries to Leng Junying. Suddenly, Lu Guoqing rushed in. "We found it. The company supplying Deng Ronglio is called Zhaoxing Construction. It's actually a shell company. The real entity behind it is Jihua Construction, with Huang Shan as the legal representative. Take a look at this guy. Does he look familiar?" Ding Wei's pupils dilated instantly upon seeing the photo. "That's the fat guy from the Flower God Bar. He was groping the girl when we interrupted him." "Yes, that's him." Lu Guoqing continued. "Huang Shan and Yao Xian have an unusual relationship. There might be kickbacks involved, or even shady deals. Summon them immediately. If we wait any longer, I fear they might flee. Our investigation has caused quite a stir these past few days. They may have already caught wind of it," Leng Junying said. "Guoqing, bad news. A police officer suddenly ran over. The guy we've been investigating bought a ticket to Thailand just now. Thailand has visa-free entry for our country. The flight leaves at 5 p.m. He might already be on his way downtown. Arrest him. Summon those three from the Deng family too," Lin Dong ordered decisively. Finally, a case. Lu Guoqing knew that following the homicide investigation unit would inevitably lead to a case. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come all this way for nothing. "Let's go. Notify the Criminal Investigation Division and request their assistance in apprehending the suspect." The Criminal Investigation Division would grant the favor for the chief's son. They immediately dispatched personnel without urgent assignments. What if they stubbornly deny Xiaowan ever existed? "I've already figured out a way." Lin Dong pulled out his phone. "Remember that painting only Lan Guang could see?" "Of course. But wasn't it blank? He drew that photo. Good thing I took a picture of it last time. I sent this photo, along with the one of the persimmon tree at Sifang Street, to Yuzhu. I asked her to use AI to generate a real person image. AI had advanced rapidly lately. Generating a real person from a drawing? No problem. Even making people in photos come to life? A breeze." Soon, Yao Xian, Deng Ronglio, Zhang Meiqin, and Deng Xingyu were all brought to the police station and locked in separate rooms. Yao Xian is a seasoned veteran, the toughest nut to crack. Start with the three from the Deng family. I'll interrogate Deng Xingyu. Ding Wei volunteered. Then I'll interrogate Zhang Meiqin. Interrogation isn't my strong suit. I'll handle Deng Ronglio with old Lu, Leng Junying stated. Remember, during questioning, we must firmly convey that we know Han Xiaowan is a real person. If even one of these three breaks down psychologically, the other two will follow suit. Understood. Lin Dong entered one of the interrogation rooms. It was completely soundproof, eliminating any risk of witnesses in adjacent rooms colluding over testimony. As soon as he entered, Deng Xingyu asked nervously, "What's going on? Why did you bring us to the police station?" "Let me introduce myself first. I'm not from Lingyang Police Station. I'm with Homicide Investigations. Young folks love scrolling through short videos, you've probably seen me there. No case I handle goes unsolved." Lin Dong wasn't just bragging, he was elevating his own status to exert pressure on the other party. Homicide? No, this must be some kind of misunderstanding. You're a college student. Even if you're not studying law, you should know that withholding crucial evidence makes you an accomplice. Lin Dong raised his voice and continued to ask loudly. "I'll ask you one more time, Han Xiaowan, do you know her?" Hearing Lin Dong call out Han Xiaowan directly, Deng Xingyu's lips trembled with nervousness. But he didn't respond immediately, likely still weighing whether to keep up the pretense. "That name is too common. I really don't remember. To be honest, I can't even recall the names of many of my high school classmates." Lin Dong knew he wouldn't admit it so quickly. The kid must be thinking they'd covered their tracks perfectly, cleaning the house spotless, replacing every piece of furniture. Little did they know that the god of wealth they worshipped had become proof of Han Xiaowan's existence. This photo was taken by Lan Guan, the owner of Qingteng Art Studio, the man who frequently visits your place. Additionally, I collected Han Xiaowan's fingerprints from your home. Fingerprints? On the incense burner of that god of wealth statue. Lin Dong slammed his hand on the table unexpectedly, startling Deng Xingyu. One slip-up spoils the whole plan. Your family runs a business and dared not offend the god of wealth you worship. Even knowing fingerprints might be on it, you gambled the police wouldn't notice something hanging on the wall. Seeing Deng Xingyu clenching his fists, still wrestling with complex thoughts inside, Lin Dong delivered a blunt blow to his head. "We contacted your high school classmates. They said you were precocious and had sex with others outside school. That's why you could describe a woman's body and the sensations during lovemaking so vividly. You never had a girlfriend in high school, you know exactly who you slept with. We've not only arrested your family but also another individual. If he confesses first, your family will lose any chance to redeem themselves through cooperation." Lin Dong stood up, walked out of the interrogation room without looking back, and turned off the lights as he left. "Let him stew on it. Even if he still refuses to confess, I refuse to believe all four of them are that stubborn." Chapter 151, Nothing special, just practice makes perfect. Nearly 10 minutes had passed since they delocked the man in the darkroom before Lin Dong pushed open the door. Deng Xingyu sat inside, his expression shattered, whether from fear of the darkness or the complex internal struggle he'd been enduring remained unclear. Fear of the dark seemed unlikely. Other lights remained on in the interrogation room. Lin Dong had only switched off the main light. "Just wear him down. Once your mindset breaks, your tongue loosens. Do you remember who Han Xiaowan is now?" "Yes, she's the sister we adopted into our family." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Because we feared the police would think we kidnapped her. Actually, my mother found her. Back then, our area favored sons over daughters, and with the one-child policy, many people simply abandoned their baby girls." Lin Dong took careful notes before asking, "Where is she now?" "She went missing 2 months ago. We searched everywhere until the art studio owner came forward. That's when we found out Xiaowan had been sneaking out at night all along. I was away on an internship during my senior year and wasn't home. If I had been there, none of this would have happened." Deng Xingyu wasn't thinking about his mistake, he was filled with regret for not keeping a closer eye on Han Xiaowan. Lin Dong did a quick calculation. Deng Xingyu was 23 this year, and Han Xiaowan was 18. In her sophomore year of high school, Deng Xingyu was 17, while Han Xiaowan was only 13. That bastard, how could he do such a thing? What's Yao Xian's relationship to your family? Why would he save your father's factory? I don't know Yao Xian. Think carefully before you speak. I genuinely don't know him. After starting college, I rarely went home. Beyond my close friends, I hardly interacted with my parents' friends or relatives, let alone know their names. Seeing the kid's expression show no hesitation, Lin Dong chose to believe him for now. Han Xiaowan had vanished suddenly 2 months prior, at which point Deng Xingyu should still have been interning. The other two were now the focus. Only by extracting more information from them could they confront Yao Xian. Stepping out of the interrogation room, Lin Dong spotted Ding Wei. "How'd it go?" "After I showed the photos to Zhang Meiqin, she just cried and wouldn't speak. I'm waiting for her to finish crying before going back in for questioning. But judging by her state, she should break down soon." Ding Wei approached and asked, "What about your end, Hide? That kid has already admitted to Han Xiaowan's existence." "Really? Did he say where Han Xiaowan is?" "No. What worries me is, Xiaowan might already be dead. If she were still alive, given the circumstances, they would have revealed her location by now. Deng Xingyu said Xiaowan was found as a stray. Though they never went through formal adoption procedures, without evidence, they couldn't be prosecuted for child trafficking. There are only two reasons they'd hesitate to speak up: either Xiao once suffered abuse in their home, or she's already dead and they know it. How utterly pitiful. A wave of bitterness washed over Ding Wei, quickly giving way to seething anger. Just as she was about to storm into the interrogation room to press Zhang Meiqin further, Lin Dongzheng emerged from another interrogation room. His first words were, "Han Xiaoan might already be dead." "Did Deng Rongliu confess?" Lin Dong asked. Lin Dongzheng shook his head. "I used his factory as a breakthrough point, leveraging the Huangshan connection to break down his psychological defenses. When I mentioned going to inspect his factory, his tension was palpable. Combine that with a living person vanishing without a trace, plus what you mentioned Han Xiaoan's room being clean spotless. Beyond covering tracks, there's another possibility." Lin Dong added gravely, "Another possibility, disposing of the deceased's belongings to ward off bad luck." "Exactly. That's why I suspect Han Xiaoan might already be dead, and her body is likely buried near the factory." Ding Wei hurriedly asked, "Senior sister, how did you deduce that?" "While investigating the connection between the Deng family and Yao Xian, I visited the Deng family's factory, located right in the village. Due to environmental regulations, the place is quite remote, with almost no farmhouses in sight. The road leading there was funded jointly by the Deng family and the government, and beyond that point, there's no road. If I killed someone and needed to dispose of the body, I'd choose a familiar spot where I knew no one would pass by. Clearly, the area behind the Deng family factory is the perfect choice." Lin Dong snapped his fingers. "Let's go. We'll find out. What about these three suspects? Have the brothers from the Criminal Investigation Division keep an eye on them. Keep checking in to see if they have anything else to confess." Just then, Lu Guoqing emerged. Hearing that Lin Dong and his team were heading out to search for the body, he perked up immediately and instructed the Criminal Investigation Division to make another trip. The group made their way to the rear of Deng's factory. Workers still laboring there were unaware of the police's arrival and continued their tasks. Ever since their boss landed a big order, he'd raised their wages. In the village, they could find work that supported their entire families without having to travel far. To these villagers, their boss seemed like a living Buddha, a truly benevolent man. Thus, they made no connection between the police presence and their employer. The difference between fresh and old soil was immediately apparent. With the assistance of police dogs, within a few hours, the police discovered a suspicious area. Dig. Before long, several burly officers dug up a pit about 2 to 3 meters long and wide, and about a meter deep. Piles of freshly excavated yellow clay lay beside it. Seeing that the remains had already skeletonized, Lin Dongzheng frowned, sensing something was off about the age. Generally, skeletal remains can appear within a month during summer, but complete skeletalization requires at least a year, usually 2 years or more. "This isn't Han Xiaoan?" Ding Wei stood beside the pit, hands on her hips. Lin Dong donned gloves and picked up a bone fragment. "This isn't even female remains." Due to physiological differences between males and females, as well as varying labor activities, male bones are typically more robust. They exhibit distinct protrusions where muscles attach and have greater bone density. Female bones, conversely, are more delicate and smooth-surfaced. The most telling difference is the pelvis. Male pelvises are larger than female ones in height, width, ischial length, and pelvic angle. "So we can conclude this is a male skeleton." Lin Dongzheng chuckled. "Why not switch careers and become a forensic pathologist? I see you have quite the talent for it." "Nothing special, just practice makes perfect." Lin Dong shrugged. "Handled more cases lately, seen more bodies, so I picked up a thing or two. Should be able to estimate age from bones too. Sister Lang, give us a live demonstration." "Look at the teeth." "Teeth?" Lin Dongzheng explained, "By examining the degree of tooth wear, we can roughly estimate age. When people eat, chewing causes friction between teeth and food, as well as between teeth themselves, resulting in wear on the biting surfaces and cutting edges." Lin Dong nodded slightly, committing these points to memory. "Who knows? They might come in handy when tackling new cases later." Chapter 152, Sun Preference. Tooth wear is categorized into several grades. 0 wear typically occurs in individuals under 20 years old. Grade 1 wear generally corresponds to ages 21 to 30, progressing sequentially. Grade 5 wear is characteristic of individuals over 60 years old. As for determining the specific grade of wear, that comes from years of working with corpses. Just as you said, nothing else matters, it's all about practice. Sometimes theoretical knowledge is useless, experience is the foundation and key to making judgments. Lin Dongzheng delivered his conclusion directly. "This is the body of a male around 45 years old, killed by a blunt force blow to the back of the head. Clearly, this isn't Han Xiaoan. Damn it. Deng Rongliu sure knows how to keep a secret. Where could Han Xiaoan be? Could she still be alive?" Ding Wei pursed her lips in deep thought. "This man's hair distribution is uneven, there should be a bald spot here. First, let's check the village for any missing persons matching these details. Brother Lu, we'll need your team to make another trip." Lu Guoqing chuckled, "No trouble at all. Finding a homicide means all our previous efforts weren't wasted. Lin Dong knew exactly what made him happy. What began as a missing persons case had now escalated into a homicide. For him, the bigger and more complex the case, the better it would look on his record. The victim's identity was soon identified. The deceased is Dai Huacheng, from Guankou village. He went missing 3 years ago and worked as a polisher at Deng's hardware factory. Factory staff said Dai frequently demanded pay raises from Deng Ronglio and would occasionally sabotage equipment on purpose. After he stopped coming to work, his co-workers assumed he'd been fired. Given this, it seems likely that Deng Ronglio had him killed. Among the workers, Deng Ronglio had a fairly good reputation. He gave red envelopes during the new year and didn't lay off anyone even when the factory faced its toughest times. My guess is that Deng Ronglio, being an honest man, was pushed to the edge and resorted to extreme measures. Refusing a raise is one thing, but deliberately sabotaging factory machinery? Dai Huacheng was truly despicable. At the police station, Lu Guoqing returned with the investigation results. Lin Dong rose without a flicker of emotion. Now Deng Ronglio will finally have to explain himself. Ida, I'll accompany you. Ding Wei also hurriedly stood up. Seeing Lang Junian give her a meaningful smile, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, following Lin Dong's pace. Inside the room, Deng Ronglio was already feeling drowsy. Under intense mental strain, once the surroundings grew quiet, drowsiness would easily overtake him. Suddenly, the door swung open. Seeing 2 young officers had replaced the others, Deng Ronglio frowned tightly. Officers, we found a body behind your factory. Lin Dong cut him off, employing a preemptive tactic. The deceased is Dai Huacheng, a worker at your factory. According to our investigation, Dai Huacheng had multiple conflicts with you before his death. I didn't kill him. Whether you did it or not, we'll find out. What I'm saying is about Han Xiaowan. If you confess now, it can still be considered a voluntary surrender. But if we uncover it ourselves, your entire family won't escape responsibility. Guankou village favored sons over daughters, and Deng Ronglio must have doted on his son excessively. Lin Dong seized this as his opening. Leaning back in his chair, he deliberately adopted a threatening tone. You should know your son assaulted Han Xiaowan back in high school. Logically, he's the prime suspect. If you choose not to speak, we'll question every friend and acquaintance he has. Mark my words, your son won't be able to hold his head up afterward. Hearing this, Deng Ronglio lost his composure. Overcome with rage and grief, he burst into tears. Our family must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to get caught up in this. Han Xiaowan really was a foundling. I remember it was a rainy day when Meiqin suddenly brought a child home, saying she'd found her by the river. Back then, child abandonment was common in Lingyang County. Many families, after having a girl as their first child, would either kill her or abandon her. We figured this was just another family who chose to give up their child. Meiqin saw the girl's big, round eyes and thought she was adorable. She said we should just take her in. If our son couldn't find a wife later, we could marry her off to him. Our family was struggling financially back then, and Meiqin was always worried our son wouldn't find a wife. I'm a softie too. I thought if we left the girl behind, she'd surely die, so I agreed to take her in. It was just one more set of chopsticks and bowls to wash later on. Back then, the one-child policy was still strictly enforced and overpopulation patrols were common. We dared not register her birth, so Xiaowan remained undocumented, hiding quietly at home, never going out. We dared not take her out in public, fearing denunciation. We couldn't send her to school either, so my son taught her to read and do simple math after coming home from school. Later, I started my own business, and our family's circumstances gradually improved. We built a new house and reserved a room especially for Xiaowan. As my son grew up, Xiaowan blossomed into a graceful young woman. Meiqin recalled that bringing Xiaowan home in the first place was precisely to find a wife for my son someday. I told her, now that we have money and my son is handsome and well-mannered, how could he not find a wife? I even planned to take Xiaowan to register her with the authorities and explain everything to the police. But Meiqin said, several human trafficking cases have been uncovered around here. People from our own village bought sons, only for the birth parents to track them down later. She feared that registering Xiaowan might lead to the same fate, so she kept putting it off. After discovering my son and Xiaowan had become intimate, I realized he must care for her. Gradually, I came to accept Meiqin's perspective, viewing Xiaowan as our future daughter-in-law. This way, my son wouldn't have to leave home and could stay with us. Ding Wei frowned as she took notes. This family's thinking is remarkably progressive. Around late June this year, we discovered Xiaowan sneaking out at night. My son followed her for several days and found her hanging out with a middle-aged man in the ancient city. Lin Dong interrupted, didn't Deng Xingyu also follow us in the ancient city a few days ago? Deng Ronglio stiffly nodded. He originally intended to teach that art studio owner a lesson, but when he discovered you were investigating a case, he started tailing you instead. I knew it. The build of the stalker we encountered that night matched Deng Xingyu's perfectly. Ding Wei pouted, her expression brimming with smug satisfaction. Go on. After you discovered Han Xiaowan hanging out with Lan Guang, what did you do? Deng Ronglio paused before continuing. We were furious, but we didn't confront her right away because I feared she'd deny it. So our family discussed it and decided to wait until she went out again to catch her red-handed with that man. But when we went to the art studio that day, Xiaowan wasn't there. So we searched all over the ancient city. We knew she wouldn't dare take the main roads, so we wandered aimlessly through the alleys. We couldn't find her anywhere. Just as we were about to head home, Mei-chin suddenly spotted a man carrying a girl on his back. The silhouette looked just like Xiaowan. They got into a car. I had driven there, so I followed them all the way to the outskirts of town. There, I saw several other men who seemed to be digging a hole. Seeing their numbers and the shovels in their hands, I decided to drive back first. But I didn't notice someone approaching. They reached out and yanked the keys from my ignition. That person was Boss Yao. Lin Dong pressed. Yao Xin? Yes, that's him. Chapter 153, What the hell are you doing? Deng Ronglio recalled that night, his heart filling with sorrow. Yao Xin snatched our car keys and demanded to know what we were doing. I explained we'd gotten lost while driving, but he didn't believe me. He forced my entire family out of the car. They outnumbered us. There were 4 or 5 of them. Thinking of my family, I begged him to let us go. Lin Dong frowned, listening intently. Yao Xin asked if I knew that girl. I walked over to the pit and saw it was Xiaowan. Then I started crying. After all, I'd raised her for over a decade. There was still affection there. Even though I always made her call me uncle and never let her take my surname, deep down I truly treated her like my own daughter. Bull. If you really thought of her as your daughter, why would you plan to marry her off to your son? A daughter becoming a daughter-in-law, wouldn't that be awkward living under the same roof? Lin Dong cursed Deng Ronglio silently in his mind. After Yao Xin heard that Xiaowan was my daughter, he suddenly changed his attitude and apologized to me. He said Xiaowan had drunk alcohol at his bar and died from an allergic reaction. He found she hadn't brought her phone and couldn't contact her family, so he decided to secretly bury her himself. I told him that although Xiaowan wasn't my biological daughter, she was like my own flesh and blood. But when he heard she wasn't my real daughter, he started bargaining with me, asking how much money I wanted to agree to let him off the hook. I knew he feared we'd kill him too, and the scandal would be impossible to cover up. Coincidentally, my factory was about to go under. Yao Xin claimed he had connections, so I explained my situation. He pounded his chest, guaranteeing he could save my factory. After returning home, I waited anxiously for 2 days. He came to find me, bringing another boss with him, a younger, slightly overweight man. They offered me a multi-year contract to supply them. Yao Xin handed me $1,000,000 up front, telling me to keep the secret buried deep inside me. Lin Dong pressed his advantage, asking, replacing the furniture and getting rid of everything in Han Xiaowan's room, was that your own idea, or did Yao Xin tell you to do it? I'm a businessman, but I've always done business in the village, honest business at that. You can ask any of the workers. I didn't know any of this. Yao Xin taught me everything. He not only made me replace all the furniture in the house but also had me clean every corner inside and out. I even replaced the door to Xiaowan's room. He also told me a man around 30 would come looking for Xiaowan soon, and we must deny her existence. Because she wasn't registered in the household registry, and because she was always kept locked up at home, hardly anyone in the village had ever seen her. As long as we kept quiet, it would be as if Xiaowan had never existed in this world. Everything related to her had been discarded by us. At this point, Deng Ronglio covered his face and wept bitterly, snot hanging from his lips. I'm so sorry, Xiaowan. If only I'd built the fence higher, she wouldn't have escaped and died. What the hell kind of talk is that? She was human, not some animal. You imprisoned her for 18 years. Imprisoned. Lin Dong's emotions erupted in a rare display of uncontrolled fury. Ding Wei, standing beside him, quickly patted his leg. I know you're upset, but please calm down. There's just one last question left. Ding Wei resumed the interrogation, producing Huang Shan's photo. Recognize this. Is this the man Yao Xin brought in? Yes, that's him. Young age, but major connections. He decided multi-million-dollar deals with a single word. If he hadn't offered so much, I wouldn't have been blinded by greed back then. I would have reported it immediately. Get lost. Ding Wei cursed silently. Now that we've got this sorted, it's time to confront Yao Xin. Lin Dong's face darkened. Thinking of Han Xiaowan, she was like a bird imprisoned in a cage for 18 years. Just as she flew out to taste the air of freedom, she was targeted by an eagle. She paid the price for her freedom. But she belonged in the blue sky. If not for a painter who remembered her, this case might have been buried forever. True death is not the death of the body, but being forgotten. Though Lan Guan was a full generation older than Xiaowan, he was the only one who remembered her. Lin Dong exited the interrogation room as Leng Junying emerged from the observation booth, his expression equally cold. What a pitiful child. Yes. No one taught her that there are many bad people outside the cage, so she treated everyone she met as a friend. Regardless of age, she probably just wanted someone to talk to understand the outside world. Lin Dong cracked his neck. We almost labeled Lan Guang as mentally ill, yet he was the most lucid one in this whole world. Ding Wei sighed. He still doesn't know Xiao Wan is dead. He probably thinks she's just been hidden away. Go arrest Huang Shan and bring Lang Guang in too. No matter how hopeless the truth may be, we need to know what it is. Lu Guoqing nodded firmly. I've already dispatched the criminal investigation team. But I suspect Huang Shan has already fled to another province. We'll likely need to coordinate with law enforcement in other regions for the arrest. Then we'll take Deng Ronglio to find Xiao Wan's body first. You guys interrogate Yao Xin. Lang Junying instructed Lu Guoqing to bring a few more officers. Escorting Deng Ronglio to the dumping site would also confirm whether he was lying. Each took their assigned task. Lin Dong arrived at the detention area holding Yao Xin. The moment he entered, he heard Yao Xin's defiant shout. How long do you plan to lock me up? I'm a legitimate businessman. Arresting people without evidence is illegal. I'm getting a lawyer. I'm suing you bastards. Lin Dong slammed the door open and glared at him. Stop barking like a dog. Barking? Barking? Say that again. Am I barking? You're a disgrace to the police force. I'm suing you. Go ahead and sue. I'm not even a cop anyway. Lin Dong approached the iron bars, his face darkening. You're not a cop? That. Then what gives you the right to arrest me? You got the guts to let me out? Let's settle this one-on-one. If I win, you pay up. If I lose, I'll end up in the hospital. I don't give a damn. Lin Dong was furious now, snorting at Yao Xin like he was a dog. You! Yao Xin exploded in rage, clearly not expecting such treatment inside a police station. If he were a cop, this wouldn't happen. But Lin Dong wasn't a cop. Seeing Lin Dong was still fuming, Ding Wei took over the interrogation herself. The Deng family has already recounted the incident. Would you like to describe the crime yourself, or shall we tell you how it happened? Yao Xin gave a cold, confident smirk. Looks like this guy's pretty pleased with his cleanup job, thinking we won't find a shred of evidence. Ding Wei dropped her bombshell, Yuding Mountain. Deng Ronglio has already led the officers to exhume the body. Yuding Mountain, I imagine you're no stranger to that place? At those words, the smile faded from Yao Xin's face. He took a deep breath. Deng Ronglio! Are you stupid? If you hadn't spoken up, the police wouldn't have been able to touch us. Chapter 154, No Confession? I'll still hammer you to death. Why aren't you smiling anymore? Are you just not the smiling type? Lin Dong sneered coldly. Shut up, you fake cop. Once I get my lawyer, you're finished. Keep talking tough. Even without a confession, I'll nail you for this case. Think wiping all traces of Han Xiaowan's life makes you bulletproof? Yao Xin remained silent this time, panting heavily as his mind raced. He wasn't sure if the police had any real evidence. That female officer mentioned Jade Summit Mountain. They'd definitely find Han Xiaowan's body there. As long as they couldn't extract my biological information from the corpse, they couldn't prove I was the killer. Even if the Deng family identifies me, there's no proof. Stop thinking. You're probably wondering if you covered your tracks cleanly. Like I said, even with zero confessions, I can still nail you. Seeing the police already knew about Jade Peak Mountain, Yao Xin dropped the act. He raised his head arrogantly and challenged, how exactly are you going to nail me? With your little fists? Ha! Without evidence, you'll have to let me out tomorrow. I gave you a chance to confess. You turned it down. Stay right here and watch how I produce the evidence. Over these past 2 months, I've encountered many murderers, but you're the only one I'll make sure to visit when you're executed. After leaving the police station, Lin Dong borrowed an evidence kit from the Criminal Investigation Division and headed straight to the Flower Goddess Bar with Ding Wei. Given your usual style, you'd have cornered the suspect into confessing during interrogation. Today, it seems you deliberately didn't give him that chance. Typically, a truthful confession can reduce the base sentence by up to 20%. The key to a confession lies in the suspect's subjective attitude and objective actions. But as long as we have the evidence, his confession is invalid. Upon arriving at Flower God Bar, Ding Wei flashed her police ID to state their purpose. The pair then proceeded to the bar's back door, adjacent to Yao Xin's private room. This lock cylinder won't stump me. Ding Wei knew without asking that the staff didn't have the key, so she picked the lock herself. Click. Hearing the door open, Lin Dong gave her a thumbs up. Your lock-picking skills are getting more polished. Ever since working cases with you, I've been skipping procedures more often too, Ding Wei said, pursing her lips as she stared at Lin Dong. As if to say, see? You're the one who taught me bad habits. Procedures are meant to be broken. If I were in charge of setting the rules, I'd simplify everything. That would greatly improve the efficiency of the public security system. Lin Dong stepped into the room, its layout immediately visible at a glance. Similar to a hotel room private bathroom, king-size bed, nightstands, TV, desk. But there were no windows, making the space feel oppressive. Beyond these standard items, Lin Dong discovered some female sex toys, condoms, and sildenafil tablets tucked away in the nightstand drawer. The two donned gloves and began a thorough search of the room. There are so few fingerprints in the room, Ding Wei said, her confidence fading. The bedding looks freshly changed, the trash can is empty, and even the bathroom supplies seem replaced. Yao Xin runs a guest house in the old city. He usually hires local people to clean it. His guest house isn't far from here. It's possible he had the cleaning staff come help clean this room too. Then what do we do? According to Deng Ronglio, Xiaowan has been dead for 2 months. The evidence is surely long gone. Ding Wei sighed. Looks like our only hope now is senior cold. Once we find the body, we'll see if we can uncover any useful clues from it. Otherwise, relying solely on Deng Ronglio's testimony won't be enough to close the evidence loop. I've already bragged about nailing him with evidence. If we end up relying on the coroner's report to convict him, I'll lose all face. Lin Dong scratched his head, staring blankly at the wall. Ding Wei followed Lin Dong's gaze. Is there something wrong with this wall? The bar is way wider than this. The stage outside is huge, so why is this room so small? Ding Wei hurried out to check and returned shortly after. There's no room over there either. The bar staff said it's probably an optical illusion caused by the building structure. This room opens right into the neighboring bar. They say it's an optical illusion in front of you, and I believe it, but you definitely don't. Even if this room faces the stage, there should still be about 2 or 3 meters of space left. Ding Wei walked to the wall and tapped it. It's solid inside. Of course it sounds solid when you knock unless they used wood and soundproofing material. Go buy some pencils and a pencil sharpener. I remember a stationery shop in the old town, we passed it before. Got it. I remember where it is. Ding Wei dashed off and soon returned with pencils and a pencil sharpener. What are you using pencils for? Drawing structural diagrams? Not exactly. If there's another space inside, it must have ventilation, or someone trapped in there would suffocate. Since we didn't see any windows or vents from the outside, there must be a pressure difference between this room and the space inside the wall. Simply put, airflow will form. Even an ant-sized crack would let air pressure push inward. Humans can't feel it, but lightweight pencil shavings would flow with the air pressure. Ding Wei understood immediately after a moment's thought. Wow, you're so smart. But if we need something light, couldn't we just tear the tissue paper into smaller pieces to achieve the same effect? Lin Dong pondered for a moment. That actually sounds feasible. I like black, okay? Come help me get this done. Lin Dong sat on the floor while Ding Wei crouched with her legs together. Together, they ground the pencil into shavings. Lin Dong then sprinkled the shavings evenly along the base of the wall. Just as the shavings were nearly gone, the freshly scattered particles began flowing into the wall crevice like black water, then vanished. Lin Dong looked up and met Ding Wei's gaze. They repeated the same process. The shavings flowed inward after landing, quickly vanishing again. Looks like the door's here, but why does it feel solid when we knock? Did he make it out of concrete? That'd be incredibly heavy. Drink. Lin Dong was still crouched on the ground when a gust of wind slammed into his face. The next second, he saw a leg fly past his eyes, slamming hard into the wall. A loud crack echoed, likely the lock cylinder being shattered. The door swung open. Are you crazy? What if that was a solid wall? You'd have wrecked your leg. I trust your judgment. See? The door's open now. Ding Wei flashed a wide grin, revealing her pearly whites. Lin Dong gave a wry smile and walked over to inspect the door. It turned out to be a thick solid wood door. While heavy, it certainly wasn't as heavy as a cement door, and it served its purpose of concealment. The door was fitted with precision, clearly a custom-made piece that cost a fortune. Inside, it was pitch black, nothing could be seen. Ding Wei fumbled in the dark and found the light switch. The moment the light came on, both of them froze in shock. Chapter 155, She was still alive when buried. It was a dim and oppressive room, not particularly large. The walls seemed shrouded in heavy shadows, creating an almost suffocating atmosphere. In the center of the room, a dim yellow light barely illuminated the space, yet the glow only seemed to accentuate the surrounding gloom and terror. The walls were densely covered with photographs, each one capturing the body of a girl. More accurately, the poses they assumed during violation. Their eyes were tightly shut, mouths slightly parted, utterly unaware of what was happening, yet their bodies were being violated. The air felt thick and heavy, making every breath Lin Dong and Ding Wei took feel painfully laborious. Why do these disgusting men always take videos and photos after assaulting girls? Ding Wei wrinkled her nose in disgust. It's like hunters taking pictures to show off their kills. Most men have this conquest gene, and it's been that way since ancient times. They think that after having sex with a woman, she becomes their possession, a trophy worth flaunting. Lin Dong found photos taken during Han Xiaowan's assault posted on the wall. And yet, these so-called trophies end up becoming the evidence that convicts them. Ding Wei sighed as she looked at the girl in the photo. Lan Guang's drawing is uncanny, his sketch of Xiaowan looks exactly like the photo. But there's one thing I don't understand, could Lan Guang really see Xiaowan in that picture? What do you think? Lin Dong countered with a smile. Could it be that Lan Guang and Xiaowan were partners in a past life? That's why they met again in this one, allowing Lan Guang to see things invisible to us? Remember that ancient painting? There was a woman in it who looked exactly like Xiao Wan. Lin Dong gently flicked Ding Wei's forehead. Stop watching those trashy TV dramas. What nonsense about unfinished karmic bonds from past lives being renewed in this one? That's just feudal superstition. Then how do you explain the photo? Langguan can see it, but no one else can. Lin Dong had probably already guessed. He lowered his head and smiled. Langguan, he really is a smart one. Ha? I'm getting more confused the more I hear. Think about it. He went to the police station, but he didn't know Xiao Wan's details. Even if he reported it, they couldn't investigate. No one around him had ever seen Xiao Wan except Yao Xin, but he denied it. To draw attention to the case, he had to plant himself right in the middle of it. If he didn't make it sound mysterious, no one would take an interest. Ding Wei pinched her chin thoughtfully. That makes sense. If the case weren't so bizarre, we probably wouldn't have come. As for that ancient painting, the woman in it bears a striking resemblance to Xiao Wan. Maybe he painted it himself to add to the mystery. He achieved his goal. We've definitely taken the bait, and we've even uncovered the truth. It's just a pity Xiao Wan is already dead. Lin Dong picked up his phone. First, notify the police station to secure the evidence. I wonder how Sister Lang is doing over there. After the detectives arrived, Lin Dong drove Ding Wei to Jade Summit Mountain. The excavation was complete. A decomposed body lay flat in a body bag as it was carried out. Senior sister. Ding Wei stepped forward to greet her. How's it going on your end? Did Yao Xin confess? He just said we need a conviction without a confession, so we went back to the Flower Goddess bar. We found a hidden room inside filled with photos of assaulted girls, including Xiao Wan's. Ding Wei lowered her head, staring at the decaying body in the body bag. What a pitiful young girl. She hadn't even had a chance to properly see the world before meeting such a tragic end. Oh. Xiao Wan wasn't dead when she was buried. What? Ding Wei gasped, her mouth agape. Her fingernails were caked with dirt. If she had been dead when buried, her nails would have been clean, any dirt would only have been on the surface. Lang Junying stared at the corpse with a grave expression. So she was still alive when buried. Yao Xin might not have known and thought she was dead, hence burying her. Or he knew but feared his own involvement would be exposed, so he deliberately killed her. But I lean toward the former. Based on what you said earlier, after Yao Xin assaulted the girl, he had the bar attendant take her back to the guest house. He had no reason to kill her. Under stress, non-professionals checking for breath or feeling a pulse could easily misjudge the situation. Lin Dong looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. A breeze swept through, dispersing the oppressive summer heat. Autumn had long since arrived, and today finally brought some coolness. Back at the police station, Lin Dong saw Langguan walking toward him. I know everything now. I still want to thank you both. Langguan extended his hand. We should thank you for your persistence. Otherwise, Xiao Wan's case might never have been uncovered, and she would have remained forever buried in the wilderness. Lin Dong extended his hand and shook Langguan's. I'm sorry I deceived you. That photograph truly contained nothing. If I hadn't feigned madness, I feared you wouldn't have taken interest in this case. He did already guessed it. He also said you painted that picture yourself. Ding Wei smiled. No. That ancient painting truly was passed down in my family. Otherwise, I wouldn't have paid extra attention when I first saw Xiao Wan. You should already know we're from homicide investigation, Lin Dong said, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Actually, I figured it out the day after you arrived. I thought the homicide division only had the two of you. I didn't expect there was also such an outstanding forensic pathologist. Langguan bowed respectfully to Lang Junying. Thank you, forensic Dr. Lang. If you hadn't inquired online about the Lingyang Lan family crest, I wouldn't have recognized you. But you're not locals. How did you know about our family crest? That's a long story. We have something else we'd like to discuss with you. Are you free tomorrow? Once we wrap up this case, we'll come find you. Lin Dong said. Sure. I'll be waiting for you at my studio tomorrow. I'd also like to give you a gift. Langguan nodded with a smile. Lin Dong returned to the interrogation room. By now, Yao Xin had visibly wilted, his morning arrogance gone. He must have learned that the police had searched the back room of Huashan Bar. Did you know? Ding Wei almost spat out the words. When you buried Han Xiaowan, she wasn't dead yet. She wasn't dead? Impossible. I clearly. You admitted to murder. Lin Dong's gaze grew intense as he deliberately raised his voice. I didn't. Lin Dong sneered coldly. I told you, I can nail you without a single confession. The back room of the Flower God Bar has a hidden door. You loved going there to admire your trophies, but now it's become the evidence that convicts you. Yao Xian's expression suddenly grew even colder, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap from his throat. I'll confess. I'll tell everything. This fool probably didn't realize that once the police had a complete chain of evidence, even a confession wouldn't change the final verdict. But Lin Dong still needed to know the full story. Speak. Chapter 156, A Gift for You. It's all the alcohol's fault. Yao Xian hung his head in despair, filled with regret. Lan Guang and I used to be on the same page. We drank together, talked about women together. But ever since Xiaowan showed up, Lan Guang became a different person. He stopped coming to bars, stopped talking about women with me, acting like some kind of gentleman. Xiaowan is just a younger girl. I don't know what charm she possesses that has Lan Guang so captivated. She must have something special, otherwise why hasn't any of the other young girls in the studio changed Lan Guang like this? I was obsessed with this question during that period, thinking about it day and night. Sometimes even my wet dreams featured Xiaowan. I'd interacted with Xiaowan at Lan Guang's studio. She was just a simple girl, sheltered by her family, untouched by the outside world like a blank sheet of paper. But for me, a girl like that wouldn't know how to please a man, and I actually dislike that. On the contrary, the women in bars were bold and passionate. That's the kind I preferred. So I started wondering maybe Xiaowan had some special skills in bed. I couldn't believe Lan Guang hadn't touched that girl, so... Yao Xian lowered his voice, knowing what he was about to say would be difficult to utter. So the thought of sleeping with Xiaowan popped into my head, but I never found the right opportunity until one day when I went to meet Lan Guang for drinks and ran into Xiaowan walking toward her studio in the alley. I was drunk and acted on impulse. I lied to her, saying Lan Guang was waiting at the bar to introduce her to new friends. Xiaowan was so innocent she believed me easily. Once we got to the bar, I slipped in through the back door and told her to wait in the room for a bit, even getting her a bottle of soda. I'd slipped something into it, not a sedative, but a drug that keeps you conscious while erasing your memory afterward. Ding Wei picked up her pen to take notes, asking without looking up. Where did you buy the drug? Right in the old city. Someone was selling it. Honestly, the old city is pretty chaotic. Lots of young people come here chasing poetry and distant horizons. One-night stands after drinking are commonplace. Sometimes you don't even need drugs. After getting drunk, they openly say they're going to get a room. You might notice the free condom dispensers near the ancient city gates. They're there because casual sex happens so frequently inside. There aren't that many people who can stay pure and untouched. I got swept up in it too. After slipping the drug into Xiaowan's drink, I went out drinking first since it takes half an hour to take effect. When I returned, she was already lying motionless on the bed. I wondered if I'd mixed up the drugs, but the alcohol had me not thinking too deeply about it. Then I had sex with Xiaowan. It felt different inside her, like she wasn't used to this kind of thing. I regretted it immediately. I'd assumed Lan Guang had already slept with her. When I finally came to my senses, I saw Xiaowan's lips had turned purple, like she'd been poisoned. I checked her breathing and listened for her heartbeat. Nothing. I thought she was dead. If I'd known she was still alive, I would have taken her to the hospital. After calming down, I recalled everything Xiaowan had told us. Few people knew she existed, and her adoptive parents hadn't treated her well. Maybe money could solve this. So I enlisted a few good friends to help dispose of the body, planning to track down Lan Guang later to find out where Xiaowan lived. That very night we buried her. I never expected her adoptive parents to follow me up the mountain. I'd already negotiated terms with them, making them replace all the furniture in their house, completely empty Xiaowan's room, and change the door locks. As long as there were no fingerprints, no one in this world would ever know Xiaowan existed. As for Lan Guang, he sometimes seemed a bit unhinged when painting, perhaps a common trait among artists. So when he came to me saying Xiaowan was missing, I kept denying her existence, suggesting he might be having mental issues. I figured time would make him forget her, but who knew he'd still be holding on. There's one more question. Lin Dong asked, why would Huang Shan help you? That room was actually prepared for Huang Shan from the start. I've known him for years. His dad had inside information, so every time he bid on a project, he made money and won the contract. I knew a guy like Huang Shan never lacked women, so I set up a room for him to try something different. If he fancied any girl at the bar, especially those who came alone, I'd find a way to get her to the back room. Huang Shan had overindulged in his youth, so he wasn't very capable in that department. With women who were fully conscious, he couldn't last long before giving up. So women who didn't move were perfect for him. Because of this arrangement, after I explained the situation to him, he worried that if I got caught, he wouldn't be able to pick women from the bar anymore. So he found a way to help me. I personally scraped together $1,000,000 as hush money for the Deng family. Combined with that order, the Deng stood to profit several million. Adjacent observation room. Lu Hongjun, chief of Lingyang County Police, nodded with a smile. This closes the evidence loop. You've done a great job, Hua Cheng. With this homicide case unable to be formally filed, you actually caught the real culprit. Lu Guoqing responded modestly, it's not my doing, it's all thanks to others. You've worked tirelessly these past few days. No need for modesty, Lung Junying affirmed Lu Guoqing's efforts. Without his coordination with the criminal investigation team these past days, many tasks would have hit snags. I've learned a lot working with you all this time. When Lan Guang reported the incident to the police station earlier, no one believed him. We need to reflect on this when dealing with unconventional cases. We must learn to be flexible and adapt. Lu Hongjun laughed heartily. Since you've got so much to reflect on, put it all in the report. We really owe it to the Homicide Investigation Division this time. I'd only heard about them before, but seeing them in action, they truly live up to their reputation. The case was finally closed, and Lin Dong and his team took a full day to rest in Lingyang County. The next morning, they returned to the ancient city, just as they had on their first day. A thin mist hung in the air, and a gentle breeze carried the freshness of night dew. It weaved through the ancient streets and alleys, brushed against the weathered city walls, and gently swayed the century-old persimmon tree in the central square. A stream murmured as it wound its way out from a corner of the ancient city, its waters clear enough to see the bottom. Several ancient bridges spanned the stream in quiet stillness. Through the arches, distant mountain ranges gradually revealed their contours, harmonizing with the ancient city to form an elegant ink wash painting, subtle yet full of charm. The trio arrived at the Breeze Art Studio, where the female clerk led them through the gallery to Lan Guang's office. You've come at just the right moment. Last night, I stayed up all night painting a picture to give to Brother Lin. Just for me? Then these two might feel a bit left out. Lin Dong smiled as he took the scroll, about to unfold it, but Lan Guang's hand pressed down on it. This painting is meant only for Brother Lin's appreciation. It is my final work in this style. Henceforth, I intend to return to traditional Chinese painting and dedicate myself to carrying forward the artistic legacy of the Lingyang Lan family. A final masterpiece of this style, could it be? Lin Dong's eyes lit up. He hurriedly asked, could it be a group portrait? Last night, I had all the girls in my studio stay behind. It absolutely must be a group portrait. Very well, I'll take this painting. Lin Dong thought to himself, if Lan Guang becomes famous in the future, this final masterpiece could fetch an astronomical price. Chapter 157, The Trail Goes Cold. Seeing Lin Dong so delighted, Ding Wei shot him a cold glance. He really is a little pervert. By the way, I still don't understand how you knew about the Lingyang Lan family crest. Logically speaking, you're neither industry insiders nor natives of Lingyang. Given our family's decline, it should have been nearly impossible for you to know about it. Lin Dong exchanged a knowing glance with Ding Wei. She nodded in understanding before turning to Lan Guang. Do you know about the Maillard reaction? Of course I do. Though I'm not skilled at oil painting, I'm quite familiar with these pigments. Actually, the reason our Lan family's main branch was confiscated has something to do with oil painting. Back then, oil painting was Western art, a foreign art form. One of our main branch's sons who studied abroad became utterly obsessed with it after being exposed to oil painting. As it happens, he had amassed a large collection of rare pigments. When the confiscation occurred, he distributed these pigments among our 4 collateral branches. Ding Wei immediately pressed, were they ultramarine, Indian yellow, murex purple, and carmine? Lan Guang's eyes widened, his expression as if he'd seen a ghost. You're incredible. How do you know all this? The main family left us a large quantity of rare pigments. Our branch received vermilion, while the other 3 branches received the other 3 types. The main branch kept the mummy brown pigment, but with their extinction, those precious pigments vanished without a trace. What a pity if they'd been passed down, their value would be unimaginable. Lin Dong pulled Ding Wei and Lin Junying aside for a quiet discussion. This case feels different from the others. Are you referring to the case itself, or what happens after solving it? Of course, after solving it. Lin Dong exclaimed with fervor. Previously, solving a case would give us clues for the next photo fragment, but this time there's nothing. Lin Junying said, think carefully about that letter. The character Lan wasn't painted with just 1 pigment, but 4. The Lingyang Lan family passed down dragon's blood red. If the clue points to the Lingyang Lan family, then the character Lan should have been written solely with dragon's blood red. So you mean, we have to track down the other 3 branches of the Lan family? Could they all be connected to the murder? Lan Guang overheard their murmurs, though he couldn't make out the words, and cautiously approached. If you're interested in our family, I can tell you about it. Lin Dong turned around. I am quite interested. Are you familiar with the other 3 branches? During my grandfather's generation, the 4 Lan families still interacted frequently. By my father's generation, there was still some limited contact. But by our generation, we've mostly gone our separate ways. After all, our painting styles are completely different, and there's no shared interest to bind us. I must admire our main family's foresight back then. They knew that adopting a unified painting style would inevitably lead to conflicts later on. So the 4 branch families each specialized in a distinct type of painting. If we're not familiar with them, this could get complicated. Should we go and learn about each one separately? If the approach is correct, it's manageable, just time-consuming. But if the approach is wrong, it could delay other projects. Taking a shot in the dark, Lin Dong asked, have you received any strange packages lately, like ones you didn't order, but addressed to your place? No, Lan Guang replied flatly. Then has anyone given you anything? No, not in the last 6 months at least. People did send things before, but mostly local specialties from parents of the kids. It wasn't that simple after all. Judging by the letter, the character Lan was written with 4 different inks, likely representing the 4 branches of the Lan family. The family crest pointed to the Lingyang Lan clan, suggesting we should start our investigation here. But without further clues, we might have to turn back. We can't afford to spend hours investigating whether someone's connected to a murder. We couldn't exactly ask, has anyone in your family died recently? Or even, have you killed anyone lately? That would be downright insane. If you're interested in our family affairs, I can recommend someone. He's the only friend I have left in the great clan Lan Xingheng from the Bianrong Lan family. But if you want to find him, you might have to wait a while. Something's been going on in his family lately, and it's been pretty messy. At the mention of trouble, Lin Dong snapped to attention as if a switch had been flipped. What happened? Tell me more. Detective Lin, are you that interested in other people's family affairs? Just gossip. Spill it. Lin Dong had a nagging feeling this might be the clue he was looking for. The Lan family of Bianrong is far wealthier than our Lingnan Lan clan, all because their patriarch has a keen business sense. By hyping up ancient paintings, he's made a fortune selling Longwa's historical artworks to Western countries. Ding Wei looked utterly contemptuous. Such people are despicable, they'll profit from anything. To think they'd sell our ancestors' heritage to foreigners. Agreed. How can they sleep at night with money earned like that? Lang Junying snorted, her already icy expression growing even colder. You've misunderstood. Don't forget that everyone in the Lan family can paint, especially the older generation whose craftsmanship is truly unmatched. Lan Xingheng's grandfather, the current head of the Bianrong Lan clan, made a fortune selling high-priced forgeries to foreigners using his antiquing techniques. Lan Xingheng told me his grandfather often lectured the younger generation, insisting he wasn't deceiving foreigners, he was helping the Empress Dowager reclaim her money. Ding Wei blinked. Who is the Empress Dowager? Probably referring to Empress Dowager Cixi. Lin Dong recognized the name. Exactly, the Empress Dowager Cixi. She gave so much money to the West, so our scams aren't really scams, it's knowledge payment. You mentioned earlier that something happened in their family, you didn't finish the story. Lin Dong steered the conversation back on track. It's something every big family faces. The old man's health suddenly took a turn for the worse this year, and now everyone's fighting tooth and nail over the inheritance. Lang Junying spoke calmly, the law stipulates inheritance shares for different family members. Unless there's a will, there's no need for disputes over this. But it's precisely because of the will that the eldest branch presented the patriarch's estate declaration. They discovered the will didn't allocate a single penny to the third branch. The third branch suspects the will is flawed and even questions whether the patriarch's illness was linked to the first branch, making things quite complicated. Lin Dong pulled out his phone and checked. Bianrong wasn't too far away, just over an hour's drive. Arrange for Lan Xingheng to meet us. We'll go to Bianrong to talk with him. So suddenly? You don't even know him. What would you talk about? Lan Guang wondered. The third branch's suspicions might be right. If the old man had been perfectly healthy before and suddenly fell ill, it could very well be due to other reasons. Chapter 158, Suspected Poisoning. Cases of poisoning to claim inheritance have occurred frequently both domestically and internationally. In 2007, a poisoning case over inheritance occurred in the Mountain City. The wife harbored resentment for years over her husband's unfair inheritance distribution. When she realized she couldn't obtain more assets, she hatched a vicious plan. She poisoned her husband and then suffocated him to death. In 2022, a woman in Minnan poisoned her brother-in-law to inherit her in-law's estate, then poisoned her 1-year-old niece, leaving the infant paralyzed. She was ultimately sentenced to death. Similar incidents have occurred in Japan, where a serial killer known as the Black Widow murdered at least 10 men over her lifetime to inherit their substantial fortunes, amassing a total of 60 million yen. With careful cover-up, poisoning can mimic accidental death. Without an autopsy, it's difficult to determine poisoning as the cause of death. Not all poisons produce obvious physical reactions. Most families do not request autopsies, believing it disrespectful to the deceased. I've handled several bodies before where, on the surface, there were absolutely no signs of poisoning. Even after the autopsy, there were no obvious indications of poisoning. It wasn't until I opened the stomach and found several ulcers inside that I realized the person had died from poisoning. Lang Junying paused briefly before continuing. Of course, chronic poisoning also causes fatalities. For instance, in individuals allergic to hormones or with high blood sugar, adding dexamethasone injection mixed with sugar or gentamicin injection to a drink can be lethal. These substances impart a slight bitterness when dissolved in water, but when mixed into beverages, the taste is virtually undetectable. Long-term dexamethasone use carries side effects like weight gain, lower limb edema, bleeding tendencies, avascular necrosis of the femoral head, osteoporosis, fractures, muscle atrophy, gastrointestinal irritation, and pancreatitis. Lan Guang sucked in a sharp breath. You suspect the old man might have been poisoned, not that it was due to his own health issues? Damn it, I'll contact Lan Xingheng immediately. You can discuss this with him. On the way to Bianrong, Ding Wei, with nothing else to do, asked Lin Dong. Do you think this mysterious figure only gave us clues because they want us to solve all 4 cases? If no new cases surface in Bianrong, the clues might lie with the Lan family there. But if more cases occur, we might genuinely need to solve all 4 before uncovering the truth. Lin Dong drove while glancing at Ling Junying through the rearview mirror. Sister Lang, what's your take on this? I'm no match for you when it comes to matters outside my professional field. When it comes to solving homicides, you truly are in a league of your own. Over 2 months, 10 homicide cases. It seems I joined the Homicide Investigation Division for the right reasons. I'll take that as a compliment. Let me analyze this from a professional standpoint, starting with the old man's illness. Many people appear perfectly healthy until they suddenly fall gravely ill. But it's rarely sudden, it's often because they neglected their health beforehand. The old man was robust last year, yet his health deteriorated suddenly this year. It might not be poisoning, it could simply be that his various health indicators started failing due to advanced age. The Lan family's estate distribution is peculiar. He had 3 sons, and under normal circumstances, the inheritance would be divided among them according to legal proportions. Yet the will states the 3rd son receives nothing. Unless the 3rd son's family did something to betray the old man, this outcome would be unthinkable. If we assume the will is forged, then the eldest and 2nd sons become highly suspicious, and the elder's health issues also appear highly suspicious. Poisoning is among the most difficult crimes to solve because it's highly covert. Depending on the type of poison, death can occur quickly or take years, even decades, to manifest. Many people suffer health damage years later with no apparent cause. Initial autopsies might attribute it to organ failure, but the real culprit is often toxins causing organ damage, making it extremely difficult to trace. It really is a hassle. Lin Dong recalled a case he had written about in one of his novels. The killer had laid the groundwork 5 years in advance, and it wasn't just any poison, it was a toxin synthesized within the body. Simply put, ingesting any single substance posed no immediate threat. But when multiple toxins were ingested sequentially, their chemical interactions created a lethal compound. They discussed it throughout the car ride. 2 hours later, the trio arrived in Qingteng City. Lan Guang had arranged for them to meet at a tea house. Surprisingly, it was an old-style tea house, featuring a central stage. As the melodious sounds of stringed instruments filled the air, voices rose, sometimes in passionate, soaring operatic tones, other times in soft, lingering chants. On either side and behind the stage, antique tea tables and chairs were arranged in a pleasingly staggered pattern. Why don't we have places like this back home? If we did, I'd gladly come once a month to listen to the opera, Ding Wei murmured. Young people seem to be rediscovering an interest in traditional culture these days. Once I have the spare cash, I'll open one back home and hire performers to put on shows. It'll be my way of promoting our national treasures, Lin Dong remarked. Excuse me. Are you the people Brother Guang introduced? A voice came from behind them. Lin Dong turned to see a man in his 30s wearing glasses, with an intellectual demeanor that bore a slight resemblance to Lan Guang. One couldn't help but marvel at the power of genetics. Even after several generations, the resemblance remained. Yes, we are. When I saw you come in earlier, Brother Guang mentioned a man and 2 women, all handsome and beautiful. I knew it had to be you. I've already ordered the tea. Come sit down. Since it was their first meeting and they were unfamiliar with each other, they approached cautiously at first. Lin Dong gave a brief introduction, then it was Lan Xingheng's turn. Guang should have mentioned my name. He's from the Lingyang branch of the Lan family, while I'm from the Bianrong branch. Our ancestors were once wealthy, though my family's circumstances today, while comfortable, pale in comparison to those of our forebears. Lan Xingheng took a deep breath, his expression suddenly falling. My family's been dealing with some troubles lately. I came hoping to drown my sorrows with Brother Guang, but it seems he's been facing his own issues too. I heard you guys handled it, let me thank you on his behalf. Seeing him lift his cup, it was clear he intended to substitute tea for wine. Lin Dong and Ding Wei could only play along. I heard from Lan Guang that your grandfather isn't doing well. He's not unwell, he's absolutely been framed by my uncle's family. And now they've produced this will claiming grandfather won't leave us 3rd generation heirs a single penny? That's utter nonsense. Grandfather loved me most, how could he possibly do such a thing? Lan Xingheng's voice rose with righteous indignation. Only after being hushed by those around him did he lower his tone. I suspect grandfather was poisoned. Guang called me saying you guys suspect the same thing. Who exactly are you people? How did you figure this out? Lin Dong cleared his throat with a cough. We're the Homicide Investigation Division. Chapter 159, The Heavenly Murder Investigation Body. Homicide Investigation Division? The name sounds like you investigate murders, but what does that have to do with my family's affairs? Lan Xingheng asked. For now, it seemed this matter had absolutely nothing to do with homicide. But given he did Tian's innate murderous aura, that peculiar trait of death following wherever he went, and the mysterious figure's guidance, this time, it was likely to involve a murder case as well. Ding Wei quickly pressed further, could you tell us about your family situation? What are the relationships like between the 3 households? How did the old patriarch typically treat his 3 sons? Are people nowadays this nosy about other people's family affairs? Lan Xingheng felt a twinge of doubt, but he was currently desperate for someone to confide in. The lawyer hired by my eldest uncle's family explicitly stated that if there was a will, and according to its terms, once grandfather passed away, our family wouldn't get a single penny. Everything would go to my eldest and second uncle's families. But grandfather clearly loved me so much, how could he possibly leave me nothing? And so Lan Xingheng began recounting his family's story. Our Lan family is actually just a collateral branch. I believe Guanga has already explained this to you, so I won't elaborate. Our branch ancestors excelled at landscape painting, but with the influx of Western culture, fewer and fewer people appreciate landscape art nowadays. By my grandfather's generation, our family was so poor we could barely afford food. My grandfather even considered selling the ancient paintings passed down through generations. Coincidentally, Western countries were swept up in a wave of collecting Chinese antiques at that time. Porcelain, lacquerware, Buddhist heads, and ancient paintings were all particularly popular with foreigners. Among these, ancient paintings were the most treacherous. They were easily faked to look old. My grandfather's forgeries were so convincing that even domestic experts couldn't always tell them apart from the real thing. By selling these imitations to foreigners, our family made a considerable fortune. With money in hand, my grandfather began contemplating marriage. But to tell the truth, he had a rather unfortunate habit. Lin Dong and Ding Wei exchanged expressions of disbelief. He preferred mature women. Specifically those with emotional experience, even those with children. My grandmother was 4 years older than my grandfather and brought 2 sons, my eldest and second uncles, into the marriage. Not long after marrying grandpa, she gave birth to my father. I see. So your dad, your eldest uncle, and your second uncle are half-brothers, only half related by blood. Lin Dong slapped his thigh. That makes it even more outrageous. Your eldest and second uncles aren't your grandfather's biological sons. Your dad is his only true son. If he wrote the will leaving your family not a single penny, unless your father committed some heinous crime, he couldn't possibly leave nothing to his own son. Lan Xingheng exclaimed excitedly, as if he'd found a kindred spirit. Exactly. Between a biological son and an adopted son, he'd choose the biological one. Just like my dad, he'd always treat me better than his illegitimate son. Wait, your father had an illegitimate child? From the way you speak, you seem to have known this for a long time and aren't surprised at all. So you still live together? I know it sounds a bit off, but my dad probably inherited some of my grandfather's restlessness. He had an affair and fathered a child out of wedlock. Then the mistress died in a car accident, so he brought the kid home. Lin Dong covered his face and laughed. This isn't just unreasonable, it's absolutely mind-blowing. Hearing him talk about it all this time hasn't really helped. If we want to know whether his grandfather was poisoned or died of natural organ failure, maybe we should go take a look ourselves, Lin Dongzheng said. Is that possible? Ding Wei asked. Sure. My grandfather is at home receiving in-home care from doctors and nurses we hired from a private hospital. But he's been in a coma for 6 months now. Don't expect to get any answers from him. Poisoning? The victim might not even know about it. Asking him won't help. Soon after, Lin Dong and the others arrived at the Lan family villa. A large garden stretched out in front, filled with various plants whose names he couldn't identify. If Lin Dong were a botanist, perhaps he would know. Grandpa, I'm here to see you. Lan Xingheng entered the room where a nurse was massaging the old man's muscles. Why didn't you take him to the hospital? If an emergency happens, there's no equipment here to handle it. It'd be too late to get him to the hospital, Lin Dongzheng asked coldly. Grandfather requested it himself before losing consciousness, Lan Xingheng added in a hushed tone. He didn't want to die in a hospital. Even if something happened, he preferred to pass away at home. He continued, but that's just my uncle's one-sided account. Who knows if it's true? The nurse seemed accustomed to frequent visitors for the old man, continuing the massage with calm composure. Only after finishing the muscle massage did she leave the room. I have a bold request, but I wonder. Lin Dongzheng suddenly spoke up. What? I'd like to draw a tube of blood from the old man. That is indeed quite presumptuous, Lan Xingheng scratched his head. Why on earth would you want to draw blood from my grandfather? She's a forensic pathologist and knows the human body inside out. Blood tests are the most reliable way to detect toxins in someone's system, Lin Dong interjected. Go ahead. I'll give my grandfather's permission. If it is poisoning, then my uncle is the prime suspect. Once he's behind bars, grandfather's fortune will be ours. Seeing Lan Xingheng laugh out loud, Lin Dong couldn't help but inwardly scoff. You're quite the filial son. The room contained some medical equipment, so Lin Dongzheng improvised and drew half a tube of blood from the old man. Just as they were preparing to leave, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Lin Dongzheng quickly stuffed the items into his pocket before turning toward the doorway. A man in a white shirt walked in. His hair was meticulously styled into a slicked-back look. He wore thin-rimmed glasses, his eyes sharp and gleaming with the shrewdness of a businessman. Upon seeing Lin Dong and the others, the man visibly startled. Xingheng, who are these people? They're my friends. They came to visit Grandpa, Lan Xingheng stammered, his nerves fraying at the sight of his uncle. After all, just moments ago, the people he'd brought had drawn half a tube of blood from his grandfather. If his uncle found out about that, he was bound to get scolded. Oh, invite your friends to stay for a simple meal later. I'll have the housekeeper prepare a few extra dishes. The doctor said that although your grandfather is in a coma, he can sometimes still sense the outside world. Bringing friends to chat with him can actually aid his recovery. Lin Dong, having already jumped to the conclusion that the old man's condition might be due to poisoning, dared not linger for dinner. He quickly replied with a smile, "We have dinner plans with Qingteng tonight, so we won't impose on you, uncle." Yes, no need to trouble yourselves, Ding Wei chimed in. The man said no more, merely calling Lan Qingteng over for a few words before leaving. He must be your uncle, right? He seems surprisingly approachable, not at all what I imagined, Lin Dong remarked. Just a hypocrite. He puts on this act for outsiders. Otherwise, why would grandfather hand over the family business to his stepson to manage? Lan Qingteng glared at the direction his uncle had departed, clenching his jaw. Chapter 160, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. The blood sample had been collected, but analyzing it presented a new problem. Ding Wei had no choice but to contact the bureau, asking them to coordinate with the Bianrong Police Department. Only then did they secure the facility and equipment needed for sample analysis. While Lung Junying was busy, Lin Dong and Ding Wei weren't idle either. The Bianrong Police Department cleared a space for them to work. Lin Dong wrote all the known information onto a whiteboard. Old Master Lan had 3 sons, the eldest, Lan Jiran II, Lan Junliang, and the youngest, Lan Jianfeng. The eldest and second sons were adopted, while the youngest was his biological son. Yet the will left the entire estate to the eldest and second sons highly suspicious. But there's no victim in this case. Could the mysterious figure be guiding us toward another Lan family case, not the Bianrong lands? Ding Wei explained. Here's my theory, Old Master Lan isn't dead yet. Even if he passed away recently, how could the mysterious figure have predicted his exact time of death and orchestrated everything in advance to lure us here? He's not a god. Good question, but I can't answer it right now. Either we pack it in and wait for the mysterious figure to deliver clues just like that dead cat hung on my door the first time. Or we could actively seek out the clues he left behind. Like this time we've already spotted the clues, just missing that final push. Lang Junying approached with the test results. That final step is here. 2 toxins were detected in the old man's system simultaneously, tetrodotoxin and aconitine. In severe cases, tetrodotoxin can kill within 10 minutes, with slower cases taking 4-6 hours. Aconitine, while not directly fatal, causes severe side effects like arrhythmia, which can also lead to rapid death. Ding Wei possessed basic medical knowledge and recognized these common toxins. If both tetrodotoxin and aconitine were detected simultaneously, I think I understand why the old man remained unconscious yet didn't die, persisting for so long. Lin Dong folded his arms and continued. To put it in terms of martial arts novels, these 2 substances counteract each other's toxicity. From a chemical equilibrium perspective, it's a competitive reaction between the 2 toxins. Aconitine and tetrodotoxin are both highly dangerous toxins to humans and animals, yet their effects within the body are diametrically opposed. Aconitine keeps the body's sodium ion channels perpetually open, leading to physical reactions like arrhythmia. Tetrodotoxin, however, does the exact opposite. It blocks sodium ion channels, leading to respiratory paralysis and brain hypoxia. Lung Junying nodded with a smile. Xiaoding says you're so knowledgeable, like you know everything. Looks like she's not just seeing stars when she talks about you. Hey! Why are we talking about me again? Ding Wei pursed her lips, her gaze drifting involuntarily toward Lin Dong. While these 2 substances can inhibit each other, medicine never uses aconitine to treat tetrodotoxin poisoning, nor tetrodotoxin to treat aconitine poisoning. Ultimately, both toxins must be metabolized and eliminated by the body. If too little tetrodotoxin is administered, it won't sufficiently counteract the aconitine. Similarly, too little aconitine won't fully neutralize the tetrodotoxin. I'm certain that only a true expert in pharmacology could precisely control the dosage to ensure the old man wouldn't die, yet remain unconscious due to his body's metabolic response. Therefore, I lean toward the theory that someone intended to kill the old man but feared he might not be dead enough. They mixed the 2 toxins together, unaware that they could neutralize each other. Lin Dong snapped his fingers in agreement. Exactly. Otherwise, after all this time, it would be impossible to extract such high concentrations of aconitine and tetrodotoxin from the old man's body. It must have been administered recently. That makes the person who arranged for the old man to return home for treatment highly suspicious. It's difficult to poison someone in the hospital, and from my observations today, aside from the entrance, there doesn't seem to be any surveillance at his residence, Ding Wei stated. The top priority now is to get the old man back to the hospital for proper treatment immediately. He's got some serious resilience. Seeing he didn't die, the poisoner must have tried repeatedly, and each time, the 2 toxins neutralized each other out. Lang Junying suspected that even if he wrote a paper about this case, few professionals would believe it. The probability was simply too low. Just as Lin Dong planned to contact Lan Qingteng tomorrow morning to persuade the family to take the old man to the hospital for proper treatment. If anyone resisted, it would reveal their suspicion. But at around 10 p.m., Lan Xingheng's call came first. My grandfather just passed away. Dead? And, my uncle has already called the police to arrest you. They found an extra needle puncture on Grandpa's body and suspect someone poisoned him. The police are here now, and the family has agreed to let the coroner perform an autopsy. Hearing this news, Lin Dong instantly realized they seemed to have fallen into a trap. This trap must have been improvised. Their sudden arrival had caused the mastermind to change plans and accelerate the operation. Lin Dong immediately relayed the news to Ding Wei and Lin Junying. What the hell? We're suspects now? The current evidence does look bad for us. The medical supplies I used during the blood draw ended up in the medical waste bin, and they had my fingerprints on them. The toxins found in the old man's system can be confirmed through lab tests. But the blood I drew, the reduction in his blood volume can't be detected. Ding Wei immediately rushed toward the door. What are you doing? To explain things first. Since we're already at the police station, we might as well clarify upfront to avoid misunderstandings. Despite the urgency, Lin Dong suddenly smiled. Within the judicial system, statements serve only as supplementary evidence. With Sister Lang's expertise, how could she rely on mere words to prove her innocence? Ding Wei opened her rosy little mouth and looked at Lin Junying. Seeing Lin Junying smile back. Indeed, a forensic pathologist proves their innocence through the body. We only arrived in Dianrong today and visited the old man today. But the reactions caused by tetrodotoxin and aconitine in the old man's body had been ongoing for half a year. Through bodily cell and organ examinations, we can prove these toxins have been present in the deceased for a long time. Proving innocence is straightforward. I believe we can use this opportunity to draw out whoever is behind this. Lin Dong nodded. We might have to endure a few days of hardship. Our freedom could be restricted during the investigation. No problem. I usually enjoy meditation, but I've been too busy lately to find the time. This seclusion will be perfect for some meditation practice. Ding Wei was a bit confused. What exactly is your plan? Lin Dong raised his hand and snapped his fingers. We're going to lure the snake out of its hole. Chapter 161. What kind of game are you guys playing? This is wild. Lin Dong and Lin Junying approached the Criminal Investigation Division of Dianrong City Police Bureau. Who are you looking for? The officer on duty didn't recognize them and found it odd that outsiders had entered the Criminal Investigation Division's office area. After all, outsiders weren't even allowed inside the police station, let alone directly into the office area. Where's your captain? The captain's out on an assignment. Who are you? The officer stood up, his face full of suspicion. Who we are isn't important. Did your captain go to Guanlan Garden? Yes. Hey. Who are you people? If you don't explain yourselves, I'll have to escort you out. This is the Criminal Investigation Division office area. Outsiders are not permitted. Lin Dong clearly wasn't listening. He continued. The deceased at Guanlan Garden was an 80-year-old man. The cause of death was either tetrodotoxin poisoning or aconitine poisoning. The family will definitely request an autopsy and evidence collection from the deceased's room. What does this have to do with you? The officer asked irritably. It is. Because our fingerprints are on a certain piece of evidence, Lin Dong declared solemnly. Why your fingerprints? The officer choked on his words, exchanging a look with the others in the office. The officer closest to the door had already silently blocked the exit, preventing Lin Dong and his team from leaving easily. Exactly. Barring any surprises, you'll find a needle puncture on the victim's arm. Your captain will likely deduce that puncture was made when the killer injected the poison. If things unfold that way, don't let our identities sway your judgment. Follow standard procedure. And tell the victim's family the truth. The suspects are being interrogated and are about to confess. The officer scratched his head, utterly confused. What are your credentials? Are you here to turn yourselves in or what? We're from the Homicide Investigation Division of Qingteng City Police Department. Our chief has already contacted your chief. We were just using your forensic lab earlier. After learning of Lin Dong's plan, Ding Wei handled the situation with ease. I'm a bit confused right now. Why don't you head to the break room for a moment? Once our captain returns, we'll come find you to discuss the situation. All right. Lin Dong turned to leave, but paused as if remembering something and turned back. The cafeteria's probably closed now. Could you order us some takeout? We haven't eaten dinner yet. The officer's lips twitched. What kind of people were these guys? 2 hours later, Xiong Zhongshan, captain of the Criminal Investigation Division at Dianrong City Police Bureau, rushed into his office. He grabbed a cup from the desk and gulped down a large mouthful of water. A homicide occurred at Guanlan Garden. The scene initially appeared to be a natural death of an elderly person, but I discovered it's not that simple. Hearing the captain's words, Officer Chen Ningjie, still bewildered by Lin Dong's earlier remark, cautiously asked, Captain, did the victim have needle marks on their body? You kid, how'd you know that without being at the scene? I don't even know where to start. Did the family insist we perform an autopsy? They suspect foul play? Exactly. Even before I found the needle marks, the family insisted on an autopsy. Was the ambulance already there when you arrived? Lin Dong suddenly walked into the office area. No. Who are you? Xiong Zhongshan rubbed his neck and turned to ask Chen Nengjie. Who is he? How can an outsider enter the Criminal Investigation Division's office area? There are still many files on old cases here. What if they go missing? Hey, I'm a suspect. Lin Dong raised his hand smugly. When you were at Guanlan Garden, Officer Chen already took our fingerprints. If you run the match. Hey! It matches. Damn, suspects are this brazen? He just walked right into the police station? Arrest him. Arrest him now. Right. Arrest us all. There are 2 more people in the break room eating takeout. Wait until they finish, then take us to the interrogation room. After that, notify the victim's family to come to the station and explain the situation to them. Kid, you sure know your police procedures. Xiong Zhongshan had already pulled out the handcuffs. Captain, he said they're from Homicide. Homicide Investigation Division? That sounds familiar. Xiong Zhongshan pondered carefully. It seemed like during today's meeting, the chief had mentioned the Homicide Investigation Division borrowing equipment from headquarters for blood testing. Putting this information together, Xiong Zhongshan suddenly understood. He approached Lin Dong and whispered, "Are you guys fishing?" "Yes." "Damn it, just say so. Don't you trust the people in our squad?" "It's hard to say. I'm new here and don't know anyone on your team well." "Then go to the interrogation room. There are surveillance cameras there. It'll be easier to clear your names later." Xiong Zhongshan reacted quickly, realizing that Lin Dong and his crew weren't provoking them, they were baiting the snake out of its hole. So they must have more leads than I currently possess. The 2 men entered the interrogation room. It was Lin Dong's first time sitting on the interrogation bench. Previously, he had always sat in Xiong Zhongshan's position, interrogating suspects. No need to handcuff him. Get him a glass of water instead. Seeing another officer, unaware of the situation, preparing to handcuff Lin Dong, Xiong Zhongshan quickly interrupted. "Do you have any iced Coke? The noodles I just ate are a bit hard to swallow. Go buy him a bottle of Coke." "Captain, are you sure you can tolerate this?" "Alright, hurry up," Xiong Zhongshan urged. After the other officer left, Xiong Zhongshan turned to Lin Dong. "First, tell me why you were in the deceased's room and when you went there." "It was around noon today. We were brought to the deceased's room by his grandson, Lan Xingheng. 2 others accompanied us, a criminal investigator and a medical examiner. We suspect the old man's poor health wasn't due to illness, but poisoning. So we drew half a tube of blood samples and then came to your police station to borrow equipment for blood testing. We discovered the deceased's blood contained tetrodotoxin and aconitine. Both tetrodotoxin and aconitine, when used separately, can cause death within a short period. However, the presence of both toxins in the elderly gentleman's system caused them to neutralize each other's effects. This explains why the deceased remained in a prolonged coma rather than dying quickly. The forensic autopsy report hasn't been released yet, nor have the fingerprint test results. What Xiong Zhongshan told Lin Dong cannot be fully trusted. Did you know the deceased's grandson? Why did you suddenly visit the deceased? It just so happened that on the very day of your visit, the deceased died suddenly. According to your account, the medical waste we retrieved from the trash bin at the crime scene bears your fingerprints. You are now the prime suspects. Chapter 162, isn't it obvious? I just want to ask, who was it that insisted on having you perform the autopsy and collect evidence from the deceased's room? Consider this, an elderly person in poor health, bedridden for over half a year, suddenly dies at home. What would be the family's first reaction? They'd assume the old man died of illness. But now someone is adamant that the old man was murdered. That person is highly suspicious. You should know the family situation. The old man had 3 sons, and all 3 were present tonight. After we saw the body, all 3 demanded an autopsy. The youngest was the most insistent. All 3 demanded an autopsy? Isn't that like taking off your pants to fart? Completely pointless. The 3rd son's insistence on an autopsy might stem from his long-held suspicion that the old man was murdered. Since he stands to inherit nothing, he certainly wouldn't want the old man dead. The eldest son met with us earlier today. Could he have already anticipated we might collect the old man's blood sample and orchestrated this scheme? As for the 2nd son, Lin Dong didn't know him well enough to draw any conclusions yet. What about the person who told you to collect physical evidence? The eldest son. His name is Lan Jiran, I believe. He struck me as deeply calculating. His father died, yet he showed not a shred of grief. After asking so many questions, Lin Dong felt it was time to address Xiong Zhongshan's inquiry. You asked why we were there. We happened to overhear something about the Lan family and thought it seemed fishy, so we went to investigate. We never expected the old man to die on the very first day. What are your thoughts now? Xiong Zhongshan pressed. You've just taken over this case and don't know many details yet. The Lan family is quite wealthy, you can tell just by where they live. After the old man passed away, the issue of inheritance distribution arose. Under normal circumstances, the law dictates how it should be divided and no conflict should arise. But then the eldest son produced a will, claiming it was written by the old man while he was still of sound mind. It stated the estate would be split equally between the eldest and second sons, leaving the third son's family with nothing. Xiong Zhongshan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Lin Dong's face. So you're suggesting this was a poisoning case stemming from an inheritance dispute? Exactly. There's another detail: the eldest and second sons were adopted, while only the third son was biological. Yet the biological son received no inheritance. That's highly suspicious, isn't it? It is indeed suspicious, but we have no evidence yet. On the contrary, the evidence we currently possess is highly unfavorable to you. Rest assured, however, that if you are not the perpetrators, we will certainly uncover the truth. No need for all that trouble. Dr. Leng can find 100 ways to prove our innocence from the body. But we don't want to clear our names so quickly. We want outsiders to think they've found a scapegoat. Lin Dong grinned, running his palm over the iron plate. This is exactly what I meant by luring the snake out of its hole. As the autopsy report and fingerprint analysis results came in, suspicion immediately fell on Lin Dong and his team. However, Lin Junying identified a flaw in the autopsy report and effortlessly proved their innocence. To the outside world, they were still detained at the police station under investigation. In reality, however, Lin Dong and his team had already been released. With the old man dead, whoever's behind this should slip up soon. The killer must be someone close. Outsiders wouldn't have the chance to poison him over the long term. Ding Wei nodded imperceptibly before asking, could it be someone from the medical staff? Staff at social hospitals rotate regularly. Don't forget the victim was comatose for half a year. Lin Dong is right, the poisoner must be someone from the family. Ding Wei scratched her head. The eldest son was the most suspicious. The second son had no direct contact, but as the elder brother's sibling, collusion was possible. The third son, from current evidence, appears to be a victim in the inheritance dispute. Killing the old man would bring him nothing but harm. So the suspect must be someone from the eldest or second son's household. How should we proceed with the investigation? Tetrodotoxin and aconitine aren't readily available for purchase. They require extraction, which demands specialized chemical knowledge. We'll pursue this lead first, focusing on the eldest and second sons' households, including their wives and children. Take tetrodotoxin as an example. You need to obtain fresh pufferfish ovaries, grind them, soak them in water for 4 days, filter them, then soak them in water again for 1 day. Repeat this process 3 times, then combine the 3 filtrate samples. Next comes protein removal through heating. Bring the filtrate to a boil to denature and precipitate the proteins, then filter again. Subsequent steps involve ion exchange, decolorization, adsorption, concentration, crude product isolation, and crystallization, a complex process overall. Non-professionals would find it very difficult to prepare. Aconitine follows the same principle, requiring relatively specialized personnel for handling. After the autopsy results were released, the Bienrong Police Department classified the case as a criminal investigation. Just as Lin Dong and his team were secretly conducting their investigation after being swapped out and leaving the police station, Lan Junliang, the second son of the Lan family, arrived at the police station with a group of people. Without a word, he demanded retribution for the murder. The evidence is irrefutable. What more investigation do you need? The person was brought by the third brother's family, and they administered the poison. My father was poisoned to death by them. Killing demands retribution. I won't bother you cops with this. Hand over those men. Let them taste the same suffering they inflicted on my father. Xiong Zhongshan, equally hot-tempered, shouted back, do you have no respect for the law? Killing for revenge is right, but it must go through legal judgment. The case is still under investigation. We'll keep you updated on the results. Investigate my ass. What's there to investigate when the evidence is ironclad? Their fingerprints are on the syringe, right? My dad has needle marks on his wrist, right? Isn't that obvious? How do you know their fingerprints are on the syringe? Xiong Zhongshan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Lan Junliang hesitated, then replied after a moment's thought, the medical staff we hired said they hadn't used syringes to inject the old man this week, only 4 drips for nutritional support. After they arrived, an extra syringe appeared in the room. Isn't that obvious? If they were the killers, why didn't they take the syringe with them? Why leave it at the crime scene? Xiong Zhongshan desperately wanted to press the issue, but now was not the time. Lin Dong had said he needed to lure the snake out of its hole. Coaxing the snake out of its hole wasn't easy. If it sensed danger outside, it wouldn't emerge. We'll notify you once the interrogation results are in. They should be confessing soon. Was it Old Three who ordered it? Third brother? Xiong Zhongshan narrowed his eyes. It must be him. Seeing the will didn't leave him a single penny, so he harbored resentment toward the old man and hired someone to kill dad. Those men were all brought by third brother's son, isn't that obvious? Lan Junliang clenched his jaw, his anger palpable. He looked every inch the devoted son. Though whether it was genuine or feigned remained to be seen. Chapter 163, The Will. Xiong Zhongshan recalled Lin Dong's analysis. The eldest and second sons were adopted, while the third was his biological son. According to the Dragon Nation's tradition of valuing blood ties, unless the third son had done something truly heinous that utterly disgraced the old man, he should have received an inheritance. Yet now, the second son claimed the old man's death was connected to the third son. You said it yourself, the old man didn't leave any inheritance for the third son, right? Right. Then what benefit would he gain from killing the old man? He still wouldn't get any inheritance. Lan Junliang exclaimed passionately, because of deep-seated resentment. He knew the old man was in a coma and wouldn't wake up, so the will couldn't be changed. That's why he took revenge. It must be so. There's no need to investigate further, just arrest the third son and his entire family. That's the only way to be sure. Xiong Zhongshan's expression turned stern. Whether to make arrests is our decision. We won't make arbitrary arrests without evidence. Since you're here, we have some questions we'd like to ask you to clarify the situation. Xiong Zhongshan then led Lan Junliang to the lounge and poured him a glass of water. Ask whatever you need to ask quickly. Now that the old man is dead, third brother will definitely try to fight for the inheritance. I need to get back and handle things. These wealthy people, money is always on their minds. Who knows how much weight family ties carry in their hearts compared to money? Xiong Zhongshan rolled his eyes inwardly. Sitting down across from Lan Junliang, he asked calmly, you and Lan Jiran are stepbrothers, correct? You guys sure got here fast. I know what you're getting at. You must be wondering why the old man left his inheritance to his stepson instead of his biological son. I am puzzled indeed, Xiong Zhongshan replied with a faint, mocking smile. Lan Junliang sneered dismissively. That good-for-nothing third brother. Don't be fooled by his age, he's the biggest troublemaker. Gambling, keeping mistresses, he's done it all. You know why the old man disliked him? Before Xiong Zhongshan could answer, Lan Junliang answered his own question. Because during one family reunion dinner, he took advantage of a relative's daughter when she was drunk and slept with her in the car. You said he'd just put her to sleep, but he actually dumped her by the roadside. In the dead of winter, he nearly froze her to death. When the old man found out, he rushed over to smooth things over with the relatives, offering a hefty sum. After persistent pleading, they finally agreed not to press charges. But ever since then, those relatives haven't dared to casually dine with our family. It's all because of that bastard third brother. He's ruined our family's reputation. I can't believe such a thing happened. Xiong Zhongshan, being a police officer, stiffened upon hearing this. But with so much time past, even if he wanted to file a case now, all evidence would be gone, utterly useless. So you're saying the old man didn't leave his inheritance because the third son was a disgrace? But I heard the old man adored his youngest grandson. Why didn't he leave anything for him? Who told you that? Lan Junliang asked. Xiong Zhongshan couldn't very well say. I heard it from the suspect. He wasn't entirely sure how Lin Dong had come across this information. But from what Lan Junliang said, Xiong Zhongshan realized it largely matched Lin Dong's analysis. Wouldn't it be easy for us cops to investigate this? True. But why didn't the old man leave Xinghong any inheritance? I suspect it has something to do with his father. Xinghong was actually quite filial. Even if we uncles didn't get along with his dad, we would have set aside a portion of the old man's money for him. Could we see that will? Lan Junliang chuckled lightly. You want us to investigate the murderer who poisoned the old man? What's your point? Suspecting the will is fake? When it was drawn up, we hired a notary public. It's legally binding. Since this is a homicide, we won't overlook any suspicious details. Xiong Zhongshan's eyes narrowed coldly. I once handled a case where the murderer was the one who called the police. Lan Junliang exhaled sharply, then spread his hands in mock resignation. I hear the police tend to bite whoever's within reach when evidence is scarce. Seems I've heard right. What did you say? Xiong Zhongshan slammed his fist on the table. Let me tell you this, the autopsy report shows the toxins in the victim's body didn't appear suddenly. They've been there for at least several months. Hearing this, Lan Junliang's expression shifted noticeably. How is that possible? The autopsy report will be shared with your family. You can also seek independent experts to verify my claims. 2 distinct toxins were detected in the victim's system, and his previous coma wasn't caused by any physical illness. Lan Junliang's mind went blank. He was lost in thought. After Xiong Zhongshan finished speaking, he instructed the police officer to make a copy of the autopsy report for Lan Junliang. Captain, the homicide investigators seem to have gone to check the hospital. Officer Chen Nengjie approached Xiong Zhongshan after the family had left. The hospital? Yes, they're investigating the hospital that initially treated the victim. They believe the toxins in the victim's body could be detected through blood tests, but the family seems unaware of this. That hospital is highly suspect. That was exactly what Lin Dong had said. At that moment, he had already arrived at the hospital with Ding Wei and Ling Juning. I looked it up online, it's a private hospital. I've always wondered, would anyone actually go to a private hospital for treatment? People mainly go to top-tier hospitals and other public hospitals for treatment. Subconsciously, they feel more reliable. But public hospitals generally have worse medical environments than private ones, plus it's hard to get appointments, so some people still choose private hospitals. Lin Dongzheng added. Many wealthy individuals actually prefer private hospitals, especially those that hire renowned doctors from outside. Besides avoiding long queues, the service is significantly better than at public hospitals. After the three entered, a receptionist immediately approached with a smile. Which one of you is the patient? Where does it hurt? I'll take you to register. Having endured the cold stares of public hospital registration staff, suddenly receiving proactive service felt unnervingly unfamiliar. No wonder if private hospitals didn't compete on service, they'd lose even more business. We're police officers here to inspect records. Please take us to the server room, Ding Wei said, flashing his police ID. The staff member paused, likely nervous from having little experience dealing with police. All right. I'll take you there right away. Most hospital records were now digital. Paper files were prone to loss and difficult to search. Lin Dong and the others entered the server room, where several Cisco servers sat on racks. A male staff member sat at a computer, looking at them with confusion. Brother Liu, these officers are here to check records. Cooperate with them. I'll be leaving now. With that, the young front desk staffer turned and walked away. They say the police and the people are one family. Why is he so afraid of us? Ding Wei shrugged and addressed the man. Could you please look up the patient records for Lin Dongzheng? Chapter 164, buy 3, get 1 free. Lin Dongzheng. Found it. He was admitted to our hospital on February 17 this year due to sudden unconsciousness. Discharged on March 10. Was he fully recovered when he left, or did his family request discharge? Lin Dong asked. The records state he was discharged after recovery. The cause of the coma was cerebrovascular disease. This condition damages the cerebral cortex, causing varying degrees of primary injury to brain tissue and resulting in coma. Lin Dong looked at him, slightly surprised. You work in computers, yet you know medical stuff? After spending so much time in the hospital, I picked up some knowledge along the way. That way, if I or my family ever face health issues, I won't be completely clueless about proper treatment. Lin Dongzheng sat down at the computer and carefully reviewed the medical record, quickly spotting the issue. Certain data in this case record has been altered. To be precise, the recorded medication dosages are highly unreasonable. If this data were accurate, the patient would have died in the hospital long ago. So you're saying the blood tests didn't detect tetrodotoxin or aconitine either? Lin Dong asked. No. None of the 4 blood tests detected tetrodotoxin or aconitine. We can't pinpoint when the suspect administered the poison. Perhaps it hadn't been done yet. But certain drug combinations listed in this record are absolute medical contraindications. Following this treatment regimen would cause the patient to die from organ failure. Since the old man was still alive when discharged, it can only mean this medical record was forged. Therefore, the blood test results are also unreliable. Someone colluded with the hospital to tamper with the medical records. The thought immediately flashed through Lin Dong's mind. When was this medical record last modified? Lin Dong asked the young man on duty in the computer room. After discharge on March 10, this case file hasn't been altered. Look at the timestamp here, it's the last modification time. That can't be fate. Lin Dongzheng randomly opened several other patients' records but found no issues. It seemed the data alteration in this particular case wasn't due to hospital negligence, but rather a deliberate, targeted change. Xiao Ding, please go find the hospital administrator. We need to get to the bottom of this. Got it. I'll go right away. Ding Wei moved like the wind and quickly brought the hospital administrator over. This is the hospital director, Ms. Shinhongyan. Hello? Do you know why we're here? Lin Dong cut her off immediately. Time to bluff a little. The young man on duty in the machine room wisely excused himself first. No need to linger in this battlefield. I don't know. Our hospital has always upheld a high sense of social responsibility and professional ethics. We've also established a comprehensive archival management system to ensure all medical documentation is recorded, stored, and accessed in strict compliance with regulations. Compliant? Are you sure? Lin Dong emphasized his words. Shinhongyan's eyes darted around as she realized the other party was clearly testing her. Years of social experience had taught her to remain unflappable in such situations. She quickly composed herself and adopted a calm demeanor. Officer, just tell me what you need to investigate. I'm busy, I have 2 meetings later. If you don't even know what you're looking for, let me find someone to assist you. I'll be on my way. Do you recall this patient, Lin Dongzheng? Shinhongyan pursed her lips and furrowed her brow. Our hospital sees many patients every month. While the numbers don't match those of public hospitals, I simply can't remember every patient's details. On February 17 this year, this patient was admitted to your hospital unconscious. He was placed in a VIP ward, an elderly man in his 70s or 80s. Oh. Now that you mention it, I do recall him. He recovered and was discharged after treatment at our hospital. Our doctors invested considerable effort in his care, but thankfully the outcome was positive. He made a full recovery. A barely perceptible smile touched the corner of Lin Dong's mouth. Good to know. We discovered that this patient's medical records had been tampered with. To be precise, the data recorded during his treatment period was incorrect. Impossible. We're a legitimate hospital. All medical records undergo rigorous review to ensure authenticity and accuracy. Lin Dongzheng snorted. Look at this yourself. It says the patient took both warfarin and clopidogrel on the same day. Does that make sense? Seeing the director seemed confused, Lin Dongzheng explained. Warfarin is a commonly used oral anticoagulant for preventing and treating various thromboembolic disorders. However, warfarin has a narrow therapeutic index, significant individual patient variability, and is prone to drug interactions. Clopidogrel, on the other hand, is an antiplatelet agent commonly prescribed to cardiovascular patients to reduce the risk of thrombus formation. When warfarin and clopidogrel are used together, they may enhance each other's anticoagulant and antiplatelet effects, leading to a significantly increased risk of bleeding. If bleeding occurs in the intracranial region or vital organs such as the heart or lungs, it can rapidly lead to patient death. Beyond this inconsistency, the entire case report contains as many as 6 unreasonable elements, each of which could have caused the patient's death. Well, you guys are something else. What terrible crime did this patient commit? Trying to kill them over and over, yet they still recovered and got discharged. Shen Hongyan dared not lift her head. She hadn't expected the police to include someone with such profound medical knowledge. I admit there may have been issues with the documentation of this case. I will certainly strengthen the hospital's standardization procedures going forward. That mouth was truly stubborn. But what choice did she have? Admitting fault would guarantee penalties for the hospital. Refusing to admit it meant the police would need concrete evidence to pursue charges. The burden of proof lies with the accuser. In criminal cases, this has led to criminals becoming cunning, refusing to confess upon arrest until the police present evidence. We're here to remind you to ensure compliance. Nothing else to discuss. We'll be leaving now. They're leaving already? Shen Hongyan was taken aback. She'd expected the police to hassle her. Ah. Alright, thank you for your oversight. I have a meeting to attend shortly, so I won't see you out. After Lin Dong and the others left, Shen Hongyan rubbed her head. Something didn't add up. Hospital affairs shouldn't fall under police oversight, no matter how you looked at it. Should we investigate the hospital next? If they're fabricating medical records, someone must be paying them to cooperate. Private hospital directors are just employees too. Look into who the legal representative of this hospital is. I'll have Yuzhu help us investigate if any of this connects back to the Lan family. Whoa, he does wallet's in trouble again, Ding Wei chuckled. Not spending a dime this time. Yuzhu's hacking services are buy 3, get 1 free. Chapter 165, you better think this through. Yuzhu's investigation revealed that the legal representative behind this hospital had previously collaborated with Lan Jiran, the head of the Lan family. Simply put, Lan Jiran and the hospital's legal representative, Zhang Aiying, were involved in laundering money through antiques. There was a transfer of benefits between them. As for you asking me to check if Lan Jiran had Zhang Aiying tamper with the hospital records, do you think I'm some kind of god who can find out everything? Hearing Yuzhu's exasperated response on the other end of the line, Lin Dong let out an ah. It was a stretch, but uncovering Zhang Aiying's connection to the Lan family was a huge help. Thanks, teacher he. You're welcome. Lin Big Head. The nickname Lin Big Head was actually meant to convey that Yuzhu was fed up with Lin Dong constantly asking for her help. Hold on, don't hang up yet. They're suspected of money laundering. Can you send me the detailed files? I'm taking a dump. I'll send it later. Bye. Beep beep beep. The call ended. Not long after, Lin Dong received the PDF file from Yuzhu. A Starbucks coffee shop in Dianrong City. Ding Wei carefully carried a tray holding 3 cups of coffee. Hey, how's it going? We've traced it. Lan Jiran and hospital director Zhang Aiying are involved in money laundering. They're using antique auctions to launder illicit funds. Antique money laundering is a method of cleaning illicit proceeds through the antique market, primarily involving laundering proceeds. Criminals purchase antiques at low prices in the market, artificially inflate their value through speculation, and arrange for different individuals to bid using illicit funds at auctions, thereby laundering the proceeds. Embezzlement laundering. Criminals manipulate public assets to establish art investment firms, colluding with collectors to inflate art values and convert public assets into private wealth. Associate money laundering. Criminals pre-purchase antiques with illicit funds, inflate their value through manipulation by money laundering syndicates, then sell them at auctions or galleries, transferring proceeds to associates. If you see an antique sold at an auction for a price far exceeding its intrinsic value, it's almost certainly money laundering. So you're saying it was easy for Lan Jiran to get the hospital to fabricate his medical records? You could say that, Lin Dong replied, his gaze cold and dismissive. Lan Jiran has always been our prime suspect. With this hospital incident, his involvement is highly probable. Then why not just summon him for questioning? We'd know for sure. We can't afford to show our faces. Once we do, the other side will know the police have substantial information. People in desperate situations will think of many ways to get out, but in a sheltered environment, it's easy to overlook details. After returning to the police station, Lin Dong and his team discussed the hospital incident with Xiong Zhongshan, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division. Tampering with medical records is indeed highly suspicious. Since the records are all fake, we can't confirm whether the deceased was actually discharged after recovery. Summon Lan Jiran immediately. He's got major issues. But I don't fully understand his issues yet. Summoning him directly risks me getting stuck during interrogation and letting him take control. During interrogations, it's a battle of wills. If the suspect adopts a stubborn stance and refuses to confess, while the police lack solid evidence, it could actually embolden the suspect. Lan Jiran has seen me before, so it's not convenient for me to appear now. Here's what we'll do: you wear the Bluetooth earpiece, and I'll be in the observation room. If you run into any problems, I'll tell you exactly what to say. Conan and Kagero Mori? Ding Wei instantly made the connection. What's that? Xiong Zhongshan clearly hadn't seen the anime and voiced his confusion. Never mind. Summon Lan Xinghong first. If he's connected to the victim's death, this interrogation should expose his contradictions. Lin Dong's tone was unwaveringly confident. Shortly after, Lan Xinghong received the police call and drove to the station. Lin Dong had already arrived at the observation room to wait. Currently, his prime suspect was Lan Xinghong, the head of the Lan family. He was the one who produced the will, and its terms were highly favorable to him. Furthermore, his connection to the hospital that tampered with the medical records. This further deepened Lin Dong's suspicions. There was also a point of doubt. He had previously stated that 2 toxins were present in the deceased's body, capable of neutralizing each other. If the goal was to kill the old man, using just 1 toxin would have sufficed. The combined use of tetrodotoxin and aconitine was intended to delay the killing. From the current evidence, Lan Xinghong had no need to delay the killing. The will was already finalized. Only if the old man regained consciousness and altered the will would it be detrimental to him. This was precisely what Lin Dong intended to clarify through interrogation later. It must be Lan Xinghong arriving. Ding Wei, standing by the door, heard the commotion outside. Lin Dong then saw Lan Xinghong enter the interrogation room. Without direct evidence, the tension in the room wasn't as palpable. Xiong Zhongshan poured him a glass of water before returning to his seat. Have you made a mistake? Instead of arresting the person who poisoned my father, why am I being summoned here? Lan Xinghong sounded puzzled but remained relatively composed. I have a few questions for you first. You must answer truthfully. Lan Xinghong turned his head away, gave a helpless smile, then nodded. Alright, ask away. What do you want to know? What is your relationship with Zhang Aiying, the legal representative of Huawei Hospital? Xiong Zhongshan opened with this question, catching Lan Xinghong off guard. My father was indeed hospitalized at Huawei Hospital when he was ill, but I only met the director once. I don't know the person you're referring to. You'd better think carefully before answering. I've thought it through very clearly. I don't know her. Lan Xinghong replied irritably. You've auctioned several ancient paintings, and the buyer was always Zhang Aiying. I find it hard to believe you don't know her, Xiong Zhongshan said, staring intently into his eyes. You clearly never been to an auction. Antiques are handled by auction houses. I don't even attend the events. Who buys the paintings is none of my concern. I just collect the money. But your paintings consistently sell for premiums over 10 times their market value that defies market norms. Antiques have market value? Are you kidding me? If someone likes it and is willing to pay more, that's perfectly normal. Don't treat the police like some cute little thing. You exchanged the money you were about to receive into US dollars to buy cryptocurrency. We'll track down where that cryptocurrency went, but that's for the Economic Crimes Unit. What I'm here to discuss with you today isn't economic crime. Lan Xinghong was getting confused. What exactly do you want to ask? Did you know Zhang Aiying? Think carefully before you answer. Lin Dong's voice came through the Bluetooth earpiece to Xiong Zhongshan's ear. Xiong Zhongshan immediately repeated the words, punctuating them with a sharp thud on the table. With a loud thud, Lan Xinghong's heart trembled. After a moment's thought, he had no choice but to admit. We know each other. Chapter 166, The Will is Problematic. Upon hearing this response, Xiong Zhongshan pressed further. Since you know each other, why didn't you admit it earlier? Could it be there's some secret between you that can't be revealed? I can refuse to answer questions unrelated to the case. Lan Xinghong leaned back in his chair and pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Though this was an interrogation room, Lan Xinghong was not currently being treated as a suspect, so Xiong Zhongshan made no move to stop him from lighting up. Irrelevant, huh? Then take a look at this. Xiong Zhongshan placed the printed medical reports from Lin Dong and the others in front of Lan Xinghong. What's this? Your father's medical records from Huawei Hospital. The entries here are clearly forged. If he'd actually received treatment based on these records, your father would have died in the hospital long ago. Lan Xingheng's mouth twitched slightly as he stared at the report. Perhaps inwardly cursing the hospital staff as idiots for messing up something so trivial. You had the hospital staff forge your father's medical records, didn't you? If you refuse to admit it, I'll have no choice but to bring Ms. Zhang Aiying here for a confrontation. But if she comes, with both of you present, the economic crime investigation team might need to question you both. Lan Xingheng's emotions suddenly flared. I admit I had the hospital forge the medical records, but that has nothing to do with my father's death. How is it unrelated? You've seen the autopsy report. Your father died from organ failure caused by the combined effects of two toxins. But my father died recently from being injected with poison. What does that have to do with his previous hospital treatment? That was nearly half a year ago. Seeing Lan Xingheng's "I'm a villager, not a werewolf" attitude, Lin Dong decided to play the seer first. Captain Xiong, just tell him straight the cause of death wasn't rapid toxin onset, but chronic poisoning leading to organ failure. Xiong Zhongshan subconsciously touched the Bluetooth earpiece at his ear before addressing Lan Xingheng. The deceased died from chronic poisoning. It could have taken a month or half a year. Logically speaking, if you knew nothing about this, tampering with the medical records doesn't make sense. Chronic poisoning? Lan Xingheng pushed his glasses up, lost in thought. He's still putting on an act. What a talented actor. Ding Wei crossed her arms in the observation room, letting out an involuntary snort. Not a single word out of his mouth was truthful. He seems genuinely suspicious to me. Even if he's not the killer, he must know something about the case. Lying is indeed suspicious. Unless the old man has some hidden secret he's covering for, then he must know crucial information. What secrets could a 70 or 80-year-old man possibly have? Ding Wei shook her head, still convinced Lan Xingheng was highly suspect. Inside the interrogation room, Lan Xingheng sighed. Alright, since the old man is gone, I don't need to hide anything anymore. The reason I had the hospital alter the medical records is because what caused the old man's coma was neurosyphilis. Neurosyphilis? Hearing the word syphilis, Xiong Zhongshan immediately thought of unsafe sexual behavior as the cause of infection. The old man was in his 70s or 80s. How could he have contracted such a disease? Xiong Zhongshan asked. Family scandals shouldn't be aired in public. That's why I altered the records to prevent this from getting out. My father may not be a celebrity, but he's still somewhat well known locally. If outsiders found out, my father's reputation, no, the entire Lan family's reputation would be ruined. Though I'm an adopted son, after my mother remarried, my younger brother and I took the Lan surname. But my father treated us both very well, and we genuinely consider ourselves part of the Lan family. When my father fell unconscious, I happened to know the owner of Huawei Hospital, so I had them send an ambulance to transport him. After the examination, the doctor said my father had contracted central nervous system infection due to neurosyphilis. The doctor explicitly stated that this infection resulted from unprotected sexual activity, not just a single instance, but frequent occurrences. I was furious at the time. My father was an old man, yet he still engaged in such behavior. But since it had already happened, I told everyone that my father's coma was caused by cardiovascular disease. Later, I discovered my father had been involved with our family's live-in maid. She was in her 40s and had worked for us for over 5 years, living and eating at our home. Her husband had a chaotic private life and contracted syphilis, which he passed on to her. She then infected my father. Lin Dong in the observation room was stunned. Oh, my mouth. Why does what I fear always come to pass? Why didn't the autopsy report mention that the deceased had syphilis? After a month of hospital treatment, the condition should have been somewhat controlled. Plus, since we didn't link the cause of death to syphilis, the coroner wouldn't emphasize unrelated data when issuing the autopsy report. We didn't pay much attention either. Lin Dong rubbed his aching forehead. Syphilis can be detected through blood tests. Lan Jiran couldn't lie about that. If what he said was true, then his tampering with the medical records might not be related to the poisoning. Moreover, his words suggested he held a favorable impression of this stepfather. At that moment, Leng Junying walked in holding a document. This will has been examined by professionals. There's a problem. The will has problems too? This just got more complicated. Lin Dong scratched his head. What about Lan Jiran? Has he confessed? Leng Junying asked. It's a long story. After Ding Wei recounted the recent events, Leng Junying remarked, no wonder. When I tested the blood, I also discovered the deceased had syphilis, but I assumed it wasn't relevant to the case, so I didn't mention it. If Lan Jiran colluded with the hospital to alter the medical records to preserve the deceased's dignity, he might not be the poisoner. But now that the will is problematic, that possibility exists. After returning from the hospital, the old man felt his time was short and drafted his will. This will wasn't created with all three brothers present, otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for someone to secretly alter it. Lin Dong added after finishing his explanation. So whoever produced the will is the prime suspect. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Xiong Zhongshan turned directly to Lan Jiran and asked, what was the situation when your father made the will? Were all three brothers present? I was abroad at the time, and the third brother wasn't home either. The second brother produced the will. He claimed Dad had regained consciousness midway through and instructed him to find a lawyer to draw up the will. There's video evidence to prove it. We examined the will, the handwriting is forged. As for the video you mentioned, it doesn't even capture the old man's face. While his voice is present, technical analysis confirms it's AI generated. Lin Dongzheng frowned. The will is fake? How could that be? The second brother. Lin Dongzheng abruptly fell silent, as if something had struck him. Lin Dong's eyes flickered subtly. Find out who the lawyer hired by the second son is. Once we understand the situation, we might uncover the truth behind this. Chapter 167, A Family with Hidden Agendas. The legal profession can be both black and white. They can be the good guys defending the rights of ordinary people, or the bad guys helping criminals evade justice. Using the notary information left on the will, Lin Dong located the office of Danghua law firm in Bianrong City. In Bianrong City's CBD district, skyscrapers stood like a forest of towers, their glass facades glistening dazzlingly in the sunlight. As the elevator doors opened, Lin Dong stepped out. Along the corridor walls hung certificates of honor and photos of partners accumulated over the firm's years. At the reception desk, a neatly dressed receptionist rose promptly upon seeing visitors approach. Hello, she inquired with a smile, do you have an appointment? Ding Wei produced the will and pointed to the official seal stamped on it, asking, this seal belongs to your firm, correct? This is indeed our lawyer's seal. Is there a problem? The receptionist inquired. Could you please check which lawyer served as the notary for this will? Noticing the edge in Ding Wei's tone, the receptionist maintained her professional smile and replied. If you're family members, you should know which lawyer handled it. If not, due to confidentiality agreements, we may not be able to disclose much. Being a lawyer is a high-risk profession. If you don't help someone win their case, you might face retaliation. If you do win the case, you might face retaliation from the opposing side. Suing debtors for banks can lead to being attacked. Taking fees without delivering results invites beatings. That's why law firms generally don't disclose information lightly. We're police investigating a criminal case involving your firm. If you wish to protect your firm's reputation, this matter should be handled discreetly. Inform your supervisor, he'll know how to proceed. In critical moments, it was still Leng Junying who delivered the message, calm, composed, yet tinged with menace. Law firms value their reputation highly, as it directly affects whether clients choose them. Soon after, the supervisor learned the details and helped them trace the notary public for the will, a partner at the firm named Zhang Fei. Shortly after, Lin Dong and the others met this lawyer in the lounge. Her white tailored blazer fit impeccably, accentuating her upright posture, paired with matching trousers. One had to admit, she carried herself with undeniable poise. Hello, I heard from HR that police officers were looking for me. Lin Dong sat down and slid the will toward Zhang Fei. You served as the notary for this will, correct? Zhang Fei picked up the will and examined it carefully. Lawyers are often detail-oriented perfectionists. Several minutes passed before she nodded. That's correct. I recall it was about 4 months ago. The client requested me as the notary to go to their home and complete the will process. There's video evidence, signatures, everything was done in full compliance. Were you present when they signed? Of course. Then that's settled. Take it with you. Lin Dong exchanged a knowing glance with Ding Wei. Seeing Ding Wei rise, Zhang Fei grew anxious and blurted out, wait, why are you taking me? Is there something wrong with the will? The signatures are forged, and the audio in that video was AI synthesized. Lin Dongzheng has already confessed. Are you still refusing to come clean? Lin Dong deliberately brought up Lin Dongzheng. He now knew that neither the eldest nor the third son had been home when the will was drawn up, making it highly likely that the second son, Lin Dongzheng, had tampered with it. Sure enough, upon hearing the name Lin Dongzheng, Zhang Fei's lips twitched slightly, betraying her inner unease. Is the case he's involved in significant? True to her profession as a lawyer, she maintained her composure in this situation. By first inquiring about the severity of the case, she could gauge the level of cooperation required from herself. Homicide. Lin Dong's single sentence cut off Zhang Fei's last shred of hope. Alright, I admit it. The notarization back then wasn't compliant. The old man wasn't in a clear state of mind, he was drifting in and out of consciousness. My client, Lin Dongzheng, presented a will he claimed the old man had drafted and asked him to sign it. During this process, the old man was actually not fully conscious. He wrote one character before slipping back into unconsciousness. Lin Dongzheng said they would add the signature later and asked us to proceed normally with the formalities. Lin Dong pressed, how could you proceed with the formalities while he was unconscious? Zhang Fei sighed. I accepted payment, I admit that was improper. Lin Dongzheng gave me money to cooperate with him in notarizing the will distribution. How much? Around 600,000 yuan, but I didn't take it all. I only received 400,000 yuan, the remaining 200,000 went to another lawyer. With this information, suspicion against Lin Dongzheng grew exponentially. He dead, but we still have no evidence. Even if Lin Dongzheng admits the will was improper, he'll never confess to poisoning. We'll have to deepen our investigation into Lin Dongzheng, including his purchase records and anything related to tetrodotoxin or aconitine. Make those key investigation targets, Lin Dongzheng stated. I think we should investigate the eldest and third sons as well. All three are suspects. The third son's motive stems from resentment toward the old man because he wasn't included in the will. As for the eldest and second sons, their suspicion stems from the possibility that the old man had actually drafted another will. Dissatisfied with the distribution, they may have plotted the murder to forge a new will. A cold glint flashed in Lin Dong's dark eyes. Just as he was about to call the criminal investigation team, an unknown number rang. Hello, who's calling? Is this Lin Dong? It's Lin Dongzheng. You answering means you've been released, thank goodness. Those 2 days you were held at the station scared the hell out of me. Damn it. He shouldn't have answered that call. If Lin Dongzheng knew I'd been released, word would surely spread throughout the Lin family soon. Those with something to hide would realize the police have gathered substantial evidence and might start plotting their escape. Lin Dong's mind raced and lies came pouring out. I'm still at the station. Just got my phone back. They told me to call home and have someone bring clothes. They're still investigating, no idea how many more days I'll be held. Still at the station? Don't worry, I've already contacted a lawyer. We'll get you out. I explained to my uncles that this is all a misunderstanding, but they refuse to believe me. They still think my dad hired you guys. I'm baffled. How could they suspect my dad would poison Grandpa? Even if they had conflicts before, they're still father and son. These words suddenly struck a chord with Lin Dong. There was a strong possibility there was more than one killer. Two separate poisons, each highly toxic on its own, happened to coexist in the body, neutralizing each other. If one person injected tetrodotoxin while another administered aconitine, it would explain why the victim remained in a state of poisoning for half a year, unable to die, enduring constant agony. Upon closer inspection, aside from the surveillance at the entrance, the entire sprawling villa complex lacked any additional security cameras. The perpetrator was likely someone within the family. It seems we must thoroughly investigate every member of this family. Whoever is involved with drugs bears the greatest suspicion. Chapter 168, The Forensic Doctor's Friend. Following this line of reasoning, the police launched a systematic investigation into the entire household. This included examining their call logs, shopping records, online purchase histories, and more. Given the toxin's prolonged retention in the victim's body, deducing the perpetrator's timing based on physical evidence was nearly impossible. The second son, Lin Dongzheng, became a key focus of the investigation. His tampering with the will was highly suspicious, but the police refrained from directly summoning him. Instead, they sought to gather more evidence first so as not to alert him prematurely. Night, Criminal Investigation Division. Xiong Zhongshan was briefing the team on recent developments. Lin Dongzheng never took over the family business. Using the initial capital provided by his family, he has built an extensive commercial empire over the years, with 7 companies linked to him. One of these companies, according to our investigation, may have exposed him to one of the toxins found in the victim's body, specifically tetrodotoxin. Lin Dong sat in the corner with his laptop, his brain running on dual-core processing. He listened intently while typing furiously. No-choice readers were demanding updates. To the uninitiated, it might have looked like he was taking meeting notes. Tetrodotoxin holds potential medical applications in treating neurological conditions like labor pains, anesthesia, and drug withdrawal, so many medical labs are using it to develop drugs. To meet this market demand, the company invested in by Lin Dongzheng focuses primarily on the artificial synthesis of tetrodotoxin. They've achieved remarkable research results, with their compound being virtually indistinguishable from natural tetrodotoxin. Lin Dongzheng seized on the blind spot and asked, essentially indistinguishable meaning there are still differences between the natural and synthetic versions when they enter the human body? Correct. We've already contacted this medical laboratory, hoping they'll cooperate with our police investigation. If we can prove the tetrodotoxin in the victim's body was synthetic, we can essentially confirm it originated from this company. However, their response so far is that the lab director refuses to cooperate, fearing competitors might steal their upcoming drug's formula before its market launch. Although television often promotes that cooperating with police investigations is every citizen's civic duty, in reality, most people are reluctant to assist law enforcement. Beyond potentially inviting trouble upon themselves, there are also complex interests at stake. For them, assisting the police offers little personal benefit but is certain to alienate others. What's the name of that medical lab? Lin Dongzheng asked again. Arc Future Medical Laboratory. So it was. Lin Dongzheng's eyes flickered with an ambiguous expression. Senior sister, are you familiar with this medical lab? Not particularly, but I have a friend who works there. I was planning to grab dinner with him after wrapping up this case. Coincidentally, I ended up in Qingteng City, and now it turns out his company is connected to this case. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. Perfect timing. Let's move up the dinner and arrange it now. If we can obtain the synthetic pufferfish toxin compound data and confirm it matches the toxin in the victim's body, then Lin Air will be inextricably linked to this case. Ugh, these social dinners are such a pain, but what can you do? Lin Dongzheng stood up, grabbed her phone, and headed outside probably to contact her friend. She didn't return until the meeting ended. Lin Dong figured she must have secured the meeting, which explained her absence. Dinner time was approaching anyway. What should we do now? Let's go sleep. Lin Dong rubbed the back of his head as he walked. Without better leads, we'll just wait. Solving cases can't be rushed. Let's catch up on sleep first, then wait for the police investigation results and good news from Sister Lang. Ding Wei hopped along behind him, her long legs striding purposefully. When senior Sister Lang mentioned her friend earlier, her expression seemed a bit stiff. Could there be some history between them? Getting all gossipy? Hey, I'm just curious. It suddenly hit me when we first arrived in Bienron, senior sister mentioned having a friend here. I bet they're pretty close. I'm not interested in that. All I know is our guess was right. Barring any surprises, the other two Lan family branches have cases waiting for us to handle. We won't be able to return anytime soon. Good thing the bureau hasn't had any cases lately. Otherwise, I wouldn't know if we should go back or not. The two returned to the hotel to rest. At 9 p.m., Lin Dong stirred awake to the sound of movement and saw Ding Wei and Lin Dongzheng walk in. Don't you two even consider me a man? Just barging in like that, what if I was sleeping naked without a blanket? Ding Wei shrugged indifferently. So what if we saw? It won't make you any less of a man. Lin Dongzheng added, I handle so many bodies every year. I've seen it all. Lin Dong was speechless. He grabbed his pants from beside the bed, pulled them under the covers, and put them on. How was dinner? I sent the deceased's blood report to my friend, and he shared his research data on synthetic tetrodotoxin compounds with me. I'll wait for him to verify it in the lab first. If he says it's not a match, I'll retest it myself. Lin Dong, sharp-eyed, noticed something different about Lin Dongzheng and grinned. Sis Lang, did you put on light makeup? Stop gossiping. We're really just friends. I'm wearing makeup because I've been pulling all-nighters investigating cases lately and have dark circles under my eyes. After saying that, Lin Dongzheng fired back. What about you two? When are you going to make it official? Announce what? Lin Dong swallowed hard. Stop pretending. Everyone can see your relationship isn't just colleagues. Ding's a great catch, don't let her slip away, kid. Cough. I shouldn't have meddled in gossip, knowing full well how vengeful women can be. Sure enough, she struck back the moment she got the chance. Senior sister, I think. Ding Wei hesitated. Little Ding, you think this is crazy too, right? How did Sister Lang suddenly become a matchmaker? Lin Dong knew Ding Wei was on the same page as him. It stemmed from the unspoken understanding between partners. I think. Senior sister is right. I'm not bad either, plenty of people chase after me. Come on, give me their numbers. I'll have hacker sister do a background check on them. Then we'll compare. If they're worse than me, don't go agreeing to anything rash. Lin Dong said bluntly. Just then, Lin Dongzheng's phone rang. All three turned to look at the phone. It's my friend calling. After answering, Lin Dongzheng exchanged a few more words with the caller before hanging up. Confirmed. The tetrodotoxin in the victim's body came from a compound developed in their lab. This novel compound is unique, meaning it must have leaked from their lab. They've launched an internal investigation to find out who took the compound out. And we can confirm that Lan Air is definitely involved in this. Chapter 169, It Must Be the Third Brother. Lin Dong feared Lan Junliang might flee. For individuals with substantial funds, once they flee abroad, it becomes extremely difficult to track them down. Especially to countries without extradition treaties with China. Once they successfully escape, there's almost no chance of bringing them back. So he contacted Xiong Zhongshan first to have the man detained before anything else. So, we now know Lan Junliang's connection to this medical lab. And we've confirmed the tetrodotoxin found in the victim's body originated from a compound produced by this medical lab and that only this lab possesses the capability to manufacture it? When Lin Dong arrived at the Criminal Investigation Division, Xiong Zhongshan pressed him eagerly. That's essentially correct. The medical lab is currently investigating who leaked the information. If they can't find the source, we'll have to look into it ourselves. After all, Lan Junliang is their investor. Even though he's only a minority shareholder, it's uncertain whether those people will be willing to testify. It could bring trouble upon themselves. Lin Dong shrugged and asked again. Have they caught the person? Yes. They were apprehended at Lan Junliang's residence and are being transported here now. This is essentially laying all the cards on the table, showing the police have gathered sufficient evidence. Keep an eye on the rest of the Lan family to prevent anyone from fleeing. You still think there's an accomplice in this case? Xiong Zhongshan asked. Not an accomplice, another killer. So far, we've only linked Lan Junliang to tetrodotoxin. Whether aconitine is connected to him remains uncertain. Soon, Lan Junliang was brought to the police station. Lin Dong wasted no time. With substantial evidence in hand, he intended to confront Lan Junliang directly. The moment he stepped into the interrogation room, Lin Dongzheng, already seething with anger, stared at him wide-eyed. "It's you! You son of a, how the hell did you get out?" Lin Dong ignored the pointless rant, sitting down on the stool and observing him with keen interest. "Judging by your attitude, you clearly won't confess voluntarily. So I'll just tell you myself. You're getting VIP treatment, just listen." Lin Dongzheng frowned, unsure what the other man was getting at. "The lawyer you hired has already confessed to fabricating evidence. That will was written by you, even the signature mimicking your father's handwriting. My guess is the old man had already drafted a will, and you happened to find out about it. When you saw the contents, you were extremely dissatisfied. Of the 3 brothers in your family, you possess the sharpest business acumen. The eldest inherited the old man's antique dealing trade, while the youngest inherited his painting skills. Only you possessed the sharpest business acumen. After taking a substantial sum from the family, you amassed a fortune over the years through investments across various sectors. However, not all of this money ultimately flowed into your hands. Instead, it went into the family foundation." Lin Dong hadn't been idle these past days. He'd investigated the Lin family's finances and unexpectedly discovered they'd established a family foundation. Its purpose was to ensure that even if their generation failed in business, their descendants would still have funds available. The majority of the foundation's assets were generated by the second son, Lin Dongzheng. "I admit I forged the will. It wasn't because I disapproved of the one the old man presented, but simply because I believe the third son's family shouldn't get any share. He never did any business. All the family's money was earned by me and my eldest brother. What right did he have to share in the inheritance? That wasn't the old man's property at all, most of it was mine. I supported the old man and raised the younger generation fine. But why the hell should I have to support that useless piece of? Damn it, he's got the same lecherous mind as the old man, ruining our family's reputation." Lin Dong didn't dwell on the will topic. Instead, he smoothly changed the subject. "Within your business empire, you invested in a medical research lab. For years, this lab has been developing synthetic tetrodotoxin. Coincidentally, tetrodotoxin was present in the old man's cause of death." Lin Dongzheng's eyelid twitched. "How can you be so sure this tetrodotoxin is the same as the one researched by the lab I invested in? Do you have proof?" "Well, actually, I do. Synthetically produced tetrodotoxin behaves differently in the human body compared to its natural counterpart. Our secondary examination of the body confirmed that the tetrodotoxin found in the deceased was indeed the synthetic variety. This synthetic tetrodotoxin is a compound that only specialized research labs would handle. Currently, only the medical lab you invested in has developed it. Legally speaking, this means the tetrodotoxin in the victim's system can be definitively traced back to the medical lab's compound. And you're the investor behind that medical lab. You know exactly what I'm implying." Lin Dongzheng wore an expression of utter indifference. "So you're saying that because my investment company produced a product that caused a death, I, as an investor, am somehow implicated? If we follow your logic, 90% of investors worldwide should be executed." "I knew you wouldn't admit it, which is why I said from the start that I don't expect you to confess. Just listen quietly." Lin Dong abandoned his usual interrogation tactics this time, giving his opponent little chance to speak. Now that this medical lab discovered their research findings leaked, they've launched an internal investigation. It will inevitably lead back to you. Rest assured, what's yours will be yours. You still have a chance to save your life. The reason the old man died wasn't solely because of the pufferfish toxin you injected him with. I imagine you're puzzled too. Why did he keep surviving despite your repeated poisonings? You've seen the autopsy report and should have noticed another toxin in the victim's system, aconitine. It was aconitine that neutralized the tetrodotoxin, preventing the old man's death. Aconitine alone is also lethal when used as a poison. So the question arises, who administered this aconitine? I have a strong suspicion about who it might be. Lin Dong looked into Lin Dongzheng's eyes as he spoke. Do you think your brother, Lin Dongzheng, would share your intentions and plan to kill the old man? It must be the third brother. There's absolutely no way it was my brother. He's the most filial person in the family. Dad even said my brother was closer to him than his own son. My brother knew nothing about the will. He was abroad at the time. So how could it possibly be him? So you really know quite a bit. Why are you so certain it's the third brother? Do you have evidence? Lin Dong asked. Lin Dongzheng pursed his lips, wrestling with complex emotions inside. After gathering his thoughts, he finally said, because I heard third brother say with my own ears that he wanted to kill Dad. Chapter 170, the one who cared most about you, killed by your own hand. I still think your brother is the more likely suspect. Lin Dong pressed on, trying to provoke him. This guy seemed like a brother-obsessed type, clearly caring deeply about his sibling. I don't care what you think. Don't cops rely on evidence? Then produce evidence as solid as the hammer you used against me. Are you finally admitting you laced it with tetrodotoxin? Yes, I admit it. I put the pufferfish toxin in the food. I didn't want the money we brothers worked so hard for to end up being split with the third brother too. That night, my brother was abroad, the third brother was out of town, and I was having dinner with the old man. He'd just returned from the hospital not long before, having contracted syphilis from the housekeeper. I can't even bring myself to talk about it, it's so embarrassing. That dinner indirectly sealed my fate and made it clear Grandpa had to die soon. He told me the third brother was useless, that the family relied entirely on me and the eldest. He also mentioned how the eldest had cared for him in the hospital, even arranging for the medical records to be altered to keep the affair quiet, thus preserving his reputation. As we talked, he suddenly mentioned that his illness was incurable. He might die at any moment and planned to draft his will soon. Since the eldest and third sons weren't present, he asked me to hire a lawyer to act as notary, ensuring validity even in their absence. I asked how he planned to divide the assets. He started with a fake show of concern, saying he knew most of the family's wealth came from my brother and me, so the will should naturally favor us more. Of course it was. That money was mine to begin with. But then he went on about how the third son had inherited his craft, and how the Lon family ancestors had been even wealthier, the same old spiel I'd heard since childhood until I couldn't stand it anymore. I'm not even part of the Lon family. In the end, his plan was this: considering the third son couldn't earn much, plus he adored the third son's child, he intended to give half the family fortune to the third son. The remaining half would be split between me and the eldest brother. Does that sound like a reasonable offer? That money was earned by me, yet he treats it like a handout, giving me a mere quarter share. But it doesn't stop there. The most valuable items in the house are the ancestral antique paintings. My eldest brother works in the antiques business, so he knows their combined value is over 100 million. Selling them overseas would fetch even more. Value is one thing, but the crucial point is that these paintings were passed down through generations. Who he passes them to is a form of recognition. Yet he intends to give them to the third brother. After all this time, despite how well my eldest brother and I have treated him, it still can't compete with blood ties. Right then, I made up my mind. Before my eldest brother and third brother returned, I had to make sure the old man died. My original plan was to take him hiking, pretending it was for exercise, then find an opportunity to push him off the mountain. But as luck would have it, not long after returning from the hospital, he fell unconscious again. The new housekeeper discovered him and contacted the community clinic, an arrangement my eldest brother had made before leaving for overseas. If the old man collapsed, they'd come to treat him at home, partly to prevent the news of his syphilis from spreading and tarnishing his reputation in his twilight years. The doctor from the community hospital stabilized his condition, leaving me no choice but to proceed with my plan. I fabricated a fake will and waited for the third son to return so he could see it. Upon learning of this, he flew into a rage and wanted to confront the old man. But with the old man unconscious, there was no way he could answer. Once, passing by the old man's room, I overheard third son ranting and raving, demanding why the old man hadn't died sooner, neglecting even his own son. I was worried that if the old man woke up later, my fake will would be exposed, so I injected him with tetrodotoxin. According to your explanation, a person injected with tetrodotoxin will die within 2 days at most, unless it's counteracted with aconitine. At that time, the eldest brother hadn't returned to the country yet, so it absolutely couldn't have been him. Besides me, the only other person who frequently visited the old man's room was the third brother. So it had to be him. Lin Dongzheng was visibly agitated, fiercely defending his brother while inadvertently implicating the third brother. Soon after, news came from the medical lab. Through their internal checks, they discovered the person who had taken the tetrodotoxin. After police interrogation, that individual directly implicated Lin Dongzheng. The evidence we have so far only links Lin Dongzheng to the pufferfish toxin. Perhaps he really didn't administer the aconitine poison. But didn't Lin Dongzheng implicate third brother? Currently, third brother does have some suspicion, but we still lack evidence that he purchased aconitine, Xiong Zhongshan said. Lin Dong pondered. Since no evidence could be found, interrogation was the only option. That's often how police solve cases. When evidence is scarce, they bring in suspects for questioning. Sometimes they slip up, and suddenly the evidence appears. That night, the Lin household was thrown into utter chaos. The second son had just been arrested, and now the third son was taken away too. Word was that the criminal investigation team had apprehended Lin Laosan at a hotel. The guy was quite the party animal. His father had just died, yet he still had a family to support, and here he was, carousing night after night. Why are you arresting me? You shouldn't be the ones cracking down on prostitution. Lin Dongzheng has already confessed. Confessed to what? He confessed to poisoning the old man. Lin Jianfeng nervously pursed his lips, then launched into his performance. Damn it! That bastard! My father raised him for nothing. He treated him so well, even gave him money for his business, and this is how he repays in killing him. What did he stand to gain? It's about the will. Your father intended to leave half the estate to you and pass down a priceless ancestral painting worth hundreds of millions. The second son felt resentful and grew murderous. Hearing this, Lin Jianfeng was stunned. You must be mistaken. Didn't the will say the family money would be split evenly between the eldest and second sons, leaving me with nothing? That was a forged will made by the second son. Otherwise, why do you think he would kill? With his abilities, he could have made a fortune even without the inheritance. But he couldn't stand how your father favored you, how he thought of you constantly, even though you were clearly the least promising son. Perhaps your father retained some consciousness during his coma. He watched helplessly as his own son injected poison into his body, hastening his death. Lin Dong sighed. What a heartbreaking thing about parents. Even if they scold you for being useless, they still think of you so deeply in their final moments. Hearing this news, Lin Jianfeng broke down. His eyes widened as he shook his head violently, as if it might split open at any moment. No, this can't be true. The will is fake. The will is actually fake. Lan Junliang. You bastard. You've done a fine job. You've made me kill my own father. It's all your fault. I'll kill you. Seeing Lan Jianfeng completely break down, Lin Dong rose and stepped outside, leaving the rest to the detectives. In his current state, Lan Jianfeng wouldn't try to hide anything anymore. Because the person who cared about him the most had been killed by his own hands.